I want to thank my mother-in-law, because she thought I was poor, and while I was away on a business trip, she actually set up my girlfriend of 5 years with a 50-year-old company executive. When I returned from the trip, I fainted outside the door when I heard the giggles of the couple inside, and when I woke up, I found that I had awakened the system of the rich. The system even gave me a red card with a balance of trillions, and the main task is to spend all the balance on the card. The first side task is to spend 2 million in 24 hours, and when the old guy finished with my girlfriend, he gave my mother-in-law 1 million directly, and said he wanted to be with her daughter forever. My stupid mother-in-law agreed in one breath, and surprisingly, my girlfriend also agreed to this marriage. She even said that the 50-year-old old guy is a handsome uncle with charm, more mature, more secure, and caring than me. She also said that they will have a wedding tomorrow. The next day, I walked out of the bank with a pink bag, thinking that I had just entered the VIP room like a zombie. Under the reception of a bank staff member who looked quite delicate, I took out 2 million in cash. It felt like a dream, but feeling the weight of the bag, at that moment, I knew that I seemed to have become a rich person, and not just a normal rich person, but a very, very rich one. As for why I took 2 million, it was when I was invited into the VIP room, subconsciously blurting it out in a daze, because I knew I had to spend the 2 million within 24 hours. At this time, the front of the Samsung Jelly Hotel was crowded with people, countless luxury cars lined up, and the guests were lively and extraordinary. The ceremony had not yet begun, but a famous host had already urged the guests to be seated. I walked through the magnificent hotel lobby, and as I entered the ceremony venue, I ran into my ex-girlfriend's friend, Suyu. Suyu looked exceptionally beautiful today, and when she saw me, an unnatural expression immediately appeared on her face, as if she was asking me why I was here. But of course, she didn't say that out loud. She just frowned and said, "Xiao Jian, go over there. Our old classmates are sitting at that table." I quickly took my seat, exchanging greetings with everyone, but there was a hint of surprise on their faces. They all knew about my relationship with today's bride, Zhao Linlin, and couldn't understand why I was there. The ceremony quickly began, and the 50-year-old groom came to the main stage with a beaming smile. The bride, Zhao Linlin, appeared in a grand manner in a long-tailed wedding dress, accompanied by 6 bridesmaids who walked gracefully behind her like stars surrounding the moon. Sitting in the corner, my gaze naturally fell on Zhao Linlin. She looked beautiful today, her exquisite makeup making her radiant. The anticipation and happiness in her eyes were genuine, but it made me feel even more distant. Seeing Zhao Linlin's happy and expectant smile, the resentment I had before coming here disappeared. Do you still want to elope? Those childish thoughts were naturally overturned. The Tiffany brand diamond ring was worn on Zhao Linlin's finger, and the whole venue erupted in cheers and screams. An elderly foreign pastor appeared with a Bible in hand, and the cliché lines began. Groom, do you take Miss Zhao Linlin as your wife? To love and cherish her in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, till death do you part? I do. Bride, do you take Mr. Du Yenda as your husband? To love and care for him in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, till death do you part? Soon. The sentence I do from Zhao Linlin's mouth was clearly heard by everyone. The ceremony was about to end and the dishes were about to be served. Soon, the bride and groom would start toasting one by one. Just as I was about to stand up with the pink bag containing 2 million, a fair hand pressed on my shoulder. I turned around and saw Suyu, who had a smile on her face, a smile like that of a flight attendant. Very beautiful but not very sincere upon closer inspection. Since I arrived here, Suyu would occasionally observe me. Through observation, she quickly noticed that I was carrying a pink cloth bag. She knew that Zhao Linlin liked pink, and so did she. She was curious about what was inside and, of course, more importantly, why I was here. She couldn't let me cause any trouble here. She had to stop what was about to happen, so she came up behind me and applied pressure with her hand, pretending to just be greeting me, saying that it had been a long time since we last met. I looked at Suyu in confusion and said, I think you may have some misunderstanding. Suyu asked back, what I fear most is not a misunderstanding. I'm too lazy to explain. Just want to break free from Suyu's hand. Suyu lowered his head and glanced at the pink cloth bag in my arms. Is this the gift you and Linlin exchanged before? Are you here today to break up with her? I don't think it's necessary. Those worthless things are embarrassing to show off. I looked at Suyu and said, You've always been strong since you were a child, but your mind is always crooked. As I said this, I stood up and said, don't worry, I'm just giving gifts. After giving the gifts, I'll leave. Then I walked towards the distant gift account table with the cloth bag in my arms. Behind the gift account table sat a middle-aged person in charge of bookkeeping, and standing next to her was Zhao Linlin's mother. She was not only dressed festively today, but her rich smile also looked very festive. However, Upon seeing me, this festive smile abruptly stopped. I approached the gift account table and politely greeted, "Hello, Auntie." Although Aunt Zhao's mother lost her smile, she still nodded. However, certain gestures on her face could not be concealed, such as looking down from a high position, such as being cold and indifferent. I placed the pink cloth bag on the table and said, "Gift for the bride, Zhang Xiaojian." The middle-aged person opened the bride's account book, quickly wrote down the 3 characters Zhang Xiaojian, and smoothly asked, "How much is the gift?" I thought for a moment and then said, 2 million. Boom! Thunder from the flat earth best describes the current scene. Centered on the gift account desk, the figure, 2 million, was heard for about 10 meters nearby, although Zhang Xiaojian's voice wasn't big or loud. However, because the slightly small quarrel with Suyu counted before had attracted a lot of attention, all his movements fell in people's eyes, so much so that what was said was naturally heard clearly and distinctly by those who were interested in watching. The middle-aged man with the nearsighted glasses looked up, his eyes full of questions as he thought he had misheard. How much? Zhang Xiaojian very much didn't want to repeat it again, but he just wanted to follow so much, and after noticing the same gaze around him, he lowered his voice and said once more, 2 million. Some of the people who hadn't heard clearly before, but had silently watched the scene, wanted to thank the middle-aged man. This time they heard clearly. The scene seemed to be about to get very big. Zhao Mother's face became ugly in this instant. She certainly didn't think that Zhang Xiaojian had the ability to come up with $2 million. If he could, she probably wouldn't have broken up him and Lin Lin, but she was sure that she had heard correctly. So the put-down that Zhang Xiaojian had shown before was all fake? He came to smash the scene? Of course Zhang Xiaojian was not here to smash the scene. He just had his own reasons. He untied the strangled rope of the cloth bag and placed it in front of the middle-aged man's eyes, meaning look. At this time, Suyu finally arrived. She lowered her voice and said angrily in a reprimanding tone, "Zhang Xiaojian, can you stop making a scene? If you make a scene, it won't look good on anyone's face. How thick is your skin? Don't you mind being humiliated?" But even when Suyu said these words, although his voice tried his best to lower it, but because of the slightly louder volume of anger, there were now too many people with their ears open. And even some of the hotel staff who were busy in the surrounding area had stopped down, and the presence of these people naturally attracted more attention. For a while, the gift ledger table gradually radiated into the center of attention of the room. The late dusk sunlight hit the main protagonist of this event, Zhang Xiaojian's face, as he said in disbelief, "I really didn't mean anything else. You guys are thinking too much." Bai Yang, who had been inadvertently wrenched away by Suyu earlier, came to Zhang Xiaojian's side. Feeling the burning gazes around him and listening to Suyu's words, Bai Yang was angry. He felt that little sword must be feeling very bad in his heart right now. "When did you become like this, Suyu?" So, Poplar decided to do something to quickly end the situation. He grabbed the already open cloth pocket upside down. All eyes were fixed on the gift ledger table, because there's a man there named Poplar, pouring things out, pouring them out hard. You can tell by his physical behavior that he's angry right now, but that's not important. What's important is what pours out of the bag. Stacks and stacks of neatly bundled bills poured out of the pockets. Because Bai Yang's strength was a bit large, some of the bundles of banknotes smashed on the red cloth-covered gift account table, and some of them flipped up and fell on the grass. This fall was quick, but it's slow in people's eyes, because the thing that fell, it was a wad of money, pouring out all 2 million in one breath. Bai Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian felt as if it wasn't good, but since Bai Yang did this matter was over. He spoke. "Let's go." So the two brothers disappeared in plain sight, ignoring the gawking people. Just then, a pink evening sun broke through the heavy clouds, illuminating the pink cloth bag and the pink bills. A strange silence fell over the wedding lawn and a pin dropped. The distant breeze caresses. On the ledger table, in the grass, these bundled banknotes make a rustling sound, which is particularly harsh. It's like the sound of turning a book, but it's better than the sound of turning a book. Truth be told, 2 million isn't that big of a number, especially for the vast majority of the male guests at this wedding reception, most of whom can afford to come up with $2 million. But no one is going to take $2 million to go along with a gift. That's a fact that can't be denied. So when people look at a full 200 bundles of banknotes falling horizontally and crookedly on the gift account table and in the tender green grass, it is still hard to hide the shock. $2 million for a gift? For this class of people, this is absolutely incomprehensible, because most of them earn more than $1 million a year, and few of them earn more than $10 million a year, and the biggest gift they give is just $100,000 or $80,000 in this class. But for those who know Zhang Xiaojian, it's not a matter of having or not having a disease, it's an impossibility. Where did he get so much money? Zhao's mother looked at the money in front of her and felt like she had been slapped hard. Suyu's eyes, who was still in an angry mood before, had long since become lifeless. As a friend of Zhao Linlin as well as Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, she didn't want to see things get out of hand. She just wanted to let this wedding, no matter how much of a story it had, proceed calmly until it was over. But now, and yet, she's making it worse by stopping it. Zhang Xiaojian said before. Don't worry, I'll only follow the gifts, and I'll leave afterward. He really just went with the gift, and he really left afterward. If he hadn't been so self-righteous as to go and do something that angered Bai Yang wouldn't have poured out that money. Suyu suddenly rose a strong desire to know. She wanted to know why all this was happening. So she gave chase. And at that moment, a news practitioner with black-rimmed glasses came to a camera. This camera is facing the doorway at the red carpet. And if nothing else, the footage will cover the gift account table, he said to his camera brother. 1,000. The photographer sitting on the stand understood and made an okay gesture. The rest of the wedding reception was somewhat inexplicably awkward. The 2 million in cash was quickly sorted out and in time for the couple's toast. But what happens is what happens. Because of the presence of those so-called classmates and friends, the vast majority of people at the scene knew that the young man who had just given a gift of $2 million was the bride's ex-boyfriend. It wasn't Zhang Xiaojian's fault. If it wasn't for Suyu's stalking, he would have ended this quietly, or at least wouldn't have attracted the attention of so many people. But things have happened and naturally they can't be changed. That young man is a magnificent man. This is true love. Whisper it. If I were me I would definitely marry younger. After all, the old goo was a bit too old. That's right. Look at the extent of this outpouring of generosity. It's not the second generation of rich people but also young and talented. It doesn't really seem like it. I know Lin's bridesmaid. The bridesmaid knows her ex-boyfriend. I heard he's just a clerk at a regular company. So where did he get all that money and give it all to the entourage? I'm afraid it's a shortfall in the public accounts. I heard a while ago that there was an accountant who stole the accounts to reward a female anchor. Also, there are all kinds of birds in this forest. Such whispers buzzed around the venue like flies. Not only are guests talking about it, but even hotel personnel are not immune. When Guinda and the bride came to the banquet room to make a toast, the groomsman, who was always considered to be in a high position, finally noticed that something was wrong. As he piled on his creased smile, he asked in a low voice, Lin, do you know what happened? Dressed all in red, Jolin held up her highball glass without answering. She knew what had happened. Of course, for her dressing room window was diagonally opposite the courtesy ledger, and she knew all that had happened not long before. By all rights she should be hating Zhang Xiaojian right now because it might affect her marriage. But why can't you hate it? It's not about the money. Maybe it is because Zhang Xiaojian still came. On behalf of him still care. He has a little care. She is very hard to hate. Feelings of things is so unclear. A competent ex should be as good as dead. You bury me. I'll bury you. Never contact. Maybe that's the only way that she or he in the depths of your memory will be nice when you think about it once in a while. Zhang Xiaojian is clearly not a qualified predecessor, although she was the one who deleted WeChat and pulled the phone. In the end, Zhang Xiaojian not only went to her wedding, but also fucking accompanied the 2 million gifts. There were a lot of surprises as things unfolded. But what had to be admitted was that when Zhang Xiaojian was riding in the back seat of Bai Yang's 3 donkeys as he galloped through the streets, his hair blown up by the breeze, he was a little dumbfounded. And a little exhilarated. Poplar also had a blast. And the most important part of it was also the most racy and awesome scene, which he did pouring money. Objectively it was true that this incident would affect Lin's marriage, but subjectively it was still hard to suppress the fact that it was cool. That said, Zhang Xiaojian and Linlin separated without warning, almost overnight change, then hiding in the rental house like a wounded dog. Who really cared about Zhao Linlin and her mother, and those so-called classmates and friends today? It's just payback for payback. The 3 donkeys sped all the way, and finally stopped in front of a riverfront barn bought 2 tipples of beer, and took 2 bags of alcoholic peanuts. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang sat down on the stone steps at the riverside, looked at the undulating river, and started to open the lid of the wine. The sky is getting dark. The river is gradually blurred in the line of sight, seems to merge with the night. Suyu walked along the riverside road, her exquisite makeup and slim figure attracting many people's attention. She didn't care about that. She just hadn't chased after Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, and she didn't know why she had wandered here. So she realized there was something familiar about the place. Yeah, the weeping willow that was a little crooked is still a little crooked. Not far away, the rocky ground was still a little dark, and the rains of the past few years had only washed it out a little. This was the place where she and Linlin, as well as Zhang Xiaojian Bai Yang used to barbecue a few years ago. There was shade under the weeping willow to block the sun, and in front of them was the Yangtze River, with a nice view, making it a perfect barbecue location. Many images began to flash back in her mind. At that time, Zhang Xiaojian and Lin Lin were still very sweet, and the two of them often leaned together and sat in the shade to blow off steam. Poplar was the one who did the hard labor, lighting charcoal, grilling skewers. He grabbed a handful, often smoked his face black in the hot weather, and then tenacious he smoked the ground. Aha, what? Suyu walked into the shade and saw two familiar backs on the steps below. She didn't move or speak, perhaps because it brought back so many memories, and she didn't want to spoil the picture now. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang below did not know that on the steps behind them Suyu was silently watching them and could even hear every word they said. Zhang Xiaojian gulped down a whole can of cold beer and felt that his entire body was much more permeable. He said, "Old Bai, I used to watch idol dramas and often had a question. What doubt? It's just marriage snatching. How many people do you think are unlicensed before they get married? They keep snatching marriages at people's weddings. And when they do it's not still their daughter-in-law. At least legally, absolutely." Bai Yang smiled at his words. That makes sense. In the end, they still have to go back and talk about the divorce. What do you think of them running all over the streets in their wedding dresses? Zhang Xiaojian lit a cigarette and said, "As soon as I said running all over the streets, I thought of you. Express don't do it." "What? You feed me?" Bai Yang turned around and laughed and cursed. Zhang Xiaojian said, "I have no father and no mother. Since I was a child, my second aunt raised me, and the closest relationship is you. Except for that little sister who ran away to the magic city. And then I'm rich now." Drinking a mouthful of wine, Bai Yang almost did not spray out. How sexual orientation has also changed it. Said, "I am like your little daughter-in-law." "Fuck off. Look whose daughter-in-law is dark and strong like you." Poplar interrupted, deliberately looking at his crotch. "I love that. It's true. Didn't make a scene." Zhang Xiaojian gave him a punch. Bai Yang body tilted. The trend of another mouthful of wine. "You have money is your rich thing. You help me, I'm not polite. But support me, this thing cannot. I should do what, still do what? You do not worry." Zhang Xiaojian heard, is also so reasonable. Do not persuade. Grabbed a handful of peanuts, chewing, bouncing. Bai Yang body backward, stretched a lazy waist. "Now this day is the most comfortable. To July this riverside all mosquitoes. Yeah, remember the old. Forget about the past. People move on. I have a question for you about one. Don't ask me how I got the money. Whatever's left." Bai Yang was stifled back, and after half a second of silence decided not to get to the bottom of it. Picking up the beer and Zhang Xiaojian drying the can. "Cold beer, cool evening breeze." Bai Yang looked at the distant river, suddenly opened his mouth. "Xiaojian, in fact, I admire you from the bottom of my heart." Zhang Xiaojian was stunned. "Admire me for what?" Bai Yang laughed. "I know you haven't had a good time these past few months. If it were me, I would have to go crazy with you, BB Zhao Linlin. Not only have you not said a single bad word about her this March, you haven't allowed me to say anything. It's quite hard to hold it in." Zhang Xiaojian laughed. "It's not like you've had a girlfriend for 4 years. You simply don't understand." Said. He lit a cigarette and said, "From the university to work, the other girl's best 4 years of youth to me. No matter what the reason for the split, when the man still can be behind the crazy BB ex-girlfriend, she did not do anything that is not human, but just for the sake of reality." Bai Yang still didn't get it. He said, "I thought about it differently. If I were you, I'm afraid that not only would I BB, but I would also wish for her to have a bad life and regret it in the future." Zhang Xiaojian took a deep drag on his cigarette. "That was the idea when you called me and I decided to go. And then it changed?" "Yeah." Zhang Xiaojian took another sip of wine. "When I sat at her wedding banquet I realized that the little bit of unwillingness that was left in my heart was gone. And then I wanted to finish with the money and hurry up." Bai Yang wondered, why follow the 2 million? Zhang Xiaojian drink empty beer can stamped flat. Said also coincidentally because the mission to take 2 million. Coincidentally, he also want to follow 2 million. Want to follow 2 million reasons a little more. He slowly said. 4 years ago, I think, when she didn't have all that stuff going on at home and we were just talking and thinking. She said to get married and buy a house preferably with a river view. She likes to see the river. At that time we both also did not want to be able to afford. I said to buy, but also to buy floor-to-ceiling windows. And then later work. Around the relatives and friends that family does not have a car, the two of us will talk about the car. Thinking about the future to save money to be able to buy, but also excited to look at the internet. See a lot. But I know her favorite is the BMW White Mini. I said that someday must give her to buy. And at this time in fact has been weak heart. And then later, it turned out that none of it was affordable. It ended up splitting. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaojian started another can of wine and took 2 sips. Today you call me to ask after I calculated. Now the Riverside Riverview House new building nice to get 1,600,000 or so. BMW Mini high-end more than 300,000 it. Exactly almost 2 million. So you went along with 2 million. Bai Yang didn't use a question. but a deterministic style. Well, just 2 million. No more. No less. Suyu under the willow shade listened quietly, her eyes reddening a little. She couldn't remember when she started gradually distancing herself from Zhang Xiaojian by Yang, but she remembers many summers when a few of them sat around the red-hot coals talking, laughing, and singing. Old White, do you know why you can't have more or less? Bai Yang shook his head. Isn't it counted? And there are other meanings? Zhang Xiaojian put down his beer can, propped his hands on his backward-leaning body making to raise his head, looking towards the crescent moon that had just appeared this night, and spoke slowly. I figured I'd do what I promised her. And 2 million for the house and car was almost more than enough. It's nothing less, but because she will disappear from my life in the future, I can't be responsible for the rest of her life, even if she wants me to be in charge of it later, so it can't be much. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaojian smiled again. In fact, these are just bullshit to convince myself. I'm just selfishly giving myself an explanation, using this little bit of money that I don't even care about to completely draw a line under it. I'm an ordinary person after all. After a long silence, Bai Yang patted Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder. I also read another layer of meaning. Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. What did you read? Poplar smiled and didn't say anything. None of them knew that Suyu, who was standing behind them, silently walked away after hearing this. After walking far, far away, she picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Lin. The call was answered and surprisingly neither of them spoke. I don't know how long it was, but there had been no talking. Zhao Linlin put down her silent cell phone and looked at herself in the hotel restroom mirror, noticing that the woman in the mirror was a bit strange. The subtle eye makeup gives her an upturned eye line that accentuates a hint of flirtation. The shading is good so it looks like her face is thin and her nose looks high. The blush gave her foundation-coated face a vibrant look, and her skin was now pale, white and flawless. Due to the strapless dress, her pair of collarbones were exposed to the air, adding to her poise. But she's not familiar with her, because Zhao Linlin had never worn such exquisite makeup before. But she had to admit that the very expensive makeup artist did have 2 brushes, and she did look good today. Unfortunately, what's the point of looking so good? It's not like he's the one who married. As this thought popped into her head, Zhao Linlin sighed calmly. She had fantasized about this day of marriage countless times, but in her countless fantasies 3 months ago, her husband was naturally Zhang Xiaojian. Not today. So what's the point of being pretty? Zhou's mother appeared in the mirror at some point, appearing beside her, laboriously clutching a pink bag. Of course Zhao Linlin knew what was in there, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at her mother in the mirror, searching for a resemblance to herself in her countenance. You'll have to give your husband a piece of your mind. Zhao Linlin clustered her eyebrows and said, how do you account for it? Zhou's mother was silent. Zhou Lin stopped looking at her in the mirror, turned her head, and said in a flat tone, you know, Mom, the window in the dressing room slants against the gift account counter. Mother Zhao didn't understand what her daughter meant by saying this at this time. Zhou Lin remained flat. After they left, you picked up the money like a dog. Zhao mother's face instantly reddened and she lowered her voice and said angrily, and what are you? Zhou Lin replied flirtatiously, little bitches chant, wang wang wang. How can you trample on yourself like that? Doesn't matter. Zhao Linlin waved her hand, looking at her daughter, who was such a stranger in front of her. Zhao's mother felt her heart bleed. Mom's doing this for your own good. You're so young. What do you know about reality? Mom's had more salt than you've ever walked on. Boy, you'll see later. Anyone in the world will lie to you but Mom. Thinking about these words that she had repeated tens of thousands of times in her life, Zhao mother felt for the first time, was she wrong? But deep-rooted, solidified thinking instantly breaks down this questioning of oneself. Zhao mother placed the pink bag on the sink. Find someone to send him back. I don't know where he got this money from. The implication was that she was afraid that something would happen to Zhang Xiaojian, but Zhou Lin understood that her mother was just afraid that the money would cause a fuss. You are still kind. I'm your mom. I'm looking out for your future. It's not like I'm really a bad person. Mother Zhao's words were incredibly smooth. Zhao Linlin touched the cloth bag full of money lightly with her fingers that had a French manicure and returned. I'll deliver it myself. No, Zhou's mother said decisively. Zhao Linlin picked up the cloth bag. You go and tell Gu Yenda. Truthfully, if you can accept it, you can accept it. If you can't, you'll get a divorce tomorrow. Zhao mother's determination turned out to be in vain. The girl in front of her, or their obedient and well-behaved daughter? Walking to the restroom door, Zhao Linlin turned back and added, if you really want to leave, you can share some. The word you is accented. Mother Zhao's hand that wanted to pull Zhao Linlin's hand froze in midair. No longer have the courage they had when they were able to keep their own daughter under house arrest for a month. The face that had been so refreshing instantly seemed to have aged 10 years. The creases accentuated, but she said unusually calmly, I'm just locking you up for a month. If you really keep resisting, what can mom do with you? And then didn't you still enjoy the material things your current husband brought you? You're all dressed up now. And that's one thing you could have afforded before. You bought your favorite car and installed your dream house. Why did I see you smiling so much back then? Now you're blaming mom. Don't you have any problems yourself? Every word from Zhao mother was like a knife in Zhao Linlin's heart. Zhao Linlin's face turned pale as Zhao's mother revealed all her scars. Underneath the scar was the figure that had faded from her mind amidst all the glitz and glamour of her life when she had given up her resistance 2 months ago and thrown herself into Gu Dayan's arms, for a time very much enjoying the material fulfillment she now felt. Every person will subconsciously block out some of the things that they do not do well, and will find various reasons to convince themselves to self-deception. Zhao Linlin is also the same. Not many people would really admit to being greedy and resentful. Of course she doesn't recognize it either. So she turns her head and walks away, once again shielding herself. A white BMW Mini arrived by the side street of the Jingyang neighborhood. It was late at night, and few people were walking on the street, except for a couple holding hands as they pressed on, dragging their long backs under the streetlights. Zhao Linlin in the BMW poked her head out and watched the couple gradually walk away, her eyes turning to the 6th floor window of the old building, where it was pitch black. Taking out her cell phone and sending a tweet, she began to wait in silence. I don't know how long it took, but Zhao Linlin felt her emotions getting more and more complicated. So she turned on the car stereo. A song came over the stereo, a very appropriate rendition of The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Find the sun where there's no wind. Be a warm sun where you are cold. Zhou Lin disliked the response song and wanted to turn off the stereo. A thud, thud, thud interrupted her movements, pushing open the car door, the heels of her heels touching the pavement of the tarred road. Zhou Lin saw the person she was meeting and asked, "Drink?" At this time, Bai Yang rode his own 3 donkeys, tilted his head and looked at the white BMW Mini in front of him, and then looked at Zhao Linlin and said, "How much is the car?" Zhao Linlin didn't answer, and carried out the cloth bag with her left hand. "I know you look down on me, but for the sake of previous love, help me return him." Bai Yang shook his head. "What's the point of returning a gift given?" Zhao Linlin looked at Bai Yang, whose face was black and red, and remembered that Zhang Xiaojian couldn't drink too much wine, and if he drank too much, he would get a rash, and said, "I'm doing it for his own good." Where is it good? Does it have to be explicit? What can't you say explicitly when it's like this? Zhou Lin was silent for a moment. "Do you know where this money came from?" Poplar said. "I don't know." "You're not afraid something will happen to him?" Bai Yang smiled and said, "Something happened? Is it because I know him too well to do anything out of the ordinary? Or are you too ignorant of him to overestimate your own charm?" Zhao Linlin's hand carrying the cloth bag was a little stiff. Bai Yang listened to The Rest of My Life Afterward coming from the car and took advantage of the alcohol. "How can you be sure that Xiao Jian only has $2 million? How can you be so sure that this $2 million is not a good way to come? Do you really think he'll do something illegal and get all this money from somewhere just to act like a pussy at your wedding? Isn't it? Is there anyone in this world who knows more about Zhang Xiujian's income as well as his family background than Zhao Linlin? If it wasn't an evil way, where did he get all this money?" Zhao Linlin now didn't know how to open her mouth to convince Bai Yang to bring the 2 million back. Bai Yang revealed a hint of mockery. "Put away your self-righteous compassionate face. Do you know why it's 2 million and not some other number?" Zhou Lin never thought about that. Poplar said, "Because it's not too much, not too little, almost just enough to buy the house you like, the car you like. But again, do you know why it has to be no more, no less?" Zhou Lin doesn't know. Bai Yang added, "Because less Xiaojian feels sorry for you who used to follow him, and more sorry for yourself who left you." This sentence was a bit roundabout. Onlookers might not know what it meant, but Zhao Linlin got it. This figure also represented Zhang Xiujian's complete letting go. At this point that song was just past the first chorus and came to the second. "Personnel have been around, and you're always too naive. For the rest of my life, I just want you." Bai Yang listened to the lyrics and said, "To put it simply, what Little Sword wants to express is clear." When he said that, he said in a single word, "For the rest of my life, I don't want you." With those words, the 3 donkeys came a buzz and spewing a somewhat charred exhaust. Poplar disappeared down the side street. Zhou Lin was in the middle of the exhaust fumes, which were a little choking and smelly, but she didn't duck. She just looked up at the familiar window. The window lit up. No sign of anyone, no sign of him. Zhang Xiaojian did not know that Bai Yang received a WeChat to go to a single meeting, not to mention what happened downstairs. He was in a good mood now because he had finally brought himself to a successful conclusion. "System, are you there?" While taking off his shoes, Zhang Xiaojian asked in his mind. The system interface appeared in front of his eyes. Mainline Ultimate Quest, spend 10000000000000000/20000000. Time-limited mission completed. Accumulated points 2,000,000. System reward issued fruit of strength *1. Zhang Xiaojin turned on the light. Then the fiery red fruit appeared in his hand. The power fruit was reddish in color, with some strange lines on its skin, and at first glance it looked like an apple, which was delicious to look at. Zhang Xiaojian, who had just finished drinking, had a somewhat dry throat and nibbled on it one bite at a time. It's very watery. Good taste. No kernels yet. Just why is it so hot? A hot stream of heat traveled around his body, tingling into his brain wherever it passed. Luckily, it didn't take long for the heat flow to disappear. His body recovered as before, and the feeling that he had been a bit slightly drunk was completely gone. This power fruit still manages to detoxify alcohol? Open the character panel. Zhang Xiaojian saw his character attributes. Strength 20, labeled, occasional strength exerciser. Then it seems like I was one of those people who never worked out before. He remembered that his previous power was 10, and that meant that a power fruit plus 10 value. Open the points mall. Strength fruit, agility fruit, wisdom fruit, and so on appeared, and the exchange points were all 1 million. Zhang Xiaojian now had 2 million points, which meant that he could still take 2 more. Zhang Xiaojian, who loved to order power points in any game he played, did not have any hesitation in exchanging another power fruit. Then he was shocked to find that after the exchange, the required points for all fruit exchanges rose to 10 million. Fruit redemption rules: after each fruit is successfully redeemed, all fruit redemption points will rise tenfold. Redemption point values can be cut through random quests. Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded. Wouldn't that mean that if he exchanged another one, he would need 100 million points for the next one? You've got to be defeated yourself. You have to be defeated yourself. But the quests are also important, and you have to fight to get every reward. While thinking about it, he nibbled on another power fruit. Strength 30, labeled, regular strength exerciser. Feeling that his mind was incomparably clear and his whole body had never been so powerful, Zhang Xiaojian was satisfied with the thought of going to the bank first to withdraw 100 million tomorrow. Finally getting ready for bed. Only because the house was so small. He saw the pink panther sitting in the corner again. This time he didn't let the doll continue to think about life in the corner. He picked up the pink panther by the tail and threw it out the window without hesitation and with extreme smoothness. Then he lay down on the bed as honestly as if he hadn't done anything, and thought again: if he went to the bank tomorrow, would he need an appointment if the amount was too large? Transferring $100 million, without cash, does it require an appointment as well? But after all, he had to ask for cash himself. After all, he had given all the 2 million with him today, and Bai Yang also wanted some cash on his side. And he was eager to see what Auntie May's expression was when Bai Yang gave her the money. While thinking about what was there, Zhang Xiaojian's eyelids grew heavy. Zhou Lin didn't leave and didn't get in the car. She just stared at the lighted window for a long time in silence, until a figure is seen and an unidentified object is seen falling at speed. She walked up and picked up the pink panther. Looking at the familiarity of it, she vigorously patted away the dust that had gotten on its plush body. Then she walked back to the car, put the pink panther on the passenger side, and turned off the music, which was already not very loud, but did not step on the gas. The night was misty in front of her eyes, and the breeze ruffled her hair. Zhao Linlin tilted her head, trying not to let the tears within her eyes rush out. In this moment, she knew that the most important part of her life was lost and might never be recovered. Early morning sunlight speckled through the cheap curtains in the rental house. Zhang Xiaojian woke up on time. His sleepiness quickly dissipated, and after opening the curtains and looking at the not-so-great scenery outside the window, he was actually somewhat refreshed. Coming into the cramped bathroom, he began to wash up. Zhang Xiaojian looked at himself in the mirror and noticed some differences. He basically never worked out in the old days, so he didn't have any semblance of pecs. So how come he has a silhouette now? Disregarding the toothpaste foam in his mouth, he looked at his belly. A block of abs had already bulged out, and his arms seemed to have grown a small circle thicker. And with a slight clench of his fists, Zhang Xiaojian felt as if his strength had grown a lot. He remembered that his strength was 30, labeled as someone who worked on his strength regularly. It's not awesome as you can see from this description, but the fact that he had actually changed so much only seemed to show how weak he had been before. If you keep eating power fruits, you won't turn into a bodybuilder yourself, right? Zhang Xiaojian got goosebumps, thinking that the bodybuilding strongman was really unattractive, or rather he could not appreciate it. He liked the smooth muscular lines of the cheetah style. After washing up, Zhang Xiaojian put on a pure white t-shirt that cost $15 at the night market, put on a pair of jeans that he had worn for a long time, and picked up an empty black school bag. It was Monday, and by rights he should be rushing downstairs to the breakfast stand right now for a quick breakfast and then dutifully squeezing the bus to work. But it was obvious that now he wasn't going to go. To say that one of the most torturous things in this world. There must be taking classes that you know have no future and no prospect of development, but you still have to go to be classed every day. Taking out his cell phone, he found his immediate superior, Lao Wang, and dialed. Hey, Sword, what's up, brother Wang? I'm ready to leave my job. No, old Wang's reply was decisive. Next is the education time. Lao Wang asked Zhang Xiaojian whether he had found the next home, and what he planned to do after leaving his job. Did Zhang Xiaojian answer that he left his job so that he could have more time to spend money that seemed like he could never spend it all in his life? So all he could do was stammer. Hearing Zhang Xiaojian's ambiguity, old Wang, who had always been on good terms, disagreed even more. The final result is, I'm not trying to force you to stay, but you don't think about what to leave the job, which I certainly don't agree. I'll give you a 3-day paid vacation first. After 3 days you think about it, come to the company to find me. Oh, after Zhang Xiaojian hung up the phone, he pushed the door and went downstairs to the breakfast stand that he had been eating for many years, and ordered a bowl of soybean milk and 2 donuts. While nibbling on the donuts, Zhang Xiaojian pondered what rich people should eat for breakfast. This level of spending on your own is now a definite no-no. Be sure to splurge up, to wave, so that spending points can rub off on you, so that you can exchange fruits and skill books. Didn't wait for him to figure out how he should splurge. Just heard the old couple who had been selling soybean milk and donuts here for 12 years whispering, let's keep the booth open for 2 more hours. It's a good idea to sell more money. Okay, Xiaolan is going to college after all, and going abroad costs a lot of money, so it's always right for us to save more money. The two families talked and greeted their guests. Zhang Xiaojian's impression. Xiaolan is still a small girl with a sky braid. It turns out that a Flash is also going to college. Check out. Zhang Xiaojian shouted. Not yet 50 years old. A head of silver hair like an old man stall owner. Zhang, eat well, $5. Sweep. The old man pulled out the somewhat dirty QR code card. Zhang Xiaojian took his cell phone and scanned it, entering 1,000 and clicking OK. Over there is quite intelligent. A small speaker came electronic voice. To the account of $1,000? To the account of $1,000. Ah, Zhang Xiaojian said. When did this stall have this intelligent prompting function? The old couple froze when they heard 1,000. And the people eating breakfast at the next few tables looked over in unison. Zhang, it's okay, you pressed the wrong one. I'll get it back for you. Bring your cell phone. Zhang Xiaojian stood up, waving his hand. Did not press the wrong. Xiaolan I've also seen. This waved quite a few years. On the university shall not do a promotion banquet, as I accompany the gift. After saying this, he secretly spat at himself in his heart. How the hell do you love to give gifts so much? The old man rushed. No. It's just that Zhang Xiaojian ran away. 20-something young man ran up that called it fast. How can he catch up with an old man? Can only shout with the back. This money counts as deposited in my slowly deducted later. It was 8 o'clock out and the bank was still open. The 24-hour ATM is still open. Inserting the red card into the slot, the familiar interface with the red background reappeared. Zhang Xiaojian pondered for a moment. This card also do not know how to bind with the internet banking. Why not just transfer a few million to their own card? And all kinds of consumption in the future is also much more convenient. Then he pressed transfer and found a small line under the bar for entering numbers. Minimum of $10 million for local card transfers. Zhang Xiaojian felt he was being despised. What kind of high-end card is this that when you insert it into an ATM not only does it change pages, there is no PIN, and there is a minimum amount for a transfer? In a fit of pique, Zhang Xiaojian pressed on. 100 million. Turn $100 million first. Ha! After entering the amount, he took out his own copy of his savings card, carefully typed in the card number, checked it again, and clicked OK. After the head of household, Zhang Xiaojian appeared on the display, he clicked OK again. Then inexplicably, I felt a twinge of nervousness. A short while later, a text message alert went off on his cell phone. Your account was credited with a payment of 100 renminbi. 000 on May 31, 2019 at 8:07 p.m., leaving a balance of 10 renminbi. 00024 00. Zhang Xiaojian felt his heart begin to thump wildly. This big pile of zeros really dazzled him a bit. Taking 3 deep breaths, Zhang Xiaojian clicked return and then selected withdrawal. He thought, well, in the morning, he should go out in the future or upscale places. According to the idol movie and television drama, in the high-end places to see are to tip. Cannot brush WeChat to tip people? They have nothing to put in 100,000 or 80,000 or very necessary. So it's easy to take an 8 or 100,000 and keep it at home. The only options on the red card page are 100, 000, 200, 000, 400, 000, and $800, $000. Zhang Xiaojian thought. Anyway, 100,000 is also taking. 800,000 is also taking. So he chose 800,000. Today he came prepared. His empty black book bag carried to his body. Except that he was poor, after all, and had withdrawn up to a few $1,000s in the past, and didn't quite understand the mechanics of ATMs. ATMs are generally equipped with 4 bill boxes. A full box is 200,000. According to the reasoning of a full ATM does have $800,000. But usually banks don't fill up their 4 bill boxes, it's more common to put 1 or 2. And what's more, the bank's name is suffixed with the Jingyang branch, which is surrounded by the civilian areas of the old city, and the amount of withdrawals is actually very small. So, only 1 billfold is usually placed here, throwing away yesterday's successive withdrawals. Zhang Xiaojian in front of this ATM can take out 800,000. He didn't know any of this, though, and felt happy as he opened his large book bag and watched the bills brush as if they were going to splash out of the spout. Remove 1, 2, or 3 stacks of. Beep. The alarm sounded again. Zhang Xiaojian had experienced this once and knew that this broken ATM was out of money again, and looked to the one on the left and realized that there was a small note attached to it, which just said repair. Without waiting to stand up from his crouching position, the door to the withdrawal room was pushed open, and the big brother of the security guard reappeared with a somewhat familiar face. Maybe because yesterday's appearance of Zhang Xiaojian raising his hands with a cold sweat on his face was memorable to the security boss. He actually recognized Zhang Xiaojian. It's you again? Zhang Xiaojian was slightly embarrassed. Sorry, gave fetch no money again. Zhang Xiaojian was invited into the VIP area again. Before that he and his big brother the security guard sat on the curb and chatted, waiting for the bank to open. Young man, you're quite rich. It's okay, it's okay. Zhang Xiaojian can only answer this way. He could not tell this big brother. Little brother signed the bank card, just deposited $1 billion. The target 10 days to spend. No. When that lady who helped Zhang Xiaojian withdraw the money yesterday came to the bank, Zhang Xiaojian had already blazed through too long by Shan. The bank finally opened its doors, and a sweet voice came from behind Zhang Xiaojian. Sir, you can do business now. Zhang Xiaojian turned back to take a closer look at her badge and learned that her name was Lin Cheng. Lin Cheng couldn't help but feel weird after learning from the security boss that Zhang Xiaojian had emptied the ATM again. As a matter of common sense, anyone with a codeless card is either rich or wealthy, and certainly knows that large cash withdrawals ATMs are a no-no, and that you need to make an appointment if the amount is too large. What's more, the red card that she helped Zhang Xiaojian withdraw money from yesterday was not only a codeless card, but it also had internal permissions. This access is reflected in the fact that as a bank staff swipes the card and then does not even see the card balance on the back office screen. And a bank card with these two qualities was generally already more than simply being either rich or noble. And while she didn't know exactly what was required, she did know one thing, that as a practitioner, it was an honor to serve the characters who possessed such red cards. Therefore, even though Zhang Xiaojian stared at her badge for half a day, she didn't show any displeasure, and her service attitude was so good that it was beyond words. Sir, may I ask how much you're withdrawing today? Lin Cheng's face had a smile on it. Not the slightest bit of those service staff's energy of bringing death when Zhang Xiaojian went to the counter to withdraw money in the past. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaojian didn't use the red card and handed over his own bank card, then picked up the school bag that had raced some money and asked, how much do you think this can hold? Early in the morning behind the bank counter a few bank employees pouring water, snorting, see this scene, have put down their hands. Lin Cheng is a little overwhelmed. Although she is young, but also in the bank for 3 years, or a small official, but never seen someone to withdraw money carrying a large bag of books and come to ask people how much this can be loaded. But Lin Cheng is a professional after all. She roughly estimated that the pink cloth bag yesterday could hold $2 million. This book bag is a little larger than the pink cloth bag limited. It's still almost 2 million. Zhang Xiaojian nodded. Alright, then take 2 million. Lin Cheng. So random? 2 million is actually considered a large withdrawal, and you usually have to make an appointment at the branch. But fortunately, after Zhang Xiaojian withdrew money yesterday and consumed the remainder of the branch, the vault delivered another $10 million last night. Moreover, because of that red card, Lin Cheng knew that even if he had to transfer money now, he would have to fetch it for the young man in front of him. So she nodded and took Zhang Xiaojian's card, only to find that it wasn't a red card, but the most ordinary savings card that. Lin Cheng had no doubt about the amount of money in this ordinary bank card. Only after Zhang Xiaojian had finished entering his password, through the background she saw a shocking figure. This is, silently recite 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1 million. Lin Cheng quickly learned the correct number, and the hand squeezing the ordinary bank card shook slightly. $1 billion, not to mention the Jingyang branch. Even the personnel working in the Jiangcheng head office rarely see users with a balance of 100 million. Lin Cheng's head turned and said, "Sir, this card of yours is an ordinary card. Why don't I change it for a top VIP card for you? So that in the future, when you withdraw money or whatever, you'll enjoy VIP treatment when you walk there. And your card number will remain the same." The card number remaining unchanged was of course an intimate service, but it made no difference to Zhang Xiaojian. Rather, it was a good VIP service. And he nodded his head. Yes. Lin Cheng immediately prepared the materials. Around other colleagues saw Lin Cheng took out the top gold card that was like the treasure of the store. They couldn't help but stare in awe. Jingyang branch only had 10 of these cards, and they hadn't been issued for 10 years because they needed to have a stored value of $30 million to start with. But sitting at the counter today, wearing a cheap t-shirt young man actually enough? And it was in this shithole of a sub-branch that the gold card was processed. Where did the rich man come from? No wonder the bank staff thought Zhang Xiaojian was a profiteer. Because most people who have $30 million in cash assets and don't have much need to access just the storage are the industry elite famous and famous. Countless financial practitioners will surround these people like flies every day. So it is their turn to be given a gold card by a group of employees of a small branch bank? Take away the famous and the famous. Take away the industry elite. And what's left but thugs? Moreover, Zhang Xiaojian's $10 solid color t-shirt is a bit flimsy because the material has been washed many times. What kind of industry elite wears these things? At the same time, they began to envy Lin Cheng. To know that the bank's stored value business are counted as performance. Lin Cheng helped Zhang Xiaojian to change the card. Not only to change the card so simple, this overhand changed into a gold card. The handler's materials are written on the word Lin Cheng, which the amount of stored value naturally counted as Lin Cheng's performance. And $30 million is just for starters. How much is on this card? Lin Cheng, of course, would not say that she did have her own little mind. But there was no excuse for it. And it helped the client. Sharp printed out the material and handed it to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian signed his name with a brush. The business was quickly completed and a brand new gold card was handed to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian did not know how many years this card ate dust in the Jingyang branch. He put into the front compartment layer of the school bag. Listening to the continuous crunching sound of the money counting machine in his heart, there is only one idea. It's nice to have money. When leaving the bank, Lin Cheng sent Zhang Xiaojian to the door and handed over a business card. Mr. Zhang, in the future, if you have a large withdrawal, it's best to make a phone call first. The bank also has to be prepared. Zhang Xiaojian was very satisfied with Lin Cheng's service, and the girl was clean-looking, sharply dressed, and had a natural friendliness that made her feel good no matter how she looked at it. So she said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely call you first if something happens in the future." Lin Cheng smiled, waved with him, and said in a dying breath, "Also, Mr. Zhang shouldn't go to the ATM to withdraw large amounts in the future. There isn't much money in there." Zhang Xiaojian smiled awkwardly, also waved his hand, thinking that poverty limits imagination. I always thought that the money in the ATM was unlimited when I was a kid, and then this idea didn't change, because there was really no money. Who can I blame for this? Carrying a large black book bag, he made his way along, thinking about where he should go for a wave today. The final conclusion was that it was better not to make waves yet. There were two things that needed to be done. One is to help Bai Yang to pay back the online loan. Although that little money now seems too small, but he knows that good buddy Bai Yang one day not to finish this money. The heart is not solid. Early return, early sharp. Secondly, I should go to my second aunt's place to take a look. I think it's been 3 months since I've been back. My second aunt has had a hard life, and she's also got an unconscious daughter. And now that she's rich, she naturally wants to let her have a good life. But the details have to be considered. To really take $1 million cash to the second aunt, I'm afraid the old lady will be scared into the hospital. This thing has to be gradual. As he was thinking about these has-beens, a ding system beep sounded. In view of the fact that the host was too poor in the past, in order to enhance the host's generosity, the accompanying task is triggered. Random task: spreading wealth, distribute no less than 100,000 RMB to passers-by within 2 hours. Intelligence system will automatically determine whether it is successful or not, and whether it is cheating or not. Reward points 100,000 for completing the mission. Skill book *10. No penalties for the ensuing mission. Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded, especially looking at this line given the host's past overly poor character. Thinking to himself that this was despised by the system, he raised his eyes to find that he had unknowingly walked back to the entrance of the Jingyang neighborhood. The time at this point was about 9 o'clock, and the morning market hadn't yet dispersed, so there were quite a few people. But how do you spread the money? Should I just give myself away with wads of money all over the street? Even if you dare to give it away yourself, do passers-by dare to take it? It would be nice not to be beaten up as a psychopath. And there's a time limit. 2 hours. What can we do? His head raced. Although his intelligence was only 15, Zhang Xiaojian was indeed not an idiot. He thought of a way and then immediately prepared. He first found a corner, unloaded his backpack, took out $100,000 first put on the ground. Will be these money on the binding paper removed, and then tightened the zipper back on the school bag, and finally picked up 50,000 in his left hand, picked up 50,000 in his right hand, back to the door of the neighborhood. This is the prime time for young people who wake up late to rush to work. Zhang Xiaojian quickly found his prey. He saw a girl who seemed to carry the wind with her as she walked in jean back pants and a pair of white Nike Air. She rolled over and over, passing grandparents and young boys in succession, wondering what the hurry was. Just you. Zhang Xiaojian was ruthless, and he charged straight ahead as the girl turned sharply. When Zhang Xiaojian knocked down the speedy girl at the entrance of Gingyang district, he raised his hands, and the whole 100,000 yuan of pink banknotes flew in the sky, raining money. Many people saw this scene, and their pupils all began to dilate at almost the same time. The girl was knocked on her heels and sat on her but on the ground before her vision was taken up by the bill floating around. All she knew was that just now she wanted to go around the old granny who was walking too slowly in front of her. Who knew that she had bumped into someone? And looking at the scene in front of her, it looked like all the money, lots and lots of money, was cupped in this person's hands. Zhang Xiaojian wasn't knocked down, but he intentionally crooked his legs and fell to the ground in a position where the fall didn't hurt too much. Then he quickly surveyed the situation around him as fast as he could, with the widest angle of afterimage. At least 70 to 80 people around them stood still, and even the street sweeper ants who were 300 to 400 meters away looked this way. Not bad, not bad, but how come no one came up to pick it up? Are people that good now? Zhang Xiaojian waited for a while longer, until the 100,000 large banknotes waved and completely landed on the ground. And when some people's eyes showed their eagerness to try, he decided to add a little more fire. A belated oops, and then a very pretentious I'm dizzy. Zhang Xiaojian lay down on the ground on all fours, and extremely possessing the spirit of a bachelor, he closed his eyes. When the first person comes and picks up the bill, the second person follows. Moncler Outlet Store Online. The young man. The young girl at this time faster than one. There is an old man and even threw the walking stick, strong to occupy the most favorable position. Yi Moju, also known as the girl who was knocked over, was dumbfounded. She only had time to gather the money in front of her, and saw that in a very short period of time, the pink banknotes that fell to the ground were picked up. You can't leave. The money isn't yours. Not knowing where the courage came from, she shouted. At this time someone actually shamelessly replied, "Isn't this also afraid of being blown away by the wind? We're all just helping out." Yeah, help. The most stinky is to say this young man. He is more than 20 years old, shaved a small flat head, before the distance from Yi Maju nearest. By virtue of the timing and geographical location, he picked up the most, while saying that he was backing up. A turnaround and then scattering all began to run. When one runs, a second one runs, and then the birds and the beasts scatter. Things happen only a few minutes. The distant watchers just gathered. This side has been divided dirty, each running out of sight. Some of the older ones, whose legs are really bad, speed up their steps while their heads are sweating in a hurry. And the picture looks a bit funny. Finally there was only a father and daughter left around. The daughter was in her 30s standing at the back of a wheelchair, and on the wheelchair sat an old man with an indignant expression as he said, "No quality. These people are really unqualified. Is it so hard to pick up money? Girl, this money is for you." With that, the old man held out his dry, wrinkled hand and handed over the bill, just one. Yi Maju now received over. I do not know this old man is a good person from the heart, or just pick up a plus sitting in a wheelchair is not convenient to run in this pretending to pick up the gold. She glanced at Zhang Xiaojian, who she didn't realize was faking his death, and thought to herself that she didn't know what all this money was for, and in case there was really an emergency, he wouldn't cry to death when he woke up. As a good citizen of Greater China in the 21st century, Yi Maju had been brought up with the mindset of calling the police if something happened, so she took out her phone and first called the police. As soon as I heard the police, Zhang Xiaojian was anxious. A good mission should have been completed. Involving the police uncle in cannot be fun. He opened his eyes and was ready to stop it. Who knew that the middle-aged woman pushing a wheelchair happened to visit him? The old man on the wheelchair seemed to have a grip on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulders quite strong despite his bad legs. Seeing Zhang Xiaojian open his eyes, he immediately said, "Child, it's fine. Don't get up in a hurry first. You slow down." Zhang Xiaojian, over there? Yi Maju's speed of speech was that fast. Through an extremely simple description, she had finished the whole thing. Pro added, "It's right in front of the Jingyang neighborhood." Too late, The resigned Zhang Xiaojian sat up with his large heavy school bag on his back. Yi Maju put down the phone and saw him sitting up and said with concern, "Are you okay? Zhang Xiaojian, I have something to do. Thinking about it is also right. So much money scattered on the ground. So much effort to be robbed out. As the party how can be okay?" Yi Maju thought that she had bumped into him, and guilt flooded her heart. "I'm sorry, I was the one who walked too fast." Speaking of this, the little girl's eyes reddened, as if she felt like she was in a big mess and was about to cry out. Zhang Xiaojian's focus is not on the money. Just now the girl in front of him has also reported to the police. There is no way but to wait for the arrival of the police uncle. He is not at all anxious in his heart. He can only look at the girl who is about to weep, but he suddenly realized that this girl looks good. Big eyes, round small face, white skin with red, thin and thick even lips, close to 1.7 meters tall, wearing jean back pants, tied with a pair of twisted braids. There was not a trace of impurity in her reddened eyes, black and white. The tip of her small, straight nose was now a little red. This youthful look, wasn't it a template for a schoolgirl? These thoughts, they flashed by. Zhang Xiaojian immediately cursed to himself in his heart. "You beast, people are so anxious for you that they are about to cry, and you are still here admiring the flowery face? But how did such a good-looking girl suddenly appear in this neighborhood? Bah! Zhang Xiaojian, you are really cheap." After a brief heart dump, Zhang Xiaojian finally spoke. "Don't cry. It's fine. It's fine." Yi Maju thought he was just being kind and comforting himself, and the crystal-clear tears fell. Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly touched his pocket, wanted to take a piece of paper out but his pocket was empty. He had paper? Only money. Helplessly he came to Yi Maju, whereupon an unspeakably marvelous scene appeared. The actual victim of this matter of interest, Zhang Xiaojian, began to comfort Yi Maju, who was unharmed because of this matter and only sat on a big fart pier, and comforting for a bit too long, over and over again. "It's the same thing. Don't cry yet, okay? I'm fine. I'm fine." Those who didn't know this would have thought it was a young couple arguing, because the more Zhang Xiaojian comforted, the more Yi Maju cried. He cried until the police uncle finally arrived, and the uniformed film police officer asked with great vigor, "Who called the police?" The next development of events was somewhat magical and completely out of Zhang Xiaojian's expectations. He wasn't going to ask for the money, but the police uncle with his sense of justice was adamant and carried a table directly on the property and placed it in front of the neighborhood. The old man in the wheelchair and his own daughter were also good fun and helped the police uncle out. Do not say. The old man is quite trendy, came up with a brilliant plan, and immediately beat the case and shouted, "WeChat." 10 minutes later, a message was sent out by the owners group, owners of the dozen or so nearby neighborhoods radiating from the Jingyang neighborhood as the center. Today Jingyang district entrance, a young man accidentally hit 100,000 yuan scattered was robbed empty. Small area cloth has surveillance. The police have been fully involved. Please follow the social principles of the owners of the money found. Will pick up the original number of money returned. The police have an office in front of the district. Do not want to leave anything to chance. The police warned you, such as if 4 o'clock in the afternoon did not return on their own. All by the police warn you that if you do not return the money by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you will be treated as a robbery, and after 4 o'clock, the police will screen the door to find the person through the surveillance information. This message is certainly not made up by the police uncle. The old man made up and also proudly said, "How about it? There is literary talent, right?" The police named Jiangmin had a little bit of trepidation. "It's not good. This is not good." The old man waved his hand. Civilian police to know how to adapt. The clear official is difficult to resolve family affairs is the old saying. The parents of the ordinary people, tangled sometimes the most troublesome. You kid to learn it. Listening to this old man should know Jiangmin. Afraid that should still be a retired cadres. Organs origin. Do not say. The old man is really a hand. This microblogging group a brush screen. Not more than 10 minutes. Someone to return the money. What is more unexpected is that word spreads. And within an hour, the so-called office with only one broken table had recovered more than $80,000. Zhang Xiaojian was looking at the back. His heart was bitter. He had dispersed with great difficulty. How could he come back again? Yi Moju, on the other hand, stopped her tears and even took the woman's place, standing behind the wheelchair and pinching the old man's back, saying while pinching, "Grandpa, you're so powerful, so resourceful." The old man's ambition was so high and his face so happy that her daughter, the middle-aged woman, sighed. "You've had your fun this time." No one knew how bitter Zhang Xiaojian's heart was at this time. Jiang Min saw that the money was almost there, so he handed it to Zhang Xiaojian first. "Next time you have to pay attention to it. Isn't it carrying a bag? Why are you still holding so much money in your hand?" Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself that the bag was also full of money, and it was almost too stuffed. His fingers touched those lost and found bills, and his head suddenly spun. Jiang Min was still warning. There is still a difference of more than 10,000. I guess I can still recover it in a while. Say it again. Pay attention in the future. Zhang Xiaojian's bright idea was all completed at this time. His hands did not take the money, but instead cupped Jiang Min's hands holding the money, and with poor acting skills, he emotionally said, I am very touched by the police uncle. I was really impressed. When he said this, Jiang Min and Yi Maju as well as the old man and woman froze. What does this mean? Zhang Xiaojian raised his volume. Nowadays, the internet disparages our harmonist society everywhere, saying that we dare not help the elderly. Human nature is cold and detached, and selfishness. I think it's all false. His voice a beat, the other hand a raise, swept over those who have just returned the money is still standing around watching the people. Impassioned, you see, who says that the quality of our people is low? This is a group of gold scavenging, moral and noble commoners. The state of this people. Why worry about not strong? Why worry about not rich? The other hand was also completely released, and Zhang Xiaojian took a step onto the office's broken table. I've decided. This 80,000 or so will be divided evenly according to the people who came to pay back the money just now. The entire audience was in an uproar, all wondering if Zhang Xiaojian was sick. However, Zhang Xiaojian's moving speech was not yet over. He raised his finger and pointed at the kid who had run the fastest before. This is a trivial reward for you for picking up the gold. This is a reward for humanity. The boy blushed and tried to burrow into the ground. If there are some jaw-dropping things that always happen in this world, today's money-gathering incident in front of the Jingyang neighborhood must be one of them. After Zhang Xiaojian's impassioned speech, the group of people who had come to return the money before, and who had probably hidden a few $100s in their pockets, and who were still standing here mainly to watch the fun, were dumbfounded. Is that really a good thing in the world? Is this kid really in over his head to give us a cut of the money? But in people's eyes, head in the water. Zhang Xiaojian with practical action to prove that what he said is true. He took the hands of Jiang Min, more than 80,000, placed on the table, pretending to be hot tears. Too touched. I'm too touched. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Maju, the old man, and Jiang Min respectively. What are you waiting for? Come and help. Ridiculous. Absurd to the core. But the money was Zhang Xiaojian's, so of course he had absolute dominance. Jiang Min is also a responsible police officer, who has previously collected money with a chapter of paper to record the name as well as the number. The number was unimportant. Knowing how many people there were was important. And Zhang Xiaojian picked up the list on his own. 35 people. Counting the whole 83. 000 divided by 35 is equal to 2. 371. Rounded up to 2. 400 for one person. This amount of money is not too much for everyone. And picking up 2,400 on the way out the door is by no means a small amount. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the first name and began to shout. Yi Maju. Yi Maju standing behind the old man froze. This still has its own thing? Zhang Xiaojian's eyes were on the front, not paying attention to behind him, and after waiting for a while with no answer, he had to shout again. Yi Maju? Yi Maju weakly reached out. It's me. Zhang Xiaojian had just learned the girl's name and grinned. It's you. Then you can wait. We'll count it at the end. ? Yi Maju didn't understand what was meant by final recount. Zhang Xiaojian had his own little mind, and he could clearly see the system tasks. Trigger random task, spreading wealth, distribute no less than 100,000 RMB to passers-by within 2 hours. Intelligence system will automatically determine whether it is successful or not, and whether it is cheating or not. The text description in parentheses is very important. What does it mean that the intelligence system will automatically determine whether it is successful or not, and whether it is cheating or not? Now, although the recovery of more than 80,000 all distributed out, the number of people is enough. But in case the people who did not come to return the money to take the money is not counted in the task of dispersal of wealth, can be how to do. The simplest solution would be to take another 20,000 quick dollars and split it, which he decided to share with Yi Maju just to be sure. And this girl does have a good heart. She was knocked down, not to mention that she helped herself to more than 10,000. The first to turn in and kindly call the police. Doesn't a girl like that deserve a reward? It's certainly worth it. Zhang Xiaojian smiled wryly and called out to the next name. Sun Da. A young man in his 20s with dark skin stepped forward. Zhang Xiaojian swiped and clicked 2,400. Handing it to the lad as a ding sounded in his head. Quest dispersal of wealth, completion progress 100,000/2400. Number 10/1. So there's a quest hint? Sure enough. If not for their own resourcefulness, scattered $100,000 for nothing cannot complete the task. It seems that the system intelligence seems to be really smart. Not only does the money that was taken earlier not count towards spending points, It doesn't count towards completing the mission. Zhao Shui, an older woman in her 30s, carrying a basket of vegetables, walked out with a smile. Zhang Xiaojian ordered another 2,400 and scattered the money smoothly. Yi Mozhu, why are you yelling at me again? Help me with some money. Zhang Xiaojian raced the 80,000 plus in his hand to Yi Mozhu's hand. He looked intently at the list and called out names. The crowd of onlookers grew. It turned into a twisted and bizarre little story as fast as it could, spreading quickly like a virus. Fortunately, 35 is a small number. No sooner had this spread too far and attracted too many onlookers than the wealth dispersal program came to a perfect end. At the end of the day, Zhang Xiaojian sincerely invited Jiang Min, the old man, and Yi Mozhu to sit in his home. The old man was the first to refuse. You kid is a bit of fun. It's too much effort for me to go up the stairs with these legs and feet, so I won't go. Jiang Min the second politely refused. The institute is still a lot of things. I will also not go, but I have to say a few words. You really want to move people to pick up the gold? Why not go to donate some money to charity? Those remote mountain village children, patients with serious illnesses more need money to solve the urgent need. Worthy of being an uncle of the people's police. This awareness is high. Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly nodded his head in agreement before looking at Yi Mozhu, who was not only youthful but also innocent. You have to go. I haven't thanked you yet. Yi Mozhu, a pat on the small brain, pupils somewhat out of focus, seems to remember a very important thing, hastily shook his hand. No, I also have an urgent matter. If it is not delayed in this early to go. Zhang Xiaojian had reasons why he had to invite Yi Mozhu upstairs. He said, it's been delayed for so long, it's not too bad to go upstairs. With that said, his head spun and he came up with a brilliant reason, and then couldn't help but associate it with the fact that his intelligence was really only 15? Zhang Xiaojian first glanced at the crowd still surrounding him, and then said to Jiang Min, police uncle, look at the crowd around here. I will go back by myself, in case I am followed. When Jiang Min heard it, it made sense. Zhang Xiaojian added, you don't have to be bad for 10 minutes. Come with me. It's just that you and Yi Mozhu will go together in a while. Jiang Min had no reason to refuse. Zhang Xiaojian has just distributed nearly 100,000, and now the people watching here all know that he has money, so it is unlikely that there are people who are obsessed with doing something illegal, so it is better to send him back to be safer. Yes, Jiang Min replied. Hearing the police uncle's agreement, Yi Mozhu thought for a moment and nodded after wanting to speak. Saying goodbye to the old man, Zhang Xiaojian led the way, with Jiang Min and Yi Mozhu following closely. As expected, the trio's movements drew the attention of onlookers. Luckily, Jiang Min turned around and shouted, all disperse, don't follow. Although Jiang Min was only a civilian police officer, he had never forgotten the counter-surveillance techniques he had learned at the police academy. He slipped around the large Jingyang neighborhood 3 times before he nodded to make sure no one was following behind him. Zhang Xiaojian led the two of them all the way up the stairs, only to open his own front door and suddenly notice the strange emotions of the two behind him. The reason they found it weird was simply because Zhang Xiaojian's home was also too shabby. The door frames that were obviously in disrepair. The old folding table that seemed to be about to fall apart at any moment. Not to mention the raised floors that could be seen at a glance. How could this house be a place where someone who had casually lost $100,000 still lived? Zhang Xiaojian was unable to explain, and drew out 2 chairs with legs and feet that were a bit crippled, and very smoothly patted them with 2 books, saying, sit down first, I'll change my clothes and come right away. Jiang Min and Yi Mozhu sat down, then glanced at each other, both seeing what was going on in the other's mind. Zhang Xiaojian falsely covered half of the door and placed his heavy school bag on the floor. The reason why he had to invite the two upstairs was because it was really not good to take the money in his bag in front of a large crowd. It certainly wouldn't matter now. Half a door was enough to block the two from view. He casually changed a t-shirt, and then took out $20,000. Returned to the narrow living room, put the money on the table. To Yi Mozhu said, this morning bumped into you, really sorry. You also helped me so much. This money you receive. Have time to go to the hospital to do a checkup. Yi Mozhu froze. Was it not me who hit you? What did I favor you with? Could it be a bit of money? If she followed her usual behavior, of course she couldn't accept this money. Just. Yi Mozhu pursed his lips for a moment and revealed a difficult color. Zhang Xiaojian asked. What? Yi Mozhu seemed to have made some kind of determination. Nothing, thank you. This means that it is agreed. Jiang Min heard a cluster of eyebrows, obviously did not think that Yi Mozhu actually really will receive. But this is a personal matter. Cannot talk about right or wrong. This world and a few untouched by the world's little girl can withstand the money smashed? Zhang Xiaojian also thought that this girl whom he had a very good impression of would refuse, and had prepared a whole lot of words in his head. But now it seems that this thing called money really has infinite magic power. However, this is good. listening to the ding sound of completing the task from the system. Zhang Xiaojin looked at Jiang Min and said, "That Uncle Jiang, we know that the country is fighting against blackmail and corruption, so I won't send you the money. I would like to ask something." When Jiang Min heard this, he revealed a smile, feeling that Zhang Xiaojin's kid was getting better and better. If Zhang Xiaojin really took out the money, he would have slammed the door and left. But now, there was no such embarrassment occurring, and he replied back, "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaojin coughed lightly and said, "Do the tables, chairs, and benches in that institute need to be replaced in a wave? Are there any official donation programs that need money?" Jiang Min, is this kid so rich he's burned his brains out? The tables, chairs, and benches at the Jingyang police station naturally don't need to be replaced, and even if they did, it's unlikely that Zhang Xiaojin would be the one to pay to replace them. And it's true that there haven't been many officially verified donation items in the recent past, so Zhang Xiaojin could only add a WeChat with Jiang Min, and finally said, "Uncle Jiang, in the future, there is really a need for money, you find me obliged." Jiang Min waved his hand with a bitter smile and got up, ready to go. Yi Maju was a bit eager to speak, but in the end, she followed Jiang Min down the stairs. It is worth noting that Zhang Xiaojin did not add Yi Maju's WeChat. I don't know if it is because she accepted the 20,000 pieces very painfully. After sending the two away, Zhang Xiaojian laid down on his bed and very quickly collected the points in 10 skill books given by this random quest. Now he was in trouble, because of the skill books. Opening his character's skill bar, the massive amount of options that covered almost every skill in the world left him a little confused. He didn't know what skills he should add, what skills he needed. Had to look left and right first. Open basketball and the sub-items appear. Jump shots, dribbles, dunks, threes, and so on and so forth. Each of these subspecialties in basketball has a cap, and you need to improve your physical attributes in order to continue to improve. Open the history section of knowledge again, and the sub-items appear as Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Cheng, and so on. It's not easy to fill up these historiography points, requiring a high enough intelligence attribute in the character's attributes. The oddest of all, there's the life option, in which farming is also listed. What with all the planting and fertilizing? Zhang Xiaojian just flipped through the pages, and without realizing it, he actually read for 2 hours. Seeing the racing section, he wondered if he wanted to play with drifting. After all, drifting was every man's dream. And seeing the cooking item, he wondered if he wanted to become the god of cookery and make that most awesome egg fried rice in Star Chow's movie. There is also the singing option. Now the Chinese music industry is thin. There has long been no one can be like the 90s four heavenly kings, as well as later brother Jay so dominant. Do you want to become the next generation of the god of song? There were just too many things he could YY. And it was in this kind of left and right thinking that Zhang Xiaojian ended up not using the skill book and instead fell asleep. In his sleep, he dreamed of Zhou Lin again, and he saw Zhou Lin hugging the Pink Panther and crying, but this time he was untouched and turned away. Only when he walked, he was back to square one, and Zhao Linlin's face was actually replaced with Su Yu. Then he woke up and opened his eyes to the old ceiling of his house, and with a tilt of his head the book bag full of bills came into view, shaking off the dream that still lingered in his mind. Zhang Xiaojian glanced at his watch and realized that it was already 1 in the afternoon, and his stomach growled quite consciously, somewhat not wanting to go out. Zhang Xiaojian clicked on the takeout software, and very smoothly ordered an inexpensive casserole fritter, before remembering that he should eat something good. But since I ordered it, it's a hassle to return it. Not to mention the fact that this casserole and fritter store I ordered from is genuinely quite good. Sitting in front of the old folding table waiting for takeout, Zhang Xiaojian decided that it was better to not use the skill book first, and if there was any need in the future, it would be convenient to order it now. Then he opened his cell phone out of habit, first swiping through the news, then tapping on the Weibo hot search trying to see what stupid hanging story had happened again. The first item on the hot search was a teen idol smoking in a restaurant. I've got nothing better to do. How can this be worthy of the word explosion? Various marketing numbers had another deep dive, and even the celebrities who dined with the teen idol were all on the hot search. Boring. Scroll down. Zhang Xiaojian's finger scratched and saw a line that was somewhat shocking to him. 59. Guy gives his ex-girlfriend a gift of $2 million. This won't. When you go to the news page, the first thing that catches your eye is a marketing account with the blog name, Social Interest. The title of the news is The Guy Pretends to Be Poor. Miserable gold-digging women break up. Gold-digging women wedding by the guy 2 million cash in the face. Is this me? Without looking at the following half-true detailed description, Zhang Xiaojian clicked on the video. Sure enough, the scene where Poplar grabs the sack upside down and pours out the money begins to play. Stacks of money tilted out of the cloth bag like garbage. The expressions of the people around them were extremely wonderful. written with shock and dismay and hard to believe. The clarity of the video is so high that even some micro-expressions can be seen quite accurately on such a small screen as a cell phone. It wasn't until Bai Yang and Zhang Xiaojian dashed off that the extremely short video was played. Luckily, at that time, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang both had their backs to the camera and did not get any close-ups of their faces. You're on the hot seat yourself? Zhang Xiaojian suddenly felt a bit puzzled. The first time in his life on the hot search. Do you need a screenshot to commemorate it? Something's wrong. After the video exited, Zhang Xiaojian naturally saw the comments below. The way the guy pours the money is so cool. Are there any more ex-boyfriends like that? Please give me a truckload, dog head emoji. Zhang Xiaojian almost didn't spray out. He realized that he was not the protagonist. Everyone thought that the guy who poured money, also known as Bai Yang, was the bride's ex-boyfriend. He, on the other hand, is just a friend of the rich little guy. That's all. Read on down the line. At this point I just want to know what it's like to be married to the bride of a 45-year-old uncle. SHHHH. I'll let you in on a secret. The follow-up storyline is that the bride gets divorced that day and gets back together with her money boyfriend. Of course the least existential comment in the Weibo comments is, am I the only one who hates ex-boyfriends? Click on this comment and below is a neatly organized yes. You're the only one. Returning to the previous interface, Zhang Xiaojian laughed at the various and varied comments, as if the protagonist in this news was not him. Why did my ex only send me a $7.40 red envelope on the day of my wedding? To this day I've never figured out what the hell that means, followed by the comment, 74 equals go to hell. And then later upstairs truth upstairs blind what big truth. Ex-boyfriend forgets to tell ex-girlfriend that he's rich, dog head emoji. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Zhang Xiaojian, who was brushing his blog. Pushing open the door to receive the takeout, Zhang Xiaojian put down his cell phone, opened the lunchbox, ate a few bites, couldn't help but dial Bai Yang's number. Hey, what's the old white man doing? What do you think? What else can I do? Nothing more than traveling through the storm and running over the earth. Haven't been reading much lately. The stinky words are getting better. It's alright. It's alright. I don't know what Brother Little Sword has to offer. Do you realize you're on the hot seat? What the hell am I doing on the hot seat? Forgot your dashing pose pouring money yesterday? Bai Yang was stunned. Really on? Well, 59th on Twitter's Hot 100. They all think you're an ex-boyfriend. So do I need to hold a press conference to clear the air? Or won't I be tarnishing the 24 years of my guarded honor? Fuck off you. Do I transfer the money you need on your end? Or do you want cash? Bai Yang but finally said nonchalantly, let's have a drink together tonight. I'll bring the hard stuff. You wait at home. Okay. Zhang Xiaojian hung up the phone and prettily pinched out the balls in the tofu ball pot. He didn't realize that he was so laid back at home brushing up on his blog that there were news media people downstairs in the neighborhood looking for him like crazy. Jiangqing's local social and livelihood news team rushed to the Jingyang neighborhood at 1:30 p.m. A reporter with a microphone was making his way around, and eventually they identified the location where the scattering of the money had occurred and then spotted a warehouse Bai across the street. The reporter did not hesitate to find the owner of this warehouse Bai, which is a 50-something years old. Saw the camera even primped the hair of Big Mom. Auntie, do you know what happened this morning? Big Mom a grin. Leak hanging teeth. No a young man fell. Hand all the money scattered. Floating in the sky. And do you know what happened afterward? No Then the police came. Our owners group have received a message. Said not to pay back the money will have to be according to the crime of robbery. Then you say the ordinary people how dare not pay all back to pay back the money. And then? Auntie egu a sound. Tone aggravated, you do not know That young man see these people pick up the gold do not know what madness. What he said, he was very touched. Said what the society is thin cool all false. And then recovered the money to give out again. At that, she muttered in a small voice. I just came back late or I would have gotten a share. The reporter laughed, thinking it was too funny, and asked again. Auntie, so what do you think about this? The older woman froze as she heard regarded as looked at, and with another grin she replied honestly. I looked out the window. The long-shot news van was the big show, but the news team eventually failed to find out exactly where Zhang Xiaojian lived. Rather, it is to search a bucket full of interviews to add oil and vinegar, especially nothing to walk the old man and woman. The moment they see the camera, as if they saw the cell phone self-timer camera, that posture, that smile, it is difficult to say. Fortunately, they eventually found the Jingyang police station, found Jiang Min, and restored the truth. After poking around, the reporter tried to get Jiang Min to contact Zhang Xiaojian, but was forcefully rebuffed by the veteran film police officer who has been working at the grassroots level for more than a decade. Reasoning, do you guys think that someone who can throw $100,000 at random would care about an interview? He's not that idle. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaojin's vigor of wanting to take money and contribute it to society more or less made Jiang Min think highly of him and naturally wanted to protect him a little. But in reality, Jiang Min felt that Zhang Xiaojin, who was not idle, was now idle, accurately pinching out and eating the last meatball mixed with powdered noodles at the bottom of the soup. The very idle Zhang Xiaojin burped. He leaned his back against the back of the chair, not daring to exert himself, as the legs were still padded with 2 books. Looking at the ceiling, which was already moldy around the edges, Zhang Xiaojin wondered if he should buy a house. Indeed, we should buy it. This shitty house should have been long overdue to continue living in. But buying a house is such a pain in the ass. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaojin decided to forget about it today. This house was broken, but it was still livable for a few more days. He had been working since he graduated from his 3rd university, and except for the holidays which, though the word was 2 days a week, were actually no less than overtime, he had been riding the bus, squeezing the subway, writing papers, and doing forms. Now that I'm finally free, I'll sleep comfortably for 2 days first. Water-filled Zhang Xiaojin fell back into bed. This sleep without dreaming, until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He rubbed his bleary eyes before waking up again. I had just washed my face when a knock came into my ears. Zhang Xiaojin took a dry towel and wiped his face while opening the door. When he opened the door, the towel happened to block his eyes. He turned around without even looking and said, "What kind of delicious food did you buy? I'm not too hungry right now. How did you know I bought groceries?" Standing in the doorway, wearing denim backpack pants, Yi Moju, whose eyes were as pure as stars, opened wide and asked, putting down the towel. Zhang Xiaojin turned around and saw Yi Moju. "Why you?" Yi Moju murmured a and finally, without explanation, playfully said, "That's me." Looking at the transparent plastic bag she was carrying in her hand with meat and vegetables, Zhang Xiaojin was speechless for a moment, thinking that girls are so proactive now? You're going to cook for the family after just one meeting? Or is it because he's just so handsome? Bah! Zhang Xiaojin had a clear perception of himself. Although he was not bad looking, he would never be able to make a girl take such initiative. Then Yi Moju is so proactive now. Naturally because of money. Zhang Xiaojin originally had a good impression of Yi Moju, but now it did change from very good to very bad. However, he was only an ordinary person after all, and although he knew that Yi Moju had come here with no intention of getting drunk, he still said, "Come in first." Yi Moju stepped into this small, broken house and first placed the dishes she had bought on the table, then pursed her small red lips and said, "There are 2 things I want to talk to you about." Zhang Xiaojin sat down and nodded. "Go ahead." He really didn't have the vigor of those overbearing CEOs. If he was an overbearing CEO, wouldn't he say you get lost? "The first thing is that I was in too much of a hurry this morning and took a chance on you. Not you on me." Then, Zhang Xiaojin didn't understand what Yi Moju was talking about this for. Yi Moju took a deep breath and said softly, "So to make amends and apologize, I want to cook you a meal, okay?" Zhang Xiaojin, the city set is deep. I want to go back to the countryside. What is the meaning of this? After thinking for half a day and not coming up with an explanation, Zhang Xiaojin could only remain silent. But looking at the expression became pitiful, a look of pleading, that pair of black and white clear pure as a farmer's spring eyes. How could he say no? Okay, so the second thing? Yi Moju waved her little fists happily, just short of shouting out a "Wai." Then she replied, "Can we say the second thing after dinner?" Helplessly Zhang Xiaojin had to say, "Okay, but my kitchen is a little bit." Yi Moju puffed up her little pink cheeks and rolled up her sleeves. "It's fine. I'm very good at this." Zhang Xiaojin felt that the script was wrong. He didn't know exactly where it was wrong, and he didn't dare to ask. He just watched as Yi Moju rushed into the kitchen that was so small that it was only one long strip and it was a struggle to turn around. Yi Moju didn't lie. A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not, whether it's wiping the pot, washing vegetables, or mopping the floor, cutting meat. She did it in an organized way, without a trace of panic, skilled to the point of not being able to do it. Listening to the sounds of duong, duong, duong in the kitchen, Zhang Xiaojin inexplicably felt that the picture before him had a smoldering beauty. Yi Moju, who was holding a kitchen knife, revealed a small section of her white arm. Her exposed side face was focused and serious, and a beam of light from nowhere fell on her body, gilding it with a layer of radiance. The cutest part was her 2 little twists that bounced around her shoulders to the rhythm of the chopping. Although he knew that this girl had ulterior motives, Zhang Xiaojin could not help but think in his heart that this girl was a bit cute. Yi Moju didn't know what Zhang Xiaojin was thinking deep down. She finished chopping the meat stuffing neatly and turned her head and also asked, "Can you eat spicy food?" Zhang Xiaojin said with difficulty, "Yes, but can you stop being so cute?" Eventually he sighed again and couldn't help but ask himself again in his mind, Did he spring back to life because he had completely let go? Now he is not looking at a sow will feel clear-eyed? Yi Mozhu was still busy in the kitchen. Zhang Xiaojian wanted to act as if nothing had happened, but he couldn't help but look at it for a couple of moments. Time was passing by. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly thought of a problem. Bai Yang should be arriving soon. If he saw a beautiful girl cooking in his house, would he be unable to defend himself? Would this poor-mouthed kid just call out to Yi Mozhu as sister-in-law? Think of Chow Chow and Chow Chow. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xiaojian arrived at the door, his head spinning in 1,000 directions, but in the end, he could only give up and open the door. Then his mouth grew slightly demented. Suyu stood outside the door playfully, carrying 2 or 3 lunchboxes in her hand, and when she saw Zhang Xiaojian's expression, she asked with a cluster of eyebrows, "What? Not welcome? No. What brings you here?" Suyu heard voices coming from the house, and a woman's sixth sense suddenly erupted at that moment. "What? There's a woman?" Zhang Xiaojian turned sideways and said with slight embarrassment, there is one." Seeing Zhang Xiaojian make way, Suyu walked into the house with a murderous rage, carrying the meal he had brought with him. Then she and Yi Mozhu in the kitchen looked at each other, and Zhang Xiaojian seemed to see a spark. An introduction? Suyu sized up Yi Mozhu and realized that this girl's eyes were pure and flawless, and after seeing herself, she actually smiled. And the most damnable thing was, why did she give birth to 2 such good-looking pair swirls? Zhang Xiaojian took a look to his left and then looked again. This one. Suyu. This one. Yi Mozhu. Hello sister Suyu. Yi Mozhu in the kitchen half sidestepped and nodded politely. You're the sister. Your whole family is the sister. Suyu, a wave of anger rushed up to her chest. What is the most taboo for women? Is age. Just looking at Yi Mozhu still smiling innocently at herself, Suyu had to force down her anger. Don't call me sister. Call me old. Just call me Suyu. Okay sister Suyu. Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly took the rice Suyu brought and placed it on the table saying, Sit down first. Sit down first. Turning his head, he added to Yi Mozhu, that one cooks less. Suyu also brought a meal. Yi Mozhu let out a no sound, looked at Zhang Xiaojian and then Suyu, and asked, It's a girlfriend, isn't it? Am I disturbing you guys? Suyu took a deep breath. Zhang Xiaojian quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense. With a roll of her eyes, Yi Mozhu sensed that there seemed to be some stories between the two that she couldn't tell explicitly, and hurriedly continued her dinner business. Then, Zhang Xiaojian and Suyu looked at each other. To tell the truth, these 2 years the two have met very little. One because Suyu became a stewardess is too busy, every day flying all over the world. The second is because the contact class circle is different. Naturally it is difficult to be like a child that always stay together. Suyu had always been bosom friends with Zhao Linlin, from childhood to adulthood, and had nothing to say to each other. So with what happened 3 months ago and yesterday, Zhang Xiaojian didn't blame Suyu for taking Zhao Linlin's side. It was just a glance, and both of them circumvented it after an instant. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaojian said that she grew up to be strong is a fact, but the latter sentence mind is always used crookedly. In fact, there is gas in it. If you have to get to the bottom of it, I'm afraid that it's because when Suyu was a child, she saw what other people had, and she herself had to have it, and after she grew up, she wanted to climb up the branch as a phoenix. After she grew up, she wanted to climb up the branch and become a phoenix, and her desire to be a phoenix has never been hidden. This might also be called honesty, at least unlike many girls in society nowadays, who obviously wanted money but always pretended to be innocent, always doing something like being a whore and standing on a pedestal. If Suyu were to be put into this adjective, her manifesto would be old lady is going to be a whore. Of course, that's just an inappropriate analogy. After the two had looked at each other, Suyu was the first to speak. I've come for 2 things. Feeling that the lines of this game were somewhat familiar, Zhang Xiaojian couldn't help but glance at Yi Mozhu in the kitchen and found that she was indeed glancing this way with her afterglow, with a look of perked up ears. Suyu does not care. The first thing, I apologize to you. Yesterday's words were too much vitriol. In fact, it is my own problem. I thought a lot yesterday about the question of whether material wealth and happiness are related to each other, and finally got the answer is that there is a correlation, but not completely related to each other. So Linlin's choice may not necessarily be the right one, and I should not have stood on her side by simply looking at it from a realistic point of view. Also, I did drift off in the past 2 years, always looking down on this and that, and at one point I looked down on your work, but it never occurred to me at all that work and character are really all unrelated. Zhang Xiaojian smiled as he listened to these words. I dislike sensationalism the most, so what about the second piece? Suyu thought about it and had to say, the second one allows me to percolate. Zhang Xiaojian furrowed his sword brows and asked, do you women all like to sell out? Before the words were finished, the knock of a knock on the door sounded again. Well, the main event of the day has finally arrived. Zhang Xiaojian opened the door and looked at the stupid big Bai Yang who was carrying a roasted chicken and hanging a smile and split his head and scolded. Don't you damn well tell me that you have two things going for you too. Bai Yang was dumbfounded. What's the situation? What two things? Had he done something wrong? That's not right. I didn't do anything to provoke Zhang Xiaojian. Wasn't he wrong? Was he wrong about the $59 a piece roast chicken he bought? Today's dinner was scrumptious. All from the guests. The torn roast chicken and sliced beef and sauce were brought by Bai Yang. A large plate of boiled fish in addition to crayfish as well as veggie fried greens is Su Yu's. Yi Maju made 4 dishes, respectively, home-style cold dishes, braised chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, as well as chili pepper fried meat. A look and a sniff. You can tell that this dish is made of color and flavor, because the table was really a bit small. A total of 9 dishes had to be crammed together by stacking the plates. In addition to the narrow table, the living room was also so small that if 4 people were to be forcibly squeezed, they were afraid that it would be a struggle to even lift their chopsticks. So in the end, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang decided to eat standing up, while Yi Maju and Suyu could enjoy the women's right of first refusal and sit on the 2 chairs padded with books. Tomorrow I'm going to buy a house. Zhang Xiaojian, who felt rushed, thought so with certainty as well as certainty. Bai Yang, on the other hand, looked left and right. Obviously he has been in a state of confusion. It is not good to say that the 2 brothers drink wine. Why are there 2 beautiful women here? Suyu is off the hook. Poplar is familiar. But who is this cute girl in front of me with a little apron hanging and a team of twists? Do not remember Zhang Xiaojian know such a girl. The name is also good. Yi Maju. How bookish. Brother Bai Yang, you bought the roasted chicken from Old Li's family, right? When Yi Maju spoke, her eyes curved, the corners of her mouth smiled, and 2 small pear swirls surfaced on her pink face. Looking at her smiling face, Bai Yang subconsciously, well, it's Old Li's family, queuing up for half an hour. At the same time, he made a note in his mind that afterward, he must hang Zhang Xiaojian for questioning. Where in the world did this girl cheat from? Then he casually caught a chicken wing and put it in his mouth to chew, and a feeling of extreme satisfaction suddenly grew in his heart. Bai Yang swore that he had never eaten chicken wings this good. These chicken wings? What happened to the chicken wings? Out of curiosity, Zhang Xiaojian and Suyu each chucked a piece, and after placing it in their mouths, it felt as if the chicken wings melted away, the delicious soup instantly hitting the taste buds, and a sense of fulfillment that had just risen in Bai Yang appeared in both of their hearts at the same time. The 3 of them looked at Yi Maju together. Yummy! Yi Maju smiled sweetly. I told you I'm good at kitchen stuff. Once again, the 3 of them all placed their chopsticks at the same time, this time aiming for the sweet and sour pork. The end result of this meal was that the 4 dishes made by Yi Maju were swept away, while the things bought by Suyu and Bai Yang were barely touched. The reason it was swept away was naturally because it was delicious. Even like Suyu, this kind of sort of seen some of the world, have been to some of the famous museum people also have to admit that Yi Maju cooking skills, if she opened a small restaurant, on the sale of home cooking are sure to be full every day. Yi Maju smiled when she saw that her cooking was so popular, so she became more and more adorable. After cleaning up the dining table, Zhang Xiaojian patted his belly, looked at Suyu, and looked at Yi Maju. I'm not going to lie. You all told me 2 things today, and both said one and hid the other. Now who's going to say the second thing first? Without hesitation, Suyu said to Yi Maju, you first. Yi Maju bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to open the door and said, I need $500,000. Poplar, who was drinking water, took a sip and spewed it out. Suyu, who was sitting on the chair, looked towards Zhang Xiaojian, the doubt in her eyes growing stronger. Although I knew before that Yi Maju was either a traitor or a thief for nothing, but at first hearing this figure, Zhang Xiaojian, who has not been rich for 2 days and cannot get rid of the thinking of small farmers, still shivered. The little girl has a big appetite. What kind of setup is this when you ask for $500,000? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Yi Maju's frank face feeling puzzled and couldn't help but ask, what do you need $500,000 for? My classmate's father is in ICU. Isn't that an 8-point relationship? Dog blood. Suyu thought of these 2 words in an instant, and the distance that had been drawn closer to Yi Maju because of this meal was cut off at once. However, she still didn't open her mouth and just looked at Zhang Xiaojian silently like this. Bai Yang's expression was tangled together, because he didn't want to jump to judgment without knowing what happened. But I'm afraid that this lack of wanting to do so could be attributed to the fact that he had too good of an impression of Yi Maju. Zhang Xiaojian was not a fool. In this age of information explosion, even the dumbest of people who have heard and read more will be on the defensive. Can you be more specific? Zhang Xiaojian asked. Yi Maju decided to go out on a limb. How specific do I need to be? Be as specific as you can. Yimaju nodded his head and began to speak in the same extremely fast speech that he had used to call the police at the entrance of the Jingyang neighborhood before. My classmate's name is Li Mingji. He went to college on financial aid. His family was poor and he grew up in the countryside. I don't really know him that well. I just found out about this the day before yesterday. And my best friend is his girlfriend. The exact time was about 5 days ago, when Li Mingji's father hit a cement tanker on the side of the road due to alcohol consumption, hemorrhaging plus multiple comminuted fractures. His family just can't afford a week in the ICU without healthcare or insurance. Not to mention that this kind of injury is not a one-week problem. Once I found out, my girlfriends and I have been helping him raise money, but it's a drop in the bucket, and the school hasn't started a fundraiser yet. So I came here this morning to talk to a teacher who didn't have a class about it, and then I ran into you. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaojian understood the cause and effect. At that time, when he gave Yimaju $20,000, Yimaju directly accepted frankly should be this reason. He asked, so where were you this afternoon, and why didn't you just talk to me? Yimaju helplessly said, we just met. I was not determined to find you. I went to beg my parents in the afternoon. They are willing to take some money, plus you gave me 20,000. I went to the hospital to pay, but listen to the doctor said that even if you consider the special poverty-stricken families and so on, but also at least another $500,000. Yimaju finally sighed. I came when I had no choice. By now. Although the story sounded full of holes, Zhang Xiaojian just believed 90% of it, because from one of the simplest logic, there is no way Yimaju would make up the father of her best friend's boyfriend. It's too roundabout. If she wanted to cheat people she would definitely make up a next of kin, or at least shed a couple of tears to gain sympathy because of the next of kin drama. He said, then why don't you just say so and make the meal? Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand how the matter of saving people like putting out a fire could be held back until now. Yimaju pursed up his lower lip, eyes flickered and timidly said, my father is a cook, so the first thing I knew as a child was the truth. Just what? Bai Yang asked as he looked at Yimaju, who seemed to have some difficulty in speaking. Eating people's mouths is short. Yimaju revealed a slightly embarrassed smile. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Yimaju and was left with only one thought. He wanted to say, girl, may I ask if you grew up eating cuteness? Zhang Xiaojian had always believed that it was difficult for simple people to exist in this world nowadays, because they all live in the age of information explosion. All people have the ability to learn what they want to know through a variety of channels. With more information, people know more, and the more they know, the more complex they become. And those who can remain simple with such a huge bombardment of information are already very rare. So the 80s in white became the simple era in people's memory. So when the old people now look at the children as young as 2 or 3 years old will be fiddling with cell phones iPad when they will lament that they are old, cannot keep up with the times. At the same time the heart is incredibly nostalgic for those silly years. And who is stupid in this age? No one is stupid. The mind is getting more and more mindful. The personalization of individualism is getting worse and worse. And people are becoming more and more cold and detached from each other. Zhang Xiaojian didn't dare to decide whether this was true or not, but eating people's short mouths was too real. Is this kind of detail something that a liar can do? It's obviously a fool. And if Yimaju wasn't a liar, she was really just a girl who ran her legs off for her best friend's boyfriend's father. Wasn't it also too innocent for her to even still think that the truth of eating people's mouths is short applied to a rich man like Zhang Xiaojian? Is there really such a person in this world? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Yimaju and looked at her eyes, and then fucking believed 90% of it. It is not that he saw Yimaju with the purity of the eyes. He just hit the heart. Want to bet on the true goodness and beauty is really there. The most important thing is that $500,000 for the current him is indeed in 50 cents does not have any difference. So Zhang Xiaojian said, give me the bank card number. Zhang Xiaojian took out his cell phone. Bai Yang and Suyu froze, both looking at Zhang Xiaojian with some disbelief. To their ears, there are actually a lot of holes in this and it doesn't look like the story is perfect. Don't. $500,000 is not a small amount. Bai Yang pressed down on Zhang Xiaojian's hand that picked up the cell phone. Zhang Xiaojian, there's no need to be so nervous. Bai Yang and Suyu looked at Yimaju. Yimaju took a deep breath and said to Zhang Xiaojian, why don't you guys come with me to take a look, then we'll know if it's true or not. Zhang Xiaojian felt that really went to see this thing instead of meaning. So he said, first add WeChat. Send me your card number. Bai Yang and Suyu froze, both looking at Zhang Xiaojian with some disbelief. To their ears, there are actually a lot of holes in this and it doesn't look like the story is perfect. Yimaju pursed her lips for a moment when she heard this, and honestly took out her cell phone and added Zhang Xiaojian's WeChat, then sent her bank card number over. Zhang Xiaojian operated very casually for a short while, and Yimaju's cell phone came with a beep arrival ring. When she saw the transfer message 5000000, the little girl subconsciously clenched her pink fists. Two things need to be said. Zhang Xiaojian leaned against the wall and stretched out a finger. 1. since you want to be a good person, this money will be kept by you. And every penny spent without a penny, there should be a hospital bill. Aha. 2. Don't disclose that I took the money. I like to do good deeds without leaving my name. Yi Maju seriously said. Write a note. This money, if they can't pay it back, I'll pay it back later. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. Count it as my donation. No. Said she took out the paper and pen from the bag. Brush wrote on the IOUs. The proximity of her IOUs, Zhang Xiaojian asked. Really do not need to go to see? Zhang Xiaojian nodded. No. WeChat will contact you again. Go now. Yi Maju nodded and rushed out of the broken house. Only before he could step on the steps, he turned back, came to the front door, bowed very solemnly and said, I thank you on behalf of Yuan Yuan and Mingji and his parents. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand and smiled as he felt that he could win the bet. Is this a rich man's pleasure? Really used to feel the same way about spending 50 cents. Ding. Hidden achievement, good people doing good things, get strong buff, 24 hours. Zhang Xiaojian had just taken out a cigarette and was about to light it when he saw this message and immediately felt a slight dryness coming from every cell of his body. And hidden achievements? Zhang Xiaojian thought breathlessly. Shouldn't there be a list of achievements? The list didn't pop up in his head along with his thoughts, but rather those changes on the character attributes panel were clear to see. Strength, 30 plus 10. Toughness, 1 plus 10. Agility, 10 plus 10. Intelligence, 15. Without having the time to read the description of the suffix, Zhang Xiaojian saw Bai Yang standing directly across from him in a huff. He said, Are you out of your mind? Giving out $500,000 just like that? Suyu was also hard to understand. She wasn't sure now why Zhang Xiaojian suddenly became so rich, but invariably even doing a good deed shouldn't be so hasty. Bai Yang and Suyu had the same thought. What if she's a fraud? If you want to donate shouldn't you also go and look around a little bit? Zhang Xiaojian said. Then put up a $5 million bounty on her in the posting of a finder's bulletin and find her to sue her for fraud. Listening to his stinking high, Bai Yang was helpless. And Suyu said, Alright, it's too late to say anything now. The people have all left. Zhang Xiaojian didn't want to continue dwelling on Yi Maju's topic as he asked, What about you? What's your second thing? Suyu stood up and said as if inquiring, Why don't you see me off? While walking, Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head. Alright, Poplar sat down on his butt. I'll watch the house. The lights are on and night is falling. Zhang Xiaojian and Suyu walked side by side in the neighborhood where the illumination lights were not very good. Suyu is still beautiful today, although she is only wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, but her 1.72 m height in addition to the clothes rack-like body seems to be able to wear no matter what she wears a supermodel model. The dim streetlights reflected the angular face, which was described in online terms as beautifully aggressive. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the side of her face and said, I remember when I knew you. You weren't good looking either. It's such a spoiler of an opening line, but it's also tantamount to a variation of complimenting Suyu on how good she looks now. Suyu, however, laughed. Women have changed a lot, but it's you who haven't changed much over the years. The two of them talked about what they had and what they didn't while walking until they reached the cell door. Suyu stood still. Okay, I'm brewing up. Zhang Xiaojian realized that the streetlight at the gate was bright and squinted. Speak, Suyu asked simply and bluntly. We're still friends, right? Zhang Xiaojian was first stunned for a moment and didn't say anything, just glanced at her like she was an idiot. Suyu was helpless and gave Zhang Xiaojian a blank stare. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and didn't say anything else, but he remembered a lot of past events. Yi Moju, who got the money, also arrived at the hospital at this time, and ran all the way to prepare to go to the ICU to tell the good news to Yuan Yuan, who should be outside the door ready to keep vigil. She just didn't wait to walk into the hospital before she saw Hope and the crowd of people hurrying down the street not far away. Hope, Yi Maju shouted uncertainly. Wang Yuan, who was still quite good-looking, obviously had some abnormal emotions when she saw Yi Maju, and she rushed towards Yi Maju to hug her fiercely under the streetlight, and cried out with a wow sound. What's wrong? Wang Yuan took out a cell phone and handed it to Yi Maju. Look. Yi Maju took it, clicked on it and then his fingers began to scratch rapidly. His face became more and more ugly. It was close to 8 o'clock when I got home. Bai Yang was sitting on the table and was swiping his phone. And by the look on his face, he knew that he was looking at his hot buttons. After a day of adding to the hot search list, the story titled, Guy Gives His Ex-Girlfriend a Gift of $2 million, has risen from 59th place, all the way to 20th. Zhang Xiaojian snatched his cell phone. Alright, don't look, Bai Yang said with an excited face. Little sword, you have to know that this is most likely the pinnacle of my life. Isn't it a bit too inhumane for you to take away my cell phone like this? Zhang Xiaojian sat down and was seeing the mesmerizing colors of the night outside the window. Then his mind moved. I think we should go and feel the nightlife of Jiangcheng. Poplar asked rhetorically. A bar? Zhang Xiaojian nodded. He had slept twice during the day today, and now that he had the buff boost, he was energized to the core. And most importantly, he was now rich. Let's go to the hottest bar in Zhengcheng. Poplar froze once again, asking rhetorically, where's the hottest bar? Zhang Xiaojian. Once again, the facts prove that class is everywhere. And for Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, having money is not everything. At least now, the two of them, once poor losers, had no idea where the hottest bar in Zhengcheng was. Lazy internet search. The internet may not be true. Bai Yang said, a while ago colleague's birthday went to a bar. The resident girl sang very good. Let's go. The singing bar is old as soon as you hear the name. But even though the LED light box at the entrance is dusty, a few luxury cars can still be seen, seemingly tenaciously proving that there is something inside this bar. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang walked into the bar as the song came out. The title of the song is immediately recognizable as Happy Breakup, and the little sister who sings has short hair and heavy makeup, half leaning on a high stool, holding a mic stand with a clip-on microphone in one hand, her voice twanging beautifully. It's just, who the hell sings that song these days? Often come to this kind of pure karaoke bar will immediately understand. This is definitely not the resident singer's own choice. Must be a tycoon off-stage point. In the middle of the song, a bar service boy nimbly came in front of the two. Sorry sir, the seats are almost all full. There's only one front row half-pack card table left now, just with low consumption. The offset is how much the base spend must reach to be seated. In the past, you would have to ask how much is the low cost, but now Zhang Xiaojian has no worries at all. Okay, if you have a seat, it's okay. As soon as he heard that this customer didn't even ask how much the low-cost amount was, Xiao knew that it was another plainly dressed, but never poorly paid owner. Under his leadership, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang took their seats. This half-wrapped card table is in the first row, stage left, in a great location. The service boy picked up the price list and was about to hand it to Zhang Xiaojian. The low consumption here is, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand and interrupted. Just come with a set of the most expensive ones, and 2 more boxes of soft china. The little brother immediately nodded his head in response. It had been a month since he had last encountered a hoarder who ordered a top set, and today's order had quadrupled his monthly salary. Bai Yang was helpless. Is it necessary to come to the most expensive? Very much so. Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself that he had eaten the loss of consumption level in the past 2 days. That there are 10 billionaires who eat casserole fritters at noon, but also do not even order a small dish? He had to spend money, and only if he spent enough would the points go up enough, fast enough. Therefore, in the future, no matter where he went, Zhang Xiaojian made up his mind that he would just come to the most expensive one anyway. It seems that the voice in the card table over here reached a short distance away, and immediately 2 little beauties with 70% makeup came to the door to strike up a conversation. One of the tall beauties sat directly beside Zhang Xiaojian and asked, handsome guy, just the 2 of you? Bai Yang, a turd that has seen this battle, a look at the ultra-short skirt, immediately froze and nodded. Short of a drink together? The beautiful woman added, speaking naturally as she did so, and it was clear that she hadn't done much of this. Zhang Xiaojian didn't care. Anyway, he was out to play. There were girls who naturally had a better atmosphere. He waved his hand and said, sit down. Feel free to order whatever you want. I knew it was a tycoon before, and now when I heard this, the 2 little beauties' eyes met, and they knew that they had met the right person today. In fact, not only Bai Yang is a turd, Zhang Xiaojian is also a turd. Both of them do not know the real identity of these 2 girls as the resident, year-round in the major nightclubs to hang out, generally is to accompany the customers to drink. They are in the drink to take a cut. The more you drink the more you draw. As for whether something else can happen, it depends on whether the looks are good, the chat is good, and the offer is generous enough. In a short while, all kinds of drinks and snacks on the table, enough to have a 2-meter-long table full before giving up. Zhang Xiaojian didn't care if it was that brand of wine. He didn't recognize it anyway. After a brief chat, the 2 of them knew that Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang were by no means veterans of the nightclub, but they were, so after 2 glasses of horse piss, the atmosphere got better and better. It's just that the song is getting more and more awkward the more you listen to it. The first song that came through the door was Happy Breakup. Just after the song came There's a Love Called Letting Go. It's so hard to finish, and then The Day We Broke Up, and that's not all. Followed by Break Up That Fall, Break Up in Tears, I'm Really Hurt, and Happier Than I Am. Is it over yet? Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand, and the service boy on standby on one side arrived at his side. What's going on in your bar? Why are you guys splitting up all the time? Little brother laughed bitterly. Brother, this is all card 3 Taiwan ordered songs. 400 a song. The bar on this rule. Point what must be sung ah. People spend money we have no trick ah. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. Then I'll order a song too. The little brother asked. What song do you order? I'll arrange it for you to go. Start by giving me 10 happy songs. Remember to be happy and still high. And don't give me lyrical songs. Got it? Okay, little brother. I understand. The beautiful women sitting beside Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang respectively exchanged another glance, and they could tell that something different appeared in their eyes. Zhang Xiaojian, in addition to the dress, almost looks really not bad, especially the pair of eyebrows, thick into a sword. Set off the 5 features all look much more heroic. Moreover, this guy is generous. The top set of more money. Not to mention, listen to the song is not satisfied. Then first point 10 songs, obvious tycoon style. Leading the order to go to the service boy is also fortunate not to dishonor the order. And soon that thick makeup short hair resident singer spoke. Next the song learning to cackle for the card one of the 2 handsome boys, Zhang Xiaojian, who was lifting his wine glass to drink, almost didn't spray out. Okay, it's better than dividing it up. No matter how badly the song has been criticized by the literati, as long as the song goes, let's learn to purr together, the whole audience would chant, meow 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 meow. The originally somewhat sad atmosphere was instantly washed away, and the guests all cheered up, but Gao Qingsong, who was sitting in card 3 and accompanied by a long-haired beauty, was not happy. He was the same customer who had binge-ordered the breakup song earlier, because today was the saddest day of his 19-year life, to be precise. He hadn't even fallen in love yet, and his imaginary relationship had ended. He wanted to listen to sad songs, because the right response to his mood, and occasionally hear a certain lyrics in those songs. He will also be red-eyed, feeling that this fucking say is their own touching not. Regardless, Gao Qingsong didn't allow himself to listen to any learning to catcall in such a mood, and he beckoned. The service boy came to him, and Gao Qingsong, I'll order 10 more songs. How sad. Preferably related to breakups. Little brother knew that this customer was in a bad mood and did not dare to mess with it, and immediately went to make arrangements again. After learning to catcall, the resident female singer was clearly comfortable, and many of the next songs that fired up the atmosphere were brought out by her one by one, and the atmosphere in the room reached its peak. The atmosphere of card 1 also reached its peak, and Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, who were playing dice and drinking wine, were completely in the mood under the leadership of the 2 nightclub veterans. Occasionally, Poplar would carefully place his hand on the large white leg of the girl beside him, who didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaojian didn't do it, but he found that the girl beside him was sticking closer and closer, and occasionally he would always use it was at such a moment that the short-haired resident sang the old Jingxian Zhang song Breakpoint. That's a total bummer. Originally, according to Zhang Xiajian's character, and will not go to intentionally fight on so 1 or 2, but to know that yesterday he attended the wedding of his ex-girlfriend, although now put down very thoroughly, but listening to these songs, but bound to feel very annoyed. Zhang Xiaojian beckoned and the service boy came to his side. What time do you proof? The service boy didn't understand what Zhang Xiaojian meant by asking this and returned. 4 o'clock. Zhang Xiaojian asked. What time is it now? The little sister next to me replied. It's less than 10. Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath. You go and order songs for me, all the way up to proofing. Count as many songs as you have. But remember, don't let anyone else order a song. Just say that it's full. As for what type of songs to order, Hearing this, the girl's hand shook as she held the glass, knowing that this time she had stumbled upon a real tycoon. The service boy first let out an ah, and then he heard Zhang Xiaojian add, send me another beer set per table and tell everyone to get high. Okay, brother. At the sound of ordering a drink, he was a million times happier. All 35 tables. A table of beer set. He can share a lot again. Today is really lucky. Actually ran into such a hoe. Breaking Point was followed by 10 years all the way through to the final song, Becoming, where the sad series finally came to an end. The beer sets ordered by Zhang Xiaojian were delivered to every table at this time under a deliberate arrangement. The resident short-haired singer picked up the microphone. 1 card for the whole beer set. So let's give a little applause and cheer, shall we? With over 30 tables, I don't know how many people let out strange cries that were deafening for a while. Powerful music also started at the right time. A classic rock and roll English song, which was perfectly interpreted by her hoarse voice, and many people made rock and roll gestures and threw up their heads to the rhythm. Rightfully so. Gao Qingsong was unhappy again as he called out to the waiter and said with some anger, order a song. The waiter, however, looked embarrassed and said, I'm sorry sir, today's song is fully ordered. Order full? Gao Qingsong took a deep breath as he looked at the beer set that had just been delivered to the table, saying it was a gift from card 1 to every table in the room. Nega, is there anyone richer than me in this shitty bar? As it turns out, not all rich kids are stupid. At least Gao Qingsong isn't, because he's not causing any trouble. He was very upset that Zhang Xiaojian had ordered all the songs tonight, but he was a rich man after all, and he knew that rich people were all a bit powerful, and it was best not to mess with them until he could feel the realities. On his way out, he happened to meet a group of drunken students going to eat a toast. Gao Qingsong stood in the distance and saw Zhang Xiaojian, made sure to memorize the guy's appearance, and then turned around to leave. He was going to go find a small bar where no one would fight him to order a song and continue to drink and listen to songs to soothe his feelings. Zhang Xiaojian doesn't realize that a 19-year-old boy has memorized his face and that they will meet again soon. I'm afraid this night was one of the hippest nights at the singing bar in almost a month. Because of the landlord, because of the singer's sellout performance, and because of the group of drunken customers, Zhang Xiaojian, who finally realized the pleasure of spending money, later refilled the drinks twice and gave a lot of flowers to the young singers who sang really well. Later, many people came to card a toast. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang is not good not to receive a cup of drink until almost dawn. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaojian would probably have gotten down long ago. Tonight, he wondered if it was because of the strong buff that had boosted his fitness so much that he was still sober even when Poplar, who was usually a much better drinker than he was starting to hit the slant in his walkway. As for the two little sisters, they were on the verge of hanging on to Bai Yang and Zhang Xiaojian by the end of the drink. Zhang Xiaojian had no interest in this area because his sanity was still quite clear, and he really didn't dare to imagine how this girl's face would look under her heavy makeup. As for Poplar, naturally a story took place that took all night. Did not go home. The hotel opened 3 deluxe rooms. There is a useless. Zhang Xiaojian lived in one. The other naturally lived 3 people. After taking a bath, Zhang Xiaojian comfortably slept. It was still 8 a.m. When I opened my eyes again, and the biological clock I'd kept for 2 years was finally an hour late. Getting up and washing up, pushing open the door of his room, Zhang Xiaojian asked the hotel service staff where breakfast was. Nice hotel. Seems to be on the stars. The place for breakfast was on the 29th floor. The floor-to-ceiling windows seemed to have just been polished and brightened, and the early morning Jiangcheng came into view from afar. No grandiose aspirations were born, as Zhang Xiaojian's life seemed to have arrived at the end of ordinary people early because he was too rich. Luckily, he's only an overnight success and still has plenty of desire to buy and spend. Otherwise it might be boring to do nothing every day. Eat well, wear good clothes, and have fun, right? Thinking about all these has-beens, Zhang Xiaojian ate away a plate of shrimp dumplings that should be expensive but he didn't care. Then picked up a paper towel and wiped his mouth while thinking whether he should go buy a house or a car today. Buying a house and a car will always bring confusion to the young generation with a little bit of money, because the money is not enough to buy both. Want a house because the sense of stability in the heart to occupy more. Want a car is undoubtedly in the heart of the idea of wanting to go to the waves more. Zhang Xiaojian does not have the problem of choosing one or the other. He has to buy both. It is just a matter of what to buy first and what to buy later. Soon he made the decision to buy a car first, not because he wanted to go on a wave, but simply because it was easier and quicker to buy a car than a house, without all the red tape. Plus, it's always easier to drive yourself. After deciding to buy a car, he opened his cell phone and was ready to take a look at it, only to realize that it seemed like he should have changed his cell phone first. I have to wait for Poplar anyway, so I might as well go downstairs and check it out. Below the hotel is one of the 3 major business districts in Jiangcheng. It was easy to find the Huawei store on the side of the road, and Zhang Xiaojian walked into the store that had just opened, ushering in a very enthusiastic salesperson. After casually dealing with a couple of sentences, the sales lady asked again, and at what approximate price level would the gentleman like to choose a phone? Zhang Xiaojian swept the counter and saw the Huawei Mate 20 in the center, priced at 13999. Just this one. The sales lady was a little unsure, and hurriedly scurried in to open the counter, taking out this model, by far the most expensive in the store. This is the Mate 20 Porsche, and there's a red one. Take a look. With that, he handed it over, because usually people who buy cell phones try out the real thing. Apparently she misunderstood. Zhang Xiaojian's this was just buy this. No, too black, too red. Wrap it up for me. The sales lady was overjoyed at the news, and not only did she open a bill early in the morning, but she also opened a large bill of more than $50,000. Swipe the card. Pay. On the verge she said to Zhang Xiaojian, "That sir, there is a promotion in the store now. You bought 4 cell phones. Every over 3,000 will be given away. And the prizes are rice cooker and weigher." Receiving the bag with the cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian interrupted with a smile. "The giveaway is for you." After buying a cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian did not rush back to the hotel. He estimated that Bai Yang absolutely could not get up at this point. Walking into the mall, he decided to stop by and change his line. It's just that buying clothes and buying electronics are 2 different concepts. Electronics must be the more expensive the better the performance. Clothes are not. In Zhang Xiaojian's concept, The clothes should be comfortable, sharp and clean. So that's good. He didn't shop at luxury stores. Even though he could now buy every luxury item in this mall with his wealth, he still bought a lot at Adidas. The comfort of the sports brand is still unquestionable. Changed a line of Zhang Xiaojin comfortable a lot. Looked at the time, or early, had to blindly sneak around for a while. It was 11 o'clock when we got back to the hotel and the sun was up. When he came to the door of Poplar's room, he heard chattering inside. Zhang Xiaojin wasn't sure if anything happened last night or not. But anyway, after knocking on the door, he gave the two girls two red Mate 20 cell phone bags, seeing the latest model, and only this kind of unit price of tens of thousands of dollars of cell phones. The two girls' nose, thinking last night was worth it. It was Poplar who was a bit depressed, knowing that it was inconvenient for the girl to speak. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. You guys go. We have things to do in a while, so we won't stay. The truth that eating people's mouths is short and taking people's hands is soft is manifested in this moment. The two girls picked up the cloth bag of the new cell phone, so they smiled and said goodbye to Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, not forgetting to discharge before leaving. And Zhang Xiaojian could also see the ghostly grudge in their eyes. What's wrong? Why are you still depressed? Zhang Xiaojian asked in wonder. Bai Yang waved his hand. Little sword. I'm humiliated. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaojian didn't know what this meant. Bai Yang depressed. I should have known to drink less. Zhang Xiaojian let out a pft. Bai Yang thought for a moment and added. I've added them to WeChat, and I still have a chance to prove myself. Bai Yang blankly stared. Is this burying me? Zhang Xiaojian threw another newly purchased black Huawei Porsche to Bai Yang. Change into it. Let's go car shopping later. Bai Yang took the phone and looked at it repeatedly. In his mind he thought that the craftsmanship of expensive cell phones is good. Look at the lines. Look at the feel. Just think back to what happened since this night. There is always an unreal feeling. He patted his brain and asked. Little sword. Tell me that this isn't a dream. This is real. Zhang Xiaojian gave him a kick and pointed to the cloth bag over there. There are also new clothes bought for you. Change into them and throw the old ones away. Poplar jumped up with a heave. It's true. I feel the pain. I was going to look up exactly where the nearby 4S Street is, without waiting to check. Bai Yang took his new cell phone and said, Xiaojian, there's a car show today. Suyu went. Zhang Xiaojian tilted his head and saw the text of Suyu's friend circle on his cell phone screen. A friend is buying a car. Who knows about cars? Come to someone to help choose a selection. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang to say no. Indeed also know a little. But and professional than that is certainly far worse. But they also have to buy a car. And car shows are naturally much more convenient. Make a call and ask where it is. And we'll go along for the ride and have dinner together tonight. What? How's that broken friendship from last night coming back together? Zhang Xiaojian smiled and said. What? Want me to tell her about your childhood crush on her today? Zhang Xiaojian gave a big flying kick to Bai Yang's ribs, and a miserable scream echoed in the corridor for a long time. The convention center is not far from the hotel. Before coming here, Zhang Xiaojian had called Suyu, and not only did she help take care of the 2 tickets, but she also brought her friend to wait in front of the main entrance of Gate A. Suyu today to buy a car friend is their own colleagues. A girl called Wang Weiner. The family is not special money kind. Today to buy a car themselves have saved a long time of money. Naturally want to buy a good price-performance ratio of the car. Just 2 women and not to see the model of the car. Into the venue to see a wide range of cars. Listening to the foaming at the mouth of the salesman's introduction of the natural sum of the blindfold. So Suyu sent a friend's circle. What she didn't expect was that Gao Qing song. The doggy who was severely rejected by her yesterday. Didn't give a single word and came directly to the venue through his contact with Wang Wanner. At this moment, the sun at noon is full. Yesterday listened to a night of breakup love songs. I do not know the last song to listen to is not the courage of Liang Jingru's Gao Qing song extremely attentive to the 2 ladies to play the umbrella, but also not too convincing said, who comes ah, I know enough about cars. Listen to me right. Suyu was not happy to ignore him. Wang Wan raised her finger and pointed. What are you wasting your words with here? There's an ice cream seller over there. Suyu wants to eat it. Okay. A licking dog looked Xiao Qing song ran to the ice cream machine in a puff of smoke. By the time he came back from buying the 2 ice creams that he had purposely added money and quantity to, it was just as Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang arrived. Why does it look a bit familiar? Gao Qingsong instantly remembered the 2 masters in the bar last night. No way. Such a coincidence? The 5 met and Suyu introduced Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang introduced themselves, and Wang Wanner introduced Gao Qingsong for fear of embarrassment. Gao Qingsong nodded once, and did not indicate that he had met the 2. He now had a little bit of a 1-2 punch in his heart. Because today he had Suyu standing beside him, and a man would lose his mind because of a woman, especially in front of a person who could potentially become a love rival, and the almost instinctive competitiveness of the male hormones would instantly explode. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, on the other hand, had no impression of Gao Qingsong at all because there were too many people toasting last night. If they had known that Gao Qingsong was the bar guest who had split up endlessly and to death last night, and that the one he had unilaterally split up was Su Yu, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang would have laughed their asses off. After the introduction, the five walked into the venue together, and Bai Qingsong talked about the car all the way in order to show off. What engine? Maximum power, maximum torque, transmission, suspension, wheelbase. No matter what he said about that, he talked about it in a layered and organized manner. And, comparing the latest current models to Wang Wan'er's heart price point, she was advised which models to look at first. Zhang Xiaojian listened to this guy is really understand, but he really lack of interest, or the same reason before, expensive always expensive reason. He is not poor, and never too expensive, so listen to not much fun. Compared to which things Gao Qingsong had said, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang were more concerned about the car model. I have to admit, the rubbing is definitely one of the reasons why car shows and comic cons are so hot these days. The more expensive brand, the higher the quality of the car model. Wearing less quite a few not necessarily. Posture absolutely crushed small brands. No, the Land Rover's model is just as wild as the car, and those few strips of fabric covering it up are completely autoblocked in the geek's eyes and brainstormed for something else. Bai Yang's eyes were a bit straight. Asked, I just heard buy a car to send a car model. This thing is not true? There are quite a few molds for models, and as far as the one you want you can have it. It all depends on what kind of car you buy. The person who said this was Gao Qingsong. Originally after last night's incident he was very high on Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang, but as soon as he heard Bai Yang's words, he knew that he wasn't in the same circle, and not a circle of people. He is still afraid of a hairline, in addition to Su Yu in the side, that can put away the stupid heart of manifestation? But after the words came out of his mouth, Gao Qingsong regretted it a bit because Su Yu might not like him talking like that. Instead of feeling anything, Bai Yang let out an "Oh, that's true there." Zhang Xiaojian laughed and didn't feel anything. His eyes then looked to the other side of the unknown brand of that wilder car model. Unexpectedly, pain came from his little arm. Su Yu, who lightly pinched Zhang Xiaojian, said, "Put your eyes away, they're about to fall to the ground." Zhang Xiaojian let out a silk sound. Exasperated, since childhood, you love to pinch people, and you don't change even when you're this big. Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky, and you'll be guaranteed to have either green or purple on your body every day. Su Yu's actions coupled with Zhang Xiaojian's words, Bai Yang certainly wouldn't think anything of it. Having gotten used to it a long time ago, it was always like this in the past. But Wang Wan'er and Gao Qingsong were not Bai Yang, and they could read a lot of information from this kind of intimate behavior. And these words, for example, Zhang Xiaojian and Su Yu had known each other since they were young and should have been hair kids. For example, Zhang Xiaojian lambasted Su Yu for marrying someone in the future, and it was clear that he didn't seem to have that in mind. But from Su Yu's move of pinching Zhang Xiaojian, it is impossible to say whether there is a heart or not. This is a fact that makes Gao Qingsong touched and painful. Su Yu has never pinched him, not to mention that. Looking at Zhang Xiaojian finished Su Yu slanted Zhang Xiaojian that flirtatious style. He knew that it seemed like a big thing was going to be bad. Wang Wan'er was also surprised. It turned out that Su Yu's friends were not ordinary friends, but very good friends, and hearing that they were also coming to buy a car, she asked with a smile, "Little sword, so what kind of car are you coming to buy today?" Zhang Xiaojian rubbed the place where he was pinched. "I haven't thought about it, let it be." As they were talking, the five of them walked through Area A and came to the middle of the venue. An orange sports car comes into view, with smooth lines, vivid colors, and a blonde foreign car model, showing nobility and luxury. There were many people around who were taking photos, and apart from the car models, the two-door cocked luxury sports car was indeed beautiful to the core. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know it was a Lamborghini Huracan Evo. His eyes were a bit straight and he just felt an eye for it. Then he said, "Karma is here." Self-conscious, he walked to the top. Bai Yang's four men followed closely behind. Wang Xiaowan and Gao Qingsong hadn't heard what Zhang Xiaojian had just said, close to talking to himself, thinking that they had just come to take a look at this luxury car. Zhang Xiaojian, however, waved his hand as he walked to the very front. "Where's the car seller?" 5 minutes later, with the whole room in a flurry of attention, the Lamborghini salesman came running over with a sweaty face. The first time he saw Zhang Xiaojian, he thought that Zhang Xiaojian should be a teasing cough because he was too young. It's not that he is dog-eyed, but generally in second-tier cities like Zhangcheng, the top luxury cars are just for show, and those who can afford it usually don't come to the car show to buy it, but will book it through their own doorways. And most of the people who come to see the luxury cars at the auto show can't afford to buy them over the top. Of course, some of them will be asked by people with a bit of financial resources who want to buy one, and most of them end up with nothing. He was ready to end without a fight. Who knew that he had just opened his mouth to make a self-introduction? And before he could introduce the car, he saw Zhang Xiaojian handing over a bank. That's it. It's got eyes. The surrounding crowd of onlookers are a bit dumbfounded. Originally they were going to listen to the sales staff's detailed introduction. Who knows that the dude in front of them lifted his hand as a bank card? Although Suyu knew that Zhang Xiaojian was rich and reluctantly believed the story about the so-called father hanging up, she still asked after seeing Zhang Xiaojian handing out his bank card without even blinking to buy the orange sports car in front of her. Do you want to think about it first? Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. No, that's it. Wang Wanner was sure that she had heard the truth and everything was the truth. She could not help but look at Suyu. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "Sister, your tycoon friend from here. How come I haven't heard you talk about it before?" Gao Qingsong's heart, on the other hand, sank to the bottom in this instant. To say that the one with the most mixed feelings in the room right now must be none other than him. Gao Qingsong is indeed rich second generation, but only the kind of rich second generation in the eyes of ordinary people, and the real top second generation compared to a certain distance. At least it must be better than Zhang Xiaojian, because his money comes from his parents. His car is a Land Rover. His dad's car is a Cadillac, which is not bad, and his dad would never give him money to buy a supercar. Not to mention like Zhang Xiaojian now. Without blinking his eyes, he handed out his bank card, and this guy didn't even bother to listen to the price. Didn't bother to listen to any configuration. He seemed to just think that this car is really good looking, and then he bought it. In thinking about the relationship between Zhang Xiaojian and Suyu, in contrast to the relationship between himself and Suyu, the only point that could have won might have been having money. But now it seemed that this point had also been crushed to pieces by Zhang Xiaojian. Gao Qingsong almost looked up to the sky and sighed. Listening to Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang whispering there, he was depressed to the core, depressed to the marrow of his bones. Isn't it okay? It's too good. Why don't we get you one too? Without waiting for Bai Yang to reply, the salesperson who took the bank card said prettily, "Mr. Huracan Evo is just one in Zhangchang right now. If you want to make a reservation, I can help you." Bai Yang quickly waved his hand. I don't like sports cars. I like cars with power." Zhang Xiaojian searched his mind for a car with a strong character. Then for a while, "You can have any one of the Land Rover and Hummer?" Gao Qingsong, who came in a Land Rover, cursed in his heart. What the fuck is going on here? Is this God's nemesis sent against me? Last night no songs were allowed, and flaunting wealth today. Depression. Depression went into every cell of the body. The most important thing is that Suyu pinched him. "Why don't you pinch me?" Shucks. What a bitch. The Lamborghini Huracan Evo has a 5.2-liter V10 engine with titanium intake valves and a new exhaust system that produces 631 PS of horsepower and 600 Nm of torque, accelerating to 100 km per hour in just 2.9 seconds, with a top speed of 325 km per hour. And more, those who know cars understand the truth that Lamborghini usually releases conservative figures. In other words, this little orange that had already been named in Zhang Xiaojian's eyes possessed an unimaginable ability. Just Zhang Xiaojian, although the car a little bit of understanding, always is not so to understand. He just looked at the small orange eyes. So he bought the price of more than $3 million of luxury cars. And he wants a demo car. Not a new one. Preferably driven today. As a matter of fact, it's usually hard to pick up a car on the same day at a car show because the company and the salesman don't want to waste time handing you a car and running paperwork or trying to sell more cars at a car show. But Zhang Xiaojian's situation is different. And the Lamborghini Huracan Evo is the only one of its kind. Zhang Xiaojian is not bad. Can spend money on behalf of the formalities on behalf of? Must be their own appearance to follow a walk. The salesman was very satisfied with his cooperation. The heart is much more anxious than him, afraid of what changes in this single. So the procedures all the way to the green light, do that as smooth. After finishing all the formalities that required his presence, Zhang Xiaojian finally returned to Great Wang Wanner and Gao Qingsong were no longer looking at him as calmly as before, and were wondering what kind of identity and background he had. In fact, Zhang Xiaojian is an ordinary civilian. That has what status background? Back to the first sentences, how is it? Bought, I say to you. See like to buy. Don't think so much. Think more but more entangled. Zhang Xiaojian's words did have some truth to them, but now with his God-Ho identity, Wang Weiner almost rolled her eyes out of the sky. I want to be as rich as you are also not entangled. Anyway, by the best can be. Zhang Xiaojian haha laughed and looked at Bai Yang. The meaning of his eyes was clear. Do you want one too? Bai Yang quickly waved his hand. But don't. I'd rather ride my 3 donkeys smoothly. Knowing that Bai Yang didn't want to spend his own money indiscriminately, Zhang Xiaojian had to give up. So he looked at Suyu again. Suyu smiled bitterly. Do you have money you have nowhere to spend? Zhang Xiaojian nodded solemnly, then thought again. Since I've come all the way here, I'll buy another one. The sports car is too high profile. I'm a bit impulsive. This handsome man, sorry to forget what your name is there any SUV worth recommending? This handsome guy? Gao Qingsong cursed in his heart. Just bought a sports car that's too high profile? Still need to buy an SUV in? Then why don't you just buy an SUV and be done with it? However, I don't know if it is deterred by Zhang Xiaojin's trenchlessness, but Gao Qingsong, who seems to have lost in terms of momentum, even subconsciously said, Mercedes-Benz GLC is just fine. This one it is then. Where is the Mercedes-Benz booth? Zhang Xiaojian looked around. Swipe and pay. SUV in hand. It's just that unlike the orange, this one requires a half-month wait for a pickup after all. It's not terribly expensive, and more people are buying it. Zhang Xiaojian stood frozen for a moment after swiping his card as a system prompt appeared in his head. The system decides that the current consumption is inappropriate and will not be rewarded with points. Buying 2 cars is improper spending? You know how to save money on the system? Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head and realized that this intelligent system was indeed intelligent enough. And it seemed that his previous plan to buy 100 or so villas to brush up on his points was out of the question. So if you buy a car to give to a friend, is that considered inappropriate spending? Holding the idea of giving it a try, Zhang Xiaojian asked, Bai Yang, your 3 donkeys are too slow in delivering courier. How about a whole cross-country jeep? Put. Bai Yang, who was drinking mineral water, almost didn't spray out. He cursed. Have you ever fucking seen a jeep delivery? It's not enough for gas money. Zhang Xiaojian seriously advised. Maybe you can be on the hot search once again, and arrive at the top of your life again. What's wrong with that? Poplar's answer was, get lost. By this time, Wang Wanner had already seen Zhang Xiaojian's 2 quick decisions. She clapped her hands and said, I've decided. I'll buy the Volkswagen one. Why did you suddenly decide? Su Yu asked. When Zhang Xiaojian went to do the formalities just now, the few of them strolled back and forth many times, and Wang Wanner had not been able to make up her mind. Listening to Su Yu's question, she helplessly said, Little sword brother is right. The more entangled you are, the more you hesitate, the more you hesitate, the more entangled you are. So it's better to make a decision on the spot. Su Yu laughed. I think you can't stand his trenchant appearance and want to go home for dinner quickly. Wang Wanner gave a blank stare, thinking that the one who knows me is Su Yu. If the Jeep seller knows that I hesitate for a while longer and may sell one more high-priced car, he would probably have to get down on his knees and beg me to hesitate for a while longer. Zhang Xiaojian laughed. I'll treat you guys to dinner tonight alright. Where to eat? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Gao Qingsong spoke. Jinxiu chanting, if brother Little Sword wants to treat him, of course it has to be the best place in Zhangcheng. He thought to himself, since money can't spell you, it's good to bleed you. However, Zhang Xiaojian turned his head and asked again, Jinxiu, what place? Spicy or not? I like spicy food. If Gao Qingsong was given a baseball bat right now, he would definitely knock Zhang Xiaojian into the dirt with a single blow, so as not to be disturbed. Once again, he swiped his card to pay, and this time it was Wang Wan. At the same time, Zhang Xiaojian received a call from the salesman of Lamborghini, and it was said that Little Orange had now been driven on the road with a temporary license plate. After inquiring about the exact location, Zhang Xiaojian's few people came to the exit of Gate A of the convention. That Lamborghini Huracan Evo was glowing in the setting sun, and many people around it would cast their eyes every now and then, attracted by the car's smooth and dazzling colors. Bai Yang was finally nonchalant for once. Whatever. I'll drive first. I'd like to see who starts harder, the Lamborghini or my 3 donkeys. Zhang Xiaojian threw the car keys to him and was just about to sit on the passenger side when a ticking sound came from his cell phone. This side of Bai Yang excitedly started the sports car. The humming sound of the engine came. For a moment he was actually a little hot. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaojian stood next to the car looking at his cell phone, his face becoming more and more somber. At this time, Gao Qingsong, who drove the Land Rover arrived, and he opened the window and said, What's the matter? I'll lead the way to Jinxiu? Zhang Xiaojian replied, temporarily a little thing. To go to the teacher's college, you first go to the hotel. We finish the business to find you to go. A moment to contact by phone. As soon as Bai Yang heard this, and then looked at Zhang Xiaojian's face, which looked too bad, he understood that something seemed to have happened. As soon as Zhang Xiaojian sat down on the co-pilot, he added, Go, Shifu University. After saying that, he continued to look down at his cell phone again. Bai Yang lightly tapped the gas, suddenly felt that the car was a little too fierce, and hastily hit the steering wheel, almost scraping the Land Rover in front of him. Soaring out, Su Yu, who was sitting on the Land Rover, said, Follow him. There's something wrong with him. Isn't it true that you don't want to buy dinner? This question did not ask the export. Gao Qingsong in the flood of bitterness said, Sister, You have to say in the wild I'm this Land Rover almost. In this highway people are Lamborghini. That's a lot of nonsense. Follow. Gao Qingsong felt a hint of pain in his right big arm. So you pinched me. So you actually pinched me? Immediately his eyes flared up and he pushed the gas to the floor. Not to mention that the one in front is a Lamborghini. Even if the one in front is an airplane. Gao Qingsong, will follow the sky today. There will always be stories in this world that even screenwriters wouldn't dare to make up. 5 minutes ago, Zhang Xiaojian received a Weibo message from Yi Maju, and he saw a story that more than just the scriptwriters didn't dare to make up. It even made him feel horrified. It wasn't that Yi Maju had been cheated by taking his $500,000, but that this $500,000 was now unsure if it should be donated. It started when Yi Maju met Wang Yuan in front of the hospital last night. Wang Yuan, Yi Maju's best friend and Li Mingji's girlfriend, is the one who needs the money when Li Mingji's father is admitted to the ICU. After Li Mingji's father's accident, Wang Yuan went around to raise money, working almost non-stop on a rotating schedule, pulling down her face to beg her family, relatives, and anyone she could. But such true love doesn't seem to be rewarded with anything good. The first WeChat screenshot is from the day Li Mingji's father was admitted to the ICU. Li Mingji, why am I so unlucky? Li Mingji, why is it that I am the one who encountered this kind of family? Li Mingji, this is to force me to die. Fuck him. Wang Yuan, take it easy and calm down. The important thing now is to save your father. Wang Yuan, let's find someone who can borrow a little and help as much as we can. Li Mingji, astronomical. What's the point of borrowing that little bit of money? Li Mingji, damn. I'm dead. I want to isolate myself from the world now. Wang Yuan, you need to comfort your mom first now. She must be so helpless right now. This screenshot doesn't say much. It is considered normal for every person to experience huge mood swings after something major happens. Then came Yi Maju text. In the past few days, Li Mingji didn't take the initiative to contact Yuan. Yuan originally thought that he was demoralized and didn't think anything of it. But yesterday, I saw him in the hospital and found that he wore a new pair of Yeezy. Yuan knows Li Mingji too well. These shoes, whether they're real or fake, that's something he can afford right now? Li Myungji went to the restroom during dinner, and before that Hope secretly set up a fingerprint with his phone, and then Hope unlocked his phone. A picture reappeared on Zhang Xiaojin's cell phone. Still a WeChat chat screenshot. Sweetie, senior, I've had my heart set on these coconuts for ages before. And then a picture of the shoes to go with it. Li Mingji, I'll buy it for you. Let's buy a pair of couple shoes. Little sweetheart, senior broke the bank. These shoes are too expensive. Forget it. Li Mingji, a screenshot of an online purchase was sent out with a total price of 4,688. Li Mingji, I want to spoil you. Sweetie, I'm blushing, shy emoji. Where did this money come from? Instead of describing it in text, Yi Maju next sent another screenshot from the Crystal fundraising software, requesting $500,000 for treatment. The progress bar has come to $200,000. What's even more frightening is that the screenshot was transferred back to WeChat, and the name of the WeChat group, PP, applies to two groups. Li Mingji, the disease is relentless, but there is love on earth. Here is a link. Li Mingji, at all people pay attention. Big single. Unlimited number of people. The old rules. Forward to friends. One person a daily. Each Yuan. Screenshot to find me to receive red packets. Speed 2. Li Mingji, at all the copywriters. A friend's real experience. Personality guarantee. The old father hemorrhage comminuted fracture. If you do not donate, the friend cannot afford to read the book. Save this family. This was followed by a screenshot of the text message. Little goose loan, your borrowing has arrived at 50,000. 00. Fishbond recharge 100,000. Fish beans have been charged under your LMZ account. Wish you enjoy watching the live broadcast. Fishbond software user private message. LMZ, dinner tonight? Anchor, let's change the day. I have something to do tonight. LMZ, just bought you the guckle bag at the mall. Are you sure you don't want to come? Anchor, where is it? Mom, voice message. Mom, voice message. Mom, voice message. Mom, son, why aren't you answering your phone? Li Mingji, classes are in session. Mom, son, you need to keep your dad's ID in cases. Mom, son, do you think you could ask the school leader to speak and ask your classmates to donate some money? Mom, son, there's no money in the house. Your dad doesn't have enough here. Li Mingji, didn't my girlfriend just raise $20,000? The little orange is so fast that every kick of the gas brings up a gust of wind. Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting in the co-pilot, felt that today's style was extraordinarily cool and piercing. Yi Maju's message from 5 minutes ago was still on the screen of his cell phone. I don't know if I want to save anyone now. Hope and I haven't closed our eyes since yesterday. The money is yours after all. And his dad is an independent life after all. so I had to ask you what the hell to do. Zhang Xiaojian's message back was, where are you? Yimaju, I'm at our school's open-air cafeteria. Yuan asked to meet Li Mingji. It's crowded. Zhang Xiaojian's final reply was, be specific. Next thing you know, there's no reply. River City Teachers University, the place where the next generation of teachers will be nurtured. College students bustle outside the open-air cafeteria at 5 p.m. Sitting on the wooden table not far from the roadside, Yimaju and Wang Yuan looked at the upright classmate in front of them as if they were in winter. Li Mingji sat down across from them and the first words out of his mouth were, do you want to ruin me? Wang Yuan instantly felt that the person in front of her was incomparably unfamiliar. Is this the same Li Mingji she knew, the studious boy with the sunny smile? An orange supercar pulls into the division. Under a watchful eye, the supercar came to a stop, and Baiyang poked his head out and asked a somewhat overwhelmed female classmate with glasses frames, classmate, where is the open-air cafeteria? The female student, a little nervous, pointed a short distance away. Go ahead and turn left at the first intersection. Buzz, orange disappeared in front of the female student's eyes. Seeing that Wang Yuan and Yi Maju didn't say anything, Li Mingji impatiently said, alright, what do you want to say? I'll buy it for you guys. You guys delete all the screenshots. Tears popped out of Wang Yuan's eyes upon hearing these words. I don't want anything. Li Mingji took a deep breath. I will cure my father. This is my family matter. Wang Yuan raised her pale face. No wonder you haven't talked to the school. Yesterday Maju even went to the director who was on vacation. I realize now that you're afraid that the school donations won't make it into your pocket, right? Li Mingji's face suddenly flushed, but it didn't seem to be because of shame, but rather anger. You're fucking trying to ruin me, aren't you? Is it wrong for me to have a good life? I've lived in this kind of family for over 20 years. Now when something like this happens, have I ever had a good day? Why should some people be born richer and have a better life than me? And why should I be so unlucky? Yimaju held Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan bit her lower lip. You are now taking your father's life to live a good life. How do you have the face to say these words? Li Mingji clenched his rippling sinewy fists, gritted his teeth, and said word for word, you just want to ruin me, don't you? Then why did you still ask me out? Buzz, the inexplicably good sound of the engine resounded through the open-air cafeteria. Under the gaze of countless people, the little orange slowly came to a stop afterward. The doors flew up, and Zhang Xiaojian and Baiyang got out of the car, becoming the absolute center of attention. At a glance, Zhang Xiaojian saw the youthful and innocent Yi Maju. Yi Maju saw him as well, but just before she could say anything, she saw Zhang Xiaojian walking over. Coming to the dining table, Zhang Xiaojian glanced at the lanky boy who was sitting in front of the bench with a vein protruding from his forehead and asked, are you Li Mingji? Li Mingji didn't recognize Zhang Xiaojian, but he did notice that he was the man who came down from that sports car, and he subconsciously nodded his head before he felt his eyes darken as a large fist blocked his vision. Zhang Xiaojian, who had a strength of 30 plus 10, used his entire body to punch Li Mingji in the face. There was a muffled bang, bringing up a stream of blood. Li Mingji leaned back and fell hard to the ground. You animal! 1 second. The open-air cafeteria was noisy. In the next second, a needle fell in the huge square. The smooth lines as well as the dazzling colors of the little orange attracted multiple people's attention. So naturally the man who stepped off the little orange drew all the attention as well. When Zhang Xiaojian knocked Li Mingji to the ground with one punch, many people did not react, and it was a full second late before someone let out a scream. However, Zhang Xiaojian did not stop his movements, kicking Li Mingji's subconsciously rolling ass. Zhang Xiaojian scolded, buy coconuts. No one knew what that meant, including Poplar, who was frozen beside the car. Only Yi Maju and Wang Yuan could understand the words. After tumbling, Li Mingji hurriedly climbed up. His nosebleed had already flowed to his neck as he looked at Zhang Xiaojian with a horrified expression. Standing at 5'8" and weighing at least 106, he was blindsided at this point. He was able to react quickly and stand up, all because he hadn't gotten into many fights as a child in the countryside. However, the aura of Zhang Xiaojian in front of him was just too fierce. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaojian pulled another punch with the full strength of his body. The punch smothered the face of Li Mingji, who was still a bit dazed, and ignoring his barely standing, staggering appearance, Zhang Xiaojian spat, pick up a girl. Li Mingji is about to fall. Zhang Xiaojian pulled him by the collar and delivered another smothering punch. Crystal chip. Nosebleeds splashed and the whole room gasped. The scene was a bit vicious for the students. Yet the viciousness continued. The Land Rover, closely following Orange, finally arrived. Pushing open the car door, Suyu's trio saw this image in front of them. Zhang Xiaojian pulled the collar of a tall man. An elbow of blood splattered everywhere. Looking at the situation, he would not stop until he was killed. Gao Qingsong reacted the fastest. I thought to myself, crap, little sword brother is really fierce. This scene, I like it the most. Pull it, quick, Su Yu shouted. Anchorwoman. Li Mingji, who was already down and delirious, took another hard punch. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been doing farm work since he was a child and his physical fitness was far superior to normal people, he was afraid that he would have fainted at this time, listening to each and every keyword that Zhang Xiaojian said. For some reason, Li Mingji felt that his physical pain and inner shame were entangled in an excruciating pain. Bai Yang was the fastest to approach Zhang Xiaojian at this time, and pulled his right hand. Before he had a chance to speak, he felt a great force wrench him free. Zhang Xiaojian punched again, and paid people to repost it. Boom! After a brief period of buffering, the open-air cafeteria was finally in disarray. Call the police for the police, call an ambulance for the ambulance, and look for the school leaders. Yimaju pressed Wang Yuan's hand, looked at the worry in her eyes and shook her head, surprisingly calm. It's fine. Nothing? If we keep fighting, we're going to kill them. How can we still be okay? Of course it will be fine. Yimaju believes that Zhang Xiaojian himself knows exactly how valuable his life is, and for a rich man like him, what seems to be an impulsive move? He must have already prepared everything, right? It had to be said that Yi Maju really overestimated Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian that was not prepared for anything. After reading those screenshots and messages, his anger was now rushing into his brain. Is this still human? The beast is worse than the beast. You deserve to die. His only sanity was not showing these screenshot messages to Poplar. Bai Yang also finally hugged Zhang Xiaojian to death at this time, a head full of sweat pouring down. Little sword, this small body, how so strong? Damn! I cannot floor. There is no one to help. It seemed to have heard the call from within Poplar. Gao Qingsong finally arrived, and instead of pulling Zhang Xiaojian, he blocked between Zhang Xiaojian and Li Mingji as he asked, "What's the situation?" Slightly slower, Su Yu and Wang Wanair pulled Zhang Xiaojian's arm left and right. Zhang Xiaojian began to pant and started to calm down, but there hasn't been enough fighting. Ignoring Su Yu's question, Zhang Xiaojian turned to Gao Qingsong and said, "Handsome, if you kick him for me, we'll be friends from now on." Gao Qingsong, Bai Yang, Su Yu, and Wang Wanair all looked at him with the word no naturally in their eyes. But Gao Qingsong was not an ordinary person after all. It wasn't that he needed Zhang Xiaojian as a friend so much, but, for some reason he just kicked the bucket. The sole of Gao Qingsong's shoe with the GUCCL logo printed hard on Li Mingji's face, staining the bottom of his shoe with blood. Li Mingji stifled a grunt as the pain spread throughout his body, jerking twice, like a fish flopping about to die on the shore. On the side, Zhang Xiaojian didn't forget to voiceover. The most detestable thing is that it also lied to your own mother. Seemingly hearing Zhang Xiaojian's voice, Li Mingji jerked again. The chaotic scene finally came to an end. An orange Lamborghini sports car and a Land Rover parked quietly on the side of the road. Countless students from the division watched from afar, not daring to approach or speak loudly. Li Mingji seemed to be really dead, lying still in a puddle of blood. The most incongruous part of this picture was the two girls sitting at the nearest wooden table, who, as if they knew what was going on, had not moved a muscle, just watched in silence. Finally calmed down, Zhang Xiaojian was gasping for air. In the face of the inquiry in his ear, he handed his cell phone to Su Yu, just said 3 words, "See for yourself." Su Yu took the phone, and the more she looked at it, the more her face sank. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong, who were following along and watching, coincidentally chose to take a deep breath, as if a fire within their bodies churned up. By the time the three had finished looking at their cell phones, the police and school leaders had all arrived. The school leaders, who were originally aggressive, immediately wilted a bit when they saw the 2 cars parked on the side of the road. It was the police uncle who finally asked, "What happened and who hit the man?" As soon as the words fell, the emergency vehicle also passed through the crowd and stopped in front of Little Orange, and several paramedics saw the injured man and hurriedly lifted down the stretcher. "Me," Zhang Xiaojian raised his hand. The somewhat dark-faced and upright police officer glanced at the Lamborghini parked on the side of the road. "Don't think you're great just because you have a few stinking dollars. Come back to the station with me. This really has nothing to do with money." Zhang Xiaojian helplessly spread his hands, without being told. The handcuffs were cuffed to Zhang Xiaojian's hands with a click. "Do you know that intentionally hurting someone is punishable by imprisonment?" Zhang Xiaojian looked at his hands and sighed. I know that I have to fight too." Civilian police cross-eyed, "You know you have to fight too?" Police uncle, "You don't know. This kid is damn not a human being." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to finish his sentence, Yi Maju and Wang Yuan came to Zhang Xiaojian's side. Yi Maju said, "Can you listen to us first? We are actually the ones involved." The police raised their eyebrows. What the hell is going on? 5 minutes later, the police officer who had handcuffed Zhang Xiaojian put down his cell phone and said angrily, "Well played. It really deserves a beating. The school leaders on the side, as well as the students and teachers on the sidelines, were dumbfounded. What the hell happened? The truth is chilling. What Li Mingji did has touched the moral bottom line of a civilized society. From the first day his father was admitted to the hospital, he did not do anything for the father who had raised him for more than 20 years, not to mention that he had used his father's condition to apply for crowdfunding and hired a navy to spread the message. As he watched the crowdfunding amount continue to jump upward, he finally couldn't hold back the demons in his heart. So before the crowdfunding money was released to his bank card, he applied for a microloan. And while his girlfriend kept running for him, he actually bought shoes and bags to smash into gold-digging women and dominatrixes. Maybe the girl who received those shoes and the girl who received that bag would be sick to their stomachs knowing the truth. But none of this was the reason for Zhang Xiaojian's rage. What is most unacceptable to Zhang Xiaojian are the screenshots of Li Mingji's WeChat chats with his mother. Mom, voice message. Mom, voice message. Mom, voice message. Mom, son, why aren't you answering your phone? Li Mingji, classes are in session. Mom, son, you need to keep your dad's ID in cases. Mom, son, do you think you could ask the school leader to speak and ask your classmates to donate some money? Mom, son, there's no money in the house. Your dad doesn't have enough here. Li Mingji, didn't my girlfriend just raise $20,000? 3 voice messages, and probably several phone calls, were answered by him with just 2 words, class. The words that follow are even more chilling. Didn't my girlfriend just raise $20,000? As if his father's stay in ICU had nothing to do with him. This indifference is chilling. Zhang Xiaojian could not appreciate what Li Mingji's mother was feeling at that time as she held her cell phone and watched her son's reply. But more than likely her son was by no means in class. Zhang Xiaojian has never seen his own mother since he was a child and grew up in his second aunt's house, so he only thinks that she is his own mother. Over the years the poor family's second aunt had worked hard to bring him and his sister up. How hard it had been, he could see it in his eyes. So he could not tolerate this matter the most. The reason why he had to let Gao Qingson kick on that kick in the end was because it was for the mother who gave birth to him and raised her. And it had to be done. This is Zhang Xiaojian's reasoning. This is the reasoning that has to be fought. The civilian police comrades understood Zhang Xiaojian's reasoning. In his place, he would probably not be able to control himself, but after all, there is a law of the land and a rule of the home. An intentional injury is not a minor offense, no matter what the reason. Zhang Xiaojian was brought to the police station. The police car followed by a Lamborghini and a Land Rover caused many stares. After they left, the open-air cafeteria seemed to have been blown up, and the blood on the tiles was still clear, foreshadowing the fact that the victim seemed to have been really badly injured. It's just that no one there knows the truth, and if they did, I'm afraid not many would still feel compassion for the so-called victims. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Xiaojian was thrown into the questioning room, followed by the school leadership, as well as Zhang Xiaojian's friends hooted and hollered in a large group, causing the public servants who were working to look sideways, yet looking at things as if they were big. They didn't seem to be making any waves. Comrade police named Sun Qingyong, that is, the person in charge of this case, actually the first time to make a pot of tea. Ignore the school leaders, ignoring Su Yu and the others. The first time he served it to the inquiry room. He also personally filled it for Zhang Xiaojian. Tired. Take a sip of water to slow down first. Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded, stiffly picked up the tea, took a sip, didn't taste anything, and politely said, "You've taken care of it." Sun Qingyong shook his hand. "Don't be so polite. Out of the emotional aspect, of course I'm on your side, but also clap your hands. But public affairs should be public. If the other party wants to pursue the responsibility, you have to think of what to do." Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow, angry at the mention of this matter. Recovering the blame? He still has the face to do so? Okay, just take it easy. Saying this, Sun Qingyong gave Zhang Xiaojian a cigarette still, and also took out the fire and lit it himself. Zhang Xiaojian took a drag and thought to himself that this treatment was not too good. It has been proved that justice is done and extrajudiciality is never an old saying. Not only did Zhang Xiaojian receive treatment that was somewhat too good for his own good. On the other hand, when Yi Maju finished reporting the whole thing with the school leaders, this group of old men with an average age of almost 60 started to swear at the police station, sincerely feeling that Zhang Xiaojian had fought well. The staff of the police station, as well as the people who came to do business, were dumbfounded. What's going on here? What's going on at the police station that's making such a scene? Luckily, these old men were not in good physical condition, but they also cursed for half an hour before they were slightly relieved of their hatred. The next step was for both parties to coordinate how to resolve the matter. Medical expenses certainly cannot run. Zhang Xiaojian does not care, also nodded his head to agree. The rest will depend on the attitude of the family of Li Mingji. Today Li Mingji's father is still in ICU and he himself is lying in the hospital. The only person who could come to the police station was Li Mingji's mother. a sanitation worker who worked early in the morning and late at night. It was almost late at night when she was invited, and the person who went to invite her was Wang Yuan, both of their eyes a little red, obviously having just cried. Zhang Xiaojian's heart was torn at the sight of Li's mother. Feeling uncomfortable, Li's mother is an unassuming middle-aged woman. A little thin face is very bad. Rough hands when entering the inquiry room, do not know where to put, want to carry over and finally choose to give up. From this action it was clear that Mother Li had mixed feelings about Zhang Xiaojian. This is because Zhang Xiaojian had originally given Yi Maju $500,000 not long ago to save her husband. How can this kind of generosity from a stranger be a bad person? But still, not long ago, he beat his own son into the hospital again. Although the doctor said that there is nothing wrong. But look at the injuries on that face. Zhang Xiaojian stood up and nodded politely. Auntie, hello. Li's mother didn't know what to say, and she was nervous about the number of people around her. Not just Hope, who she knew well, but a group of people, from the school and from the police. Sun Xinyang stood out in time. You guys sit down first. Both parties sat down, and without waiting for him to continue presiding over this kind of civil mediation that he was better at, Zhang Xiaojian took the lead and spoke. Moju? Yi Maju immediately squeezed out from the gap between the people. Zhang Xiaojian said, first, transfer the $500,000 I gave you to Auntie. Yi Maju froze, and the people within the police department, the old professors from the university, and Zhang Xiaojian's friends all had some mixed emotions, so much so that the scene fell into silence. Didn't hear me? Zhang Xiaojian asked rhetorically. Yi Maju bit her lower lip and said to Mother Li, Auntie, give me your bank card number. Li's mother was a bit dumbfounded, not because of the shock of things that always happened at home in recent days, but she already knew on the way here what her child had done. The money, that had the face to take it? Seeing how difficult it is for Li's mother, Zhang Xiaojian said in his calmest voice, Auntie, one size fits all. I promised Maju to save people before, so I have to save them to the end. As for your son's account, let's settle it separately. For some reason, this calm voice that entered everyone's ears gave them a feeling of flat earth thunder, shaking their hearts and minds extraordinarily. There were a lot of people in the inquiry room, and it didn't look as if they were serious. It wasn't because the interrogation room was big enough to hold a lot of people, so there were a lot of people standing around. It's just that because this mediation is a bit unique, it seems like everyone wants to contribute a little bit. Bai Yang, Suyu and other friends of Zhang Xiaojian naturally needed no introduction. The story spread in the evening, and even some of the off-duty police officers ran back to the station to try to help out a little. Not to mention the old men who taught at the teachers' university, who could even give Li's mother 24 hours of political thought and morality lessons in turn if they needed to. This is the power of the heart for good, a power that is invisible but shadowed, embodied in the practical actions of all. However, when Zhang Xiaojian said that he would let Yi Maju choose to transfer $500,000 to Li's mother, these people were still shaken. It can't be said that it's repaying grudges with kindness, but in any case, Zhang Xiaojian is a man with such a heart and deserves to be praised. For the first time, Gao Qingsong truly wanted to make friends with the little sword brother as he called him, because it was worth it. Suyu smiled, feeling that this matter was indeed justified. Wan Wan'er's eyes. Zhang Xiaojian was now incomparably tall. She felt that at this moment Zhang Xiaojian was damn handsome into her heart. Not to mention Bai Yang, who silently stood behind Zhang Xiaojian, was an aspen tree. Older sons from the university gave a mental thumbs up. The police officers were silent, the first thought being that a settlement shouldn't be too difficult. Only Wang Yuan couldn't help but cry out. In terms of who suffered the most from this incident, apart from Li's mother, Wang Yuan's body and mind were dealt a near-destructive blow. Seeing Yuan's tears, Li mother held her hand. My son is not blessed, and it's his own doing. Where can I find such a good daughter-in-law? She said, and her eyes had tears about to fall. Sun Xinyang hurriedly drew out tissues and handed them. You guys control your emotions. How else can we talk? A police uniform is still a bit of a deterrent. Li's mother held back her tears. Her eyes were still red. Sun Xinyang added, since it is a donation, we can communicate with the hospital. This money is pressed in the hospital. The accounts will be much clearer and more just. Do you think it's okay? Zhang Xiaojian nodded. Okay. Li's mother actually really didn't have the face to take this money, but her own husband's life was in danger, so she had to pull her own face down and nodded. Sun Xinyang said in a deep voice, the other thing to say is about your son. Zhang Xiaojian got serious. Since I donated all this money, the crowdfunding that is still in progress must stop, and the crowdfunding platform must know the truth about this matter and not continue to consume people's goodwill. The crowd nodded in unison. In the years since the rise of crowdfunding, there have been repeated scandals. The platform itself certainly serves a good purpose and also really helps a lot of people, But there is no lack of many family members of the sick who have good family conditions and are fully capable of paying the medical bills or filling out false information, constantly taking advantage of people's kindness, using the internet to cry poor and sell sympathy. Zhang Xiaojian certainly did not have the ability to control this social phenomenon, but the eyes also absolutely cannot tolerate Li Mingji. He deserves to be punished. Although Mother Li was not very educated, she knew that this was the way the matter should be handled. It's just a school thing. She looked over to the middle-aged man who stood not far away and had heard Hope call out for a teacher not long ago. The middle-aged man understood what Li's mother meant. He said, "The impact of this matter is too bad. The school will meet tomorrow to decide." What Li Mingji did is really hard for us to imagine. "I'm sorry." Li's mother also fell silent. It was her own son who was to blame. Zhang Xiaojian pulled the topic back. "It's like this, auntie. I will bear the medical expenses during Li Mingji's hospitalization, but there is no extra compensation. And it's really hard for me to promise that I won't punch him the next time I see him, so I hope you understand. This is simply ridiculous to hear in the context of an assault case alone, and how dare the culprits be so arrogant." But at this time, Zhang Xiaojian said righteousness, and the most important thing is that the people around, both the school and the police feel that this condition is already very good. Mother Li nodded slowly. "It's not bullying, it's just honesty. If Li Mingji wasn't seriously injured in the hospital right now, after reading all that evidence in Wang Yuanyuan's cell phone, she as a mother would immediately break both of her son's legs, even if she might not be able to fight right now." Mother Li did not make things difficult for Zhang Xiaojian. The parties quickly reached a settlement, but the fallout from this incident continues. For example, whether or not the school will expel Li Niangqi. What do crowdfunding platforms do when they see those screenshots? For example, how will Li Niangqi's loan be repaid now? For example, Li Mingji's future life. These matters had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaojian, and as he walked out of the police station, he first took 3 deep breaths. Walking out together, besides his friends, were the old professors and the police officers. Sun Qinyong came to his side and handed him another cigarette, gave him a light, and then said, "You can rest assured that the hospital's payment will never let that brat take a penny." Zhang Xiaojian smiled. "Thank you." Sun Qinyong patted his shoulder and looked at the Lamborghini parked on the side of the road and said, "You're welcome. I've seen quite a lot of rich people, but I've never seen one like you." Zhang Xiaojian was stunned. "I'm like that?" Sun Qinyong slowly said, "How to say? In fact, most rich people are somewhat educated, but they are also very cold. Your kid has hot blood and a good heart, so it's not quite the same." Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head. "Don't you dare praise me. It's making me uncomfortable right now." Sun Qinyong laughed. "Okay, you get busy. I'll contact you if there are any follow-up questions. Okay, bye." Zhang Xiaojian turned around and waved with Sun Qinyong, only to find that several young police officers also waved with him, with smiles on their faces. Just after the police were sent away on this side, someone from the school came back. At the head was the education director of the Teachers' University, who enthusiastically took Zhang Xiaojian's hand. "You kid did this in an authentic manner, so that we, the literati with the merits of sour and corrosive air, will respect it." Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly, don't dare, but next time you can't hit someone. You have to know that hitting your classmates in school can easily cause public anger. This time you guys are lucky, or else you'll really be surrounded. It'll be a bit hard for you to get out in one piece." Zhang Xiaojian thought it was to say that the most fiery place is the school, really surrounded by a group of rash young people. Really can't say what happened, so he immediately nodded and said, "I've been taught." Patting him on the shoulder, the school's people finally left as well. Then Poplar and the others came around. "I don't think Jinxiu will be able to go today, but a drink for little sword brother, who has done harm to the people, will not be missing, right?" Gao Qingsong was the first to speak. "When do you still think about drinking? Hurry up and disperse." Su Yu poured a pot of cold water. Gao Qingsong immediately dissatisfied. "Well said. I also for the small sword kicked the boy. How not worth a meal." This time it was Zhang Xiaojian's turn to pat Gao Qingsong's shoulder. "Your kick is very much to my liking. Handsome. What's your name?" Gao Qingsong almost didn't spit out blood in anger and replied solemnly, "Gao Qingsong." The crowd was talking and laughing. However, no one noticed that Wang Wan'er, who bought a new car this day, was extraordinarily silent, and she just secretly looked at Zhang Xiaojian from the sidelines with little stars in her eyes. The bloodshed at Normal University has festered in a very short period of time and has caused a lot of buzz among students and faculty. The police are said to have arrested the murderer in the Lamborghini, and the school authorities have sent someone forward to demand a fair account. But there is a delay in the latest news. The victim has been identified as Senior Mingji Li. What's even more heartbreaking is that his father was hospitalized in the ICU not long ago because of a car crash. and he's barely been at school these past few days, supposedly running around for his father's sake. This naturally aroused more sympathy. Something even more horrible happened around 10 o'clock at night. I don't know whether it was done on purpose or accidentally leaked. The surveillance video at the entrance of the open-air cafeteria turned into a short video and was exposed. 1 by 1, 10 by 10. Tonight the dormitory buildings of the University of Teachers are full of words about this matter, and public discontent is gradually boiling over. However, the culprit of this incident, Zhang Xiaojian, was sitting on a matza eating roasted cashews, charcoal grilled fat and thin waist slices of excellent color. A bite mixed with the taste of cumin chili will taste buds completely fried, and then a mouthful of garlic with a sip of beer. There are only 3 words left. Who else? It had to be said that Zhang Xiaojian's taste really needed to be improved. But the truth was that having never eaten anything mountainous, he had always thought kebabs were the best thing in the world. Why else would they always keep going to the river for barbecues when they were teenagers? Well, yes, Gao Qingsong's dream of a big meal didn't materialize, and instead of going to Fairview, he went to a roadside kebab store. This small store business is very hot, the right side of the most across the street next to the public restroom. Fortunately Zhang Xiaojian they sat on the left side of the most, otherwise the taste is better. Every table was poorly wiped and had hidden grease stains on it. The chair is a matza. The waist is not good. People sit for a long time will certainly be sore back. Can only eat a waist to make up for it. Gao Qingsong had to admit that buried roadside snacks were indeed much better than big restaurants once in a while, and he also ate a bunch of waist slices, letting out a meaningless sound. Suyu knew this well, and she took a napkin and wiped the charcoal dust off the top of each skewer, carefully and thoughtfully. Wang Wan'er didn't eat much, but only glanced up at Zhang Xiaojian from time to time with a spring in her step. It really wasn't her fault. Zhang Xiaojian was not bad looking, especially the pair of sword eyebrows, which not only enhanced his temperament, but also made his features look more three-dimensional and heroic. While in Zhang Xiaojian's comprehensive conditions, looks were the least noteworthy. He's rich. Wang Wan'er had already seen how generous this guy was at car shows. Very rich, very young, not bad looking. These 3 conditions together can already almost kill the modern city girls. But what made her feel even more moved was that Zhang Xiaojian also had a fiery heart. Wang Wan'er had previously learned the other side of things she hadn't seen this time at Suyu's. Trusting a strange girl to give $500,000 is not a simple thing for anyone, and it can be seen that Zhang Xiaojian as a person possesses a fiery heart. But in fact, Wang Wan'er had overestimated Zhang Xiaojian. She did not know that Zhang Xiaojian had once said, "Money is a piece of paper to me." So she still felt that $500,000 was not a small amount to anyone, but in reality it was just a piece of paper to Zhang Xiaojian. And in addition to his fiery heart, Zhang Xiaojian also has a very upright outlook on the 3 things. This can be seen from the fact that even after he beat up Li Mingji, he still donated $500,000 to Li's mother. And he will make a clear distinction between right and wrong. Who could not like such a rich, decent, hot, young, reasonable, and good-looking boy? Of course, this was Wang Wan'er's one-way thinking. She was now more than just moved by her heart. There were also actions. Little sword, what's your usual favorite food? Wang Wan'er blinked her big eyes, remembering that she had just made up her makeup in the car somewhat shyly. The brown old man Zhang Xiaojian did not notice Wang Wan'er's change at all. He gulped down the bone-in lamb chops and slurred. Me, I can eat anything. I'm never picky. Bai Yang he smiled and said, he loves to eat down. What liver, heart, intestines, whips, eggs, he likes them all. Zhang Xiaojian gave Bai Yang a punch and raised his voice. You were quite tired last night. Do you want to make up for it? I heard that old Mao's roasted whip is excellent. Bai Yang remembered that he was depressed in the hotel last night. If he hadn't drunk too much. Suyu sniffed and raised a straight eyebrow. What did you 2 do last night? Gao Qingsong replied. Bar, little sister. Order songs. They should have had a good time last night. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang looked at Gao Qingsong and asked in unison. How do you know? Gao Qingsong cursed his own mouth. He didn't want to explain, because once things were poked and prodded, the matter of him ordering a breakup love song at the bar last night like a douche bag would come to light. Zhang Xiaojian thought carefully and rubbed his brows while looking hard at Gao Qingsong. After a few moments he asked, Brother Green Pine, you're not the stupid ex who ordered a bunch of breakup songs at the bar last night, are you? Gao Qingsong didn't understand why he was recognized, and his face became ugly for a moment. He didn't know that it was because he had shown too obvious a desire to pursue Suyu's heart, giving Zhang Xiaojian's speculation a basis. Zhang Xiaojian slapped Bai Yang on the shoulder and the 2 of them began to laugh wildly. Watching Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang laughing uproariously, Suyu and Wang Wan'er looked at each other and asked, what's going on? Zhang Xiaojian put down the lamb chop skewer with a piece still on it in his hand and said to Gao Qingsong while making merry, So, it's us, Suyu. Who made you sad? Gao Qingsong squinted his eyes and pretended that nothing had happened, that he hadn't seen anything. Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang have a tacit understanding and sing together. Love really needs courage to face gossip. Gao Qingsong's body leaned back, and once he braced his hands on the ground, he looked at the star-filled sky and sighed grudgingly. The meal was unbelievably joyful. Later when Zhang Xiaojian told Suyu and Wang Wan one by one what Gao Qingsong had done last night, Suyu was still able to strain herself and Wang Wan almost didn't straighten her back when she laughed. But there's no such thing as an unbroken feast. Gao Qingsong's last task was to escort the two flowers home. Anyway, the matter had already been revealed. He had nothing to be embarrassed about. He wanted to send Wang Wan home first, in order to have some alone time with Suyu. But I don't know how. Wang Wan, who was usually quite toward him, completely failed to understand his deeper meaning. No, send Suyu first. I still have something to ask. Alright, not being able to lose his last piece of ground in this war of pursuing Suyu, Gao Qingsong had no choice but to do what Wang Wan said. But along the way, Wang Qingsong realized that it seemed as if Wang Wan was not drunk. Suyu, when did you and Zhang Xiaojian meet? At first Suyu didn't care and replied, about high school? It's been a long time anyway. And how old is he? 24. 24, is that rich? His dad hung up and he inherited $1 billion. No one believes that. Of course, but it's not good to dig deeper. So what does he do now? I was working as a clerk in some private company before, and I don't know if I quit now. Wang Wan's eyes rolled and she asked in a low voice, then you don't have any interest in him, do you? But even if her voice is small, even if the Land Rover compartment is wide, it can't resist Wang Qingsong's ears to eavesdrop. After hearing this question, Gao Qingsong's body tensed up a bit. Luckily, Suyu shook her head. What are you talking about? If we could have happened, it wouldn't have happened a long time ago. Besides, her ex was my best friend. After saying this, Suyu sensed something was wrong and she looked at her colleague and best friend. You're not? Wang Wan was puzzled. Ex, then does he still have a girlfriend now? Suyu frowned. No, just divided 3 months. Not, you in the end. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Wang Wan clapped her hands. That would be great. So Little Sword is now in the midst of a love affair. Being somewhat confused by Wang Wan's disturbance, Suyu finally finished her sentence. What exactly do you want to do? Wang Wan clenched her small fist. They say the best way to heal a love wound is time, and the fastest way is to find the next relationship. Then she changed her words and became cautious as she looked at Suyu. What do you think about me being his next segment? Suyu. Wang Wan pouted her little mouth and shook Suyu's hand, pouting. You'll help me, won't you? You. The Land Rover raced down the highway in the River City. The flickering streetlights would sometimes reflect the rear compartment, and also Suyu's still pretty face despite her surprise. She now looked at Wang Wan and really didn't know what to say. Wang Wan and she belonged to the same Eastern Airlines, trained together, worked together, and were assigned to the same group. Wan's sister has grown a face that is not considered a first-glance beauty, but the more you look at it the more durable it is. Her height is 1.7 m and her leg length is inversely proportional. It is just that she does not wear a uniform to show it. At the same time, Wang Wan's family conditions can be considered. Both parents are teachers holding an iron rice bowl. In the past, she had quite a few suitors, but generally Wang Wan would be like meeting an evil demon and retreat. Even though there was no lack of some rich second generation, or good-looking handsome men among those people. Occasionally, Wang Wan would talk to Suyu about men, trolling and quirky, and there was no shortage of new age women's comments always coming from her cherry mouth. But knowing these 2 years, Suyu knew that this girl hadn't really moved on that man. What's going on today? You're not serious, are you? Suyu asked seriously. Wang Wan pointed to the tip of her slightly arched nose. Look at me. Could I be any more serious? Suyu shook her head. Stop it. Didn't you always say in the past that women in the new era should be independent and insist that it's better to have nothing than nothing? I did say but it's not like Zhang Xiaojian is lacking or abusive. Gao Qingsong, who was driving on one side, interjected. Lacking or not, I don't know. Yesterday he had 2 little sisters around him at the bar. Wang Wan's willow leaf eyebrow clustered, like Zhang Xiaojian, so not only single, have the face and money, but also such a young man to go to the nightclub inevitably have fallen into the eye of the money girl to paste. This is not very normal? That's true. Gao Qingsong was disliked. Wang Wan looked at Suyu again, stars popping out of her eyes, and his heart is on fire. He has a sense of justice. How could such a person's character be bad? Suyu. After a moment, Suyu still decided to pour a pot of cold water. Firstly, you're just on a whim. You're hot for 3 minutes on everything. How's that for 3 minutes? The yoga card was something you insisted I go with you to get. Right. And you ended up going once. And the German class. You said how it would be good to learn an extra language for our future sake. And then you paid for it and you went there twice. And the beauty card thing? Just maintenance. Wanwan Air couldn't listen anymore and interrupted. This time is different. Suyu nodded her head and said, okay, then say too. Let me ask you, what if Zhang Xiaojian wasn't so rich? What if he was just an ordinary company employee who could only have a salary of $2,000 or $3,000 a month? Wang Wan was surprised and said, who made the man I looked at so good? Relying on me? Suyu blankly stared. You didn't answer the question positively. Wang Wan, however, asked, that's not important. What's important is that I want to know if his ex-girlfriend is blind to let go of such a good man? Is it hard to believe that it was Zhang Xiaojian who dumped her? No, not if the situation is complicated. If you say no, that means she dumped Zhang Xiaojian. Saying that, Wang Wan clenched her small pink fist again. It seems that this is a heavenly good fortune, and it's destiny for him and me. Gao Qingsong, who drove the car, couldn't stand it anymore and said, let's not talk about anything else. Get ready for an uphill struggle. Like Zhang Xiaojian, this kind of diamond man, the least beside him must be a girl, and all of them are pretty girls. 1,000 soldiers and horses on a single wooden bridge. Can you kill the end of the line? Wang Wan slanted a glance at Gao Qingsong, knowing that it was the big truth, but she still couldn't help but be angry, and said word for word, drive, car. Zhang Xiaojian returned home, lying on the bed feeling much more comfortable than the hotel where he had gone up to the stars last night. Gazing at the ceiling for a moment, the day's events replayed before his eyes. He found that people's ability to adapt is really strong. Rich, but it was just something that happened the day before yesterday. Today he actually bought a Lamborghini, donated $500,000, and also hit Li Ningji tomorrow to go home to see Go High and Low first to the second and to buy a set of houses. Stay 100,000 cash. Stay too much afraid she cannot accept, cannot be, and let her hard to work. Oh, right. Zhang Xiaojian sat up and remembered something very important. When I was buying my second car today, the system prompted, system decision, current consumption is inappropriate consumption. No points will be rewarded. At that time, he remembered that his thought of buying a whole bunch of villas to brush up his points fizzled out, and more than likely, he would probably be judged by the system as an inappropriate consumer. Later at the police station, when Yimazhu transferred that $500,000 to the police Sun Xinyong, a system prompt also popped up. Hidden achievements cannot be triggered repeatedly. System tip, donation behaviors can only trigger hidden achievements and will not be rewarded with points. Zhang Xiaojian rubbed his temples, finally remembering that his attention was on the red card when he woke up from his suffocation early the previous morning, and there were two prompt messages that he skipped over. Friendly reminder, points will not be rewarded for donations. Friendly reminder, points will not be rewarded for improper spending. Improper spending is determined by the intelligence system on its own. Donation behavior only triggers achievements. Hidden achievements laid out in plain sight know as bonus buffs and possibly other things. But even without giving points, Zhang Xiaojian still wants to donate some money now. Just a sigh at the thought of a certain fund he knew of. A certain club that was scandalous. It's money well spent if it's really put to good use. Don't let all the insiders donate to themselves. That's not worth it. With his current class, he really didn't know what a reliable charity was. So he had to let the matter go for now. And all those previous messy ways of swiping points, all of which were slashed to death by the so-called improper spending. Just buying a second car was judged to be improper spending. And forget about the rest. It seems one can only work hard to continue to increase one's level of legitimate consumption. In addition, he still had 10 skill books that he hadn't used. Want to give it a try? So Zhang Xiaojian looked at the list of skills again. This time, YA is not the god of cars and cooks and songs. Looking at the management attributes, he thought about whether he wanted to open a company to live through the addiction of being a domineering president. But there is no point. Opening a company is nothing more than to earn money, and one isn't too far off. So, thinking about it, he fell asleep again. When I opened my eyes again, it was light again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the moment Zhang Xiaojian opened his eyes, a knock sounded on the door. The first thing that caught my eye when I opened the door was a bouquet of flowers that consisted entirely of budding flower bones with pure white foliage. Zhang Xiaojian was furious and asked drily, Gao Qingsong, you got up early in the morning and ran to my house to deliver white flowers. Do you owe a beating? Gao Qingsong looked embarrassed as he said, it's not like this flower is for morning. It's called a bell orchid. Zhang Xiaojian there understand flowers. Of course, do not know the bell orchid flower language is happy return. Even more do not know that this is only the beginning of certain offensive. What the hell is a bell orchid? Zhang Xiaojian looked at the bouquet made of white bones with his sleepy eyes and searched his mind to make sure that he had never heard of this kind of flower. It was only last night that Gao Qingsong realized the flower's symbolism, and with a smile on his face, he said, the flower language of the lily of the valley is the return of happiness. the keen Zhang Xiaojian smelled something different. He looked at Gao Qingsong's 19-year-old national face, and the smile on his face that somewhat made the meaning of the words difficult to understand, and said seriously, "I'm not. Don't misunderstand me." Gao Qingsong's hand shook as he clutched the flowers. "What does that mean? I am?" He huffed. "Neither am I." "No, you're not? You're not? You came over here in the morning to give me flowers?" "I'm really not. Listen to me." "Wait a minute." Zhang Xiaojian took small steps backward, retreating into the house with a lift of his hand, making the traffic cop stop gesture. "Speak here. Keep a safe distance." Looking at Zhang Xiaojian's hard-to-hide expression of disgust, Gao Qingsong took a deep breath and explained. "I said that the words of this flower are the return of happiness." Zhang Xiaojian got goosebumps and immediately interrupted. "Don't. You're a big man and I'm happy to return to a fart. You love to find whoever is happy to find whoever is happy to go. Don't run to my door to read the language of the flowers. Okay? I can't stand it." After saying this, Zhang Xiaojian felt as if it wasn't very good as he explained. "That don't get me wrong. I don't mean to discriminate against you, but I really don't." Gao Qingsong's face turned green. He cursed Wang Air 10,000 times in his heart. In the middle of the night yesterday, he received a message from Wang Weiner, who asked him to send this bunch of lily of the valley to Zhang Xiaojian before 8 o'clock this morning, and also sent the address of Zhang Xiaojian's house. Proceeding, Wang Weiner also instructed, "Don't express yourself too obviously first. Just say that last night you and I heard Suyu talking about how he had just recently broken up, so I'm sending this bouquet to him to wish him a happy and early return." As the only bridgehead in the pursuit of Suyu's offense, Wang Air is now of course Gao Qingsong's little mother. When she says east, it is east. When she says west, it must be west. Therefore, Gao Qingsong got up early in the morning and knocked on the door of several florists, and it was not easy to buy the bouquet of bellflowers, but it was misunderstood. He could not cry now, so he could only use his fastest speech to say, "Yesterday, Suyu talked about your recent breakup. Wang Air and I thought that at least we are friends, so we purposely sent you a bouquet of flowers to show our feelings. Can you not think of the wrong things?" Zhang Xiaojian let out a breath. "So that's what happened. You should have said so earlier. It scared my heart. You've got to let me talk. You interrupt me every time I'm just about to explain." "Well, that's my fault." Zhang Xiaojian sidestepped and raised his hand. "Enter the house first." Gao Qingsong walked into Zhang Xiaojian's broken house and first frowned, obviously feeling that the house in front of him clearly did not match Zhang Xiaojian's worth. He could not help but ask, "Why do you live in such a shabby place?" Zhang Xiaojian didn't answer this question of his. His eyes kept sizing up Gao Qingsong, and he lowered his voice to ask, "Brother, you really aren't, are you?" Gao Qingsong's forehead veins rippled. "Zhang Xiaojian, you are really cheap. I smothered a pot of rice and warmed up the dishes that Su Yu and Bai Yang had brought the day before but hadn't touched much from the refrigerator." Zhang Xiaojian served the meal and handed Gao Qingsong, who was sure it really wasn't, a pair of chopsticks. "Let me ask a question," Gao Qingsong said. "You ask." Zhang Xiaojian wondered. "In the lives of rich young men like you, is it that you send flowers when you don't have much to do?" The corners of Gao Qingsong's mouth twitched. "Say it as if you don't have any money." Zhang Xiaojian honestly said. "I didn't have any money before, but only recently did I have money. Otherwise why would I be living here and used to eating leftovers?" Gao Qingsong remembered that yesterday Suyu jokingly said that Zhang Xiaojian's father had hung up and left a large inheritance to him. Now it seems as if it really wasn't a joke, so he had to reply, "It's not always a gift. There has to be a reason for it." "Okay." Zhang Xiaojian picked up a piece of boiled fish fillet that had been in the refrigerator for a day and a night and ate it, feeling that it was more flavorful and very good. Gao Qingsong also started to eat, just a few bites and then put down his chopsticks. Apparently eating was just polite. He really didn't like to eat leftovers, even if some of the dishes just tasted better after they were left over and left for a while. Soon Zhang Xiaojian finished a bowl of rice and looked at Gao Qingsong without forcing him to continue eating, asking, "Are you alright today?" Gao Qingsong thought to himself that whether he could rely on Wang Wanner as a bridgehead would all depend on how much he could help Wang Wanner, so his answer was, "I'm fine every day." Zhang Xiaojian slapped the table. "That's just right. What exactly? As the saying goes, who doesn't have two rich friends?" Before yesterday Zhang Xiaojian really didn't have one. Given his previous class and the circles he had contact with, it was really civilian. He desperately needs a second-generation Cockney friend like Gao Qingsong. This way he can more easily and quickly know Jiangcheng that the most expensive restaurant, that the highest prices, that nightclub is the hottest, and of course, where the hottest chicks. Zhang Xiaojian didn't hide anything either. "I want to buy a house today." Gao Qingsong, "Of course, is at your disposal, okay? I know there are a few high-grade real estate just opened. The environment, facilities, all aspects are good." Zhang Xiaojian rejoiced. so that he wouldn't have to bother himself with checking. He said, "But first, I have to go pick up my second aunt. My second aunt is just my mom, who raised me from a young age." Gao Qingson nodded. "Let's go that." Zhang Xiaojian looked at the leftovers and beckoned. Come, clean up fast together." Gao Qingson, as a second generation, he has not done this kind of rough work since he was a child, not to mention washing dishes, or even touching a rag. Forcing himself to endure his discomfort, Gao Qingson helped Zhang Xiaojian finish packing. Zhang Xiaojian said, "Wait for a while." Then he went into the house and came out carrying a large school bag. Looking at this or almost catching up with the size of the traveling backpack school bag, and heavy falling look, Gao Qingson wondered, "What are you carrying this? Look quite heavy." "Ah," Zhang Xiaojian said. "Money," as he changed into the new Audi Qingfeng running shoes he bought yesterday. "High green pines. This big bag of books. How much must it be?" "At least it must be almost $2 million. I have to say, Gao Qingson's vision is indeed venomous, but he didn't understand. Isn't it better to bring a card? Bring so much cash. Don't you think it's too heavy?" Zhang Xiaojian tied his shoelace. "No. I'm going to throw it in the trunk of the car and put it there. It's convenient when I spend it." Gao Qingsong's face twitched as he thought about how although he wasn't a top-rich second generation, his pocket money of $50,000 to $60,000 in January was enough for him to be fast and furious. At one time he thought he was a rich man, but now he came to think that he was nothing but a kid with a little more pocket money. "First, I'll send a tweet to my second aunt to get a head start." Zhang Xiaojian then put the school bag filled with cash into the front trunk of the Lamborghini. Taking a look at the small orange with only two sitting on it, Zhang Xiaojian depressedly said, "I should have known not to buy a sports car. In a while 3 people can't sit down. Open your Land Rover and go." "Okay," Gao Qingson agreed painfully. "Get in the Land Rover and make your way straight to Head Street in the Old Town." Zhang Xiaojian lit a Chinese root, and while smoking it, he fell into thought. The first problem was how to explain to Auntie Tu that she was suddenly rich. There was also the fact that second auntie liked Zhao Linlin very much, so she would definitely ask questions when the time came. Should she tell the truth? The most fatal problem is how to make the frugal and hardworking to the extreme second aunt learn to spend money, or give her money in vain. According to her character will certainly save a dead period. The old generation is like this. It was also these problems that made Zhang Xiaojian not go home to visit his second aunt, who single-handedly brought him and his sister up as her own mother. At the first opportunity after he had the money, lying seemed unavoidable. What with father hanging up and leaving behind a legacy, this kind of talk came out. Auntie Tu was afraid that she would be so angry that she would give him 2 big mouths. What story could that make up? There was no other way. Zhang Xiaojian shamelessly asked for help. "Brother Qingsong, you also know my situation. I won't hide it from you. I can't talk to my second aunt about my dad's matter. There are bitter reasons. How do you think I can make my second aunt accept that I'm suddenly rich?" Gao Qingsong, who was driving the car, scratched his head with one hand, not thinking at all that Zhang Xiaojian's so-called father was made up, probably because the fact that Zhang Xiaojian did suddenly have money was in front of him, and his friends around him had to find a reason that they could accept one, and even if that reason was bullshit, they had to believe it because it was the only one. After thinking for a moment, Gao Qingsong said, "What kind of person is your second aunt?" Zhang Xiaojian subconsciously said, "Stingy, extremely deductive kind, love of money, won't let go of any water bottle on the side of the road. Frugal, even if the used plastic bags are dirty, she keeps them, so there's a lot of stuff in the house that's been sitting around for a decade or two half-assed and useless. It's catching up with the scrapyard." Gao Qingsong, in his 19 years of life, of the circles he had come in contact with, he had never heard of such a person at all, so had to ask again, "What does your second aunt do now?" Zhang Xiaojian answered honestly, "She works the morning shift cleaning at KFC when she retires, and wears chopsticks at home." "What is the job of wearing chopsticks?" Gao Qingsong's brows clustered together, completely unable to understand up. "It's the disposable chopsticks used in restaurants. The cheapest kind which requires someone to put the chopsticks made in the wood factory into a bag." "There's this kind of work? I always thought it was all factory dressed. The ones worn right out of the factory are of good quality. My second aunt wears the cheapest of the cheapest, only a drop above bare chopsticks." "Well, let's not dwell on that," Zhang Xiaojian suddenly lamented. "You know, wearing a bag of chopsticks is only a dozen or so dollars, always being stabbed by wooden thorns, and my second aunt wore them when she was working, and that's how she brought me and my sister up." Gao Qingsong was a bit unable to imagine that kind of life, and after a moment of silence, he said, "It's really not easy." Zhang Xiaojian drew the china in his hand to the end. "So now I'm going to give her the best life. I'm going to buy her a house with floor-to-ceiling windows, live in a park-like neighborhood, eat mountain delicacies and seafood that she hasn't eaten before, and show her all of the landscapes in the world that she hadn't seen when she was young. Gao Qingsong was silent this time for even longer than last time. Turning a street corner he said, I find that I like you more and more. Zhang Xiaojin, who had just sensationalized the situation for less than 30 seconds, shook his hand. Don't you say you're not? I'm not. You're not. You still say you like me? I'm fucking talking about a friend kind of feeling sexually attracted to each other. Zhang Xiaojin patted his chest. Don't you keep scaring me. I'm straight. A straight thief. I don't bend either. I see you're a little bent. You're the one who's bent. Your whole family is bent. Don't turn. Right here. Stop the car. Gao Qingsong kicked the brakes and saw the old red brick building outside the car window and couldn't help but say, this kind of building still exists now? The old city of Tudao Street and a row of 80s built in the red brick old buildings have not been demolished until now. Quite rare. Most of the people who still live in the old building are neighbors for decades. As long as a downstairs, left and right all acquaintances. Greetings have to play half a day. Second aunt began to prepare the dishes after receiving Zhang Xiaojian's WeChat. She didn't know what time Zhang Xiaojian would arrive, but the idea that a child should always come home to a hot meal was a concept that the older generation of parents clung to in their marrow. Just while cutting up the eggplant, Auntie Tu sneezed. It's not like this eggplant is an onion or choking, and sneezing can only mean that someone's been nagging her. It must be the eldest sister's family. And thinking of her, Auntie Tu's mood, which had been cheered up by the child's return home, slumped back down. Put the chopped eggplant in the vegetable bowl and all meal prep is all set. Then Aunt Ernie went to the cramped bathroom, saw herself in the mirror as she washed her hands, and stroked her scorched hair. The reason for the scorching hair was that every year she went to get her hair permed for New Year's Eve, and every time she did it she used the cheapest potion in the small, crappy barbershop downstairs that had been open for over 20 years. Really old. Second aunt sighed softly, then sat down on a hut stool piled with all sorts of things. In front of her was a sack of wooden chopsticks, and a plastic bag of wooden chopsticks wrapping bags, and she had to wait for Little Sword anyway, so she wore them for a while. Aunt Ernie just worked and waited. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Aunt Ernie put on a pair of wooden chopsticks and threw them in the sack, then went to the door and opened it. Zhang Xiaojian stood outside the door, smelling the smell of rice aroma in the house. I've said don't cook. Why are you doing it again? With that, he stepped inside, changed his slippers, and sat down on his butt. Second aunt looked at Zhang Xiaojian and was happy again. Just get 2 dishes. One of your favorite minced meat eggplant and a cold dish. Quick, don't get busy yet. Sit down. Auntie Tu. Second aunt froze, looking at Zhang Xiaojian's demeanor as if he had something to say to himself. Suddenly feeling that the situation was not good, she sat down and said in a serious and extremely fast-talking manner, what's the matter? Something at work? Or does Lin's family not approve? What the hell is going on? You kids, are you in trouble? Zhang Xiaojian was startled by second aunt's overreaction and hurriedly consoled. That's me being a child in trouble. Auntie Tu thought about it and asked in a puzzled voice. So what's going on? Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath and said, Second aunt, I have money. Second aunt still looked at Zhang Xiaojian in bewilderment. Just this? Yeah, that's it. Second aunt rewarded Zhang Xiaojian with a blank stare, stood up and went straight to the narrow kitchen, saying as she walked, okay, second aunt knows, but you have to eat first even if you have money. The things made in restaurants are not clean. Zhang Xiaojian was in an awkward position. He remembered that last year when the year-end bonus was paid out, the first thing he said when he came home was, Auntie Air, I've got money. The suffix was, let's go to a restaurant for dinner. Auntie Air guessed she just thought he had paid a bonus. The old-fashioned fume hood in the kitchen was pressed open by Aunt Ernie's thumb. It boomed like a power drill, the key so loud but not effective, and before long the room was full of smoke. Zhang Xiaojian knew that he couldn't hear second aunt even if he talked now, so he opened the window to the maximum first, and then sent a WeChat to Gao Qingsong, telling him to wait a little longer. Then Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting in the grease and smoke, lit a cigarette and realized that there were a few more wrinkles at the corners of the eyes of his second aunt, who was hanging a smile in the kitchen. For Auntie Tu, the happiest thing may be when the kids come home for dinner, but Zhang Xiaojian had come back at most once a week before because of his work, not to mention his younger sister who had dropped out of school to go to the Magic City for a year during her rebellious period. The second aunt's main concern is not how much money the children have earned, but whether the children have been happy lately, whether the food is good or not, whether the clothes are warm or not, and such trivial matters. Of course, if there is money beyond a certain point, she will be happy, and then there will inevitably be a series of problems. Zhang Xiaojian was out of his mind when his second aunt brought up the eggplant with meat foam. He looked at the dish. Second aunt, this meat foam is too little. Second aunt back, less what less? Enough for you to eat. This morning pork rose a piece. Tomorrow may not fall back. The family still have a little I did not buy. and then just told me you come back today. Okay. Zhang Xiaojian picked up his chopsticks and put them down again. But I'm really not hungry. I just finished eating here. One more bite, and Auntie too will serve you less rice. I think I've heard that before. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaojian saw his second aunt enter the kitchen, holding a rice spatula and pressing hard on the rice in the bowl. And the bowl of rice that had been bubbling up was flattened. Raw. Are all moms like this? Zhang Xiaojian took the rice and took a bite of eggplant mixed with meat foam and put it in his mouth. What is it? Any progress? Auntie Tu's eyes were full of anticipation. Zhang Xiaojian would like to say that no eggplant is good without oil. Auntie Er has always smothered the eggplant with water and then stir-fried it with a little oil. But eventually the words came out as, yummy. So Auntie Er moved nimbly and brushed a few more chopsticks for him. It's delicious. Eat more. Zhang Xiaojian regretted eating the leftovers at home in the morning. With Auntie Er's chopstick by chopstick assistance, he had to finish the compressed rice that was as good as a compressed cookie. The good thing is that the young man is young. Hard stuffing really stuffed down. In one is Zhang Xiaojian no. He came back not to eat a meal. The second aunt must be uncomfortable in the heart. After a good meal, Auntie Tu had to go clean up again. Zhang Xiaojian burped and hurriedly pulled her to sit down. Second aunt, don't clean up anything else first. Come with me today and take you out to play. He was now determined to be first and last, or he might not get out of the house this afternoon. And Auntie Tu would definitely get to the bottom of it when she found out he was really rich. Play what play? So old. I promised someone to send a bag of chopsticks over tomorrow. The car's been waiting half a day downstairs, so hurry up and pack. Yeah, remember to bring ID. Helplessly the second aunt had to go into the house to clean up, while rejoicing that she did not feed Zhang Xiaojin in vain, and at the same time, she was heartbroken that this was going to go out to play. And then she had to spend money that should not be spent. But it's good to go out for a walk. She'll definitely stop spending money, and more importantly, she'll go out to avoid her big sister. Gao Qingsong was bored out of his mind in the Land Rover. It just so happened that he found two old men playing chess at the entrance of the building that Zhang Xiaojian went up to. He ran to watch the chess game. Not to say it is quite interesting. The two old men chess rivalry will meet a good talent. A variety of backhand dazzle people. Killing opportunities. I don't realize that I've been watching for almost an hour. The game was just about over. And the old man who had won looked smug, while the loser was so displeased that he clamored for another game. I was going to send Zhang Xiaojin a tweet and ask when it was coming down. At this time there is a family of three walked to his not far stood down. He did not want to eavesdrop, but really heard clearly. Son, in a little while you go up and cry. Your second aunt will be soft-hearted, so maybe she'll agree. The speaker is a middle-aged woman with big curly hair, carrying a LV bag in her hand, which looks like a high fashion. Her son grew quite tall, must have 1.83 m, with a pair of glasses, seems to be well-mannered. Heard his mother's words immediately said, "Don't worry mom, I brought eye drops, you will wait to see well, guaranteed tears." The middle-aged man spoke at this time. Your second aunt's arm is turned outward. In the future, her daughter is sure to marry. Her classmate's child she pulled up so big is enough to do justice to. What's the matter? Still want to give the demolition fee to that bitch named Xiaojian? Dad, don't get mad. You'll have to do the right thing later. You and my mom will have a red face and a white face, and we'll make sure we return home in triumph today. Little sword. Cheap bastard? Gao Qingsong's eyebrows tangled together as he roughly heard the whole thing. But what he had trouble understanding was the fact that this shitty building had to be demolished to give a few subs. As to show this face? He didn't wait for him to tell Zhang Xiaojian about what happened downstairs. Over here, Zhang Xiaojian had just happened to come down the stairs while pulling his second aunt's small hand, and collided face to face with this family of three. Zhang Xiaojian hadn't seen these relatives for years, but he knew who they all were. Auntie Tu stood still for a moment and called out, "Sister, why are you here again? And bringing the children? What's all this fuss about? Second aunt, why can't I come?" That 183 young guy's acting skills were really good, and this cordial and slightly reproachful tone instantly closed the distance between him and his second aunt, whom he had not seen for a long time. Gao Qingsong, who had just finished listening to what they said, froze and thought, "Oops, fuck, this is the one who graduated from the movie academy?" This change of face is also too natural. Zhang Xiaojian knew that he was the willful Chen Yuanbin when he was a child. He also remembered that this forced to take a drop gun to smash the little sister, and finally to the little sister scared while cry, turned back to the adults in front of the eyes of a change of face he became the victim. Later know this Zhang Xiaojian and he fought, but then Chen Yuanbin 3 years older than him, tall, strong, froze and did not fight back. The boy and a tearful apologies. On the contrary, the nose is swollen Zhang Xiaojian seems to be unforgiving, careful, and made a mess of the outside and the inside is not a person. All in all, Zhang Xiaojian hadn't had a good feeling about this so-called cousin since he was a child, and he simply hadn't seen him since he was older. What's going on here today? Yuan Bin. You net accompany your mom nonsense. This broken house 20 years ago has been rumored to move. Not until now also did not move. I know you guys heart, but always have to have accurate information to say. Qian Yuanbin said. Second aunt. My classmates in the demolition office. I heard that this has been finalized. Also within a month to come over to measure the number of meters. Auntie 2 sighed. Until a month from now then. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth. Second sister. Where are you going? Little Jian has not seen you for quite a while, and you don't know to say hello when you see auntie. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, good day auntie. That please make way. The car is waiting for us. The three of them did not move as if they were stakes without the slightest intention of letting go. Zhang Xiaojian was concerned about his second aunt's feelings and knew that it was inappropriate to have a violent conflict, so he had to hold his second aunt's hand and bypass them. What Zhang Xiaojian did not expect was that Gao Qingsong had already gained insight into all this. Gao Qingsong stood on the side of the road and pulled open the door of the Land Rover and shouted, Mr. Zhang, the car is here. Zhang Xiaojian understood and said to Gao Qingsong, No need for you to pull the door. Hurry up and drive. You can't even kiss ass. The two of them looked at each other, and Gao Qingsong's eyes were saying how about it buddy? I'm eye candy enough. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes were saying man, I'm not too bad. It's quite natural to pick up, isn't it? The Land Rover is not exactly a luxury car though, but in the eyes of the average citizen that's an absolutely great car. Watching Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt Wang Chunhua get into this nice car and hearing that young man shouting Mr. Zhang, Wang Chunlan and her husband looked at each other with some dismay. I heard that Zhang Xiaojian is just a clerk in a small company. How did he turn into a general manager? And his car has become a Land Rover? Gao Qingsong's play is not bad. Hearing Zhang Xiaojian say that he flattered, immediately revealed a somewhat aggrieved look, and then lowered into the driver's seat. The Land Rover started. The middle-aged woman Wang Chunlan did not know what to do, but his son was quite opinionated. Go, Mom, let's go up. Without being told, Qian Yuanbin pulled his parents into his own Alto. Sitting in the car, Wang Chunlan looked at his son, hurriedly drove up, asked, Yuanbin, we follow up what? The big deal is to come back tomorrow. Qian Yuanbin smiled. Mom, you are not paying attention. Right. You see that driver wearing GUCCL, or the latest model? Wang Chunlan and her husband looked at each other and understood what was going on. Qian Yuanbin said as he drove close behind. This is definitely Zhang Xiaojian's friend. It can't be any driver. And the Land Rover is 80% also his. Wang Chunlan said. That's right. When I talked to your second aunt about Zhang Xiaojian the other day, I also said that he was still working at the company. Qian Yuanbin said. Right. Who doesn't have two rich friends? How did this kid learn to be like this? Wang Chunlan said in dissatisfaction. Qian Yuanbin, his father, snorted coldly. Just today Zhang Xiaojian is also here. We cannot always come every day, chasing the past to break the matter. Yuanbin, after all, there is the old Wang's family's only pro-grandson. To really wait for the demolition of your second aunt 10,000 to give this money to the Zhang Xiaojian go to buy a house. This money can be all gone. Mother and son nodded their heads in unison, thinking that there was nothing wrong with that. Seeing the Alto crashing behind him, Gao Qingsong said, Xiaojian, what's the deal? Dump him? Zhang Xiaojian quickly said, but do not. This old city car, many people, bumping, more trouble, and then my second aunt in the car. The real accident can be how to deal with. We should go there to go there. Do not care about them, who do not have a little annoying relatives. That's right. Gao Qingsong remembered his own family's countryside relatives, that once they came to the city, they were so rude. Little Sword, Auntie 2 could see that this was Little Sword's friend, and that was an act for her sister just now. Auntie 2, what's wrong? Tell me. The not-so-good-faced second aunt sighed and said, there are rumors of demolition again, and your great-aunt is hot, plus our three sisters. Only your great-aunt gave birth to such a son, and this house was originally your granddaughter's, so they think there should be a share of him, and they want to have some. Zhang Xiaojian angrily said, mention this, I'm angry. When the second aunt's husband accident of the compensation you all to grandma to see the doctor. Grandma left the house to you, right? When grandma hospitalized, spend money when how not to see them? Now the house relocation. They come again. Still fucking point face. Little Sword, how can you say that you are also your great aunt? You can't say that to your face. Zhang Xiaojian sneered. They are afraid of demolition. You take the demolition money and buy me a house. Second aunt that cannot know her big sister's mind. But this is no need to hide this from Xiaojian. Can only nod. I do want to wait for the demolition of a smaller set. Save plus what I saved over the years to pay a down payment for you. Zhang Xiaojian's heart was beautiful when he heard this. and he rarely put his arm around the old lady with some intimacy. Second auntie, you don't need to buy it for me. I'll buy 2 more sets for you this day, Gao Qingsong asked at this time. Then should we look at the villa first, or the house first? Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment. The best will do anyway. Auntie Tu froze, a bit confused as to what these 2 kids were talking about. A Land Rover and an Alto came to Wushu New Town one after the other. This is one of the few high-grade neighborhoods in the second ring road of Jiangqing City, just opened not long before the prices soared. It is said that back then, in order to grab this rare piece of land, several large real estate companies fought and fought. Eventually it was taken by the veteran developer Vandy, and spent hundreds of millions of dollars and 5 years of craftsmanship to polish it to its current glory. In front of the sales office, a man, 2 women and 3 sales staff have been waiting for a long time, saw the Land Rover parked in front of the door, even went up attentively to help open the door. Gao Qingsong got out of the car first and asked, "Where's your manager son?" "Hello Mr. Gao. I'm Xiao Wu, our sales consultant here. Our manager's son had to have a meeting at the head office today and couldn't come over, so he specially instructed me to take care of you." "Good to say." Gao Qingsong nodded and introduced Zhang Xiaojian in second aunt, who had just come down from the side, saying, "These 2 are the main attractions today." The family of 3 in the auto over there stepped off as well. Wu took a look and asked, "Together?" Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. "No, second aunt, however, pinched him and said, 'You're your great aunt anyhow.'" After saying that, Auntie Air looked at the extremely high-grade sales office in front of her, and was full of questions that she wanted to ask Zhang Xiaojian, but Wang Chunlan came over there, so she had to deal with it first. "Sis, there's some unfinished business. Don't blame Big Sis for coming after you. But what are you doing here?" Wang Chunlan raised his eyes. In front of a group of buildings, a glance to know that this is just built not long ago, the new building, not too far from the convention and exhibition center, which is described as an inch of land in gold. Zhang Xiaojian was dead annoyed with these 3, but just now second aunt had spoken, so he could only bury them for a few moments. "No, great aunt, have all 3 of your family been plastered today? Why are you so sticky?" Wang Chunlan did not say anything. His husband was immediately unhappy, face gloomy. Qian Yuanbin thought he was smart. "Xiaojian, quite a long time no see. Mouth is powerful. Bring the second aunt to come here for what? In advance to see the building? Ah, don't make a scene. This is Wushu New Town, a flat 25,000. The second aunt, that point of demolition money cannot be enough, right?" Zhang Xiaojian glanced at Gao Qingsong. "This is only 25,000 for a flat?" Other people think Zhang Xiaojian with this pretense, but Gao Qingsong knows not. "Back, big brother, we Jiangcheng after all. Second-tier cities, 25,000 will be expensive enough." Zhang Xiaojian thought about it right. Rumor has it that the quadrangle in the provincial city is only 40,000 to 50,000 a square foot, and this shitty place in Jiangcheng, 25,000 is indeed considered to be the top. Listening to their conversation, Qian Yuanbin laughed, smiling extraordinarily happily. "Xiaojian, this buddy of yours is really good, very cooperative with you. Wearing GUCCL to be your driver, not to mention that he also cooperates with you in every way." Gao Qingsong, who was dismantled, was not embarrassed and laughed. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Qian Yuanbin's smug appearance, also laughed. "Look at this situation is to accompany me and my second aunt to buy a building today? I'm just afraid that you can't afford it." Qian Yuanbin and his parents would never mind seeing Zhang Xiaojian make a fool of himself more often. Since words had rushed here, Zhang Xiaojian decided to show this family of 3 what it meant to be trenchant. He said to Wu, "Walk on. Look at the building." Xiao Wu couldn't figure out what relationship this group of people had going on, but he had also prepared the 9-seater electric sightseeing car for looking at the building before, and immediately said, "This way, please." The 9-seat tour bus seats exactly 9 people all the way into the new town of Lake Villa. Zhang Xiaojian and Qian Yuanbin no longer had much of a verbal argument because the elders of both families had spoken. Riding the tiger is difficult. The second aunt has a difficult face. Do not know Zhang Xiaojian in the end to make a scene. Just now heard this land of flat 25,000. The face will be even more difficult to see. I'm afraid her little savings aren't enough to buy a toilet. Just as a mother, she cannot tear down the small sword of the stage. Hey, take a step to see a step. Anyway, look at the building does not cost money. And this is the plot of the scenery is indeed good. Good enough to make her feel that that is the plot, which is not the garden. Wushu New Town's neighborhood is green to the extreme. Designed by renowned landscape designer Stefan himself. Sightseeing car has just entered the neighborhood. Surrounded by huge trees on both sides of the shade of the sun, all the sunshine. 2 rows of flowers and shrubs on the side of the road cannot be called a specific name. The sound of running water from a short distance. The crowd looked and saw a bottom covered with pebbles of the small river meandering. It didn't take long for the tour bus to turn the corner and come to the Yankee house area. The crowd stepped down from the car. Xiao Wu started to introduce while walking. Mr. Zhang, look at the design of our district's foreign building area. The spacing between the buildings is drawn out so that there will definitely not be any light blocking. One floor, one household. And even though the highest floor is the 5th floor, all of them are equipped with elevators. The greenery is nice. Zhang Xiaojian stretched and breathed in fresh air. Xian Yuanbin did not say anything, thinking pretend. I will see how long you can pretend. Xiao Wu proudly said. Mr. Zhang, I dare say so. There is no better green community than Lake Villa in the entire Jiangcheng. Auntie Tu nodded, somewhat engrossed in the current scenery. Indeed it is good. The park isn't even as good as this. This way. Xiao Wu continued to lead the way. Walking in Hushunu town is really like walking in the forest, surrounded by trees of different heights, flowers in full bloom competing for color, and the forest paths are a bit winding and secluded. Arriving in front of an ocean building, the crowd found that a ditch had been dug along the edge of the building's perimeter, in which the water was clear and occasional koi carp swam by. Wu proudly said, this is our neighborhood's unique design. As the saying goes, when the water is hair, the ditch and before we see the creek, and the depths of the mirror lake is connected, so there will occasionally be fish swimming here, but also implies carp leap dragon gate. Zhang Xiaojian, who hadn't seen much of the world, felt that the design was indeed bullish and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Let's go inside and take a look. Xiao Wu immediately nodded his head, not too showy, and said, okay, pushing open the door to the room. The group entered the model room on the 1st floor. The interior is decorated in a minimalist style, with everything laid out in raw wood tones, which echoes the wooded views from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making for a relaxing experience. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spacious and bright living room, open kitchen, as well as a gym, children's room, live-in bedroom, 2nd bedroom, and many more functional rooms are all available. There's no one who wouldn't love a house like this, but not many people can afford a house like that. Maybe because the house is too good reason. So recently also ready to buy a house, but also want to go along to pit the second aunt of the Wang Chunlan family of 3 to look at the extra serious, but look excited but also know that they cannot afford to buy, and ultimately turned into a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaojian ignored these 3 families who hated to look through people's houses for free. He sat down at the small bar of hidden liquor in the living room, and naturally a drink was handed to him by the saucy young lady who hadn't said a word beside Wu. Is it okay? Gao Qingsong felt that coming here made his face twice as bright, and asked triumphantly, Zhang Xiaojian, second aunt, do you think it's okay? My second aunt, who had just finished her spin, casually replied, I don't see the point of a line. So it's okay? Said Zhang Xiaojian as he stood up and put his arm around second aunt's shoulders. How many floors do you want? You're so old. The 1st floor is good, and it's a wide spacing that doesn't block the light. The second aunt hurriedly peeled away Zhang Xiaojian's hand, frowned and whispered, don't make a fuss, Xiaojian. This house we can afford. How to say that all the family, almost all will give a step down. Zhang Xiaojian also whispered, second aunt, you should prepare yourself mentally first. Don't be scared later. Remember that although I call you second aunt, you are my own mother. You can't give me a fall. Be calm. Aunt Air listened to the first half of the sentence and her heart was inevitably beautiful, and was about to reply, when Zhang Xiaojian beckoned and said loudly, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was immediately in place. Mr. Zhang, what other questions do you have? Zhang Xiaojian leaned on the high stool. No questions asked. You pick a good place for my second aunt. It needs to be on the 1st floor. We'll go over and look at the field later. Okay. Don't worry about that. Said Wu. Thief Professional took out the iPad. Do not know with what professional software. Open the panoramic map. Pointing, the 1st floor. This and this have. This side of the advantage is closer to the door. This side of it is close to the mirror lake. Walk over 3 minutes. The scenery is very good. At this time, Chen Yuanbin's family of 3 had just come out of the entertainment room in the east, and when they heard Zhang Xiaojian's words, they were filled with disbelief. With an expression of waiting to see the joke, Zhang Xiaojian turned his head and asked, do you think that side is better? Second aunt? Seeing them come into the living room, second aunt had no choice but to say, if you're comparing, the exit is close. Okay, that's the set. Xiao Wu heard, really is Mr. Sun brought the luxury customers, really sharp, although he already knew the answer, but must ask, you are the full payment, or loan. The full payment if there is a discount can be hit. Zhang Xiaojian didn't blink. Full payment? You don't have to figure out how much money for me. By the way, are there any more commercial clothes at this entrance? Wu's mind brightened at that, but he sighed. The commercial uniforms were all booked empty 3 years ago. Zhang Xiaojian was helpless. Fine. Gao Qingsong sniffed and picked up the phone and said, "If you want to buy commercial clothing, I'll ask Old Sun for you." Wu nodded and said, "Yes, I heard that there are a few sets are related, but did not pay the deposit. If we buy in full, the big boss is sure to have to sell. This matter has to be said by manager Sun." Zhang Xiaojian, "Okay, you ask." Gao Qingsong immediately picked up the phone and after a brief explanation, handed the phone to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu ummed and ahed for half a day, and finally put down the phone, took out his iPad again, and pointed at one of the doorways. "Mr. Zhang, our manager explained that there are 2 sets on this side and this side that you can choose from, and that each set is valued at more than $20 million. Let's go with this one. This one in the middle of the intersection. Good for business on all sides. What kind of business are you going to do?" Gao Qingsong was curious and asked while picking up the cup of water. Zhang Xiaojian honestly said, "My second aunt has always had a desire to open a small barn buy. Is drinking water." Gao Qingsong almost sprayed out. "More than 20 million houses open warehouse to buy. No. How to open a fresh food supermarket?" On the other hand, Auntie Tu looked puzzled. How can this be made to look like a real thing? The 3 members of Qian Yuanbin's family who stood next to second aunt also felt that things seemed a little bit not quite right. And as they looked at Zhang Xiaojian's breezy appearance, their hearts finally began to beat the drums. But reason quickly told them that this was simply impossible, and that what was in front of them was definitely staged. Zhang Xiaojian does not have the outstanding acting skills of Qian Yuanbin. He also had no intention of boosting the attribute of acting in his character attributes, so when it came time to pay, he didn't push back, but simply said to Wu, "Let's go back to the sales office and pay." "Little sword, I've come to see the small villa next to Mirror Lake before. It's very nice." Gao Qingsong gave a friendly reminder. Qian Yuanbin watched with cold eyes, thinking that I really want to drag. I will be here to watch you quietly perform, to see how long you can act. He had just convinced himself to be certain when he heard Zhang Xiaojian reject Gao Qingsong's proposal. How long can it take to pay the money? We'll go back to see the small villa later. Gao Qingsong nodded. That's fine. Oh yeah, since we have to pay for it, let's buy another garage. Otherwise, where will Auntie Tu's car go? I have to say that Gao Qingsong is well thought out. Who lives here doesn't have 2 or 3 cars at home? Zhang Xiaojian agreed. Fine or you're fine. Gao Qingsong, after a morning of bonding with Zhang Xiaojian and getting used to Zhang Xiaojian's mouth-breathing style of chatting, replied back, "Jianya, or you're still bitchy." The 2 of them talked and laughed. This side of Xiao Wu immediately said, "We have more cars. The garage this side is more generous." Hesitant, still can't believe that Zhang Xiaojian really has the money to buy this house. Second aunt had to speak at this time. Second aunt does not have a car, and does not know how to drive. Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian interrupted. Second aunt, you're just in your early 50s. It's not difficult to learn how to drive, and when it comes to the convenience of getting in and out, buying a garage is a must. Second aunt remembered what Zhang Xiaojian had said earlier. Prepare yourself, don't freak out later, and remember that even though I call you second aunt, you're my real mom, so you can't give me a fall. Be calm. Second aunt barely kept her composure. Did not wait for her to continue to refuse. Zhang Xiaojian added, "You have to buy a garage if you don't drive. Save your old house piled up with rags. What can't be thrown away? When the warehouse is also quite good, the least can be used as a pickle cellaret." Second aunt does not know what to say. To be honest, she is now also confused. Zhang Xiaojian, this is really false. Really, she cannot believe it. Say false it. Look at Zhang Xiaojian, this chest of calm look and does not look like pickles can be okay. Gao Qingsong smiled and said to Xiao Wu, "Be positive." Xiao Wu immediately pulled out his iPad again and introduced it. After choosing a garage closest to the house he wanted to buy, Zhang Xiaojian got up with a start. "Let's go. Don't dawdle. We still have to go back to look at the small villa in a while." Xiao Wu and the 2 sales ladies immediately led the way with joyful smiles. Over here, Wang Chunhua and her husband once again looked at each other, both seeing the shock in their eyes. Qian Yuanbin, on the other hand, is still certain. Whispered, "Look at it. He absolutely cannot take out. And so on, will go to the sales office. It is not likely that we'll play a urination." Sure enough, after returning to the sales office, Zhang Xiaojian went to the restroom. Now Qian Yuanbin had a smug look on his face and looked at Gao Qingsong, who was supposed to be very rich, and said, "Buddy, you're afraid that you're going to meet a bad person." Gao Qingsong was now too lazy to care about this stinking idiot, and said to Xiao Wu, "You guys can now prepare the formalities and count the price, and do it painfully." Xiao Wu immediately nodded. A look at the 2 side of the sales lady in the hands of the calculator crackled. He, on the other hand, turned around and went to prepare the purchase contract. A suite, a storefront, and a garage. The total price of $31,240,000 was quickly arrived at. After the sales lady said this figure out, Wang Chuano's two families could hardly hide the fact that they sucked in a breath of cool air. Second aunt's face also became ugly. More than $30 million. That could be a figure that Little Sword could earn? What the hell is this kid doing? He's not really trying to save face and hang out his friends and me. The old lady, by taking a piss, is he? It won't happen. Little Sword is not such a child. Remembering Zhang Xiaojian's earlier words about being calm, second aunt barely managed to keep her composure due to her extreme trust in the child she had raised. Qian Yuanbin asked with a gloating face, "It's not running away, is it?" As soon as his words fell, Zhang Xiaojian walked back, and after taking her seat, the salesgirl sweetly said, "Mr. Zhang, what we are buying is a housing unit, a set of commercial service, and a garage. Just now we calculated it, and the discounted value is $31,244,000. If it's not a problem, we'll take you to do the formalities now." Of course Zhang Xiaojian wouldn't do the math again himself. He nodded. "Okay, but I won't be the head of the household. Where's your ID card, Auntie-heir? Take it out." Second aunt, even if this life does eat salt, then Zhang Xiaojian walk more. But this moment to take out the ID card hand is still a little shaky. Looking at Zhang Xiaojian, a belly full of questions. In the way of the eldest sister's family of 3 people here, but not good to ask. Suffocation is really difficult. Let's go. Let's pay the money. Zhang Xiaojian handed over his ID card to the sales lady, and then took heir aunt's rough little hand in his other hand. Wang Chunlan saw that this was really about paying money, and immediately took second aunt's other arm. "Sister, I'll accompany you." Of course, Aunt Heir did not refuse, and Zhang Xiaojian did not stop her, following the sales lady who led the way straight to the finance department. This side left Gao Qingsong and the 2 fathers of the Qian family. With nothing else to do, Gao Qingsong teased a cough. He gently sipped the coffee served by the sales office, but not at a low price, and asked, "Man, you don't really think that Zhang Xiaojian doesn't have any money, do you?" Qian Yuanbin's face was now bad. Hearing Gao Qingsong's question, he did not answer, and his previous certainty had obviously all disappeared. His father, that is, the old money, after all, older, a bit of determination. Sitting aside and not moving, Gao Qingsong wondered, this how to also become a stuffy gourd, but it does not matter. This kid's face has explained everything. Feel really interesting. Gao Qingsong then added, "Today we are 3 people, or Small Sword will open his just bought a Lamborghini to come. Lamborghini Huracan Evo, no? Orange color. Very nice." As expected, Chen Yuanbin's face changed again right after he heard the words. When Gao Qingsong saw this kid's look, he continued to irritate. "I was beside you 3 when your family was talking downstairs today." The unmoving old Chen finally moved his voice this time and looked at Gao Qingsong. Gao Qingsong continued, "I've always wondered about one question. Just that broken building demolition can give a few money? If you want to have a good relationship with Xiao Jian, not to mention that little bit of money, just give you a villa, so what?" Putting his coffee down, he crossed his legs. "It's true that I'm not Little Sword's driver, but I guess I'll have to be Little Sword's follower for some time to come." After saying that, he patted Qian Yuanbin's shoulder as a sign of comfort. Qian Yuanbin, dead duck mouth stubborn, "I would like to see what you say is true or false, but also Lamborghini, ha? Do you really think that Lamborghini is still the former tractor brand?" Gao Qingsong smiled. "Yo, you quite know about cars. And you know the history of Lamborghini? Then do you know that nowadays Lamborghini also has tractors? And you guys can't afford to buy one even if you sell your house?" Gao Qingsong said so many things because he was still young and he was still angry. Not long ago in the car he had heard Zhang Xiaojian talk about all the crap in second aunt's house. And although he hadn't said anything, he was furious. Because this so-called sister-in-law's family is not running a personnel office. When his own mother was hospitalized, he didn't care about her. He didn't take any money, and he gave all the care to his own sister. There was certainly something in the certainty that Aunt Heir would come up with the payout from her husband's accident not so long ago to pay for the old man's medical care, and it could not be said that she had seen the death of the old man. But the old man left the house to the second aunt before leaving, also enough to show the attitude of the old man. You now heard that the relocation will come back to want to get a share of the face is really too ugly some. So he wanted to smack this old Qian family's face. So he said these words, and watched the Qian family father and son deliberately pretending to be indifferent, probably now in the heart of remorse to the extreme of the God-comfortable batch. Sure enough, the whole pretending thing is a blast. Gao Qingsong raised his hand and said to the salesgirl over there who was wearing a professional suit with good posture, "Give me another cup of coffee." He knew that he was going to enjoy how Zhang Xiaojian performed next. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaojian would brood. He would definitely beat and whip harder than himself. On the other side, Auntie Tu brushed off a lot of signatures. Finally all the contracts were filled out and it was time for the exciting moment. Wang Chunlan stood by her second aunt's side without moving an inch, occasionally using her afterglow to look at Zhang Xiaojian, looking at his calm and relaxed appearance, anticipating the impending fact. Zhang Xiaojian swiped his card, entered his password, and the payment was completed. Zhang Xiaojian returned. Okay. Then he handed the craft paper bag full of folders to second aunt. Second aunt, you keep it. Truth be told, up to now Auntie 2 hadn't reacted. She took it carefully and then asked, is this the end of the payment? The finance department staff will also nag. Auntie, it's paid off. You see how promising your son is. So young, he bought you such a nice house. You'll enjoy the rest of your life. Second aunt looked at Zhang Xiaojian, who put his arm around her shoulder and laughed. Enjoying happiness is a must. It's just that my mom is used to being frugal in her life, so I'm afraid that if I let her spend money, she won't even spend it. Either that or Ginger is still hot. Before Zhang Xiaojian, also a widow's face of great aunt Wang Chunlan immediately turned into a kindly elder. The tone of voice to Zhang Xiaojian, aunt, and you said, the second sister to pull you up so big is not easy. In the future, she will not spend, you teach her to spend. That someone is not going to spend money? Standing on the side of the Wu were stunned, thinking to say shameless thing, but also your old man's awesome. Do not know also thought you this and Mr. Zhang his family love each other family it. Zhang Xiaojian disdained in his heart. Xian Yuanbin's face-changing business was indeed inherited, but on the way back, he realized that he had still underestimated this great aunt. The road isn't much longer. Boo-hoo. Without saying a few words, Wang Chunlan brought up how much she and her second aunt loved each other more than gold when they were young. Listening to Zhang Xiaojian was a bit of a stomach-turner, and listening to the second aunt was so uncomfortable that she could only perfunctorily When she returned to Gao Qingsong's side, Wang Chunlan used a wink to her husband and son. The two instantly understood that Zhang Xiaojian had really paid over $30 million, although Gao Qingsong's words just now had already prepared them all mentally. Seeing the color of Wang Chunlan's eyes and determining this fact still left them in disbelief. Didn't they say they were office workers? Can office workers afford to spend over $30 million without blinking an eye? Then why did Auntie say she wanted to give Zhang Xiaojian a down payment? When Xian Yuanbin was still struggling with these questions, his father made an example, piling up a face of folds with a smile. Second sister. All good people have good rewards. You have a place for the rest of your life. Aunt Ernie had walked all the way to her sister's buzz and now felt a wave of nausea at the sight of her brother-in-law's pandering smile. But after all, it is her own sister. The second aunt is a person who remembers the old feelings, or want to endure the past even if, softly said, little sword has made progress. I enjoy the blessing should also. That's right. That's right. Who would have thought that the slug that followed Yuanbin back then would have grown up to be like this now? Eldest aunt Wang Chunlan's words were a deliberate test of Zhang Xiaojian's attitude, as well as handing words to Qian Yuanbin, who had a bad look on his face. Qian Yuanbin, after all, is not as good as his parents, stood up and tried to squeeze out a big smile, but still looked embarrassed. Frozen did not say half a word. Zhang Xiaojian ignored it and said to Xiao Wu, let's go on to see that lakeside cottage. Xiao Wu immediately nodded then led the way. The crowd walked out of the sales office and came to the 9-seater sightseeing car. Xiao Wu took the lead and sat on it, just to see Zhang Xiaojian standing still. Gao Qingsong understood, waved his hand to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu understood and instructed the driver to drive forward first, and the driver pulled Xiao Wu away to wait not far away. Zhang Xiaojian turned his head and looked at the family of three, Wang Chunlan, Lao Qian and Qian Yuanbin, and spoke, let's not follow this, there's no point in following it. Wang Chunlan was really great, actually said, Auntie, this is not for your second aunt happy. Follow the eye-opening, but also to see the mansion. Zhang Xiaojian sniffed and immediately looked serious. Don't see. Save your heart heat. After all, in the future, my second aunt and you guys are from two worlds. If you can have less interaction, have less interaction. The old money heard this immediately opened his mouth. Like an elder general extremely focus on the tone of the proportion, Xiaojian that can speak like this. Even if your great aunt did something to make you unhappy, but after all, she and your second aunt's bloodline is connected. Broken bones are not still connected to the meat it. And again, you forget that the great aunt's husband also gave you to buy candy when you were a child? You even remember buying candy for a kid? Zhang Xiaojian was disgusted by the really can't stand. He looked at the face as not very good second aunt. Language suddenly gentled down said, that great aunt please ask you remember more than 10 years ago. My second aunt husband accident. You busy before and after. The last compensation is less than 30,000. You said it is to play a little bit of up and down. I wondered our family is the victim. Why do we need to play a little bit of it? Do you remember that it wasn't long before grandma was hospitalized and your family was as good as gone? Do you remember? Later on, when grandma was leaving, She specially paid a lawyer to make a will to leave the house to my second aunt? Do you remember? A series of questions left the couple speechless. Zhang Xiaojian smiled gently and pointed at himself. I remember. I remember when my second aunt's husband had an accident. My second aunt couldn't sleep all night. I remember when my grandma was in the hospital and my second aunt passed out in the hospital hallway and woke up and went back to taking care of her. And I remember my sister and I trying to share a little bit and running to the hospital restroom. And the struggle I had when I lifted her up to get some water. Zhang Xiaojian's voice was getting calmer and calmer. Originally the temperature of Zhongchang in June had already arrived at almost 30 degrees. But no one around him felt this temperature that should have existed. Instead it was getting colder and colder. I remember everything. So don't talk to me about things like broken bones don't still have money attached to them. I think you guys want to break your own faces to have money attached to them. It really can't be helped. There's always someone who can't even top the reversal of half a chapter only to have early spoilers. Reversal later in the chapter? Okay. Zhang Xiaojian knew that there was no wiggle room when these words were said, but it never occurred to him that people really being completely shameless was equal to bullshitting. Great Aunt Wang Chulan is actually still reluctant after all this. Softly, Little Sword presumably to admit her mistake. And then tell her bitter feelings back then. That deadbeat old money actually now pretends to be furious and righteously says, it's too hard to hear. It's too hard to hear. Back in the day because. Zhang Xiaojian almost spat it out and quickly made a gesture to stop it. He glanced at the surprisingly calm second aunt beside him and kept calm. Don't think that everyone else is a fool. I understand what kind of thoughts you guys are saving. Are you guys thinking that as long as you don't completely tear your faces off today, you'll look for Auntie 2 to play the emotional card later and let her grind me down, trying to gouge some money out of me? Even if I'm soft and hard, as long as you guys maintain your relationship with second aunt, with my current financial power, second aunt will definitely be rich and famous in the future. And of course you guys will still have a chance to gouge out that crappy house, and at the very least, you can mix up some demolition money? After hearing these words, Auntie 2 hung her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Over here, Wang Chunlan said angrily, is Great Aunt such a person in your eyes? Old Money lamented. You kid, how come you're like this after a bit of money? Only Qian Yuanbin is wooden and immobile. Compared to the two old actors, he is too tender. Zhang Xiaojian leisurely lit a Chinese. Okay, don't act. I know my second aunt's heart is soft. How can I persuade her can't really cut off contact with you guys? You don't just want to that demolition fee. I can give 10 times. Name a price. How much not to bother my second aunt later? When he said these words, Zhang Xiaojian's expression was relaxed, and his eyes showed the impatience that should be present, in line with his current status temperament. You really take me Wang Chunlan. Zhang Xiaojian raised a finger. 1 million, as long as you nod your head. I'll call the money now. After saying this, he suddenly felt that he had quite the air of an evil mother-in-law in an idle drama. Wang Chunlan was suffocated back, so angry that she didn't say anything and just pointed at Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian raised another finger. 2 million. Old Money took a deep breath. You, Zhang Xiaojian interrupted again. 3 million. Wang Chunlan and Lao Qian began to gasp, reddened, and unconsciously lowered their hands. Zhang Xiaojian still didn't blink. $5 million. Qian Yuanbin, who had been motionless on one side, looked at his parents, and there was already a change in his eyes. Zhang Xiaojian made a gesture of 7. 7 million is enough, right? Wang Chunlan and Old Qian looked at their sons at this time and saw the pleading in their sons' eyes. There was a high degree of authenticity in this matter, as they were clear about the relationship between Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt, as well as the fact that Zhang Xiaojian had casually spent more than $30 million, promising Zhang Xiaojian was nothing more than not seeing second aunt in the future. And the family only wanted to pit some money at second aunt's place anyway. Now what's there to consider when a simple nod of the head is better than winning the jackpot? Zhang Xiaojian spoke again. $8 million. Wang Chunlan took a deep breath, certain that Zhang Xiaojian was indeed willing to throw away thousands of dollars for her own sister, and actually opened her mouth. The feelings between your second aunt and I cannot be measured in terms of money. Zhang Xiaojian smiled at his words and stretched out only one finger again. $10 million. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. It's out of date. You mustn't regret it. 3, 2. Before the word was even uttered, Old Money immediately shouted, okay, that's the price. Since you're not even treating your feelings as feelings, what else do we have to say? It's amazing that the smelly old man can find something to say that seems righteous in this situation. Zhang Xiaojian wasn't angry and nodded in satisfaction. Give me the bank card number. I'll call you guys. Second aunt, who was standing beside Zhang Xiaojian, straightened her back in a rare moment. She wanted to see if this matter would actually happen. Wang Chunlan was now a little afraid to look at her second aunt's eyes, and she looked away from her head to feign frustration. As if she wasn't very good at talking in this family and had to listen to her husband and son. The old money used a color for the little money, and Qian Yuanbin, who was facing the burning gaze of the second aunt, took out his cell phone, added Zhang Xiaojian's WeChat, and sent the bank card number over. Zhang Xiaojian frowned. He looked at Qian Yuanbin and said, "In this case, I will record a section for you to keep as evidence. What should be said you are clear. After recording immediately transfer. Things have come to this point. The face of all don't want. Also not bad a video." When Zhang Xiaojian opened the video, Qian Yuanbin actually made an oath gesture like this, "Our old money family. From now on with the second aunt Wang Chunhua cut off. Never repent. If there is a violation of." Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly interrupted. "But don't do that whole drama thing. I'll transfer the money now." After saying that, under the hot gaze of Qian Yuanbin and old Qian, Zhang Xiaojian picked up his cell phone and quickly operated it. After it seemed to be over, Zhang Xiaojian took hold of his second aunt, who was already gasping for breath and unable to speak, and said, "Second aunt, it's clear to see, so don't think too much. Let's go. The money hasn't arrived yet." Qian Yuanbin actually had the face to say this. Gao Qingsong said disdainfully, "It's normal for bank transfers to be a bit delayed, and we're still waiting with you? Why are you so beautiful?" Saying that, Gao Qingsong took his second aunt's other arm, and the two of them thus set up his second aunt towards the 9-seater sightseeing car not far away. Riding in the tour bus, Auntie Tu lapsed into absolute silence. Zhang Xiaojian knew that this matter was a bit cruel to her old man, but it had to be done because if he did not let Auntie Air completely break this strand of so-called kinship, in the future, the old Qian family would haunt Auntie Air like mosquitoes sucking her blood every day, and they would have to treat Auntie Air as a fool while sucking her blood. Just don't know how to speak. The second aunt actually opened her own mouth. After a sigh, "Hey, I knew before. Torn it. People don't take me as a pro-sister. I'm this old lady is silly when people for many years pro-sister." Zhang Xiaojian comforted. "Second aunt, shouldn't you ask me now why I'm so rich?" The second aunt thought it was right, but she didn't have the same high interest she had when she wanted to ask before, and gave Zhang Xiaojian a punch. "You stupid kid. Actually gave them so much money. I am an old lady." Gao Qingsong hurriedly looked at the old lady in amazement and interrupted. "Second aunt, you don't really think that Zhang Xiaojian gave them $10 million, do you?" Second aunt had too many mood swings today to think about anything. When she heard Gao Qingsong's words suddenly came to a realization. No money was transferred? Or else? Gao Qingsong looked at the serious-faced second aunt and answered in the affirmative. Zhang Xiaojian laughed while handing his cell phone to Xiao Wu, who was sitting in front of him. "Xiao Wu, you can take a screenshot of the 3 people in this video, and then instruct the security guards of our district that they are not allowed to enter the district in the future. Okay?" Xiao Wu took it and quickly nodded. "That's of course. Hushu New City is a fully closed community. Without the owner's permission, outsiders were originally not allowed to enter." Zhang Xiaojian laughed. "I'm worried about this family of 3 going over the wall in the middle of the night to find my second aunt." Wu smiled bitterly. "The walls are very high." Zhang Xiaojian smiled and said, "I used to think that people have faces too." Xiao Wu couldn't pick up on this. Gao Qingsong smiled and said, "This family of 3 all fell into the eyes of money. Watching you easily spend more than 30 million. The heart is hot and blinded reason." Zhang Xiaojian casually scolded. 3 idiots. Do you really think $10 million is so easy to earn? Second aunt was now sure that Zhang Xiaojian did not give $10 million, and her heart felt slightly better. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Gao Qingsong and asked, "I'm transferring an account now. Your guess is how much I'm transferring." Saying that, he really did transfer the account this time. Gao Qingsong laughed. 22 or 222? Zhang Xiaojian was surprised for a moment before shaking his head, indicating that the answer was incorrect but seemed close. There is now this strange scene in front of the sales office. A family of 3 stuck close together on this hot day. His son Qian Yuanbin was in the very center, and his head was full of sweat from being pinned. Father Old Money is on the left, not blinking an eye. The mother, Wang Chunlan, was on the right, seemingly a little unsteady on her legs because of something, and barely supported herself by wrapping her arms around her own son's waist. All 3 of their eyes were glued to Qian Yuanbin's cell phone screen. The screensaver was a picture of Qian Yuanbin and her girlfriend, both of them smiling brightly. But now of course they don't care about the screensaver photo. They're waiting for a text message. The occasional salesperson passing by these 3 looked on with a very surprised look, wondering what this was all about. And what kind of fresh trick was this? I don't know how long it took. As if every second was torture. The family of 3 who didn't care about the gaze finally waited for a ding to come from Qian Yuanbin's cell phone. Your account was credited with the amount, 2 renminbi, 2 at 15:07 on June 2, 2019. On the 9-seater sightseeing car, Zhang Xiaojian revealed an appreciative look and said to Gao Qingsong, I feel like I'm losing money even if I give them an extra $1. But your kid understands me well. Gao Qingsong held his forehead and stifled a laugh. So you turned $2 and 2. If it wasn't below $1 for a second that you couldn't turn, you would have definitely chosen 22 cents. Zhang Xiaojian nodded solemnly and looked to the sky and asked, I also wonder what expression this family of 3 had when they saw the 2 pieces of 2 with great anticipation. Gao Qingsong returned. It must be wonderful. Looking at the incoming figures on the cell phone, the expression of Qian Yuanbin's family of 3 was as hard as eating shit. If reason could occupy the human brain forever, 99% of the scams in this world would end without a trace. When the fact that Zhang Xiaojian had thrown away more than $30 million was determined to be true, the hearts of Wang Chunlan's family of 3 naturally rolled to the extreme. As long as they climbed onto Zhang Xiaojian's high branch, their family would still be on the up and up. So Wang Chunlan didn't want to be cheeky after seeing Zhang Xiaojian swipe his card and hurriedly pulled the strings with his second aunt, even talking about his childhood. That's why old money uttered the tawdry words about breaking the bones and still having the flesh attached. But this approach did not ease the relationship between them and Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian sprayed them with the persona that best fit him from childhood to adulthood. Then, start slamming money into their heads in the most idolatrous and dogmatic way possible. On the contrary, by this time, Zhang Xiaojian's persona had already risen from that child who was stubborn in his bones and still gentle on the surface to a young man who was earthy to the extreme, stubborn in his bones and still gentle on the surface. Zhang Xiaojian didn't even need them to be 100% convinced that he would really pay $10 million. All he had to do was to say the words and Wang Chunlan's family of 3 would become greedy. Even if it was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting the money, they would definitely be willing to do anything. This is the very core reason why shitty scams in this world still get done time and time again. So Wang Chunlan's family was screwed. Finally they received a collection text message that was $9,999,997 only $2.02 short of 10 million. Everything that was a fantasy before I got this message turned into a bubble. Anger filled this family of 3's body and mind, and they chose to harden into Lakeville, a new town, in a highly irrational manner. Of course there was little surprise to be stopped by the security guards who already had a picture of the trio. Zhang Xiaojian educated them with the bloody fact that his sword was really cheap, while Wang Chunlan's family of 3 was staging a dog-blooded family drama scene and fighting with the security guards at the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Xiaojian finally saw the mirror lake. Mirror lake is its name. In the burning daylight, leveling clear as a mirror lake reflecting beams of light. Looks some halo, but also because of the heat evaporation of the reason some dense and dazzling. Like people's minds will always make up the fairyland lakes. If you didn't know it was a man-made lake, it would be hard to imagine that man could make a lake so ghostly. Zhang Xiaojian didn't care if the developer spent a lot of money on Mirror Lake or not. He looked at Mirror Lake and put his arm around his second aunt's shoulder and said, "This is really nice." Second aunt is still a little silent. Before the incident, even if the old lady heart with the Mirror Lake like a mirror, but emotionally still needs some time to convince themselves. Mr. Zhang, this way. Xiao Wu led the way. Crossing the pontoon bridge, you are greeted by a row of quaint villas at the foot of a hill. In contrast to the minimalist style of the townhouses, this row of villas clearly adopts a traditional Chinese style. Gray walls and green tiles, eaves like flying swallows, rustic wooden round doors with lion's head fasteners. If not for the modern floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor of the courtyard that can be seen, like the ancient foyer compound of a large family. Push open the gate, the first to meet the eyes of a courtyard. The ground is paved with ancient stone tiles, the left side of a small bamboo forest lush, the right side of the wigwam small pools. There are fish flopping in them. The surrounding trees, neither dense nor sparse, stood proudly, providing neither shade nor light. Zhang Xiaojian almost instantly fell in love with this courtyard, and when Xiao Wu pushed open the main door and led them into the house, he even said without saying a word, "Okay, let's go with this one. You don't skate around?" Xiao Wu knew that Zhang Xiaojian was painfully fast, but he didn't expect to be so painfully fast, not even asking for a price. Zhang Xiaojian came to the spacious and bright living room, looking at the front of the incomparable satisfaction of the Chinese but not complicated, and took a minimalist characteristics of the decoration style as very satisfied, after buying slowly. "Look, Mr. Zhang, this Fengya Sanmen is itself with hardcover. If you're not satisfied anywhere and want to get it done again yourself, the company's side will help you with the removal." Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. "No, this is fine." Gao Qingsong sat on his butt on the futon on the living room floor. "This land is truly an inch of gold." Zhang Xiaojian didn't care and said to Xiao Wu, "It's settled then, but I'm a bit lazy. Let's take a break here and go to the sales office later." Xiao Wu nodded his head like a chicken eating rice. "Mr. Zhang, don't worry, you just live here today without any problem. This house is reserved for you. You can pay when you want." Gao Qingsong complimented. "Old Sun's men just know what they're doing." Xiao Wu thought just spent more than 30 million absolute big customer of course must understand. Immediately nodded, then I go first. The key to you first put here. The house does not have any appliances, but there is a water purifier connected to drink. Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong waved their hands, and Xiao Wu directly retreated, bouncing as he walked back alone. Not to mention how good his mood was. After resting for a while, Zhang Xiaojian dragged his second aunt around the villa. Gao Qingsong is interested. Moved a chair to sit in the courtyard and sunbathe. The mother and son's final footsteps settled on the open-air balcony on the second floor facing south, sitting on the futons that were found all over the villa. Auntie Er finally opened her mouth, but it wasn't the question that Zhang Xiaojian had expected. Where did the money come from? Rather, Xiaojian, the second aunt is old. Yesterday I heard that the son of the old Ning family next door to play the game in January opened tens of thousands of dollars. I also do not understand your young people to earn money road. The second aunt asked you a thing. Money is not the right way to come? Zhang Xiaojian nodded. Second aunt, don't worry, you still don't know what I'm like? Auntie Tu smiled, her crow's feet even more pronounced. So are you and Lin really going to make it this time? A first concern about the child is not a mistake. The second will be concerned about the child's marriage. The second aunt's thinking. It seems that up to now there is no Zhang Xiaojian so rich she can do whatever she wants to do in the future. Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. Actually, they split up 3 months ago. Second aunt sighed. Although thinking of that child, but Zhang Xiaojian is after all the real son. And finally can only bite the bullet, okay? Split on the split. To our little sword now such conditions. What kind of cannot find? Zhang Xiaojian's hand rested on second aunt's shoulder. That's right. Are you feeling bad in your heart because of what happened just now? Second aunt waved her hand. Definitely not a good feeling. That's a real sister. But then I don't know how it became like this. But it's also good. Break sharp. Save their family to suck your blood. This thing more let me make up my mind. Quite good. Quite good. Zhang Xiaojian said. Second aunt. The reason I want you to make up your mind to cut them off completely isn't the difference in that amount of money. Nor am I afraid of them sucking any blood. I'm just afraid that his family will play you like a fool. Second aunt nodded heavily, as if she was a bit tired, and leaned on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xiaojian smiled. Second aunt, you'll be the number one rich old lady in Jiangcheng from now on. What do you think? Although the second aunt knows that the first old lady in Jiangcheng does not necessarily sit in the real, but think of their own son's current financial strength. But also emotionally, my feeling is that you quickly married. Early let me hold on to the big grandchildren. As well as the dead girl is still drifting in the magic city. You as a brother is not it necessary to pick up the back? I'm sure I have to take it. But auntie too, do you have any concept of being rich or not? What's the concept? Zhang Xiaojian snapped his fingers and said, you don't have to go to KFC to clean up tomorrow. Our family isn't bad at $10 or $20 an hour. Tomorrow you won't have to wear chopsticks. And your hands won't have to be sticking wooden spikes in them. You won't have to cook tomorrow. There are cooks who spare the oil who can cook better than you. When Auntie Tu thought about it, it's quite a change. She's not a fool. She can't not enjoy the blessings. Zhang Xiaojian added. Also tomorrow, you can do whatever you want. Second aunt. Auntie Tu froze. What can an old woman like me do? Zhang Xiaojian said. Didn't you want to open a convenience store since the two of us were kids? And if it wasn't for the fact that our grandma got sick later, you would have opened it. Said he pointed to the far side, just bought a door market forget? You can open whatever you want. Not afraid of losing money. How can you run a business and not be afraid of losing money? Zhang Xiaojian turned his words around. If you don't want to do business, rent it out and sit back and wait to collect the money. That dares to be good. Anti-air was finally brought into the unchallenged thoughts of being rich by Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian saw his second aunt show a look of longing, and immediately frothed at the mouth. If you are bored in Jiangcheng, let's go around the north and south of the Yangtze River. Sit in the first-class cabin, stay in the best hotel, and eat in the most famous local restaurants. What with the 3 mountains and the 5 mountains and the magic capital of the empire all going for a walk. If we're tired of playing at home, let's go abroad. That part of Europe should still be very good, although I've never been there either. Also, don't you love selfies? Let's get the world's most expensive SLR, with the world's highest pixel, with beauty selfie cell phone, guaranteed to make yourself look pretty. For a full hour, Zhang Xiaojian was frothing at the mouth. Auntie Tu just smiled and listened, her somewhat cloudy eyes yearning. The breeze lifted her charred hair, and Auntie Tu felt her eyelids grow heavy, but her head wondered if she would be able to perm her hair on New Year's Eve without the cheapest potion. It seemed like yes, it was so nice. Just like that, Auntie-air fell asleep leaning on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder. Zhang Xiaojian looked at his second aunt's side face, no longer open his mouth, motionless as a statue in general, and his second aunt bathed in the afterglow of the evening sun, with a silly smile on his face. He laughed because he thought one thing was awesome. Pretty awesome thing, to be able to live up to all of the bragging you did with your own mother. No, it's not awesome if it can be done. It's the most awesome thing in the world. The security at Lake Villa Newtown proved to be reliable. Wang Chunlan's family of 3 was close to hanging in front of the neighborhood, but still did not enter the neighborhood half a step, and security quickly listed them as the first to be blacklisted in Lake Villa Newtown. The humiliation of $2.02 isn't really enough to make them do all sorts of humiliating things. The main thing is that they're not willing to do it. There was no way out. Qian Yuanbin could only end up pulling his parents and getting into his own piece of alto. They needed to forget about today's events as soon as possible. However, before the car was even started, the security guard who had just tangled with them came to the door of the car window and righteously said, "I'm sorry, sir. Since you are not a resident of Hushu New Town, nor a customer, you need to be charged for the parking fee, which is 12 yuan in total for 3 hours. So please pay it, 12 minus $2.02. And they still lost $9.08. Wang Chunlan was so angry that she rolled her eyes and fainted in the car. This side of the big brother of the security guard is also a strange man. He picked up his cell phone and asked, 120 ambulance charges. Do you want me to call for you? Wang Chunlan, who seemed to have fainted, was again awakened by anger, and said weakly without coming up for air, "Drive, drive." Zhang Xiaojian didn't realize that the security guard at Hushu New Town was quite a bit of himself. Auntie Tu slept heavily from the tossing and turning of the whole day. In addition to the mental shock, he exchanged another power fruit under boredom, spending 10 million points, and all the required points for the next exchange of all fruits rose to 100 million. After 2 bites, Zhang Xiujian's strength value became 40, with the suffix description excellent strength exerciser. Clenching his fist, he thought about whether he could punch a cow to death if his strength number changed to 100. But what's the point of fighting cows? Want to check out the skill points again? It's better not to look. It's easy to fall asleep when you look at it. Zhang Xiaojian continued to maintain a statue-like motionless stance, looking up at the setting sun and getting a little sleepy. Gao Qingsong isn't sleepy at all. He came to the courtyard of the villa to bask in the sun for one thing in order to give Zhang Xiaojian, mother and son, some space to talk. Secondly, it was for the purpose of reporting, and the object of reporting was naturally Wang Wan Air. Gao Qingsong endowment. Today Zhang Xiaojian bought a villa, a flat, a garage, and a commercial service in Hushu New Town. Wang Wan Air Hushu New Town. How much does that cost? Gao Qingsong, gotta be fast 50 million. Wang Wan Air. I used to think you were pretty rich, but now you seem to be nothing. Gao Qingsong, I'm just the kid with more pocket money. Wang Wan Air, what else has been done? Gao Qingsong, and juggled 3 big dumbasses who saw money in the air. Wang Wan Air, how to play? Gao Qingsong reported what happened one by one. All in all, this dusk was a bit boring. Only Wang Waner, who was waiting for the plane, looked at the messages in WeChat and smiled, attracting the sideways glances of her fellow air security guards. It wasn't until second aunt woke up that Zhang Xiaojian finally experienced the benefits of the fruit of strength. In my old self, I certainly couldn't sit here motionless for almost 2 hours. What would you like to eat tonight, Auntie Tu? Waking up, second aunt rubbed her eyes to make sure that the scenery in front of her was not fake, and that Zhang Xiaojian was really rich, and with a clench of her teeth, she said, of course it's delicious and expensive. Zhang Xiaojian smiled, satisfied with second aunt's transformation. It was not in vain that he had just bragged for more than an hour. He came to the edge of the balcony and called out, Green Pine, let's go to Fairview Row tonight. When Gao Qingsong heard this, okay, too good. Zhang Xiaojian, who was standing on the balcony, asked again, what exactly does Jinxiu eat? Gao Qingsong, no roasted cashews anyway. I was about to dislike them back when a ring came from my cell phone. Zhang Xiaojian received a call from Sun Qinyong. Sun Qinyong talked about Li Mingji's injuries and the current situation. The injury is a fractured nose. I don't know if it's from that last kick by the kid Gao Qingsong. The rest are all superficial injuries and a slight concussion. According to reason, it should stay for 2 more days, but Li's mother refused to allow it, presumably because she didn't want Zhang Xiaojian to spend more money. Who would believe this on its own? The family of the injured man actually tried to save the murderer money. Sun Qinyong meant that Zhang Xiaojian had better go to the hospital now and gave him the ward number. Zhang Xiaojian of course understands that this is to pay the promised medical fees, and then this matter is completely closed, and he has nothing to do with it again. But Zhang Xiaojian really didn't want to go, and after putting down the phone, he weighed in on Yi Maju. Zhang Xiaojian, how's your BFF doing? Yi Maju cried all night yesterday. Slightly better mood today, but I guess it's still hard to accept in my heart. Pretending to be strong in front of my eyes. Zhang Xiaojian, it takes time to smooth out emotional matters. Yi Maju, I was afraid she wouldn't be able to think straight. Zhang Xiaojian, oh yes, I'll report all that money Yuan borrowed from her own family. Or else how will she explain to her own family when this happens? Yi Mozhu. Zhang Xiaojian, what's wrong? Yi Mozhu, I owe you too much and I'm afraid I can't pay you back. Zhang Xiaojian, there's no need to return it. I still have something to ask you. Yi Mozhu, what else can you ask me for? Zhang Xiaojian, just now police officer's son called me, meaning to let me go to the hospital to pay the previously promised medical bills. I guess if it is not Li Mingji her mom really do not have the money. He paid it himself. Yi Mozhu, you mean I'm going to turn it in for you? Zhang Xiaojian, yes. Yi Mozhu, okay. I know you're afraid you won't be able to resist punching him. Zhang Xiaojian, yes. You're so smart. Yi Mozhu, cover your mouth and laugh emoji. Zhang Xiaojian, I'll transfer $100,000 to your bank card. Yuan and the hospital side of the money out here. If there is any money left then we'll talk. Yi Mozhu, see you later. Brother Shenhao. My little sister is going on your errand for you. Zhang Xiaojian, ward number 403. After arranging all this, Gao Qingsong drove off. At this point, the traffic was jammed, and it took 40 minutes to finally arrive at Fairview. Push the door to get out of the car. Immediately an attendant to help open the door. The service is thoughtful and enthusiastic. Since the private room was full, it could only be seated in the window position of the hall, and Gao Qingsong began to enthusiastically introduce what was good to eat here. Aunt Air was so uncomfortable that she didn't even know why she was served hot towels before she had even ordered. Watching Gao Qingsong wipe his hands, she then reacted and then followed suit. Picking up the menu, Zhang Xiaojian scanned the most expensive dishes at a glance, and without even looking at the names, he pointed to the waiter. This, and this. Gao Qingsong also followed on the side and pointed, this one is also good. Especially good. Then there's this one on the way. When Auntie listened to the two of them doing this and this, she glanced at the menu and saw nothing else but shredded potatoes with tree peppers, 199.00. Damn. What kind of shady store is this? Selling a plate of shredded potatoes for 199? Noticing that second aunt's face became ugly, Zhang Xiaojian pressed second aunt's hand. Second aunt, remember, you are a person of status from now on. Don't make a fuss. Auntie 2 took 2 deep breaths and barely calmed down. At this time, a ring came from Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone. Little sword. Cell phone. Gao Qingsong reminded. With one hand still pressing down on second aunt's hand to make her try to stay calm, Zhang Xiaojian picked up his cell phone with the other hand and slid his thumb to see the latest message from Yi Mozhu. I didn't hold back either. Zhang Xiaojian froze. Couldn't hold back? What do you mean? It's hard to believe that a little girl like you could beat up Li Mingji? 40 minutes ago Yi Mozhu set off straight to the hospital. Today she wore a simple clover wide-neck t-shirt, revealing a delicate and good-looking collarbone, a pair of denim shorts, long straight legs, and muscles like curdled fat. Of course, the most important thing is that she has a ponytail today, and she walks with a flutter. In addition to her innocent face, so even if she walks in the youthful campus she is also the most beautiful cub. Occasionally, when someone greeted her, Yi Mozhu would respond with a smile, seemingly in a good mood. But she should actually be in a bad mood because she's been with Hope since last night. And with Hope in a bad mood, it's only natural that she, her best friend, has been in a bad mood as well. I just don't know why, but I was in a good mood when I left the house. No, Yi Mozhu thought back carefully. It seems like she started to be in a good mood when the $100,000 transfer text message arrived. It wasn't because of the number 100,000. It was probably because of the kind of trust that Zhang Xiaojian had in casually transferring $100,000. After figuring it out, Yi Mozhu's mood became better. After a bumpy ride on the bus and almost 30 minutes, she finally made it to the front of the hospital, then found her way to the inpatient section and to the door of room 403. Pushing open the door to the room, an indescribably strong smell of potion came through. Yi Mozhu pinched her little nose and saw Li Mingji with a face full of band-aids. Li Mingji was also looking at her, with a slight dismay in his eyes, not understanding why the first person to come to see him was actually Yi Mozhu. Yi Mozhu certainly did not come to see him, and his originally good mood was also poor to the extreme because of the moment he saw Li Mingji. There are 2 beds in the ward. Li Mingji occupied one, the other lying on a middle-aged man, his head wrapped in bandages. His body is not only this injury, there are also wounds on the legs. A small nurse is changing his medicine. It seemed that the middle-aged man had a good chat with Li Mingji before, so he joked, "Yo, kid, your girlfriend is pretty enough." Li Mingji's expression became embarrassed, and also because of this tugging, a sharp pain came from the injuries all over his face and even the bridge of his nose. When Yi Mozhu heard this, the fire in her heart was directly ignited. Her cold face immediately said, "This uncle, please don't talk nonsense. I'm not his girlfriend." The middle-aged man thought to himself and curled up the corner of his still wounded mouth. "You young people ah." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Yi Maju's small face became even colder as ice. The middle-aged man quickly stopped talking and looked away, pretending that nothing had happened before. Just as the nurse changing the medicine couldn't avoid touching the wound on his leg, and he bared his teeth in pain with a yo sound, Li Mingji finally also endured the pain. His nose and face looked like a pig's head. His face was coated with an unknown potion that almost completely covered his appearance. This was still the effect of a professional decongestant, and even as soon as he opened his mouth, his voice had a bit of a thick change. Where's Yuan Yuan? It was fine if he didn't hear the word Yuan Yuan, but as soon as he heard these two words, the fire that had been rising in Yi Maju's heart felt like it had been doused with oil. Her pretty face was a little flushed, remembering that last night Yuan Yuan cried her heart out. Remembering that in front of her eyes when Li Mingji was picking up schoolgirls and rewarding female anchors, Yuan was still stupidly borrowing money from her own relatives. Yi Maju, whose temper has been considered to be good for the past 20 years, exploded. And you have the nerve to ask Hope? Yi Maju came to Li Mingji's bedside and without even thinking about it an ear slap was slapped out. Snap! The sound of a crisp noise resounded through Ward 403 and out into the middle of the open doorway. On the other side of the middle-aged uncle lying on the hospital bed, the whole person was dumbfounded, and the little nurse who was busy changing the medicine finally turned her head, so she saw the second slap. Snap! It's a backhand draw. Yi Maju didn't say anything and landed another forehand. Pop, 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 pop. The faster you fan it, the louder it gets. The middle-aged uncle noticed with the naked eye that Li Mingji's already swollen face had swollen a few more points. The little nurse finally hugged Yi Maju at this time. She really is considered to be a fast reaction, for other timid nurses probably did not dare to stop. Fortunately, Yi Maju is after all a little girl. The strength of the whole body is not as good as Zhang Xiaojin's punch, so Li Mingji didn't suffer any more serious traumas other than his face being more red and swollen, and his heart didn't count. Yi Maju, who was being held, took 2 breaths of relief. Her somewhat heaving chest finally regained its calmness, and she said with certainty, I'm not going to fight. Taking in the fact that Yi Maju's aura was too fierce before, this little nurse who had just been admitted to the hospital not long ago weakly asked, really not fighting anymore? Well, it's really not a fight. The little nurse let go of her. Yi Maju said, Nurse, take me to pay. The little nurse, still a bit baffled, stammered, Pay for what? Yi Maju pointed at Li Mingji, pay his medical and hospitalization fees. The little nurse saw that Li Mingji didn't dare to say anything either, so she could only say, good, hurriedly leading the way. When Yi Maju and the little nurse disappeared in front of the door, the middle-aged man looked at Li Mingji with some heartache, thinking about the image of the good-looking little girls they're slapping positively and negatively before, and muttered, this is also too ferocious. When he received Yi Maju's WeChat, Zhang Xiaojian did not react for a moment, and several questions arose continuously in his mind. Seeing this expression on Zhang Xiaojian's face, Gao Qingsong, who was sitting on the side, asked, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaojian continuously blinked his eyes and said with some disbelief, Yi Maju seems to have beaten someone up. Gao Qingsong diligently searched the words Yi Maju in his mind, then remembered the pretty girl in the police station yesterday. Second aunt frowned and asked, who is Yi Maju? Gao Qingsong replied instead, a pretty girl. Auntie Tu's eyes lit up. How pretty is it? Zhang Xiaojian was helpless. Wait, I'll ask what's going on first. Then flew into WeChat and typed a question. Zhang Xiaojian, you hit him? Yi Maju, aggrieved expression. How else would he say he didn't hold back? Zhang Xiaojian, how to fight? Yi Maju, slap. Zhang Xiaojian, that's okay, a slap is cheap. Yi Maju, I hit 7. Zhang Xiaojian, came down hard? Yi Maju, down. Zhang Xiaojian, how did it go down? Yi Maju swung his arm round to pump it anyway. Zhang Xiaojian, I didn't see it. You little girl can Yi Maju, I looked at him and remembered Hope crying with her arms around me yesterday and lost my mind for a second. Careful emoji. Zhang Xiaojian, it's okay, it's just 7 slaps. Let him stay for a few more days to continue to see. I will pay for the hospitalization fee. Yi Maju, I finished discharging him and settled the medical bills. Zhang Xiaojian, then you hit him, he did not blackmail you Flirting emoticon. Yi Maju, no need for him to blackmail. I've paid for it myself. Zhang Xiaojian, you paid out of pocket? Yi Maju, I prescribed 10 bottles of red potion on my way out and told the nurse to let him go home and wipe it off himself. Zhang Xiaojian couldn't hold back his half-laugh after reading this sentence. While laughing, he typed a line on his cell phone, Yi Maju, aren't you a bit overly cute? And after a final thought, he silently deleted it and replaced it with another line. Does the red potion reduce the swelling? The question of whether the red potion reduces the swelling Zhang Xiaojian really does not know. He only remembers that when he was a child and bumped into something, his second aunt would always apply a mixture of the cheapest red and purple potions from the drugstore. As for whether it was the red potion that reduced the swelling or the purple potion that reduced the swelling, Zhang Xiaojian guessed that his second aunt sitting beside him didn't know, but it was right to apply it anyway. For Li Mingji, Zhang Xiaojian did not have any compassion. Yi Maju gave him 7 slaps, which are considered light. Yuan, that girl is actually the most injured person in the whole thing. In WeChat, Zhang Xiaojian chatted with Yi Maju a few more times before Jinxiu's dishes were finally served. The lobster, which is long enough for a small arm, turns over its shell and smells good. And the ingredients inside are colorful and full of color and aroma. I don't know exactly how thinly the sashimi is sliced against the cool, bubbling smoothie, but it's nearly transparent, and each slice is mouth-watering. There were also beautifully plated greens, small meat sautéed in a variety of chili peppers, meatballs in a thick white broth, and the list goes on, a dozen or so in all, that were pretty to look at and really tasty. After moving the chopsticks, Gao Qingsong was fine. Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt ate and praised frequently, and then simply stopped talking, one after the other. Winded. Fully half an hour later, the second aunt let out an exclamation. Sure enough, a plate of tree pepper shredded potatoes are sold 199 places or 2 brushes. Then the old lady I do can be too much stronger. Expensive is expensive. Zhang Xiaojian recalled this morning's eggplant with meat foam that was not overly oily. At that time, he just felt that it was generally hard to eat, but he could put his mouth on it. But now that he had eaten Jinxiu's food, he felt that it wasn't generally hard to eat. It was mega hard to eat. He wiped his mouth and said, "Second auntie, you have to recognize the fact that you actually haven't been a very good cook." Auntie too. Without waiting for her to retort, Zhang Xiaojian added, "In the future, hire a nanny to cook for you full-time." Gao Qingsong took a sip of the valuable red wine and smiled, realizing that he had a pair of eyes for finding beauty. It was supposed to be an ordinary conversation, but he savored it differently. Zhang Xiaojian actually had another purpose in belittling second aunt's cooking skills. Together with the next sentence of hiring a full-time nanny to cook for you in the future, it was not hard to guess that Zhang Xiaojian just didn't want his second aunt to work too hard in the future. Zhang Xiaojian the person. Without waiting for Gao Qingsong to finish unearthing the goodness, Zhang Xiaojian said to him, "Jinxiu doesn't have roasted slices of waste, but it does have cashew flowers, right? Why don't you order a plate and try it?" Gao Qingsong didn't say anything. He felt that all these fresh ingredients that were flown in before him were insulted. In the end, because he had eaten too much, Zhang Xiaojian gave up his plan to order another plate of cashew flowers to try. At the same time, it occurred to me that what happened this afternoon would not likely cause that shameless family of 3 to squat downstairs in the red brick building. So at night, Zhang Xiaojian was dead set on not letting Auntie Tu go home. After opening 2 of the most expensive rooms that could be booked in the 5-star Hotel Imperial Court, Zhang Xiaojian took his second aunt to experience what is called SPA. After enjoying herself, back in the room, Zhang Xiaojian was ready to sleep. But second aunt had no intention of returning to her room. The old lady had experienced a little too much today and had no desire to sleep. Zhang Xiaojian had wanted to chat with his second aunt, just in time to get ahead of the game and get her ready to enjoy her blessings. Who knew he'd forgotten a terrible law? Every old lady is a selfie fiend. I don't know if she wanted to deliberately forget the hard feelings that her big sister's family had brought to her, but Auntie Air took one shot to the left and another to the right, and at the end of the day, she still didn't forget to let Zhang Xiaojian take a picture of her with the big bathtub covered with rose petals. At the end, the old lady even sent a circle of friends. Positioning, Mice Imperial Court Hotel. Don't tell me, the old lady's circle of friends really has people who know what they're talking about. Not long after the full message, second aunt also gave Zhang Xiaojian a look. "Sister Wang, you're good. You're living in a 5-star place?" Auntie Air replied below, "My son brought me here." "What's 5 stars? A night at the convention center is worth a few $1,000s. Is Sister Wang getting rich?" Auntie Tu replied below, "I don't know. I'm afraid to ask my son. Sister Wang has raised a good son, and I'm an old woman who probably won't be able to live in such a nice hotel in her lifetime." Aunt Air replied below, "It doesn't matter if the hotel is good or not. It's all about your son's heart and staying in anything." When Zhang Xiaojian saw this reply, he got goosebumps. The old lady's words were just hard, and then look at a face of pride. Gorgeous second aunt. Zhang Xiaojian sighed. Every woman born with vanity buff. This sentence is absolutely right. Younger than the boyfriend, married than the husband, older than the child. 90% of women cannot escape this cycle. He himself did not show a show in the circle of friends this day. All let the old lady day show. I don't know what time Air Aunt ended up taking selfies until. But anyway, Zhang Xiaojian fell asleep. Early the next morning, Gao Qingsong reported to the hotel on time, and after breakfast, he went to the sales office to pay off the full payment for the small villa. The one I bought for my second aunt didn't come with its own decorations like a small cottage, so there were more things to come as I had to find a decorator, buy appliances, and move. Just after walking out from the sales office, A phone call interrupted Zhang Xiujian's next plan. The call came from Zhang Xiujian's immediate leader, Lao Wang. Little sword, why didn't you come to the office? Zhang Xiaojian. He then remembered that his paid vacation was up to date. If you really don't want to do it, you'll have to come and do a separation. Zhang Xiaojian, alright, I'll go over there now. Okay, I'll meet you in my office. Putting down the phone, Zhang Xiaojian first handed over the bank card that had previously deposited $100 million and now had tens of millions left to his second aunt, saying, Second aunt, you know the password. Chingsong, take your second aunt to look at the home appliances first, and see what you like to buy directly. Gao Chingsong asked, something wrong? Aha, go there? Peace Road. Just after finishing his sentence, Zhang Xiaojian thought about it. Since he was leaving his job, what should be handed back should still be handed back, and changed his words. I'll go back home first. That's not on the way. I won't give you a ride. Okay, you guys go. Casually hit a car. Get off in front of Gingyang District. Zhang Xiaojian went home to pick up the work permit, cabinet key, and so on a series of things that need to be delivered. Downstairs and drove his car parked in the neighborhood will always attract attention to the Lamborghini straight to the company. Arriving at Hepping Road, Zhang Xiaojian parked his car in the underground parking lot, and for the first time, he took the elevator upwards from the negative floor in the office building he was incredibly familiar with. Pushing open the glass door and casually greeting his colleagues, Zhang Xiaojian went straight to Lao Wang's office. As usual, the old king, who weighed 118, sat like a mountain of meat in his cramped swivel chair. Seeing Zhang Xiaojian, Lao Wang's eyes held some reproach. Sure you want to leave your job? Zhang Xiaojian smiled and sat down first, then placed the things he brought on the table one by one. Yes, that said, why haven't you seen you for a few days? You seem to have gained weight again? The old king ignored the solid words of another fat. If you leave your job now, you may not be able to open last month's paycheck. And you know that this is a private enterprise, so you can't reason with it. I know, don't. The old king knows that young people want to go. The small company cannot stop. Also no longer persuade. He opened the box, took out a thin stack of money on the table. This 1,000 I private to you. We also know a good 2 years. Cannot let you think of the company later on the cold heart. Zhang Xiaojian was wooden for half a day, looking at the money on the table, both ridiculous and touched. It is absurd to see yourself as a million billionaire, but you are sent severance pay by a small supervisor who tops out at $5,000 or $6,000 a month. Touched by the fact that Lao Wang, the supervisor, is still very humane, although he is usually strict about his work. Zhang Xiaojian pushed back the $1,000 that had been pushed in front of him and said with a smile, Old Wang, I'll remember this favor. I don't want the money. Remember to give me a call in the future if you have a shortage of money. Lao Wang and Zhang Xiaojian in the company is up and down. Go out is actually a friend. Zhang Xiaojian also has been very skinny. Often will make jokes Lao Wang. Lao Wang also always opened Zhang Xiaojian jokes. So when Zhang Xiaojian said, remember to give me a call if you're short of money in the future, Old Wang took it as a joke. Old Wang took it all as a joke. And his chubby hand pushed again, pretending to be angry. Take it. This kind of expression was like the way Old Wang looked when he gave orders on weekdays. And having been Old Wang's subordinate for 2 years, Zhang Xiaojian almost instinctively reacted by accepting this thin but extremely heavy $1,000 in his heart. Old Wang was happy and took a separation form and handed it to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian picked up a pen and brushed it, and when filling in the reason for leaving, he didn't write the famous Netflix sentence that shocked the internet, but just filled in the plain and ordinary 4 words personal reasons. Old Wang put Zhang Xiaojian's departure letter away and said, You'll be going home in a while? I'm going to the convention. Zhang Xiaojian answered truthfully. Old Wang stood up and said, That's just right. I'll give you a ride. Zhang Xiaojian, no, I have. Half of the words, was walking over. The Old Wang interrupted, Remember to contact me often in the future. In the community encountered what happened. Remember to ask your brother Wang. Total you than the social experience. With this interruption, Zhang Xiaojian replied, Well, but Old Wang, you really should lose some weight. What do you know? More meat is a blessing. You that is a little more? Now you more than 30 is still precisely the prime of life. To 40 all kinds of problems will find up. Hurry to take advantage of now to reduce down. Good, good, good. Old Wang helplessly returned. And as he said so, he pushed open the office door. The two walked into the office area together. And as a matter of course Zhang Xiaojian said goodbye to his former colleague. And in passing, he gave the things on his desk to the colleague who usually had an okay relationship for a point. At the end of the day, only Zhang Xiaojian brought out a while ago, have to honor him as a master of the child sent him. The other people chose to do what to do. Zhang Xiaojian certainly didn't care about this. After walking out of the company, The old king is not happy. You talk about that little Chen, old Huang, and Gong Shi. Usually you can help them all help. This time even send two steps are lazy. Zhang Xiaojian smiled. Colleagues are just that. So how many of them can be as sentimental as my brother Wang? Old Wang put a fat hand on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder. I love to hear this. With that, the two got on the elevator. Soon came to the underground parking lot. The old king for a press remote control, unlocked his Basilica model Volkswagen. While walking towards his own car, the old king said, "Where do you go to the convention and exhibition? To be close to where I'm going I'll send you to the door." Zhang Xiaojian suddenly realized that he might have to play hard to get. After all, he couldn't just get in old Wang's car and go back to the convention and come back to pick up his little orange another day. Today this thing is also coincidental. Who knows that the old king is going to the convention? He had to say, "I drove here, go ahead." Old Wang was a bit angry when he heard this. Angry because he and Zhang Xiaojian had emptied their hearts. And Zhang Xiaojian, this kid, was still pretending to be a big-tail wolf in front of him. Before, he said he'd find him when he needed money. And now he said he drove here, figuring that 80% of the time he'd have to sneak out on his own and take public transportation. Although the old king thought Zhang Xiaojian wanted to pretend in front of their own good nothing wrong, but too insubstantial. You kid, what kind of I do not know. Not you borrow money every now and then to eat the time? Old Wang looked at it while walking. What kind of luxury car did you drive here? Let me take a look. He didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to knock Zhang Xiaojian around. So the chubby old Wang walked past a Mercedes, a BMW, a few Great Walls, a few Volkswagens, and finally stopped in front of Zhang Xiaojian's Lamborghini Huracan Evo. And he said, "I think it's this one. Your kid is actually a hidden second generation of rich people. And he came to our company mainly to experience the life of commoners, isn't it?" Zhang Xiaojian, old Wang, how did you find it so accurate? Silently pressing the car key's door opening button, Orange unfurled his wings and a pair of doors buckled with unerring grace. Lao Wang's expression instantly became extremely stiff. He looked at the Lamborghini and then at Zhang Xiaojian, repeatedly confirming many times. Eventually his gaze was fixed on Zhang Xiaojian's face. Zhang Xiaojian sighed and said, "Old Wang, I don't want to say that you have a delicate mind. I am indeed a hidden super-rich second generation, and I came to our company mainly to experience the civilian life. But this kind of thing, you actually guessed it. It's really not in vain for you to have a body of fat." Old Wang covered his face and said, "Wait, don't say anything yet. You let me digest and slow down." There were many cars parked in the underground garage on the negative floor, and from time to time, someone would pass by and see a fat man covering his face in a pretentious gesture, while the young man with the beautiful eyebrows had a helpless look on his face. The scene is well explained if the old king is given a dress, and the fat girl is dumped, but the old king is, after all, an old man, so it's a bit heavy on the taste to speculate in the direction of emotion. Zhang Xiaojian felt these gazes very helpless. He also do not want to pretend but the strength does not allow. Crashing into the gun, old Wang slowed down for a long time and finally spoke. "Impossible. You can't be a rich second generation. Why is it impossible?" Zhang Xiaojian asked rhetorically. The old king seriously analyzed. The real rich second generation cannot be in this bitter 2 years, even if it is to grassroots level to experience life. But cannot eat towards me to borrow money is also you act? That tone of voice can be acting? No one can act for 2 years without revealing the cracks. Zhang Xiaojian, old king is really a man with a brain. Old Wang confirmed his judgment. "Say, what are you doing renting a Lamborghini for nothing?" Without waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to speak, old Wang covered his chest, feeling pained, as he paced anxiously while speaking in a serious tone. "Zhang Xiaojian, although you have only graduated from the university for 2 years, and you did suffer in the company for 2 years, you are not such a vain person." Zhang Xiaojian. Saying this, old Wang tapped his head and his finger almost pestled into Zhang Xiaojian's eyeballs. "Tell me, did you break up with your girlfriend?" Zhang Xiaojian awkwardly said. "Actually, it's been quite a long time since we split up." The old king waved his fist. I knew it. Nowadays girls. So what kind of a mess are you making? Want to be like the human anchor loan to buy a luxury car every day to go to the bar to pick up girls to open live? Zhang Xiaojian a blank stare. I live. So was the car bought or rented? Bought it. Still say it's not live. If it's not live, where are you going to make so much money to pay off the car loan? Zhang Xiaojian knew that Lao Wang was doing it for his own good, but now there was nothing he could say, so he could only speak with facts. So he pressed the car key again and with a soft click the front trunk of the Lamborghini opened. Zhang Xiaojian came to the front of the car and pushed open the orange hood, opening his black book bag. "Old Wang, come and take a look." Old Wang is still making wild guesses, and as he said so, he came to the front of the car and saw the black book bag. and saw the stacks of banknotes inside the black book bag. Zhang Xiaojian patted his succulent shoulder. You digest and digest again to slow down. Old Wang felt his mind fall apart. He was also an ordinary person, and although he was a management in the company, he didn't have half a relationship with finance, so he had never seen so much cash. Zhang Xiaojian's reason for showing him this cash was simple, to shut him up. Old King shut up honestly, because random people who keep that much cash in their trunks do indeed afford a Lamborghini and pay full price for it. The person who can afford to buy this Lamborghini in front of him in full is Zhang Xiaojian. According to the 2 years of living together, Zhang Xiaojian's character is indeed impossible to do live broadcasting. He then looked at Zhang Xiaojian with his round eyes, digesting and slowing down in silence. I don't know how long the silence lasted, but Lao Wang finally spoke up. Are you really a super rich second generation? Zhang Xiaojian nodded heavily. So what I said to you before about calling me when you were short of money wasn't just a joke. Old Wang's fat face twitched for a moment. Then he said in a deep voice, pay back the money. Pay back what? Didn't I just give you 1,000? Isn't that the severance you gave me? I wouldn't have given you a dime if I fucking knew you were so rich. Don't. It's not a gift. Feeling like he had suffered a violent attack, Old Wang said angrily, don't you know that I'm a wife beater? Zhang Xiaojian, what's there to be proud of? Old Wang drooped a fat face. My paycheck card is in the hands of my daughter-in-law, and I pay it all in every month. And I've been saving up hard for months for this $1,000 of yours. In that case, it's even more important to not return it. The friendship is even heavier. Zhang Xiaojian spoke righteously. Old King. Zhang Xiaojian patted his shoulder. Alright, stop fooling around. Saying this, he casually drew a wad of money in his school bag and counted out 1,000 and handed it to Old Wang. Old King took it and asked, what does this mean? Zhang Xiaojian patted the money in his pocket that Lao Wang had given himself in the office earlier and said, I have to keep this 1,000 of yours and go home and find a frame to frame it. Old Wang deflated and actually felt a bit touched. Zhang Xiaojian sat his butt on the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. Should I give you a ride? Old Wang squeezed his ass into the passenger side. This isn't over yet. What else do you want? Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. The old king tried to accept the reality in front of him in a very short time, but he failed to do so, because as his fat ass sat in the passenger side of the Lamborghini, he felt a little surreal. Just sat on. Lao Wang got out of the car, took out his cell phone to find a variety of angles on the driver's seat of Zhang Xiaojian in this Lamborghini Huracan Evo. A fierce shot, as if it was revenge. Zhang Xiaojian, just dead or alive, did not return him that $1,000. It's almost enough, although I know it's hard for you to accept it for a while, but it's the truth. Zhang Xiaojian persuaded. The old king shook his head once. I don't care. You have to mend my traumatized mind anyway. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the fat Lao Wang, who was 1.7 m and weighed 108. Then I can't make up for it. With your physique. How big does the wound have to be? It's not terribly big, and a circle of friends will make up for it. Zhang Xiaojian said helplessly. Send it. Send it. The reason why it is helpless is because Zhang Xiaojian is a person who almost never sends a friend circle, and has always held a contemptuous attitude towards all the bad habits of the friend circle. So even though he is now so rich, and bought a villa in Hushu New Town yesterday, he has never sent one. He couldn't even really imagine what words would be left if his friends, co-workers, and classmates that he had begrudgingly met, especially the most showy of the bunch, saw him in his current state of life, which he was too lazy to deal with. Lao Wang is different. Lao Wang is simply the social model of the circle of friends, whether it is to show off the rich, whether it is a micro-business, whether it is a literati, whether it is a health. He will give every friend in the circle of friends every day to like, comment. The only ones that won't be heated are the no spinning is not Chinese, endless kindergarten voting, and other particularly intolerable ones. So, Lao Wang was very skillful in sending out 2 circles of friends. The first article's text is, the subordinate who has been with me for 2 years left his job today, and I went to see him off, only to find that he was driving a Lamborghini. Don't tell me. It's not bad for a friend circle veteran to say something that rhymes. Underneath the text are 2 accompanying pictures. The main shot is of Zhang Xiaojian sitting in a Lamborghini being embarrassed and laughing. The text of the second article is, mind broken. Seeking treatment online. Quite urgent. The 4 accompanying photos below, taken primarily of the Lamborghini Huracan Evo's smooth lines and dazzling colors. Then the old king's circle of friends exploded. Traffic signals are dense in the city, and orange walks and stops. But even so, Lao Wang felt how swiftly the supercar started, and how languid the engine roar was. Of course, the most comfortable part is the stares from people in the cars around you while waiting for a red light. It's just that Lao Wang didn't have time to observe whether there was any female driver in these cars who was particularly beautiful. He had to be busy replying to his friends' circles. While he was replying to his friend's circle, on the other side, Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone was ringing non-stop. Concentrating on driving, Zhang Xiaojian knew that it must be those co-workers in old Wang's circle of friends, and other than the young apprentice who had given him a gift, he wasn't going to reply to anyone else. This was not because Zhang Xiaojian was being careful, but he really didn't want to have any interactions with the person who sent the message at this current hour in the future. It is not wrong to say that it may be human nature to dislike the poor and love the rich from an objective point of view, but Zhang Xiaojian always agreed with the saying that licking dogs would end up with nothing, and he hated licking dogs. Without realizing it, the place where Old King was going to run his errands arrived. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. Find me if you need anything in the future. Old Wang had a fuming expression. Humph. If I want to borrow money from you in the future, don't run away. Sitting in the car. Zhang Xiaojian, I'll absolutely send you direct cash to your hand. The words are good. Zhang Xiaojian laughed and patted the pants pocket containing Old Wang's $1,000, the meaning of which was self-evident. The Old King grinned back and moved his obese body to disappear from view. Picking up his cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian first called Gao Qingsong to make sure they were in the home appliance mall near the convention and drove there. 5 minutes to destination. Sending the location to Gao Qingsong, Zhang Xiaojian listened to the endless ringing of his cell phone, so he had to open it in preparation to clean it up, and then naturally looked at the message. The first one was from a coworker who was not an octogenarian, Xiaojian. You actually, if I remember correctly, this pussy still owes himself $100 not yet returned. Neat also shut up not to mention. Zhang Xiaojian cannot bear to return 2 words, payback. Next entry. Female coworker at the company, Xiaojian turns out you're so deep. Actually I am too. Me too? What do you mean? A bit down the line. A photo of a female coworker working out. Not to mention that it does seem to be a bit of a deep cut compared to her usual body in her work uniform. However, Zhang Xiaojian still decisively chose to ignore it. Then there were a couple of acquaintances. The garlic that had just split his office supplies. Xiao Chen sent a horrified emoji. Old yellow sent. I don't care. Buy dinner. Then there was that Gongxi, who was recognized as the prettiest of the female colleagues in the company, who actually asked, Jian, I heard that you and your girlfriend split up? Zhang Xiaojian did not reply to any of them and continued to scroll down, and more than 30 people said anything. However, the last of these messages is a shocker. Sister Chen from the finance department actually sent a picture of her in the company restroom. Zhang Xiaojian looked at this photo. Cell phone almost did not fall in the car, took a deep breath and typed, Sister Chen, your children are in elementary school. Blindly put together. What lively. Sister Chen actually replied in a second, you don't know that your sister is divorced? You still won't let me pursue happiness? Zhang Xiaojian, what is happiness? On the CV1 TV channel, there will be a guy with black-rimmed glasses saying, it's to buy a house in the empire. There will also be a little kid who grins and says, it's no homework. There will even be a silver-haired park grandpa with a silly grin, get a post-holiday companion. And actually, for 90% of the people in this society, happiness is having money. Lots and lots of money. Zhang Xiaojian also thinks that happiness is having money, because living in this world having money is not everything, but having no money is nothing. It's not uncommon for pennies to be hard to come by, and everyone who starts working and enters society gets their feet in the mud and realizes that money is a damn good thing. The world has always wanted to be free and equal, but in reality classes are everywhere and have remained unchanged for millions of years, to the point where the basic measure of each class in modern society is the numerical value of wealth. Every person is born with 2 chances to inevitably change their destiny. 2 chances to become rich. One is the high school entrance exam. The college entrance examination need not be mentioned. This is every civilian to become the elite of the road. Occasionally on the internet there will be so many big fools will come out to say that the college entrance examination is useless. How rich they are now. But do not know that you are just 1,000 million in the destiny of the favor of the one, and through the college entrance examination to change the destiny of the countless times of this kind of people. The other is a partner, a little more solidly called a marriage. So nowadays, when dating, even if you won't be that blunt, you should at least know if your family has any money, how much you earn, if you have a house, and what kind of car you drive. Sister Chen of the finance department, Gong Shi, the company's first flower, and that deep-pocketed female colleague all have the right to pursue happiness and money. They want to change their fate a little bit through this second way, because with their class it is actually difficult to come into contact with any rich people. Zhang Xiaojian, this opportunity is fleeting. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaojian did not return to the rest of the people except for a sentence back to Sister Zhou, even if that one deep hidden has sent a lot of photos again, and Zhang Xiaojian found that she is indeed deep hidden. Setting his cell phone to silent, Zhang Xiaojian sat in the car wondering why he associated so many things through the word happiness. He just felt so good to be rich, like the world was going to revolve around him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaojian felt that he was really so vulgar, and he was really just an ordinary person. It wasn't the first time he'd lamented that he was an ordinary man, not realizing that it was actually the least ordinary thing about him, knowing how to reflect. How many people with a livelier mind would not do something swell when they get a huge fortune of millions of billions? Zhang Xiaojian didn't do it. And what he did in the past few days was a disgrace to the rich. Gift 2 million to do their own break. To help friends pay back online loans. To go to the bar silly point high music. Donated $500,000 and also the donor beat up. In front of the community scattered 100,000 money. Threatened to give the police station to change the tables and chairs and benches. To the second aunt to buy a house. Go to the company of the old king hit the muzzle of the gun. It's not the right plot. Isn't the Godhawk text supposed to be hotel nights on airplanes and night hotels changing cities? That said, it seemed like he had never been to the best nightclub in Zhangcheng. Zhang Xiaojian decided to follow the set path. Must go through the best nightclub in Zhangcheng God Ho Wave. But for some reason, he remembered his little sister who had run away from home. Picking up his cell phone and ignoring the bombardment of messages, Zhang Xiaojian made a call. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Helplessly putting down his cell phone, remembering that silly girl, Zhang Xiaojian wanted to tell him, brother has money, brother to raise for life Nah, the phone is dead and tasteless. Fortunately, Gao Qingsong and second aunt quickly found Zhang Xiaojian, finally allowing Zhang Xiaojian to put an end to his boring imagination. When Auntie Tu saw the little orange, she couldn't name it, couldn't tell you the price, but she knew it was a good car. So naturally she got into the passenger side as a matter of course. Abandoned Gao Qingsong looked at his Land Rover and proclaimed. At night Suyu and Wan Air came and said they wanted to see your new house. Zhang Xiaojian nodded and said, let's eat at home tonight then. I'll call Baiyang. Oh yeah, and emoji. He himself completely failed to realize that a minute ago he wanted to go to the best nightclub in Zhangcheng to make waves. Mochizuki? Gao Qingsong frowned and watched as orange disappeared in a puff of smoke. Then he got into the driver's seat of the Land Rover and picked up his cell phone to send a message to Wan Air. I think your opponent has appeared. Soon after, Wan Air wrote back, who? It's that good-looking little girl at the police station the other day. A student at the University of Divisions. Wan Air sent a big wave of angry emoticons. Gao Qingsong said, it is estimated that she will come at night as well, so you should be prepared. Wan Air confidently returned. A college student. How to compare with Xiaonyang? Look at Xiaonyang's means. Gao Qingsong was silent for a moment and typed, I think it's best if you don't play tricks. Zhang Xiaojian, this person should dislike girls who play tricks. Wan Air sent a helpless emoji. Xiaonyang is just talking casually. Xiaonyang is so beautiful and kind-hearted. People beautiful heart Wan Air sister. Sue you today. She's in a good mood today. Would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers too? Gao Qingsong remembered how he stood in the hallway yesterday morning with a bouquet of flowers and was sprayed by Zhang Xiaojian. So he hurriedly said back, it's better to forget about it. Auntie Tu is no less than a real mom. Back to the cottage yard to sit down. Zhang Xiaojian realized that today the second aunt to buy electrical appliances are all for him to buy. Some have spot, and close to the afternoon may be delivered. Some have to wait. Auntie Tu couldn't be bothered and found a broom somewhere and swept. Zhang Xiaojian then sent a Weibo message to Yi Maju, greeting her to come for dinner in the evening and bring Yuan along, so as to save her from being bored out of her mind at school. Yi Maju agreed very quickly. One is that she felt that Yuan really should come out to let off steam. Two is because before Zhang Xiaojian gave her a transfer of 100,000 yuan thing, after spending the medical expenses still left a lot. She did not persuade Yuan to accept Zhang Xiaojian's assistance to borrow the family's money to pay back. She hoped that Zhang Xiaojian can help her to persuade Yuan. Zhang Xiaojian agreed to this in one bite, and after sending the address, he called Baiyang a little more. Poplar nearly laughed out loud as soon as he answered the phone. What are you so happy about? Yesterday I gave my mother the money you lent me, without taking a penny for myself, $100,000 more than she had given me before, and it gave her a good deal of pleasure. There's no need to emphasize that you didn't take a penny, or that I lent you the money. Kindred spirits. Dinner tonight. I'll give you the address. Bought a new house. Okay, I'll see you tonight then. Enjoying the leisurely afternoon, Zhang Xiaojian was fast asleep as he basked in the sun. As soon as he looked up, he realized that second aunt had disappeared and pushed Gao Qingsong next to him. Where's second aunt? Gao Qingsong was also confused and said, how would I know? On this side the two men shouted several times in the cottage without seeing anyone. On the other side of the second aunt who received the delivery call went to the entrance of the neighborhood. Originally, a phone call could have gotten the property to open the door, but the phone number was at Zhang Xiaojian's place, and seeing that he was fast asleep, second aunt didn't have the heart to disturb him. Such is the temperament of being a mother. As she walked through the garden-like neighborhood, she naturally saw water bottles in certain grassy areas. Aunt Ernie bent down to pick it up, skillfully. Then more skillfully, He picked them up as he walked until he reached the entrance to the neighborhood and hugged them in a pile. The security guard at the entrance saw this and rushed over, mouthing, "Auntie, you are so environmentally friendly." Then added, "Let me help you throw it in the garbage can." Environmentally friendly? Throw it in the dumpster? Aunt Air froze. She looked at the young face and outstretched hand of the young security guard in front of her, wanting to stop, but ultimately did not. The security guard helped her throw those water bottles in the trash. Aunt Ernie looked at the water bottles in the dumpster and figured out a truth. People with no money pick up bottles. That's called poor. Rich people picking up bottles. That's called being environmentally friendly. Yes, picking up bottles yourself now is called being environmentally friendly. Auntie Two's eye for buying clothes was not working, and there was no escaping the law of true fragrance that the older you get the more you like flowers and colorful. But the appliances bought by second Aunt Zhang Xiaojian was feeling good. At least the refrigerator didn't come with a big red flower on it, and the TV bezel wasn't one of those weird colors. The main price is also expensive, and the more expensive things seem to be more minimalist nowadays. And minimalism is exactly the style that Zhang Xiaojian likes. After helping to tuck the double-door refrigerator into its rightful place, hanging the TV on the TV wall, and watching the loaders skillfully press on the all-in-one gas stove with steamer, dishwasher, and so on, it seemed like the cottage had finally become a home. Auntie Air was busy, following the workers' asses to sort out the garbage, and according to her, someone else was coming to set up the air conditioner later, and a whole lot of pots and pans were on the way as well. Zhang Xiaojian took the time to ask a mouthful. "Second aunt, I thought you would buy cheap things." This is the truth. With the character of Auntie Two, who used to buy an ice cream and break it in half for Miss Zhang, and her little sister should indeed buy the cheap one. But that's actually the misconception. There isn't a mom out there who doesn't want to buy the best for her kids, mostly poorly. Auntie Two is not poor now, so of course she wants to buy the best, especially home appliances. These things in the eyes of the second aunt, the more expensive to use the longer. For example, when she got married, to buy that washing machine at the time was really expensive, but has been used for more than 20 years. The plastic shell is yellowed but never broken. So second aunt's reply was, "Nonsense, didn't second aunt have no money before? What kind of floor are you scrubbing here? It's like a ghost face. Scrub another side." Zhang Xiaojian, who was sprayed, laughingly wiped the tiled floor under the stove again. He was pouting and scrubbing the floor when a voice came from the doorway. Zhang Xiaojian looked up and saw Yi Maju, who had already entered the front door and was about to change his slippers. Looking around without finding them, Yi Maju was still wearing jean shorts and a spread collar t-shirt with a ponytail today. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaojian, she waved her hand. Upon seeing her second aunt, she sweetly called out, "Hello, auntie." Then Auntie Two's eyes lit up. To say that Zhang Xiaojian said big is not big, but said small is not small, put aside the countryside to see the words, has long been to the age of marrying and holding a baby. Besides, now that little sword wasn't too far behind. His next goal was, of course, to get a wife and children. Little sword, this girl is really pretty. Quickly introduce her to second aunt. Zhang Xiaojian stopped pouting and stood up to introduce himself. "My second aunt, Yi Moju, a student of the Normal University." "Yo, college student?" Second aunt threw the rag and was about to have a chat with Yi Maju about life ideals. Fortunately, Yuan and Gao Qingsong, who were following behind, also entered the house, interrupting Auntie Air's action, and after a brief introduction, the smile on Auntie Air's face widened. Yi Maju was originally a girl who couldn't stay idle, and when she entered the house and saw Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt tidying up, she consciously picked up a rag and wiped this and that, and then chatted with second aunt. "How old are you, girl?" 21. "What do your parents do, girl?" "My dad owns a small restaurant and is the cook, and my mom watches the store for him." One in front of the other. "This little restaurant is open for business." "Yeah, so what was your major in college?" "Learned from." Zhang Xiaojian finally couldn't hold back. Second aunt. Second aunt waved her hand. "Okay, let's not ask any more questions. For now." In fact, it was hard for a girl like Yi Maju not to be liked by her elders. While good looks must be a plus, she still has work in her eyes and does it well. "Jian, look at this. Look at the glass that someone else, Moju, cleaned, and look at what you cleaned. Little sword. Look at this. Look at the floor that someone else, Moju, scrubbed, and look at what you scrubbed. Sword, come on, don't do it. You're not enough to add to the mess." Zhang Xiaojian. He glanced out the window at Gao Qingsong and Yuan, who had been kicked out not long ago, and thought to himself, "Shouldn't I also go get a cup of tea?" The front foot just wanted to leave. This side of the second aunt came to the phone again. "Put down the phone," she said. "Xiaojian, you go out and help. The washing machine has arrived." "Oh." Zhang Xiaojian exchanged a glance with Yi Maju as he was leaving. His eyes were saying, "You take care." Yimaju's eyes, on the other hand, were certain, as if saying don't worry, I can handle it. After being busy until almost 4 in the afternoon, second aunt and Yimaju also finally stopped cleaning, and Zhang Xiaojian's stomach grumbled at the right time. By this time he thought of a vital question. What's for dinner? Gao Qingsong rightfully said. I know of a nearby pavilion that's not bad. Let's just have them send it over directly in the evening. Zhang Xiaojian nodded his head and said it's settled. Second aunt opened her mouth at this moment. No, it's not clean to always eat restaurant stuff. Second aunt will go out to buy food and make a good meal for you guys in the evening. As soon as the old lady opened her mouth, Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong of course did not dare to say anything more about the restaurant. It's just that, Auntie too, don't you realize clearly that you're a terrible cook? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojian's mind flashed and remembered the meal that Yimaju had cooked at his house a few days ago. When Zhang Xiaojian's eyes looked at Yimaju, Yimaju seemed to instantly comprehend. She said, Second aunt, I'll accompany you. I'm okay with cooking. Second aunt was worried that there was no opportunity to get to know Yimaju more deeply. And this Yimaju bumped into her old man's gun, so she naturally agreed with her mouth full. Gao Qingsong raised his hand. Let's go. I'll drive and pull you guys. Yuan, who was still not too familiar with Zhang Xiaojian over here, probably felt that it would be awkward to stay alone with Zhang Xiaojian, so she also raised her hand. I'll go too. Zhang Xiaojian, okay, I'll watch the house. Half an hour later, the crowd returned, carrying more bags of ingredients than they could count. Second aunt and Yimaju immediately went into the open kitchen to start a series of preparations, and the rest of the people all became spectators. Boil a shrimp. Auntie too, why don't I make steamed shrimp with garlic? It can taste better than the ones boiled in salt water. Auntie too was delighted and immediately said, okay, you do it. Just see. Yimaju took a knife, took out a shrimp, brush a moment in the shrimp's backbone, opened a knife, and do not know with what technique, the prawns are curled up. Honest and beautiful bloom, 2 halves of the back of the shrimp meat stood in the plate. Second aunt took a look. Moju, your technique is fine. Yimaju smiled sweetly again. Not bad. How do you do it? Teach me. Yimaju took out the shrimp all the time and demonstrated once more. Second aunt followed once. Did not learn, did not wait for her to completely comprehend. This side of Yimaju has almost done a good plate, so just give up. Then auntie too cuts the potatoes. Yimaju said, let me help you. Second aunt let out the knife. See, Yimaju did cut up. Her section of white lotus root like small arm like a battery installed constantly vibration. Cut out the potato wire thin and thin, and each one is exactly the same specifications. Second aunt was blinded by Yimaju's old eyes being brightened by this hand of swordplay. She simply exited the kitchen and came to Zhang Xiaojian's side, whispering, this girl is really nice. Zhang Xiaojian, auntie too added, little sword, do you mean anything? Zhang Xiaojian. Second aunt disliked Zhang Xiaojian's punch. Why are you still puffing and puffing? I'm talking to you. You didn't hear me. Zhang Xiaojian could only use his own trailing voice to express his helplessness. Second aunt seriously whispered into Zhang Xiaojian's ear. How many girls can still get down to the kitchen nowadays? How many girls nowadays are still able to do household chores well? Second aunt's vision is right. This child is so good. Zhang Xiaojian was at a loss as to how to answer when his cell phone rang. Pick up. The other end of the Baiyang said. Xiaojian, I rode 3 donkeys to come. Your door security guards do not allow to enter, and forced me to give you a call. You and he said a word. Zhang Xiaojian used his afterglow to glance at second aunt, whose eyes could be described as hot, and said, I'll go out now to pick you up. What are you doing out here? Just say the word. I can find it myself. Cut the crap. I'll go out and get you when I say I will. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiaojian with a fake smile said to second aunt, I'll go out to pick up Baiyang. I'll be back in a while. Then he fled. Zhang Xiaojian, who ran out of the cottage as if fleeing, received not only Bai Yang at the door, but also Su Yu and Wang Wan, who happened to arrive. Su Yu was her usual self, preferring to wear loose civilian clothes, running shoes, loose hair and not too much makeup in her private life, but her height as well as her temperament still hit the spot. Wang Wan was not quite the same. Not only did she wear a black textured dress today, she also stepped on a pair of small high heels, revealing half of her beautiful legs. The delicate makeup looked like it hadn't taken much time, and even the hair was done up in a chic braided flower updo, revealing tiny ears and a pale neckline. Due to the fact that this meeting was a bit different from the last veiled Wang Waner, Zhang Xiaojian realized for the first time that this girl was also good looking and belonged to the type that got better and better the more he looked at her. However, he really didn't have any extra thoughts, and surprisingly opened his mouth in a very frowned upon manner. Sister Waner, just having a casual meal at home. Why are you dressed as if you're going to climb a ladder? Wang Waner heard this sentence in her heart afire on her heart, but looking at Zhang Xiaojian quickly extinguished. As expected, Zhang Xiaojian is a cute straight man. Of course people dress up for you. That's what you think in your heart. But of course you can't say that on your lips. Wang Wan replied. I think we need to get reacquainted as a way to reverse the image of my first meeting in your mind. Ah? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Wang Wan's outstretched little hand, so he had to shake it with her and asked in passing. Twisting what image? Wang Wan replied seriously. Like unkempt, veiled, or something like that. Zhang Xiaojian let out an oh. Alright, but, I think it's better for you to be casual. So you looked left and right and interrupted. Let's go. Hurry up and show us your mansion. And by the way, what's for dinner tonight? Zhang Xiaojian said as he walked. Yi Maju's dishes shouldn't disappoint you, right? So you recalled that earlier in the hut. She and Bai Yang had bought roast chicken and boiled fish again. But in the end it was Yi Maju's 4 dishes that cleared the plate. And she couldn't help but say, that definitely won't be a disappointment. That being said, this girl's cooking is really delicious. While talking about what was there and what wasn't, he walked deeper into the neighborhood. Zhang Xiaojian realized that without realizing it, he and Bai Yang had walked a long way, while Su Yu and Wang Waner had fallen behind at least 50 paces, and couldn't help but shout, hurry up. Both Su Yu and Wang Waner ignored him as they were in the middle of a conversation that was important to Wang Waner. That college student named Ji Maju can still cook? Su Yu gave an affirmative answer. More than just doing it, but doing it really well. Wang Waner didn't believe it. Impossible. Nowadays most of them are only children. There are a few girls who just went to college who can cook well. Aren't you exaggerating too much? Su Yu shook her head. Really no. No exaggeration to tell you. I still remember the last time I ate that sweet and sour pork she made. I don't know if I have it today. It's really delicious. Wang Waner knew that Su Yu had no reason to lie to her and said unconvincingly, then I'll go make one later. You do? What do you do? Wang Waner blankly stared and said with a stiff upper lip, I can make instant noodles. Su Yu said disdainfully, isn't that something anyone with long hands would do? And I can lay eggs. Su Yu blankly stared. What are you doing as a Korean? You have the nerve to serve instant noodles on the table? Wang Waner was speechless and could only pout her little mouth, expressing the displeasure in her heart. The matter of convincing or not convincing must ultimately be looked at in the light of the facts before us. When Su Yu greeted Wang Waner and her second aunt and sat down in the spacious living room of the cottage, the process of Wang Waner's heart being convinced took only 5 seconds. In the open kitchen, Yi Maju cleaned a fish that he couldn't say what the name was, only to see her put the fish on the board sharply hanging scales, and then the fish belly excision of a straight cut, all the internal organs out, and casually picked out the fishy glands. Wang Waner asked herself that she really cannot do. The kitchen became Yi Maju's exclusive territory. I do not know when. Maybe Zhang Xiaojian went out to pick up this about 10 minutes of time. The second aunt found himself in the kitchen seems to be a bit in the way. He did 30 years of cooking. How to this little girl in front of get with their own nothing like? So Auntie 2 withdrew from the kitchen so that Yi Maju could play to her heart's content, and so that she, the old lady who could potentially become Yi Maju's future wife, could observe more. Under the observation, Auntie Air was very satisfied. If the full score of the satisfaction value was 100, Auntie Air would probably give Yi Maju a score of 200. No matter what kind of ingredients. As long as it comes to Yi Maju's hands it will become beautiful and nice like magic. And as long as one sees Yi Maju's cooking techniques and knife skills, no one will think that the food she cooks will be difficult to eat, and their hearts will only be filled with anticipation. All the preparation ingredients were well organized under her care, and it seemed that as soon as the fire was turned on, a dozen large dishes would be on the table at a rapid rate. It was the first time Gao Qingsong had seen Yi Maju cooking, and he couldn't help but marvel. Sister Maju, it is said that a mouse's child can make a hole, and this saying is really true. Bai Yang Ba, that's how you talk. I'll give you 3 seconds to rephrase and say it again. Gao Qingsong then thought, as if the phrase a rat's child can make a hole had nothing positive in it, and immediately added, Sister Maju, it is said that a chef's child can cook, and you are really good at cooking. Zhang Xiaojian laughed out. Bah, change of soup, no culture. Auntie 2 said, you have culture you come one? Zhang Xiaojian thought hard for a moment and clapped his hands. Sister Maju, it is said that in order to conquer a man you have to conquer his stomach first. With your cooking skills, there is no man in the world you can't conquer. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere of the scene became suddenly a little difficult to understand. Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong, Su Yu, and Wang Waner unanimously, bah, gave a cry. Over there, in the kitchen with tiny beads of sweat on her forehead, Yi Maju, who was listening to the jokes among her friends, said, you guys should stop praising. If you do, I really won't be able to cook. With that said, the freshly cleaned fish went down into the pot with a zippy sound, and 30 seconds later, She flicked it up and the fish and oil flew up into mid-air, crashing down into the pot after a noticeable lag in the air, which was instantly greeted with a chorus of applause. The three big lickers led by Zhang Xiaojian, Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong came to the kitchen not far away and gave another fierce boast. The atmosphere was harmonious and laughter. Only Wang Wan'er was a bit worried and whispered to Suyu, "How can this be compared? Do you think there is any aspect of me that can outperform this girl?" Suyu thought for a moment and held out a finger, "Judging by looks, the person's parents are no worse than you." Wang Wan'er's complexion dimmed for a minute. Suyu stretched out a second finger, "Stature-wise, it seems like this girl is also worse than you." Wang Wan'er's complexion dimmed by 2 points. Suyu stretched out a third finger. "In terms of temperament, you each have your own, but I've always thought that a pure and youthful girl like her is something every man can't refuse." Wang Wan'er's complexion dimmed by 5 points. Suyu clapped her hands together and seemed to have finally thought of Wang Wan'er's advantage as she said, "I've thought of the only point where you might be able to beat her." Wang Wan'er's eyes lit up, wanting to know exactly where her advantage lay. "What is it?" Suyu said after a beat. "It may be that you are more experienced in making instant noodles than she is. After all, a girl with high cooking skills like Yimaju should rarely make instant noodles for herself to eat." Wang Wan'er became angry and viciously pinched Suyu's small waist. While covering her waist, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Why don't I help you ask little sword out alone next time, so that he can appreciate your stunt of cooking instant noodles and laying eggs?" Suyu. The kitchen turned into a showplace. Yimaju should change her name to Shior. "I'm very good at frying, stir-frying, boiling and steaming, and I'm very good at knifing, carving and plating." For the first time, Zhang Xiaojian, Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong felt that there was beauty in the business of cooking. Yimaju tied a small red lattice apron. Her small face flushed. A layer of fine sweat seeped out from her forehead, dampening her sideburns. She gathered it up, revealing the side of her face, looking even better. "Look at her chopping vegetables. It's so sharp. The dangduang is so rhythmic that if she had a bit of a beat, it would sound like a drum kit. Look at her carving flowers. What white carrots, red carrots. As soon as her little hand pulls, a flower comes out. Magical," to make the three big old men keep exclaiming. "Then look at her plate. That color with a good looking. A look at the appetite not to mention." Zhang Xiaojian seriously doubt that this girl has not studied art, probably also learned to take pictures, know how to compose. Anyway, when a dozen or so dishes kept coming out of the oven and onto the table, it definitely didn't look like a home-cooked meal, and the sophistication was comparable to that of yesterday's Jinsho. The crowd also finally took their seats, and when Yimaju washed her hands and took off her apron and came over to sit, the people at the table resounded with heartfelt, marvelous applause. Then the tasting phase began. Zhang Xiaojian took the lead as the host. He chucked a garlic steamed shrimp and after putting it in his mouth, there was no much critique, only Bai Yang took a bite of the braised fish and began as well. Suyu stuck a meatball with her chopsticks and separated half of it to give it to Wang Wan'er. Then both women took a bite of each and began. Auntie too, who hadn't been moving her chopsticks, listened to the sounds of the piece, so she chucked in a relatively light oatmeal, then extra loud, eyes bright. The scene made Hope a little afraid to reach for her chopsticks. Yimaju was a little nervous, afraid that her own handiwork had lost its share. "Is it good to eat? Allah, what does it mean?" So she got a uniform. Loud, military-like response. "Yummy," 3 of the big old men shouted extra loud. Next came, hiccup. Zhang Xiaojian burped and patted his stomach, extremely satisfied as he began to let go and giggle. The ability to think out of the box was somewhat strong. He suddenly thought of those TV variety food programs, and it occurred to him that the kind that immediately started a fierce boast after taking a bite must be fake, to make it really good. Diners will definitely first let out a and then the compliments after this will be pompous. But surely the dish itself must also be delicious. Thinking of this, listening to another from his ears, Zhang Xiaojian looked towards the bottom of the pot of white soup, and he immediately took all the bottom into his bowl, tasting it while miming. "Second aunt is old. The amount of food is definitely not as good as the youngsters here." She put down her chopsticks early. Looking at the children eating so happily, she was also very happy, so she looked at Yimaju's gaze a little brighter. There are 3 types of girls who will be especially liked by elders, especially by their mothers-in-law. One is the one that looks good to the eye. The second is the one that can do the housework. The third is the one who can cook. Yimaju, one person accounted for all. The old lady that cannot not like. Occasionally an old and a young have their eyes crossed. The old lady's straightforward eyes directly made Yimaju retreat. Nay, the more Auntie Air looked at him, the more she liked him, and seeing that Zhang Xiaojian was still foolishly drinking the soup, she secretly pinched his thigh at a lower level before giving a wink. Zhang Xiaojin. After slowing down for a while, Zhang Xiaojin coughed lightly. Sister Ma Zhu, your cooking is so delicious. So the table suddenly came to a standstill. Everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Xiaojin's face, and Zhang Xiaojin's old face flushed red in exasperation. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? On behalf of the crowd, Poplar said. It's too cheesy, too cheesy. Zhang Xiaojin was unconvinced. Then you do one? Bai Yang grinned a mouthful of white teeth with a chili flake hanging from them. Sister Ma Zhu, I think your cooking skills will be hot no matter what restaurant you open. Gao Qingsong waved his hand. You can't do this either. If you ask me, Sister Ma Zhu's high cooking skills are even higher than my Gao Qingsong's high. You're taller than Qingsong? What's the point of being taller than you? Su squinted her eyes and zapped the old Gao's heart, adding, I think I should say so. There is the homely taste of home, but transcends it. There is a more upgraded sense of sophistication. And every dish I feel is the best I've ever eaten and is not the formulaic taste of a restaurant. Zhang Xiaojin, Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong clapped their hands like the three big fools yes, expressing their approval. Yi Maju blushed a little at the compliment, so she saw Wang Wan'er leaning back and actually said in a lamenting tone, it is indeed delicious. If it's good, it's good. Why do you sound so sad? No one in the room could understand except Gao Qingsong and Su Yu. Wang Wan'er's this is to lament their own cooking skills for fear that this life cannot catch up with Yi Maju. Even from now diligently study and practice for 10 years, it is estimated to be out of reach. After the meal, I don't know if it was because the food was so good, but no one in the group of young people made any noise about going out to play. Instead, they moved 7 chairs and lined them up on the spacious outdoor balcony on the second floor, leaning back with a can of cold beer for each person, comfortable in the sunlight that was only remaining. Auntie Air did not participate in the young people's chat, but only whispered to Zhang Xiaojian on her way out. This girl is really nice. Zhang Xiaojian sat in the very center, half squinting his eyes as everyone first made small talk for a while before they all seemed to squint from being too comfortable. Only Yi Maju kept her watery eyes open and coughed lightly. Little sword brother, I brought my bank card. Tell me your card number in a moment and I'll transfer the rest of the money to you. Zhang Xiaojian immediately lost all sleepiness. He knew that this Yi Maju was reminding him to persuade Yuan. There was a somewhat contrived and then for no apparent reason, and with a raw turn of phrase, Hope, how much money did you take in total at home? Everyone knew what was going on as soon as they heard that, so their eyes inevitably looked at the clean-cut Hope with some sympathy. Yuan also understood in her heart what Zhang Xiaojian meant. Imo Zhu had mentioned it to her before, so she smiled. Brother Xiaojian, I know you want to help me fill in the blanks, but no need. This is the money I borrowed myself. I'll just pay it back myself. Thank you. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly felt embarrassed, so he hurriedly gave Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong a wink. Bai Yang and Zhang Xiaojian, tacit understanding, immediately said, Yuan is like this. This thing we all know. You borrowed the family's money, in fact should not be less. And at present and out of this mess, you are very difficult to account for. Or you tell Xiaojian is how much, so that he first help you to advance, then you can pay him back later. Yi Maju unconsciously nodded with satisfaction, secretly sighing that Bai Yang was really quite good at talking, much better than little sword brother. On this side, Gao Qingsong also said, Yuan, I don't want to hit you. Nothing else. What I want to say is that you have to understand a problem. You borrowed a lot of money from your family. This money may seem a lot to you, and your family also think it's quite a lot, but to Zhang Xiaojian, it may just be the consumption of eating a meal and going to a nightclub once. What Bai Yang said just now is good. You should return it to him in the future, so that the family still doesn't blame you, and you can go to school in peace. So you rarely agreed with Gao Qingsong's point of view? I don't even dare to think about how I'm going to explain to my family if I have to encounter this. What they say is rough, but the reasoning is not rough. Wang Wan'er smiled. Or else you can borrow my sisters. I still have a little savings. As the crowd talked to each other, something called goodwill began to permeate the second floor balcony in the light of the setting sun. Perhaps something that now appears more on social media, in news reports, and is rarely happening around it is hard to see. But what must be recognized is that goodwill has never died out in this world. Hope pursed up her lips. She didn't want to cry but couldn't help but be a little moved. Holding back her tears, Hope eventually shook her head. In fact, she didn't reject other people's help. It was just that she really didn't know Zhang Xiaojian and Zhang Xiaojian's friends well before this night. So how could she be good enough to take this money? Now, although she didn't see how well she knew them, she realized that these people in front of her were people who genuinely wanted to give her a hand. All the more reason then that this money should not be taken, because the borrowing of the money was always her own business. She made at least one mistake in this case, looking at the wrong person. She didn't want to downplay these costs by borrowing money because it was her own fault she wanted to take on herself. So she shook her head but said, thanks guys, but I'm an adult, so the balcony fell into silence. Hope raised her own little face and said softly but somewhat clumsily, "I'm not trying to reject your kindness. It's just that since I know that you're all friends who want to help me, I can't accept it even more, and I'm really especially touched by it too. But I think I can work this out, and I'm not very good with words, and I don't know if you guys can understand what I'm saying." Saying this, Yi Maju extended a hand to hold hers. For the first time, Zhang Xiaojian carefully looked at the girl in front of him, whose looks could only be regarded as clean-cut and whose clothes were extremely ordinary, and suddenly felt that the saying that the heart grows on the face of the beholder really did have some truth to it. He said, "We understand. So let's turn this over and leave it at that." Wang Wan was a bit confused. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Suyu. Zhang Xiaojian turned around and said to Yi Maju, "Say, how did you make that soup today? It's also too delicious." This was obviously an awkward conversation to ease the sensationalized atmosphere on the balcony right now. And Zhang Xiaojian did not like sensationalism. The turnaround was hard, but Yi Maju still replied, "Then I'll often make it for you in the future." So the lyrical atmosphere turned into a charming one. Everyone's gazes went to Yi Maju. This time the twist was not awkward, but it was gossipy enough. Zhang Xiaojian obviously did not expect Yi Maju to actually say such a blunt sentence, and was inevitably a bit nervous. After blurting out, Yi Maju also noticed that something was wrong. She realized that many gazes were looking at her, so her pretty face reddened and said, "I just want to thank little sword brother, and I think that's all I know how to do is cook. So, the more I talk, the more I can talk, the more I blush." It wasn't that Yi Maju really had a ghost in his heart, it was just that the gazes of the few people led by Bai Yang were too burning. Zhang Xiaojian knew Yi Maju the best out of all these people. He understands that Yi Maju is capable of doing what he can do in order to repay himself for donating $500,000 to save Li Mingji's old man's life and help Yuan, while thinking of cooking more meals for himself later to thank him for his simple purpose. But he also understands that the others certainly don't understand that the purpose is pure or not. So Zhang Xiaojian had to awkwardly change the topic once again as he stretched out a lazy waist in a pretentious manner. "That Bai Yang, did the express delivery go well today?" Bai Yang took a sip of his beer. "You're changing the subject too hard." Gao Qingsong despised. "More than raw. It's simply embarrassing." Suyu, "More than awkward. I should say I have nothing to say." Wang Wanner, "More than having no words." Then she held her tongue for half a day. "Forget it, I can't find the right adjective." Then the crowd laughed out loud and continued to lean back in their chairs and look up at the sky, waiting for night to fall and for the stars to shine. That night was the first time 7 young men had gathered together to look up at the stars, gossiping and laughing. Eventually the second-floor balcony was left with a floor of beer cans, and Gao Qingsong called a chauffeur to send Suyu and Wang Weiner home. Hope, on the other hand, probably because of her mood, drank slightly too much, and although it was only 3 cans of beer, it seemed like the most she'd ever had in her life, so much so that she began to stagger when she walked. Zhang Xiaojian called a car to send them back to their dormitory with Bai Yang. Back home again, Bai Yang helped Zhang Xiaojian clean up the second floor and found a black crossbody bag on the table. Zhang Xiaojian recognized the crossbody bag. "It's Yuan's. Forgot to take it, I guess, and send it back to someone sometime. When do you have time?" The answer was the next morning. Because of the need to help Zhang Xiaojian purchase objects for his new home, Bai Yang once again took a leave of absence today, and I'm sure that those co-workers who are rushing to try to deliver the order will be slightly relieved. Gao Qingsong also came to report to work very early. Just the more you look at your Land Rover, the more annoyed. Want to change the car has been fast to the top of the throat. Before heading to Furniture City, however, the trio drove to the division's main entrance, where Hope's bag had to be returned earlier. After all, even her cell phone was inside. Sent a WeChat to tell Yi Maju that he had arrived. Over here, Bai Yang, who was sitting in Xiao Orange's co-pilot, suddenly thought, "Little sword, remember my dream?" Zhang Xiaojian was slightly stunned. "This early in the morning, are you sure?" Bai Yang solemnly nodded, pushed open the door of the car and ran into the nearby warehouse not far away to bought 3 bottles of water, but not for drinking, respectively, mineral water, iced tea, as well as Red Bull. Zhang Xiaojian inquired again, "Are you sure?" Poplar said firmly, "You get out of the car." Zhang Xiaojian helplessly pushed open the car door and got into the passenger side of the Land Rover in the back. On this side, Gao Qingsong watched Bai Yang put mineral water, iced tea, and Red Bull on the roof of Xiao Tangerine's car, and asked, "Is Bai Yang trying to make a scene?" Zhang Xiaojian covered his forehead and said, "I don't know where he heard it from, saying that rich people driving luxury cars come to the entrance of the university and put 3 kinds of water with different prices, and there will be student girls taking the initiative to get on the car." Gao Qingsong didn't understand what it meant. Then, Zhang Xiaojian had to continue. 3 kinds of water represent 3 different prices. Gao Qingsong suddenly realized. How come I don't know about such a flirty thing? Zhang Xiaojian smiled bitterly. This is something he will say to me every time he drinks too much, and has always insisted that it is his dream, and today it is not easy to have a chance. So, Gao Qingsong's eyes widened. You don't say. Maybe it can really work. It's a bit reliable. Zhang Xiaojian laughed and cursed. Depend on your grandpa. Poplar nervously sat in the driver's seat of Orange. Although he knew that the things he had heard from hearsay might not really be reliable, giving it a try would be a way to fulfill his wish. So a minute goes by and no one comes to get water, though there are many people who pass by Orange who are drawn to look at him. 5 minutes have passed and still no one has taken the water. Bai Yang pondered for a moment that this should have been made up in the first place. 10 minutes passed and finally a girl looked at Orange from a distance for half a day. Though she was less conspicuously hidden in the crowd, she was spotted by the perceptive Bai Yang. Just when he was wondering if she would come over and take down a bottle of water and sit in the passenger seat, Bai Yang realized again that there were a lot more male students in front of the entrance of the teacher's college at some point, and the number was gradually increasing as they stood still, looking to Orange, to themselves. What's going on here? Bai Yang pushed open the door and got out of the car, realizing that for a moment he seemed to have become the prettiest cub in front of the school, with countless gazes focusing on him at the same time. Then more people began to gather, actually presenting a siege to Orange and the Land Rover. When Bai Yang hid his eyes, there were more than 200 people in this rough look, and each one was tall, and occasionally a few of those blocks were bigger than himself. Didn't wait to ask. It's too late to ask. I don't know who, in the crowd shouted. That's them. Then the 200 or so burly men began to close in. Poplar froze. No, I'm waiting for a girl. Why wait for more than 200 strong men? This is not the right plot. The plot is indeed wrong. Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong, who were sitting on the Land Rover, also noticed that something was wrong and then immediately got out of the car. They suffered the same treatment as Bai Yang, with more than 400 eyes looking at them at the same time, and even Zhang Xiaojian noticed that after seeing himself, the gazes of these people who had gathered around him were fixed on his own body. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know up to this point that it was because his pair of sword eyebrows were so iconic that he was quickly recognized. He only perceived, as if, there was some anger in the way these people were looking at him. The anger comes from the videos that have been circulating for the past few days at more than just the normal university, and even surrounding schools. In the video, Zhang Xiaojian is beating up a teacher and student. It was later learned that the father of the teacher student had suffered an accident and was lying in the ICU. Then later, the name of the teacher and student was dug up as Li Mingji, and there were quite a few people who knew him. In people's impression, Li Mingji is a hardworking and humble student, but that's not what lit a fire in the hearts of the students. Rumor has it that the school leaders and the police brought all the people in the Lamborghini and Land Rover back to the station that day. Everyone who knows the truth of the matter hopes that the murderer will be severely punished, because Zhang Xiaojian did hit a little too hard in the video. Even when Li Mingji had been knocked down, the murderer's companion still shone a supplementary kick at Li Mingji's face, simply bullying him too much. But the school leaders returned that night and did not give a clear statement, so the rumor mill ran wild, with some saying that the owner of the Lamborghini paid to set everything right. Some people say that Zhang Xiaojian is the son of a family in Jiangcheng and is particularly powerful. Some people even said that the person who made up for it was called Gao Qingsong, and that he had done a lot of evil in the past. All in all, this simple story of heartbreak for those who heard it and tears for those who listened to it kept the anger of the students brewing and festering. A few of Li Mingji's usual good friends is to fan the flames, not only ready to join forces to the school to ask for a statement, but also because outsiders into the campus violence set up a WeChat group called the Guards. Apart from the escort's duty to protect the students in the school and immediately say anything in the group, the other one was to organize everyone to look for the eye-catching Lamborghini in the middle of Jiangcheng. The reason why we have to do this is because everyone can't contact Li Mingji. Worried. Naturally, all kinds of conspiracy theories are made up like this, but never thought that it was Li Mingji who didn't have the face to reply to them. As it happens, someone saw a familiar Lamborghini and Land Rover in front of the school this morning. So I turned over the video and compared it to make sure that it was the two cars in the video, and then microblogging, and then organizing and mobilizing, and then a bunch of college students with hot blood rushing to their heads surrounded the car. It's just like the old saying that you can't find where you want to go, but you can find where you want to go without making any effort at all. These processes and reasons were not known to Zhang Xiaojian. However, Zhang Xiaojian clearly perceived that the boys in front of him who rolled up their sleeves and had fire in their eyes seemed to want to beat him up. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and they only had 3 people with 6 fists right now, so naturally they were even more outmatched by 400 fists. In a hurry, Zhang Xiaojian remembered that he still had 10 skill books that he had not used. He used the fastest speed in his life to try to click all 10 skill books in the martial arts column. But after a skill book disappeared, his martial arts value became 3. 3, why wasn't it 10? Zhang Xiaojian was stunned to find that the martial arts column opened up with 10 sub-items. They are, respectively, Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and Shaolin, and Nanquan, the 8 levels. Without even thinking about it, he ordered the remaining 9 skill books on Wing Chun. As for why he ordered Wing Chun, Zhang Xiaojian, who has no knowledge of martial arts at all, may have felt deep down that Wing Chun appeared more frequently in movies over the years. But when the Wing Chun sub-item went from 0 to 90, he realized that he didn't seem to have produced any changes, and he didn't have that feeling of being all-powerful after chewing on the power fruit at all. Holding the mentality of not fighting if he could, Zhang Xiaojian, the great villain who was unforgivable in the eyes of the students, opened his mouth. Classmates, I just want to ask where we have messed with you? No one answered him, and Zhang Xiaojian clearly saw a flat-headed, upright boy pointing at himself and shouting, "That's him!" So the scene was in complete chaos. Gao Qingsong sensed that something big was wrong and shouted, "Get in the car!" But I don't know when. Some students who didn't know if they had played too much League of Legends came with a wave of roundabouts and pressed the door of the car dead center. This Nima shall not be allowed to be killed. Gao Qingsong wanted to drill the bottom of the car, but he saw one of his classmates heading straight for Zhang Xiaojian, only to see Zhang Xiaojian actually stayed calm in the face of danger, sinking his center of gravity and staggering his feet to make an inside 8. Crap, what a pin-up position this is. Why does it still look familiar? Then, with a wink, without seeing exactly what was going on, Gao Qingsong saw the first student to make a move fly out and fall hard onto the more oil road. Wing Chun? Gao Qingsong's brain spun rapidly, and in this instant he remembered Ip Man 1. Ip Man 2, The Legend of the Grandmaster, the prequel to Ip Man, and the Grandmaster of the generation. Zhang Xiaojian, are you still a Wing Chun master? The moment the doubt arose, the second student's punch had already arrived at Zhang Xiaojian's face. Zhang Xiaojian almost subconsciously pivoted and swept his right leg. The student flew up in midair and fell to the ground. Then there was a flurry of curses in his ears. Straw mud horse. You're paralyzed. Fuck them. We're outnumbered. Don't be afraid. Front and center does not adequately describe the scene. Zhang Xiaojian became Gao Qingsong's bridgehead in this instant. Just see his pace is agile, striking swiftly. Even those who looked tall and seemed to be studying physical education students did not have a will. In the midst of the human fall, Gao Qingsong's jaw was already about to drop to the ground in shock. He was completely unaware that Zhang Xiaojian was now in a marvelous state. Zhang Xiaojian still felt a little raw when he first struck, but after a series of strikes, there was actually a sense of integration that filled every cell in his body. Dodging a huge fist, Zhang Xiaojian's hair fluttered in the wind. He shortened his body and carried the puncher close up, and by the time he stood up his opponent had been thrown behind him, with a good deal of panache and pleasure. At the same time, a thick leg full of sweaty hair kicked. Zhang Xiaojian nimbly stepped on his right foot and used his strength to dodge the rain of fists, and landed on the ground with a backflip, and the student who had just thrown out his leg was rolling on the ground in pain while holding his leg. Like a fish in water, Zhang Xiaojian dashed left and right, and actually knocked down more than a dozen people alive, and a sound of wailing filled the entrance of the campus. Gao Qingsong looked completely dumbfounded as he rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't watching a martial arts movie. He didn't react to the fact that he wasn't watching a movie until a black punch hit him in the face and the raw pain made him cry out in shock. So he looked at the little skinny guy who hit him. "Dare you hit me?" Gao Qingsong went up for a punch. Skinny didn't duck and got a nosebleed, but his companions around him surrounded him, and almost instantly Gao Qingsong was hit with several punches. "The fight is on you," they chanted. At the entrance to the normal university campus is a modest plaza. Due to the fact that Jiangcheng was a second-tier city, the city officials seemed to be a bit lazy, and vendors selling all kinds of goods gathered here early in the morning. The moment the group fight occurred, a scream from the bun seller's mom pierced the sky. The uncle selling socks hurriedly closed his stall, trying to get out of the way. The boss, who is usually the most nosy, also dares not interfere with this idle business, even busy looking for a safe position. All in all, the moment was chaotic to the extreme. While many of the students who were still coming from afar to get ready for their morning classes quickly stepped forward to see what hilarity was going on, so they saw a lot of nice images. Zhang Xiaojian wasn't the first person to be beaten up by the group. The first was Bai Yang. Bai Yang was big and strong and hadn't been in many fights since he was a kid, and the first moment he was confronted with a group beating, he started to fight back. It was time to show his true skill. Bai Yang thought so as his thick arm blocked his enemy's punch. Then he clenched his fingers into a fist with his other hand and broke through the air. Just before that, a dozen fists also broke through the air. Bang bang bang. Poplar's left eye blurred a bit as he stumbled backward from the several punches he landed in a row. Vaguely, he saw a flying leg heading straight for his face. Poplar dodged to the left, catching the thick leg flying in midair and falling with his foe. If it was a 1v1, Bai Yang could totally ride on the enemy with his strength advantage and let the enemy know why the flowers were so red. But the enemy was not alone. And he was hit with 7 or 8 kicks in the back the moment he tried to roll over. So he had to get to the ground in a doggy position. Immediately afterward, someone from the escort shouted, "Kick him!" The rain-like feet fell. Bai Yang used his arms to protect his head. His body curled up like a boiled prawn. It's the only way he won't get hit in the head. Keeping his strength up and building momentum for a counterattack. That's his real skill. On the other hand, Gao Qingsong sent his foes nosebleed scurrying while he himself was hit with several punches. Gao Qingsong, who had never suffered from a nuisance since he was a child, was furious. As the saying goes, when a man is angry his blood flows for thousands of miles. Gao Qingsong clenched his own fists, stuck his head into the pile of people, and came with a set of what can be called the top kung fu in children's martial arts. Wang Bok Fist. Not to mention, probably due to the aura of Gao Qingsong and the indiscriminate attack of Wang Bok Fist, no one could approach half a step for a while. Gao Qingsong's mouth while waving his fists, he looked as if he was in a state of insanity. I don't know how long he had been swinging, but he felt a little tired, so he slowed down his swinging. So many fists, so many legs to attack. This time the in his mouth turned into a miserable cry. I don't know how many punches I've been hit with. I don't know how many kicks I've been given. While scurrying with a nosebleed, Gao Qingsong backed up, eventually collapsed miserably on the curb. The farthest nosebleed he had left was a good 2 feet from his current position. As the saying goes, a piker's nose bleeds twice in anger. But it's the right word. Zhang Xiaojian was completely different from the 2 men who held their heads and took a beating, and the one who fell on the curb and sprayed nosebleeds, because he'll get little inside-outs, because his Wing Chun value is 90. In the face of the raging enemy, Zhang Xiaojian was exceptionally calm. A pair of small sword eyebrows did not even frown. Quite a general style, especially after putting a dozen or so people in a row. The enemies surrounding him seemed to be a bit afraid to venture forward, which gave him more room to play. The little inside-eights were still posed. The wafting scent of steaming buns in front of his nose, cries of anguish and screams in his ears. If there was a spotlight at this moment, Zhang Xiaojian was the absolute protagonist at the center of the stage. I tell you, I can do martial arts. Zhang Xiaojian bellowed out with a great deal of vigor and also a great deal of middle-agedness, but because he had knocked down a dozen people before, in a scene like today's, he actually possessed enough deterrent power no matter what he said. Brothers, don't be afraid of him, let's swarm him, he'll be no good for anything. I don't know how that big brother could still keep his sanity and say in one sentence the supreme words of group beating to break all paths. So the escort began to close in. Close in. Zhang Xiaojian knew that he had to stand out at this moment. Otherwise, not to mention that he knew a little bit of martial arts, or even a master of martial arts, could not withstand more than 200 college students swarming, with the palms of his feet firing, his newly purchased pair of Audi running shoes fueling the tautness of his leg muscles. Zhang Xiaojian was like a cheetah, scurrying towards the east side, where the defenses were the weakest. The dozen or so people to the east actually immediately formed a human wall once they saw him rushing over, blocking the only gap Zhang Xiaojian could escape through. Damn, are these college kids so tough? Zhang Xiaojian did not know. This dozen people from the next door to the normal university of the gymnasium soccer team. The ball kicking quite stink, but the group wall that is professionally trained. There was no way out. Zhang Xiaojian plunged headlong into the wall of people, and between punches and kicks, people tumbled over, and he actually killed a gap in his life. As he was about to pull his legs out and run, one of the students he had just put down with a punch actually hugged his thigh. There was something familiar about this scene, having seen it many times in movies. Just, classmate, what do I have against you? Your eyes are swollen. Why can't you turn a blind eye? Luckily, Force 40 was manifested in this moment. Zhang Xiaojian pulled out his leg with force, but the dense crowd behind him had already chased after him. He was still staggering and adjusting his body weight as well as his balance when he felt a gust of wind behind him. I don't know if it was also a young guy practicing 100-meter races in the next gymnasium who flew up and printed a big flying kick solidly on Zhang Xiaojian's back. At this moment Zhang Xiaojian knew it was over. No amount of martial arts can resist the force of impact, as well as defying gravity. He stumbled forward, and on the verge twisted around on the strength of his strong back and sat on his ass on the mooring road. Looking at the group of excited enemies, Zhang Xiaojian knew that the time had come for him to show his true skills as well. He's ready to hold his head and take a beating. He prepared to raise his arms, only to find the early morning sunlight a little harsh. How come it doesn't sting? In the nick of time, a skinny body stepped in front of him. Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting on the ground, was covered by her back, and she also covered the sunlight in the process. The ponytail swayed in the air, her outstretched arms making a blocking gesture, and Zhang Xiaojian could even make out a cute little white flower on each of her open 5 fingers nails in the sunlight. Zhang Xiaojian didn't see her front face, but he already knew who she was. Panting, Yi Maju stopped in front of Zhang Xiaojian. Looking at the uncountable number of people in front of her, she exerted all the strength in her body and shouted in a voice that was shrill with a hoarse and tearing feeling. You can't fight. The mass brawl took place in just 2 minutes. In the front, there are more than 200 people in the escorting guards who are raging. And then there is Zhang Xiaojian's small inner 8 Wing Chun boxing style. And now a beautiful woman is staged to save the hero, which can be described as a lot of twists and turns. And the plot is touching. Of course, a lot has changed in those 2 minutes at the entrance of the division. The old man on crutches with a sense of justice has long since run out of sight. The bun seller's aunt is padding through the crowd, and the sock seller's big brother has boarded his tricycle. More people were grabbing vantage points, behind the glass of the perimeter facades, on the roofs of cars, at the top of railings, and holding up their girlfriends to watch the crowd of geezers who couldn't be bothered to look at them. Just all the noisy arguments and the chaos of the scene quieted down under Yi Maju's voice. The large small square was silent for at least 1,000 people, because the voice comes from the soul, out of the Dantian, and reaches to the 9 heavens. This is bullshit. The actual reason is because there are many people who know Yi Maju. Because Yi Maju was already famous in school. She is not only the student government team leader of the division, but also the resident host of every year's orientation party. Yi Maju has a beautiful face that people can remember and be impressed by at a glance, and also has a good reputation as well as a drop of official authority. So when she shouted out, "Can't fight," when she did so, the members of the escort who had been chasing after Zhang Xiaojian aggressively to snipe at him hurriedly came to a break, and then a series of thoughts popped up from their minds. They think the same way 90% of the time. That is, could it be that Sister Maju she's been adopted by this asshole in front of her? If this news is true, it's a bolt from the blue for all the men on campus. Although this kind of thing like adoption has become commonplace in the university, and some girls are not ashamed but rather honored, but none of them are Yi Maju. As the host of each year's orientation party, Yi Maju is the first ray of light for each year's new students when they come to the unfamiliar school. With her sweet voice and dignified hosting style, she has been saying for 2 years, "Welcome to division." There was no one in the freshman and sophomore classes who didn't like the usually approachable, but occasionally a little stern, senior sister. Although normal university never engaged in what school flower selection, what so-called school flower selection is also mostly media hype out. But there is no doubt that Yi Maju is the school flower in their hearts. Therefore, the small square quieted down after the voice of Yi Maju, who possessed a different status in people's hearts. Only her next move broke the hearts of all the gay men in the room. Yi Maju pulled up Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian subconsciously patted the ash on his butt. Yi Maju, however, stretched out her hand and gently caressed Zhang Xiaojian's cheek, where there was a little bloodstain that was not Zhang Xiaojian's. "Are you alright?" Yi Maju said worriedly. Zhang Xiaojian returned. "It's fine." Yi Maju looked at the blood on her fingertips and her pretty face began to turn red, not with shyness, but with anger. But she didn't realize that the entire male livestock in the room had felt suffocated, and they felt like they had suffered 999 plus bludgeoning injuries. There used to be the occasional boy in school who would rumor with Yi Maju, and every time it would be a sensation. It's just that no matter how sensational it was, Yi Maju's response was fake. No one had ever seen Yi Maju get particularly close to a particular male classmate, and naturally, even less would have seen Yi Maju wipe the boy's cheek with her own small hand. Thus, the people who suffered a violent attack at this time forgot about their previous excitement, forgot about Li Mingji's story of the hearer's sadness and the hearer's tears, forgot what they came here for, and even more forgot that the most important thing that should be done now is to disperse in a flurry of noise. They looked at Yi Maju and turned around again, reddening their little faces and stretching out their fingers. "A bunch of fools. None of you are going anywhere today." If crows could float by, tens of thousands of them might have to fly over the heads of the escort's 200 or so male animals. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly realized that with a bulging little face and an angry look, Yi Maju under the early morning sunlight was so beautiful, so pretty, especially since she had a ponytail today. That kind of pure and youthful temperament. Wait a minute, should I be thinking about this now? Is there something important you forgot? Think hard for a second. Zhang Xiaojian rushed out in a hurry, and as he ran, he passed by a beaten and swollen pig's head anxiously shouting, "Gao Qingsong! Gao Qingsong!" No! When the accident happened, Gao Qingsong was right behind him, right here in the neighborhood. Where is he? Without waiting to think about it, his cry was answered. Inuyasha held out a hand. Here. Zhang Xiaojian turned his head to see the completely battered Gao Qingsong, and made sure that he was wearing the familiar pair of guckles on his feet before saying, "Gao Qingsong? Piggyback Gao Qingsong nodded, his outstretched hand wanting to touch Zhang Xiaojian for comfort. But Zhang Xiaojian let out a long breath. You lie down for a while longer. I'll look for Bai Yang. Poplar. On the other side of the room, curled up on his knees, Poplar lifted his hand. And here, Zhang Xiaojian ran over and held Bai Yang. Are you alright? Bai Yang raised his head and raised the same nose as Gao Qingsong's. What do you think? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Bai Yang and blinked. Are you sure you're Bai Yang, not Ruhua? On the other side, Hope had followed suit. When she appeared, all announcements had to stop. This is because the few people in the lead know Hope and know that she's Li Nianqi's girlfriend. Hope looked at the mess around her, looking at these traces of fighting in front of her eyes. Her lips only shivered with anger. Half a day froze and did not say half a word, without waiting for her to utter a complete sentence. The school's director of instruction who had received the message, the old man with a head of white hair who had once met Zhang Xiaojian and the others rushed over. Then he saw the two familiar cars, saw Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang who were already completely unrecognizable. He said angrily, come back to school with me and see what I'll do to you. Mixed in, the athletic college assistant fighters who knew they were in a mess tried to slip away quietly at this point. The old man's eyes were quick to point, don't run. It's useless to run. There's a surveillance camera at the school entrance. And there's also a surveillance camera at the stores on this street. I guarantee that I'll catch all of you without fail. As a result, the members of the guards who had previously been unbeatable and shouted and killed all wilted. Yi Maju had finished calling 120 by this time, and hurriedly followed behind Zhang Xiaojian, helping up Gao Qingsong, who was lying on the street tooth. Over there, Zhang Xiaojian assisted Bai Yang over. Almost sealed eyes, only a slit of Bai Yang saw the nose and face of Gao Qingsong. Actually Heartless pointing to Gao Qingsong began to laugh out. Ha 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 ha. And Gao Qingsong, who still had one eye intact, certainly had no reason not to be able to see Bai Yang's current appearance. And he also pointed at Bai Yang. Ha ha. The laugh. Laughter was something that was easily contagious. And Zhang Xiaojian had no reason not to laugh when he looked at the appearance of these two people in front of him. So he laughed as well. Only Yi Maju had trouble understanding. How can you guys still laugh? Her words just came out of her mouth. And the ha 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 that came out of the mouths of Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong, whose smiles were tugging at their injuries, transformed into ouch ouch ouch. So Zhang Xiaojian laughed even louder and ended up not being able to straighten his back at all. Yi Maju looked at this absurd scene in front of him and had to relieve himself. Now you can still laugh out. It seems that the injury is not serious. In a certain staircase classroom of the Master's University, the members of the escort guard were honestly sitting in their seats with bitter faces. They did have a reason to be bitter. It seemed like they would be at the station right now if the other party hadn't called the police by now. But it wasn't good to be at the school, so I'm sure a big time pass was inevitable. Among the leaders, Zhong Hai and Su Jin Ao are feared to face the consequences of expulsion. But the young and hot-blooded duo didn't seem to regret it. It was something they started, but they still think they did the right thing to this day. Justice needs to be done, and sooner or later the gloom will be dispersed by the light. Thinking of Li Mingji, Zhong Hai, a good friend and roommate, stood up while the director had not yet come, and righteously said, wait everyone, there is no need to say anything. I'll fight this matter alone. Since there is no more heavenly justice, even if I'm expelled, I'll make a big deal out of it. Su Jin Ao agreed. Yes, no matter how the school disciplines us, we will definitely contact the major media in Jiangcheng. Li Mingji can't even be contacted right now, and he doesn't even know if he's alive or dead. We can't just sit back and wait for it to happen. The students heard their words deeply, so their faces were not bitter and they agreed. But in reality, it's a different thing altogether. Delivering justice and group fighting are essentially two different things. Most hot-blooded young people who haven't yet entered society think a bit one way, especially when the cause can overshadow the effect, and they will always think they are doing the right thing. Just like the internet rampant keyboard warriors, most of them are also single-threaded, so they will always go online to spray for inexplicable reasons. They have a hard time understanding that no matter what the reason is, cursing is inherently wrong, and they will always feel that for some reason he should be cursing. It's right. It's a matter of course. Luckily this is a school and not the internet, so naturally someone will manage the students. Someone will tell them what is right and what is wrong. Normal University's director of teaching Zhu Yan topped with a head of white hair, a face of anger into the middle of the latter classroom, and he came along with a middle-aged man wearing a tracksuit. A small half of the students immediately stood up when they saw him. It looks like the official authority is very heavy. He was in the same position as Zhu Yan, just from the next door gymnasium, because this time everyone group beat up not only the people from Sherdai University, but also many students from the gymnasium, learning sports and engaged in education. From the essence of the difference, from the small half of the people immediately stood up a difficult look. Usually the director of this gymnasium did not list to the students to set the rules. Zhu Yan came to the center of the podium and opened his mouth with the first sentence. A bunch of idiots. The 200 or so students sitting below heard this, of course did not think, but also think that you are the idiots. The old men just to punish the murderer. The defense of the campus. It was only Zhu Yan's next sentence that turned all of these unimpressed expressions into idiot-like expressions. The person who drove the Lamborghini is called Zhang Xiaojian. He's the donor who donated $500,000 for Li Mingji's father, who's still in ICU for resuscitation today. One stone did not stir up 1,000 waves, but turned everyone into fossils. Wait a minute. That's not how it happened. Many gazes simultaneously looked at Zhong Hai and Su Zhenao, the initiators of this matter. The two men didn't notice the stares as they stared at each other, both seeing that the pupils in the other's eyes seemed a little unfocused. Zhu Yan ignored this as he continued. The reason why Zhang Xiaojian drove his car to Shifu University to beat people up was because Li Mingji used to do something he shouldn't have done with his own father's charity money. It's a fact that's hard to accept. In the thinking of his classmates, Li Mingji is the underdog. Not only is his father admitted to the ICU with no money for medical treatment due to an accident, but he himself was beaten up because of an argument with a rich young man. As for the reason for the argument, what's the point? It must be because of feelings. Moreover, not long ago they were stopped by Yi Maju in front of the school, which made them even more determined. But how come in Zhu Yan's mouth, the weak became the great evil, and the great evil became the great good? Zhu Yan shook his head and continued. The reason why the school has been delaying the public announcement is because it has taken into consideration that although this child, Li Mingji, has made a mistake, he shouldn't be beaten to death straight away with a single stroke. If the school publishes all the truths and details of the matter, this child may be ruined. His whole life may be ruined. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Yan stretched out his own finger, pointing at these so-called righteous youths in front of him. But the school never expected that you guys would actually. Hey, is it still wrong for me to say that you guys are idiots? Zhong Hai, who had difficulty accepting the facts for a time, stood up, and he shook his head. Impossible. The Li Mingji I know could not possibly take his own father's charity money to do anything. It must be you and the rich people who have been bribed. It must be. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Zhu Yan threw a blackboard eraser over. Continuing his previous accuracy, the blackboard eraser viciously left white powder on Zhang Hei's face. Shut up you. You don't know anything about anything, you just assert facts based on your own delusions. Is that what Marx taught you? Haven't you heard that practice is the only test of truth? How can you be so naive in your thinking when more than half of you sitting here have almost graduated? Did the schools fail to teach you well? Or did you get carried away in the heat of the moment by your so-called hot blood? Zhu Yan was furious and paced while saying angrily again, Idiot. Zhu Yan said here and took a deep breath. He knew that if he really will all the things all out, the school must take a position. The news will also be on, when there is no half a point to turn back. The middle-aged man who walked in with Zhu Yan opened his mouth at this time. I can't control the children of Shifu University. I learned all the circumstances of the matter half an hour ago. The students of the gymnasium must give me an apology to go to the hospital today in front of Zhang Xiaojian's face. And if he doesn't accept it, I'll send you guys to the police station. And your parents will come to the school to report to the school within 3 days. And the gymnasium will definitely be severely disciplined. Kids who study sports are relatively straight-laced. And they've realized by this time that they've done something bad with good intentions. Especially their director of instruction's words made them realize the seriousness of this matter even more. Without saying a word, those 10 or so students from the soccer team who had blocked Zhang Xiaojian before stood up and immediately left the staircase classroom. And as soon as they moved, the remaining students from the Physical Education Institute all followed and ran out. The students of the division left behind looked at each other in disbelief. Zhu Yan slammed the table and said, Whoever you guys are picking on, stand up for me. A face of white powder Zhong Hai and Su Zhenao stood up. The expression on their faces that there was still a trace of righteousness just a moment ago. Especially Su Zhenao, who now felt that his teacher would never lie to him, and was so ashamed that he wanted to burrow into the ground. Inpatient department of the 2nd Hospital of Jiangcheng City, Ward 616, has finished shooting the whole body film injuries after professional treatment. All aspects are determined to have no major obstacles to Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong respectively lying on the clean white bed sheet. Zhang Xiaojian sat in the center and was carefully peeling an apple. However, he was not careful and the skin of the apple broke before he could peel it for long. So thought emanation ability is extremely strong. Zhang Xiaojian asked, Why do you feel in the ward peeling apples extraordinarily model? Is not TVB watched too much? Wrapped with a head of gauze, only revealing a small slit in his left eye. Mummy-like Bai Yang nodded. Then I'm tempted to ask, Zhang Xiaojian, are you an undercover agent or not? Why were both of us beaten to a pig's head while you are unharmed? Gao Qingsong, who was almost as mummified as Bai Yang on the other side, questioned. Don't you know? Poplar wondered. What do I know? Gao Qingsong said in amazement. Wing Chun ah, Xiaojian knows Wing Chun. You two grew up together, don't you know? Zhang Xiaojian raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Keep a low profile. Bai Yang bristled. He knows shit about Wing Chun. I was the one who protected him in fights when he was a kid. I could beat him 8 times in a one-on-one fight. Not waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to speak. Gao Qingsong Pu, just you still hit Xiaojian 8. When you were surrounded. I witnessed Xiaojian come to a small internal 8. Continuously put down more than 10 people. That action. That hand. Don't mention damn how dashing it is. Previously surrounded. Bai Yang of course did not see Zhang Xiaojian's martial arts movie-like performance. And at this time, hearing Gao Qingsong speak as if it were a true story, he had to look at Zhang Xiaojian. Really? Zhang Xiaojian has always been good at gags. Did not directly answer. But first a negative hand came to the window back to the two, accompanied by the breeze blowing the white curtains of the rustling sound. He used the bass slightly magnetic said, in fact, I'm Wing Chun 38 generations of true disciples. Before has been anonymous is not want to let people know that I am actually the same generation as Bruce Lee. Is his old man's senior disciple? Gao Qingsong because he had seen Zhang Xiaojian's stance, but he also thought it was bullshit. Can you talk properly? Bai Yang on the other side almost didn't poo out. He and Zhang Xiaojian had known each other since middle school, and had never seen Zhang Xiaojian practicing martial arts. Bullshit 38th generation true disciple. Picked up the half-peeled apple that Zhang Xiaojian had placed on the table and threw it over. Zhang Xiaojian didn't react and was hit by the apple. Incidentally ouch. His left hand covered the back of his head and jumped up in pain. His expert demeanor broke. You see just like that you're still a true disciple and Bruce Lee's senior? Gao Qingsong firmly held a different opinion. Although the true disciple is a bit of a rip-off. But Bai Yang knew that didn't see what was going on at that time. Wait for tomorrow, I'll go to the main entrance of the division to find a suitable store to spend some money to buy their surveillance. By then you'll understand. Bai Yang skimmed his lips, also firming up his opinion. You two must be collaborating to lie to me. I know what color underwear Zhang Xiaojian wore since he was a kid, and I still don't know if he can do martial arts. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhang Xiaojian picked up the apple that had fallen on the ground and decided to digress from the topic. Brothers, how in the world should this matter be handled? You two give me a word. Although he was cheeky before, even after getting beaten up by Yang and Gao Qingsong could look at each other and laugh out loud. But that was because of a big heart. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry when he was beaten to a pulp. Half an hour ago, Yi Maju explained the circumstances of the incident in the hospital room, detailing the recent rumors within the school, as well as the so-called escort who was defending the campus Pure Land and vowing to punish the murderer. In short, a group of hot-blooded youths brewed this misunderstanding because they sympathized with Li Mingji and noticed the 2 cars in front of the school, listening to the rumors. But after all, both were injured and unprovoked. Bai Yang was dry and replied, you see to it. Because he knew that Zhang Xiaojian would definitely not let himself this breath release not come out. As a child, the 2 people fought together also suffered a loss. That time is not together to fight back? Gao Qingsong touched the gauze on his face and said, severe punishment public affairs. The police station first to catch these people all caught in. The school expelled all the most damn good. The old man from childhood to the big have not received this gas. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to say anything. At this time, the ward door was pushed open, and Yi Maju walked in, first placing the purchased meal on the table, and then said, just now, I ran into the director outside the hospital, and those students have all arrived one after another, and it seems that they came to make amends and apologize. What do we need the police for if apologizing works? Gao Qingsong said in a loud voice. While comforting, Zhang Xiaojian opened his lunchbox and said, is it hard for me, a big old man, to feed you too? I don't want you to feed me. Sister Maju, can you feed me? Bai Yang growled. What must have been a smug expression behind the gauze. Before he could finish his the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Director Zhu Yan, who was in the latter classroom earlier, walked in together with the middle-aged man from the gymnasium. Both of their old faces as if they were chrysanthemums with bright smiles. As soon as he opened his mouth, of course, there was a hush. Zhang Xiaojian of course understands the intention of these two. Honestly, up to now they haven't called the police because of Yi Maju and Yuan. And not to look at the gang of college students stupidly pathetic. In Zhang Xiaojian's opinion, since you are stupid, you have to pay for your stupidity. Who made you willing to be hot-blooded? The purpose of these two is also very simple. In short, on behalf of the school want to come to a private, do not want to make a big thing, after all, involved in too many students. As expected, after hush-hush, the old Jew and the middle-aged man a sing red face, these students really should be sent to the police station to educate and educate. The other head of the white face, old Jew, students, after all, is still young, There are hot blood on the head of the time. Cannot be denied is that this matter they are also because of good intentions. Gao Qingsong immediately disliked back. It's not a crime to kill someone with good intentions, so don't talk to us about useless things. You too. The middle-aged man from the gymnasium didn't get angry when he was disliked, and immediately stood up and came to the windowsill. We're studying physical education, and we're not very good at talking, so let's take a stand. With that, he walked to the window and raised his hand. Immediately afterward, neat voices rang out from downstairs. Zhang Xiaojin, Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong. I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaojin, Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong. I'm sorry. Zhang Xiaojin, Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong. I'm sorry. The sound was deafening into the 6th floor wards. Several people in the room, led by Zhang Xiaojin, were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Zhang Xiaojin came to the window and saw the downstairs, which was not much crowded a while ago, was now neatly filled with more than 200 people, shouting and bowing at the same time. And due to the loud volume vibrating the old hospitalization building's wall, skins were about to fall off. What made Zhang Xiaojin even more dumbfounded was that there were also people pulling big red banners with sincere apology, false admission of wrongdoing written on them. There's more than one. A large banner on the other side reads, "Wishing Zhang Xiaojin, Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong, a speedy recovery." Is this over 200 big dummies? Standing downstairs shouting at the top of their lungs and pulling big banners, the members of the so-called Guard of Honor really did look like 200 or so big idiots. There were 17 floors in the inpatient building, and all the windows were pushed open at almost the same time, and I don't know whether it was a patient or a patient's family member probing and looking at them like they were monkeys. Meanwhile, the people around the perimeter downstairs surveyed the children with astonished eyes, wondering what was going on. But sure enough, they seemed to have come to apologize. The director of instruction at the gymnasium, named Wen Han, was pleased with the effect. Zhang Xiaojin, however, was very dissatisfied as he asked, "Do you know that this is a public place? And with this voice of theirs, how many patients who are resting will be startled?" Wen Han and Zhu Yan were dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaojin pointed to the ground. "To apologize? Let them come to this road. Line up in a sincere way. Don't make up all these falsehoods." It was meant to be an angry remark, but who would have thought that Wen Han would actually turn around and go downstairs? Zhu Yan immediately said with sincerity, "This thing is called Zhonghai and Su Jinao." The two of them spread rumors. The organization of this group of people. Before I came to have let me send the bureau over there to the detention. Need to look at your opinion. The school side of my opinion is a demerit penalty, but expulsion of this thing I gave down. These words are much more sincere, and of course one should be punished for doing wrong. Without waiting for Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang to open their mouths, noises were already coming from the building. It didn't take long for the 6th floor to be filled with students, and when Han led the students literally one by one to line up and apologize. This caused Zhang Xiaojin's trio to freeze for a moment, but they always felt as if they had fallen into the path of the old fox. The first to walk in is a tinfoil hot boy. He ha waist. His face is still with injuries. Looks average. A mouth is sharp. "Hello, my name is Mao Hao Yu. Before is really sorry, and now formally apologize." Bai Yang raised his eyes once and locked eyes with Mao Hao Yu. Mao Hao Yu is also a person who can talk. Actually remembered to recognize Bai Yang through the gauze. "Especially sorry for you. When I flew to kick over, I didn't expect you to have such a good hand, and directly tackled me in the air. If not for the fact that there are many of us, I'm sure I'll have to let you have a fat beating." "That's a lot more comfortable to hear," Bai Yang unknowingly said. "It's good that you know. As far as your kid's physique is concerned, if there weren't so many people at that time, I would have hit you all over your face once I turned over." That's right. I think you usually have absolutely no problem fighting 1 to 5. My small physique that can be your opponent. Alright, then come on, so much bullshit. Go out you." Zhu Yan waved his hand and Mao Hao Yu immediately walked out with his ass. Then there was a whisper in the hallway, wondering if it was one of the other students inquiring in to apologize. Anyway, it didn't take more than a couple dozen seconds for a second person to walk in as well. This child Shu saw the 2 nostrils stuffed with toilet paper, and as soon as he saw Zhang Xiaojin, he immediately said, "Brother, it's good that you're fine. At a glance, Zhang Xiaojin recognized this kid as the one who held his leg at the end and wouldn't let go. Seeing his pitiful appearance, this child's shoes also had the previous stalker's power. Immediately said, "Brother, your hands are really good. We so many people cannot stop you. Finally I have no moves before holding your thigh. You forgive me. Just understand, if I hadn't lost my center of gravity, I could have knocked out a dozen more of you." After Zhang Xiaojin finished his sentence, he always felt that there was something wrong there. It was also too late to react. Zhu Yan waved his hand again. The boy withdrew. and came in another boy. The boy saw Hai Ching Song that Kala Honest said, "Is that I hit your nose? You say how to admit fault. I will admit fault. Before really do not know the causes and consequences. You do not forgive me. I hit your hand today to you to rest this okay." Gao Ching Song. Are kids so social nowadays? No. Just do what you have to do. I'll take one of your hands, brother, so that my mom's stewed pig's feet are a masterpiece. Tomorrow I'll bring my mom here to apologize to you in person. You solve your own problems. Don't drag your mom into it. Aren't you enough for your mom to worry about? When Han waved his hand, meaning to tell him to get lost, the boy was also sensible and immediately nodded and hurriedly withdrew from the ward. The hospital room becomes a rainbow fart megasite. Brother Bai Yang, on your punch, that is called a steady and accurate. I almost did not dodge through. Otherwise I must be wrapped up more than you now. That's a given. Bai Yang grunted coldly, inexplicably becoming in an extremely good mood, and raised his gauze-covered head condescendingly. Brother Ching Song, I've long heard that you are the most righteous second generation in our Jiangchang. Today it's better to meet you than to see you. Not to mention the other things, the way you look when you fall down on the road teeth. That's called a handsome. You think I'm going to listen to you guys? Really didn't fool around. Saying that, the young man asked the students outside the door, "Let me ask you guys, was Brother Ching Song handsome when he fell?" There was a neat cry from outside. Handsome. Also a young man immediately squeezed in. Thumbs up, I'm not hiding it from you. At that time I was stunned. How someone with a nosebleed can still be so handsome, and then realize that this person is called Gao Ching Song. In the Jiangcheng and inquire about all know. Gao Ching Song flicked his bangs. Is it really that handsome? That's not generally handsome. That's exceptionally handsome. These aren't even the ones that are particularly articulate. And the large rainbow fart scene has just reached its climax. From the normal university Yi Moju's classmates, a called Luo Tungfei walked in. Tianjin people grew up listening to comedy. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said, "Three brothers, let me tell you, at that time, my little brother Jian was in the midst of an army of thousands of soldiers, and he clicked a small inner eight, and I took a look. What is this?" As he said this, he pointed to his feet, which were in an inside-out position, and said, "That's it, that's the look." I was in the front row. People were shocked. I thought, isn't this Wing Chun? At that time they were a few stupid big guys didn't think about it. Stupidly rushed up. I'm not going to lie. I just watched my little sword brother rolled over and lent a hand. And my stupid big buddy flew off and almost landed on his face. It's too late over here. A dude from the gym is about to give my little sword brother a big flying kick. Guess what? My little sword brother in danger. One leg actually stepped on this gymnasium buddy's leg, came to a horse treading on swallows. A backflip to land steadily. Said the kid mimicked, not to mention a couple of times. Really did a backflip in the ward. After the heel turn, he continued with an astonished expression. Is this a fucking martial arts movie? Wuxia movie not also have to shoot a lot of and my little sword brother once did. Dashing right, did not even wrinkle the eyebrows. This gymnasium buddies hold their thighs rolling all over the ground. Not to mention the person in question, Zhang Xiaojin. Even Yi Maju and the two teaching directors burst out in joy. Luo Tengfei brow fluttering, mouth foaming again. Alas, you do not laugh. I really do not have a little exaggeration. At that time, if it is not a silly boy held the small sword brother's thigh, I estimate that the small sword brother can still let a dozen people hang. I have never seen in my life like the small sword brother so powerful people. That is really powerful. That small inside eight. I learned is a little bit of God's charm is not there. Now I won't hide it from you. If you start a class, I'll be the first one to sign up. And in the future, if I don't get into fights and brawls, and I can learn real skills from little sword brother, that'll be the right way to go. Zhang Xiaojian listened while glancing at Zhu Yan and Wen Han, thinking that the old fox is the old fox. This time it is really a long time to see. And then take a look at Gao Ching Song and Bai Yang, that silly happy look. The heart that there is still anger? It is estimated that this group of students patting the ass pat confused. On the 6th floor of the inpatient department of the 2nd hospital of Jiangcheng City, a scene particularly strange to doctors and nurses occurred this afternoon. It was supposed to be a brawl, and the injured were admitted to the hospital around 8:30 a.m. After professional bandaging and diagnosis, it was determined that they were all traumatic injuries and harmless. At that time a young man who had nothing much to do but asked for both to be hospitalized and asked for the best ward. And as the ward was still much empty, the hospital of course rejoiced. But what happened next was something the doctors and nurses never expected. Over 200 college students came to the 6th floor, and it was learned afterward that it was actually over 200 people beating up 3 people, which happens pretty rarely, but not enough to be surprising. Amazingly, the killers and their victims were actually happy this afternoon. Laughter would come out of Ward 616 from time to time. And if it weren't for the fact that single rooms on this floor were more expensive and not much occupied, the nurses would have to come out and ask them to mind public order. It was so much fun that it became a bit of a family affair. 200 lads, a mouthful of brother. The victim over there a mouthful of brother. And I don't know how the hell this is going to be resolved. In fact, the matter is resolved very simply. 2 directors will provoke Zhong Hai and Su Jinao sent to the bureau. Detention plus fines not to mention. There is a major fault disciplinary action, just short of dismissal. The remaining nearly 200 or so students were given minor demerits to account for. That's a heavy punishment to say the least. Always the real victims. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong nodded. As for the medical expenses, of course, the school and the students are responsible for. As for Zhang Xiaojian, in fact, he did not suffer any injuries at all. Naturally, he also did not have an opinion. Anyway, the 6th floor finally cleared up after 4. The nurse went in and saw that the 2 most seriously injured were in a particularly good mood in talking to each other under their breath. I'm talking to you, Gao Qingsong. You're not as experienced as I am in fighting. At that time, when I held my head, I was just storing up my strength. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many of them, how could I have knocked down several of them like a small sword? On the other hand, Gao Qingsong sneered. Didn't you hear what that student said just now? I said that the posture of falling down with a nosebleed was particularly handsome. With a kind of heroic paradigm. What is this called? This is called a tough guy. The nurse couldn't hear any more and hurriedly said, okay, you 2 don't blow it, change the medicine. Agu, nurse sister, can you be gentle? Agu, nurse sister, press gently, it hurts. After changing the medicine, the nurse rolled her eyes and prepared to leave the ward. While eating an apple, smiling Zhang Xiaojian said, the corridor is full of fruit. Carry back to your colleagues to share. Really cannot finish. To the patients downstairs to share. The little nurse smiled and shook her head, thinking of the plastic bags with fruit that had just walked into a hallway. No, there are hospital rules, Yi Maju said with a smile, mainly too much. They also really can't finish it. No, I'll send it to your head nurse. After all, it's really bad to waste. The little nurse didn't dare to answer and withdrew in a hurry. Walking in the corridor, she could hardly restrain herself from taking a look and saw a corridor of all kinds of fruit bags, and sighed, it's really complete. All these fruits can open a supermarket when added together. Over here in the ward, Zhang Xiaojian peeled the apple again, and listening to Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang who were bragging about their heroic deeds, he couldn't help but interrupt. You know, at that time when I went to the window to look at it, I thought that there were more than 200 big idiots down there. The 2 of them looked at Zhang Xiaojian, both knowing that he had something to continue. Zhang Xiaojian put down his knife. Now that I look at you 2, I realize that you 2 are even more stupid than those 200 or so big idiots. The 2 men savored the words, and suddenly seemed to look back. Yi Maju snickered on one side, and Zhang Xiaojian said, letting a group of lads pat their asses and slap them silly. Is this just going to go away? Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong glanced at each other, both seeing the. Yi Maju smiled and said, if I guessed correctly, just now the 2 teaching directors must have paid all your medical bills. Tomorrow they will still have to come. Booing and rainbow farts will have to continue to shoot up. Zhang Xiaojian laughed out loud, and Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong, who had just finished changing the medicine on the bed, took a deep breath. Bai Yang was the first to speak up. Hey, forget it, we can really send more than 200 college students to the police station. Qingsong, do you think it's right? Before the most can't afford to lose, Gao Qingsong helplessly said, originally, this is also a misunderstanding caused by this group of children. In fact, the hand is also considered light. Otherwise we can be fine. Surely also afraid of hitting the bad to cause a big deal. Bai Yang, right, are not storing bad intentions. Let's put it in another way. If we are also students, is not also a little bit of hot blood in our hearts, will also misunderstand us? Will also join them to beat us? Gao Qingsong replied, I'm sure I will. I don't like people who are too apathetic to the world and only care about their own lives. Zhang Xiaojian finally couldn't hold it in. He smiled and raised his hand in surrender. Okay, you 2 big belly. I'm careful. Okay, you 2 first comfort each other. I'll go home. The second aunt's side has not been telling the truth, and is still waiting at home. Come and bring dinner tonight. It's not certain if I'll come tonight or not. You 2 decide. Yi Maju thought for a moment and said, I'm here. I'll buy it for you guys to eat at night. Okay. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong were deeply relieved to hear this. Bai Yang said, it's still my Maju sister. Zhang Xiaojian, you unscrupulous. At least we've experienced another life and death battle. Actually even dinner doesn't care about us. Gao Qingsong immediately concurred. Sister Maju, you must bring little sword at night. Otherwise how boring for the 2 of us. The 4 of us. Can't we still put together a table of mahjong? Zhang Xiaojian said to Yi Maju, you come with me. or else when I finish telling the truth, my second aunt will have to nag me to death, and you'll be able to comfort and console her. Yi Maju thought of second aunt's glittering eyes towards herself yesterday, and looked at Zhang Xiaojian's pretense of righteousness, and finally nodded. Alright, who let you be my little sword brother? Zhang Xiaojian smiled. On the other side, Bai Yang joked, Maju's sister. I can tell you, Zhang Xiaojian is not a good person. You have to be careful. Gao Qingsong once again echoed, not to say anything else. You just look at this time the two of us were beaten up like mummies. He did not have anything to find out that Zhang Xiaojian is smart. You do not get into his way. The first kiss or something. Zhang Xiaojian immediately interrupted. Alright, we're both leaving. Don't ponder over the dinner. It's definitely not there. With that, he pulled Yi Maju out of the hospital room. Looking at the ward door once it was closed, Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong both fell into silence, and before long began to sigh. To say that the two of them can look at each other after being beaten up and laugh out, that is because the heart is big. But to say that they were beaten up this thing is not angry is certainly false. Who knew that they'd run into two veterans of the division and the gymnasium? That one young classmate walked in, all humble to the dirt. The moment they opened their mouths to speak, they were on the verge of giving them both a big shout out to the heavens. Coupled with the punishment measures that are not bad, the demoralization is now definitely demoralized. Is not personally hit back always seems to be almost interesting. Just hit is definitely cannot be hit. I'll just have to let them tell more jokes in the coming days of hospitalization to get in the mood. In the evening, second aunt brought Yi Maju towards 616. This time, he pushed the door and saw Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong directing Suyu and Wang Wan to play poker. Out of this. If he wants to put out this, you put out this. Auntie too. Here we go. As soon as she turned around, Bai Yang spoke. Only then did the second aunt recognize that this wrapped up like a mummy was Bai Yang, and opened her mouth to tease. Okay, bye. This is beaten to such a state, but still commanded to play poker? Bai Yang hemmed and hawed. Second aunt, isn't this staying here? Playing poker time passes quickly. While the two of them were talking, Yi Maju over there opened the meals that they brought one by one, and suddenly the aroma of the dishes in Ward 616 was overflowing. Where's little sword? Wang Wanner asked casually. She had just finished asking when Zhang Xiaojian and Yuan slipped in with 2 large bags of snacks and placed them at the door. Whatever you guys want to eat, there's everything. So the crowd raised their hands. Shrimp sticks, dried pork, beef jerky. Second aunt's old face was put down. Patients are not allowed to eat nonsense. Eat first. So Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong obediently began to eat, to wait for the two of them to eat dinner. The second aunt first said, okay, see you two have nothing to do. The second aunt still have to go home to work. You guys well recuperate from your injuries. Xiao Jian to take the children out to have a bite to eat, and go home early in the evening. Alright, Zhang Xiaojian agreed with alacrity. Second aunt just left. Zhang Xiaojian said, come on, let's eat whatever you want to eat without these two sick people. Bai Yang said angrily, Zhang Xiaojian, are you still human? Gao Qingsong was grieved. It's so inhuman. Isn't it a bit too much for you? An old man taking 4 girls out to dinner? Zhang Xiaojian froze, looked at Yi Mozhu, looked at Yuan, and finally looked at Su Yu, looked at Wang Wan and replied, I hadn't realized it if you didn't say it. That's really happy. That night, not only Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong were extremely resentful, there were also some diners in a hot pot restaurant just a short distance from the second hospitalization unit whose hearts were bleeding. Zhang Xiaojian drove a Lamborghini, and Wan Wanner over there drove Gao Qingsong's Land Rover, and the line attracted many gazes as soon as they entered the hot pot restaurant. I have to say, beautiful women are sunsuckers when they go there. Suyu belongs to that iceberg type, cool when not smiling, hands in a pocket, a little saw. Wang Wanner maintained the delicate makeup from the last time she saw Zhang Xiaojian. At first glance not as offensive as Suyu's looks, but the closer she looked, the more she realized that she had a kind of gentle beauty. Yi Mozhu, not to mention, that youthfulness is enough to make people's hearts flutter. The only one who is slightly worse is Hope, but she is also good looking and has some bookishness about her. 4 women with very different temperament surrounded Zhang Xiaojian. This flush of happiness, that single dog see not I read. Zhang Xiaojian had been used to keeping a low profile before, but now that he was eating with them, he realized that it wasn't too comfortable to have eyes glancing at him from time to time. He couldn't help but ask, no, are you guys used to this? Being at the center of the universe is very uncomfortable for me right now. The 4 women all knew what he meant by that. Wang Wanner took the initiative to give Zhang Xiaojian a piece of Australian fatty beef. It'll be good to adapt more in the future. After all, each of our sisters are all flamboyant. Suyu glanced at her plate, meaning why don't I have one? Wang Wanner turned a blind eye and gave Zhang Xiaojian another chopstick of ma, eat more. Oh, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the slowly steaming food in the dipping bowl and became even more uncomfortable. Over there, Yuan quietly gave Yi Maju a blow. Yi Maju stupidly didn't realize what it meant and asked, "What's the point of hitting me? Hope." As a result, the atmosphere at the table became a bit odd, as if Su Yu and Wang Wan were in one camp, while Yuan and Yi Maju belonged to another camp. Unembarrassed to finish the meal, due to the small orange car seat is not enough reason. Wang Wan drive to send Yi Maju 2 people back to school. Zhang Xiaojian is alone to drive back to the rental house. Go back to see what old objects are worth taking away to move to the new house. He just doesn't know that 3 women are a drama, and 4 women together can't have no story? The Land Rover did not drive into the campus of the normal university, but parked at the west gate closer to the women's dormitory. The west gate of the school is more green, and the people seem to be very few. I guess they are all in the grove. The 4 women got off the bus, and Wang Wan'er single-handedly said, "Sister Maju, there's something I want to talk to you about alone." Yi Maju wondered what was going on, so he had to say, "Fine." Then he followed Wang Wan'er towards the distance. Yuan looked at Yi Maju, who walked away a little worried. Suyu smiled when she saw her little expression. "Don't worry, Wan'er is not a bad person either." Remembering that they were still talking yesterday on the second-floor balcony, Yuan nodded and carefully looked at the sight of Suyu's face, suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Sister Suyu, what kind of foundation are you using? Look at your skin, it's really good." Suyu's eyes lit up. "Sister, let me tell you, this foundation I use is, women will always have endless topics to talk about, especially when it comes to dressing and makeup. The girl who is usually autistic will become very talkative. Not to mention that on this side, Suyu and Yuan were exploring cosmetics. On the other side, walking under a weeping willow, Wang Wan'er sat down on a bench and patted the empty seat beside herself. Yi Maju sat down, and before she could sit still, she heard Wang Wan'er single-handedly say, "I like Zhang Xiaojian." Yi Maju was a bit confused. Could this be what Sister Wan'er wanted to talk to herself alone? Wang Wan'er looked at Yi Maju listening to the in her mouth and asked, "Do you like it or not?" "Me?" Yi Maju's willow leaf brows unconsciously clustered together. "Yeah, don't you like him?" "I don't dislike him." "Then you like him?" "No." "Sister Wan'er, have you misunderstood something?" Wang Wan'er looked at Yi Maju and asked, "I'm just asking, and by the way, I'm telling you that I like him." "Then why tell me?" "Because you might like him too." Yi Maju until now has not yet understood which of Wang Wan'er's drama. Dumbfounded back. "Why should I like it?" "Because he's not bad looking." "Yao." "Because he's rich, too." "Indeed. He's very kind." "Aha. He still has that righteous streak in his bones." "Right." "No." "Sister Mochizuki, have you studied comedy?" "Didn't learn that." "So what's the joke here?" "I just thought I'd give you some kind of response." "So do you like him?" "Answer positively." Wang Wan'er looked at Yi Maju. Yi Maju scratched his head. "Hearing you say that, he does seem to be worth liking." The reason why Wang Wan'er would look for Yi Maju to talk to her was not to play any kind of no-war game. She just thought she might see each other a lot in the future, so she might as well get it off her chest and play fair and lose. Yi Maju didn't sense Wang Wan'er's hostility, and she hadn't been thinking in that direction before. Hearing Wang Wan'er say this today, Yi Maju suddenly realized that it seemed like her little sword brother was really good. So in the face of Wang Wan'er giving a question that must be positively answered, looking at Wang Wan'er's burning eyes, Yi Maju added, "Just a little bit of a good feeling." "Right. It hasn't risen to like, it shouldn't be as strong as sister you are." Wang Wan'er. "Sister there strongly?" Yi Maju looked at Wang Wan'er with wide eyes. "If you are not strong, how could you drag me to say these words?" Wang Wan'er. Yi Maju's reaction arc slowed down by 2 hours as he said, "I said that just now when we were eating. Why did you keep pinching dishes for little sword brother?" Wang Wan'er was defeated. "You really are still cute." Yi Maju quickly waved her hand. "Sister, you're the one who's really pretty. Is this the beginning of mutual admiration?" Yi Maju scratched his head. "I'm telling the truth. So you're saying I'm strongly also truthful? Why are you circling back around again?" "Sis." The conversation between the would-be lovebirds was destined to end without much fireworks, and they both ended up laughing at the end of it, not knowing what they had said. Zhang Xiaojian also arrived at the old rental house when their conversation finally ended, taking out the key and skillfully opening the gate. Zhang Xiaojian frowned and was actually a bit reluctant. Unwilling to give up is not the house to give him other meaning. Just because live a long time, to go, will inevitably give birth to a bit of parting feelings, even if the object of the parting feelings is just a house. Taking a look to the left and walking to the right, Zhang Xiaojian realized that there seemed to be nothing that he really needed to take away. Pots and pans, all bought new. Refrigerator, TV, that's the landlord's. After 2 years of use, the chair with the limp legs is saying goodbye. There's no point in taking away books that you didn't really understand even when you were in school. Zhang Xiaojian's footsteps eventually settled on the bed, and then he plopped down, lifted the bedsheet, and saw the guitar covered in dust and ashes at the bottom of the bed. Finding a rag and wiping this old guitar, Zhang Xiaojian suddenly remembered that he had dreamed of being a star when he was a kid. It seems like this whole being a star thing has crossed everyone's mind, right? At least it should be most people. But then the second ant to save up money to buy this broken guitar, he found that he sings really pentatonic. A waste of the second ant's expectations of him. Not to mention, most importantly, a waste of the second ant's money is not generous. And then her old man nagged for a long time, thinking about these old memories and plucking the old strings. Zhang Xiaojian's not-so-sharp ears didn't find anything out of tune. The sound of the piano resounded through the rental house, and at the same time the ding sounded. Trigger series of quests, childhood dreams. The series of quests consists of time-limited quests and random quests. Each individual quest has a generous reward, and the completion of all quests in the series triggers a mysterious reward. Childhood Dreams Series Task 1, Time-Limited Task. Singing in a bar for 3 hours in 3 days. Rewarding Singing Exclusive Skill Book *5. Rewarding Music General Skill Book *1. Rewarding points 200000000. If this task is not completed within the specified time, the system penalizes angina pectoris for 1 hour. The hand that plucked the strings froze in mid-air, and Zhang Xiaojian thought of the choking punishment from before. Now he looked at the 3 words of the current angina and knew that the system was going to be pitiful. A fucking hour of angina. He wouldn't just hang up, would he? What to do? If you can't sing, what kind of bar would let you sing? No, it's just a random childhood idea. What's the point of having a series of quests? Didn't you have a childhood of random thoughts? Zhang Xiaojian covered his forehead and thought hard, deciding to give Gao Qingsong a call. After all, this guy had some access. But then he heard the phone number you have dialed is turned off. There's no way around it. Luckily, the limit is 3 days. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Picking up his broken guitar that cost more than $100, Zhang Xiaojian walked out of the rented house. The next morning was bright and sunny. Early in the morning, Ward 616 was once again the scene of a rainbow fart convention. The Tianjin man named Luo Tengfei was the leader. When was our little sword brother the first in Tianjin? As he was blowing, Zhang Xiaojian, who was carrying a guitar, pushed the door into the hospital room. Seeing his dark face, the 2 teaching directors as well as the students chatted for a while longer and then simply dispersed. And when he walked out of the hospital, Luo Tengfei said to Zhu Yan, "Director, I haven't blown it enough here." Zhu Yan patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "You hold back a bit today, and come back tomorrow for a good blowout." Not to mention downstairs, Zhang Xiaojian in the hospital room brought up his guitar. Bai Yang's eyes widened. "What is the meaning of this? Is it for me to ask? What is your dream?" Gao Qingsong in the other bed applauded. "Little sword is really versatile. Not only does he know Wing Chun, but he can also play and sing." Zhang Xiaojian said bitterly, "Gao Qingsong, are you stupid from being patted on the back early in the morning? Why do you smell like a fart when you speak?" Gao Qingsong deflated. "This thing has not said you. That Luo Tengfei's how interesting. Stay to tease the cough, how fun. Time passes quickly. You walk in with a black face, and now you want to play and sing as a joke. Which one?" Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath and said in a serious manner, "Although I am a 38th generation Wing Chun true disciple, my dream is to sing." Bai Yang originally early in the morning to let the gang of cubs amused on the wound pain. And now listen to Zhang Xiaojian finish the sentence, almost sprayed out, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You can forget it. You sing what kind of Qingsong don't know. I still can not know?" Zhang Xiaojian swept the strings in a fake manner and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Listen and remember to give a rating after listening." After saying that, he seriously began to play. From his fingers like cramps, as well as the difficult sound of the instrument can be seen, he really do not know how to play the guitar, but still a little bit of tune. While playing, Zhang Xiaojian sings, the track is the only one he knows. "Those flowers, that laughter, reminds me of those flowers of mine, in my life, in every corner, quietly open for me. I used to think that I would be by his side forever, and today we have departed in a sea of people." Pentatonic is not just talk. Can't stand it. Gao Qingsong lifted his hand. "Brother, can you stop la my brain ache." Poplar chimed in. "LA's I want to go to the bathroom." Zhang Xiaojian stopped playing the piano. "Is it really that hard to hear?" Gao Qingsong patted his chest and let out a breath. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Knowing that the truth must not be good, the clever Zhang Xiaojian decisively chose falsehood. Falsehoods are, well, too hard to hear. And the truth? The truth is, it's too damn hard to hear. At the end, Gao Qingsong still didn't forget to stab another knife, and said to Bai Yang, "Only swear words can express how unpleasant it really is." Zhang Xiaojian. There's always a swivel chair turn on the voice stage and one of the mentors will ask, "What's your dream?" This may seem like a load of crap. What's the point of being here if you're not singing? But each contestant draws out their own story through this question. Some contestants are tearful, some are flat out honest, some will blabber on, and some are shy and bashful. But regardless of the exact story they were put on by the director's team, their vocals are at least a lot more impressive than the norm. Zhang Xiaojian was asked by Bayan, "What is your dream?" However, his singing skills were still 8 blocks worse than the average person's estimation. So Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong were ready to kill Zhang Xiaojian's dream because it was too much bullshit. However, Zhang Xiaojian seemed to be even more galvanized after the blow, and played and sang in the ward for a full morning. So it was that when the nurse came to change the medicine, Poplar raised her hand. "Sister, I want to be discharged." Gao Qingsong covered his heart. "Nurse, I want to review it. I feel like my heart is hearing problems." Zhang Xiaojian looked up to the sky and sighed. "Can you guys respect my dream?" So Gao Qingsong, who didn't get his turn to change the medicine, asked a very philosophical question. "What is a dream?" Bai Yang ouched and asked the nurse, "What's your dream, sister?" The little nurse replied, "My dream is that you don't crap out when you change your medication." Poplar, Zhang Xiaojian, in order to cheer himself up, raised his arms and said, "My dream is to sing. No matter what you guys say, I'll stick to it." Gao Qingsong skimmed his lips and actually said, "Something that needs to be insisted on is not called a dream. If it is really a dream, you won't feel the need to insist on it yourself at all. You'll be happy with it, you'll do it naturally. And even this thing is your life." Bai Yang and the little nurse looked at Gao Qingsong in unison, and for a while the ward was actually a bit quiet. Zhang Xiaojian also froze. He was indeed just an ordinary person, without Gao Qingsong's such a deep understanding of the word dream. As soon as he heard Gao Qingsong say so, he pretended to hold a microphone in the void and made an interview-like gesture, placing it at the side of Gao Qingsong's mouth. "Brother Qingsong, please tell us your story." Gao Qingsong raised the corners of his still slightly swollen eyes. "Coincidentally, my dream is also music." Bai Yang hurriedly said, "No, should we change our dream?" Gao Qingsong pushed Zhang Xiaojian's microphone away and said, "Give me the guitar." Zhang Xiaojian stared wide-eyed and thought to himself, "You can really be a musician?" Then he gave Gao Qingsong his 125 broken guitar. Not to mention, Gao Qingsong seems to be a different person as soon as he picks up the guitar, and he has quite an attitude. A sweep of the strings, Gao Qingsong's flexible fingers began to strum. If not for the appearance of a bruised nose and swollen face is really some comical. His zither sound in Zhang Xiaojian compared to "Do Not Know Where to Go." It was the same song, "Those Flowers," that all introductory guitarists seem to have to learn. But after Gao Qingsong sang it, the ward fell into complete silence. This song has a kind of indescribable magic. Park's vocals too will make some listeners think of youth, some listening to remember their own once broken heart, and many people listening to will feel indescribable hard. Gao Qingsong's vocals, on the other hand, are relaxed and relieved, but this relief can feel even more painful when it reaches a certain extreme. It's as if he's pretending to be relieved, but still can't let go of his original dream, but has to. Zhang Xiaojian froze. The white poplar turned into a poplar tree again. Even the little nurse's small mouth turned into an O shape, and her gaze at Gao Qingsong was already a bit different. When he finished singing, the three men began to applaud. Zhang Xiaojian used to be poor, and he had never met any particularly good singing mics in his life, and he had never gone to see a Stars concert. Now I finally know that I may be more than 1,000 green pine trees away from Gao Qingsong. People sing better than him that more than 10,000 times. Bai Yang gave a thumbs up. Good, good, too good. The little nurse didn't open her mouth, but the next time she changed the medicine for Gao Qingsong, her movements were much gentler, as if she saw Gao Qingsong's piggyback still concealing his talent and releasing its luster. So Gao Qingsong raised his piggy head condescendingly and said, "It's not bad. It's not okay. It's too okay." Zhang Xiaojian applauded and sat on his butt next to Gao Qingsong's hospital bed. "Why don't you teach me, or ask me to fulfill my dream?" Gao Qingsong had a black line. "Shouldn't you give up your dream now?" Zhang Xiaojian shook his head and said something marginal. "I don't want to have angina for an hour." As it turns out, the whole talent thing is still important to art practitioners. Even though Gao Qingsong had taught Zhang Xiaojian for an afternoon, Zhang Xiaojian's singing skills still had not improved at all. As for the level of playing the guitar, after playing for a day it seemed to have improved a little bit more than before. At least it would not always make mistakes. Being worn down by Zhang Xiaojian, Gao Qingsong made a phone call, which was actually to the owner of the singing bar. After putting down the phone, Gao Qingsong said, "He can't let you have a residency at your level." Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to make him leave me in residency." Gao Qingsong rolled his eyes, knowing that Zhang Xiaojian might want to smash money. Just why was this necessary? Oh yeah, what's the name of the owner of the singing bar? And what do I call him when I see him later? Gao Qingsong returned. His surname is Sure. With a single name, Jean. Make it hard? Put. By Young. Alright then, I'm leaving. Later on when Mozu and the others come, you guys don't tell them what I went for. Gao Qingsong rolled his eyes again. You still know that you're afraid of losing face? Zhang Xiaojian didn't answer and ran away with his broken guitar in his dust. It's 3 p.m. And the singing bar hasn't even opened yet. Carrying a broken guitar, but driving a Lamborghini, Zhang Xiaojian walked into it, looked left and right, and first saw the resident girl who really sang well last time. The girl had a deep impression of Zhang Xiaojian and immediately greeted him. Brother, our bar is not open yet. I'll leave you a card table later? Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. I'm here to apply for the residency. Ha, the girl froze, then immediately reacted, knowing that this was a rich male, probably wanting to have some fun, and hurriedly led him into the backstage. The backstage stereo, wiring, and various instruments looked rather cluttered. A couple of somewhat familiar musicians were finishing up, and brother Shurjin, who looked to be the owner, was sitting on a bench talking about something. As soon as Zhang Xiaojin came in, Shurjin greeted him. Qingsong's friend? Zhang Xiaojian immediately replied. Well, hello boss Shur. The two shook hands. Then Shurjin first sat Zhang Xiaojian down and asked, are you thinking of coming to this residency? Yes. I can trust the level of Ayazora's friends. How much do you want to take a game? Zhang Xiaojian froze, not expecting Gao Qingsong to be so facetious, but thinking of his own level, he could only say awkwardly, I don't take money. I have to give you money. Shurjin froze. The resident girl was also unsure. A few musicians over there stopped their hands and looked at Zhang Xiaojian. Are you here to smash our residence venue? Of course Zhang Xiaojian didn't come to smash the scene. He came to deliver money. The crowd didn't quite understand why he was paying the bar at first, until they heard his guitar playing and immediately all understood his good intentions. Shurjin, more than 40 years old, slightly chubby, listening to a forehead beads of sweat, while wiping the sweat while saying, buddy, why is this bitter? Why do you have to be paid to sing like this? Zhang Xiaojian smiled bitterly. Hey, mister. Sure, the reason is not very convenient to say. As long as I am allowed to reside and sing for 3 hours, the price you open, I will never return the price. The resident girl had also been in society for many years, and knew when to speak and when to shut up, and now it was her time to speak, and she lowered her head and used her hand to file, and quietly told the boss about Zhang Xiaojian's previous visit to the bar where he had thrown away thousands of dollars. Jean sure used to be a musician. Now he's a businessman. He had to consider whether Zhang Xiaojian would sing away many customers if he were to let him take up a singing residency. But at this time, when he heard Jihan tell about Zhang Xiaojian, he knew that this buddy must be a second-generation son of a bitch who hangs out with Gao Qingsong. And it doesn't matter if he loses a little bit of customers by helping him with this favor. It's important to be able to make a friend. So Shurjin finally nodded and said, okay, but only 3 hours, set in the opening bar. The opening is not much people. Today we bar an hour earlier, business 4 to 7 o'clock this time period with you sing. There should not be many customers. Zhang Xiaojian saw Shurjin closed his mouth to talk about the matter of money. Understand is trying to sell himself a favor. He expressed his thanks. That's too, thank you boss sure. So, I'm not much of a social network. Something may not really help you, but I have money. In the future, if you encounter any shortage of money, you let Qingsong support me a word. Guaranteed to be in place. Shurjin's fat face broke into a sincere smile as soon as he heard this. You don't have any connections? Are you kidding? If you have money in this society, your connections will come to you automatically. In his understanding, Zhang Xiaojian's meaning is that I have taken note of your help. I will return the favor to you in the future, but I won't use my connections. Money can be asked for, but don't mention anything else. Money is certainly not as valuable as connections. Shurjin did not know that he was overthinking. Zhang Xiaojian's words actually really cannot be true. He said, okay, then Jiahan, you help Xiaojian. Prepare the song to be sung in a while. The band such as casually used. The smoky made-up Gu Jihan gave Zhang Xiaojian a friendly look and asked with a smile, brother Xiaojian, what do you know how to sing? Can you make a list? Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head and thought for a moment, then took the pen and paper she handed over and began to brush it. After writing for about 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaojian handed the song list to Gu Jihan. Gu Jihan's smoky face changed when he looked at the song list. Brother Little Sword, aren't all your songs too old? Zhang Xiaojian smiled awkwardly. It can't be helped. That's all I know. Gu Jihan looked at the song list of Forgetful Water, Norwegian Forest, Sailor, the Sea really cannot help but rolled his eyes and said, Jilins will not. This is really too old. Zhang Xiaojian thought for half a day. It will be a nunchaku, but I am afraid that after I sing the customers will find me real nunchaku. The singing bar opens an hour early at 4 p.m. Zhang Xiaojian was a little nervous as he half leaned on the high stool that belonged to the resident singer. In the back, the drummer, guitarist, bassist, and Gu Jihan, who moonlights on keyboards, are all ready to go. Not bad for a veteran bar. Open an hour early. Also, two groups of people walked in. A pair looks like a couple, and a group of 4 or 5 men. The resident girls who had started work early had also reported in. Among them the two who had switched to new cell phones after a night of wrangling with Poplar. Once he saw that Zhang Xiaojian actually stood in the resident position this day, he immediately kissed his ass. You know, this is a god. 14,000 a cell phone to give away. Really can happen something, and do not need to be responsible, as long as the purchase of something more than anything else. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaojian hesitated too much and simply dealt with it. Gu Jiahan asked from the stage, "What do we sing first?" Zhang Xiaojian thought, "The sea, I think. This one is the most familiar." So the intro plays, and where it should start, Zhang Xiaojian slows down. The band rushes to slow it down. Zhang Xiaojian sings faster again. The band speeds it up, and Zhang Xiaojian slows it down again. The song "The Sea" was sung by Zhang Xiaojian as if the waves were breaking, especially the line "If the sea could take away my sorrows." The customers who just came in were dumbfounded. Is this level a resident singer? I don't know whether it takes away your sorrow or not. The sea does bring us sorrow. Quickly searching for any rotten eggs around. I wanted to drop them on the resident singer who looked okay but sang really poorly. Zhang Xiaojian knows that this first song is a bad performance. Well prepared, immediately took the microphone and said, "Big brothers, I'm this first time, inevitably nervous, you more tolerance. I send you a table of beer sets, okay?" Gu Jihan gave a wink, and the waiter over there immediately sent beer and snacks. These two tables of customers reluctantly sat down. As the saying goes, stretching hands do not hit the smiling face. Zhang Xiaojian sent a beer set. For the sake of the beer, had to sit down for a while longer. The second song, still bombing. The couple couldn't take it anymore, and decided that even if they were given beer sleeves, we couldn't suffer here, so they had to get up. Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly said, "Dude, don't, like this, send me a big fruit plate for each table." As the saying goes, reach for the stars. People are giving away big fruit plates, so let's hear another one. So they found, really a song than a difficult to listen to. 4 or 5 old men in the group. One of the flathead brother to Zhang Xiaojian finished singing, helplessly said, "Buddy, you so sing my heart cannot stand." Not to mention the delivery of beer to send a fruit plate. You give to the bottle of Shivas I all dry cannot be ah. As soon as Zhang Xiaojian was in a difficult position, he took the microphone. "Waiter, send me this big brother 2 bottles of Shivas Regal." The flat-headed buddy froze, was amused by Zhang Xiaojian, and said, "Okay, seeing that you are so open, I'm sparing a heart attack to listen to you all night today." Zhang Xiaojian quickly waved his hand. "Try 2 bottles first. If not, let's have a bottle of vodka. It's strong, so maybe you'll get the right flavor when you listen to it." Don't say. Although the singing is hard to hear, but Zhang Xiaojian nagging does make these 2 tables feel interesting. These 2 tables stayed. The musicians behind Zhang Xiaojian were also enlightened, but it was also really hard to bear. But there was no way around it. It was their job, so they had to keep playing. Zhang Xiaojian was also not polite and organized another song. Sailor. The feeling of bitter sand blowing pain on the face. Like a father's scolding a mother's weeping is forever hard to forget. Offstage Ping 2 big brother Shine drank a glass of Shivas Regal, thinking that the lyrics are really well written. The bitter song drilled into my ears. Really fucking like a father's scolding mother's crying forever hard to forget. He looked up to his companion and said, "No, not even Shivas. Can we stop suffering here?" As it turns out, whether it's a beer set or Shivas Regal, even with another bottle of vodka, it still can't resist Zhang Xiaojian's singing voice. Zhang Xiaojian himself was out of his mind. And anyway, he was already on the stage, using his whole body to sing. However, the event of singing is not a labor of strength. The more Zhang Xiaojian exerts himself, the more difficult it is to hear. And the more difficult it is for Sure Jean, the bar owner who was flanked by the backstage over there, to listen to the song. Fortunately, it was only 3 hours, and Zhang Xiaojian was still really generous with his hand. Sure Jean used to wipe the beads of sweat on his forehead. The mariner is finally over. Flathead and his brothers are genuinely overwhelmed and ready to go. Zhang Xiaojian also understands that it doesn't matter how much wine he sends himself to this matter of suffering, so he can only welcome people with a smile. Slowly, the flat-headed elder brother did not make things difficult for Zhang Xiaojian, but just as he arrived at the entrance of the bar, he suddenly saw 2 girls standing down. The 2 girls have their own distinctive styles, one with exquisite makeup, stepping on a small high heel, slender body, and durable looks, the other with watery eyes unlike anything else, and a simple ponytail. There is a kind of indescribable youthful vigor radiating out. That's too positive. Compared with the heavy makeup of those resident in the bar, it's like a fairy from the sky. Flathead decided to stay, and decided to strike up a conversation. He just wanted to open his mouth. Suddenly saw the two women behind the hooting and hollering came in a dozen people. This is not the end. And then a blink of an eye. And a dozen. The back seems to be someone else. What kind of society, sister? Go out and bring so many, little brother? Didn't wait for him to figure it out. Wan Waner and Yi Maju had then passed by him, bringing up a fresh fragrance. Pinto was confused, but didn't dare strike up a conversation as at least 50 or 60 people followed these two girls into the bar. Come on, let's go back and see what all the fuss is about. It's not like we're here to drink. A few buddies immediately nodded their heads, only to realize that there were many more young people who had subsequently entered the bar, which must have been more than 100 people, right? Indeed, not here to drink, but to hold court. When Flathead and his brother finally watched all these people enter the bar, they were ready to turn their heads and go back to watching the fun, when the intro to the next song just played in the bar. Just after this prelude, more than 100 people shouted, as if in military training. Yes, the sound completely overpowered the music, deafening as if it were trying to penetrate the eardrums. Flathead and a couple buddies were dumbfounded. However, what made them just stupid was yet to come. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to sing, the uncharacteristically good-looking girl in a small high heel stood up. You're too handsome too, Xiaojian. Put. Zhang Xiaojian almost didn't spray out. Over here, as soon as Wang Waner opened her mouth to cuddle. Behind her, the escorting students from the division and the gymnasium immediately showed their rainbow fart strength. Just when little sword brother sits down here, that's the model. You know, you don't know. He doesn't have it in general. Look at little sword's hand with the microphone. His index finger tapping lightly. What the hell is this? This is professionalism. It never occurred to me that there was someone who would be so perfect. And little brother Sword is such a perfect person. I don't need to hear it to know that when little Sword brother opens his mouth, his voice will surely resonate throughout the world. Not to mention Ping Tu and his brothers standing at the entrance. Even the musicians behind Zhang Xiaojian were dumbfounded. What's going on here? Isn't that a little too much ass kissing? These guys aren't looking for a fight, are they? Anyway, no matter what, Zhang Xiaojian knew that this was the win leaked by Yang and Gao Song, and while he secretly hated it in his heart, he could only say, that waiter, send wine to each table. This time the waiter understood that this was really a friend who came to support the show. When Zhang Xiaojian opened his mouth, the scene certainly got even higher. But what they didn't know was that the reason why Zhang Xiaojian ordered the wine first was because he was afraid that after the song was sung, they wouldn't be able to handle it without having some wine first. When all the drinks and snacks were served on the table, Zhang Xiaojian said to the band behind him, come on. The singing bar was already small, and more than 100 people flooded in to take up nearly 2/3 of the venue. The card table closest to the stage, as well as the seats, were almost completely filled, and the students were all looking forward to it. It's expected, for a very strange reason, because Zhang Xiaojian was the kind man who was willing to be generous and do things regardless of suspicion. And even though he was beaten up because of a misunderstanding, he and his friends had the ability to do something about it, but spared them, the students. Moreover, during the group fight on that day, Zhang Xiaojian's stance had impressed them deeply. It was not an ordinary practiced fighter, and the impression of a man single-handedly being unrivaled was deeply imprinted in their minds. That's how people are. When they see that someone is good in some areas, they will always think that they are just as good in other areas. So when they heard that Zhang Xiaojian might get cold feet when he came to sing in the bar, they were all obliged to come and support the show, and were even prepared to spend a month's living expenses in this bar. Of course, there was no need for that now. They all knew what kind of car Zhang Xiaojian drove, and people who drove this kind of car weren't bad about this amount of money for drinks. So one and all ate their snacks and drank their wine with even more anticipation, accompanied by the soundtrack, Zhang Xiaojian Will's latest song, Chengdu. It was more than last night's wine that made me shed a tear. It's not just your tenderness that keeps me attached. You Lu. Breaking his voice, Zhang Xiaojian coughed lightly, realizing that the kids in the bar who had come to support the crowd were dumbfounded. No one expected Zhang Xiaojian to sing so hard. Luo Tengfei, the way from Tianjin and the most capable of rainbow farting, held up his bottle of wine, which kept falling low without the slightest reaction from him. The student who was knocking on a melon swallowed a melon rind without realizing it. There were people over here who were still ready to wave their hands to bring the atmosphere of the scene, and their hands froze in midair. All in all, the moment was somewhat still. Zhang Xiaojian was a little embarrassed, and now a strong feeling arose in his heart that if he really sang Chengdu, These children were afraid that they would never want to go to Chengdu in their lives. Isn't that a bit cruel? Indeed. We shouldn't stay. And Flathead once again changed his mind as he listened to Zhang Xiaojian's song. Why don't we just leave? As soon as he spoke, the song Chengdu entered the interlude. Wang Wan Air, who didn't blush, didn't skip a beat, was pretty, and carried the atmosphere, stood up to take the lead in clapping. As soon as she clapped, the 100 or so people behind her began to applaud, clapping so loudly that it shook the dust and ashes off the beams. After applauding is not enough, Wang Wan Air with an expression of enjoyment, shaking her white arms to the rhythm. So the 100 or so people behind her followed, swaying their own arms. Not to mention, as long as Zhang Xiaojian didn't open his mouth, listening to this music alone and looking at the atmosphere of the scene alone, it was indeed already very good. Yi Mozhu, who was sitting next to Wang Waner, had to be impressed, shaking her hand along with her while saying, Sister Waner, can I call you the king of holding in the future? Wang Waner was still driving the atmosphere of the scene with a smile, taking time out of her busy schedule to reply. No matter who you're chasing, of course you have to be a bit shameless. Learn to go, sister. If you block out the singing in the singing bar, the scene looks electric. Usually the guests who come to the bar to drink don't swing their arms to the rhythm. Most of the time they use the songs as background music, and it's time to punch and drink. Other than the night a while ago when Zhang Xiaojian came to throw away thousands of dollars, it had been a long time since there had been a scene like the one in front of him at the singing bar. Zhang Xiaojian was like a singer who was having a small fan club of his own. The audience of over 100 people on stage swayed themselves to the music and shook their arms like never before. So much so, that the new guests were in a state of confusion. It was because they really couldn't block out Zhang Xiaojian's singing voice. For a moment some people wondered if there was something wrong with their auditory system, and that the young man sitting center stage should be singing so well that there would be such good interaction off stage. But it's really hard to hear. In other words, all of the 100 or so possessed good acting skills. Where did you get this groupie from, Hang Jian? Are they all this good now? Very good indeed. Wang Wan Air is the best one. Not only did she lead the way by waving her arms, but she also showed a look of intoxication, which was a great performance. The 100 or so college students behind her all followed her example. That little expression, that little sway of their bodies, each looking mesmerized. If not for the fact that every new guest at every table Zhang Xiaojian had sent wine, it is estimated that these people would have jumped up and asked, well, what is this for? Is this a TV show? Indeed, nowadays, once a drama involves a stage performance, that awkward performance will always bring the audience off stage to a boil, exactly like the current scene. Luckily, Zhang Xiaojian only sang from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., and now that Zhang Xiaojian had learned his lesson, he deliberately reduced his volume, making Gu Jiahan's backing vocals much louder, so the customers who came in now didn't hear the ghostly cries from before. At the very least, at least after delivering the wine, they were not too kind to directly punch Zhang Xiaojian in the face. Zhang Xiaojian also had a B number in his heart, and did not look at the 100 or so people on the stage led by Wang Waner and get carried away, even feeling a bit embarrassed. Finally 7 o'clock arrived. Zhang Xiaojian let out a breath while a ding sound came from his mind. Childhood Dreams Series Task 1 completed. Reward Singing Exclusive Skill Book *5. Reward Music General Skill Book *1. Reward Points 200000000. Trigger Childhood Dreams Series Task 2, Limited Time Task. 6 hours of singing in a bar within 3 days. Reward Singing Exclusive Skill Book *10. Reward Music General Skill Book *2. Reward Points 600000000. If the task is not completed on time, the system penalizes. Zhang Xiaojian ignored the system punishment, thinking Nima 6 hours. This can be done. Before only talking to Shurjin singing 3 hours. It seems to find Shurjin again to make strength. Little sword brother. Little sword brother? Gu Jiahan called softly. Zhang Xiaojian, who was a bit dazed in the middle of the stage, came back to his senses, and then picked up the microphone. Thank you all for putting up with my singing, and for giving me such a great atmosphere. One more beer set per table on the spot. On me. Here's the popular resident singer of the singing bar, Gu Jiahan. After saying this, the whole room was abuzz with strange shouts. Their excitement wasn't sure if it was because Zhang Xiaojian had ordered beer sets for each table again, or because Zhang Xiaojian was off the stage and they could finally hear normal singing. Gu Jiahan came on stage with a rock song, which instantly ignited the room with her makeup and the stage presence she has developed during her years of residency. Zhang Xiaojian sat in the middle of Wang Wan Air and Yi Maju, listening to the screams behind him, and perceived that this group of brats were only cheering sincerely now, and that they had relied entirely on their acting skills before. Wang Waner comforted. There's no need to be discouraged. I believe you are capable. Yi Maju froze when he heard this, and originally wanted to say something to stop, Zhang Xiaojian was also stunned as he returned. Do you really think I can do it? Wang Wan'er nodded seriously. Zhang Xiaojian laughed. Don't bullshit. Wang Wan'er depressed. Completely confused, Zhang Xiaojian really do not like to sing. Why run on the stage to suffer this crime? Is not their own flattering pat on the horse's foot? At this point, Zhang Xiaojian realized that the drummer Xiao Jie, the guitarist Ah Kuan, and the bass Dong Dong started to play especially hard. A sense of guilt sets in. What a sin! How hard must it be for these musicians to accompany themselves? So Zhang Xiaojian decided to reward. Waving his hand and beckoning the butthurt waiter, Zhang Xiaojian said, "What's the most expensive gift in your house? Anyway, no matter what it is, one for each person on stage." The waiter immediately nodded. Okay. Around 9 o'clock, Zhang Xiaojian sent off more than 100 college students who had come to support him. The reason why these people were able to gather together was naturally because of Yi Maju's words. So Yi Maju followed everyone back to the school. Wang Wan'er took her first ride on a small orange. Zhang Xiaojian lit the fire and asked, "Where is your home?" Wang Wan'er, who had drunk some wine earlier and had a small red face, opened her mouth and actually said back, "I still want to drink some more." Zhang Xiaojian, who was slow to react, finally realized something at this time when he looked at Wang Wan'er's pair of bright eyes. What? Don't want to drink with me? Want to? Of course. So let's find another place to drink? Unable to refuse, Zhang Xiaojian nodded his head, yet took Wang Wan'er and drove towards the river. After buying a couple of totes of beer at the convenience store, the two sat under the crooked-necked weeping willow. Opening the beer can, Zhang Xiaojian looked at Wang Wan'er's side face and asked, "How old are you?" 22. That's a good number. Zhang Xiaojian, can you talk? Zhang Xiaojian laughed and lifted the beer and Wang Wan'er touched the can. The two took a sip and Wang Wan'er asked, "How old are you?" 24. That's pretty good. Pretty good there? It's all good there. Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head. How did you and Suyu meet? Met in flight school, then went to the same airline. Oh, are you from Jiangcheng? Wang Wan'er rolled her eyes and replied back. Zhang Xiaojian, are you here to check your family's account? Zhang Xiaojian let out an I wasn't thinking about wanting to know more about you. Once she heard the words, Wang Wan'er's eyes brightened. It's good to know more. Then you go on to ask. Ha? Zhang Xiaojian was a bit confused as to what a woman's head was made of. Just now he had said in an unfavorable tone that you were checking your family's account. But this time he was asking himself to follow up with a question? What's the question? Zhang Xiaojian was a bit dumbfounded for a while. Wang Wan'er looked at the stupid head. Zhang Xiaojian snorted a smile. Actually opened his mouth. I called Wang Wan'er. 22 years old this year. People in Jiangcheng. Parents are teachers. Height 1 m, weight 45 kilograms. Bust. There's no need to report this one. It should be an A. Zhang Xiaojian. Lonely men and women may not be dry fire. Zhang Xiaojian and Wang Wan'er drank and talked a lot while sitting by the river with a cool breeze. This was the first time he had gotten to know her alone. And it was also the first time she had heard Zhang Xiaojian tell a lot of stories. After finishing the last can of wine, Zhang Xiaojian called a car, and originally wanted to send Wang Wan'er home, but she smiled and took a picture of the license plate and sent WeChat to Zhang Xiaojian, and got into the car alone. After sending Wang Wan'er away and calling a chauffeur to return to the cottage, Zhang Xiaojian had some difficulty sleeping as he lay on top of the soft bed. It's not the alcohol. It's just because of some emotional thing that annoys ordinary people. Reality is always not a drama. The male lead can always be a log in a drama and never perceive the care and kindness of the female character. But Zhang Xiaojian clearly sensed Wang Wan'er meaning, and he was bothered because it seemed like he had no desire to fall in love, at least for this period of time, so he couldn't immediately take Wang Wan'er's small hand and directly open a room in a hotel like a rich person in a modern city after all. Of course, if he did that, perhaps Wang Wan'er would look down on him. Back to the city, sitting in the cab, Wang Wan'er looked at the scenery outside the window. Her small face was red like an apple, and the corners of her mouth couldn't restrain the upturned overflow. She found herself liking Zhang Xiaojian more and more. This feeling turned out to be so good. She could clearly feel her heartbeat, and she could clearly see that the scenery of the river city, which was not very scenic, seemed to look much better. Back in the apartment she rented with Suyu, kicking off her heels, she saw Suyu sitting on the couch watching TV. Suyu turned her head. At this time was a mask of a peeking opera face and asked, "Drinking? Aha. Drinking with who?" Zhang Xiaojian. Suyu sat herself up straight. "You two drank alone?" "Yeah. It's going well." Wang Wan'er smiled sweetly. He. No. You guys wouldn't have already? No. That's not so fast. Then why are you smiling like that? You go to the bathroom right now and look at your face. It's so wide it doesn't even look right. Yes? Suyu nodded solemnly. Yes. Wang Wan'er put on her slippers and sat next to Suyu. Suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Do you remember? I bought a silicone mat before? Suyu had a question mark on her face. Where do I remember to go from here? Wang Wan slipped into her house or rummaged through the boxes. Suyu in her pajamas leaned on the doorframe and asked, "No, what are you looking for this for?" "What do you mean for?" "For padding." "Of course." Suyu laughingly zoned out. "It's also a that you patted it. And it's still weirdly uncomfortable." Wang Wan looked indignant. "It's only a if you pat it." Suyu looked at her like this. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened before, and asked with wide eyes, "What's the matter? Zhang Xiaojian thinks you're too small?" Wang Waner, "You're the youngest. You're the smallest." "Wait, I thought you said nothing happened to you guys?" Suyu came to Wang Shouwan's side and tingled his nose to sniff carefully. "Help find it." "What's with the sniffing? The shampoo smells right. You guys didn't go to a hotel. What's all this talk about?" Wang Wan is this young lady that casual? Suyu stood up straight and criticized with a serious face. Wang Wan you also know that you're not a casual person. Have you forgotten what you said when you talked to me about your view of love before? Wang Wan let out an ah. She had really forgotten. "What did I say?" Suyu said in a serious tone. "A woman who keeps making changes to please her other half will completely lose herself." Wang Wan waved her hand. "It was all on paper at the time, so you can just take it all as me farting." Suyu was dumbfounded, watching Wang Wan rummage around for several more minutes to finally find out the pair of silicone pads that were never breathable, and had to lament. Sure enough, women who fall in love are all stupid X. Wang Wan gestured the silicone pad twice and replied, "Wouldn't it be a wasted life if a person doesn't stupidly X a few times in his life?" Suyu, "Well, how do you say you have a point?" Wang Wan said with a smile. "How does this thing work? Is it stuffed directly inside?" Saying that, she picked up the silicone pad and was about to. Suyu had no choice but to lend a hand. In less than 2 minutes, the loading was complete. And Suyu teased, "It's still an A. Do you want to go buy a pair that can turn into an E?" Wang Wan's eyes lit up. "E is too much. It's fine if you can see." Suyu stretched out her legs, kicked Wang Wan. Depraved. Too depraved. Wang Wan was degenerating at home, while Zhang Xiaojian was studying how to improve his singing skills. There are also sub-options in the vocals, which are divided into 5 categories: bass, alto, treble, turn, and falsetto. Zhang Xiaojian had thought that with his 6 skill books in hand, he would be able to shed his skills tomorrow, but this time he saw that the 6 skill books didn't seem to be too useful. So how about adding it all to the sub-options and choosing what? Bass? I don't think it's a good idea. It's too much of a disadvantage to sing bass in a place as noisy as a bar. Alto? What is an alto? Zhang Xiaojian pondered for half a day, as if the difference between bass and alto didn't seem too big in his perception. Soprano bar? Just go with the soprano. Tomorrow I'm going to do the whole dead or alive thing. Or I'm going to do opera no. 2" by Vitas. Even though it's not in Russian. Add all 5 skill books to treble. With a full treble value of 100. There was still 1 skill book left. Zhang Xiaojian casually added it to the bass, changing it to 20. Then he sneaked out of the cottage like a thief so as not to disturb his second aunt's sleep. The cottages are backed by a man-made mountain with a beautiful view, and the spacing between cottages here is extremely far, so it shouldn't disturb anyone else. Zhang Xiaojian first cleared his throat at Qing Shan and began to shout, "Love even after death." After briefly trying it out, Zhang Xiaojian felt as if he had some feeling, and with that high note, he felt like he'd found a way for the resonance in the back of his head to happen. And while the song was still a little raw, it was high enough and kinda catchy, so he tries to sing it again. Love and death. It doesn't hurt until it's dripping. Some intoxicated in their own singing, Zhang Xiaojian tried to sing full of confidence. Let go under the singing, but sang in style, should be far more than the KTV McMansion treble level, like getting a fresh toy. Zhang Xiaojian kept singing "I want to love even if I die" over and over again. The song carries into the barren mountains with excellent reverberations. It was just that at some point, a person appeared not far from Zhang Xiaojian, dressed in a white suit, with a cape and hair, carrying a wine bottle in his hand. Zhang Xiaojian sensed that there was someone beside him, and at first glance, he scared himself into a cold sweat. The man, however, burst out laughing and took a sip of his wine. "Young man, I just want to ask you one question. How can you love when you're dead?" Zhang Xiaojian. This question, there is indeed nothing wrong with asking it. Coming down the steps of the hill not far away was a woman. She was dressed in a white silk nightgown with a luscious figure, and although her hair was cloaked to make it impossible to see her face, I'm sure it wasn't too bad. Zhang Xiaojian inexplicably felt that this night was a bit charming, and he pondered for a while, estimating that he had recently committed peach blossom, just not sure if there was a robbery. After asking Zhang Xiaojian the question, the woman sat down on the stone steps with a big grin and took another sip of wine. "And it's the middle of the night. It's easy to scare people when you sing like that." Zhang Xiaojian was unconvinced by this. He said, "Miss, you're the one who's scary alright. Slinking around in the mountains by yourself in the middle of the night, cloaked not to mention wearing all white, very much in the style of a domestic horror movie." She giggled as soon as she heard it. Not to mention, although her voice was a bit hoarse, but her laughter was like a silver bell. It was quite nice. It seems that domestic horror movies have indeed cast a psychological shadow on many viewers. Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "If it weren't for my boldness, it's unlikely that you would have to send me to the hospital right now." She shook her head. "Not really. Sit down and have a drink?" Zhang Xiaojian guessed that she should be his neighbor. Since it is fate to meet here so late in the evening, sit down and have a drink is no big deal. It is not good to continue to sing like no one else. As soon as he sat on his butt next to her, a faint body fragrance drilled into Zhang Xiaojian's nostrils. Shouldn't it smell like alcohol? Zhang Xiaojian hastily interrupted his fantasy of continuing to extend, and asked inquisitively, "What am I drinking?" She handed Zhang Xiaojian the half-drunk bottle in her hand. "Drink this. You don't mind me, do you?" Zhang Xiaojian took the bottle, shook the amber-colored liquor inside, saw the logo XO, and then poured a mouthful of it, choking on the snot and tears. As she patted Zhang Xiaojian's back, she said, "Drink slowly. This wine is a bit strong." "Is that a little strong?" Zhang Xiaojian, who was not accustomed to drinking foreign wines and rarely drank any foreign wines, felt a little ashamed of himself. After finally slowing down, he wiped his eyes, so the scene began to be speechless, because the two really don't know each other well enough to know what to say. "Anyway, you took a sip and I took a sip for a while," seemingly both trying to break the silence. The two men said in unison after a full 10 minutes of drinking, "What are you doing here singing in the middle of the night? What are you doing here drinking in the middle of the night?" After that, the two of them smiled at each other. Still hard to see her face, she let her hair cover her features and said, "Work is a bit stressful, so I'm relaxing myself." Zhang Xiaojian gave his answer with an "Oh. I've really had nothing to do lately, so I came out to shout a couple of times to relax and unwind." "You like to sing?" Zhang Xiaojian frowned and said, "It's alright, and I don't particularly like it." She said seriously, "You have a great soprano voice, full and loud, not oppressive to listen to, but also possessing penetrating power. Professionals?" She shook her head. "Not to mention work, but I must warn you, don't scare the old men and women walking the streets when you have nothing to open your voice." Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "Alright, then I won't sing here anymore. I'll go to KTV to sing alright." "You live there?" she asked, pointing to the nearest cottage in Izanami. Zhang Xiaojian nodded and looked towards a small villa a full kilometer away. "You live there?" She nodded back. "Well, don't come back often. Been on vacation lately and it's rare to be here for a while." Zhang Xiaojian inexplicably opened his mouth. "Then you are rich?" She froze and said, "Yes, aren't you?" She was a bit puzzled as to why Zhang Xiaojian asked this question. Because the people who lived here, that family and that household, were penniless? Zhang Xiaojian looked back. "I'm rich too, the very rich kind." Upon hearing that, she guffawed. "Drink, drink." The two men took turns picking up bottles of XO and drank until they reached the bottom, then went their separate ways, neither asking the other's name. The next morning, Zhang Xiaojian, who had a splitting headache, woke up early. "Thinking about last night's drinking with the woman in white now only made me feel a cool breeze on my back." Fortunately, Aunt Air's breakfast pulled him back to life in time, simply washing up and driving his own little orange. On his way out the door, Zhang Xiaojian looked towards the small villa a kilometer away, thinking that there were people living there, right? As soon as this thought popped up, he hastily kicked the gas and drove towards the second hospital. Today is the third day that Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong have been admitted to the hospital. In fact, the two have long been fine and can move freely. Just because of the injury on the face, it is not good to go out, nor is it good to go home. Anyway, someone is responsible for the hospitalization fee in the hospital. The two of them also discussed the discussion. Peace of mind as a roommate for a few days. Early in the morning the school children came again. All kinds of segments came out, and the laughter certainly couldn't be suppressed as it carried into the hallways. As soon as Zhang Xiaojian entered the house, he found that the two people were living much more nourishing than he had imagined, and stayed until noon, laughing a little bit with his jaws closed, before he turned to leave. Second aunt's side contacted a decoration company today to decorate her house, and in order to keep her from getting all fancy, Zhang Xiaojian decided to say anything to get his foot in the door. It was almost 3 p.m. when I finished talking to the decorator. Zhang Xiaojian once again drove to the singing bar and was greeted by Shijin's smile. Shijin certainly had a reason to smile. Yesterday's overnight sales were already close to the usual week, and with Zhang Xiaojian, a godly man, the wine was handed to the table as if it were no money. The two met and talked it over, but decided to sing for 3 hours today. Shijin, of course, to sell this face, but also asked Gao Qingsong at the end, Zhang Xiaojian did not mention the hospital. Casually perfunctory passed. At exactly 4 in the afternoon, Wan Air brought Suyu to the bar on time. Suyu knows what kind of singing Zhang Xiaojian does, and as soon as she sat down and looked at Zhang Xiaojian, who was leaning on the high stool in a serious manner, she couldn't hold back her laughter. As Zhang Xiaojian's #1 fan, Wang Wanner of course chose to embrace Zhang Xiaojian, and even brought a silver light stick, ordering the waiter to turn off the lights, and said in a serious manner, "Listening to the song in total darkness is the only way to get the feeling." Zhang Xiaojian looked at the only table of guests at the bar, who were also his friends, and decided that he had to make a clean breast of it, and said to Gu Jiahan, "Let's start with a song about dying to love." Gu Jiahan widened her own eyes. "Little sword brother, why don't we stick to yesterday's song list? It's too loud." The implication was that he was afraid that customers would not come in if they walked up to the door and heard the singing inside. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. "Don't worry, brother has already shed his skin." Gu Jiahan was half convinced, but ordered the band to start playing. As soon as Zhang Xiaojian took the microphone, he began to sing this lame love song with deep emotion. 4 minutes later, under the shocked eyes of the band and Wang Wanner and Suyu on the stage, Zhang Xiaojian ended his singing. The reason why they were shocked was not because of how well Zhang Xiaojian sang, but they realized that Zhang Xiaojian's bass was incredibly bad, while the treble was in tune and full of sound, which sounded a bit shocking. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xiaojian had already regretted choosing a soprano yesterday, and he realized that singing a soprano was too tiring. For the sake of his own life, he asked, "Jihan, do we have any oxygen cylinders in the bar? I'm a little short of oxygen." Stripped down, often described as overnight, Gu Jihan ignored the question asked by Zhang Xiaojian and instead said in surprise, "Brother Xiaojian, how did you practice this soprano? Why does it sound so good?" Zhang Xiaojian immediately said modestly, "I secretly practiced yesterday. It's quite fruitful, isn't it?" Gu Jiahan froze. "Practicing and getting this kind of effect from practicing? That's impossible." Zhang Xiaojian's treble just now went straight to the clouds, although the emotion as well as the timbre is not in place, but it has enough penetrating power. This kind of treble is usually a gift, that there is practiced and practiced will be able to practice? Aside from Gu Jiahan, who was a bit surprised, so were the musicians behind him. It was important to realize that although the atmosphere of the scene was high yesterday, they were tortured by Zhang Xiaojian's song. The guitarist couldn't pluck the strings, the drummer had no energy, and even the bassist didn't bother to show off his maneuvers with a defeated look on his face. But just a day later, although Zhang Xiaojian's bass and middle tones were still strangely bad, the high tones shook the back of their heads. With more time, when Zhang Xiaojian's mastery of bass and mid-range is almost complete, won't he be expected to become a singer? As soon as this idea popped up, it was immediately snuffed out by the musicians themselves, because it should be impossible. Professionals are like that, not to mention the 2 women at the only table in the bar right now. No, it must be that I'm hallucinating, it wasn't like this yesterday. Wang Wanner rubbed her temples. Suyu also grew her mouth. What did I just hear? Wang Wan replied with certainty. Soprano. Suyu. No. What Zhang Xiaojian has been singing since he was a child is not called a song. It's called rap. Wang Wanner, who had returned to her senses, said, "Maybe he's really talented, so he'll go home and figure it out and practice? You believe me when I say that?" Wang Wan don't believe it. Suyu took a sip of wine. When the band started Zhang Xiaojian's second song of the day, The Sea. If the sea could take away my sorrow. This time the sea didn't bring anyone else grief. Zhang Xiaojian's soprano voice went up and penetrated, and there was some of the feeling of the original version of Zhang Yuxing. A song was still being sung and in came 2 or 3 tables of customers. One of the tables had been seen yesterday, and Pinto had brought his brother again. Just looking at Zhang Xiaojian's familiar face and listening to the song that made his scalp tingle, he was a bit stunned. "No, is this the stupid dirtbag from yesterday? Why are you singing so well today? So are we still delivering wine today?" Ending the second day of their residency, the near-capacity sing-along bar applauded. Although Zhang Xiaojian's bass and mid-range are still not working, most of the guests come to have a good time. It's like the popular judges on singer shows. 8 out of 10 don't know anything about music, and in their eyes who sings well is almost equivalent to who has a good soprano voice. Because high notes can be jarring. High notes can pierce the eardrums. High notes can stir up excitement. Zhang Xiaojian did this tonight, so the applause now was not yesterday's cupped applause, but a genuine applause from the customers. With a bow, he graciously offered each table a beer sleeve, whereupon the room boiled once more. Zhang Xiaojian didn't realize that someone had already posted a video of him singing the high notes of the chorus of the departure song to his circle of friends, and in the style of a web novel written 10 years ago, the wheels of history had already begun to turn. He bowed off the stage and took Wang Wan'er and Su Yu for an evening meal. It was already 9:30 when he arrived home, and Zhang Xiaojian washed up and prepared to go to bed. Inexplicably pushed open the window that looks into the backside of the hill before going to bed and, "Hey, why are you drinking again?" Wandering down the rocky road halfway up the hill. Still the woman in the white silk pajamas was still cloaked, still carrying a bottle of XO in her hand. Hearing Zhang Xiaojian's shout, she looked down the mountain, saw Zhang Xiaojian in the window, and beckoned, "Come, have a drink." Zhang Xiaojian thought about it and simply didn't change his clothes, wearing his big pants and undershirt and heading straight to the back of the mountain. He really wasn't running for a drink this time. He always felt that the woman who drank alone in the backcountry for 2 days in a row definitely wasn't as simple as the work pressure she claimed. Walking up the stone steps to her side, Zhang Xiaojian sat down on his butt. She handed over a bottle of XO. Zhang Xiaojian took it and took a sip and asked, "What kind of work do you do that's so stressful, running to the back of the mountain every day to drink by yourself?" She giggled. "That sounds like it's not asking what I do for a living." Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "Alright, I'm afraid you'll get drunk and lose your footing and fall off the cliff." She shook her head. "No need to get drunk or lose my footing. In fact, I've really been thinking about how I could die better." Zhang Xiaojian's heart thumped. "You're not depressed, are you?" She looked at the night sky. "Haven't been there, more or less. Don't tell me you were wondering how to die yesterday too?" "Yeah, I considered the 3 traditional ways: hanging, slitting my wrists, and sleeping pills." Zhang Xiaojian handed her the bottle of wine. She gulped down a big gulp. Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "What have you encountered that you can't get over? Why don't you tell me about it? Anyway, we don't even know each other's names, so just treat me as a garbage can and dump as much as you want." She smiled again and asked, "What's the matter? Is this to kindly rescue my sad young woman?" Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. "I can't talk about what's good or bad, but after all, we had a drink together yesterday. We can't really see you having any accidents." She shook her head. "You don't understand." Zhang Xiaojian was silent for a moment. "Maybe, but I always feel that since they all have the determination to go to their deaths, why don't they have the determination to live?" Hearing this, she too began to fall silent. I don't know how long it took, but the evening breeze blew the strands of her hair out of her eyes, revealing a hazy side profile, and a quirked-up corner of her mouth. She whispered, "I love that." Feeling the breeze stop once again, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the bangs once again covering her features and said, "Just be able to listen in. That being said, you're not planning to keep coming here to drink tomorrow, are you?" She returned, "Yeah, well, not much has been going on lately anyway." "That's fine. I'll come back and drink with you tomorrow at this time." She laughed and said, "Then I guess you'll have to come every day for the next month." Zhang Xiaojian rightfully said, "I don't have much to do lately anyway. I was teasing you just now, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously and really want to save me." "Yeah, don't you know that rescuing lost young women is what every man dreams of? But so poor." Saying that, she naturally leaned on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder, her right hand carrying the bottle of wine and drinking. Her pair of white feet pulled out of the slippers and rested on them again, seemingly relaxed. The morning sun always brings hope. The next day when he woke up, Zhang Xiaojian did not feel a splitting headache. Thinking that he should have adapted to the strength of the XO alcohol could not help but smile. Last night he drank a whole bottle of XO with her again. They still didn't ask each other their names, and finally went their separate ways. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know if his thoughts were a bit over the top, or maybe she was just teasing herself regarding the death. But anyway, he would still go to his appointment today. In the morning, he and his second aunt discussed with the decoration company again, then accompanied his second aunt to the mall for a shopping trip, and looked at the time. It was time to go to the bar again by himself. When is it going to end? Zhang Xiaojian thought with some depression. His dream now is really fucking not to be a star, to sing, but to go out every day and spend a lot of money. Nothing to help his friends and family improve their lives. It's best to talk about love. Please talk about love. And the best nightclub in Jiangcheng he hasn't been to yet. But no matter how much resentment there is, at exactly 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Xiaojian still arrived at the singing bar. Then, he found that there were guests who entered earlier than him, and the number of people was not early, which just opened the door has been seated at 3 or 4 tables. What is the situation? Zhang Xiaojian didn't realize that he now had a small reputation in the circle of clear bar patrons in Jiangcheng. There are 2 reasons for this. One is that the superb tenor has spread because of the circle of clear bar patrons, and overnight not only has he gained a bit of fame, but even the singing bar has gained a bit of notoriety again. 2, of course, is because he's generous. What kind of bar singer gives away beer all over the place? Zhang Xiaojian not only sends, but also often sends to each table more than once a night, and occasionally sends foreign wines, in a super godly manner. There were even some sharp-eyed customers who saw his ride. Orange. Thus, the god of the world plus wine delivery plus soprano. So Zhang Xiaojian very much let people to explore the legend. Most of the patrons who came to the bar early today came with that mindset. And Zhang Xiaojian did not let them down. Meet his friends. A table first set of beer with snacks. The guests at the table naturally exclaimed that the god's hoe was indeed worthy of his name. In reality, they didn't realize that the reason why Zhang Xiaojian was so willing to give away alcohol to his customers was that he found out that giving away alcohol actually didn't count as improper spending, meaning that the money spent counted as points. Zhang Xiaojian pondered for a moment. The system Big Brother may not see the small amount of money. Really want to buy a dozen sets of villas to brush up the points is impossible. He's under a lot of pressure to spend money now. And small fish are meat. So spend as much as you can. And leaning on the high stool again, Zhang Xiaojian suddenly realized that man was really a creature with a strong ability to adapt. And he was surprised that he was already familiar with the microphone in front of him. The Gujahan as well as the band are also in place. Of course, before the start of the song, Wang Wan Air once again came to the bar. Today did not bring Suyu. I do not know if Suyu had something to do, but she still sat in the best position of the card table. Smiling appearance. So, open the song. So, the end. Finally, dinner. Sitting in the skewer store, Zhang Xiaojian picked up a cup of drink and began to fret. He had once again completed a system quest, and the system's rewards had already been distributed. And now he had 10 singing skill books in his hands, as well as 2 music general skill books. And, of course, there's that precious 60 million points. Together with all the points from before, he could now exchange for a growth fruit worth 100 million points. Only, Zhang Xiaojian was a bit depressed that the series of quests hadn't ended yet. Trigger Childhood Dream Series Task 3, Limited Time Task. Complete a small performance of 1,000 people within 1 month. Reward Music General Skill Book * 10. Reward points 1,000,000,000. Thousands. The singing bar is definitely out of the question. Where can we find a venue that can hold 1,000 people? You can only count on Gao Qinsong. Holding the mentality that one step was one step, Zhang Xiaojian filled up all of his bass and alto, and the remaining 1 singing exclusive skill book plus 2 generalized music skill books, all of which were added to transposition. In this way one's low mid treble has been perfected, and even the transcription has arrived at the pass mark. Well, a generation of singers was born. Zhang Xiaojian was even a bit impatient to try out how good he could sing now. While thinking about some things, Wang Waner, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, asked, "Have you gone to see those 2 in the hospital today?" "Didn't go. Can check it out in the morning. I'm off tomorrow. I can come along." Yeah, this is good at his kebab store. You eat more. It's only right that you eat more. You need to be neutral to sing. By the way, you didn't record a little video for me to show the 2 of them. Wang Waner smiled. No, I guess tomorrow and the day after tomorrow the 2 of them won't be able to stay in the hospital. They will definitely come to see you sing, so that you can be surprised by your skills at that time. Zhang Xiaojian, many thanks to Sister Wan Air for giving little brother a chance to pretend. Wang Waner asked, "It seems like you were hit hard by the 2 of them before." "I'm telling you, that Gao Qingsong kid is really quite good at singing," Wang Waner said. Of course, if it wasn't for his father's refusal to allow it, he would have run away to the imperial capital to mix with the singers' circle. And this? Yeah, you didn't see it before. That time when we went to the bar, especially this kind of clear bar, Gao Qingsong had to sing 2 songs for Suyu. Suyu to him? Wang Wan Air generously said. It's similar to the 2 of us. Although after a while of hanging out, Zhang Xiaojian and Wang Waner were already well acquainted. And after that drink by the river Zhang Xiaojian had already more or less felt something. But at this time listening to her already sort of blunt words, he still bit into his own flesh and covered his mouth in pain. Wang Wan Air fought off the tissue. It's not that stressful. Zhang Xiaojian rubbed his cheeks and took another tissue to wipe his mouth. I'm not nervous. What's that? I should have been craving meat. So I bit myself. Nonsense. We've been eating meat every day lately. Yes? Don't lie to yourself. It must be because my words were too blunt. Zhang Xiaojian gritted his teeth. No. Really not? Well, it does seem a bit blunt. Wang Waner was generous, naturally picking a head of garlic for Zhang Xiaojian while talking, rather like a little sister picking garlic, and asked, "Right, look at this wimpy look of yours." Zhang Xiaojian felt humiliated. He was indeed very uncomfortable with this kind of scene right now. Since he was a child, Zhang Xiaojian had never been chased by a girl, and even more so, he had never been chased by a girl as beautiful and generous as Wang Wan Air in front of him, so it was very difficult to have the response of a veteran of the love scene. So then, he summoned up enough courage to foolishly say to Wang Waner, "It's like this, Mainly I haven't done my mental construction yet. Wang Wanair guffawed and asked with bright eyes. Then when do you plan to build it? Zhang Xiaojian. He felt as if he had been hard teased by the Zhang Xiaojian once again fled. It wasn't because he was innocent. It was just because he really didn't have any experience being chased by a girl. As the saying goes, a man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. When looking at Wang Wanner's eyes that seemed to glow at the dinner table, Zhang Xiaojian felt his heartbeat accelerate for no reason. He accurately knew that it was not a heartfelt feeling. It was just that he panicked himself, although it was not exactly a heartfelt feeling. But to say that there was no good feeling at all towards a girl like Wang Wanair was definitely deceiving himself. Fortunately, Wang Wanner knew the difference and didn't pursue her aggressively. Returning home and taking a shower first, Zhang Xiaojian used a towel to rub his hair while coming to the window. As expected, she was sitting on the steps of the mountain again with a full bottle of XO on the floor. Lazy to change shoes, wearing slippers, Zhang Xiaojian went straight to the stone steps, naturally sat next to her, looked up and saw that the starry sky tonight was exceptionally bright. She handed Zhang Xiaojian the wine. Took a bath. Yes. Very good. Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand. What's very good? She didn't answer, but looked at the starry sky as Zhang Xiaojian had just done and said, do you think that there will be a day when mankind will definitely leave the earth and explore the vastness of the universe? Zhang Xiaojian. It's not that I care about the vastness of the universe. I just noticed that the stars are extra bright today. She looked at Zhang Xiaojian's expression and asked, why is it that the stars are extraordinarily bright? Yet your expression seems to be hard. Zhang Xiaojian answered truthfully, because it resembles a girl's eyes. The girl you were talking about likes you? Maybe, she said. Only a girl's eyes light up when she likes you. Well, it should be like that. So do you like her? Zhang Xiaojian heard this question and thought deeply for a moment. Like is definitely like a little bit. She's very good looking, and her character is very direct, not covering up, greatly generous. That's just not like it. Why? She laughed and said, liking something like that is just liking it. It doesn't need to be attached to a condition. If you really liked it, you'd just say I like it, instead of saying good looking, personality, that aspect of it. Sounds reasonable. She smiled proudly and raised the corners of her mouth. Right. So Zhang Xiaojian asked with a bad smile, what about you? Sitting here drinking every day, do you have a favorite person, or are you already married? Upon hearing this question, more than coincidence or cooperation, there was always a cool breeze blowing through the mountains. She hung her head, her long hair down, and said, he's dead. Zhang Xiaojian, thinking back to the first day they met here, the first words she opened her mouth to say to herself, how can you love when you're dead? Turns out that statement wasn't just a throwaway line. Lifting the bottle of wine, she gulped down a large gulp as the wind blew even louder, ruffling her hair and hitting Zhang Xiaojian's face. Zhang Xiaojian immediately changed the topic. The stars are really bright today. Can you not be so raw? Zhang Xiaojian ignored it. Can you find your horoscope? She looked up and handed the bottle to Zhang Xiaojian. Drink. Good. So once again they drank it all. Once again they went their separate ways. And once again they didn't even ask each other their names. The next morning, Zhang Xiaojian woke up with a start. After eating the breakfast prepared by his second aunt, and taking along the box lunches she had prepared for Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong, Zhang Xiaojian set off and made his way straight to the hospital. When he arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Zhang Xiaojian was walking in boredom when someone shouted, Zhang Xiaojian? When Zhang Xiaojian turned around, he saw a young man dressed in a hanbok, yet completely childish looking, but with a fairly straight back. You are? The young man returned. I am Zhuo Fei, the 38th generation of Wing Chun. How are you, senior brother? Saying that, the thick-browed table Fei actually clasped his fists. Zhang Xiaojian froze, thinking that there was really a 38th generation of heirs. It seems that this impostor of his is going to be faked? No, brother, I am not your senior brother. You may have mistaken me for someone else. Senior brother, are you called Zhang Xiaojian, right? Yeah, then you are my senior. Zhang Xiaojian asked rhetorically with a raised eyebrow. Then are you called Zhuo Fei? Yeah, and what makes you my senior? Zhuo Fei didn't freeze, but actually came to a small inner eight and said, with this, Zhang Xiaojian's afterglow caught a glimpse of the strange gazes of the people around him. Roll aside and play. With that he strides inside the hospital. Senior brother, wait for me. Arriving at the door of Ward 616, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the teenager in front of him who had followed him all the way here and asked, no, didn't your family's adults teach you not to recognize your relatives when there's nothing else to do? Zhuo Fei scratched his head, revealing a naive demeanor. My family's adults haven't taught me this, but it doesn't matter. Senior brother, you can just teach me in the future. Zhang Xiaojian stared wide-eyed and asked, Not to mention the whole senior brother crap. How do you know my name and what are you looking for me for? Zhuo Fei clasped his fists again, then took out his cell phone and played the video to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian fixed attention to look. This video was exactly before the fight in front of the school door brawl, that section. He really did not see this section. The video of himself, but also a little bit of martial arts master style. May I ask, senior, is the person in this video you? Yeah. So you're my senior. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that you're using Wing Chun. Speaking, Zhuo Fei probed and asked in a low voice, senior brother, dare I ask who your family master is? Maybe we can still have some blood relationship. Fuck off. Zhang Xiaojian pushed away Table Fei's brain and righteously said, I've been self-taught since I was a child, so I don't have any family teachers. Elder brother is truly a god. I told you, we are all in the same sect. How could I not know an expert like you? Elder brother. Zhuo Fei excitedly smashed his palm with his fist. Zhang Xiaojian. He was wondering if the thick-browed teenager in front of him had just run out of the mental hospital. Zhuo Fei said in a serious manner, Elder brother, do you know, elder brother, I am through this video, found the local police station, by the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, only to find out here, you do not even know, these days in order to look for you, this cloth shoes are almost worn out. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. No, what are you looking for me for? Is there a martial arts association in this shithole of Jiangcheng? Zhuo Fei nodded his head vigorously and said, Senior brother, do you know if you know Su Daxia? That one? Zhuo Fei wrinkled his big thick eyebrows. A boxer. In the previous 3 challenges, he has already defeated our Jiangcheng's Bagua Sex Master, Mantis Fists Lao Yuan, and E-Form Fists Grandmaster Zhou Zitong. Jiangcheng's martial arts has been endangered. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. None of my business? The sun shone through the windows of the 6th floor corridor on the face of the thick-browed Zhuo Fei. His righteous indignation, his impassioned passion did not stir up a single wave here in Zhang Xiaojian. Even Zhang Xiaojian returned. None of my business? So pain, struggle and confusion began to appear on Dreffy's face. This is human nature. Although Zhang Xiaojian did not know that Zhuo Fei had been practicing martial arts from the age of a few until he was so big today, but looking at his expression, he could also find that he was really having a hard time. The reason why it was hard for him was for 2 reasons only. One was because the former high-ranking people that he had revered for many years were defeated one by one, which shattered his reverence for these former high-ranking people. Secondly, having been immersed in martial arts circles for many years, I'm afraid that there is a great sense of collectivist honor and the sense of one for all and one for all. Seeing that this child was on the verge of squeezing tears out of his eyes, Zhang Xiaojian's heart softened and he helplessly said, No, brother, I can't fight even if I go. When Zhuo Fei heard the softness in Zhang Xiaojian's words, he suddenly realized that it was promising for him to come and invite this senior brother in front of him to come out of the mountain, and immediately said, Senior brother, your performance in this video is already very powerful. Without waiting for him to continue, Zhang Xiaojian hastily raised his hand to stop him. I'm strong my ass, even if I know some martial arts. How can I fight a professional boxer? Are you nuts? Zhuo Fei, elder brother, our Chinese martial arts are profound. How can we be presumptuous? Zhang Xiaojian interrupted again. Don't wear a high hat. Do you know why those so-called senior masters you talk about lost? Zhuo Fei frowned tightly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this question. It was just that it was still difficult to accept the so-called real answer for a while. Zhang Xiaojian was really unwilling to let him continue to pester him. He felt that it was not poisonous to talk through it. As for those of you who are seniors and high-ranking people, I guess you have been busy opening martial arts halls to make money all these years, teaching your disciples how to practice good radio gymnastics. It is true that you can strengthen your body, but if you really go to the ring, you are sure to lose. Comparing martial arts to radio gymnastics, Zhuo Fei's face instantly turned red. Zhang Xiaojian didn't really care either. Looking at Zhuo Fei clenching his fists, Zhang Xiaojian continued, What do people do every day when they are professional boxers? How many kinds of high-intensity training do people need to maintain? Practicing speed, practicing reaction, and observing their bodies through various specialized modern instruments. Let's not even talk about those old men in your mouth. You reckon that even if you really dig out the founding fathers of these whatsoever sects, they wouldn't be able to beat the professional athletes who are cultivated by the modern scientific mechanism and are specialized for combat. After finishing these words in one breath, Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. Alright, speaking of which, go enlighten yourself. I still have things to do. Don't pester me. See Fu. Zhang Xiaojian turned his head and finally said, Anyway, remember, under absolute speed, strength, and reaction, any setup or frame is all for naught. If you really want to do justice to martial arts, don't look for me. Find some professionals to practice on your own. After the words, He pushed open the door of Ward 616, then casually closed the door and unlocked it. And on the way out, he also listened and didn't hear any footsteps, which proved that the kid hadn't left yet. Annoying. How can a fight attract the Martial Arts Association? And such a clingy kid? In the ward, Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang looked at the sneaky Zhang Xiaojian uncertainly. Bai Yang asked, "Well, who's out there?" Zhang Xiaojian turned around and placed the breakfast brought to the 2x2 ant on the table. "It's fine. How about you two? When will you be willing to leave the hospital? The flowery world outside is still waiting for our brother and three to go dashing." "What's the matter? You're not going to sing today? Is it that old sure can't stand you and won't do it even if you give more money?" Gao Qingsong asked with a smile. "Bullshit. I am now the #1 person in the singing bar. Every time I go on stage, I will get a warm applause and cheers." Gao Qingsong laughed and asked, "Are you sending wine to every table every day out of your own pocket?" Zhang Xiaojian's old face blushed. "How do you know? Say, are you an undercover agent?" Gao Qingsong shook his head. Since deciding not to mix the circle, in addition to a few bar owners, other people in groups are deleted in WeChat. Your two strokes can get applause and cheers. It must be smashing money. Bai Yang can figure it out with his back heel. Bai Yang opened the boxed lunch and sniffed it first, then beautifully ate it while saying vaguely, "Don't insult my heels." Zhang Xiaojian. "Okay, our brother 3 friendship ends here today. I Zhang Xiaojian since then." As he said that, Zhang Xiaojian realized that Gao Qingsong had also opened his lunchbox and chewed while smiling, not taking himself seriously at all. He couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you stop me for a second?" Bai Yang put down his rice spoon and took a sip of waterway. I'll stop. You stop it." Bai Yang thought for a moment. There was nothing to watch live last night, and guess who I saw? Zhang Xiaojian sat on the edge of the bed. "Don't be so secretive. Who did you look at?" Your sister. Speak properly, without cursing." True you. I said your own sister." Ning Xueqing. Zhang Xiaojian. "My sister. Live?" "Yes, live." "Your sister." Zhang Xiaojian raised his hand. "Wait, I'll slow down." "You slow down." Bai Yang picked up his chopsticks and picked up the halibut egg in Gao Qingsong's lunchbox. "Don't say it. The girl is getting prettier and prettier." Zhang Xiaojian. "No, she will what? She can live what?" Poplar said. "Indeed it won't be anything. So live chatter." Zhang Xiaojian asked again. "Are you sure it's my sister?" "Nonsense. I've watched her grow up. How could I be mistaken?" Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head. "Not right. The last time the phone was not turned off to report peace. And I said in the dry second hand how to go to do a live broadcast." Finished. While speaking, Zhang Xiaojian's voice shook. A million doggerel scenarios came to his mind. Gao Qingsong leisurely said, "Xiaojian, these days it is not very normal to do a live broadcast. What are you finished?" Zhang Xiaojian glared angrily. "Do you have a pro sister?" "Nope. If you don't have it, shut up. You don't know shit." Zhang Xiaojian stood up and hurriedly circled around the house while picking up his cell phone to dial a call. But no matter how you dialed, it was the emotionless, but pretending to have so much emotion. "Sorry, the user you have dialed is offline. Please dial again later." Bai Yang can understand Zhang Xiaojian's mood. So yesterday he watched the live broadcast, found Ning Xueqing also did not tell Zhang Xiaojian in the first time, for fear that Zhang Xiaojian in the middle of the night to do something irrational. And the live broadcast of the Ning Xueqing state is very good. There must be nothing wrong. Bai Yang said, "Don't be anxious. I have collected her live room. I estimate that she will start broadcasting in the afternoon. You will be able to contact her in a while. You sit down and calm down first." Zhang Xiaojian heard also. But sitting on the hospital bed, also right, that girl with it. "Hey, yes, you see did not see her fans list list 1 is who What's the point of asking?" Bai Yan, you white whoring party. Don't tell me you don't know since the ancient list a sleep anchor. Did you see when she started live? See? Bai Yan was a bit confused by the question and directly threw his cell phone at Zhang Xiaojian. "Roll your own aside and watch." Zhang Xiaojian was aggrieved like a little daughter-in-law. Taking Bai Yang's cell phone, he quickly found Ning Xueqing's live room to watch the replay of yesterday's live broadcast. And so the feeling that can only be experienced by a man who has a daughter or has a biological sister comes to life. It's a sad feeling. It's like growing your own cabbage and watching it become watery. But it's about to be arched by a pig, and you can't stop it. And understand that being arched is the right thing to do, and that sooner or later it will be arched will definitely be a fact. After being miserable, she could only persuade herself that sooner or later her sister was going to have a man sooner or later anyway, and there was no stopping this. Meanwhile, another voice rings out, "Can this day be any later?" All in all, with mixed emotions, Zhang Xiaojian looked at his sister, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, somewhat dumbfounded. and the thoughts in his mind turned in 100 directions. Over here, Zhang Xiaojian watched the live replay. Over there, Wang Wan'er came to the hospital room as promised. As soon as she entered the room she asked in a puzzled voice, "Who's that little man in the tang suit outside the door?" Zhang Xiaojian, who was seriously looking at his cell phone, didn't even raise his head. "Don't mind him." Also arriving around the same time as Wang Wan'er was Luo Tingfei. The boy seems to be in love with bragging and patting himself on the back, and reports to the ward every day. And as he patted himself so hard the other day that he had nothing fancy left, he began to tell jokes yesterday. "Brother, I'll tell you the truth." Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang nodded their heads in unison. Both of them knew that the real things in Luo Tingfei's mouth were usually just bullshit. "I have a good friend. We know each other." Experienced thief legend. "Want to hear?" Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang nodded their heads in unison once again before looking at Wang Wan'er. Wang Wan'er returned. "How legendary." Luo Tingfei immediately dry coughed twice. Began to say, "Junior high school where it will be. Parents to buy school uniforms are to buy large. For fear of growing too fast. Not a year will not wear. Girls are the same way. So in my favorite radio gymnastics, can be seen. Through the cuffs of short sleeves. Mean. Shameless. Nasty." Wang Wan'er added. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong cursed while paying in their hearts how they didn't think of it when they were kids. Luo Tingfei didn't get angry even when he was scolded, and laughed. Later on, when the classes were divided, I changed my station, and the girl who stood next to me was the best looking girl in our class, and then guess what I saw? Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong listened with great interest though, but forcing Wang Wan'er to be here. Of course, she could only pretend to be crazy and act like a decent person. Seeing that the two of them didn't speak, Luo Tingfei wasn't embarrassed and said to himself, "I saw a pair of eyes." "Ha?" Wang Wan'er didn't react. Luo Tingfei sighed. "Those were a pair of like-minded eyes. We were able to look at different cuffs at the same time. Yet we found each other. There is only the word fate to explain it." Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong stifled their laughter. Wang Wan'er over here finally reacted. "What's even more karmic is that if the girl's boobs weren't A's, we probably wouldn't have known each other in our lives. Legendary. Wouldn't you say?" Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong gave a thumbs up. Easily the most legendary realization experience. After saying this, the two of them suddenly realized that the atmosphere in the ward was a bit gloomy. So they saw that Wang Wan'er's face seemed like a bit dark. Luo Tingfei is the kind of person who can talk for an afternoon. Anyway, with him around, there was no worry about conversation in the hospital room, and time flew by between laughter. Zhang Xiaojian finally finished watching the replay of his sister's live broadcast, but he was still holding his cell phone, waiting for this girl to start broadcasting. It was hard to drag him along to preach a lunch in the ward, and the crowd found him still holding his cell phone like it was a gold brick instead of a cell phone. The time finally came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the live broadcast was finally opened. Ning Xueqing, who had a pill head tied up and looked good beyond words with a little makeup, sat in front of the camera. At this time, she didn't know that her own brother was watching her through his cell phone in Zhangchang, and she smiled sweetly. So many pop-ups this early? Most of them should be bots. She can flirt, though. Another big pop-up with a crazy chant of "I'm not a robot." The pop-ups sent by Zhang Xiaojian were flooded. He was about to copy a message and send it in succession when 4 brains came together over here. "Little sword. Your sister is good looking. Use your words, but I'm warning you Gao Qingsong. Xueqing is not only little sword's sister, but also my Bai Yang's sister. Brother Bai Yang, why do I feel that the tone of your voice?" Wang Wan'er smiled, looked at Bai Yang, and then at Ning Xueqing on the cell phone screen, and said, "Sister is a good sister. And this brother of yours is afraid of more than just wanting to be a brother." Ah. Bai Yang's old face reddened. Over here, Zhang Xiaojian had already sent several more messages in a row, and it was obvious that Ning Xueqing couldn't see them at all. "Bai Yang, you white whoring party." After Zhang Xiaojian finished spitting, he took out his cell phone and quickly charged it. The 4 men who were watching from the sidelines saw a dazzling row of 0, 0. Then Ning Xueqing's live broadcast super rocket rose continuously. Ning Xueqing, who was sitting in front of the computer, felt that her eyes must be blurry. She had just started her broadcast today, chatting away while looking at the half-screen of pop-ups in her live room, and then suddenly realized that a super rocket had taken up all of the screen. She hadn't waited to give thanks. A second shot followed. Ning Xueqing live broadcast but 10 days. Seemed the biggest gift is also a plane. She had never seen an ordinary rocket, let alone a super fire. So before she could react, a few of her little housemates over here immediately started brushing up. "Thank you for the super fire in the sword. Big brother bitch." Then it spreads quickly into a screen. "There's a bitch in the sword." Why does that name look a little familiar? But it doesn't matter. What matters is how much you can split yourself on a single round of super fire. And how much is a round of super fire? Ning Xueqing, who hadn't seen much of the world, had her head immediately broken in half thinking about how much money she could share, and half organizing her words of thanks. Thank you, brother bitch and the sword, for your super fire support. Thank you. As soon as she spoke, she thought that should have been it, but then she realized that the super rocket logo on the screen wasn't moving, and the upper right corner of the rocket logo was actually displaying +1, +2, +3, +4, +5 again, as if it wasn't going to stop. It had been soaring to 100, and the popularity of the live broadcast room had instantly become close to the figure of 10 million, which was only slightly slowed down. Most of the viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit dumbfounded. 100 ultra flames, this kind of famous scene. Most of them were seeing it for the first time. God's honor. Begging for a thigh. Shin Hao, do you dare to fire another 100 rounds of super fire to open our eyes? Worship the divine hero. The Sword Emperor is invincible. In the face of these pop-ups, Zhang Xiaojian, who immediately became the first on the list and possessed absolutely huge and colorful rights, responded, saying only 4 words, "I'm your brother." After seeing this pop up, Ning Xueqing froze and replied, "You have to be my brother. I'm your own brother. Okay, if you say pro-brother, then pro-brother." Thank you, Sword Emperor, for the 100 rounds of super fire. In the hospital room, Zhang Xiaojian covered his chest as soon as he felt as if his heart was stinging a bit. Ning Xueqing, how dare you go around recognizing your brother on the internet? You wait until I catch you. I won't beat you to death, you girl. Ning Xueqing was familiar with the idea of bitch and the sword. It was just that it was hard for her to conjure up the idea that this person was her own brother, because his own brother Zhang Xiaojian is a small company's small staff. A month's monthly salary is estimated to be a hair and a half of superfire. Moreover, with her understanding of Zhang Xiaojian, not to mention superfire, even if it was sending an airplane, Zhang Xiaojian would probably have to ponder over it. That's why she felt that it couldn't be Zhang Xiaojian with a bitch and the sword. Then since it was impossible, Ning Xueqing of course had to be thankful. Thank you again. Sword Emperor Atmosphere, Sword Emperor Mighty, Sword Emperor Invincible, Longevity with the Heavens. On the other side, looking at the screen where his incomparably familiar sister was actually thanking herself in a serious manner, Zhang Xiaojian's lips turned white with anger. The screen full of the Sword Emperor Mighty Crazy Brush. Ning Xueqing is serious. Do not call Sword Emperor. You do not know that Sword Emperor, like others too been called brother, are called sword. Water friends brush a wave of Sword Mighty. Okay? Thus Sword Emperor became Brother Jian. But this was not yet the brother that Zhang Xiaojian wanted. Bai Yang in the hospital room was laughing with joy. He wanted to see what Ning Xueqing's expression was when she realized that there was a bitch and the sword was really her own brother. Gao Qingsong, who was sitting next to Bai Yang, looked at Zhang Xiaojian's typed words and reminded, "Don't send your real name. It's not good." Zhang Xiaojian silently deleted "I am Zhang Xiaojian" and replaced it with Jiangcheng, Red House. Those 4 words turned into the largest font and color in the pop-up. And so all the aquatic friends watching the live broadcast saw Ning Xueqing's eyes widen with her own incredulity already written all over her face. Ning Xueqing, who was sitting in front of the computer, certainly had enough reasons to be shocked, because she couldn't figure out where in the world her brother would get the money to paint her super fire. Brother, you can't be that confused. Brother, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? 100 thoughts flashed by, and Ning Xueqing subconsciously tried to say into the microphone, "Brother?" Zhang Xiaojian sent another pop-up. Aha! So the Waterboys pop-ups all turned into private message, and calling Poplar a white whore party. I'm guessing you weren't very good before. Zhang Xiaojian tapped his head and asked, "How to private message?" Gao Qingsong snatched the cell phone, skillfully clicked on the anchor woman's avatar, casually operated 2 times and clicked on the conversation window, which seemed extremely skillful. Luo Tungfei hemmed and hawed. It seems that the hi has to be my brother Qingsong's hi. Wang Weiner showed her murderous eyes to Gao Qingsong. Okay, you Gao Qingsong. It seems that you haven't smashed the anchor woman. Ah, so skillful? Gao Qingsong immediately coughed dryly. That's all before knowing Suyu. It's all before. Who hasn't been young? Zhang Xiaojian didn't have the heart to flirt, snatching back his cell phone and immediately typing in the private message window, "Call back. No rookie anchor is going to shut down the show when the goddamns are dropping money." After reading the private message, Ning Xueqing immediately closed the live broadcast without giving a word. But even when the broadcast is off the air, the live room still exists. The chat window below rightfully kept brushing. It's not possible that the sword god is really the anchor's brother, is it? Even if not, it's probably going to turn out to be a god brother. That's crap. Are there fewer anchors running for cash these days? But I haven't seen enough of Haru. Even though she can't do anything, I just like it. Brothers, I have a hunch that this live room won't be open anymore. After closing the live stream, Ning Xueqing left her seat. The place where she is located is in a company in Magic City. and the arrangement that can be seen in the live broadcast room, although it looks like a home, is actually all background decoration. In addition to her job as a live streamer, she is also a member of some unknown girl group and has to go to Comic-Con when she's not doing anything. In short, this entertainment company she works for does everything. The only thing it doesn't do is the right thing. The good thing is that it comes with food and shelter. Kind of like raising pigs. But it was much better than before when she was in the real estate economy. Unable to complete the performance, not only can only get a meager base salary, but also eat garlic and drink vinegar. But 100 rounds of super fire seems to have shaken the whole company. Not only was the company's boss, Sister Hong, waiting outside the door, but the other members of their girl group also ran out. Everyone asked in disbelief, "Why did you turn off the broadcast?" Ning Xueqing saw a lot of envy and jealousy in their eyes, but she really wasn't in the mood to pay attention to that right now. She had to call her brother back. After greeting her boss, Sister Hong, Ning Xueqing ran out in a huff. The whispers of those girls behind them then immediately rang out. Sister Hong said seriously, "Do what you need to do. Do you know how much 100 rounds of super fire is? And how long has someone else, Xueqing, earned your money in just a few minutes?" The crowd sniffed then dispersed. Sister Hong looked around and chased after Ning Xueqing in the direction she had gone out. "Brother? Who else could it be if not your brother?" "No, brother. What's the deal? 100 rounds of super fire. I'm a little confused. Clueless. Get your ass home." "Brother, I've got a contract on me here. I can't go back." "What contract?" "I'm signed to an entertainment company." Zhang Xiaojian in the hospital room raised an eyebrow and asked, "What the hell are you signing? What do you know and why should people sign you?" Ning Xueqing, "Brother, don't look down on your sisters so much. I really signed." "No, don't interrupt. Brother, you money where are you hair?" "Yes. You Kari." Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath and said, "Actually, brother has been testing you for more than 20 years. Brother has actually inherited a $10 billion family fortune a long time ago, and is now waiting for you to come back to inherit it." "Brother, stop it. No fuss. Really, brother, stop it. It's really not a mess." Ning Xueqing's hand holding the phone shook a bit, so the phone was taken. The one who grabbed the cell phone was Sister Hong. She had encountered this kind of thing a lot, and just now behind Ning Xueqing, she had already understood what was going on just through Ning Xueqing's one-sided words. It's nothing more than big money wanting to beg the anchor and the anchor wanting to run for cash. But Ning Xueqing, this girl, when did a mouthful of a brother can be called so cloying? It didn't matter. Even though Sister Hong was working as a small entertainment company, her basic moral bottom line had always held firm. She picked up her phone and said, "Hello sir, I'm Ning Xueqing's boss, Fong Hong. You can talk to me about anything." Zhang Xiaojian on the other side froze. "Boss? Fong Hong? Who the fuck are you?" "Thinking of what my sister said earlier about signing up with some entertainment company. I'm afraid it's not a purse company, right?" The even more worried Zhang Xiaojian's face immediately became darker as he warned, "You're the boss? The boss of whatever entertainment company my sister signed up with?" "Yes sir. Ning Xueqing is an artist under my company." "Entertainer?" Zhang Xiaojian's hand also shook and said, "Big sister, what kind of company are you with?" "My sister. Her dancing limbs are not coordinated. Her singing is not quite a runaway but quite difficult to listen to. At most she looks okay. Are the standards for entertainers so low now?" "Over here." Ning Xueqing took Sister Hong's hand and explained, Boss, this is my real, true brother." Fong Hong froze and asked rhetorically, "Didn't you just swipe 100 super hot godly men?" "It's him. How is that your own brother?" Ning Xueqing uncertainly, weakly said, "My own brother should be the god Ho. He said that the previous 20 years were testing me, waiting for me to go back to inherit the $10 billion family fortune." Ning Xueqing was a bit disbelieving herself when she said this. She had only left Jiangcheng for less than a year. How did her own brother become a godly man? But 100 rounds of super fire seemed to be enough to prove just how ho-hum his own brother-in-law really was right now. Her impression was that her brother, Zhang Xiaojian, was still the same horse who rode and fought as a child, or the teenager who ate beef noodles and had to throw those thin slices of beef into his bowl. On top of that, until today she thought his brother was still the tiny office worker sitting at the desk that was only 1.5 meters long, staring at the computer screen. In this life maybe he will always be like this. Find a similar wife. Calculate the tea, rice, oil and salt. Nothing in front of the supermarket door to lament that the pork is another expensive piece. In the barber store absolutely cannot accept more than $15 above the charge. Ning Xueqing didn't want to live her life like this, so she came to Magic City. She has tried many careers: real estate agent, flyer girl, KFC hourly worker. She's also suffered a lot, drinking vinegar, chewing a whole clove of garlic raw, pinching her nose to clean the fried chicken machine, and sweating profusely as she distributes flyers. All of these things were new and none of them were new to her as a newcomer to the Magic City. 2 months ago, she realized she couldn't get by, even if it was just a bedsit, and she didn't have the money to renew her lease. She was about to call home in her dust when she found a job posting online. So she came here. This place called Enlightenment Cultured Communication Ltd. Then many girls similar to her were thrown into the dance studio. Ning Xueqing has not learned to dance since she was a child. The only 2 things she would have: one is the radio gymnastics she learned at school, and the second is the silly morning exercises she practiced when she was a real estate agent. 8 hours of dance training a day after joining the company had drained almost all her strength. But, inexplicably, Ning Xueqing found herself happy here. She had friends around her. She had a boss who knew how to protect them, and she had her own little dream, a girl group. While she knew the dream wasn't realistic, it was better than nothing. At least, Ning Xueqing knew that she finally had her own place in this metropolis, and that was good. But just today, a year after she had been fumbling around, her own brother told her that the previous 20 years had been a test for her, and that a $10 billion family fortune was waiting for her to come home and inherit. Ning Xueqing was afraid to believe it, but wanted to believe it. So she said this to her boss, Fong Hong, and then flashed her big eyes, looking at this woman who was already a big shot in her own eyes, as if waiting for Fong Hong to give her an answer. Fong Hong's hand holding the cell phone was a little stiff. If it's not a god ho, but Ning Xueqing's own brother, it seems that this matters. She will. Zhang Xiaojian on the other side, hey, where is everyone? After all, Fong Hong was someone who had seen the world. So she spoke. Hello, Mr. Ning. My last name is Chang. Fong Hong. She turned her head to Ning Xueqing. Isn't it your own brother? Ning Xueqing, my own brother's name is indeed Zhang. Mr. Zhang is like this. Ning Xueqing has already signed a 2-year contract with my company. She's having a great time here. You can rest assured about her safety. Ms. Fong is like this. Ning Xueqing has been a little girl with a bit of an IQ problem since she was a child. I'm not sure if she had her head in her pocket when she signed the contract with your company, so I'm very uneasy. Mr. Zhang is like this. Ning Xueqing has reached adulthood. She has an independent ID card and is her own guardian. She has the right to sign all contracts that are tied only to her, and the contracts are protected by law. That's right, Ms. Fong. May I ask if there is any mention of liquidated damages in the contract you signed? $2 million in liquidated damages. Written in black and white in the contract. Only 2 million? Fong Hong. What do you mean it's only 2 million? Zhang Xiaojin coughed lightly, thinking that it is really a fucking purse company. What artist breach of contract is only 2 million? Is not enough to stuff teeth. In that case, Ms. Fong, I'll fly to Mordor tomorrow. Fong Hong interrupted. Mr. Zhang, don't you want to ask Ning Xueqing what she thinks first? Zhang Xiaojin thought for a moment. Phone her. Fong Hong handed the cell phone to Ning Xueqing. Zhang Xiaojin opened the door and said, Sister, what kind of crap company you signed? The liquidated damages are only 2 million. Tomorrow brother will fly over, pay you the liquidated damages. Let's go home and enjoy life. Okay? Ning Xueqing, brother, I have my own legs. Zhang Xiaojian said in a serious tone. Second aunt's health is not good these days. Come on. You say that every time. Zhang Xiaojian dry coughed twice. Really? Recently moved to Hushu New Town. The old lady picking up bottles. Security guards take a look at it and praise your mom for environmental protection. All to the garbage cans. Your mom a moment on fire. Gums are swollen. Ning Xueqing. And, Bai Yang grabbed Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone. Ching Ching, I miss you too. Brother Bai Yang, can you properly chase after Sister Suyu? In the ward, Gao Qingsong pinched Bai Yang's neck with both hands. Good you Bai Yang. You actually. Wang Wan'er hurriedly pulled the fight. Luo Tengfei's eyes widened. Brother, calm down. Brother, this is a hospital. Laying down a deadly hand can also be salvaged in time. It's a messy mess. Zhang Xiaojian snatched the phone. Hey, okay, I'm answering the phone. Hearing her brother's voice, Ning Xueqing took a deep breath and said, Brother, I want to think about it. I'm still a bit unable to accept it for a while now. Zhang Xiaojian said painfully. Good. 2 conditions. 1, keep your cell phone open. 2, give me your bank card number. Okay. Ning Xueqing nodded and weakly asked, Brother, is everything you said true? Crap. Putting down the phone, Ning Xueqing scratched her head. Her boss, Fong Hong, put his arm around her and asked in surprise, Your brother? Ning Xueqing, I don't know, but it seems like, it should be very rich. Your brother's not coming? I promised him to keep his cell phone open and to give him his bank card number. Here. Now. Yeah. Well, soon you'll know if your brother was joking. Ning Xueqing nodded and sent the card number to Zhang Xiaojian in the form of a text message. A short while later, a text message rang on his cell phone. Ning Xueqing tapped her phone. Your account was credited with the amount 10 million renminbi. 00. At 13:36 on July 5, 2019. Fong Hong put his head together and looked over. So the boss, who was also considered to be a little successful in Magic City and counted as a successful person, stared blankly and didn't say anything. Ning Xueqing, on the other hand, kept blinking her eyes and repeatedly looked at it many times, and after making sure it was $10 million, she took a deep breath, looked at the traffic outside the company, and asked, "Boss, am I rich?" Fong Hong responded, "I should say you've become a little rich in seconds. July in the Magic City is already hot summer." A sense of sultriness filled in every corner of the city. Bank card more than 10 million. Ning Xueqing stood in front of the company's door. Is not too hot to ponder for half a day. And ultimately did not figure out how my brother has money? You just called me for $10 million. What do you want me to do as a sister? Fong Hong accompanied her as she stood like this, knowing that Ning Xueqing was now in a complicated state of mind and needed time to buffer. I have to say, Fong Hong is indeed a good boss. Although she would also deal with all kinds of dinners and drinks, and she would draw big pies for the staff below her if nothing else, outlining a future that could not be touched at all. But at least she was very protective of these young girls. Among these children, Fong Hong liked Ning Xueqing the most. Even though Ning Xueqing was the worst dancer and the worst singer, somehow it just fit her eyes. So even though Ning Xueqing basically had no business skills as an artist, Fong Hong still signed her. Perhaps the deeper reason was because it was Fong Hong who saw in Ning Xueqing's body the shadow of a time when he himself had also worked incredibly hard, but still couldn't do anything right. That effort reveals clumsiness, and clumsiness is adorable. Actually, you could have gone home for a visit first. I'll give you a vacation. Yeah. Ning Xueqing answered stupidly. Fong Hong smiled and put a hand on Ning Xueqing's shoulder. And you also made a lot of money for the company today. 100 super hot it is. Even if the live broadcasting platform splits it in half, the company will still be able to take one half. Ning Xueqing. Boss, that's an impersonal thing to say. Fong Hong smiled. Then say something humane. Later I'll book a flight for you and send you to the airport, okay? Ning Xueqing nodded. It won't be deducted from my paycheck, right? Boss, am I that stingy? Boss, you're actually usually quite stingy. Fong Hong exasperatedly said, pinching Ning Xueqing's face. Multi-millionaire woman. Do you have to treat everyone to a meal to show off your generosity on your way out? Ning Xueqing nodded her head as a matter of course. We'll eat sooner or later for meals and stuff. So why don't I buy everyone an ice cream each first? Fong Hong sighed. Still calling me stingy? Can't you switch to cold drinks? Ning Xueqing gritted her teeth and bargained. I'll buy the ones that cost $3 a piece. Guess it's Auntie Two's excellent genes at work. As the saying goes, knowledge changes destiny. But what is the purpose of learning knowledge? 90% of the people answered with a clear conscience that it was, of course, to make more money. Therefore, the phrase change to money changes fate is actually closer to reality. Just that no Chinese people are willing to put the truth so bluntly. Zhang Xiaojian, who didn't realize that casually transferring an account had completely changed Ning Xueqing's fate, was now smiling extraordinarily brightly, because he had finally found the sister who had treated him like a horse when he was a kid and always ate noodles with the idea that she should eat more meat. Ning Xueqing was certainly the most important person in Zhang Xiaojian's life. Zhang Xiaojian wished her a happy, joyful and good life, better than anyone else. Too poor when she was a child. Ning Xueqing never ate well, never wore good clothes, let alone played well. Now that he had money, Zhang Xiaojian of course wanted Ning Xueqing to return to Jiangcheng to enjoy life, make up for all the things she hadn't worn, eaten, or played with in the previous 20 years. So after putting down the phone, Zhang Xiaojian had already thought about it. He would go back to talk about this with his second aunt in a while, and at night, he would take his second aunt to fly to Magic City for a trip. That said, what's the best hotel in the Magic City? Shouldn't Disney slip in and out too? Also, what does the most expensive restaurant cook? In short, after the series of questions surfaced in his mind, Zhang Xiaojian immediately pulled away Gao Qingson, who was still choking by Yang. Gao Qingson looked indignant and said, Xiaojian, you don't pull me. I didn't expect. By Yang, see, you look honest and simple. In fact, the heart is nasty and dirty. Yuck. Bai Yang panted like a dog for half a day and said, Gao Qingson, what's the matter? Did you write a note and stick it on Suyu's head? Suyu is yours? Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly, okay, stop it. I'll go to Magic City at night. Lao Gao, tell me, what's good and fun in Magic City? Gao Qingson thought about it. There's a bar in Mordor. That water of long legs, all of them of thieving quality. You took your mom to a bar? After listening to Gao Qingsong frothing at the mouth for half a day, the time has come to the afternoon, and the gang has not yet eaten lunch. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong at this moment again with the two brothers cannot help but ask, I think you two also do not look for Suyu. You two in the future a piece of life on it. Gao Qingsong said glumly, Hey, Wan Air, do you think I have any drama or not? Wang Wan Air returned. I don't know if you have any drama. I know I'm hungry. Zhang Xiaojian stood up. Seeing that you two don't have much to do, let's go out to eat. A group of people left the hospital room in great numbers. Zhang Xiaojian was the first one to walk out and saw Zhuo Fei still standing outside like a stake. He couldn't help but say, Brother, you're still here? Si Fu. Zhang Xiaojian interrupted with a lift of his hand. Standing with this for a day. Haven't eaten yet. Right. Go, have a meal together. Si Fu. Don't talk. Okay, senior brother. Zhuo Fei was obedient. Leaving the hospital. It happens that Gao Qingsong's Land Rover counted on him to sit down 5 people. Zhang Xiaojian drove a Lamborghini with Wang Weiner all loaded down. The crowd turned left and right all the way to the street level of a small Hadong restaurant. Gao Qingsong got off the car and began to praise, Brothers, I tell you, his family's big bone stick that is really no one else, and then a lion's head pot. Saying this he gave a beat and swallowed his saliva. As soon as Gao Qingsong's words fell over here, a harsh sound of emergency braking came from not far away from the street. Zhang Xiaojian watched an old man fall to the ground. The car was not touching him, but instead he was looking for the car. I was just thinking that there are still bumper carriers in the middle of the day. Zhuo Fei, who was standing beside Zhang Xiaojian, rushed over. Worthy of practicing martial arts, Zhuo Fei a few arrow steps rushed to the street. I helped the old man. I heard the old man's mouth, ouch. A sound will not stand up, but his right hand grabbed Zhuo Fei's cuffs. Zhang Xiaojian just heart called bad. Breakouty car owner is also a ruthless person. A look at the porcelain. Directly a reverse, a smoke on the shadow. Only Zhuo Fei and the old man were left at the street corner. The old man tugged on Zhuo Fei's cuffs. Young man. No. Heart attack. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Zhuo Fei foolishly said. Master, can you stand up? Where are you hurt? Zhang Xiaojian's 4 men walked over with gloomy faces. Luo Tingfei bent down and took a closer look. It's wounded. Indeed. Gao Qingsong concurred. This going to the hospital shall not be small tens of thousands of ah. Bai Yang nodded. Don't go to the hospital. Just give $3,000. Zhang Xiaojian, well, Moncler look at 3,000. Can you stand up? When the boss heard this, covered his waist and stood up. Acting, 3,000 cannot. I have an old injury in this waist. High and low have to be 4,000. Zhang Xiaojian nodded, okay, brothers let's play according to the $4,000. Bai Yang rolled up his sleeves. Gao Qingsong stretched his legs. And over there Luo Tengfei craned his neck. Zhuo Fei was pulled up by Wang Wanner, still confused. When he heard the pretty young lady beside him say, look at you with thick eyebrows and big eyes. How come your brain is still not good? No. What's not? Can't you see that it's a bumper car blackmailer? Growing such a big man for nothing. And still stupid enough to go up to help? Saying that, Wan Wan Air gave Zhuo Fei a big blank stare. This side Zhang Xiaojian looked at the face of the old man who could not say whether it was an act or a real panic and said, do not 4,000. Make up a whole. According to the 10,000 hit, the bumper sticker boss was scared off. Running that is called a leg and foot. Encountered the barricade pole a flexible over the jump. The action is extremely smooth. I do not know if it is young when practiced hurdles. It wasn't his fault. After all, the 4 lads standing in front of him looked menacing. More importantly, the boss saw the Lamborghini and Land Rover behind him. Knowing that this group of children to really ruthless, but also really afford to pay. Is their own this old body is afraid to suffer? The oldest man touched the porcelain is also weak. It's just a shame that Dreyfeld has a good heart. Looking at him as he disappeared in a puff of smoke with incomparable agility in his line of sight, Zhuo Fei could only lament that people's hearts are not ancient. Zhang Xiaojian could understand that Zhuo Fei was a martial arts practitioner and had more or less some chivalry in his heart, so he gave him a whole lion's head during dinner. Zhuo Fei ate happily. It was the mouthful of elder brother and elder brother that called Zhang Xiaojian extremely uncomfortable. By this point, Gao Qingsong and the others then realized that Zhuo Fei had come to ask Zhang Xiaojian to come out and fight against a professional boxer. And so the conversation certainly started from there. Luo Tengfei slapped the table. I do not agree. Think my little sword brother is what identity? Want to let the boxer kneel is also how many stacks of banknotes of the problem. Really go up to fight? That's too degrading. Bai Yang gnawed on a big bone stick. Besides, professional boxers fight also cannot beat. Xiao Zhua ah. You will die early this mind. Now the martial arts and professional combat contrast. That is indeed not work. Gao Qingsong drank a mouthful of soup. Pursed after a face of enjoyment said, do not say, I really know to play boxing. I also went to the gym to play. There is a boss in the gym. Forget what he called. Anyway, look at him hit the sandbags. I estimate that it seems like he can give me a punch to death. Zhang Xiaojian agreed and said in passing. So what? You don't ponder over this matter. Do what you need to do in the future. What a beautiful day. Zhuo Fei shook his head. No, the martial arts lineage cannot be in our generation. Wang Wan interrupted. Do not intervene. Do not buckle high hat to their own head. The sky collapsed down a high toppet. Said your masters and uncles and what not to worry. You come here to worry about what? While saying this, Wang Waner gave Zhuo Fei a spoonful of brain flour and put it in his bowl. Eat more of this. Replenish your brain. Luo Tingfei and 8 will be able to read the language. Immediately change the topic. Xiao Jian brother. Just now the old man in case not scared away. Really rely on us how to do. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. Then I'll let you help me find 100 students who are idle and have nothing to do. 500 a day for each of them. And lie in front of his house every day. Absolute. This move is absolute. Luo Tingfei's tone was marvelous. And he didn't forget to take a spoon to go for a spoonful of brain flour. Wang Waner grabbed his wrist with one hand. Don't make up for it. You've overdosed. You've reduced your IQ a bit. Being honest is better than anything. Sister Wan fuck off to the side. The restaurant introduced by Gao Qingsong proved to be very tasty indeed. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaojian and his entourage left a big bucket of chewed bones. Look at this amount. The brothers can chew more than a dog. Just after sitting on the small orange, Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone rang. As soon as I picked up, it was a sweet voice. Little sword brother. Wang Waner, who was sitting on the co-pilot, pushed her sideburns behind her ears, obviously wanting to hear that girl scream so sweetly. Jihan, just say something, don't act like a woman. After these 2 days of contact, Zhang Xiaojian realized that Gu Jiahan was really a very rocky woman, and was extremely manly with the musicians in private. That's why Zhang Xiaojian had such a sentence. Gu Jiahan said in a depressed voice, how is it that I'm not a woman? Don't you know that I'm a D? Little sword brother? Zhang Xiaojian didn't really see it. I thought it would be a C at most. That's because I usually keep a low profile. So isn't it true that she's also a great beauty with the smoky makeup off? Yes. I won't hide it from you. Little sword brother. Once I take off my makeup I'm as innocent as a little school girl singing ballads. That's why I have no choice but to wear smoky makeup every day. Just as he was getting poor, Zhang Xiaojian realized that Wang Waner's head was tilted toward the setting sun, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and he immediately changed his tone and said, Jiahan, is something wrong? Yes. Have you not been coming since today? Not necessarily. In fact I was just going to ask you if there were any bigger gigs. What's the matter? The singing bar can't satisfy you anymore? It's true. After all, it's no fun with fewer people. And now my brother longs for a bigger stage. Don't tell me. It seems like there was a campus platter concert recently, with a couple of second-tier singers and some well-known local bands to get together. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up when he heard it. That's fine. Can our band go up? Xiaojian brother, this inside the matter is a lot of it. Do not look at the second and third line singers, but the organizers to find local bands, but also counted our local bands to rub others' traffic. More or less have to provide a little bit of the specific words. You'd better ask the boss. He has a doorway in this regard. But who would like to spend the money? Okay, I'll call sure now. Okay, then brother Jian. You are busy. Nothing more to come to the bar to sit. Okay. Putting down his cell phone over here, Zhang Xiaojian dialed Shi Jin's number. As soon as Shi Jin answered the phone, he asked, Little sword. Is this to say goodbye to me? Zhang Xiaojian, not really. It's just that there's something I want to ask you. Don't mention it. I heard from Jihan that there's a platter concert recently. I personally think Jihan and our bar band are good. Can we make some effort to send them up? It's not you who wants to go up and sing a song, is it? Zhang Xiaojian said seriously. Lao sure. I'm also a member of the band. And I'm telling you, after these 2 days of practice, my buddy's singing has reached the top, the god of song level. Understand? Shi Jin laughed out loud. Do not mention the platter thing. This thing must need to say. The god of song you cannot so noiselessly disappeared in my bar. Do you know that you are now on fire? The customer group, how many people clamor to come to the bar to listen to you sing it? Don't bother. Lao sure. I don't eat this. I figure they're here for the wine. Are you trying to fool me into going back to keep delivering it? Shi Jin learned Zhang Xiaojian before pretending to be serious. Xiaojian, where? Although you come to this 2 days turnover is indeed soaring, but I am such a person? You are. Shi Jin laughed and didn't get angry. Little sword. Like this. How about brother Shi organizes a fade-out song club for you? When the time comes, I'll put up a banner for you and give you a silver light bar when you enter. So it's guaranteed to be twice as impressive and the atmosphere is twice as good. Zhang Xiaojian heard. Thought you an old fox. And asked, fade out of the song club can be considered. Platter concert sure Jean old brother you do not have to make efforts? Sure Jean smiled and said, good to say. Good to say. After all, if Jihan can become a star in the future, we bar does not also have face. I will go to inquire about what price in a while. This thing has a price? Of course I have. As soon as Zhang Xiaojian heard this, he said, old sure. Although I've only been in contact with Jihan and the band for 2 days, I've also deeply felt how much they love music in their bones. What are you trying to say? Zhang Xiaojian said word for word. Don't raise the price with me. Just take it. It kinda rhymes. Zhang Xiaojian drove Wang Wanair all the way home in his Lamborghini. Dusk and sunset accompanied by small orange around. The car played an old song Beyond Sea and Sky is still quite a feeling. Zhang Xiaojian was in a good mood now. The reason for the good mood was certainly not because he and Ulcher had finalized the Fade Out Song Club in a week's time, but simply because he had contacted Ning Shueching. Along the way, thinking that he would soon be able to meet his own sister, Zhang Xiaojian sang along. It doesn't matter if this doesn't sing. The moment you open your mouth. Forgive me for being uninhibited and indulgent and loving freedom in my life. How come it sounds so good? Thinking that he was already the god of song, Zhang Xiaojian decided that he would learn more songs in the future. And he couldn't sing the same old songs like Sailor in the Sea again for the song club in a week's time. Wang Waner looked at him in surprise, but instead of praising his song, she asked, in a good mood? Turning the steering wheel, Zhang Xiaojian returned. I really miss my sister. Thinking that I'll be able to see her soon. How can I be in a bad mood? Have you booked your flight? Zhang Xiaojian almost slammed his foot on the brake. In his life, apart from taking the train to a few cities around Zhangchang, he had at most seen other places on TV, and he hadn't even been on an airplane. When I wanted to book a plane ticket earlier, I was sidetracked by something, and now it occurred to me that I hadn't even booked a plane ticket. So Zhang Xiaojian, the thug cum bumpkin, immediately said, you book it for me. See if it's available tonight. If it's too late, book it for tomorrow. The old lady is too old to stay up all night. Wang Wanair took out her cell phone, opened the app, and casually asked, first class? Oh yeah. There seems to be some kind of airline and some kind of silo for air travel. Out of wanting to spend more money, Zhang Xiaojian casually asked, what's best? Wang Wanair smiled. Chartered flights are best. Zhang Xiaojian slapped his head. How could he have forgotten about this? One has to be a loser. One has to be a loser. And chartering a plane is definitely the most costly. Okay, just charter the plane. Can we do it tomorrow? Wang Waner. She just casually said it, not expecting Zhang Xiaojian to take it seriously. However, she also knew that Zhang Xiaojian was not poor in money, and thought for a moment. I'll ask. Usually, the airport will have small airliners exclusively chartered for guests, but the number is relatively small, and it depends on whether or not they can fly to Devil's Main tomorrow. Zhang Xiaojian said boldly and dryly. Ask. It's best to charter a plane. Look at you. Why don't you just buy a private jet? Wang Wanair was of course speaking casually again. Zhang Xiaojian slapped his head. Right. Why didn't he think of it? Buy a private jet. Every day at the airport. License. Maintenance must be able to spend a lot of money. Anyway, certainly more expensive than 100 times the car. This money is not like running water out? Then his points are still not brushing up. That's a great offer. Do you know anyone who sells private airplanes? Seeing Zhang Xiaojian's serious face, Wang Waner hurriedly said, no, I just said it casually. Zhang Xiaojian immediately shook his head. You can't just say it off the top of your head. You're from the airline. You must be able to ask. You have to help me with this. I really want to buy an airplane. Wang Waner was helpless. I really need to inquire about this matter. Zhang Xiaojian was satisfied. That's right, grab the implementation. Wang Waner said casually. Then is it still necessary to take care of 2 private flight attendants? Zhang Xiaojian tufted his sword brows. This can be had. Wang Waner gave Zhang Xiaojian a blank stare. Do you know what a private flight attendant means? Zhang Xiaojian froze. What does it mean? Saying what does it mean? He had actually thought of what it meant, so his heart inevitably rippled. Wang Waner snorted coldly. Can't ask. Come on, off the record. Don't we have to book my ticket for tomorrow first? Wang Wanair, first class as early as 9 o'clock tomorrow. Give me your and second aunt's ID cards. Zhang Xiaojian let out a cry and read out his ID number first, then called his second aunt to ask for her ID number. Not long after, Wang Waner looked at WeChat and said, there is also news about chartered flights. Tomorrow you can fly to Devil's Main. It's just that the cost is a bit high. Do you want first class or chartered flights? Zhang Xiaojian kicked on the brakes and came to a steady stop under Wang Waner's apartment building, and replied, chartering a plane. Ah, it has to be chartered. It's settled. The chartered flight was confirmed for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sending Wang Waner home, Zhang Xiaojian drove all the way to Shuhunu City. He needed to go home and pack now, then take his second aunt straight to the Magic City tomorrow. As for the purpose, it was of course to bring Ning Xueqing back. Zhang Xiaojian was confident that he could bring her back in Magic City. As for that bullshit $2 million of liquidated damages, for the current Zhang Xiaojian, it was not even a drop in the bucket. Backing the car into the garage, Zhang Xiaojian hummed and pushed open his front door, and immediately heard a lifetime of crunching sounds, and a voice that didn't seem all that excited rang out. Muddled. Changing into his slippers, Zhang Xiaojian looked into the living room and saw 4 old ladies rubbing mahjong. No one noticed Zhang Xiaojian walking in because the mahjong was so loud. The curly-haired old lady who just got pasted said, "Chun Hua, can we not play 10, 20, 30? It's too small, I can't even get up the energy." "Yeah, I'd be lucky to win or lose an estimated 1,000 or 800 a night. I can't even get my energy up here without coffee." This aunt sat in the west, dressed casually, but has a graceful and wealthy paradigm. Although the words are easy, but listen is a bit of a sense of command. It is estimated that before retirement is the leader. The most side of the thin skin and bones. Looks as if the old lady who has recovered from a serious illness also said, 100, 200 and 300 is not too big. How can you die not to fight it? Zhang Xiaojian almost didn't laugh out loud when he looked at second aunt's face that was determined to never give in. Not to mention 100. Aunt Air used to play for 10, 20, 30 cents, pouring dimes from the piggy bank, purely for hand grinding. While the 4 old ladies didn't notice him, Zhang Xiaojian turned back and went to the garage to get 3 stacks of cash. Then he walked into the living room and politely greeted his 3 aunts. "Hello auntie." Second aunt introduced, "My son, Zhang Xiaojian. Yo, this is a talented man, young and promising. Is there a date?" "Don't tell me. I have a niece who is also of marriageable age." Zhang Xiaojian wondered why every old lady had the hidden attribute of being a part-time bridesmaid, and hurriedly put the cash he brought on his second aunt's table and said, "Don't $10 or $8. Play with 1, 2, 300. Your son isn't short of money." The gesture immediately sidetracked the topic of blind dates. The 3 elder mothers again a fierce praise. "What understand what thoughtful Anyway, even cupped and pushed, the second aunt has no recourse, can only nod a bite. "Okay, 1, 2, 300. Then auntie you guys go ahead and play. I'm going to go change my clothes." Zhang Xiaojian turned around and went upstairs, and before he could wait until the second floor he heard Auntie Air excitedly shouting, "Muddled. Self-touch card treasure with clip. Treasure 300. Card treasure 600. Clip 1,200. Self-touch 2,400. That's a pretty good accounting." The sound of mahjong rubbing in the cottage grew louder and louder. Zhang Xiaojian's effort in changing his clothes was enough to hear second aunt shouting several times, "Paste, paste, paste again." Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself, really playing mahjong this thing no matter how good your skills are, or afraid of luck strong. That said, Auntie 2's position, which in colloquial terms should be a position where you have your back to the door and window and lose everything. How did she get so powerful? Anyway, having nothing to do, Zhang Xiaojian, who had finished changing his clothes, moved a bench to sit beside his second aunt and watched. After a few rounds, Auntie 2 actually won over $10,000. I don't know where these 3 knew Auntie 2 from, but I guess they must have been the rich old ladies in the neighborhood focused up. But no matter how they calculate, Auntie 2's hands are too strong. Touch the treasure. Touch yourself. Paste. Zhang Xiaojian realized that second aunt was extremely cautious in playing her cards, so he finally understood how second aunt could be so powerful. It's not that Aunt Air's poker skills are so good, but because Aunt Air is really too stingy. This playing 100, 200, 300, a hand is likely to be $1,000 up and down. Aunt Air cannot be heartbroken, cannot be cautious, knowing that this handful of winners and losers, counting upwards, is her former half of the month's salary? For Auntie 2, this is definitely considered to be a huge gamble. Although Auntie 2 understands that she can afford to lose now, but after all, she has been poor for more than 40 years, and it is difficult to let go of the shackles of poverty in her heart for a while. So every time before the cards were dealt Aunt Air would look extra carefully to see what cards were on the deck and what cards hadn't seen the chapter yet. Prudence, precision calculations, and luck. No wonder Auntie 2 won. Zhang Xiaojian watched for half a day and realized that a few old ladies were fighting in the heat of the moment, so he stopped interrupting. And as for his sister's matter, it would be fine to talk about it later. Returning to the second floor and packing up the things he needed to bring, Zhang Xiaojian realized that he actually didn't even have a suitcase, so he had to race all into his school bag and handbag. After the work, a look is also almost 9 o'clock. Downstairs or no meaning to break up the game, Zhang Xiaojian subconsciously pushed the window, and sure enough, XO and she is again on the stone steps. It was nearly 12 o'clock when the drinks were finished. The four old ladies also finally got over it and just broke up the game. Auntie 2 was clearly the big winner of the night. With a hard-to-conceal smile on her face, Zhang Xiaojian estimated that Auntie Air's heart should be pounding right now. After all, the money she won this night seemed to be almost worth her old man's salary for most of the previous half-year's work. Will the three damsels sent to the door? And then to introduce Zhang Xiaojian matchmaking, Zhang Xiaojian hastily refused. The graceful and rich old lady said, "That's fine. Chunhua we go tomorrow we again about." Zhang Xiaojian smiled back. "I'm afraid I can't do it tomorrow. I have to take my old lady to the Magic City to take a look around. I guess it's going to take 4 or 5 days before I can come back, so I'll help you make an appointment with my old lady at that time." True filial piety. That kid in my house just knows how to be busy every day and doesn't know how to lead me out for a spin. AI. After another round of heavy boasting, the guests were finally sort of sent off. Only then did Auntie 2 turn her head and ask, "Where are we going tomorrow?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaojian said while walking. "My little sister is in Magic City. Tomorrow we'll both go over and bring her back directly on the way." Second aunt heard. Eyes lit up. After all, is his own daughter? Always floating outside as a mother is certainly not assured. Or stay in their side good. What contact? Afternoon. Zhang Xiaojian didn't dare to say anything about the live broadcast. The older generation. For live gaming most of the little good feeling. Think it is not serious business, but do not know. In fact, this kind of new industry not only solved a lot of social instability, the more along the way to provide a large number of jobs. Good thing. The ticket is booked. What time? We have to go early. I heard that by plane you have to wait for 2 hours in advance. Zhang Xiaojian smiled. We don't need to wait for the plane for so long. It's chartered. Chartering a plane? Auntie 2 hadn't heard the term much and immediately asked again. What do you mean by chartering a plane? Zhang Xiaojian explained in the simplest and most understandable way. It's like going to a restaurant and chartering a private room. And there's just the two of us on the airplane. How much is this going to cost? Second auntie. You have to remember that you are a rich man now. And now you don't even play mahjong for 10 or 20 cents anymore. It's all 1, 2, 300. Get used to the rich life. Second aunt. Thinking about the fact that she will be able to see her own daughter tomorrow. It doesn't matter if she chartered a plane or not. She naturally smiled even more broadly. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt had breakfast and drove the little orange straight to Jiangcheng Airport. Parking Xiao Tangerine in the parking lot. Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt carried their packages and made their way to the waiting hall. Time 9 o'clock just out of the beginning. The airport has been overcrowded. Pick up the plane, send off the plane, bustling, a look at all the people. Zhang Xiaojian was a bit confused. After all, he had never been on an airplane, let alone knowing that the chartered plane should go from there. Fortunately, Wang Wan'er appeared in time, took the mother and the two easily took care of all this. Look at her in civilian clothes. The morning should not have a shift, but also was considered to be a special trip to see off the plane. Second aunt followed Wang Wan'er all the way around and suddenly realized that it seemed like besides Yi Maju, this girl was not bad either. So her old man began again. Wan Air, how old are you? Is there a date? Isn't it pretty tough being a flight attendant? Zhang Xiaojian listened honestly while walking and picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. A loud noise not far away reached his ears. Listening to the ear, it turned out that the flight originally scheduled to fly to Magic City this morning was delayed for 2 hours because of maintenance. And the passengers who heard the airport broadcast naturally complained. Auntie 2 also noticed the people who had been ready to line up to get into the registration were now making a lot of noise. Then she spotted a familiar figure heading her way, and with a frown she tentatively called out, "Lin?" The hurriedly traveling Zhao Linlin and Guinda stopped and looked over. If it was just Zhang Xiaojian, to avoid embarrassment, Zhao Linlin might actually pretend she didn't recognize it and turn around. But the one who called her was second aunt. Thinking of the care and love that second aunt had shown her in the past, Zhao Linlin had a hard time stepping away and had to turn back to a short distance away, revealing a smile. Second aunt. Although Auntie Air was not clear about how Zhao Linlin and Zhang Xiaojian actually split up in the end, but at this moment, seeing this middle-aged man in a suit beside Zhao Linlin she had already guessed about 8 or 9 times, Zhang Xiaojian didn't feel embarrassed to see Zhao Linlin again, only to find Wang Wan'er giving herself a meaningful look. He responded with a smile. Zhao Linlin on this side honestly said, "The flight to Magic City was delayed, and we were in a hurry to go and do some errands, and this was just about to rush to catch the high-speed train." Second aunt sniffed a frown. The more she looked at Zhao Linlin's side of the middle-aged man the more uncomfortable. So she opened her mouth and asked, "Wan Air, we can sit on the plane more than 2 people do not?" When Wan Air heard this, although she was still not clear about the relationship between the old husband and young wife in front of her and Zhang Xiaojian's mother and son, she also understood the relationship, and immediately said sweetly, "Second auntie, we're chartering a plane. And as long as we don't go overweight, we'll sit on as many people as we say we'll sit on. That hit home for Auntie Tu. And Gu Yenda and Zhao Linlin, who heard these words, were obviously stunned. A chartered flight? Even though Guinda was a little bit rich, but that was for the commoners. For the godly man who could charter a plane, his little house and car, he couldn't even look at it. The two of them were in a daze. The second aunt opened her mouth and said, "Anyway, we are going to Mordor. Xiao Jian chartered a plane, directly to the two of you to take it over. Don't catch any high-speed train. It's crowded and sweaty, and you have to queue up. If you can't buy a ticket, you'll have to stand up if you're in a hurry. Come with us." Zhang Xiaojian knew that his second aunt had never sat on a high-speed train, so he quickly said, "Second aunt, what people are going to sit on is a high-speed train, so you're talking like a greenskin train." Aunt Air waved her hand. "Pretty much, it's all trains anyway. Isn't the high-speed train faster? No faster than an airplane, right?" Wang Wanner said. There's nothing wrong with second aunt's words. In fact, charter services have matured a lot in today's China. Customers will not only enjoy the VIP lounge at the airport, but they can also wait for their flights only 15 minutes in advance. Or even if you want, just board the plane and wait for it to take off. Each miniliner is equipped with professional chefs, bartenders, and flight attendants to take care of customers no matter how long or short the trip is. Zhang Xiaojian had never even been on an airplane, let alone a chartered one. So when Wang Wanner waved goodbye to him, Zhang Xiaojian, who had a very strong sense of association, even gave birth to the feeling of parting with life and death, and he waved his hand extremely hard, but unfortunately did not take away a piece of cloud. The feeling of separation between life and death sounds exaggerated. What Zhang Xiaojian was actually afraid of was sitting on the airplane and facing Zhao Linlin directly. Not that there were any thoughts stored in his heart, but after all, 4 years of memories couldn't be erased from his memory, and the awkwardness of having to spend 2 hours together in the same space was inevitable. Sitting in a comfortable seat, the pretty-looking stewardess came over, and after each one had politely greeted her, she said, "May I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what would you like to drink?" After half a minute of silence, Zhang Xiaojian realized that no one had opened their mouths, so he had to be the first to say, "Just 2 bottles of mineral water." Second aunt pretended to be generous and said, "Lin Lin, feel free to order whatever you want to drink." Zhou Lin nodded, not looking away. "Orange juice." Gu Inda then said, "A cappuccino for me please." The stewardess turned to leave, and Zhang Xiaojian felt the atmosphere freeze for a moment as he hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and flipped through it, pretending that he was busy. Gu Yenda then spoke up and asked, "Mr. Zhang, I wonder what you do." Zhang Xiaojian raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man, who was quite successful in the eyes of ordinary people, and smiled. "Do nothing." It's a truthful statement, but in one way it's also the same as talking the day away, making it hard to follow. Zhang Xiaojian was eager to talk the sky to death. It's best if people don't communicate the entire time of this 2-hour-plus trip, so as not to disturb each other. What he didn't expect was that Gu Yenda smiled brightly after hearing this. "Mr. Zhang is joking. People who can go out and charter a plane are afraid that if they are not business giants, they are also industry celebrities." Although the second aunt is old and short-sighted, but not stupid, watching and listening to Gu Yenda, she always felt that this person's bones threw a fake word. Of course it was fake. And it was so fake that Zhao Linlin had to give Gu Yenda a look with a hint of warning. Gu Yenda saw the look in Zhao Linlin's eyes but wasn't going to stop. He still looked at Zhang Xiaojian with a polite smile, waiting for an answer. Zhang Xiaojian tilted his head. It's really not a business tycoon, nor is it a celebrity in the industry. If you really count it, it's kind of half an amateur singer. Zhao Linlin knew Zhang Xiaojian well, but she didn't know that Zhang Xiaojian was telling the truth, and only felt that Zhang Xiaojian was talking out of his ass. Gu Yenda, to be so young as Brother Little Sword and be able to retire to pursue one's dreams after accomplishing something is truly enviable. No wonder Gu Yenda thought so. After all, no billionaire would introduce himself as a half-amateur singer, unless the billionaire really loved music and singing, and love of course equaled dreams. It would have been a phrase that could never go wrong in a social situation. But who would have thought that Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand and said, "It's not a dream to talk about. I really don't like singing too much, purely for fun." Once again, he talked the day away. The plane finally took off, and since it was the first time for both Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt to take an airplane, the two of them not only tightened their seatbelts, but also held each other's hands. The white clouds and blue sky soon came into view through the porthole, and the airplane was no longer on an upward trend, but gradually smoothed out. Only then did Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt let go of each other's hands and looked at each other. Both of them smiled in unison. Zhang Xiaojian revealing a mouthful of white teeth and second aunt revealing a mouthful of bad teeth. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. "Second aunt, are your teeth not working anymore?" Let's find a good hospital in Magic City and let's replace them with porcelain ones. Second aunt shook her head. How scary for an old lady to change a mouthful of big white teeth. It's fine to tinker with it. It's better for this thing to be original. Zhang Xiaojian was sure that second aunt didn't mean anything else when she said this, but when this fell on Zhao Linlin's ears, it inevitably changed flavor. Zhao Linlin is also only an ordinary woman. Of course she can generously bless Zhang Xiaojian to have a good life in the future. It is just best, or not to have too good a life than her own. It was obvious that Zhang Xiaojian wasn't living too well now, but rather in the clouds of goodness that she could only seem to look up to now. How can I put this feeling? It would be a lie to say that it wasn't a little bit hard, but it was good to know that this small difficulty could be within the range of tolerance. Except that Guinda seemed to be about to break through that tolerance. Auntie, I do know a good dentist in Magic City. If you need it, I can introduce it to you. There's certainly nothing wrong with words, but a little too solicitous. Auntie too didn't reply, because she really didn't understand why this man could interject when she was chattering with her own son. Zhang Xiaojian also clustered his eyebrows. Who in this world is stupid? No one is stupid. Gu Yenda clearly wanted to climb into a conversation with himself, and the idea of befriending him seemed to be written all over his face. Zhang Xiaojian certainly didn't want to make any friends with Gu Yenda, much less have anything to do with Zhao Linlin in the future. So he spoke up. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I also have a few friends in Magic City, so I won't bother you. The meaning of this sentence is a bit complicated. It probably means that I have friends in Magic City. I don't lack friends. I don't want to be friends with you. Gu Yenda actually smiled brightly again after sniffing, and this time he didn't force some words, but instead picked up the cappuccino he had bottomed out on not long ago and took a sip. Then he realized that the atmosphere was once again gradually solidifying, and Zhang Xiaojian once again took out his cell phone and flipped through it, clearly not wanting to continue the small talk. Gu Yenda glanced at Zhao Linlin. The meaning of seeking help was clear. Zhao Linlin certainly understood Gu Yenda's desire to climb the ladder, and she ignored it, clearly not wanting to offer him any help. Gu Yenda wasn't a fool. He certainly knew who Zhang Xiaojian was at this moment. After the wedding, Gu Yenda's best friend told him what happened. Only he hadn't thought about the fact that the ex-boyfriend who came with $2 million wasn't as rich as he thought, but richer than he thought. And for that reason, he could care less about what happened before, because he was already 45 this year, and after more than 20 years in society, the edges and corners of his body had long been smoothed out, and now he had become incredibly mellow. He knew better than anyone else that he wanted to climb the high branch of Zhang Xiaojian now. So what's with the ex-boyfriends and not ex-boyfriends? It's not a thing. As long as there were people who could be used in the future, or had the opportunity to be used, Gu Yenda would use his social skills to become friends with them. It's called maturity. That's fucking mature. 2 hours is not too long to say, and it's really not too short to say. Second aunt somewhat regretted calling Zhao Linlin and Gu Yenda up. Of course she had her own selfishness. He wanted to show Zhao Linlin how well Little Sword was doing now, but looking at their former incomparable like the girl, now changed so strange, and married as seemingly successful, but in fact only human-like seems to be only climbing power-rich and powerful man. Kind-hearted old lady inevitably some heartache. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. The old lady is now especially looking forward to the plane landing so she can see out of Zhao Linlin's sight. Auntie, are you hungry? There's a chef on the plane, and there's still an hour of travel left, so you can make whatever you want to eat. The impeccable flight attendant asked politely with a smile, touching her stomach, not to mention that second aunt, who drank a bowl of kanji this morning because she was thinking of her own daughter, was indeed a bit hungry. She said, scramble an egg and a bowl of rice. So Zhang Xiaojian, who hadn't eaten much in the morning either, raised his hand. Feel free to stir-fry 2 more dishes. I'll have a bowl of rice as well. Auntie Tu smiled and asked, are you guys going to eat it? Gu Yenda's head nodded down, but Zhao Linlin jumped ahead. Second auntie, you guys eat. We're not hungry. Shortly afterward, a few plates of stir-fry, a rare occurrence on such private charter flights, were brought up, along with 2 bowls of rice. Under the guidance of the stewardess, Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt entered the restaurant. It was also the first time Zhang Xiaojian knew that there was a restaurant on the airplane, and he couldn't help but once again lament that it was good to be rich. After avoiding the 2 Zhao Linlin, Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt were much more natural. Zhang Xiaojian couldn't help but nod as he tasted the flavor. Auntie Tu tasted it, but her eyebrows tangled together. Second auntie, what's with the look on your face? It's obviously quite tasty. Second aunt casually took a bite of rice and returned. It's delicious, but the flavor is too formulaic. Not as humane as what that girl Maju made. Zhang Xiaojian blankly stared, and as expected, second aunt immediately asked, what has Maju been up to lately? Why didn't she come to see me? Zhang Xiaojian ate while saying, almost summer vacation. She is a student union cadre. Busy. When we go back to Jiancheng, I'll call her to cook for you. You can eat whatever you want. And that one air girl, she seems to be interested in you as well. Zhang Xiaojian was eating fried pork with chili peppers and didn't wait to taste how tender the pork, which he didn't know was imported from there, was choking on the chili peppers, hastily drinking a few mouthfuls of water. Zhang Xiaojian honestly said, "Second auntie, I haven't planned to fall in love. And yeah, you're still so young. A few years in the wave says something. That's a refreshing word for you." Second aunt smiled and changed her words. "But when you come across a good girl, you have to hold on tight. This kind of fate is a flash in the pan. You know? Got it. Auntie too. This meat is fried while you try it." Second aunt took a beautiful bite, her head flashing with Wang Wan'er's generous behavior this morning, as well as Yi Maju's red little face in the kitchen a few days ago. "Don't tell me. These two girls are really hard to choose. Auntie too. Don't ponder. Don't you love scrambled eggs? Come and have some more." While Zhang Xiaojian's mother and son were eating, Zhao Linlin and Guinda in the cabin were also talking in low voices. Just by looking at Zhao Linlin's blushing face, she knew that the two seemed to have had some sort of argument, and it was probably 80% about Guinda wanting to befriend Zhang Xiaojian. To be honest, if Zhang Xiaojian is here, with his ordinary people's perspective, you have money, and I have nothing to do with it. Why do I have to make friends with you? But not in the eyes of a mature person like Guinda. As the saying goes again, the closer you are, the darker you are, the richer the people around you are, the worse you are naturally. If everyone around you is poor, I guess you can't get much richer. Although Guinda is not considered to be on a level playing field these years, he is also considered to be rising in the eyes of the other employees of the company. There is definitely an element of luck involved in this to say the least, but it certainly doesn't account for all of it. Guinda is extremely good at making friends with the leadership, coupled with his own work is no problem. Even if it is deliberately flattering can also show a natural affinity, so even roll with the name is now a director. So it was hard for him not to want to befriend Zhang Xiaojian, and whenever he saw someone with power and influence over the years, he would use his own means and ways to befriend them, because he knew that the root of his success lay above this word of friendship. These doings are certainly not wrong. There is no morality involved. There is no personal preference involved, and this is indeed his success story. Only, the natural means of approaching like a spring breeze in the past encountered ice in Zhang Xiaojian's place. Zhao Linlin also firmly stated that she would not help him. It seems then that only the lowest, yet best trick in befriending is left. Don't be cheeky. Thus, after waiting for Zhang Xiaojian to return, Guinda began to open his mouth, speaking a net of irrelevant words. For example, how is the cook for the airplane meal? Like what hobbies do you usually have? And if you can get together, you can play together. Blah blah blah. Tired of dealing with it, Zhang Xiaojian glanced at the time, with less than 20 minutes left to land, and came up with a *TTY escape. After 20 minutes of dawdling in the restroom, he finally heard the in-flight announcement forewarning that the plane would begin its descent shortly, and only then did he return to the cabin, strapping in his seatbelt and shaking hands with his second aunt once more. The plane landed safely after a slight bump. As soon as the cabin door opened, Zhang Xiaojian realized that it was actually raining lightly in Mordor. Not far away, a luxury car that Zhang Xiaojian didn't quite recognize was parked on one side, and after seeing the cabin open, 3 men and 1 woman came down, surprisingly coming directly under the ladder. As Zhang Xiaojian walked down with his second aunt, the woman in black uniform revealed a warm smile and asked, "May I ask if you are Mr. Zhang Xiaojian?" Zhang Xiaojian nodded. She added, "We're here to pick you up from the McLaren 5-star hotel, and I believe Ms. Wang booked your deluxe suite yesterday." Zhang Xiaojian thought that this service is really thoughtful, went in together with the 2 men service staff on the left and right to him, and the second aunt held up the umbrella. Quite a show. As soon as he turned his head, Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand to pay his respects to Zhao Linlin and Guinda. Guinda came to Zhang Xiaojian with an arrow step, piled up a face of folds, and resisted a business card. "Brother Xiaojian, we are also considered to have met at first sight, and in the future, if there is anything you need help with, or if you are idle and bored, you can give me a call." Zhang Xiaojian slightly narrowed his eyes, looked at him for a full 5 seconds, and took this business card, only to look at Guinda, whose hair was rapidly getting wet, and ultimately didn't open his mouth, turning his head as the hotel staff got into that luxury car. The limousine started in with a sharp turn, drove off the tarmac and quickly out of the airport. When entering the downtown streets of Mordor, Zhang Xiaojian opened the window of the car and casually threw the business card into the wind and rain of Mordor. Seeing this action, Auntie Tu immediately reprimanded him. "It's not good to throw garbage with your hands. You have to look for the garbage cans, do you know that?" Zhang Xiaojian, "So does it still have to be thrown in the recyclable trash?" Auntie Tu frowned. I think it's better to throw this card in the non-recyclable trash. Hearing the witty meaning in Second Aunt's words, Zhang Xiaojian smiled. Second Aunt, now you are so environmentally friendly. The Magic City is called the Magic City because it possesses a unique charm. Every year, countless foreigners come to this city, struggling, working hard, and hoping to one day realize their dreams. Ning Xueqing was certainly considered one of these people. When she first arrived in Magic City, she would lament why the skyscrapers were so tall, why the alleys were so small, and why the night view from the Bund was so nice. It was just that after a while, Ning Xueqing would feel like many outsiders did, that the city was out of place, but she still wanted to stay here, because in her small way, she remembered that the people who could get a foothold in this city were great people. She wanted to be great, but the road seemed long and endless. The classmates who came here together with Ning Xueqing have all left and returned to their hometowns, and it is thought that they should be greeted with the mundane matchmaking, marriage, children, and so a dull life. Ning Xueqing didn't know what her future would be like, but she had indeed been living with all her might these past 6 months. It's just that there were some mishaps on the air the day before yesterday. A godly man inexplicably rewarded 100 rounds of ultrafire. She later realized that this godly man was actually her own brother. That wasn't all. After speaking with Zhang Xiaojian on the phone, her bank card received a transfer message for $10 million. What's the point of fighting? Is it possible to go back to being a little rich girl? Shopping, spying, eating and drinking every day? Ning Xueqing had thought about this for a day and a night and hadn't figured it out. In the meantime, it did treat all the members of the girl group to a big meal. Fong Hon didn't make this matter public, and the other members of the girl group naturally thought that it was a certain godly man who had gone out of his way to be generous, so they all worked a little harder during the live broadcast. This morning, I learned that Zhang Xiaojian and my mother had arrived in Magic City. Ning Xueqing had to ask Fong Hon for leave, then put on a taba outfit and went straight to the subway. She certainly has the money now to take a cab or even buy a car. It's just that she seems to be used to taking the subway. The subway in Magic City seemed to be able to squeeze people into photos, and the sweaty Ning Xueqing finally arrived at the city center. Since walking underground to the ground, Ning Xueqing flicked her hand a few times in an attempt to bring herself some cool breeze, and admonished herself that she could now take a taxi with impunity, and that she would never squeeze the subway again. Then she looked at the address sent by Zhang Xiaojian looking for the McLaren Hotel, but somehow, being a bit of a roadie by nature, she walked into the business district and then saw another black dress in a storefront window. Clothes dress in the body of the model is very good. Brand English Ning Xueqing do not know, but recognize the price of 3,999. If it was the previous Ning Xueqing after seeing the price will definitely in the heart ba. What fabric can be sold 3,009? Too black. Today was a bit different. Ning Xueqing looked at this well-tailored dress and thought about it as she walked into the store. With the salesperson's warm reception, she quickly bought the dress she had been longing for, then looked in the mirror after changing in the locker room. The material is indeed good. Expensive is expensive for a reason. Nodding in satisfaction, Ning Xueqing decided to wear this to meet Zhang Xiaojian and the old lady. Just before leaving, she still did not want to throw away the changed-down taba price of 39 dress. She carefully folded this treasure goods into the store to send the exquisite paper bag. Carrying the paper bag, Ning Xueqing even wondered if this dress was worth as much as the paper bag she was carrying in her hand. On her way out, she asked the clerk where the McLaren Hotel was, and the clerk was kind enough to point it out and enthusiastically shout, "Welcome next time." As Ning Xueqing listened to these words, she inexplicably thought of the time a while ago when she and her group members were doing an activity at an internet cafe and shouted, "Welcome next time," at the door. Though look, she turned around and smiled sweetly, "Definitely come back." So the clerk selling the goods was a bit frazzled. "We are the workflow. You this response so sincere. We should not say something more. Money is such a good thing. When you don't have money, the world is black and white. But when you have money, the world seems to become colorful and colorful." After buying a dress that exceeded $1,000 for the first time, Ning Xueqing walked through the business district looking at everything quite nicely, looking at everything with a bit of a desire to buy it. And this just bought this black dress is very set off Ning Xueqing's temperament, as if tailor-made waist design is just right. Slightly pleated but extremely three-dimensional sense of the skirt all make her look energetic, full of girls. As a result, for the first time, Ning Xueqing found herself walking down the street with a high turnaround rate. So, coming from a small city, she blushed a little and lowered her head. After walking for not long, Ning Xueqing, who didn't get lost this time, finally found the McLaren Hotel. She scratched her head and lamented that she was such a fool. Wasn't this not far from the subway exit and so lavishly decorated? How could she not see it? Perhaps it was because she had gotten used to shielding herself from these seemingly extremely upscale places long before, because after all, it was likely that she would never take a step inside for the rest of her life. As you walk into the hotel, the opulent lobby comes into view. The suited attendant quickly came to her. Ning Xueqing reported the room number that Zhang Xiaojian had given her, and the waiter immediately brought her forward, occasionally making small talk along the way, but it was all shallow and appropriate. Apparently the service staff at 5-star hotels are professionally trained and don't ask endless questions and get to the bottom of things like Tony at the barber store where you get a haircut for 15 bucks. The question is, Ning Xueqing didn't know why she remembered the barber store. Anyway, with her own random thoughts, Ning Xueqing finally came to the place where her own brother and mother lived in Magic City. Upon pushing the door, she was a little dumbfounded. The spacious and bright living room. No, to be precise it should be a small plaza, which even has a small swimming pool. The sunlight after the rain outside the floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting on the sparkling of the clear water. The simple but extravagant decoration in detail seems to reveal 4 words: low-key luxury everywhere. The rooms are huge, and presumably they come with a gym, recreation room, restaurant, and everything else in them. Luckily, she soon saw her own brother Zhang Xiaojian, who was in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, sitting in a rocking chair and basking in the sun, as well as her own mother, who came out from one of the rooms with a plate of fruits. So she closed the door back with her hand, and in what felt like an extremely surreal situation came down to her second aunt and asked, "Mom, is it true what my brother said, and did you lie to me for more than 20 years as well?" Auntie Air was stunned. "What 20 years?" Zhang Xiaojian came to Ning Xueqing and coughed lightly. "Sister, come over and let brother see if you're thin." Ning Xueqing looked at her familiar brother, her big eyes flickering a few times. Zhang Xiaojian took her into his arms and gently stroked her head a few times like he was petting his own kitten. Zhang Xiaojian had a feeling that was hard to express as he took his little sister Ning Xueqing into his arms. Ning Xueqing wasn't shy and hugged her brother tightly as her smile began to spread. Zhang Xiaojian looked at his sister carefully and realized that her eyelashes were a bit longer, her eyes were bigger, and her skin was a little bit whiter again. Looking at her brother's eyes, Ning Xueqing's pretty face finally turned red and said, "How long has it been since we've seen each other? And how come we're reunited with each other after being separated from each other?" Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow and said, "Why do I feel that you look a lot better?" Ning Xueqing smiled sweetly, so her willow leaf eyebrows turned curved and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, looking even better than just now. Then Zhang Xiaojian took her in his arms again and rubbed her head vigorously. Second aunt showed her aunt's smile, and couldn't help but blush as she watched the joy that flowed out of the siblings after a long time of reunion. That's how old people are, at least for Auntie too. It's certainly nice to have money in this life, but it's also possible to get by without it, and the most important thing is not the money, but the fact that the 2 children that you raised with your own hands love each other and are happy and well. To paraphrase a line from TVB, a family should be neat and tidy, but Auntie Air would like to change this line to say that a family should be happy together. Thinking of this, the old lady shed 2 lines of muddy old tears. Ning Xueqing saw it, then turned around and hugged the old lady. Mother and daughter reconcile in this moment. When Ning Xueqing wanted to leave Jiangqing to come to Magic City a year ago, she was strongly opposed by her second aunt. Of course, there are naturally some inherent concepts of the older generation at work here. And Auntie too thinks that a young girl should find a secure job and then a nice husband, and the 2 of them will love each other for the rest of their lives. Though that idea seems so antiquated now, and marriages are nowhere near as strong as they were in the 80s and 90s. But after all, Auntie too was a person of that era, and as she got older, her receptivity became weaker, and it was a normal thing that she could not keep up with the times. Ning Xueqing also had a donkey's temper and was dead set on leaving. "In the end, I can't believe I came to the Magic City with my classmates without even a single piece of clothing." After this, a number of clashes erupted between second aunt and Ning Xueqing over the phone. Seriously, Zhang Xiaojian had to intervene, but the mother and daughter have the same blood. There is a stubborn word in their bones. Instead of being reconciled, they became more and more violent. So Ning Xueqing changed her cell phone number, and at first it was a weekly peace report, then it was a monthly peace report, and then it became an as-you-go peace report. The last time second aunt and Ning Xueqing spoke on the phone, it was still Zhang Xiaojian who broke second aunt's hand at the Red House 2 months ago and forced her old man to answer. Can't remember exactly what was argued, because the 2 of them did argue countless times, but all of that didn't matter in this moment. Zhang Xiaojian saw his second aunt's somewhat old and dry hands showing some hard bruises, and also heard Ning Xueqing's small sobs as she burrowed into her mother's arms. A family? So what problem can't be solved with a hug? If so, big deal. Another kiss. Zhang Xiaojian can't handle the melodrama, so ducked into a side recreation room to give mother and daughter plenty of space. Time turned to noon. Zhang Xiaojian called the hotel's catering service, and ordered the most expensive ones, of course. As for whether it was good or not, he wasn't too sure. He thought that a 5-star hotel shouldn't be too bad. At 12:30, the waiter from the catering department interrupted the mother and daughters catching up and brought in a brainwave of food. What with the Boston lobsters, top-quality Australian steaks, and so on. Sitting on the dining table, Zhang Xiaojian picked up a glass of expensive red wine of unknown vintage and said, "Today is the reunion of our family of 3 after a year, so we must do a dry one." So the 3 goofy family members smothered what would have been red wine in a tall glass, making it look more like a beer. None of the 3 knew that red wine should be sipped, should be savored, anyway, purely as a drink. You a cup and I a cup, and then realized that the red wine is a bit strong. Spent the afternoon resting in a daze at the hotel. At 5 o'clock in the evening, when the 2 mothers came back from SAP, Zhang Xiaojian slapped the table. "Old sister, you lead the way to let my brother see the prosperity of the Magic City. Let's blood splendor shopping tonight. Do not buy enough tens of millions of dollars. Do not come back." Ning Xueqing. Truth be told, she still hadn't come to terms with the fact that the horse she had been as a child had become a truly rich man, and by the sound of it, there's a bottomless pit of money. Zhang Xiaojian put his arm around his sister's shoulders. "Sister, tomorrow we go to Disney again. I heard that we can play for several days." "Right. Is there a 5-star hotel in Disney?" "Find the best one," Ning Xueqing said in disgust. "Brother, do you realize that you look exactly like the thugs I remember?" "Zhang Xiaojian Pu, you are the tycoon. Although we are also tycoon, but there is always a bit of quality. I threw a business card today. Auntie Air reminded me to throw it into the garbage can." Ning Xueqing backhanded Zhang Xiaojian's arm. "Brother, our family is really rich?" Zhang Xiaojian nodded seriously. "It's not just any richness. It's the kind of richness that you can't spend even if you defeat your family for the rest of your life. Get it? What a blow. How much money there is to spend." Zhang Xiaojian smiled and didn't answer the question, only pinching Ning Xueqing's cheeks. "Of course he won't say. Brother was going to transfer $100 million to you that day, and only transferred $10 million for fear of scaring you." Seeing that second aunt had finally finished cleaning up and walked out, Zhang Xiaojian raised his arms and shouted, "Walk! Magic World Port, covering an area of 320,000 and resembling a giant cruise ship, is a carrier-class shopping center in the heart of Magic City. From Jiangcheng to Magic City, into this opulent shopping mall, Zhang Xiaojian he had to be surprised at the original shopping mall is long this way. This kind of amazement is not exaggerated at all. In addition to the luxurious decoration and layout, the Magic Universal Port has an 8,000 square meters Joypolis Sega City Park inside, and it takes at least 4 hours to experience it all. What amazes Zhang Xiaojian the most is that the mall also has a museum, performing arts space and some other places with great cultural characteristics. Nearly 30,000 square meters of rooftop gardens are also a highlight, and there is also a 600 square meters of pony farm in one corner of the garden. Is this a fucking mall? It simply has the meaning of encompassing a small world. After marveling, it was the strong desire to consume that occupied Zhang Xiaojian's entire mind. Although he was normally a low-key person, even if he had so much money that he might not be able to spend it all in his lifetime, he never went overboard with his extravagance and wastefulness. But today was different. As Zhang Xiaojian looked at the smiling faces of his second aunt and Ning Xueqing, he wanted to buy them all the best things in the world. So he smiled and said, "Second aunt, little sister, none of you should stop me today. I'm going to consume. This afternoon, I saw Linku Children's Shoes rewarded an ally. So I ordered a bowl of spicy noodles with meat foam plus a plate of spicy bean sprouts to treat myself in the evening. I was eating, and then I saw Frust 3 and also rewarded an ally. And I regretted that I didn't order an extra plate of veggie patted cucumber. I bowed to thank Linku, Frust 3 and 2 allies of the reward. Like I wrote in the previous book, money can indeed measure a little something. Reward how much or sure. The allies are more heavy affirmation. The significance of this meaning than the money to me a little bigger. Once again, solemn thanks. Also allies should be added. Must be embarrassed to say. To wait for the shelves I can pay off the debt, because too many recommendations have not been on the word count has been seriously overrun. My initial prediction, if the follow-up results can be, this book at least to have about 350,000 free words, and now are more than 200,000 on the shelves. Hope to understand, the day of the shelves, when I pay back the more. Mamma mia all book friends. Second aunt and Ning Xueqing didn't understand what it meant to not stop me at first. After half an hour, they got it and really kind of wanted to stop Zhang Xiaojian, regardless of what Aunt Air and Ning Xueqing saw in the mall. As long as a pair of eyes were slightly attracted to each other, Zhang Xiaojian would immediately walk up and say to the counter girl, "This one, wrap it up." Later, because Zhang Xiaojian's desire to spend money was just too ferocious, both second aunt and Ning Xueqing didn't dare to casually look at things for fear that this guy would point again. "This one, Wrap it up for me. But even they both dared not look around anymore. A half hour of shopping had made it difficult for the trio to carry their weight. Fortunately, a cosmopolitan shopping mall in a cosmopolitan city just has cosmopolitan service. Seeing this scene, the service staff at the service desk was kind enough to provide a hosting service without charging any fees, and also sent Zhang Xiaojian a VIP card. Only Zhang Xiaojian was too tired of the action of receiving the card, so he gave a wave of his hand. No, I don't need a discount. In ancient times, the hero's king's dominance was overflowing, and both the beauty and the minions all fell to the ground. Existing Zhang Xiaojian shopping mall shopping. The whole body exudes a kind of flame called ho. The more burned, more exuberant. Sparks. Since the Magic City Global Harbor was just too big, the service desk prepared a sightseeing car for Zhang Xiaojian to facilitate this luxury customer to shop to his heart's content. And Zhang Xiaojian didn't let them down, pulling back one trolley after another, and then looking at the signs on those bags. A few beauties at the service desk were dumbfounded, so they immediately called the main desk and sent another medium-sized tour bus with 2 tall security guards attached to facilitate helping the family of 3 carry their bags. Wherever the group passed, they naturally caused a sideways glance. From time to time, there were fashionably dressed girls throwing winks at Zhang Xiaojian, but unfortunately he was oblivious. His eyes were now full of anti-air and Ning Shuetching, and he wanted to buy the world to them. The idea of buying the world for Auntie Tu's mother and daughter took an hour to fester so thoroughly in the mall that it seemed the whole world was already aware of it. No matter where Zhang Xiaojian's small car drove to, no matter what brand stores within the store, manager will immediately stand honestly at the door, with a smiling face, saying, "Sir, we are Mayumiu, the top luxury brand for girls. Do you want to come in to take a look? Maiden top extravagance? Fit for a sister. Walk in and see. LV, the trolley is in front of Mayumiu, 3 stores away from my house. Hermes, you've been in Mayumiu for so long. You shouldn't have bought much, right? 10 minutes later, Gucci, out. Buy quite a lot. With the food market to buy food like, no, the food market to buy food or not so buy. Not long after Mayumiu, a single breaks 3 million. So a bunch of arrogant luxury brands below sent a series of envious emojis. In the group of luxury store managers, the movements of Zhang Xiaojian and his group became the center of attention. No one thought this was weird, because it turns out this family of 3 has so much spending power that it's worth groveling to major luxury stores. Step out of Mayumiu and you're at Bulgari. The Bulgari store manager wore a fake smile, and in his mind he actually crossed his fingers and said, "We're Bulgari." Without waiting to finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. "I know your home. It's suitable for Auntie Tu. Walk in and take a look. We're Versace, the top brand in men's fashion. I am missing a suit. We're Chanel, big name, perfume high and low, got the whole 10 bottles. We're Hermes. Women love bags. They have to have them." The staff inside the mall was sensationalized by it. Who working in a luxury brand hadn't seen a few godly men before? However, like today, Zhang Xiaojian's spending as if he was a gold-pinning grotto, as well as his intention to walk through all the world's top luxury goods stores still made them exclaim, "This is the top godly tycoon." When the security guards behind Zhang Xiaojian, in Hermes will be more than 3 dozen bags race, garbage generally race into the bag in order to save space out of the facade. WeChat shopkeeper group once again boiled. Several store managers in stores not far from the neighborhood had come to the door and waited. The nearest one, and hopefully the biggest, can be the fastest to greet Zhang Xiaojian's family of 3 store manager took the brunt. "Hello sir, we are DG International." Zhang Xiaojian interrupted with a resolute attitude. "No go." Auntie Tu nodded and gave the store manager a disgusted look. Ning Shuetching also furrowed her brows and said, "Let's go. Hurry up and change one." Moldy. The DG store manager was dumbfounded to realize that not only did the godly man in front of him as well as his family members look contemptuous, but even the 2 security guards who were helping with the bags looked bored. "Does the brand DG stink?" "Hello sir, we are Prada." "Prada. I know. I've seen The Queen in Prada, a very good movie." The Prada store manager smiled. "So go in and take a look?" Entering Prada's store, the eyes of second aunt and Ning Shuetching, who had no longer wanted to buy anything, lit up. Women, by nature, have an instinctive urge to shop and spend. Looking at a pair of exquisite shoes, second aunt and Ning Shuetching picked them out. Soon Auntie Tu saw a pair of chic sandals, so she said, This one is quite nice and in season." Zhang Xiaojian said to the guide next to him, "Wrap this one up for 37 yards. Standing not far away from the store manager is now in an extremely comfortable mood. "Look at this situation, spending will not be less." Aunt Air turned her head to look again and saw a summer dress with a bit of tumbleweed trim not too far away. She brought it over and compared it. "Daughter, this one looks pretty good too, doesn't it?" Can see that the second aunt is really quite like this dress. Not waiting for Ning Shuetching back, and then asked the shopping guide. Little girl, this tumbleweed decorated dirty to how to clean ah? The little guide froze and actually didn't know how she should answer. The store manager of Prada over here came to Auntie Tu and smiled. Auntie, this dress doesn't need to be washed. Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing glanced at each other, not understanding exactly what it meant. The store manager added, Auntie is like this dress is not washable, not dry cleanable, not waterproof, not abrasion resistant. And the designer didn't consider the washing situation at the beginning of the design. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes naturally widened a bit when he heard this. He understands that the store manager should have 2 more words behind him, but it's really inconvenient to say, not only can't it be washed, but it's also very expensive. Even if it's very expensive, what should we do if it's dirty? Of course it is thrown away, but that's the high end. How come I've never heard that before? It's really poverty limiting imagination. Listen to how hardcore and upscale this was designed with no thought to washing the phrase in the first place. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up. Wrap it up. Size L. The lights were on when we left Universal Harbor. A row of front desk beauties sent by the mall, as well as 24 security guards gathered to draw the attention of passers-by. They certainly aren't here for the evening exercise. Universal Harbor wouldn't be that low. They're just here to deliver the top hoi polloi. Zhang Xiaojian is this top luxury customer, shopping for 3.5 hours. Spend how much money he simply cannot remember. But the number of large and small bags should have been more than 1,000. None of these things are cheap. All from the world's top luxury brands, covering a wide range of categories, jewelry, digital products, fashion items. Anyway, the use of wear, all inclusive. Since Zhang Xiaojian's family of 3 had purchased too many things, Universal Harbor had not only sent its most elite and good-looking staff to see off the guests, but had even prepared 2 8-seat luxury cars for Zhang Xiaojian, with all the seats down, to be used as vans. Such treatment is unheard of, and I'm sure it will soon become a legend passed down by word of mouth among Universal Harbor staff. Just the person concerned did not have the consciousness of becoming a legend. Zhang Xiaojian greeted the big brothers of the security guards to move the goods, shouting, it's all right, just throw it in. Stop it, big brother, and not collect paper shells, broken water bottles. Here any of the same bag and the value of things may be more than 10,000. Some even more than 100,000. Hundreds of thousands. That can be like throwing garbage so casually. The security guards were slurring this in their minds, and the movements of their hands became more and more careful. So after loading for half an hour, Zhang Xiaojian's family of 3 set off. When he returned to the hotel, Zhang Xiaojian had no choice but to greet the lobby manager of the McLaren 5-star hotel, and then he brought more than 20 people out to unload the goods again. Luxury goods if there is life. They will certainly cry injustice. Why other luxury goods to the hands of customers are held in the heart. And we are not only squeezed into a photo to feel the taste of the Magic City subway, but also to face the rough handling? And if luxury goods if they could talk, to paraphrase the most magical and popular words in Magic City these days, they would definitely greet each other with, dude, what kind of junk are you? That wasn't the end of it. When more than 1,000 piles of bags were finally all sent into the luxury suite, Auntie Tu and Ning Xueqing immediately transformed themselves into courier sorters. Daughter, your t-shirt. Mom, your shoes. Next, why did you buy a diamond ring? Brother, are you proposing to someone? Zhang Xiaojian laughed. Bought it for second aunt. There wasn't a ring for the wedding, and second aunt's husband brought a broken washing machine, so I had to bring second aunt's husband to make up for it. Second aunt took also don't know how many carats. Anyway, quite big diamond ring. Even some dislike. No, too flash. I'm so old with such a big diamond ring. Don't know also thought to find a rich after the old partner. Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing laughed out in unison. It was almost midnight by the time the sorting was done. However, second aunt and Ning Xueqing were still very excited because they were women, and the attribute of loving beauty might be hidden due to the trials and tribulations of life. But as long as the material conditions were slightly better, there was not a single woman who did not love beauty. They compared clothes and tried on shoes, occasionally tying a scarf, or maybe another hat, and then Auntie Air would choose to spin around in a circle, the very old-fashioned way of looking in the mirror. Ning Xueqing, on the other hand, would ask, brother, does it look good? Zhang Xiaojian's reply was of course, good looking, good looking. He watched the scene with a smile on his face, something called happiness already overflowing in his heart. Happiness certainly continues. The following morning, the family traveled to Disney. Each of them has a line of clothing worth a lot of money, but the actual effect is not as imagined as wearing gold and silver. If you cover up the line of logos, but also not conspicuous. Zhang Xiaojian once again saw the prosperity of the Magic City and felt the fun of Disney. Just, why should a Mickey-looking ice cream be sold for $40 when it tastes no different than $1 ice cream? Why a cup of milk tea can be sold to 50, but also sweet to snore? What makes Zhang Xiaojian feel surprised is that the dumplings are not sold on a plate, but are sold on the basis of one. The size is still small, a $5. He ate 3 in one mouthful. A meal can eat 40. Zhang Xiaojian certainly wasn't poorly paid, he just found it unreasonable. But what must be recognized is that Disney is really fun. Most fun when it's not too bad. Ning Xueqing was naturally childish when she came here. She would snuggle up to her second aunt and pamper herself. She would also point at a balloon and habitually shout like she did when she was a child. Mom, I want a balloon. Second aunt had wanted to buy it for Ning Xueqing, and when she learned that the crappy balloon actually cost $100, she immediately resumed her usual color and replied, "You look like a balloon to me." Ning Xueqing did not get angry and turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian immediately, "Buy." Ning Xueqing saw Mickey Muppets. "Mom, I want Mickey." Upon learning the price, "Aunt Ernie, you look like Mickey to me." Ning Xueqing saw the fried meatballs. "Mom, I want to eat meatballs." "Auntie too, you look like meatballs to me." Zhang Xiaojian smiled and laughed at the scene, and in the end, of course, he bought them all for his little sister. Just still lamented, "Sis, why don't you remember? Your mom looked at you like whatever you wanted to buy when you were a kid, and it's the same now." Ning Xueqing took her brother's arm. "Brother, but don't you think it's fun to see mom being stingy?" Second aunt gave a hand to grab the ears of the siblings. Tone upward. "What are you talking about?" Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing glanced at each other, the old tacit understanding still present, and struggled together. "We said you are good-looking, pretty, beautiful." The family had 3 full days at Disney and still felt like they couldn't get enough. Whether it's the various parks full of children's innocence, the atmosphere of which there is love and laughter among the visitors, and the different experiences in the various programs, all of them will make people feel that it's not a waste of time to visit the park. On the 4th day, returning to the McLaren Hotel, which had been used as a warehouse for 3 days, Zhang Xiaojian, who was finally a bit tired, said to Ning Xueqing, "You don't have much to pack here, do you? So come home with second aunt and I tomorrow." Zhang Xiaojian said this easily and naturally as he felt that this was something that should have been taken for granted. Second aunt thought so as well. She knew what kind of work Ning Xueqing was doing here, and the older generation hardly thought it was a reliable job. Anyway, the family is not poor now, and it is more than natural to go home and live comfortably. But Ning Xueqing, who was folding her clothes on the side, stood up after thinking about it and said with an extremely serious and earnest look and tone, "Mom, brother, I don't want to go back to Jiangcheng with you guys." Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt looked at each other and said in unison, Why don't you go back to your family in a small city and live a peaceful life, instead of choosing to go it alone in a big city?" This is a question that many young people struggling in the north are always asked. Most of them can choose to go back to their hometowns and small cities to live a seemingly petty life, a life that is good in the eyes of their parents and elders. So why not? There are millions of answers, and each person can even find 5 or 6 reasons why they must stay in the big city. But there is bound to be one answer: they don't want to live in mediocrity. This answer is ambiguous because living in a small city is not the same as being mediocre. In fact, it should be said that it is in the big city that they can live a hotter, more passionate, busier, and more radiant life. One of Ning Xueqing's answers also had this one. She came to the Magic City from Jiangcheng although it had only been a year, but she found that the Magic City in all aspects are far more than Jiangcheng, opened up her originally narrow horizons. Although she lived here is very tired, but live extraordinarily full. A year's time had slowly worn away the feeling of being out of place when she first arrived in Magic City, and Ning Xueqing was now feeling like she was gradually integrating into the city. What is she going to do now that she's back in Jiangcheng? Is it true that just because her brother is rich, he's just going to mingle and eat and drink for the rest of his life? Ning Xueqing also wanted to practice dancing with the members of her troupe, and it really hurt when she sweated. She also wanted to try and get up on stage and perform. Although they hadn't performed a couple times, the applause and screams from the stage made it really hard to forget. There were so many more things she wanted to do. She just needed to stay in Mordor to do them all. So Ning Xueqing was going to stay in Magic City, and now she needed to convince second aunt and Zhang Xiaojian, which was not an easy task. No, Auntie Tu's attitude remained resolute. In her opinion, Ning Xueqing's desire to create a career in the big city must have been based on the idea of improving her family's life after making a name for herself. But now there is absolutely no need for it, as the family's material conditions strictly speaking seem like they could lead the globe. Whether it's a house, or a car, or a luxury item, or a cosmetic, you can have anything you want, even what you don't want. Then why stay here alone? Ning Xueqing pursed her lips for a moment, and instead of repeating the words that would always come out of her mouth when she had a fight with her second aunt before, she said, "Mom, In this world, everyone is an individual, and only she knows what she wants. It's not that those you think are the good life set on me are really my good life. Nor is it the peace and joy that you think is applied to me so that I can really be cheerful every day. After these words came out of his mouth, a needle fell in the large luxurious hall. It was still very, very hard for Auntie Tu to understand. Wasn't it happiness to come home to yourself? Isn't it happy to live a peaceful life? Zhang Xiaojian didn't quite understand it either, but looking at Ning Xueqing's determined demeanor, he just inexplicably felt that his sister had really grown up, and as for the exact reason why, he hadn't had time to think about it in detail. It wasn't until Ning Xueqing said something else that Zhang Xiaojian finally understood. As she said these words, Ning Xueqing looked at second aunt's frowning expression and calmly said, "Mom, I know you think it's not at all plausible for me to stay here and be some kind of girl group." Auntie Tu raised one eyebrow, "And you know it's not reliable." Ning Xueqing replied, "But this whole thing is just like what happened when my brother and I wanted to go out and set up a stall when we were kids." Second aunt furrowed her brows even more, completely unable to understand what exactly Ning Xueqing was about to say, because in her impression, this matter Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing were failures. Many years ago, Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing, who were not yet old enough, wanted to make money to supplement their family's income because their family was poor. In Zhangcheng every Dragon Boat Festival the whole city's young people will come to the riverside trekking. Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing decided to go on some balloons to sell, but the time is not right. That year many young people also think so, and can also play while making money. Why not? This naturally led to more people selling than buying. Zhang Xiaojian and Ning Xueqing lost. Second aunt rightfully lectured the two children, such as, "I told you so. I've eaten more salt than you've ever walked. You don't listen to the old man's words. You don't turn back until you hit the south wall." Zhang Xiaojian was also vividly aware of this incident, so his life since then has been devoid of the idea of drumming up any small business. He looked at his sister, waiting for her next sentence. Ning Xueqing softly said, "Brother, that year we lost 232. At that time more than 200 was a huge sum of money." Zhang Xiaojian smiled. "Yes, then those balloons or the second aunt off work nothing to hang in the street. Not a penny to earn dumped out. While dumping goods. While scolding us." Ning Xueqing shook her head and said, "What Mom said the most to both of us after that was, 'Listen to me Mom is a person who has been here before.'" Saying this, she looked into her second aunt's eyes and said in a soft but questioning tone, "But Mom you're 46 this year and I'm 20. How am I going to get over there? I'm really past it. What am I going to do for the 26 years in between?" Finally Ning Xueqing gave a beat and firmly said, "Mom, I just want to hit the south wall. Young people should have a young man's way to go, no matter what the choice is, whether or not you hit your head. The key is the scenery on the road." Ning Xueqing's words made all of Zhang Xiaojian's determination to bring his sister home before he came crumble in this instant, and he said to his second aunt, "Grow up." Second aunt looked at Ning Xueqing, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhang Xiaojian continued, "Second aunt, strictly speaking I'm actually considered Xueqing's elder, and even though you're a generation above me, we're both her elders." "How?" Zhang Xiaojian held second aunt's hand and said, "Second aunt, let's not be the kind of elders who sneer at our children's dreams, who sneer at the fact that they won't be successful, and who sneer at the fact that only the children who stay by their side will be successful. Okay?" Second aunt froze. "Yes, when she was young didn't she marry Lao Ning despite her family's objections? How come when she had a child, she became the elder she hated the most at that time?" After a moment of silence, her old man let out a breath and finally returned. "Good." Ning Xueqing's pupils dilated, her joy overflowing. Zhang Xiaojian thought again and said, "Staying here is fine, but there are a few issues that must be resolved." "What's the problem?" Zhang Xiaojian broke a finger. "You have to buy a house here. Living in a dormitory is uncharacteristic. The conditions should be poor." "Brother, why are you talking like you're reciting rap? It kinda rhymes." Zhang Xiaojian ignored her and broke his second finger. "Traffic is a problem in Magic City. You have to buy a car and hire a female driver to make it easier for you to go out." Ning Xueqing was helpless. "Brother, stop it." Zhang Xiaojian broke up the third finger, and, "What to eat? Cannot order takeout? Hire a chef? No, he can't guarantee the hygiene of a person. Why don't I contract your company cafeteria? Then go 5-star hotel professional team a hand in checking." Ning Xueqing begged for mercy. "Brother, and most importantly I have to meet the owner of your company." When Zhang Xiaojian said this, he remembered that his future sister would have to live by herself in this big city, and inevitably felt heartbroken, so he couldn't help but add, "Be sure to work hard, and if the girl group doesn't do well, come back to inherit the $10 billion family fortune." The meeting was scheduled for the next day. Fong Hong, who had given Ning Xueqing a week's vacation in one breath, arrived at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the McLaren Hotel at noon. She naturally looked up at Zhang Xiaojian and her second aunt with curiosity, and apart from noticing Zhang Xiaojian's good-looking eyebrows, she also saw the brands on Zhang Xiaojian and her second aunt, both of which were international top luxury. It seems to be true, but what kind of family cheats their own children for 20 years instead of giving them a good education and pretending to be poor all the time? Or perhaps, they were rich later, but wasn't rich a bit too fast? Fong Hong still remembered Ning Xueqing's frugal appearance last month, and in this short period of a month, she was rich? With countless questions in mind, Fong Hong sat beside Ning Xueqing and greeted second aunt and Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt of course replied politely, while at the same time sizing up whether this boss of Ning Xueqing's was reliable or not. First impressions are pretty good, because Fong Hong's dress is extremely competent. The appearance although can only be considered ordinary also on the age, but the skin maintenance is good. There is a kind of indescribable temperament in. Boss, my family has agreed that I should remain with the company. Fong Hong smiled, knowing that she was afraid that there was still a final hurdle that she hadn't passed. In fact, as the boss, she didn't have any obligation to help her employees convince their families, but she liked Ning Xueqing so much that she had come here, and she held Ning Xueqing's hand to show her comfort. The two of them didn't look like they were in a superior/subordinate relationship, but more like good friends. Seeing this scene, the second aunt smiled slightly. People are old, although it is true that there are many ideas that can no longer keep up with the times, but the experience of getting along with people never goes out of fashion. She could see a hint of love for Ning Xueqing flowing from Fong Hong's eyes, so she felt that Ning Xueqing stayed here. She felt relieved for a moment again. Zhang Xiaojian thought the same thing, but there were some things that had to be said. Boss Fong, I may be a bit presumptuous, but please be sure to believe that I in no way mean any harm. Fong Hong smiled and said wryly, it's not because you want to buy my company, is it? Zhang Xiaojian's eyes widened. How did you know? Fong Hong's eyes widened. I'm kidding. Zhang Xiaojian put away his surprised expression. I'm not joking. Fong Hong. Zhang Xiaojian hesitated for a moment and said, it's like this. To buy this company, I am also trying to be able to conveniently supervise my sister. You will definitely still be the CEO, and I will never intervene. Fong Hong smiled bitterly and looked at the wealthy young man in front of him. I believe you must have the strength to buy this small company of mine. But, Mr. Zhang is like this. I can give some guarantees. What guarantee? In fact, don't you as a brother just want to have peace of mind? Afraid that your sister will learn bad? Afraid that the company's pandemonium will affect her? Afraid that the showbiz world is deep? I understand all these. Zhang Xiaojian nodded. He was indeed afraid of these. Fong Hong added, actually, although this company of ours is a small company, it's formal enough, and I'm a person with a bottom line, so none of these things you're worried about will happen. I won't let my company's artists do anything that's detrimental to their morals, and, to the extent that I can, some of the scrubs I'll put off. Zhang Xiaojian agreed. I do need these assurances. Boss Fong is a good boss. Fong Hong shook her head. Mr. Zhang is flattering. Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and made a U-turn. Since Boss Fong is a man of nature, I won't beat around the bush. I'm optimistic that your company will make a big splash in the entertainment industry in the future, and I can provide some help to the company in terms of funding slightly. Fong Hong understood that Zhang Xiaojian was not buying the company anymore and wanted to buy shares so that he would naturally have the right to speak within the company. It wasn't a bad thing to realize that the reason why Ning Xueqing had started a live broadcast wasn't because the company really wasn't that wealthy. Fong Hong thought for a moment and said, that's good. I wonder how much Mr. Zhang would like to inject? Zhang Xiaojian pondered for a while. I'll inject 100 million first. Fong Hong, don't say 100 million. Her broken company tens of millions of dollars is not worth it. That is capital injection. Zhang Xiaojian saw Fong Hong's expression and asked, less than 200 million. No, Mr. Zhang, it's too much. Fong Hong replied. Then she glanced at Ning Xueqing and realized that this girl was rolling her eyes at her brother. Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and asked, how much? Not much? Saying this he once again broke a finger. I don't know much about the entertainment industry, but I know that these kids need good conditions, and that first rule is that the artists have to have a team of assistants so that it's easier for them to focus on their art. Then he snapped his second finger. The security team has to be there as well, or else the bootleggers are too powerful nowadays, and safety comes first. Third finger, I took a look at where my sister lived before. No, it's too small, too narrow, and living like that for a long time in confined spaces is all going to have an effect on their personalities. Said. He approached to the other side of the red road. I this morning deliberately looked at a few sets of houses closer to the city center. Are in the tens of millions of dollars up and down. This is a must buy. Completely can be when the staff dormitory well. Fong Hong wanted to speak and then stopped, saw Zhang Xiaojian and broke up the fourth finger. Also, the company must be equipped with a car. The artist to go there must be picked up and sent by car. The brand of the car cannot be too substandard. Otherwise the artist is too out of class. I see Mercedes-Benz and BMW can be. Also, it's only good that the convoy works seamlessly with the security team. The most important thing is that these children eat takeout every day. Nutrition that keep up. I think there is also a need to have a team of top chefs, so they can be healthy. By the way, there's the costume team. You have to get new clothes when you go out. So what about artists who wear the same set of clothes on camera? This also costs money. So, Boss Fong, do you think 200 million is too much? I think it's better to have 300 million. Although Fong Hong knew that Zhang Xiaojian was rich, he did not expect to be rich to this extent. She did not want her company to really become the top entertainment company in China. If all these configurations that Zhang Xiaojian said were really done, don't say. From the condition point of view it was indeed the first class in China. No, it should be the first class in the international arena. But Fong Hong always felt that it was too unreal. Her still well-maintained face was now a bit stiff. Not knowing whether she should nod down this head or not, Zhang Xiaojian bottomed out. These are not pie in the sky. Having money can be done completely. And there is absolutely no need to worry about whether or not the company's subsequent revenues will pay for these conditions. I will also continue to inject a steady stream of capital. And before the company fails to break even, I will ensure that these children will have the best of all possible worlds. At the same time, he was secretly pleased with himself for being such a genius. Big brother system. I'm doing this entirely for my own sister and in favor of the small entertainment company. Definitely not for the sake of losing money and earning points. Absolutely not. Fong Hong had no reason not to accept Zhang Xiaojian's capital injection. From the point of view of the entertainment company owner, this huge injection of money would allow her to completely unleash her fists and make a run for it in the entertainment industry in general. As for the small amount of shares that Zhang Xiaojian wanted, were it worth hundreds of millions, it can totally be seen as a donation. However, from the perspective of an elder sister who viewed Ning Xueqing as her own sister, she shouldn't accept Zhang Xiaojian's offer because one of the few most difficult things in this world among them was separating public and private affairs. After taking Zhang Xiaojian's money, how can Zhang Xiaojian's sister be just an ordinary employee? An ordinary sister? Of course, although Fong Hong had a certain emotional foundation for Ning Xueqing, she was, after all, a businesswoman, a small boss of a fledgling entertainment company. She couldn't refuse Zhang Xiaojian and could only nod her head. Zhang Xiaojian was satisfied with Fong Hong's stance, but he certainly had calculations in his own mind about how to use the specific money. Although Zhang Xiaojian doesn't know how to do business and how to acquire dry shares, he knows that as long as you can afford the price, professionals will come to help you. So by mid-afternoon, the largest law firm in the Magic City sent a team of professionals. One of them was led by a middle-aged big greasehead. He and his team were all dressed in formal attire. A dozen people, and even brought the projector here, but they all ended up sitting in the revolving restaurant watching each other. What kind of takeover case is this? Wasn't the employer a bit lacking in heart? Big oil head called Yenwords, the chief lawyer's office in Magic City, the boss of the business group. Not only head oil, but also ugly. He was the one who received the case, and on the phone he heard that his employer, Zhang Xiaojian, wanted to buy dry shares in an entertainment company worth over $100 million. To be honest, even in the Magic City, a case worth over $100 million is a big case. Yenwords, of course, stood by in strict anticipation, bringing the group's most elite dozen people to the McLaren Hotel's revolving restaurant. But after going into details, he felt that his employer should have been cheated. Mr. Zhang Xiaojian, the market value of this entertainment company, Magic Energy Culture, is less than 10 million at most. The capital you injected can buy at least 10 such companies. This is too unnecessary. And if you want, I can identify a few of the biggest entertainment companies in Shanghai for you to pick from. Their prospects have all been examined and will be more than happy to accept an injection of capital. In the future they'll definitely earn it back. And I have to be honest, Magic Energy's future doesn't see them killing it. Fong Hong's face flushed for a moment, but he had to admit that Yen Yen was right. And that's not all. Yen Yen began to gush. In short, he politely expressed that Magic Energy Entertainment is no shit. And if you want to invest, there are plenty of promising entertainment companies to invest in Magic City. After listening to him for about 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaojian had to politely interrupt him. Stop. Do you know anything about investing? Yenwords. He's the chief commercial attorney at the chief law firm. So how could he not understand investing? It seemed to him that Magic Energy, a small entertainment company, wouldn't last 3 years in the market before the waves completely knocked it over. What he said was all from the perspective of the personal interests of his client, Zhang Xiaojian. So how is it that he doesn't know how to invest? Perhaps Yenwords will never understand in his life that Zhang Xiaojian does not need benefits. That's why Zhang Xiaojian spoke up. I invest, not on whether the company has any prospects, but on the people. After saying these words, Zhang Xiaojian's heart was stirred. This is a fucking line from that TV show or movie. It's so cool. And words to this point. Yenwords of course no longer have a reason to stop Zhang Xiaojian. Can only be in the heart of the slander? Well, you have money. You say count. Zhang Xiaojian lifted his finger and said, I need a capital supervision team that belongs directly to me to supervise the funds invested in Magic Energy Entertainment and ensure that all of this money is spent on the right edge of the sword. Yenwords replied, this is no problem. I need a share contract to sign with Boss Fong on site now. Kobayashi, now draw up the contract. After the contract is signed, it's all about the regulatory team. Of course, Zhang Xiaojian would not be stupid enough to really transfer several $100 million directly to Fong Hong. He needed to make sure that his sister, and his sister's friends, and the young people who were fighting for their dreams had the best conditions. Only, after hearing what Zhang Xiaojian was going to do with these funds, Yenwords and his professional team's faces were as ugly as they could be. As a team of the most specialized business lawyers, they certainly all have a wealth of experience, but never have I taken on such a ridiculous case. Zhang Xiaojian was going to buy downtown mansions as dormitories for all of Magic Energy's artists, and these so-called artists, I'm afraid, couldn't even reach the skirts of Netflix. Zhang Xiaojian also had to give the artists a team of assistants. No, a group of artists who are at most trainees. What do they need assistants for? To order boxed lunches? Zhang Xiaojian still needs a costume group. Is it possible to let this group of unrecognized trainees circle the wagons every day? And a fucking limousine ride. Where can they go? To a cyber cafe opening? Or a cos show? The worst thing is that it also needs a team of 5-star chefs, saying what to be nutritionally balanced, how to look more and more like pig farming. This is certainly not pig farming, but the best objective external conditions. After all the conditions were put forward, some people in the lawyer team had their hearts moved. This is going to work. This is not going to raise a big man every day? But there was no way around it. Zhang Xiaojian was the client and everything was up to him. And after taking care of all this, Zhang Xiaojian also booked a return ticket for tomorrow and asked second aunt, sure you don't want to stay here? Auntie too gritted her teeth. No stay. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the misty night outside the window and thought of his friends in Zhangchang. In the night, the brim of the cap lowered. Yi Maju, all the way carrying a convenient bag, all the way trotting, knocked open the door of a household, politely said, hello, you ordered the meal. No thank you, just the cold slamming of the door. Yi Maju also does not care, and ran all the way back to her own restaurant. This is her summer vacation life. To help her parents' small restaurant delivery. Running, she received a ringing alert on her cell phone. She opened it and saw Zhang Xiaojian's message in the group. I'll be back tomorrow. Let's all have dinner together in the evening. Yi Maju returned. Okay, I'll do it. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong are still living in the hospital. Not lie. Because the injuries on their faces do need some days before they can see no traces. And before these traces are eliminated, going home is to find trouble for themselves. The two were playing landlord with Luo Tingfei. 2. Fry. King bomb out. King fry out. Luo Tingfei sneered and hit a 5 in a row. Fry. Landlord Luo Tingfei had a bitter face. Don't big brother. This just grabbed the card as far as. While he was wailing, his cell phone beeps rang together. And after seeing Zhang Xiaojian's message, the three of them smiled. Bai Yang's trio replied in a repeater fashion. Greetings to the Sword Emperor on his return to the capital. In the apartment, Suyu and Wang Wanair, who had just put on a face mask, sat opposite each other. Without reason, Suyu lamented. You are not going to, again, said. Her eyes glanced to a rose on the table that was pulled almost bald. Wang Wanair nodded solemnly. That's right. So she picked up the rose that was almost bald, pulled off a petal, and looked at the chandelier at a diagonal 45-degree angle with a sultry face and said, the 5th day of the little sword's departure. Suyu was about to scold her when a ding came from both of their cell phones in unison. Zhang Xiaojian is coming back. After saying goodbye, second aunt, who resolutely did not stay in Magic City, waved her hand with Ning Xueqing and wiped her tears as she parted her head on her way out. Zhang Xiaojian understood why second aunt wanted to return to Zhangchang. In fact, she could have stayed in Magic City and stayed in this big city to take good care of Ning Xueqing, but it was obvious that since she had already chosen to let go, second aunt wanted to let go completely and utterly, so that Ning Xueqing could well break in and see if she could finally break through the southern wall or not. Zhang Xiaojian did not have such thoughts. What should be given to his sister? He would not fall behind in any way. Everything should be done to the best of his ability, regardless of the final outcome of Ning Xueqing staying in the Magic City in the end. He, as an older brother, had already done his best. Boarding the airplane. Still a little difficult to say goodbye. Zhang Xiaojian handed his second aunt a tissue. Takeoff, landing. Zhang Cheng has arrived. Returning to the river city. There was a sense of long-lost intimacy. It's a hometown you can feel in your blood, and no city can replace it. Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt were sent to the parking lot, and then drove the little orange home without any problems. The cottage was still the same, just a little dusty because no one had lived there for a week. Zhang Xiaojian had planned to directly call the property to call a housekeeping service, but Niantier felt that these things still need to be done by herself to look good, and immediately got busy. He couldn't just watch while his second aunt worked, so naturally he got another lecture. Look at this floor scrubbing. Stripes. Look, there's still dust here. You scrub it well. How dirty is this glass? Make some effort. Zhang Xiaojian. You rest. Holding a rag. The aggrieved Zhang Xiaojian. Although he knew that the result was bound to be so, but to not have this process, the heart still feels uncomfortable. So under second aunt's forceful order, Zhang Xiaojian honestly returned to his room. Lying on his bed, feeling the warmth of the midday sun, he fell asleep. When I woke up again it was 2 in the afternoon, and I pushed the door open in a daze, ready to go wash my face, when I heard chattering in the living room. It turned out that Wang Wan'er, Su Yu, and Yi Mozhu had already arrived. The 3 women, plus the second aunt, were getting high on melon seeds and nagging, and looking at the expression on the second aunt's face, it was estimated that she had already forgotten the pain of parting and was concentrating on picking out a daughter-in-law for Zhang Xiaojian. Hope didn't come because her family wasn't from the area in the first place, and she went back to her hometown for the school vacation. Where are those 2 trees? Zhang Xiaojian asked as he stood on the second floor, leaning against the railing. 2 trees? Su Yu didn't react for a moment. What 2 trees? Wang Wan'er and Yi Mozhu fell in tacit agreement. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong. Just saying. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong pushed their way in, first honestly greeting second aunt, then introducing the 2 lads beside them. This one, Luo Tengfei. Luo Tengfei saw his second aunt as if she were his own mother, and immediately shook her hand cordially. Old Buddha, how are you? I've heard a lot about you. And so in everyone's eyes, the black letters of Song on his dog-licking label grew darker and darker. This one, Zhuofei. Zhuofei politely said, hello, second aunt. Compared to before, the highs and lows were immediately apparent, and when second aunt looked at the thick-browed Zhuofei, she smiled and said, this child is good, and good-looking. So Luo Tengfei, who was still with his second aunt, turned into a fossil. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and asked, Zhuofei, why are you here? Druffer said, lately I always go to the hospital to ask them some questions. Zhang Xiaojian wondered, what questions can you ask them? Gao Qingsong dryly coughed, Xiaojian, don't be a dog's eye. I'm screening the best training gym in Jiangqing for him. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes widened. You're really going to practice boxing? The hot-blooded teenager Zhuofei nodded his head heavily. Yes, what Brother Bai Yang said before was right. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is never dangerous in 100 battles. I'm going to go and experience it. Zhang Xiaojian glanced at Bai Yang. You've been learning more and more idioms lately. Bai Yang blankly stared. Recently I read The Art of War quite a bit. Zhang Xiaojian stood upstairs. Bah, it's been less than a week though. But I don't know if it was because of a trip to the field, but Zhang Xiaojian always had a feeling of reunion after a long time. The crowd was laughing and joking together. It's just that pleasant times always fly. Without realizing it, the time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. If it wasn't for Yi Mozhu reminding that it was time to eat, the crowd was still talking and laughing. So they split up into rows, the ones who should buy food and the ones who should help. After 6 o'clock in the evening, Yi Mozhu once again dominated the kitchen. Luo Tengfei's eyes were sharp, and he looked at Yi Mozhu on the left and Wang Wan'er on the other, and began to think deeply. Who exactly is the future sister-in-law? He himself is now on the cusp of the wind, and with the right choice, a pig can fly to the sky. Not to mention the odd thoughts in his head. The crowd once again saw Yi Mozhu in the kitchen, still pleasing to the eye. Su Yu sat on the sofa and laughed while saying to Wang Wan'er, have you recently practiced the magical skill of laying 2 eggs on your own while cooking instant noodles? Wang Wan'er, get lost. Su Yu still refused to let her go, stretching out a hand and separating 5 fingers. When you can hold an egg between 1 finger and instantly lay 4 eggs in 1 hand, then you can compete with Yi Mozhu. Wang Wan'er, Su Yu. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a large table of dishes made by Yi Mozhu was served. Then there was a rightfully loud mmmmmmmmmmmmmmmm sound. The crowd had changed from their previous noisy behavior and had all started to eat intently. As Zhang Xiaojian ate, he took a sip of the foreign wine brought by Gao Qingsong, inexplicably remembering XO. So he thumped up to the second floor and pushed open the window. Sure enough, she was still there, sitting on the steps, cloaked, bottle of XO. Zhang Xiaojian made his hand in the shape of a horn. I'm back. She sat on the steps between the mountains and raised her head when she heard the sound and saw Zhang Xiaojian inside the window. She didn't know if she smiled or not but replied, "You've come back and still don't come to drink?" Zhang Xiaojian shouted again. "There's a friend at home. Hey, come over and eat with us?" She was silent for a moment and stood up, casually patting the ash on her ass. "Got any wine?" Zhang Xiaojian shouted. "Pipe drunk." So she walked down the steps carrying the XO and went straight to the small villa where Zhang Xiaojian lived. Zhang Xiaojian didn't wait to return to the first floor before he found everyone's eyes burning at him near the stairs on the second floor. Apparently they had all heard the shouting between Zhang Xiaojian and some unknown woman just now. A friend who always drinks in the backwoods called in for dinner. The crowd all chimed in with a couple of words. Then it was time to eat and drink. Not long after the doorbell rang, Zhang Xiaojian ran to open the door. First, he handed her a pair of slippers, then led her into the living room carrying a bottle of XO. The eyes of the crowd are naturally all focused. Zhang Xiaojian introduced in a serious manner. "My friend, called, said this a jam." He then remembered that he did not know her name at all. Everyone's expressions became wonderful in this instant, looking left and right as if they were guessing something. Carrying the XO, she laughed out loud instead. "My name is Chen Ning." With that, she looked at Zhang Xiaojian and asked, "After drinking for so many days, we really haven't asked each other our names. What's your name?" Zhang Xiaojian. After Zhang Xiaojian spoke his name, he realized that everyone at the table had stopped their hand movements, their gazes all looking towards the cloaked Chen Ning. Wait a minute, Chen Ning? Why does something sound familiar? In the living room of the small villa, there were a total of 8 people sitting at the dining table in addition to Zhang Xiaojian, and their gazes were all locked on Chen Ning. From the way they were gazing, it seemed that they all wanted to see what kind of appearance Chen Ning possessed under the cloak. Chen Ning saw these gazes and understood the meaning of these gazes, so she used both hands to set aside her hair, sparing it behind her ears respectively, revealing a veiled appearance and said, "That's right, it's me." Who? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Chen Ning and realized that her face was a bit haggard, and although her three-dimensional features and small palm-sized face looked somewhat familiar, he did not recognize her for a moment. After the who, absolute silence fell over the living room. Even Auntie Tu covered her nose and mouth with both hands. "It's not. This is what's going on." Zhang Xiaojian began to look around. The knot in Poplar's throat twitched, signifying that he was a little nervous. Yi Maozhu stared at those watery eyes, her eyes filled with incredulity. Wang Wan'er subconsciously put down the chopstick she was holding and began to slowly get up. Luo Tengfei is the most exaggerated. His mouth has grown into an O shape. His mouth was already large, and now it has grown to the extent that he can easily stuff 2 duck eggs. Gao Qingsong, on the other hand, picked up the nearest glass of wine at hand and gulped it down, still making a demented look afterward. Suyu kept blinking her eyes, one after the other, not knowing what she was confirming. Even Zhu Fei, who was uncontested and didn't seem to know much about anything, clenched his fists, and there was a vein showing on his forehead, as if he was nervous. Zhang Xiaojian wondered what was going on, so he looked at Chen Ning again and realized that it seemed even more familiar. I don't know if his reflex arc was too long, but after staring carefully for a full 10 seconds, many images finally drilled into his mind. At 13 or 14, the heroine of the idol drama that set the summer on fire. When I was 16 or 17 years old, I brushed the circle of friends and triggered the whole network to follow the drama of the palace fighting in the Nyang. At 18 or 19 years old, a look back in the movie theater killed countless people's heroine. There were countless other classic clips from movies and television that appeared in his mind over and over again. What's even scarier is that many of the classic songs over the years have come from her albums as well. Zhang Xiaojian finally remembered the name, Chen Ning, Chinese entertainment circle of a line diva, microblogging one of the 6 fans over 100 million superstars. Last year, due to the unexpected death of his boyfriend in foreign countries, announced temporarily retired from showbiz sensation. This, Zhang Xiaojian finally understood why she always drank mulled wine in the back of the mountain. Finally understood why she always felt that she was deliberately cloaked. And finally understood how much the phrase in her mouth that her work was a bit stressful really was. And the moment Zhang Xiaojian thought about it, Auntie Tu was the first to let out a scream. This kind of voice Zhang Xiaojian had never heard before in his life, but he knew that Auntie Air was a die-hard fan of Nyonya-chan. And Auntie Air didn't know how many times she had swiped that classic palace drama. Then it was Bai Yang, who said with trembling lips, Chen Ning. Zhang Xiaojian remembered that Bai Yang's small room had at least a dozen of Chen Ning's posters pasted on it, which might have yellowed by now but had never been taken off. In the end, it was everyone, almost swarming around Chen Ning, vegetarian face, pajamas, and a bottle of XO in her hand. Chen Ning smiled slightly, very calm and calm. She said softly, "Don't get excited everyone, can you let me have a bite to eat first? I've always been drinking on an empty stomach lately and it's been a while since I've had a home-cooked meal." Big star Chen Ning is eating. Counting Zhang Xiaojian, 9 people watched from the side together. Chen Ning is a top superstar with unrivaled national popularity. Nowadays, young children may not recognize the 4 kings of Hong Kong in earlier years, but they will not recognize Chen Ning. Zhang Xiaojian even believed that if he took a picture of Chen Ning eating at his own home right now and posted it on Weibo, it would quickly reach the #1 Weibo hot search, and then his own home was being fleshed out, and he was surrounded by fans that night. Of course, Zhang Xiaojian didn't say these thoughts and just watched Chen Ning as she ate. Perhaps long accustomed to the spectators, Chen Ning remained relaxed, took a bite of Yi Maju's chopped pepperfish head, and marveled, "It's so delicious." Yi Maju in general has long been accustomed to other people's compliments on their cooking, but because the one who complimented her was Chen Ning, a big star that no one knew about, she actually blushed a little for a moment and was too nervous to speak. The others were in a similar situation to her. Whoever had a big star they genuinely liked in their house and was sitting at the table eating very casually in their pajamas, carrying a drink, I'm afraid they'd be in the same boat as they are right now. What's more, Chen Ning herself is from Jiangcheng, the pride of the people of Jiangcheng, and the people of Jiangcheng have been really proud of Chen Ning for many years because of her performance in the entertainment industry. Therefore, other than Zhang Xiaojin, who had been drinking with Chen Ning for many days and had already gotten slightly used to Chen Ning's presence, it was hard for the other 8 to not turn into brainwashed fans. I just feel that the plain-faced Chen Ning possesses an indescribable affinity, and every one of her movements seems to be so elegant and natural. Wow! Chen Ning looks so good when she raises her chopsticks. Wow! Chen Ning chucked up a piece of pork that was probably the happiest piece of pork in the world. Wow! Chen Ning picked up the tissue, which was also the happiest tissue in the world, and actually wiped over Chen Ning's lips. All in all, the people of Jiangcheng, whose fan filters were so thick that they were almost as thick as bulletproof steel plates, were absolutely unable to resist Chen Ning's charms. Even Zhang Xiaojian realized that the more his drinking buddy looked, the better she looked, the prouder she looked, and the more he wanted to shake her hand and ask for an autograph. Eating the last green vegetable, a leisurely Chen Ning took a sip of XO, then she flashed her signature smile, and the 9 fans in front of her felt like they'd been shot in the heart a little too hard to handle, but then they had to endure something even more unbearable. Big star Chen Ning said, "It's like this. I've been drinking with Little Sword for many days, and he also told me about his trip to the Magic City the other day, so it always feels uncomfortable to have no one to drink with these days. So, can you all drink with me today?" Gao Qingsong put up a fight, casually picked up a bottle of cold beer that he had prepared earlier, and with one foot on the chair began to blow on the bottle, without saying a word. Bai Yang, the foreign wine is not blended with the drink, poured a full cup, a tilt of the neck, dry. Luo Tengfei ran to the kitchen with an arrow step, directly dragging out a box of Budweiser that he had bought in the supermarket not long ago, and stepped on it with his foot. "This box is mine." The group of women, led by Auntie Tu, filled their own glasses. All in all, it was a messy moment. Zhang Xiaojian felt that he had to suppress his shock. He again originally sat beside Chen Ning, habitually picked up Chen Ning's XO and gulped a large mouthful of it into his mouth. Then suddenly the scene was uncluttered. Everyone's movement stilled, and all of them looked at Zhang Xiaojian. How there was still a bit of indignation in their eyes. Bai Yang pointed at Zhang Xiaojian and drank. "Do you know that's Chen Ning's wine?" Zhang Xiaojian froze and said in a panic. "What's wrong? The other day we both drank a bottle of wine every day." Everyone was also stunned. Zhang Xiaojian was actually on the wine bottle with Chen Ning, then looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning fell down and said, "Yes, it's fine. Before he went to Magic City, we both drank a big bottle of XO every day." Thus, the villa resounded with cries of misery. What? Nanny? No one wants to believe this fact. Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning drank the same bottle of wine. In other words, Zhang Xiaojian, this bitch, indirectly had a relationship with the big star Chen Ning. No one would not be jealous. At least if the men present could kill Zhang Xiaojian with their gaze, Zhang Xiaojian would have already died 10,001 times. Even the girl and her second aunt felt that the whole thing was a bit ridiculous. Why did the big star Chen Ning become friends with Zhang Xiaojian and the two of them drank for many days without knowing each other's names? Why would Chen Ning enter the middle of the small villa to show his true colors and sit down for dinner with great affinity, even to drink everyone's wine? When thinking about what happened a year ago, it was hard for everyone not to think about whether Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning were. Wang Wanair felt some pain in her heart. If her opponent was Yi Maju, at least she could one day practice the stunt of instantly laying 4 eggs with one hand while cooking instant noodles to compete. But if it's Chen Ning, who is she to argue? Of course, None of these jumbled thoughts will be spoken by anyone. In order to ease the tension on the scene, Chen Ning picked up the XO that Zhang Xiaojian had just drunk and raised it up. First time acquaintance. Let me toast everyone. A person's name, a tree's shadow. Chen Ning mentioning wine. Regardless of whether this bottle of wine is Zhang Xiaojian just drank to his mouth. Everyone has to give this face. So the crowd toasted. Chen Ning smiled and said, "Little sword, can you introduce me?" Zhang Xiaojian immediately stood up. And the first one to be introduced was the old lady. "This is my second aunt, who raised me since I was a child. That is, my own mother." And her old man swiped through that locked heart palace of yours countless times. "Hello, auntie." After shaking hands with Chen Ning, second aunt said somewhat nervously, "I actually shook Aunt Chen's hand. I won't wash my hands this month." "Auntie, not so much. We are all neighbors. We should wash our hands. And if you want to shake hands you can always find me." "Really? Really?" Zhang Xiaojian, in order to let second aunt regain her composure, immediately introduced again. "Bai Yang, my hairdresser. I've had your poster pasted on my bedside since I was little, and regard you as my idol." Bai Yang came to Chen Ning with some restraint. "I've been a special favorite of yours since I was a kid." "Then it does seem I'm not getting any younger." No, you are still so young." "Not young either. 36 all right." 36? You'll always be 18 in my heart." Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly stopped Bai Yang and continued his introduction. "This one, Gao Qingsong, used to dream of being a singer." Gao Qingsong's eyes reddened. "Sister Chen Ning, I'm a fan of your songs. I haven't dropped a single disc of your CDs over the years. Especially that song Hurtful Sorrow, I really cried once I heard it." Chen Ning also loved to joke around, and immediately sang, "Hurt grief is sometimes humble. Humble grief is the most pathetic." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingsong immediately squeezed out a tear that flowed down, and chokingly picked up, "If it wasn't for my humility, perhaps." Not finished singing it, Chen Ning opened her arms with a smile, like an aggrieved little boy. Gao Qingsong gave her a gentle hug and patted her back, his eyes red with tears. Well, it was supposed to be a dinner party, then it turned into a drinking party, and now it's actually a celebrity handshake meet and greet. Isn't that a bit too much of a twist? In a nutshell, everyone here had really liked Chen Ning at one time or another, and could name the period of time when they did. Chen Ning had certainly heard countless fans talk about these works of hers, but today was a bit different. Today was her first sort of semi-public appearance after bidding farewell to the entertainment industry for almost a year, so her emotions were a little out of control, and under the effect of alcohol, everyone gradually let go of their inhibitions and slowly let go, as if they had really become friends. In the face of everyone's curiosity, Chen Ning gushed, talks about anecdotes from acting, talking about the funny things that happened while recording the album. Of course, the least of these is the celebrity gossip of the entertainment industry. Chen Ning does not care to reveal these secret stories on this occasion. One is that her position in the show business is too high. The second is that today's incident is sudden. Everyone is true to their feelings. Surely it can't be some kind of paparazzi, and it is natural to speak even more unscrupulously. "Do you guys know Liang Jingyu?" Wang Wanner was the first to raise her hand. No, the just read fresh meat ah. Yi Maju held a different opinion, but it seems that lately, because of the newcomers, the popularity has slipped a bit. Su Yu stated, "I don't like him, I always think he's too pretentious." Second aunt was at a loss. Liang Jingyu was that one? Chen Ning laughed. "It is indeed a bit loaded and delicate." "How delicate?" Gao Qingsong widened his own eyes with a curious expression. Chen Ning said, "I did a movie with him the year before last, when he was the second male lead, and he cut his finger on the set because of the martial arts action. And then guess what? What? At that point his assistant quit and said he had to go to the hospital for a tetanus shot and a full checkup. The crew medical staff thought it was nothing to deal with, and the lad immediately flipped out. And in the end the showrunner and producer accompanied him to the hospital. And then what? The doctor knows him, he's a big star, but he's got a good sense of humor. He looked at the wound and said, 'What did it say?' Chen Ning grabbed Zhang Xiaojian's hand, meaning that he was pretending to be Liang Jingyu. Zhang Xiaojian also cooperated and extended his hand pretending that his hand hurt as he looked at Chen Ning. Chen Ning, who had excellent line skills, took a fake look at Zhang Xiaojian's wound and imitated the old man. "Young man, it's lucky that you came quickly. If you come a little later this wound of yours will be healed." Put. All of them laughed their heads off, and Zhang Xiaojian laughed while saying, "This isn't a paragraph?" Chen Ning shook her head and said, "It's really not. The production came back to learn from me. Everyone in the circle knows." Zhang Xiaojian raised his glass and said with his laughing friends, "Come on, drink." So the crowd toasted again, and it seemed as if they were going to stay drunk tonight. When the cottage was happy, Zhang Xiaojian didn't know that the fading out of the song club which was still 2 days away from him, had already been fired up in the circle of bar patrons in Zhangcheng. This is of course thanks to Shi Jin's influence in the Zhangcheng bar scene for so many years, but it is also inextricably linked to the controversial nature that Zhang Xiaojian possesses himself. Anyway, the low consumption of the singing bar is not expensive. There are still a lot of people who want to go and see, not to mention that Zhang Xiaojian, the legendary God's hero resident singer, will not necessarily give the guests the opportunity to spend money. A middle-aged man who had just stepped down from a high-speed train looked at his WeChat chat window and stood still. There's an interesting residency at the Song the day after tomorrow. Want to check it out? He asked back. How is it interesting? Singing very well? No, the treble is good, but the mid-bass is oddly bad. The middle-aged man added. Then why waste your time listening to him sing? Go and you'll see. The middle-aged man was helpless. You know I'm pretty demanding about this listening thing. Just come back and relax. It's all fun and games. The middle-aged man had to say back. Okay, drinking is fun. Only Auntie Tu couldn't stay up any longer because of her age and went back to the second floor to sleep. The others got drunker and drunker. The more you drink, the higher you get because Chen Ning is not only a big star, but also a very interesting woman. Aside from her own aura of stardom, she is funny and colorful in whatever she says. Occasionally, when others dominate the conversation, she listens silently and serves as a green leaf. Such an award-winning, yet down-to-earth superstar is right there with you raising a glass with you. Wonderful words when the atmosphere is a little down. And fun with the people when the atmosphere is at its climax. Who's gonna be able to handle that? So, every single one of them is drunk. By Yang and Gao Qingsong in order to show off in front of Chen Ning. And finally holding the first floor toilet. You vomit after I vomit. I vomit after you vomit. Really do vomit. This thing can also be harmonious and loving. Wrong order. Wan Air and Yi Maju as well as Suyu are also a bit much. Have to worship. Suyu as the oldest is the eldest sister. Wan Air in the center is the second sister. Maju as the youngest is the youngest sister. Because there is no incense. Sister 3 turned off the lights of the whole house. Froze one person to take a cell phone. Open the flashlight as incense. But also let Chen Ning as a witness. I do not know if Chen Ning is not this time also more. Actually nodded. But also moved out of the familiar movie and television drama lines, heaven and earth as a reference. The sun and the moon can be witnessed. After she finished the sentence, Suyu was actually able to catch it and put up 2 fingers. Suyu, would like to tie the knot with Wang Wan'er and Yi Maju. Zhang Xiaojian looked dumbfounded at the side. What's going on here? Anyway, the 3 girls knocked their heads on the floor and then hugged each other in a ball. Touching each other enough. I just don't know if I'll wake up tomorrow and remember this. Luo Tengfei and Zhuofei are not ambiguous. Looking at the human sister 3 over there to move each other, the 2 of them even hugged and cried, staged a brotherly love. Eventually the 2 collapsed on the wine table, with tears actually hanging from the corners of their eyes. When it was almost dawn, only Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning were left at the wine table. The pair of drinking buddies, who hadn't known each other's names before, pushed and pushed, and the more they drank, the more their eyes lit up. Zhang Xiaojian's own drinking ability is genetic, coming from his parents who only know him by name but have never met him. Chen Ning's ability to drink, on the other hand, was completely practiced over the course of the year. Finishing off a glass of beer, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the sunrise rays outside this window and lamented. Never thought I could drink with a star as big as you for a whole night. Do you think if your fans knew about this, would they envy me to death? Chen Ning, aren't you a fan of mine? Zhang Xiaojian froze. This is really a fatal problem. To say it is not. He did see and hear a lot of Chen Ning's works, and as a Zhangcheng people have been proud of Chen Ning's status in the entertainment industry. But if you really say yes, Zhang Xiaojian also just stayed in the basis of having seen and heard. He really did not particularly like a star in his life. So much so that he has always felt that the people in the rice circle are sick. So he didn't really know how he was going to answer that question. After seeing his difficult look, Chen Ning laughed. If it's not, it's not. You must not say yes against your will. Zhang Xiaojian smiled, feeling more and more that if Chen Ning's star aura was thrown away, she was really a very interesting person. So he spoke. Indeed not really, but after all, we are friends now. Is there any benefit to being your friend? Chen Ning asked jokingly, saying that she raised her eyebrows. Zhang Xiaojian looked at this face of hers with some sense of crossing over, remembering many familiar characters, and finally sighed and actually opened his mouth. There is my Fade Out Singers Club will be held tomorrow in the singing bar. I can reserve you the best spot, and I'll cover the drinks. Chen Ning asked in wonder. Fade out of the song club, this word is fresh. With that she turned her words around. But I am a public figure after all. It's not convenient for me to appear in such an occasion. Zhang Xiaojian slapped his head. I forgot. This you have to really go and then be recognized. The major media a swarm of reports. I'm not fading out. I guess it's going to roll rough. Ha ha. Chen Ning said very peevishly. Then I'll have to go if I get the hell out of the song club. Knowing that Chen Ning was just teasing a cough and actually wanted to go, Zhang Xiaojian laughed and said, I'll immediately ask Oldshire to change the fade out singing club to the roll out singing club. Chen Ning said, okay, I like the name. Zhang Xiaojian looked at this Chen Ning side face bathed in the morning light, suddenly thought of her various news from a year ago, and said with some pity, this year has been suffocating, right? Being told the center of the matter of Chen Ning also do not feel embarrassed. Looking at the sunrise emitting warmth nodded, more than suffocated. Simply bored out of birds. Then let's get to work after watching my rollicking songfest. This drinking thing isn't work after all, and I'm tired of drinking every day. Good. After saying this, the two of them smiled at each other. Zhang Xiaojian smiled because Chen Ning had accepted his offer, showing that she had come out of the shadows. And of course he, as a friend, was happy for her. Chen Ningxiao, on the other hand, was because she had a friend like Zhang Xiaojian. Such friends are precious and have disappeared from her life since her debut. The career of a star may seem glamorous and enviable, but behind the scenes, it can feel the coldness of human feelings and the cruelty of reality more than any other profession. Profit is a constant thread in the entertainment industry. When a star, people themselves are commodities. They produce benefits. So many people come to Chen Ning's side, nothing about any emotion, just simply because of the benefits. An unadulterated, ordinary drinking game like today's, which was common to ordinary people, came to be somewhat precious to Chen Ning. Therefore, after Chen Ning finished saying the word good, she immediately put down her wineglass. After seeing this action, Zhang Xiaojian asked, what, not drinking anymore? Chen Ning nodded. I won't drink it in the future either. What's with the sudden need to quit drinking? Chen Ning smiled and said, because I promised you that I would go to work after attending your Rolling Rough Songfest. Zhang Xiaojian laughed and asked, is there any direct and inevitable connection between work and drinking? Chen Ning nodded and said, of course I have. I have to be sober at all times for work, and drinking will not only misuse my time, but it will also make me unable to see people. Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and realized that there must be certain stories with profound lessons behind Chen Ning's words. He didn't count on getting to the bottom of it, though, but raised his glass. Okay, one last drink in honor of your sobriety. Chen Ning nodded her head and picked up the wine glass she had just put down and said, although it sounds a bit awkward, one last drink. The two men clinked glasses and finished their drinks, ending the night of drinking once and for all. Looking back at the mess in the room, Zhang Xiaojian added, if you have to drink in the future, don't believe such words as one last drink, as the drink had really gone on for too long. It resulted in Zhang Xiaojian waking up at 4 in the afternoon. When the mother was born with a smooth ear, Zhang Xiaojian just rubbed his sleepy eyes and also rolled over a little bit of noise. This side of the second aunt shouted, Xiaojian, come down to eat. How long has it been since you've been treated like this? Zhang Xiaojian, who had a warm heart, thought of the countless times he had woken up cold and quiet after college and work, and realized that it was still most comfortable to have his own mother by his side. Sitting at the dining table and taking a bite of the hot noodle soup made by my second aunt, my whole body instantly warmed up. Comfortable. Zhang Xiaojian sighed. Then he scratched his head again and asked, where are they? Aunt Air raised one eyebrow and asked, I haven't asked you yet. Why did Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong sleep in the toilet without pants? Zhang Xiaojian, maybe they have a good relationship? Second aunt asked again. Then why were Luo Tengfei and Zhuofei hugging in the living room? And I also saw tear stains at the corners of their eyes? Zhang Xiaojian, the two of them have a good relationship too. Auntie Tu wondered even more. Do the lords need to be affectionate to this extent? Zhang Xiaojian really couldn't justify things like hanging tear stains, and not wearing pants, and asked rhetorically, so Auntie Tu, is that sister 3 still calling each other sisters after she wakes up? Auntie Tu thought for a moment. Nope. Zhang Xiaojian, remembering the seriousness of the 3 sisters who swore yesterday with a cell phone flashlight as a candlelight, it is not surprising that all of them woke up disconnected. Second aunt looked at Zhang Xiaojian, who was eating very well, and curiously said, I have one more thing. Zhang Xiaojian clipped a celery from celery peanut rice into his mouth, chewed out the crunchy sound, and said vaguely, do you want Chen Ning's autograph, or do you want a group photo? Second aunt slapped Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder so hard that she just about slapped his face into the noodle bowl and laughed. Not bad for my son. Knowing his mother is not like a son. Once Zhang Xiaojian heard this, I see. All of them. Second aunt smiled and took out Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone and handed it to him. It's been ringing non-stop since morning. So take a look. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the bottoming bowl of noodle soup, then looked at second aunt and asked, then why didn't you give me earlier? Second aunt glared. Wasn't I afraid of disturbing your sleep in the morning? Just now I had to show you. Can you still eat? Zhang Xiaojian smiled foolishly. In the eyes of the mother, the child sleeps and eats are heavenly matters, cannot be disturbed. She does not care whether you have an emergency or not. Receiving the cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian took a look, and as expected, it was Shi Jin and Gu Jiahan. Estimatedly, this is to open tomorrow has been Chen Ning renamed Rolling Rough singer-songwriter will have to look for their own song list. Calling Shi Jin first, he learns that it turns out Gu Jiahan and her band have been waiting for themselves all day to rehearse the tracks for tomorrow night. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaojian immediately called Gu Jiahan, and when he answered the phone there, it was Gu Jiahan's somewhat sweet yet brownish voice. My little Jen brother the band and I have been dryly waiting for you for a day. Can you find some time at night? Come over. If you don't have time to determine the repertoire, and if you have time to rehearse a little bit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojian wondered too, is it so important that it really needs to be rehearsed? Gu Jihan replied, brother you do not know, due to the reservation of too many people, tomorrow the song bar is not free to enter. To charge admission, the old sure think this is a bar rebirth. Once again hit the fame of a major battle. This is not. Today he invited a band in the bar to make do. Let us and you rehearsal. Who knows you? Zhang Xiaojian was stunned by what he heard, never expecting that the one time he wanted to go on a platter concert and a deal with Lao Shi, he was actually operated by Lao Shi in this way. He himself must also pay attention to it. Listen to this row. He really want to act this time. More or less can enhance a little fame. Then it will help on the platter concert. Hey, to finish the job, Zhang Xiaojian said, give me the address. I'll go there now. Gu Jiahan, okay. Getting the address and bidding farewell to his second aunt, Zhang Xiaojian turned on the navigation and drove Little Orange all the way. I don't know how long it's been open. Anyway, it was already far, far away. The surrounding tall buildings turned into bungalows, the more oil road turned into a stone road, and after turning and drilling the alleys, Zhang Xiaojian finally saw the place he was trying to find, a dilapidated warehouse. Drummer Dong Dong was holding a cigarette at the door, and after seeing Zhang Xiaojian's car, he immediately crushed the cigarette and went up to greet him. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the devastation in front of him and couldn't help but say, this is too miserable for you guys. Winter is sprightly. Indifference to a smile, said, early used to, not in the city. A day to let people complain 8 times. This warehouse is good. Rehearsal of more high also no one cares. Zhang Xiaojian swept a glance at the surrounding pods. So, the pods are your best audience. Dondo smiled again. Let's go in first. Jihan has been waiting for you all day. Zhang Xiaojian nodded and entered the warehouse with Dong Dong, and a smell so damp that it was moldy drilled into the tip of his nose. Then he saw the other members of the band and Gu Jiahan smile at the sight of himself. He immediately interrupted their immediate demeanor of greeting and said, this won't work. This is too bad. At least you guys have followed my band. After the song club tomorrow, I'll buy you guys a house in the city center and get the best soundproofing. Gu Jiahan was still in her old smoky makeup look, and I guess she hadn't washed her face yet this day, so her makeup was a bit spent, and the melted eyeliner and mascara made her look like a panda. Hearing Zhang Xiaojian's words, Gu Jihan didn't take them seriously. Xiaojian, we'd better rehearse first. Tomorrow you'll be supporting the whole show, at least 20 songs. I'll help you string a scene in the middle of the show, and that's also more than 10 songs. Gu Jihan was quite anxious when he said this, but Zhang Xiaojian was not, as he found that at least 200 to 300 sheets of paper had been pasted on one of the deepest corners of the warehouse with moldy corners and peeling siding. He walked over to get closer and saw that it was all sheet music and lyrics, some with names on the titles, some without. Warehouse deep damp moldy flavor some choking, which is also mixed with the smell of some instant noodles. To the side to see is a small broken wooden table. Above is the bucket of noodles leftovers. Zhang Xiaojian turned back to Gu Jihan. You wrote all of these? Gu Jiahan nodded naturally. Yes, brother. Let's make a list of songs first so we can rehearse easily. Zhang Xiaojian raised his hand and asked again. How many years has it been written? Gu Jiahan didn't know why Zhang Xiaojian was so interested in his songs that couldn't be sold, but since the people had already come and the rehearsals weren't that bad, he answered. More than 10 years. They're all garbage. They can't be sold. Zhang Xiaojian was silent for a moment and looked at Gu Jihan, whose makeup had been spent and her hair was disheveled, unaware of how powerful she was, and said, I've bought them all. So let's sing these songs tomorrow. Gao Qingsong once said something that Zhang Xiaojian thought deeply. He said, what needs to be insisted on is not called a dream. If it's really a dream, you won't feel the need to insist on yourself at all. You'll enjoy it, you'll do it naturally, and even this thing is your life. The outwardly big-hearted Gu Jihan was clearly such a person. Instead of letting her give up, a decade of trials and tribulations have made her happy and unimpressed, and that's what makes her so powerful. Zhang Xiaojian is a very soft person and is also very rich, so he was happy to help Gu Jiahan. So he wasn't joking when he said he would not only buy the songs, but also sing them tomorrow. Gu Jiahan knew that the matter of buying songs didn't matter at all to a godly man like Zhang Xiaojian, and even the price could be set at her discretion. But this thing about singing these songs tomorrow. No, brother Little Sword. Are you sure you don't want to continue your sailor? See? As a result, Zhang Xiaojian saw the questioning eyes of everyone in the band, including Gu Jiahan, as well as everyone in the band. Well, it's time to show your true skills. Opening the system page, Zhang Xiaojian saw the dazzling point figures after the previous trip to the Magic City spending trip. Skill books are 10 times cheaper than growth fruits, and specialized skill books for music classifications are a bit cheaper. Zhang Xiaojian instantly added his music theory to a full 100, and looking at the large amount of points left, he revealed an evil smile. Let me see how well you've written these songs. Everyone's expression became even more odd. Can you read the score, big brother? Of course they didn't know that Zhang Xiaojian could now not only read the score, but also the structure of the song. On a bigger note, there shouldn't be many people in the Chinese music scene right now who have more knowledge of music theory than he does, and although he hasn't composed anything himself yet, that doesn't stop him from being able to see the good and the bad. Then Zhang Xiaojian began to pick up one of the scores pasted on the wall in a fake manner and looked at it carefully. There was a mouse in the warehouse that slowly walked not far from Zhang Xiaojian and wagged its tail, somewhat flaunting its authority, as if to say, "Kid, can you really read?" So did Gu Jiahan and the others who shared the same thoughts as this long-time music-indoctrinated mouse. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaojian pointed to a sheet of music and said, "I think it would be better to change this song to the key of C." Gu Jiahan and the others frowned, but Zhang Xiaojian added, "You guys try it. Come on, start now. Well, today you're the big man, and you call the shots." The guitarist drops in, the drummer drops in, the bassist drops in, the lead singer drops in, and Leaving River City in the key of C begins to play. From the first drum beat given by the drummer, everyone quickly showed their professionalism by changing the song, which was originally in the key of E, to C. Then they realized that the song was a little different. As for where it's different, it's hard to tell, especially after Gu Jiahan opened her mouth and sang. Zhang Xiaojian instructed from the side, "No need to sing too sad. Sing with a more spontaneous mood." Gu Jiahan subconsciously relaxed a bit, so the whole song suddenly had an uninhibited sense of departure, comfortable and natural, definitely much less emotional concentration than before, but much more into the ear. The crowd was a bit shocked. Zhang Xiaojian picked up the microphone at this time. "Come, follow me once." The music started again. Zhang Xiaojian sings, "Walking, the sky is bright, drinking and waking up, look at the road from whence I came." A few light years from the past. The moment Zhang Xiaojian, whose singing attribute was already fully matched, opened his mouth, everyone was dumbfounded. His bass is full and magnetic, and the spontaneity and naturalness in his tone is easily palpable. So, excited to hear the song, drummer Winter beat a little faster. Zhang Xiaojian immediately called a halt and looked at Dong Dong. "Dong Dong, it's getting fast. You're right if you slow down by half a beat." This was supposed to be an extremely subtle mistake, and when he was in the bar before, of course Zhang Xiaojian couldn't hear any of this, especially on the day when the singing was the worst. The whole band kept getting it wrong, and he never realized it. And now, it's actually half a beat faster for him to hear? Gu Jiahan looked at Zhang Xiaojian and had to marvel. "Brother, are you a monster?" Monsters indeed. If it was any other band that first met Zhang Xiaojian here, they would only think that he must be a great god, not a budding one. But Gu Jiahan and her band were acquaintances who had been tortured by Zhang Xiaojian at the bar. They listened to Zhang Xiaojian's heartrending, pentatonic vocals, and at that time, they even almost all had the idea of giving up their musical dreams. How long has it been? Zhang Xiaojian not only has max singing ability, but he can even make a lot of particularly constructive suggestions. Those songs that Gu Jiahan couldn't sell before, when they came into his hands, the style was changed, the tunes were changed, and it seemed like they were completely reborn. What a horrible rate of growth. No, it's a musical magician. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg of Zhang Xiaojian's terror. What he did next made Gu Jiahan, as well as the band, almost fall to their knees in worship. Gu Jiahan not only had over 300 pages on the wall, but also a broken box containing thousands of papers, all of which she had written over the years. Zhang Xiaojian looked at them one by one, hitting the nail on the head with every comment. While Gu Jiahan and her bandmates marveled at why Zhang Xiaojian was so strong, Zhang Xiaojian marveled at Gu Jiahan and her band, and how they could last for so many years. The thousands of pages in the box are the band members' ideas for arrangements and lyrical deliberations, some outlined, some deleted, Even the paper from earlier years had already yellowed, and Zhang Xiaojin felt as if, with a little force, the fragile paper would be annihilated as flying dust. And there are 800 similar bans, not to say 1,000. In China, they've always been buried deep, never seeming to see the light of day, never being accepted by the mainstream, but they just exist, for no reason. Writing songs and rehearsing is their life, that's all. Zhang Xiaojin saw this at nearly 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. He picked 20 songs from it, some as is, others with a few changes, but any song that involves changes, Zhang Xiaojin has enough reasons and ideas. Just rehearse it once and it will prove that it's quite right after so many changes. And so everyone rightly grew more and more exuberant. The people in the warehouse that still remember what tomorrow's Rolling Rough sing-along will be, are immersed in the world of music, simply enjoying the beauty that music can bring them. Before I knew it, it was light. As the last note fell and all 20 songs were rehearsed in their entirety, applause rang out in the warehouse where the smell of dampness was getting stronger because of the early morning. Everyone in the band wore a smile and clapped their hands vigorously. Zhang Xiaojian also wore a smile. He understood that these applause were not because he was rich this time, but because they had spent a pretty good night together in music. No one, except Gugu Jiahan and the band, knew how amazing the night of rehearsal had been. Having stayed up all night again, Zhang Xiaojian woke up at 4 p.m. again, only 2 hours before his Rolling Rough Song Club started. As if possessing a smooth ear, second aunt immediately served the porridge and buns that had been prepared long ago. Zhang Xiaojian took a bite of the large meat-filled bun and let out an extremely satisfied, delicious. This side of the second aunt sank a face and said, I do not know what you are busy day after day, cannot always stay up all night no. Zhang Xiaojian immediately made a surrendering gesture. Got it. The front of the singing bar was scrubbed today by the cleaners that Shijin had hired. In order to Zhang Xiaojian Song Club, Shijin is really hard. Not only replaced the old tables and chairs and benches, hired cleaners, but also used contacts to ruthlessly marketing wave. The reason for this is because although the singing bar in Jiangcheng is also old, but in the face of the impact of new bars that have emerged in recent years, if it is not Gu Jihan and her band to suppress the scene is afraid that it has long been on the verge of closure. But even with Gu Jihan now singing bar is also half dead. Zhang Xiaojian's appearance made Shijin feel that this was an opportunity. It doesn't matter if he sings well or not, what matters is that he has a topicality in him. And after a lot of hype and marketing, a lot of guests want to come and see what's going on. The buzz wasn't too big or too small, but it was enough to get the name of the singing bar on the minds of the patrons once again, and up to that point, it was enough. Of course, Shijin also remembered what Zhang Xiaojian had told him about the Platter concert, and truthfully, it was only tied to money, and it didn't seem to be a big deal to Zhang Xiaojian. He hadn't asked Zhang Xiaojian to run this song club, he just wanted to raise the heat of the song bar, and by the way, he could still make money, so why not? It was his selfishness, but if Zhang Xiaojian was good enough for this performance, it did help him save some money on boarding the Platter concert as well. However, this was something that seemed impossible to Shijin. He could only hope that the band's ensemble practice with Zhang Xiaojian last night would be able to cover up Zhang Xiaojian's huge flaws in the bass and middle registers with harmonization. While thinking about these messy things, Shijin didn't forget to direct the waiter. Put 2 more chairs on this side. Right. Are the drinks fully stocked? Where's the band? Why hasn't the band arrived yet? Yi Maju was sitting in his small hotel, fuming. Yesterday was probably the most she had ever drank in her life, and looking back on it, she did look scandalized and couldn't help but blush a little. Tonight, of course, she'd be going to Zhang Xiaojian's mini-songwriters party, but naturally she was a little worried when she remembered that she'd likely have to drink again. Luckily, Yi Maju has a pair of parents who have owned restaurants all their lives. Open restaurant people. Not to say 100%. But 80% are very able to drink, and Yi Dad is more than able to drink, is simply a wine barrel, every day in the back of the kitchen frying, nothing to slip a couple of mouths, a caddy of white wine with the stuffing of teeth like. So she went to the back kitchen, looked at her old man who was preparing the ingredients for the meal and asked, Dad, how can I improve my drinking quickly? Yi Dad is in his 40s, with a big head and thick neck, not a big money as a real cook. As soon as she heard this, her already round eyes widened. And instead of answering Yi Maju's question, she asked seriously, Moju, are you in love? Yi Maju was taken by surprise by his dad's question, and immediately revealed the little girl posture that would only be revealed in front of her parents. There's no such thing. Yi Dad saw Yi Maju was a little bit shy, so he knew that something big was wrong. So subconsciously picking up the boning knife in his hand, he asked, It's that brat. Tell Dad it's okay, after all, you're at the age to fall in love. Yi Maju looked at his old man with a look that he was about to raise his sword to cut someone, and asked half-heartedly, Sure it's okay? As soon as he heard this, Yi Dad immediately determined that his own daughter, even if she was not in love, was afraid to be a bit springy, and subconsciously chopped his knife on the chopping block. If this wasn't a restaurant-specific chopping block, but a chopping board, I'd probably split it with a knife. Yi Maju was shocked and turned his head in a hurry. Dad, I won't ask. I'll go out first. I'll be back later in the evening. She quickly slipped out of the kitchen, only to hear her father behind her shouting as he chased after her. Moju, it's fine. Tell Dad what's going on. Nothing? Yi Maju felt that her father was up to something big. Of course she couldn't understand the complicated feelings of a father when his daughter was about to fall in love for the first time. She only thought that her father must have forgotten to take his high blood pressure medication when he left the house this morning. That's why he was so scared. Dragging her suitcase, Wang Wan, who was walking through the airport, was listless. Suyu looked at her bereft look and helplessly said, "Not so much. You can't string shifts anymore, or the captain might have to find you to talk alone." Wang Wan said, "Hey, but people just want to hear Xiao Jian sing. Who was it that said you can't let any emotional issues hold you back from your work? I'll say, then it has to be said and done. Consider me a fart, okay? If you can be rational and objective about feelings, are they still called feelings? Suyu, whatever you say makes sense." Wang Waner, who couldn't go to the evening singers meeting, once again lamented. "I don't know if there are any supporters down there without me, so what if it's embarrassing?" Suyu had seen Wang Waner's previously recorded live video of the singing bar, and under Zhang Xiaojian's To Die for Singing, Wang Waner led the college students in shaking their arms, looking as if they were listening to heavenly music, and spat out, "It's only more awkward with you around, right?" Wang Waner immediately gave Suyu a blank look. "What kind of big words are you talking blindly about?" Apart from Zhang Xiaojian's friends, there were many other people who were ready to go forward to the singing bar. The musically demanding professional who had just arrived in the river city not 2 days earlier was pulled into the car at 5 o'clock by a friend. He frowned. "I don't care. If it's hard to hear, you'll have to buy me dinner." His friend smirked. "You are determined to blackmail me for a meal, aren't you?" He said firmly. "Yes." Without coincidence, Xian Yuanbin, who has never been to Villa New Town again to look for signs of his second aunt, also intends to go to the singing bar today. He kind of didn't understand why his girlfriend must have insisted on going to see the action. He was just aching for 128 tickets for one person. Of course, he wouldn't say this to his girlfriend. He could only mutter it in his mind. At 5:15, he picked up his girlfriend, and her friend, in his beat-up car. Then he realized that it seemed that his girlfriend's friend was much better looking than his girlfriend, and unconsciously meowed a couple more times in the afterglow. That look would never escape a perceptive woman. Zhou Chang, Qian Yuanbin's girlfriend, viciously pinched Qian Yuanbin's thigh and asked, "Don't I look good?" Qian Yuanbin of course replied, "Good looking, good looking." As he was talking he realized that Zhou Chang's good-looking girlfriend in the reversing mirror had actually thrown him a wink. So naturally his heart swung, and Qian Yuanbin felt that he might be stepping onto the peak of his life tonight. Unfortunately, right now, he didn't know whose song club he was going to, and if he did, he would realize that he couldn't peak tonight, only have a seizure. At around 5:30, Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang had walked into the singing bar and grabbed the best card table. Bai Yang looked around and realized that the two girls he was familiar with might not be here yet, or they were no longer stationed at the singing bar, so it was hard to avoid a little loss. Gao Qingsong noticed the expression of Bai Yang, thought it was the previous departure. He patted Bai Yang's shoulder. "It's okay, not just a courier. Change tomorrow we open a courier company to squeeze them to death." That's right, Poplar is out of work because of a long leave of absence to stay in the hospital. On his way out, he wasn't as lucky as Zhang Xiaojian to meet a good supervisor, and almost got into a fight. The reason is that the original Bai Yang is responsible for, that is, the number of express delivery area is more merged by the boss's friends. Even if you go back to work, you have to go to the place where the birds and the bees are not delivering the courier. This was something Poplar couldn't accept. Of course, there was no excuse for people to do so. After all, Poplar had taken 10 days of vacation. It's just that this boss's friend had taken a month's vacation before, so how come he didn't see his previous area swallowed up by anyone? Double standards are always a turn-off. Poplar opened himself up in a fit of rage, and he wanted to go to a bigger courier company at his next stop. At this time, when he heard Gao Qingsong's words, he waved his hand. "Don't bullshit. How much money do you need to open a courier company? My pocket is cleaner than my face now." Gao Qingsong and his contact for so many days know that he is reliable, and friends that are preachy and loving. He smiled and said, "You don't have to pay for it. You're technically in technology into the stock? What kind of new word is that?" Bai Yang was a bit confused, but thought about it and didn't take it seriously. On this side, the two of them just kibitzed for a while. Luo Tingfei walked in and sat on his butt on the card seat and said, "Two big brothers? I watched the two of you frown from afar, so I knew that you guys were bragging about it again." Between the two laughing and cursing, Yi Maju also walked in, looking left and right to see them and then revealed a smile, came to the card table and sat down. Since neither Wang Wan nor Suyu were here today, she was the only one left, and still felt rather uncomfortable. The three men in the room, though, were all top-notch kanji masters. In a few words, he dissolved some of the embarrassment in Yi Maju's heart, and was amused by them and couldn't stop laughing. Yi Maju was smiling in a flamboyant manner, attracting frequent side glances from the surrounding bar staff, when the main character of the night, Zhang Xiaojian, walked in with a cloaked girl. "What are you smiling about? So happy?" Everyone immediately stood up, not to greet Zhang Xiaojian of course, but to greet Chen Ning. None of them knew that Chen Ning would even show up today. Just looking at Chen Ning in this outfit, actually without sunglasses or a duck-tongued hat, it was hard to avoid the thought that in case someone recognized her, how could this singing bar end tonight? No one answered Zhang Xiaojian's easy question. Gao Qingsong looked left and then looked again and said, "Let's go to the card table on the right. At that time, you will sit inside, and once we are surrounded, no one will be sure to recognize it." Poplar seconded. Right. Or what if something really happens? Luo Tingfei immediately rushed to the card table against the wall on the right with an arrow step, and as a qualified licking dog began to blow up the dust on the seat. However, Chen Ning couldn't care less. She took Yi Maju by the hand and said, "Sister, let's sit here tonight." Yi Maju's heart began to race when she was held by Chen Ning, and she immediately sat down obediently, but she was still worried. "Sister, you have to know that you're popular in Jiangchang. As soon as the news leaks out, this little bar will have to be completely surrounded, and by then," Chen Ning smiled and said, "You do not understand. The more tightly wrapped, the more people will be suspicious. I'm sitting here in a big way, as long as not to look at more than 3 seconds, even if it feels like no one will recognize me, not to mention that a moment of light a dark, and even the face cannot be seen. How to see what I look like?" Zhang Xiaojin thought it was right, so he said, "All right, just sit here. I'll go see how the band is tuning up in the back. You guys chat first." With the addition of big star Chen Ning, the atmosphere in the card table was naturally different again. Although they had drank a night's worth of wine before, the fact that Chen Ning was now sitting by her side, talking to her friends in general, still made them all feel extremely surreal. After a few slips in and out of reality and illusion, the time came to 5:45 and most of the long-ago ticketed audience began to enter. Zhang Xiaojian found nothing for himself in the background, so he took the time to look around. So he saw Big Brother Flathead, who heard him sing for the first time, and a couple of Big Brother's best friends, and raised his hand in greeting. Just when he was thinking that he must sing well today to make up for the internal trauma that Pingta's big brother had suffered before, he was a little surprised to see Qian Yuanbin. Qian Yuanbin wore a casual suit today and was human. Around not only brought his girlfriend, and girlfriend's friend, girlfriend's friend's friend, a total of 3 sisters followed behind. At first glance quite a second generation. In addition to Zhang Xiaojian seeing him, Gao Qingsong also saw him, so he raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt that he had something to play for tonight. He tapped Bai Yang on the shoulder and said, "Buddy, do you know that Qian Yuanbin kid?" Bai Yang thought back carefully. His memory was a little fuzzy, so he asked, "Who?" Gao Qingsong replied, "Just the child of Xiaojian's second aunt's elder sister's family. We've fought before and I die hating this kid." Bai Yang thought about it, then followed Gao Qingsong's eyes and found the familiar face Qian Yuanbin, as well as the 3 girls he had brought with him, and apart from one who was really ordinary, the other 2 were not bad looking. "What do you mean?" Gao Qingsong smiled. "Guess, among those 3 girls, is there Qian Yuanbin's real girlfriend?" Bai Yang shook his head questioningly. "All I know is that the look on your face right now tells me you've got a bad taste in your mouth." Gao Qingsong gave Bai Yang a glance. "Brothers, how is this called bad water? Xiao Jian went to buy a house the day you were not there. You do not know how snobbish this kid is. How good the acting. Today buddies just want to punish the wicked and eliminate the evil, and uphold justice. Bah! Say what the hell do you want?" Gao Qingsong lifted the collar of today's shirt. Buddy is ready to take the tiger's mouth and show some majestic heroism. Bai Yang wondered and asked, "How is it a tiger's mouth?" Gao Qingsong scolded, "Idiot, buddy, I have been mixing with bars for so many years. I can tell at a glance that that girl is a good woman. And that girl is a good woman." "What do you mean?" "I'm not going to hide it from you. These 3 girls Qian Yuanbin brought today are not good things. It's too easy to take food from a tiger's mouth. Smashing a little bit of money, quasi-reverberate." As we were talking, the time had come to 6 o'clock, and the lights of the singing bar suddenly went all dark. Zhang Xiaojian came to the center of the stage and leaned in front of the high stool. looking down at the audience filled with people. And suddenly a little sense of accomplishment was born in his heart. But that didn't matter as he picked up the microphone and said, "Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Xiaojian. Thank you all for coming to the song bar to support us." And as per my usual practice, someone from below shouted, "Beer sleeves." The whole room laughed, and Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. "Beer sets won't work. Let's start with a table set of shivas." The whole audience applauded, and as expected, God's hero is God's hero. 128 tickets, a set of shivas made it all back. Just as the flat-headed big brother was leading the screaming, Zhang Xiaojian, however, pointed his finger, pointing to the table where Qian Yuanbin was sitting in this opening moment of great anticipation, where the entire room had him as the center of focus. Oh right, except for this table. So all eyes focused on the faces of Qian Yuanbin and the three girls he brought with him. Even though Zhang Xiaojian didn't swear or do anything excessive, but as soon as the words "except for this table" came out, they were like being roasted on a hot grill at the singing bar, with their faces burning and hurting. Zhang Xiaojian had never been a careful person. He did a lot of things that seemed generous but were silly in the eyes of others. But for Qian Yuanbin, his attitude is, do not forgive, do not let go, can be stabbed twice, can make him as hard as possible. Because this guy had made it hard for him, he had also made it hard for second aunt. So no matter how hard it was for Qian Yuanbin now, it was just payback for payback. The stares from the singing bar were now like a knife in Qian Yuanbin's heart, as well as in the hearts of his girlfriend Zhou Chang and her two friends. When you come out to play, you want to save face. If you honor me, of course I will honor you. If you don't honor me, don't blame me for lifting the table. Time forward a time 10 or 8 years. Zhang Xiaojian's sentence was already enough to cause a violent conflict. Just these days, set off the table less and less people. After all, really fight, are playing money. A trip to the hospital have to spend a lot of money, can endure are trying to endure. What's more, the singing bar is obviously Zhang Xiaojian's turf. Not to mention Qian Yuanbin dare not set off the table. That is, he has always been quite hot-tempered. Girlfriends do not dare, once set off, may not walk out of the bar door. So it could only be suffered in silence and endured with a red face. To say that Qian Yuanbin after seeing this small sword to understand why in the end all this is even. Zhou Chang and her two girlfriends had no right to forget about it. They didn't understand what was going on at all. Why did Zhang Xiaojian target their table? Why did everyone else have a Chivas Regal set and they didn't? Of course they had to look to Qian Yuanbin. Of course Qian Yuanbin couldn't explain. He now immediately stood up and prepared to leave the singing bar. He understood that if he didn't leave earlier, Zhang Xiaojian might continue to disgust him. Only his girlfriend pulled him back into his seat and asked with a frown, "What the hell is going on? You guys know each other?" Qian Yuanbin was silent for a moment. He really didn't want to explain. And at that moment, Zhang Xiaojian in the stage smiled at Gu Jihan and said, "All the songs tonight are all original, from the band behind me, and the Gu Jihan that you know so well. The first one, Leaving Jiangchang, I hope you like it." Winter picked up the drumsticks to give the first thud of the drums. The guitar and bass entered at the same time, and Zhang Xiaojian hung his head at the perfect timing to enter the song, talking about the dawn, drinking and waking up, looking at the way I came, a few light years from the past, not really knowing how to turn you down as I would this July rain. I tapped you on the shoulder and said just send it here and I'll finish the road ahead alone. I saw the dawn approaching and the people in the square raising the red flag slowly. I had to put my ideals away in a bag and take tonight's train to a faraway land. Honey, today I'm leaving Jiangchang. Let me say I love you one last time. One last time. The song was written by Gu Jiahan 5 years ago. When her life had hit rock bottom, band members had changed, eating had become a struggle, and she wanted to go home to the countryside. The lyrics of the song, putting ideals in the bag, corresponded to her state of mind at the time. It's just that the song was buried for 5 years, and the reality is that she hasn't been gone for those 5 years. Although Jiangchang was not the imperial capital, but with her friends and bandmates around, then this was the place for her to chase her ideals. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the lyrics and sang them in a spontaneous way of a bystander, with less intense feelings but more relief, as if it was a third party telling the story, narrating it. The song is not supposed to be difficult, much less high-pitched. If he were the Zhang Xiaojian of the past, he was afraid that he would sing the whole audience to leave the bar instead of leaving Jiangchang. But now he has a thick and magnetic bass. The natural tone of the alto can still be maintained perfectly. The sense of telling, a strong sense of picture, a time to sing the bar only his song. The whole room is silent. Big brother Pingtu was so moved that he was about to cry. He covered his face and looked at Zhang Xiaojian with some disbelief. The previous song that was like a father scolding and a mother crying was long gone. If he hadn't heard Zhang Xiaojian sing before, he would definitely think that Zhang Xiaojian was an excellent singer. How can this dude improve so much? This song, why is it so good? Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang stared wide-eyed, listening to the song in their ears. How could they not believe that this song was sung from Zhang Xiaojin's mouth? They remember the words "those flowers la 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 la." How is it different now? Gao Qingsong even used his professional ears to listen to it, and realized that Zhang Xiaojin's pitch and beats were extremely perfect. This is impossible. Chen Ning, on the contrary, wasn't so surprised. This was because she had never heard Zhang Xiaojin sing a full song, only Zhang Xiaojin's high notes. Listening to it now, the appreciation is overwhelming. Turns out this guy can really sing in addition to drinking. I just seem to have heard him say that he doesn't have much of a heart to be a singer. Sadly, Chen Ning, who had released 10 records, was very professional, but the most professional person in the room was not her, but Li Feng, who was sitting in the corner seat. Li Feng was the middle-aged man who had just returned to Jiangqing not long ago and had been dragged here by his friends to listen to the song. He comes from Huading Records, a professional producer who is considered a minor celebrity in the industry, but his glory is long gone, and it's been 10 years since he's brought out a famous singer with a screaming record. This song is a ballad just by listening to it, but the way Zhang Xiaojin chooses to sing it is very pleasing to the ear, not substituting himself but telling a story, and with the overall arrangement of the music to match. Not to say that it's one of the more top-notch ballads he's heard over the years, but it's still really top-notch. Li Feng's mind was conducting a professional analysis. His good buddy, who had seen Zhang Xiaojin's singing video before, was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how Zhang Xiaojin could improve so much in just a few days. All he knew was, "It's not too hard to listen to, right? Treat me to dinner tonight." These were the reactions of the crowd on stage. But the most interesting reaction came from Chen Yuanbin's table. The way Zhang Xiaojin stood on the stage and sang in a low voice with the lights was in one word: handsome. Oftentimes, the moment a person's talent was displayed, that person would shine, and regardless of his looks, he would make people feel a charm. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaojin wasn't bad looking in the first place, and now with his singing voice, the charm was all over the place. Of course his status as a godly man gilded his aura, so how could he not attract a girl's favor? Therefore, Zhou Chang's 2 girlfriends committed nymphomania. Once a woman is nymphomania is equal to an idiot. That will remember Zhang Xiaojin said in addition to this table when he delivered the wine before. They could hardly contain themselves, chattering and whispering in awe. So handsome. So handsome. Wow. Look at his eyebrows. They're beautiful. So the knife that Zhang Xiaojin had stuck in Qian Yuanbin's heart before Zhang Xiaojin did not pull it out. But instead his girlfriend's friend helped Zhang Xiaojin pull out this knife with blood and severe pain. The song ended with a roar in the singing bar. Before coming here, most of the guests in the audience were just in the mindset of watching the show, but now they were shocked at the level of the band and the lead singer, and really had the feeling of being in a small singing club of a famous singer. King Weiner, the king of hustlers, is not here today, but everyone is incarnated as a king of hustlers. In the midst of the applause and screams that rose and fell, Zhang Xiaojin smiled slightly, so it was almost as if the girls on the stage who had instantly turned into his fans because of one song screamed another wave, almost toppling the roof. Zhang Xiaojin suddenly understood why young people nowadays were scrambling to be some kind of trainee and to become a star. There is indeed a magic to the stage. The screams of fans will fill the performer's vanity in an instant. Zhang Xiaojin doesn't think vanity is a derogatory term. Who in this world doesn't have a vanity? His vanity is pretty full right now, and thankfully he has a clear self-awareness of himself, or else he'd likely have hit on the idea of being a future singing god of Chinese music. But in appreciation of all the applause and screaming, he of course spoke up as soon as he could. One large fruit plate for every table in the house. Except this one. Chen Yuanbin was already bleeding in his heart, and when he heard this, his face turned green. Because of Zhang Xiaojin's words, their table naturally became the center of attention in the room once again. Zhou Chang couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, while the 2 good friends she brought with her, who had just been screaming for Zhang Xiaojin, who wanted to turn their eyes to a big invisible slap. Let's go. Chen Yuanbin spoke. He certainly had no reason to be here and take this crap. At the same time, Qian Yuanbin had seen Zhang Xiaojin's financial power, and he knew that Zhang Xiaojin would never care about this small amount of money, and he would be disgusted after every song. If you don't hide away from them when you know you're going to be disgusted, you're a real fool. Zhou Chang didn't answer his boyfriend at first, because she wasn't a fool. She could see that Qian Yuanbin might have a story between him and Zhang Xiaojin. It was impossible to guess the specifics, and she thought that it would by no means be a story of love. This story is naturally not easy to ask here. Coincidentally, Gao Qingsong, who had carried a lift of beer, came to the table, pulled out a chair for himself, placed his drink on the table, and looked at Qian Yuanbin and smiled. Hello again. Qian Yuanbin didn't reply, just glanced at Zhou Chang, meaning are you leaving or not? In this romantic relationship between the two of them, Qian Yuanbin rarely showed his strong side, and this cold and stern glance really made Zhou Chang feel uncomfortable. Seeing Qian Yuanbin this expression, Gao Qingsong laughed, deliberately raised his hand, revealing the value of the Rolex, up to open 3 bottles of wine, only did not give Qian Yuanbin. Qian Yuanbin's face worsened, and the 3 women's eyes brightened. Gao Qingsong, the absolute second-generation cockney who had been hanging out in the bar for a long time, was familiar with this kind of bright eyes. He is not only experienced in theory, but also extremely experienced in practice. Just Gao Qingsong came to this table, of course not for the sake of the pretty girl, he just came to admire the expression of Qian Yuanbin, and then see whether his and his girlfriend's feelings are sturdy or not. So Gao Qingsong looked at Zhou Chang and said, "Actually, there is a little misunderstanding. Xiao Jian, he is not treating you guys badly, but he is not treating him badly. I think we should change the table." My treat? To be honest, Zhou Chang's 2 girlfriends were 10,000 times happier to switch tables in their hearts. Just in the way of, after all, it is Zhou Chang as well as her boyfriend spent the ticket money. We are also friends. It is not good to face immediately nod. Qian Yuanbin looked at Gao Qingsong angrily. "What the hell do you want?" Gao Qingsong spread his hands and said, "I don't want to do anything. I've come to buy the girls a drink. What's wrong with that?" In a fit of rage, Qian Yuanbin took another look at Zhou Chang and threw his face away. Zhou Chang was his girlfriend after all, and when she saw him rushing out the door of the bar, she hurriedly followed him. Gao Qingsong clapped his hands. The waiter, who knew that this was Little Sword Brother's friend, immediately ran over. He opened his mouth and asked, "What do you 2 beauties want to drink? What do you want to eat? Feel free to order. It's my treat." As soon as the pretty girl and the ordinary girl looked at each other, first glancing in the direction of the bar's door, then at Gao Qingsong, as well as glancing at the Rolex on this handsome man's wrist with their after glances, they immediately made a wise choice. Drink foreign wine. It's quite good in a drink. Beer is too bitter. Okay. I don't know who said that girls in this day and age are realistic, and the words were quite harsh, but is reality bad? Gao Qingsong hadn't thought about this deeply, but understood that reality wasn't casual, and the 2 girls in front of him were most likely whichever was both realistic and casual. It was just some small talk, and the words were already somewhat. Gao Qingsong knew what they were thinking. Facing the flying eyes, Wei Ran did not move, and his heart did as if it were a green pine. After 2 glasses of wine, Zhang Xiaojian on the stage began to sing the second song. Gao Qingsong was not in the mood to listen to the song at this time, and after excusing himself first, he sneaked to the door of the bar, and thus saw through the glass and laid on the door that a pair of people were staging a scene from a Qiangyao idol drama. It was still light. Qian Yuanbin and Zhou Chang stood in front of the bar and did not go far. Zhou Chang certainly had questions in his mind. What the hell is going on? Of course Qian Yuanbin couldn't tell her how shameless his family was. He didn't think his family was shameless either. He just said, "Zhang Xiaojian is technically a child of my relative's family. A bit of a conflict." "Nothing. Let's go." This time it was Zhou Chang's turn to have his eyes glazed over. "When did your family have such rich relatives?" "No. If they're so rich, why don't you guys just get on with it and have a conflict?" Watching Qian Yuanbin take a step forward, Zhou Chang immediately said, "Wait a moment." Qian Yuanbin turned back. "Completely do not understand how things in the end," Zhou Chang said, "since they are relatives, that there is hatred cannot be unraveled. I see you do not stubborn. Bow your head. What things are not all over?" Qian Yuanbin. "This there is a low head thing. Qian Yuanbin's whole family is about to get an Oscar. And it didn't work." Zhou Chang added. "Besides, my friends are in there, so I can't just leave them here and go." Qian Yuanbin looked at Zhou Chang's face of difficulty, and with mixed emotions in his heart, his brows tightened as he asked, "So, you want to go back?" Zhou Chang puffed and puffed for half a day without uttering a word. Qian Yuanbin's face was cold with anger. "Fine. You accompany your friend. I'm leaving." With those words, he strides forward in a dashing manner. Zhou Chang stood in place without stopping, waited for a moment, saw that he had no intention of turning back. She turned back first and walked back to the bar. Qian Yuanbin, who had pretended not to understand for half a day, turned around at this time and saw Zhou Chang pushing open the door of the bar and walking in. "You're really going with a friend? You?" Qian Yuanbin couldn't express in words what he was feeling right now, and it seemed that because of his powerful resentment, the originally sunny sky suddenly dropped raindrops. The rain fell a little cold on his body. Reality is often just so cold. Off to the side, a song rang out from the nostalgia bar across the street. Snowflakes drift. The north wind whistles. Reality, like many things, is about degrees, and excess is not even good. Zhou Chang and her 2 friends apparently had some reality overload, and the not-so-good-looking girl had a strong desire to hang on to Gao Qingsong. Unfortunately, After sending away Qian Yuanbin, who was annoying to look at, Gao Qingsong, who was at least a half-professional, became mesmerized by Zhang Xiujian's singing, as well as the band's choreography. The 20 songs picked out by Zhang Xiujian are all of a certain caliber, and some of them are certainly still a bit different than the top works, but listening to a live show and listening to an MP3 will always be two different things. There are a lot of songs that just sound good live, but once you get home and download them and listen to them again, they're not the same. Zhang Xiujian's singing ability is beyond doubt. Gu Jiahan's band at least also played many years of experience. That even if a song of quality can only be considered ordinary, presenting the scene to listen to is to have a feeling that is good to listen to. Naturally, the whole atmosphere of the singing bar was completely ignited. Li Feng drinks extra frequently tonight. He can certainly look at these original songs from a professional and objective point of view. Some are ordinary, some are good, and some have been produced to be likely to become popular hot singles. Of course, none of this matters. The important thing is that the lead singer, Zhang Xiujian, sings really well. Lower mid-range and treble, turntable falsetto, every technique is perfect. If there was any weakness in a singer like Zhang Xiujian, I'm afraid it could only be emotion. That's why Li Feng decided to personally find his way to the door after this song club was over. Thinking about this decade, he has rarely done such a thing. He is a little hot-blooded. In his eyes, Zhang Xiujian has obviously been a diamond in the rough. As long as a little polishing, in the future will inevitably blossom in the Chinese music scene. The only problem is how to convince Zhang Xiujian. Record labels haven't had this problem for a long time, because most bar musicians don't want to sign to a record label. Even those who play rock and roll, just talk about life and reality, and they'll get it. But Zhang Xiujian is different. Zhang Xiujian looks rich. It shouldn't be useful to talk about reality with him. Then it's all about ideals. Li Feng, who had formulated the strategic deployment in his mind, picked up the wineglass again, and after muffling it in one mouthful, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Just like Zhang Xiujian had become the prey in his eyes. The thing about time is strange to say the least. Time moves especially fast when you're happy, and it moves especially slow and inviting when you're miserable. Time passes surprisingly fast at the singing bar tonight. Unconsciously the hour hand was already pointing to 10, and Zhang Xiujian had finished 19 songs, taking the microphone and saying, "The last song of the night goes to Gu Jiahan and all the band members behind me. Bury deep, bury all unrealistic fantasies, don't envision, don't expect. Bury all youthful ideals, and don't open your mouth, you'll be laughed at. Bury all the resentful anger in your heart. No emotions, just peace." The song Buried Deep is Zhang Xiujian's favorite song, and it's also a song to talk to yourself, console yourself, and reconcile with yourself. Zhang Xiujian could deeply feel how many disappointments and tribulations Gu Jiahan had experienced over the years. Every time, she was afraid that she was so sad that she wanted to hammer on the wall. But reality is reality. And there is no point in hammering on the wall as such an action. You can only choose to accept it and then digest it in silence. The song comes from the first time Gu Jiahan was dismissed from a bar after arriving in Jiangcheng. It also comes from the fact that she was first signed to a record label and was snowed in for a full 5 years. From her handing out samples over and over again only to have them sink into the sea. From her perseverance every second of every day, but never getting a response from the world. After singing the first verse, Zhang Xiujian put down the mic and Gu Jiahan picked it up. Buried deep isn't deep after all. It's just hidden love. She started singing her own songs. The song is over. There was no previous enthusiastic response. The depth of the lyrics provokes thought. After a few moments of reminiscing, the whole audience applauded, without screaming, as if everyone remembered the blows they had suffered in their own lives, and it was not a pleasant experience. Zhang Xiujian took Gu Jiahan's hand and made a curtain call with the band. Jin led the way and started clapping as people in the room finally started screaming. And of course a smirk appeared on his face, knowing that after this night, the singing bar was probably about to catch fire. Walking backstage, the small band that had been preparing for the show in the middle of the night after the singing bar gave a standing ovation. They knew that after this show, the rest of their set would be boring to the audience, but that didn't matter. Just pay the money. At least they'd had a good night of songs. Zhang Xiujian instructed, "Just simply clean up. I'll treat you tonight." So, along with his friends, as well as Gu Jiahan's band, and the owner, Jin, a huge group of people walked out of the singing bar. Just before they could get into the car, a middle-aged bearded man stopped in front of the crowd. Li Feng looked at Zhang Xiujian and politely said, "Hello, my name is Li Feng. I'm from Huading Records. I wonder if I can sit down and have a chat." When Zhang Xiujian froze, he had already handed out his business card. Zhang Xiujian took the business card and looked at it. This side, Gu Jiahan immediately came over and whispered, "Huading Records is considered a big company. But it's just that over the years, The company's singers have only been left with over-the-hill old men who rely on their hit songs to run commercial shows. As she spoke, Yi Maju held Chen Ning and intentionally walked farther away to prevent this showbiz person from recognizing Chen Ning's identity. And now that the show had just dispersed, many people did not continue to choose to stay in the bar, and there were still too many people at the entrance. Li Feng's attention was all on Gu Jiahan's body, and when he heard her words, which were whispered but not concealed, he immediately retaliated. Little girl, you have to realize that a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Zhang Xiaojian put the name tag into his pocket and smiled. Actually, I'm not personally interested in singing, but this sister of my family is big. Look how good she and her band are. Interested? The collective bodies of Gu Jiahan and the band behind her stiffened slightly. Who doesn't want to venture out and get some air in the acting world after singing in bars for too long? Li Feng thought about Gu Jihan's last song deeply buried and said, don't say it. It's really there. But my main target is still you. Zhang Xiaojin thought for a moment and said, how about this? We're about to go for dinner. Let's get together. We'll talk about it at the dinner table. Li Feng is here to sign people. As long as you give a pole you have to climb upwards. Immediately nodded his head and said, good. Coming to the side of the car, Zhang Xiaojin casually asked, is the financial situation of your record label good? Honestly, it's average. But of course Li Feng couldn't honestly say that. He said, Hua Ting has always wanted to make boutique records, and as long as it's a boutique it will spare no expense. Once Zhang Xiaojian heard this reply, he knew that Li Feng had misunderstood the meaning. He said, let me ask in another way, is your record company selling? Li Feng. He suspected that his ears were experiencing an illusion. No, brother, I'm here to sign you, and you're asking me if the record label is selling? What's this? What way? Not much of a path. For Zhang Xiaojian, since the day he became rich, he realized that he was just an ordinary person who couldn't control so many things in the world, but he always had to control the things of the people around him. Gu Jiahan and her band were clearly the sidekicks, and the old warehouse, and the yellowed papers touched Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian promised to find them the best rehearsal room at that time, and after seeing those songs, what Zhang Xiaojian thought was that they must all be released, and as for how much it would cost, he didn't care at all. Buried deep is a kind of self-containment that has actually been waiting for the dawn, and Zhang Xiaojian knows that Gu Jihan and her band have been waiting for the dawn. Li Feng's arrival crashed right into Zhang Xiaojian's gun. Zhang Xiaojian wanted to buy a record label, and if that didn't work, he could also inject capital, just like he did in Magic City with magic energy. Hua Ting estimated that it would be hard to refuse his injection of capital, so that he could kill two birds with one stone. Not only would he be able to help Gu Jihan and her band release 10 or 8 albums in one breath, but in the future, if Magic Energy, or his sister's little ragtag troupe, had any needs, Hua Ting would have to help out as well. Then both entertainment companies came together to help him lose. What a genius yourself. You can do whatever you want with money. Only, this matter has to be led through the immediate Li Feng. So Zhang Xiaojian looked at Li Feng's eyes extremely sincere. Just in Li Feng as a subordinate. How to ask the boss to sell or not to sell the company. I'm guessing I'm going to get yelled at as soon as I open my mouth. Gu Jiahan and her bandmates of course knew that Zhang Xiaojian was very hoity-toity, but it never occurred to them that they were so hoity-toity that they actually wanted to buy a record label. And they certainly thought even less of the fact that Zhang Xiaojian wanted to help them release 10 or 8 albums in one breath. As for Zhang Xiaojian's friends, most of them thought that Zhang Xiaojian was teasing the cough. After all, they hadn't seen Zhang Xiaojian throwing away thousands of dollars in Magic City. Li Feng couldn't answer that question. Zhang Xiaojian then added, here's the thing. You can call your boss now and ask him. I can give him a satisfactory price that can exceed his highest expectations for the scale meter. Li Feng. Fairview's luxurious private rooms have long been ready. After the group of people had been seated in great numbers, the dishes that had already been prepared were served one after another. At first, including the poor to the core band members were staring at an unseen cuisine in front of them, and then they realized that the beautiful woman sitting beside Zhang Xiaojian looked somewhat familiar. No matter how big the booth is, people sitting at a table look up after all. Chen Ning didn't intend to hide her identity, so after drinking 2 mouthfuls of hot soup, she naturally smoothed the sideburns in front of her forehead behind her ears. Not forgetting to make small talk with Zhang Xiaojian, he said, are you really planning to buy Huading? Zhang Xiaojian munched on the shrimp and said vaguely, yes, I also bought a small entertainment company in Mordor that specializes in training trainees, so we can tandem up when the time comes. Chen Ning smiled. What tandem? This is called industrial layout. Small sword you can This is intended to enter the entertainment industry as the big boss behind the scenes? Zhang Xiaojian heatedly smiled. Chen Ning's sister, you have to be more supportive in the future. But Hua Ting, this matter has no spectrum. Hey, Li Feng brother, you in the end did not call your boss Quite urgent. Waiting for it. Li Feng didn't hear what exactly Zhang Xiaojian said behind him. He only heard the word Chen Ning, so his gaze locked onto the face of this great beauty beside Zhang Xiaojian. Somewhat hard to be sure. Jin's chopsticks stretched out in midair had also become fixed, and Gu Jiahan and her bandmates all showed somewhat dazed looks. Only then did Zhang Xiaojian notice that he seemed to have forgotten the introduction, so he smiled and said, "Oh, I forgot. Big star Chen Ning, you should all recognize. This old history singing bar owner, the lead singer of Gu Jiahan's band, as well as the drummer Dong Dong." And Chen Ning smiled at everyone. "Hello, I'm Chen Ning." Immediately after those words, Fairview's luxurious private room exploded. Chen Ning has a high status in the entertainment industry and is the idol of many people. Li Feng had been in the entertainment industry for many years, but when he first became a producer, Chen Ning had already released 3 hit albums, so of course he had to honor Chen Ning as a senior. Although Old Sure was not considered to be in the entertainment industry, but after opening a bar for so many years, he had heard too many of Chen Ning's songs and naturally liked them, and now all the 5 senses on his old face were gathered together, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Gu Jiahan and the band members, needless to say, were all in the music industry themselves. Chen Ning's songs were all familiar to them, and some of the big hit singles, they didn't know that they had played them thousands and thousands of times, and when they saw that their idols were right next to them, of course, one by one, they transformed into little fans. It was just that while they were frantically chasing after the stars, Zhang Xiaojian was laughing with joy. It was because he realized that although Chen Ning was still dressed in such an ordinary and inconspicuous outfit today, she had makeup on her pretty face, the basic qualities of an actress. Even if you go out and don't want to be spotted by anyone, you still have to bring your makeup on, so that if you are spotted, you can immediately strike 2 beautiful poses. No one understood what Zhang Xiaojian was laughing at, so much so that the matter of chasing after a star, which was bound to seem a bit crazy, seemed to have been doused with cold water under his laughter. Only Chen Ning knew what Zhang Xiaojian was laughing at, so she said, "Stop before it's too late. Didn't I just put on some makeup? Is there a need to laugh like this?" Zhang Xiaojian collected his laughter and hurriedly said to the crowd, "Eat first. After eating in a while you guys are willing to ask for signatures and then signatures, and are willing to ask for a group photo, and then ask for a group photo. Don't make it look like a fan meeting." Gao Qingsong looked indifferent. "Yes, see you all have no talent, especially you Old Sure. This life has not seen few stars. You see you now this fat face, pandering into what kind of?" Yi Maju nodded approvingly. "Sister Chen Ning is very easygoing. You guys don't have to be like this. It's not like you can't run away." Bai Yangyu and Luo Tingfei stood up and coaxed the band members surrounding Chen Ning, coaxing them back to their seats like sheep with a look of disgust. Apparently, they had forgotten that they seemed to be even more exaggerated than the current group when they first met Chen Ning 2 days ago. Watching the crowd suppress their little red cheeks and return to their seats, Chen Ning looked at Li Feng and asked, "Oh yeah, Huoding is Fatty Son, right? Li Feng, that's our big boss. Only you dare to call him Fatty Son." But all he could say back was, "Yes." Chen Ning thought about it to Zhang Xiaojian. "Li Feng is a subordinate. This mouth is really not good to open. I have a fat son phone. Why don't I ask you?" "Sister, I kill the price but first class." Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up. "Then sister, why don't you hurry up and call? And don't kill too hard. It's not expensive after all." The more Li Feng listened to this, the more unpleasant it was. How could this old record company's deal be said to be like buying food in a vegetable market? Chen Ning is a woman of thunder. The room went silent as she picked up her cell phone. She opened her mouth and got right to the point. "Old son, is your half-dead record label for sale?" Li Feng, who was sitting across from Chen Ning, felt that he had suffered a violent attack. "No, I'm here to sign people. I'm really here to sign people." However, no matter how much he cried out inwardly, he was more than capable of facing the pairing of Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning. Moreover, he who was familiar with the internal problems of Huating understood that if the price was right, maybe Zhang Xiaojian would really become his boss. Who'd believe it when you sign someone to be your future boss, whether he believed it or not? Chen Ning opened the public release. Old son over there said back, "How is it half dead? Huating is operating very well." Chen Ning bristled, "Good shit. Have you signed any of the new generation singers in the past few years? The ones inside the company. Just running commercial shows can earn a few dollars. These days we need to talk about fan economy. Who of those few has fan economy? Who has traffic? Don't raise the price with me. Sell or not?" "Lao Sun, not Chen Ning. You really want to buy it?" "Not me. A friend of mine." "Your friend? Is it reliable and how much can you drive?" Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. It seems that there is really a game. By hoarding this thing purely on a whim, but all the benefits and no harm, but the specific price he really do not know. Anyway, he doesn't care about the number. The more points he spends, the more points he has, and he is afraid that Chen Ning will cut the price too hard. So what he was afraid of happened. Chen Ning, as soon as he opened his mouth, "You say a price. Our old acquaintances, not to find a professional team evaluation. Lao Sun, not Chen Ning, your friend is your friend. I am not your friend? You're not as good as him and me." But the whole room almost laughed out loud. That's too direct. Old Sun over there was silent for a long time, and finally sighed and said, "I won't talk about the price on the phone. If you really have the intention, you guys come to Mordor for a face-to-face meeting." Chen Ning was sharp. "Okay, let's discuss it and call you then." "Well, say when you come back." "Ah, none of your business." After saying that, Chen Ning hung up the phone. Domineering. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Chen Ning and asked, "No, this is not good." Chen Ning smiled. "There's nothing wrong with it. My first album is from Huading. Play with me in a setup. Luckily I kept an eye out in advance and didn't cause any damage. Don't scold him even if it gives him face. Still want me to be nice?" So all eyes looked at Li Feng. Li Feng now hates to find a scene to drill in. Today this is in the end. What is the matter? Why is his own fate so important? At that thought, he lowered his head and took a bite of his food, trying to act as if nothing had happened. Gu Jihan, who was sitting next to him, however, laughed. "Big producer Li, no wonder you haven't risen to management over the years. You don't have any eyesight either." This side of the social man Shurjin immediately raised a cup. "Xiaojian, ah, this will soon be the record company boss. Brother, I toast you a cup." Li Feng then reacted. He himself was the first to recognize Zhang Xiaojian, and he hadn't left any bad impression, and now he was still sitting in his drinking party. In case Xiaojian really becomes the boss of Huating in the future, he is now in the middle of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so how can he not bow to him properly? Just that he was indeed a musician. He only raised his glass, hesitated for half a day without letting out half a fart, and dried the glass with Zhang Xiaojian and Shurjin, is sighing that he can be really stupid. A sentence did not say. Li Feng does not know that he this clumsy cute instead let Zhang Xiaojian think that this person is good in the future can be reused a little. The gradually acquainted crowd raised their glasses more and more frequently, with Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning, the two wine barrels, at the head of the group. In just an hour, several people with slightly less alcohol capacity had already sprawled out on the table. If you can't drink, don't force yourself to drink. If you can drink, let's continue. Zhang Xiaojian raised his glass again. Shurjin is of course a member of the dry white beer mixed, the more red the fat face, as if the more sober. The conversation also went sky high, and eventually returned naturally to music because there were just so many musicians in the room, and returned to the music. Shurjin then a slap on the table. "I do not know whether it is drunk. No reason to say Xiaojian. I tell you, I used to be not full of the same stink of businessmen." Zhang Xiaojian asked back. "How so?" Shurjin sighed darkly. "The bar I wanted to open at first was different from what it is now." Zhang Xiaojian frowned. The bars are not all the same. So he asked, "What kind of bar do you want to open?" Shurjin tapped the table. "I want to open a dream bar. The kind that doesn't make any money. Provide bands with the best sound and equipment, so that every young person who has a dream and dares to go on stage can have a chance, and their payment will be the bar's money for the day's drinks. But it's a pity, it's a pity." As soon as these words were said, Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up. "What's a pity? It's a shame it couldn't be maintained. The music scene wasn't as mature then as it is now. And now there's a chance that I could make this happen, but I'm afraid to do it again. After all, I'm getting old." Old Shur turned out to be an idealist in his youth. Chen Ning lifted his cup and smiled, drying the wine in his cup as soon as he was able to help himself. She'd been in show business for so long that she'd seen all kinds of people, and in the end she'd realized that her favorites were actually goofy idealists. It's not ideal. It's not ideal. It's achievable. Zhang Xiaojian tapped the table. "Since it's a live music scene, the bar won't work. It has to be a square." Gao Qingsong thought about it and said, "The location does not have to be too good. The edge of the city can be. The country cannot eat too many bands. There are not a few powerful. When the time comes to advertise a wave of marketing, spend not much money." Chen Ning nodded. "The venue only sells low alcohol. Just price it a little higher than usual. If enough people can be accommodated, the band can take quite a lot in one night. As long as they can really make money, countless bands will flock to the venue. Anyway, blindly flirting," Bai Yang said. "You can't be without tickets. The price of tickets is set at a symbolic piece. If there are a lot of bands singing in the evening, the tickets are printed with different bands, and you have to use the tickets to buy the drinks, and use that band's tickets, counting that band's income." Lao Shi listened to the crowd. "You a word I said as if it were true, and hastened to say, 'Stop it. The square venue costs a day to be more money. so do not be lost to death. Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself, it's good to lose money. The more you lose, the better. He clapped his hands. Just buy a piece of land, won't you? So the whole room fell into silence. This is only Zhang Xiaojian can say so easily. A piece of land that how much money? Zhang Xiaojian looked to Gujihan, your rehearsal room, that piece of good the edge of the city, and not so far away. On the piece of land behind you buds pushed flat to build a plaza. In the construction of a stage is not proper? Gu Jiahan, who was already an average drinker, drank a bit too much and replied in a confused manner. Brother, I'm afraid that the corn won't agree. The previous generation basically had a misconception about the whole drinking thing. As if you weren't drinking well until you drank too much and threw up. Zhang Xiaojian didn't have this misconception, although his drinking capacity was quite good. As soon as he saw anyone who felt like they couldn't drink anymore, he immediately stopped them and said, don't drink if you can't. But as it happens, some people listen to advice and some don't. Poplar and Gao Qingson are clearly in this category. They seem to have forgotten that they had spent the night before cuddling in the bathroom with their pants down. I can't drink. Just kidding. Come on. Cheers. On this side, Bai Yong concurred. Xiao Jian, we've been drinking since we were kids. Don't you know how much I can drink? I thought that my brother would support himself. But who would have thought that? Zhang Xiaojian laughed. I know. Really know. The nooks and crannies and tree roots in that part of the river are so full of nooks and crannies and tree roots that you're going to puke all over them. And a puppy can't even pee to make a mark as well as you can. So can I not know? Also, drinking and rolling around in puddles and sleeping in the carport all night in the middle of winter. All things you did. Bai Yang's old face reddened, and the whole room burst into laughter. This drinking game in the end, and no one really drank to vomit. As much as possible after everyone also dispersed. The table before the bragged about the cattle is expected to forget the next day. After finding a chauffeur to return home, Zhang Xiaojian lay on his bed tossing and turning, somewhat unable to sleep. It's especially easy to think when you're alone. And he's thinking right now about how exactly he's going to spend his money. Go to the Magic City. God, how purely mistaken. But also because of this mistake, let him understand how money should really spend. Zhang Xiaojian is an ordinary person. Since the money, in addition to buying houses and cars, basically did not do anything out of the ordinary. He had once fantasized about taking a stake in Ali, injecting capital into Goose Factory, and buying all the American tech giants. But that was pure bullshit. Not to mention that he, an ordinary social class, even if he was the top son of a real family, he could not invest in these businesses just because he wanted to, let alone buy them. Zhang Xiaojian didn't think about making money, because he knows one thing very well. Earning money is to spend it, to enjoy life. Why would he labor to make money when he could be enjoying life right now? He doesn't know anything about management and doesn't intend to because it's too tiring to run a company. He doesn't understand finance, doesn't want to, and prefers watching movies to watching the broader market. He just wanted to lose his money. That's all, but didn't want it to be spent in a meaningless way. And the small farmer mindset had always influenced him to think that even if he had more money than he could ever spend in his lifetime, the money thing still needed to be spent in a way that made so much sense. Zhang Xiaojian invested in magic energy for the sake of his sister. It's not exactly for his sister that he wants to buy Hua Ting today. Gu Jiahan's band is also in the mix. As for that idealized music scene he talked about at the drinking game, he was really planning to do it. He wanted to give the band singers in all of China who couldn't eat a chance to be able to eat. A scene where they could really show their talent. Then it didn't matter how much money was spent. The key was that there was a meaning in it. As for the future, Zhang Xiaojian didn't think so much about it. Taking one step at a time, the important thing was to enjoy life and the happiness that money could bring to him, and his friends and family. That's enough. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaojian finally clarified why he was spending money and why he was a loser. Not for the occasionally comical, occasionally absurd tasks in the system. So he picked up the phone. And the first call was to Yen Lyric, a member of the Magic City business lawyers team. Yen Words immediately said as soon as he answered the phone, "Boss." Zhang Xiaojian spoke up. "I want to buy a record label called Huading. Can you help?" Yen Words, this person, although people ugly, head oil, heard also hobby photography, but after all, is the devil's largest law firm within the business team leader? Not to say that this person hands and eyes of heaven, but he can do things, wide range of things beyond the imagination of Zhang Xiaojian. So he said, "No problem, boss." Valuation mapping chant? This word was indeed specialized, and Zhang Xiaojian said, "Right, do we need to draw up an acquisition negotiation strategy?" Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up. "It's possible, boss. I'll give you the news tomorrow. Until then you'd better not act rashly. Any business negotiation is a war. Remember that." Zhang Xiaojian, "Okay, big oil head, you really are a professional. Is that a compliment, boss?" "Yes, But can you stop calling me Big Grease? Big Greaseball, Big Greaseball, Big Greaseball. Boss, you are so childish. Zhang Xiaojian was indeed childish. And when he woke up in a daze the next day and Yenwords had to video him, he realized that he was not only childish, but also a bit retarded. Yenwords sent him a valuation mapping report. Zhang Xiaojian did not read it. In the video Yen Lyric explains, Huading is an old record label that owns heritage and copyrights that are indeed worth some money. But since it's all kind of outdated, it's not like it's worth a lot of money. How? Yenwords added, now this era is the era of digital platforms? Goose Factory music market value of $22.9 billion. But Huading has no platform. In addition to some copyrights, in recent years have been relying on the platform to eat the copyright old money. I've checked out their boss, who has revealed his intention to back out in multiple occasions. But traditional record labels, apart from having a distribution license which is extremely hard to apply for nowadays, don't have any more advantages. Not to mention that there aren't any quality artists under Huating's umbrella, and no one has shown any strong interest. So, in this war, we have the absolute initiative. Zhang Xiaojian understood. So, the strategic deployment I've laid out for you is that you don't need to come to Mordor at all. Just invite the boss of Huading to Jiangchang, and I'll be there at that time as well. The timing is right. Coupled with the profiling of our professional team, it should be a handful of things to do. Zhang Xiaojian. Okay, so when are you guys coming? That depends on when you make an appointment to go with the owner of Huating. Zhang Xiaojian. Okay, I've made contact now. Hanging up the phone call with Yenwords, Zhang Xiaojian directly called Chen Ning. Chen Ning wrote back 5 minutes later, and made an appointment with the boss of Huating to meet in Jiangcheng the day after tomorrow, and things were finalized. After sending a Weibo message to Yen Lyric, Zhang Xiaojian heard his second aunt shout downstairs, Xiaojian, come down for dinner. Zhang Xiaojian bumbled downstairs, while eating the noodles made by the second aunt, while thinking about the big oil head Yenword is really professional, just so it is estimated that it will kill a lot of the price of the boss of the Huading, a little contrary to the original intention of their own more money, but it doesn't matter, after all, there is Yenwords in. All aspects of the contract details will be very save heart and effort, not to mention, who gets their money from the wind, save what you can. After finalizing the Wahini, the next thing was the music scene. Zhang Xiaojian felt that in order to do great things, you have to have the appearance of doing great things. So Gu Jihan, Bai Yong, Gao Qingsong, and Shi Jin each received his WeChat. After Zhang Xiaojian dawdled through the breakfast made by his second aunt and watched a domestic horror movie that could be described as a giant bore, everyone finally arrived and were seated separately in the living room. Auntie too didn't know what they were going to talk about, but since there was a guest in the house, she naturally had to entertain him. So a pot of tea given to her by her mahjong friends was brewed and brought to the table. Shi Jin is a man of honor. Lightly sip a mouthful of ice bright, can a small sword. Authentic Huangshan Mao Foma. This 1 or 2 to how much money? Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand this and casually said, drink more if you want. I know how much money. Thinking about it, how could a person like Zhang Xiaojian care about how much a couple of tea leaves cost? Presumably even more expensive in his eyes is just a small amount of money. Taking another enjoyable sip, Shi Jin asked on behalf of the crowd, what is it? You have to come to the house to talk about it. Zhang Xiaojian froze. You guys forgot? Gu Jiahan, Bai Yong, and Gao Qingsong looked at me and I looked at you, and they really couldn't remember what they had forgotten. Zhang Xiaojian slapped the table. Music scene is again can't wait to blow while sipping tea. Shi Jin sniffed almost did not spray out. Wide-eyed, no. The words on the wine table. Really serious? Zhang Xiaojian gave a heavy nod. Old sure. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong looked at Zhang Xiaojian and understood that Zhang Xiaojian really wasn't joking, and that yesterday's teasing at the wine table was likely to become a reality with the addition of several $100 million. However, Shi Jin and Gu Jihan still knew less about Zhang Xiaojian after all. Together they both replied, isn't it a joke? Zhang Xiaojian solemnly said, no, really? It really isn't. Stop it. Do I look like I'm messing with you guys? So Shi Jin and Gu Jihan fell silent. To be honest, Shi Jin's original concept is too idealistic. If we really do that, the music scene will not last more than a year before the yellow stall. There's no way to get investment for this. And once it becomes commercial, what's the difference between it and the major music festivals nowadays? It's still hiring famous singers to sell tickets. And the inability to pull an investment means that there has to be a long and steady infusion of money that can stick around until the music scene creates a virtuous cycle. But even if there is a virtuous circle, in this conception the music scene is not a money-making business at all. So who wants to toss it away for nothing? Wouldn't that be stupid? Shi Jin opened his mouth. Big dummy, are you really going to do this? Who are you calling a big dummy? I'm sorry, I went with the flow. Then it's just in my head that I'm a big dummy. Gu Jiahan looked at Zhang Xiaojian and said honestly, this seems to be quite silly. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, what's the point of living if a person lives his whole life and doesn't fool around a few times? Tracing the birth of all the great companies in this world. It seems like a bunch of idealistic stupid exes running full steam ahead chasing after their own stupid goals. Zhang Xiaojian didn't want to be great. He just wanted to spend money. And it needed to be spent in a way that made so much sense and satisfied his small farmer mindset. The music scene fulfills all his needs. Buying land and investing in it requires a huge amount of money. The construction, no doubt, had to cost quite a bit of money as well. Marketing, and now trying to do an overwhelming amount of publicity, is also frighteningly expensive. Continuous investment in the initial stage is an inevitable thing. However, the most satisfactory point for Zhang Xiaojian is that even if this is really done, it is almost no money, which makes him deeply relieved. Very pleased. Of course, it did make sense to provide a place to exchange talent for bread for all those who held on to their musical dreams in Huaxia, or at least it would make Zhang Xiaojian feel that it was worth the money, which was also important. And after determining that Zhang Xiaojian really wanted to do this, sure Jean, this dead middle-aged greasy man seems to change at once. Full of light, not to mention, the whole person seems to be youthful, walking up and down the road all buttocks. Excuse me, is this the power of dreams? Drinking a mouthful of what Huangshan Maofeng completely did not taste half a fart flavor of Zhang Xiaojian, opened the iPad, pointing to the map named betrothal place said, this was where Gu Jiahan's remote rehearsal room was located, and she couldn't help but think, it's a dirt road, it's inconvenient, isn't it? Let's just build a road. Forget I said that. Trenchant Zhang Xiaojian asked rhetorically, you're familiar with it. Introduce the situation here. Gu Jihan thought for a moment and said, although it's called 100 households ton, there are actually only a dozen or so families living here right now, and most of them have already moved into the city, or sold their land to their neighbors, or stayed behind to wait for the demolition. But waiting for the demolition is a long way off, so I don't think it should be too hard for the farmers to negotiate if the price is right. Bai Yang said, that's for sure. These days enough to not be rich second generation. Who do not want to be a second generation of demolition? Gu Jiahan childishly said, won't there be that thing in the movie where this is my hometown and I won't sell my family's ancestral home even if I'm dead? Bai Yang added, that's because the money is not in place. If this really happens and it's not sold even though the money is given in place, I guess the old ancestors of this family will be so angry that they will be bouncing on their graves. Put. Zhang Xiaojian almost laughed out loud. What's the valuation? Gao Qingsong offered a constructive opinion. Sure, Jean thought about picking up the phone and said, I have a friend. Is the demolition office really want to do this thing? We have to do it openly and honestly. How much money is how much money? He should be able to help estimate the price. Zhang Xiaojian clapped his hands and said, call it in. Then he turned his head to Gu Jiahan. You know your landlord, don't you? Sure. When Lao Shi's friends are in place, you will run directly to Baifu Tan. You will first penetrate the air with your landlord to see their intentions, and also understand the intentions of the tenants, and Lao Shi will directly negotiate the price if he thinks it is feasible. Painful. Shi Jin gave a thumbs up, feeling that there was actually a long-lost feeling of hot blood, and Zhang Xiaojian's work was indeed refreshing. Also, if you really want to negotiate prices, don't you have to give the farmers a bit of a shock? Poplar asked. What shock? Zhang Xiaojian picked up the phone and flipped through it without turning it over. He remembered that less than a month ago, when he had just gotten rich, a bank clerk had given him a business card. After rummaging through the box for half a day, Zhang Xiaojian finally found the business card with the word Lin Cheng printed on it, so he picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, who is this? Zhang Xiaojian thought about it and guessed that she shouldn't remember his name, so he had to say, that Miss Lin Cheng. I'm $2 million. $2 million? $2 million. Who's that? Thinking around in his memory, Lin Cheng suddenly thought of the young man holding the pink cloth bag. Mr. Chang, you remember my name? Of course, you are my honored client. Well, to get right to the point, I'd like to get cash. Lin Chang, of course, promised. Okay, how much and when do you want it? Zhang Xiaojian pondered for a moment. Tomorrow, $100 million. Lin Chang, who was resting inside the bank counter, had his hands shaking, and his cell phone almost didn't fall on the floor. 100 million in cash. She couldn't help but have a bad association, so her lips whitened as she asked in a small voice, Mr. Zhang, you aren't being kidnapped. Are you? If you are being kidnapped, just blink your eyes. Zhang Xiaojian subconsciously blinked his eyes. After blinking his eyes, Zhang Xiaojian felt as if he was sick because Lin Cheng on the other end of the phone couldn't see it if he blinked or not, and it wasn't a video call. It's no wonder that Lin Cheng-yi over there was nervous and uttered an internet buzzword. After all, what needs to take 100 million in cash nowadays? In this society, not to mention the internet, the banking system has become extremely advanced, and no matter what you do, transferring money is the easiest and most convenient option. And to take out large amounts of cash is obviously an emergency, and there should be no other option than a life-threatening situation for yourself or a family member. So Lin Chang was rightfully nervous. Zhang Xiaojian also of course replied rightfully. What are you thinking blindly about? I'll go fetch it myself tomorrow. By then you'll know that it's not a kidnapping. Lin Chang let out a breath at that, but she had been watching a bit too many police movies lately, so she couldn't help but say, you wouldn't be wearing a jacket to pick up the money, when in fact, what's bundled up inside the jacket are bombs. Would you? When in fact, you've already been taken over by the kidnappers? Zhang Xiaojian. I'll go naked. Things have come to this point. Lin Qing realized that he was really overthinking. But 100 million in cash. Mr. Zhang, I'll go to the head office now and give you an answer within half an hour. Okay. Hanging up the phone with Lin Chang, Bai Yang had already thought about what shocking thing Zhang Xiaojian was going to do, and it was quite exciting to think about it. Over here, when they heard what Zhang Xiaojian had called, the crowd guessed it, so they were all speechless. But it has to be said that this is indeed the best way to go about it. Then Shi Jin made an appointment with his friend as fast as he could, and took Gu Jiahan straight to betrothal. The three remaining people in the living room began to plan other things related to the music scene. Without realizing it, the mouth was frothing for almost 2 hours. Zhang Xiaojian's phone rang, and when he answered it was actually from the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. That's when he remembered that he had bought a Mercedes SUV most of a month ago. The three got on Gao Qingsong's Land Rover and went all the way straight to the 4S store. And after successfully taking out the SUV, Lin Qing's side also came to the phone, saying that he could take up to $50 million, because what he wanted was really too urgent. Thinking that $50 million would be enough, Zhang Xiaojian agreed. And by this time, Shi Jin and Gu Jihan had already arrived at Baifutan and met Gu Jihan's landlord. The landlord is a middle-aged woman, and although her family has a lot of land, she doesn't make much money all year round. She was sitting on her own bed knitting woolen pants for a child, and when she saw Gu Jihan, she enthusiastically said, "Sit down, don't be polite, it's all your own family. Does Jihan want to eat Auntie's pancakes?" Shi Jin could hear from these words that Gu Jiahan had not come to the landlord's house to dine on a regular basis. Gu Jiahan smiled. "Auntie, it's not that I want to eat, it's something." Auntie wondered, "What can you do?" "What? The warehouse does not want to rent? If it's really tight, Auntie will give you a cheaper rate, and it's okay to delay for a few months." What a simple farm lady. While Gu Jiahan's heart warmed, he smiled and said, "No Auntie, it's like this. There's a boss who wants to invest in building a music scene here, and wants to ask me to ask you if the family land is for sale." The older woman was instantly alert when she heard this. Her family's land is remote, but it does provide a livelihood for several members of the family. It is not the government that comes to demolish the building and asks directly to the door. No one is stupid enough to believe it easily. What's more, there are too many crooks these days. The day before yesterday there was a health food seller. The day before that there was a man who told you to believe in religion. Yesterday there was an insurance seller. And today there was a man who asked if he would sell his land. Auntie's heart went cold. "Jihan, Auntie didn't treat you badly, did she? And when you guys were in the most difficult times, Auntie went to bring you some meals, didn't she?" When Gu Jiahan froze, he understood why the landlord asked. She quickly shook her hand. "No, Auntie, I'm not a liar. I'm telling the truth." The older woman waved her hand. "What's real or not, it's not for sale." Out of the battle, Shi Jin looked at the big mom sitting on the bed and wondered why he thought of this saying. Knowing he had to make an appearance, he stood up, straightened the collar of his shirt and said, "Jihan, go." Gu Jiahan froze. What is the situation? Leaving like this? The task entrusted by little sword brother hadn't been completed yet. It wasn't good to leave like this. Shi Jin frowned. After all, she was Gu Jiahan's boss for many years. She quickly stood up and followed Shi Jin, walked to the gate. Shi Jin turned back and said, "Big sister, I know what you think. Now and you say nothing is useless. Tomorrow morning in front of your home, we do not see each other." The older woman froze. What did that mean? But looking at Gu Jiahan and that fat middle-aged man disappeared in the doorway, she could only sigh. Hey, a good girl who loves music, are forced by money, which also goes to the crooked way. Hey, reporting the matter of Beilaton to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian was not surprised. In the evening we all got together for another meal and talked about the same things. After Shi Jin entrusted all kinds of relations, he had already touched the bottom of Baifutan. For example, how many households are in Baifutan? How many people are in each household? And whose family owns the largest area of land? The vein is particularly clear. After the discussion, each went back to his own home. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaojin took Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong straight to the head office, accompanied by Lin Qing to complete the formalities, and several real security personnel helped to transport the cash on board. Do not say. Fortunately, Mercedes-Benz SUV timely delivery, coupled with Gao Qingsong's Land Rover, the two cars turned into a money truck. Because of the concern about security, Gao Qingsong also contacted a security company, quite professional, sent 4 large Hummer, sitting 8 seemingly heavily armed, blockhead security personnel together to go to betrothal. And so, this early in the morning, Momotomochi was not to be stopped, as if a convoy of 6 SUVs had piled right up to Big Mama's front door, without knocking on the door. Gu Jiahan's landlord, the older woman who hadn't finished knitting sweaters yesterday, walked out, startled by the scene. What is this? I'm not good looking either. At the same time as the aunt's countless strange thoughts emerged, Gu Jiahan arrived in front of her. Auntie, why don't you come over and take a look? Big Mom shook her head in a hurry, her head already in a mess. Zhang Xiaojian got out of the car at this time, opened the trunk, and with some effort picked up a large black cloth bag and placed it directly on the ground in front of her. Then he squatted down and unzipped the zipper, revealing a stack of large pink bills. Finally Zhang Xiaojian stood up and looked at the Big Mom whose eyes had been fixed on the bag and asked, Auntie, is the family land for sale? The price is good. Cash. Real money. Auntie looked at this with a smile in front of the young man was surrounded by a little silly. She suddenly felt that today's sunshine is also too harsh. How in front of this kid in the whole body is putting a golden light? This person is too rich as to look like all encrusted with gold edges? Taking land in the hands of farmers has not been an easy task since time immemorial, because the land was their lifeblood, the very thing that fed their family. Anciently, there were peasants' revolts deprived of their anger by the powerful and wealthy. And even now, news of forced demolitions are commonplace, even after being pushed back by a decade or 8. But now the times are different. Zhang Xiaojin thought of a good way, the most simple and rough, commonly known as cash shoot face. There are not many people who can withstand the cash slap face this way, even if the face is swollen. As long as you can get the money, will also be happy to call you a master. Zhang Xiaojian didn't need the people of Baifutan to call him a master, and if they did, it would be best to call him the god of wealth, because he was indeed here to deliver money. Auntie was slapped around, and after some detailed explanations from Gu Jiahan, she immediately slapped her chest and went door to door. Not even an hour later, Bai Du Tun did not come out of the 20 to 30 people, actually want to talk to Zhang Xiaojian group purchase. Not knowing the fresh words they had learned there, Zhang Xiaojian didn't mind, and after sitting down things went exceedingly smoothly. There were only 2 reasons why it went well. One was that Zhang Xiaojian indeed did not want to suppress the price and offered a price that made everyone in Baidu-tun very satisfied. And 2 was that the people in Baidu-tun also did want to sell. The reason for this was because of the eye. When cities need to expand, the surrounding countryside needs to be demolished. The second generation of demolition is commonplace these days. Who doesn't have some relatives or friends living in the 100 households tunnel? From the location of Beidotun to the city to push. As far as the eye can see the edge of the city of the building neighborhoods a few years ago that are not all villages. The second sister's house was torn down and given $3 million. Fourth aunt's family built a road and gave $6 million. There is a fool. His family is too poor. Nothing to do is to open up the land and planting. Who knows that later on it will occupy the land. The government gave $20 million. The people of Baifutan waiting for the star, waiting for the moon to demolish did not wait for the government, but waited for Zhang Xiaojian. A listen to Zhang Xiaojian open price, and then a comparison of the latest demolition price. Indeed fair, who still want to be in this kind of lifetime land, do not want to get money to enjoy a lifetime of happiness? So after negotiating the price, the people of Baifutan couldn't wait to transfer the land to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian was also a pain in the ass and immediately agreed with alacrity. It's just a matter of closing, which involves a mess of issues, such as urban households, rural households, and agricultural land that may become commercial land, and so on. Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand any of these questions and was too lazy to do so. Just leave it to the professionals. It's just that the professionals need him to step in when they do some paperwork as well. With no other choice, Zhang Xiaojian and all the people in Baifutan had spent a whole afternoon tossing and turning in order to buy these lands. As the evening light of dusk illuminates the river city, Zhang Xiaojian finally became a landlord. He drives a Mercedes-Benz SVU through the unfettered fields of. Early the next morning, Zhang Xiaojian was awakened by a phone call. Although the big picture has been finalized, some subsequent trivial formalities still require his cooperation. Not only could he not pick up Yan Yan's plane today, He didn't even have time to pick up Hua Ting's boss Lao Sun's plane. Yenward is okay, after all, he is the boss. Give an address to tell him to roll over without half a word of nonsense. Lao Sun sighed. However, could only ask for the big star Chen Ning. Chen Ning gave Zhang Xiaojian enough face to personally drive to the airport. But of course she couldn't possibly show up at the airport exit to hold up a small sign of warm welcome. Old Sun also had to drag his not-so-sinkable suitcase to find Chen Ning's car in the parking lot and sit on the passenger side. Yo, long time no see Boss Sun. Yo, the diva is still so glowing. Boss Sun is polite. The diva is the one who's really polite. I'm not going to be polite when I kill the price. Speaking of which, the old Sun's thin and somewhat skinny face became even more ugly. He said, Chen Ning, what exactly is your friend? Not your face this trip to Jiangcheng I won't come. This is really regrettable. The people didn't show up. Shouldn't I go and buy a ticket to go back now? Chen Ning knows that this matter does not make sense. After all, it is a big deal. Zhang Xiaojian does not appear to be very insincere. All she could say was, he's got something else going on, and he's kind of tied up right now. Old Sun's brows clustered. What could be more important than having to buy Huating now? Chen Ning laughed thinking about what Zhang Xiaojian was doing right now. Don't laugh when I tell you. Say, Chen Ning told Lao Sun about the idea and conception of the music scene. Old Sun was silent for a moment after hearing this before speaking. I want to go and take a look. When Chen Ning and Lao Sun arrived at Baidu Tun, they first met Shijin and dawdled for half an hour before going to find Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian was standing on a dirt hillock at the edge of the field at this time, frothing at the mouth. Beside him were Yenwords from Magic City and his team members, and the international famous designer who didn't know what his name was, as well as his assistant, the design team. Anyway, more than 20 people were star-studded, and Zhang Xiaojian pointed the way. The stage is built right here. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiaojian pointed to the fringe again. A row of rehearsal rooms will be built over here. Good note. The plaza can't be empty. Why don't we design a landmark? Totally. While listening, Yenwords cannot help it said, Boss, this thing cannot be put later. Now 2:30. We 6 o'clock in the evening about the boss of the Hua Ting meeting. I do not give you now a moment on the negotiation table. How do you do? Zhang Xiaojian thought so and was about to wash his ears when a voice from the crowd rang out. Yo, is this a professional evaluation team? The 20-odd people looked over in unison and saw a middle-aged man who was dry and thin, but dressed in a decent suit. No one recognizes who he is. However, Zhang Xiaojian recognized Chen Ning who was standing beside him with big sunglasses, so he naturally knew that this person was afraid to be Huating's boss. Sun Ming. Sun Ming smiled, striding up the earthen hillside and extending his hand. Huating Sun Ming. Zhang Xiaojian shook hands with him and introduced himself. Zhang Xiaojian, why are you running here? Didn't you make an appointment to have dinner together at 6 o'clock? Sun Ming shook his head and said, eating is not also for negotiation. Or we can talk about it here now. Yenward's now a brain sweat. His work is completely unfinished. Huating's market value of the lowest valuation and negotiation table strategy is just out this morning. He has not yet had time to report with Zhang Xiaojian. Now negotiating in case his silly boss gets a hot head and makes any irrational decisions is his dereliction of duty. Sure enough, Yenwords hit the nail on the head with his own boss's silly comment. Zhang Xiaojian said, that's fine. Anyway, it's better to talk it over sooner rather than later. Sun Ming gazed at the somewhat nervous Yan Yan. Are they the team you hired? Zhang Xiaojian graciously admitted. Yes. What's the market capitalization estimate you've given to Warding? Yenwords did not expect Sun Ming to open the door so openly. He felt that Sun Ming's sudden attack to come here to immediately open the negotiation. Our anti-client strategy? He is now also not sure whether to say the minimum accurate value of Huating. After all, the incident was sudden. As he was drumming in his mind, Sun Ming waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter how much. I'll give you another 100 million cheaper for the estimate they gave. So everyone froze, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Zhang Xiaojian did not have this suspicion, but his heart is thinking, don't big brother, what do you mean? How to give me a cheap 100 million? I usually have to spend 100 million is also quite tired. It is not easy to want to buy a company with you. You can't say cheap so much Then the scene that made Yenwords as well as his professional team dumbfounded happened. Zhang Xiaojian sternly refused. No, brother's son. Why should I be given $100 million cheaper? Is this coming from a human being? This was a company takeover negotiation? Yenwords suddenly felt as if he didn't understand this world. Then the even more unreadable and unintelligible scene happened again. On what basis? This is a good question. With a single step, Sun Ming crossed over Zhang Xiaojian and arrived at the front end of the earthen hillock, pointing remotely. On the basis of this cornfield in front of us, deathly hallucinations. As you can tell by the title, I chose to shelve. When the winds of rigor blew. I was clobbering my way through the recommendations of a popular serial with the book flowers falling. Took a good grade. If there is no accident, the next will be categorized strong push, 6 frequency, 3 rivers strong push smooth shelves. I feel the results will never be bad. And then, there was no more. Blossom Drop was rippled and down the line I don't know how long it would take for anything to be recommended to be on it. People have plants. Spend It Off is now a plant book. Having to run around naked all the time is worse than just blocking it. And although I think this book is different from most of the godly texts, it is loving, it is not trippy. Blocked a lot of books. I didn't block a single chapter can prove how clean the content is, but there is no way to do it. The above does not care about the content. Really want to put a hat on it. How can it all be put on the? At this time then, I have 2 choices. One is to completely cut off, wait for the wind to blow over and then resume updating. I guess a sub-strong can earn more than 2 times the readers now. This is actually the most sensible choice. The other option, which is very douchey and silly, is to go on the shelf and then slowly simmer down, with the various recommendations for the new book presumably out of my reach again. The upside is that it's nice to update properly and to be able to show my current readers, which is you, my updates every day. Well, by reading what I wrote, you guys should also be able to tell that I'm this kind of douchebag. The same kind of douchebag as Zhang Xiaojian in Old Sun. And with the current number of collections, the results needless to say, in the eyes of outsiders is must be pouncing on the results of death. But in fact, Flowering Off is absolutely not pouncing, just did not have any exposure, basically is considered to be running naked until now. The reason why I said so many words above is that my heart is really suffocating, and secondly, I'm begging for genuine subscriptions. You can't count on big fish and meat, just have a mouthful of noodles. Pirate readers I do not advise. Too many authors advise this matter, as if pirate readers are masters. My attitude towards pirate readers is, welcome to join the genuine. Together despise piracy, but if you insist on piracy, I and the genuine readers together despise you on the end. The author is not easy to code. A few cents 1,000 words. Pleasurable readers. I hope you can lift a hand with a subscription. Finish asking for a subscription and talk about the book. In fact, there have been a lot of favorable reviews and a lot of cursing since the book started. The most controversial of which is the opening ex-girlfriend episode. I think it's a good idea to say that those who understand, and those who don't, it's useless to say anything. So the comments calling me stupid, dead, brain dead, retarded. I deleted all the comments. And now when I see this kind of comments, I have no waves in my heart, because there are still you guys understand me. And because of this opening plot, the book is destined to be wasted on the wireless side as well. The readers are too young for the platform and probably hate their ex-girlfriends to death. Crooked. Let's not talk about it. That said, this is a book that I think I wrote pretty well. Not in a narcissistic way, but with a lot of detail that wasn't in the other books. I'm not a trope writing author. I like to let the characters bang out interesting plots on their own in the world of the book. So when someone asks about the whole multiple heroines or single heroine thing, I don't have a definitive answer because I don't know, and it needs to be the characters going off on their own in the book. For the rest of the plot, I've thought of a lot of really fun, interesting, warm and loving, and cool stuff that will never live up to your subscription. Speaking of updates, I'll be updating 5 chapters after you guys read this rant of testimonials, just after midnight on the 8/1. For the next 2 days, I'm aiming for 4 shifts a day, including 2 shifts a day, and more for the allies who support this book. Froz 3N, Linku. After these 3 days, I'm slow because I have to think of a lot of details, often overturning and rewriting, so I can't say it to death. 2 shifts to protect the bottom, strive for 3 shifts, and maybe 4 shifts or 5 shifts when I'm high. If there's a new ally, add 2 more. Sometimes it may not be possible for Cabin to change it, but it's always sure to be returned. If there is silver, I guess there is no such creature. As for what subscription plus more, monthly votes plus more, said also a little bitter? This collection number is estimated to top 200 or 300 subscription. Don't hold this set. And the monthly checks, I don't want them. I talked to the editor in charge earlier, and the editor in charge said that even if it made it to the monthly list, it would be downrighted and wouldn't be allowed to go up. I thought to myself, you really look up to me. I have less than 5,000 receipts. How can I compete with other people's books with 50,000 receipts for monthly votes? I guess people can't go up even if they put all their efforts into it. So they just don't want it, and it's kinda dangerous, in case you get swept and blocked more than you'd like. So, this is as dangerous in the grand scheme of things as the line in Trinity, don't contact, where I yell out, no monthly votes. But I guess as long as most people don't vote it's fine, and the occasional few votes don't make the list, it should be fine. Right to the zone feel ridiculous. New bookshelves that have do not want the monthly ticket. There is really no one. But the other things I want. The most I want is subscription. I hope the readers who catch up more can all subscribe. And then is the recommendation votes. This thing is free. Everyone is fine to give a bit of it. These days the number of recommendation votes dropped my heartache. In addition, dear readers, really don't feed. You 1 to feed, 2 to feed, originally few people, and then a bunch of books to feed. I guess it's not far from starvation. If you really want to feed me, you should at least turn on auto subscription and feed me again. Oh yeah, and comments. I hope you'll give me more compliments. I'm so excited to write when I hear compliments. Ha ha ha. And finally, take a stand. I'll write well and carefully, and I hope that Blossom Drop does see the light of day someday. Underscore. Back in the daylight, asking for monthly votes. Ha ha ha. Sun Ming's deeply concave eyes gleamed, and his words were loud and clear. But what makes the broken cornfield in front of us worth $100 million? And it's still a bargain at $100 million after professional estimates, i.e., the reserve price of Huaning's market value. Something that's too hard to comprehend. No one in this world would have a problem with money unless there was something more important than money at play. As the entire audience wondered, Zhang Xiaojian saw the corner of Chen Ning's mouth smile under her sunglasses, and saw the 5 senses of Shi Jin's old face once again come together to become chrysanthemums. So he knew that Chen Ning and Shi Jin must know why Huating Sun Ming wanted to cheapen this 100 million. Going back in time to half an hour ago, Chen Ning spoke in detail to Sun Ming in the car about the idea and conception of the music scene, and the fact that it was impossible to make any money at all in the future. At first glance, Sun Ming thought that this was too much bullshit. However, he knew that Chen Ning was never a bullshitter, and the words that came out of her mouth were a spit and a nail. Just like when Chen Ning released her first record in Huating, after a big sale, Sun Ming made some tricks and the contract of the second record was discovered. Chen Ning said she would not release a record in Huating in her life. So no matter how Sun Ming wore out his lips later, Chen Ning never released a record in Huating again. After coming to betrothal, Sun Ming once imagined that this was not a bureau saved by Chen Ning, who was bored with vacationing at home and tricked himself to play anyway. What kind of fool would do such a thing? But he met Shi Jin. When Chen Ning opened his mouth and said, "Old Shi, the music scene was originally your conception. Boss Sun wants to hear it, so tell me about it." After that, Shi Jin, who had been filled with hot blood for the past 2 days, started foaming at the mouth. "Boss Sun, when this is completed, the world's best surround sound speakers surround the square. 8 lanes wide highway can be driven directly in. The stage left and right exclusive parking and listening to the songs. Do not have to get off the car, just get high in the car. The best stage, the best rehearsal room, the best lighting, bands from all over the country who can't eat. Come here and try it out. And as long as people like you, you'll make enough money in one night to eat for a year." In the end, even took out a stack of land deeds to show off. "Boss Sun, how is it? A few brothers 2 days to do down the matter." Sun Ming saw the stack of land deeds really stupid. Looking at the numbers on it, looking at those simple and unadorned signatures, he understood that the kid called Zhang Xiaojian was a person who did great things. Having soaked up the entertainment industry over the years, Sun Ming was not to say he was a human being, but he had seen all sorts of big storms. The thing about the music scene is that if you want to play with financing and scam a little bit of money with some bullshit dream, you don't even have to buy the land. It's enough to rent the venue. But now he was seeing real deeds. Land bought with real money. What does that mean? It shows that they intend to take this to the big time and for the long haul. But no matter how big the spread is and what kind of impact it will have in the end, it's a fucking no-brainer. It really is a bunch of idiots. How long had it been since I'd seen such a fool myself? Sun Ming thought about it and remembered his stupid self from 30 years ago. At that time he was a second generation of the imperial capital. Playing the zither is to flirt with girls. Although that era did not flirt with the word, but that is what it means. Then I got a little bit of a name for myself after picking up a guitar and writing so many songs. Just in time for rock and roll's most turbulent era. After making money and having a hot brain, the brothers opened Huating as soon as they bit the bullet. When Huating first opened, it was a music company with a dream. Brothers wonder every day how to produce great albums, how to write great songs, how to circulate them for ages. The most impressive thing is that when Huating made his first album, he hired a foreign drummer, and when he played the drums, he surprised a few people. How can a foreigner knock out the sound, which is not the same as the sound of our Asian drummers? How come it sounds so much better? Spend money, hire, then the payout. Another hire, another production, then another payout. The company can't go on like this. Is rock and roll dead? What do young people like nowadays? Ballad. Yeah, ballads. With a slap of the head, Sun Ming and his brothers dug into the Imperial City campus and found a group of campus singers, each with a song, for a ballad compilation. Fire up! That's how Hua Ting got his start. And while rock players have always looked down on folk players, business is business. Knowing this, Hua Ting continued to be in business, making good money for a couple of years. And then the internet came along and the record companies were dumbfounded. Can survive until now. The copyright is gradually valued. The major platforms have also begun to charge. Hua Ting adhere to really not easy, but the thing behind being able to hold on to it is complete commercialization. And everything looks forward to the money. What a bunch of shit about beginnings. It's long gone. Even more shadowless is the musical aesthetic. The team headed by Sun Ming was too old. And when you're old, it's hard to keep up with young people's musical aesthetics, coupled with Hua Ting's arrogance, and missing out on a few major opportunities. Hua Ting has of course been losing money. Losing money on what you issue is now the norm. Then spending is tightened and contracts are cautiously signed, creating a vicious cycle that cannot be unraveled. Sun Ming was also disheartened by this, and wanted to sell his record company and retire to enjoy life. After all, he did once have a glorious time, and it was a good thing that he came to this. It was just that he hadn't expected to encounter Zhang Xiaojian on this trip to Jiangchang, as well as the group of fools in front of him. Watching Zhang Xiaojian frothing at the mouth on the hillock in front of the cornfield, Sun Ming remembered the grandeur of his youth. Hua Ting should be put into the hands of such young people, into the hands of people with dreams. So he spoke up and said, with this cornfield in front of us, who hasn't been stupid and hot-blooded when every worldly and smooth person was young? Older Sun Ming wants to be hot-blooded once more, and wants to pick up the beginnings of his youth. So he said to Zhang Xiaojian again, this 100 million, count it as my investment in your music scene. It won't make any money anyway, and I don't want any shares, so just build me a house here, and I'll spend the rest of my life listening to young people sing here. The dirt hillbilly was silent. Not only Zhang Xiaojian, Yen Words and his professional team also understood why old Sun had to give up this 100 million. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Sun Ming, who was not tall, had deep-set eyes and somewhat pale hair in front of him, but was unusually spirited, and said, all right, old Sun, I won't raise the price with you. Then he turned his head to the designer. The best location. Design a villa for old Sun. Okay. Sun Ming pretended to be serious after hearing this, but Zhang Xiaojian, I can say ugly words to you in advance. Zhang Xiaojian wondered. What ugly words? Sun Ming smiled and said, when this is built, I'll listen to songs here every day, but don't charge me $1 a day for admission. The world shows people cruelty most of the time, but the world also has many moments that warm the hearts of those who live in it. The difference between man and beast is that people can overcome the beastly instincts left over from their evolution from monkeys. It's just that in the modern world, giving up $100 million is, how you look at it, silly X. And Zhang Xiaojian also did something similar to the silly thing, such as with the 2 million to the ex-girlfriend. Just want to complete the previous commitment, by the way, to do a break, or to just know Yimaju gave her 500,000 to save people. Although the money for him is pieces of paper, this 500,000 is not as valuable as $1 when there is no money, but always in the eyes of the common people are all really stupid X. So Zhang Xiaojian and Sun Ming are one of a kind. Although the age span between the two is a bit large, it is quite a sight to behold. Hua Ting thing has no need to talk about. The old Sun even Yen Word prepared contract is what Price did not look at. Directly turn the page to sign the word. And Zhang Xiaojian of course will not pit him. In the Yen Words of the market value of the lowest price of the figure added 50 million. Once let Yen Words and his team think that these two people are really sick. The world of the rich people they really do not understand. They really don't get it. Because in business is the rule. Cold numbers represent absolute benefits. This is a world where blood brothers turn against each other because of interests. Not to mention the acquisition of companies and business cooperation, where every penny should be fought for within an inch of its life. And this is the way they are used to. And it's just as well to get used to it. Zhang Xiaojian and Sun Ming impressed them. Yen Words must retract his previous comment that he felt Zhang Xiaojian was stupid, because the guy got someone to talk to Sun Ming about his dream. It cost him a fucking billion less. This is the kind of realm that should be the realm of mountains. Even Yen Words once felt that he should properly wash his big greasy hair and dive in to learn from Zhang Xiaojian. Of course, all of this was declared completely forgotten when he saw Chen Ning take off his sunglasses. The big oil head Yen Words turned into the most fanatical fan, Chen Ning's sister. Can you give me an autograph? Just on this suit is fine. The shirt is also fine. Sister Chen Ning, can I take a picture with you? Wait, I'll go wash my hair first. Wait, I'll go wash my face again. Wait a minute, Zhang Xiaojian said in disgust. How dirty are you? Is it necessary to take a picture together? The 6 o'clock meal began as scheduled. It's just that unlike the expected saber rattling, the meal is just simply a meal. After a few glasses of wine, Sun Ming and the musicians present naturally chatted about his glorious history. It's a must-have item for seniors at the table, reminiscing and bragging about the past, talking about how he flirted with girls in the 80s, how flirty he was with that guitar. What with the whole playing guitar downstairs in the girls' dormitory thing that they had originally invented. It was so colorful. Talking more about the history of the venture, how Warding discovered that group of school folk singers, the celebrities on the songwriting scene now, and how they were Yakuza back then, amused everyone by raising their glasses frequently. Zhang Xiaojian laughed while gossiping. Old son, I just want to ask you a question. How did you pit my sister Chen Ning back then, and got caught by her? Sun Ming is drinking, sniffing almost choked, hastily put down the glass and said, "Hey, it's not earning money, red eye. Be specific." Sun Ming glanced at Chen Ning, and found that Chen Ning was smiling and looking at herself with nothing taboo, then laughed and said, "That year Chen Ning was too red. She was acting in a movie Out of the Road. As soon as she debuted, she swept the streets and alleys, and I won't hide it from you guys, my few old brothers. Until now the bedside is still affixed with the movie poster of Chen Ning." Chen Ning interrupted, "Don't talk about useless things, tell me what you're lusting after." Sun Ming, "It's not because your first record in Huading sold so well, even if you put it in now, it's still the top 3 in history. I'm just asking you, that record company doesn't want to tie up with you for the long term?" Chen Ning smiled, "That's something I love to hear." Sun Ming bemoaned, "But you let slip before that singing side hustle main career is still acting, not signing any record long-term contract, and at that time I happened to know a small lawyer, so the second record was in the contract slightly." "Bah, old son, so you're this kind of person," Zhang Xiaojian snickered. Sun Ming smiled helplessly. Who knew that this girl had actually studied law? Zhang Xiaojian was bored and said, "So that's all there is to it." Sun Ming waved his hand. "This matter is not really broken. You have to know that era is like this. All the major companies are changing ways to pit artists. That heavenly kings and queens have not been pitched? It's only Chen Ning that this girl is really smart." Zhang Xiaojian, "You're a bit of a horse's ass suspect." "It's really not horse's ass. It's hard for you to know how busy the first line Red Star was back then. And she didn't even go to school to learn the law. But she took time out of work to read the book herself. I admire that from the bottom of my heart." Chen Ning sighed at this time, the actress of that era. More than busy. Every step has 10 traps waiting. How many familiar friends finally? At that thought, she took a drink of her own. Sun Ming knew that Chen Ning had recalled many sentimental past events, which he happened to know a little bit about, and immediately changed the topic. "Say, diva, you've been on a break for a year now. When are you going to make a comeback?" Chen Ning thought about it and smiled. "I'll make a comeback when the music scene opens." This statement stunned a crowd. "What do you mean? Comeback first concert?" "Forget the concert. Too tired. Singing 10-8 count a special show line." With that, Chen Ning looked towards Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian slapped his thigh. "Okay, this is too good. Diva comeback special. How big is this?" The music scene is bound to jump into the headlines. Even publicity can be saved. It can almost be concluded that all of China knows that there is such a place in Jiangcheng overnight. This was a huge favor. Sun Ming looked at Chen Ning. "No, do you know how much your first concert after your comeback is worth?" Chen Ning looked at Sun Ming. "It's a little less than 100 million. So the two of them laughed, filled their glasses, clinked them and drank. Sun Ming joked. "Say, you're not looking at this kid, are you? Helping him out so much. This is of course a joke and no one will take it seriously." Chen Ning, however, nodded. "Yes, I just have my eye on him. Otherwise what's the point of helping him so much?" Sniffing the shocking gossip of the dozen or so people present one by one stayed as if they were dumbfounded. "No, this can't be right. This. Without waiting for the few people led by Yang Gao Qingsong to recover, Chen Ning added, "Not only do I have my eye on him, I also want to have a child with him." So the crowd breathed out a sigh of relief, certain that it was indeed a joke. The drinking party was over, and no one would take Chen Ning's words seriously. "I just think the diva is so cute and the jokes are so real and not pretentious at all." Not only did Zhang Xiaojian not take it seriously, he almost turned his head and forgot about it, and for the next week, he was almost too busy to pass out. "I thought I could just spend the money and lay back and relax, but I realized that there are so many things that need to be done to make a good music plaza. And this, again, was the first time he'd been serious about something since he'd been rich, and he was rightfully not only serious, but more serious. The good thing is that he is very serious capital. So what is difficult, is not difficult. The banknote can break through all obstacles." Gu Jiahan's landlord, the aunt who knitted the woolen pants, was the last to move out, and I heard Gu Jiahan say that the aunt had bought several houses in the city and was about to embark on the first trip abroad in her life. Zhang Xiaojian enjoyed hearing such news. as it would have a sense of happiness embedded in it. There's another somewhat happy news. Wang Wan-er is having a birthday, a week from now, and says she's rented a small venue, greeted a lot of friends, and is going to have a little crawl. It was just that Zhang Xiaojun didn't smile after receiving the news because there was a gift to be given. It was a godsend for him. So Zhang Xiaojun called Suyu and asked, "What can I get Wan-er for her birthday? You ask me about such things? If I don't ask you who?" Also, a big straight guy like you is expected to have a negative IQ when it comes to giving gifts. Then why don't you give me some ideas? I don't think I can really give you any ideas on this one. Holding the phone and looking at the pods in front of him, Zhang Xiaojun, who had leveled another piece, asked, "What does it mean?" Suyu replied, "She hasn't had a birthday since I met her." Figure it out for yourself. Don't. Drip drip drip. With his helmet on, looking at the phone that had already hung up, Zhang Xiaojun sighed. To be honest, Zhang Xiaojun more or less understood a little bit of Wang Wan-er's feelings, but he really didn't plan to fall in love. I don't know if God gave him countless amounts of money and shut off his valves on love. The word love is not in his head right now. Life is good. Love is not a necessity. Life is better with money. And the life of rich people in general is even better when they don't talk about love. It's too tacky, and they only talk about women. Zhang Xiaojun's money is in place, but the realm of only talking about women he is still far from being in place. Shaking off these messy thoughts, Zhang Xiaojun returned the question to its essence. What exactly should I send? Why is this so much harder than building a music venue? What are you going to send? Gao Qingsong didn't even think about it and looked at Zhang Xiaojun with a defiant face. Me, I'm such a creative person. Of course I'll give the most creative gift. Zhang Xiaojun's eyes lit up. Brother, our relationship depends on whether or not you let me have the idea. Gao Qingsong, dude, are you sure you want me to let you have the idea? Zhang Xiaojun looked at him sincerely. Of course, I think a second generation like you knows best what girls like. Gao Qingsong was in a difficult position for a moment. Alright, let you have it. Sure enough bro, tell me what the idea is. Gao Qingsong, a particularly comfortable, convenient thing. You guessed it. Zhang Xiaojun didn't understand and gave him a punch. If you have a fart, let it go. Gao Qingsong covered his chest where he received a punch and replied with a raised eyebrow. Phones, creative enough. So he got another fat beating. What are you going to send? Poplar raised his head condescendingly. Dude's got it figured out. It's not a thong, is it? Bai Yang's eyes widened. You're giving away thongs? Zhang Xiaojun, how did you learn to be so shameless? Zhang Xiaojun, it's Qing Song. Oh, that's normal. So what's your normal gift? Bai Yang held up a finger. What do you mean? Bai Yang patted Zhang Xiaojun on the shoulder. Don't you know this? I don't know. It's better to send anything than money. I'm going to send 100 RMB red packets. Zhang Xiaojun carefully scrutinized Bai Yang Yingrong's appearance and sighed. No wonder you haven't had a serious object for more than 20 years. Bai Yang, Zhang Xiaojun, you can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my past love. Zhang Xiaojun, you have AF asterisk king love. All your love is on the computer screen. Poplar, please don't insult my computer screen. All my love is in my left hand. Zhang Xiaojun, alright, you win. Mochizuki, what are you going to send? Zhang Xiaojun, who was holding the phone, was exasperated by Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang before, and now he had to turn to the most reliable Yi Maju. Yi Maju thought for a moment. Little sword brother, I haven't thought about it either. Then remember to tell me if you have any good ideas to help me. Don't tell me, I've got an idea when you ask. What an idea. Zhang Xiaojun vaguely saw hope. Not telling you. Zhang Xiaojun, why didn't you tell me? Because it's something a girl gives to a girl. Mochizuki, you seem to have learned the hard way. Just don't tell you anyway. After saying this, Yi Moju, who had finally thought of what to give as a gift, mercilessly hung up the phone. Listening to the blind voice, Zhang Xiaojun felt like he had been abandoned by the entire world. Usually in these cases, one needs to go home to mom. So Zhang Xiaojun returned to the cottage. Just as he pushed the door open, he heard excited voices in the room. Missy, it's Mushy. Auntie Tu started rubbing mahjong with a frown on her face, and her 3 mahjong friends followed suit. Seeing Zhang Xiaojun, the 3 aunts gave him a warm welcome, and Zhang Xiaojun was forced to go back to his own house. After rummaging around, Zhang Xiaojun slapped his head. How could he have forgotten Chen Ning? Chen Ning is probably one of the handful of people who receive the most gifts in the world. So there should be something that impresses her, and it would be good to imitate it. So Zhang Xiaojun called Chen Ning again. Hey, Sister Ning, I'll get right to the point. Have you received any gifts over the years that particularly impressed you? Over there? Chen Ning laughed out. You're worried about what gift to give for Wan-er's birthday climb, aren't you? Know your brother as your sister. Don't patronize. So sis, give a tip? What's there to branch out about? Don't you know what gift one heir wants most? Zhang Xiaojin froze. What do you mean? How would I know? Chen Ning teased, you so small sword. Tomorrow you go to buy a person to hide big gift box, and then wait for Wang Weiner's birthday. You tie a bow to yourself to drill in. Bai Yang is not dry courier it. Let him give you express to climb the ladder site. I dare and you guarantee that she is absolutely satisfied. Zhang Xiaojin, Poplar, who works as a courier, actually lost his job, but was quickly re-employed. Because of the necessity of running a music scene, Zhang Xiaojin rightfully registered a company. Bai Yang as a big idler, shifted to become the manager of the Swordline Entertainment Company. This name put aside 10 years ago was okay, put now the manager of this small broken position. You can ask out a bunch of buses. In short, this manager title is actually a miscellaneous. Bai Yang recently also day and night to deal with the construction of the music plaza trivial things. The only benefit is because Zhang Xiaojin likes to drive SUV. Lamborghini dumped him. It would have been nothing, but orange was too bright. And every day, as soon as he returned to his family's old, shabby neighborhood, there were familiar neighbors and friends who came up to pick up the conversation. As a normal human being, who doesn't have some vanity? Bai Yang what are you doing lately? 3 donkeys all of a sudden changed into a sports car. This transformation is also too big. Nothing, just a little manager at an entertainment company. That's really out of the blue. All managers, big officials Brother Bai Yang, how much do you charge for this car? Not much money, just over $3 million. Not a particularly nice sports car. Brother, you're really good now. Little Bai Yang, I heard you've made a fortune. My grandson is idle at home every day. Do you think you can find a job for him? Yang you're the one I watched grow up. When you were a kid uncle didn't buy you a few popsicles, right? My family has something going on right now, and we're still short $3,000. Anyway, once a person has money, all kinds of people come to him. Bai Yang regretted why he drove a small orange, but instead his mom, Auntie May, enjoyed it. In the past, Bai Yang is a dry courier. This life is not much success. Auntie May does not say go out to stand up, but always listen to friends and neighbors talk about the child's work career. She will avoid. And then I comforted myself by saying, kids, it doesn't matter how much money you make. The important thing is to be happy. Yang is happy delivering goods on his donkey. But honestly, what mom doesn't want her son to be a dragon? And doesn't want to show off in front of her relatives and friends? The appearance of orange changed all that completely. Auntie may now go out and there are people who hold their feet. Ask about Bai Yang. Talk about Bai Yang. Pick up all kinds of good things to say. Even if it is a square dance to go. Want to stand beside her to dance with the old man or lined up. This change made Aunt May very comfortable. She only expects that Bai Yang can really mix out a personal style in the future. So when eating breakfast, she urged Bai Yang, do your best on the side of the small sword. You two grew up together. No difference with your own brother. You can't learn from the outsiders to eat outside. Do you know? Bai Yang laughed. Mom, you do not understand. We are now doing this thing with charity is no different. That can have what interests entangled. As for what eating outside cannot be involved. Anyway, you need to be good. While saying that, he grabbed Bai Yang's rice bowl. Time's up. Hurry up and go to work. No, Mom, I'm not full. Get some food at the office before you get there. You can't be late. Poplar. Bai Yang was blown out of the house by Aunt May, and he was going to ask Gao Qingsong if he wanted us to make up for it and rent an apartment like Su Yu and Wang Wan. However, remembering that Gao Qingsong that big fool has twice as much money in his pocket, he probably won't let him pay the rent. In addition to Zhang Xiaojian, Bai Yang has never really taken advantage of anyone in his life with peace of mind. Just think about it. Walking downstairs to the Little Orange, Bai Yang had just gotten into the driver's seat when a little sister poked her head out. Brother Bai Yang, do you still recognize me? The little girl is not big, wearing quite a wave, halter small undershirt, showing a small waist. Features are also good. Look thief familiar. Think half a day Bai Yang finally remembered. This is the childhood with their own side of the year in live mud to play the small music. As a child is a tomboy, but after all, it is a girl's home. Play when she does not urinate. Only live. Bai Yang returned. Xiaola, I really know your mom. Kahaku, give me a ride? Poplar, get in the car. Sitting on the passenger side, Xiaola looked left and right and asked, Brother, I've never been in a sports car before, so you can take it easy. Bai Yang smiled and asked while slowly stepping on the gas. Xiaola, it's been 5 or 6 years since I've seen you. Where have you been? Kahaku blinked. You don't know? I don't know. I wrote you a letter when I left. Poplar, there are still girls who write letters to themselves? Kahaku thought about it and came back with, I must have let my mom deduct it. Xiao Tangerine drove all the way out of the neighborhood, and after asking Luo where she was going, Bai Yang, who didn't have much of a regular schedule to go to work, decided to give her a ride first. The two of them talked and laughed along the way, especially when they talked about their childhood past. Passing by the Data Express store, Bai Yang subconsciously glanced at it because it was, after all, the place where he had worked for a long time. At this glance he saw many acquaintances and also Sher Debeo. Sher Debeo is a relative of the small leader of the Data Express. Not only asked for a month's vacation fart nothing, which just came back soon after the annexation of the area under the jurisdiction of the White Poplar before. Angry White Poplar left the job. Data Express is not a big courier company. There is no company with a special electric car. Are couriers with their own small broken car to take orders to work? No, probably because the jurisdiction was too big. Sher Debeo actually changed to a brand new 3 donkeys. Now he has a smile on his face to the carriage-loaded express. Loaded after the ass on the car. A foot gas pedal into the road. That run called a happy. Bai Yang followed with a kick of the gas. And the little orange let out a buzz as it came up beside the 3 donkeys. Hearing the roar of a sports car's engine in his ears, Sher Debeo turned his head and saw a dazzling Lamborghini. Then he actually saw that it was Bai Yang sitting in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini, with a beautiful woman on the passenger side. Bai Yang grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he drove. Debeo, okay, new car, Sher Debeo. He thought that he must have blurred his eyes, so he raised his left hand and rubbed his eyes, and finally realized that it was still Bai Yang's face. Is it too big a place to manage and too busy? Sher Debeo swallowed a mouthful of spit and returned with slight embarrassment. Not bad. Bai Yang smiled, revealing a smile that was brighter than today's sunshine. Alright, then you get busy. I'll leave first. Saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the Lamborghini overtook the 3 donkeys at an incomparably ferocious speed, spewing out exhaust fumes that enveloped Sher Debeo. Watching the limousine disappear with a beautiful over corner at the street corner, Sher Debeo was choked and coughed a few times. It's not that the exhaust smells too bad, it's just that it's too hard on the heart. Atrium CBD is the best office building in River City. Orange took a nice dump and came to the gates of the CBD. Countless gazes focused at the same time and Bai Yang asked, "What are you doing here?" "Who knows?" Originally like a 2-girl Shiola in their big bag took out the makeup box, with the fastest speed began to outline their own makeup, while skillfully makeup and also said, "Come to the interview." Bai Yang did not say anything, looked around the people, the men all suits, women all professional suits plus high heels, could not help but say, "You wear this to the interview?" Kahaku turned his head at that moment and smiled at Bai Yang. Bai Yang realized that the original childishness on this little girl's face was all gone, replaced by a face that could be described as exquisite. After laughing, she took out another small black suit in her bag, then took out another pair of high heels and replaced the sneakers on her feet. So as he stepped out of the car, Kahaku spun around as if he were a different person. "Is this okay?" Bai Yang nodded foolishly. "Not line, is 2 line. Remember this girl before the face full of gray appearance. Female big change this sentence can be really right," Xiao Lu added. "Then thanks to brother Bai Yang for giving me this ride. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." "Good." Watching this Xiao Lu walk into the CBD, Bai Yang hit the steering wheel and drove towards betrothal, only to keep replaying in his mind the way Xiao Lu spun around after getting out of the car. Then his heart raced a little. "It's not. Can't be." Bai Yang hastily shook his head, admonishing himself that his left hand was the most honorable. Although only a little more than a week had passed, the Hayakuto Ton was now completely transformed. All kinds of construction machinery like a head of steel monster whistling on the ground. "Dusty, there is always a foreman urging. Hurry up, hurry up." The reason why the engineering team was in such a hurry was because the order given by Zhang Xiaojian was to be quick. 1. Because he didn't want to always spend time here. And 2. Because if the music scene could be completed in time for that 1-month deadline of the system mission, he wouldn't have to go to any platter concerts, and he could just sing a song in his own music scene with ease. But even with all the prodding, it seems like building a music scene can't be done in such a short period of time. So, Zhang Xiaojian guessed that he still had to take Gu Jiahan's band to that Watsatal platter concert. And by going through Chen Ning and Lao Sun's relationship, you can easily compare your singing skills with those over-the-top second-tier singers without spending any money. As for Wang Wan-Air's gift, Zhang Xiaojian asked Yi Maju to be a counselor to go to the mall in the evening, and he might find a more suitable one. While sitting in the office built in the construction site and thinking about it, Bai Yang pushed the door in and then sat on his butt across from Zhang Xiaojian, actually with some empty eyes. Zhang Xiaojian shook his hand in front of Bai Yang's eyes and found that the guy was actually oblivious, so he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with this? Why are you lost in thought?" Bai Yang raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaojian. "Xiaojian, do you still remember Xiao Lu, Wandi?" Zhang Xiaojian frowned and froze after thinking for half a day. "Su Lele, that one?" Bai Yang compared. You forget? Just the little girl who played P-Live Mud when she was a kid. She live. Zhang Xiaojin stared wide-eyed. You have also done such a disgusting thing? Besides, we know each other in junior high school. When you were in junior high school, you didn't live in the mud except for peeing on the bed. You're the one taking the piss. You took the piss in high school. No personal attacks. Bai Yang thought for a moment and said, junior high school has also seen. Is short hair, small dirty face like a boy. We three also in our yard to play glass ball played in afternoon. Zhang Xiaojin. No, Poplar, you have something to say. Do I have to remember that far back? Bai Yang said. I ran into her this morning. The girl has changed. Now she looks good. And her personality is still as cheerful as when she was a child. Seeing color? Can't you love at first sight? Not all the same thing? Bai Yang waved his hand. No kidding. Not even close. It's just that after seeing her I remembered a lot of things from my childhood. I gave her a ride. She went to the Atrium CBD for an interview. So you still want to see her and talk to her about childhood? It seems so. So do you think she remembers that disgusting game you two played? Bai Yang. We both added WeChat. Do you think it's okay for me to ask her out for dinner tonight? Do I need to teach you about this? Then will you accompany me? Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows. It's over. What? Poplar, you wimped out. I didn't wimp out. You didn't wimp out. You use me for company? Bai Yang thought for a moment. At least you've played glass ball with other girls. Isn't it good to talk together? Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. No, I'm not going. I've arranged for Ma Zhu to go to the mall in the evening to buy a gift for Wang Wan'er. Bai Yang looked at Zhang Xiaojian seriously. Xiaojian, you've changed. You've become unloving. Zhang Xiaojian smiled contemptuously. Who would love a peeing baby? Bai Yang, I don't care. We'll have dinner together tonight anyway. Zhang Xiaojian squinted at Bai Yang. Why don't you send WeChat first? In case people have other things on their mind? Poplar tapped his head. That's right too. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Bai Yang and immediately looked down and picked up his cell phone. Not long after he began to giggle. He then felt something was very wrong. The Bai Yang in front of him was really wrong. At 4 in the afternoon, driving a Mercedes SUV, Zhang Xiaojian went to pick up Yi Ma Zhu. Yi Ma Zhu stood on the side of the road with her pockets inserted, wearing the denim backpack pants she wore when she first met Zhang Xiaojian. Only the half sleeves inside were replaced with black, a pair of canvas shoes under her feet, and a ponytail, looking good like a landscape. Get in the car, Zhang Xiaojian probed. Yi Ma Zhu hadn't seen this car before and thought it would be a small orange. So after seeing Zhang Xiaojian, he asked in a puzzled manner, changed cars? As she said that, she got into the passenger seat. Zhang Xiaojian stepped on the gas. Well, this one has a lot of space. By the way, did you help me think of what gift I should buy or not? Yi Ma Zhu snickered. Little sword brother. Even though we are brothers, I am at least considered a girl. Don't you think it's a bit awkward to ask a girl to help you buy the gift you gave to another girl? Once Zhang Xiaojian heard this, he was reasonable, but still laughed. What other girl? Isn't Wang Wan'er your knighted second sister? When was that? Once Zhang Xiaojian heard this, he laughed. Alright, you're really drunk off your ass. Yi Ma Zhu frowned. Really tied the knot? Well, you three siblings swore to a cell phone flashlight when you knocked your heads on the ground. But, well, since I'm choosing a gift for my second sister, don't blame me for picking an expensive one. Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. Why don't we also buy you a birthday present by the way, and prepare it directly in advance? Right. When is your birthday? Yi Ma Zhu looked at Zhang Xiaojian. Today. Don't bullshit me. I have ID in my pocket. Do you want to see it? Zhang Xiaojian. True or false? Yi Ma Zhu, fake. My birthday March 7th. Early. Zhang Xiaojian returned. Fortunately what? It's a good thing you got out on March 7th, or you'd have been 38 a day short. As the sun set, a white cloud obscured the reddish beams of light, allowing the temperature of the river city to drop slightly in early August. The central business district of Jiangcheng is a pedestrian street, with various shopping malls and stores lined up, and pedestrians and tourists forming a vast and lively crowd. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Ma Zhu walked into the pedestrian street and realized that there was something wrong with the atmosphere. Under the shade of the trees, roadside, everywhere you can see the little girl selling roses, a pair of small couples holding hands side by side, faces full of happy smiles. Zhang Xiaojian wondered, what day is today? Yi Ma Zhu took out his cell phone and flipped through the calendar. The 7th month of the lunar calendar. Turns out it's Tanabata. Zhang Xiaojian thought and wondered. I just don't understand. The cowherd and the weaving maiden, what a tragic story, a year on just one day to meet. Is it that this street full of couples are long-distance relationship? Yi Ma Zhu was amused by this statement and returned. Your kind of thinking is known as straight thinking on the internet. Zhang Xiaojian didn't hear what Yi Maju said because he saw a small couple with backpacks embracing each other next to a tree not far away. Not really? This is supposed to be really long-distance relationship, where you get to see this one day a year. Then Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju watched the couple cry and start a heated. Moju, there seems to be a cantaloupe seller up ahead. Go buy 2 pieces and let's eat the melon while skating around. Brother Little Sword. Shouldn't we scan the surrounding area for a pet store, buy a bag of dog food, and eat the dog food while skulking around? 2 single dogs on the day of Tanabata, by mistake, came to the commercial street with the strongest festive atmosphere. Zhang Xiaojian did not take this opportunity to hold Yi Maju's small hand. Instead, Yi Maju held Zhang Xiaojian's back collar as the crowd came face to face. That's too many people. For the holidays, it's all about that crowd going that way. Hey, why are you grabbing the back of my collar? There were too many people. I wasn't afraid you'd get lost. But don't you think that's a lot like leading a dog? You would have been. Say it like you're not. Okay. Yi Maju came to Zhang Xiaojian's side and held his hand, then turned her head sideways, her ponytail raised, and blinked her bright eyes as she asked, "This doesn't look like it, does it?" Zhang Xiaojian didn't have any distracting thoughts, but only felt that Yi Maju's small hand was soft as if it was boneless, and it was very comfortable to hold. He said, "That's good. And it hides the true identity of you and I as single dogs." Yi Maju smiled cheekily and pointed to a building not far away with her other hand. "Let's hurry to the mall to get out of the wind. Every festival Jiangcheng pedestrian street shopping district will be crowded. As if the things sold here do not want money." The city swarmed to this. It was not a bad day. Although the crowds were like undersea turbulence and there were always people bumping into each other, but it was still possible to walk the roads. Zhang Xiaojian remembered that when he came here last Dragon Boat Festival, people were like ants as far as the eye could see, and he could only move forward at a slow turtle speed with people crowding. So, it's not too much to ask to hold hands for fear of getting lost, right? Zhang Xiaojian thought like this. Then the hand that was being held jerked and backhanded Yi Maju's small hand. That way it's not her holding him, it's him holding her. Yi Maju noticed the change, but didn't say anything. Just like this, she was led by Zhang Xiaojian through the crowd of people. After walking for a while she felt a bit hot, so she fanned herself with her other hand. Zhang Xiaojian turned around and realized that at some point, 2 blushes had risen on Yi Maju's pretty face, as if he could see how red his face was now. Yi Maju said without thinking, "I'm hot." It was rather like not beating yourself up. Zhang Xiaojian smiled. "It's almost here." So he continued to stride forward, and Yi Maju hurriedly followed with small broken steps. When he came to the front of the big commercial mall, he was about to walk in and enjoy the air conditioning, when suddenly someone not far away shouted, "Moju?" Zhang Xiaojian followed the voice and saw a fat man carrying several bags with an extremely large head. He was wearing a large Adidas t-shirt and loose shorts. There was a fierce light in his eyes when he saw himself, and standing next to the fat man was a middle-aged woman with decent features and soft eyes. And although the years had left many wrinkles, they still couldn't hide the fact that she was bound to be a beautiful woman in her youth as well. Why does this look familiar? Yi Maju almost looked at the middle-aged couple at the same time as Zhang Xiaojian, and then froze as if he were a wooden chicken, even forgetting to draw out the hand that Zhang Xiaojian was holding. "Dad! Mom!" Hearing these 2 words, Zhang Xiaojian's heart that cannot still have some B number, immediately released Yi Maju's hand, looked at Yi Maju, and then looked at the middle-aged couple. Then he realized that the ferocious light in Yi Maju's old man, that is, old Ye's eyes was getting more and more ferocious, staring straight at himself. "No, uncle, it's a misunderstanding." Zhang Xiaojian wanted to explain, but reason told him that it was best not to talk in this situation. Not only did Zhang Xiaojian notice the ferocity in old Ye's eyes, Yi Maju and Yi Mother also noticed it. Yi Maju thought of the horrifying image of a kitchen knife chopping on a chopping block when his old man brought up the matter of his boyfriend earlier, and with a shiver in his heart, he looked at his old mom for help. Yi Mother and her daughter had a heart-to-heart and immediately crossed old Ye's eyes. Then, Zhang Xiaojian understood that Yi Maju's family, Ye's mother, had spoken. Because originally ferocious with a Tibetan mastiff like old Yi, Yi Mother under a look immediately turned into a husky, showing a naive smile, just short of sticking out a tongue but he could also sense that old Ye's hostility towards himself had not been eliminated, and now this was a smile. Zhang Xiaojian doesn't understand that any person who is a father will have a sharp pain in his heart when he sees his daughter's first boyfriend, and if not for the fact that Yi Maju is already so big, beating him violently on the street would be considered light. What's more, when old Yi saw Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju was being held by Zhang Xiaojian's hand, her little face flushed, which was too much for a father to be angry. This moment of mental activity was truly intricate, but always, Yi Maju was still strong and calm and introduced, "My father, my mother. Hello auntie, hello uncle." After seeing the status of the family, Zhang Xiaojian decisively chose to bow down to Mother Yi, placing the word auntie in front of it and praising himself for his resourcefulness. "Zhang Xiaojian, my friend," Yi Maju weakly introduced. Yi Mother looked left and right. "Just a friend?" Zhang Xiaojian immediately replied righteously. "Auntie, there are too many people on the street. I'm afraid of getting lost, that's why." The word handholding still didn't come out. Yi Mother didn't want the young people to be too embarrassed, so she said, "Your father and I are about to go to dinner. Why don't you guys join us?" "Can I refuse?" "Of course you can't." Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju looked at each other and had to follow the two old men into the pedestrian street again. Naturally, Yi Mother held Yi Maju's hand and walked in front. Old Yi, on the other hand, took Zhang Xiaojian's hand and kindly said, "Aren't you afraid of getting lost? Come, uncle will hold you." Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded. "Uncle, this is not good. This street is strangely crowded. You're holding me like this. I'm afraid there might be some kind of misunderstanding." In Yi Maju's memory, parents seem to have never had any holiday. All day long to guard the small hotel. On time, never close on holidays. This shows how unlucky it is to actually meet face to face in a sea of people today. What's even more unlucky is, why the hell did I hold hands with little sword brother? And why is the weather so hot today that it makes my face so red? Generally speaking, all kinds of coincidences together can only be explained by the word fate. Yi Maju felt that even if this was fate, it was still sinful fate. Holding Yi Mother's arm, she was sighing incessantly in her heart, but when she turned around, she almost laughed out, suddenly feeling as if this was not as bad as she had imagined, because she saw her old man holding Zhang Xiaojian's hand. In full view of everyone, Zhang Xiaojian's expression was as unpleasant as eating fly feces, but he had to endure and hold it in. Fortunately, Old Yi also finally noticed the unusual gazes around him and felt as if he had overreacted a bit on this matter. Finally letting go of Zhang Xiaojian was relieved and also finally straightened his back. The Yi family couple chose a Chinese food restaurant and had made a reservation long ago. It's nicely decorated. The reservation was good, and although the store was full, it wasn't noisy. A Chinese screen separates the tables from one another, a semi-open space of sorts, and it's kinda perfect for meeting the parents. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju rightfully sat together, but they were not a couple and it was difficult for them to make eye contact and encouragement, so they both kept their eyes on each other and were serious. Yi Mother ordered a few dishes and naturally handed out the menu. "What would you like to eat?" "Order a few more." Yi Maju took the menu and handed it back to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian didn't take it and said, "You order it. Sautéed bitter melon, cold bitter chrysanthemum." Once the names of the two dishes were reported, Ye's mother couldn't help but laugh. "Daughter, how much fire have you gotten into?" Yi Maju's face was bitter. "Mom, we're really just friends." Zhang Xiaojian immediately chimed in on the side, nodding his head like a chicken eating rice. Yi Mother and Old Yi looked at each other. Obviously hard to believe that there are ordinary friends holding hands to press the road. "And Yi Maju, your little face red not to say, but also smile so happy?" "Of course, it's not good to be too blunt and direct." Yi Mother waved her hand and said to the waiter, "That's all." The waiter, who was listening to the gossip with his ears perked up, retreated reluctantly, and Ye's mother asked, "Little sword, are you from Jiangcheng?" Zhang Xiaojian replied, "Well, grew up in the old city. Is it school, or work?" Yi Maju rolled her eyes. "Mom," Zhang Xiaojian replied truthfully, "not going to school, not going to work either." As soon as these words were said, Old Ye's eyebrows immediately tightened. Zhang Xiaojian heart screamed for help. "Uncle, I really don't, your son-in-law. Your expression is not too rich." Yi Maju said helpfully, "Little sword brother has opened a company." After saying this, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Why did she say this? But after all, little sword brother was his friend. Meeting his parents for the first time, it was better to leave some good impression than a bad one. And in this way she defended herself for being so helpful. Old Ye's eyebrows slackened for a minute as he sniffed. Yi Mother was surprised. "Seeing that you're not too old, opening a company at such a young age, that's really young and promising." Zhang Xiaojian immediately said modestly, Small company. What else is in the house?" "My mom and my sister." Zhang Xiaojian answered honestly once again. I don't know if Old Leaf got any information from this, but anyway, his eyebrows clustered again. Zhang Xiaojian's heart was also tight. After tightening, he wondered why he should be nervous. Is it not better to be generous? Yi Mother smiled at this time and said, "It's good to have two children at home who can help each other." Zhang Xiaojian immediately nodded in agreement. "Just how long will this conversation continue? Why do you feel so guilty?" Shortly afterward, various dishes were served. As the four of them ate their food and chatted, Ye mother realized that Zhang Xiaojin was quite a nice young man. I started my own company at a young age, but it's not like those young people who come to eat at small restaurants and start blowing things up when they have a little success. It's humility. Answer what you ask and don't say much. Have all the manners you need to have. It's literacy. Most importantly, it's kind of smooth. She had forgotten the old saying that the more an old mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks at him. After all, Zhang Xiaojin's current performance was quite satisfactory to her, and her own daughter's vision was much better than her own. Old Ji didn't know that he was innocently lying down. After eating a few bites of food, he felt that it was time for his cross-examination. Little sword, what does your company do? Zhang Xiaojian still answered whatever he was asked. Live music. What's that? Zhang Xiaojian scratched his head and said, it's a bit complicated to say. These words just fell. I don't know when. Behind the screen appeared a next to appear a middle-aged man. Looked at Zhang Xiaojian uncertainly said, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Xiaojian turned around and saw him as well, but did not recognize who he was. The middle-aged man with the center parting grinned, revealing a gold tooth. Mr. Zhang is really you, Zhang Xiaojian. That hello? And you are? The middle-aged man ignored Zhang Xiaojian and hurriedly waved his hand, actually shouting at the top of his voice. It's really Mr. Zhang. You guys come? You guys come. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen men sprang up behind him. The Baidutan Amma who had heard earlier that she was preparing to travel abroad was also among them, and after seeing Zhang Xiaojian, she hurriedly shouted, Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. You're eating here too? Saying that, she glanced at the others on the table. This is your girlfriend, right? Then this must be. Yo, then we can't delay Mr. Zhang. Shall we quickly go pour the wine? Let's toast and leave. Zhang Xiaojian had no choice but to fill up his cup. Waiting for this side of a dozen people also poured full. Big Gold Teeth said, Mr. Zhang, more I do not say. In the past this place, I was dead dare not walk in. Now it is not the same. No matter where I dare to push the door to see. Just after he finished speaking, the ant took over. That's true. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhang buying our land, we would still be growing corn in the countryside. And now we can eat and drink without worrying about the rest of our lives. All because of Mr. Zhang. A group of people chimed in, speaking as if Zhang Xiaojian was their regenerative parent. Zhang Xiaojian hastily raised his hand to interrupt. Dry up. Dry up. The crowd drank it all down and chatted a bit more before they dispersed. A few of them clearly enamored. The reason for their reluctance was of course very simple. One was that Zhang Xiaojian had bought their land, which had indeed turned their lives upside down. And the second was that if they could make friends with a truly rich man like Zhang Xiaojian, the benefits would not be less in the future. And Zhang Xiaojian, who had finally sent them away, returned to his seat and suddenly realized that the Yi family couple seemed to be looking at him differently. Old Ye's eyes were fierce again. And how come Ye's mother, who had just been very gentle and kind, had revealed detachment in her eyes? Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand why Yi Maju's parents suddenly changed their color. Obviously they were fine before. Without being a parent, it is difficult to really do empathetic empathy. And the people of Baidutan proved that Zhang Xiaojian is very rich. So rich that he can go and buy land. If the ones sitting here today weren't old Yi and Ye's mother, in favor of Zhao Linlin, her mother would probably have a smile on her face. But not Mr. and Mrs. Yi, who have been together for 20 years, run the same restaurant, and live together every day. Their life experience has taught them one thing: mediocrity is real. If it was just a small boss of a small company, with Yi Maju's academic performance and the working ability shown in the student union, his own daughter was worthy of it. But if, however, it's a particularly rich person, Yi Maju from a well-off family won't be able to match it. Since ancient times there has been a saying that the door is right for the family. Many a doggone love story has the hero and heroine breaking down such class barriers by fighting tooth and nail for love. And then no more. Together it ends. But what if you write backwards? Life is cruel. Different family backgrounds create different outlooks on three things, as well as completely different habits. When it comes to the matter of living a life of firewood and rice, not to mention the three views, the intolerance of any small habit can cause a crack in the relationship. So in another way, there is an absolute truth in the expression door to door. What's more, Zhang Xiaojian was so rich that it was already far more than a bad door. Mr. and Mrs. Yi have been running a restaurant for so many years and have seen too many people. It's hard for a man with money not to spend it. A man with too much money doesn't need to spend it. The girls will come to him on their own. And how many men in this world can truly stand firm in the face of temptation? Old Ji himself felt like he couldn't even do it. Except that he wasn't that rich and didn't have to face these temptations. What's even more frightening is that Zhang Xiaojian is still so young. So it's estimated that neither of them will make it to the marriage step. And their daughters will be hurt. This was the real reason why the Yi family couple's attitude had completely changed. Forgive them for thinking too much in the moment, because it's hard to think so much as a parent. So the rest of the meal was a bit unsavory. Zhang Xiaojian is a low-key person. Never mention anything about the company, the land. But the more this happened, the more it made the old couple feel even more that the kid wasn't being humble, but just pretending all the time. Finally, the meal is over. Talk about disagreeable. But ultimately it wasn't exactly pleasant. Zhang Xiaojian drove his Mercedes SUV and delivered the family to the door. Originally the purpose of coming out today has long been forgotten to the back of the mind. After getting off the car and waving goodbye to Yi Maju and her parents, a bewildered Zhang Xiaojian returned to the car. It is difficult to avoid thinking about everything that happened today. Is it possible that he or she has made the Yi family couple uncomfortable? No. And why exactly is that? Zhang Xiaojian, who could not understand, stepped on the gas. And WeChat on this side was still dripping and ringing. The one who sent the tweet was Bai Yang, who had asked Su Lele to have dinner in the evening and had to let Zhang Xiaojian go as a wingman, which was actually his own weakness. As Bai Yang's best friend, Zhang Xiaojian could only go just in time for a trip to the mall. The family returned to the small, closed restaurant. Yi Moju immediately felt his parents' 4 gazes piercing through him as if they were laser rays. The old couple sat down at the dining table, and Mother Yi said, "You, sit down." Yi Maju sensed the gravity of the atmosphere and hurriedly took his seat, trying to gag. "Mom, what's wrong? Don't be so serious. It's not a big deal. You're in love. It's the biggest thing in our family. How is it not a big deal?" Yi Moju revealed a hard expression. "Really not in love. Me and little sword brother are just friends." "And lying." Yi Moju. Old Ji said, "I don't care how you guys met. If you really aren't in a relationship, that's even better. Anyway, if you can have less interaction in the future, have some interaction." Yi Maju asked without understanding. "Why?" Yi Mother felt that Old Ye's words were too aggressive. Rounded off the scene. "Moju, you're not too young. Normal love, we will certainly support you. But Zhang Xiaojian is too young. And too rich. Tell me about the group of people who came to our dinner. It looks like they are from the countryside. We don't mean to look down on the countryside people. But to buy so much land, Zhang Xiaojian has to be how much money ah?" Yi Maju was even more difficult to understand. Staring with watery eyes and asking, "Being rich and young is also a mistake?" Old Ji said, "It's not wrong, but someone like that, that's something you can handle?" Yi Mother thought deeply. "Yes. I sat on that Mercedes-Benz, I thought if you really fall in love." Later this kid really changed his heart. "My daughter shall not cry to death Mom, we're not in a relationship." Yi Mother smiled. "Daughter, what your father said may be a bit extreme, but I must also make it clear to you today. The road of life you can of course choose for yourself, but we as parents always have to give you a reference opinion. Don't you think so?" Yi Maju felt that his head is big. Just ate a meal as far as this is? "Mom, for the record, we're really not in love. Really, 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 really not in love. Just friends." Mother Yi said. Okay, you're not in love. So let me ask you a question. What's the problem? Daughter, do you like him? Honestly, the question came out of nowhere. Suddenly it reminded Yi Maju of a certain day when Wang Wanner had said something similar. Although she hadn't asked directly and positively, Yi Maju wasn't good at lying, so her answer that day made Wang Wanner cry and laugh. Today, facing her mother, she thought about it again. Then he thought of how not long ago, in the crowd, she had held Zhang Xiaojian by the back of his collar, smiling extraordinarily brightly. And after Zhang Xiaojian had protested that this was any different from walking a dog, she had come to flank him and taken his hand. His hands weren't big or thick, just kind of warm. Why would one do that? Yi Maju frankly faced himself and honestly said, "There is a little bit of liking." Then she immediately explained, somewhat flustered, "Not so much dying to like it, just a little bit, a little bit." Hearing this honest answer, Old Yi and Yi Mother looked at each other, both seeing the unsurprising look in the other's eyes. Yi Mother said, "A little bit is also like then do you know whether he likes you or not?" Yi Maju raised his head, looked at the familiar scenery outside the window, and thought again. Then she thought of walking in the middle of the pedestrian street. Originally she was holding Zhang Xiaojian's hand, but Zhang Xiaojian suddenly drew it out and held her hand in the opposite direction. If you look at it that way, should be like a little bit too. A little bit like me. The lights are on this night. Yi Maju sat down at the entrance of the small restaurant and looked up at the moon tonight. A little bit of confusion and bewilderment appeared in his eyes. Zhang Xiaojian was on his way to Bai Yang's appointment in his Mercedes SUV, listening to the chart-topping hot singles playing on the stereo. Just don't know why. While driving, while in his mind, that little face of Yi Maju always surfaced, remembering that she walked briskly in the neighborhood and was aimed at by himself, remembering that she sat at the dinner table and told him, eating people's mouths is short, thinking of the small 100 flowers on her fingernails when she stopped in front of more than 200 people, and then of course there was today when she took her hand, her ponytail lifted and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. So Zhang Xiaojian smiled back, smiling a bit foolishly, the corners of his mouth grinning a bit wide, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. In real life, love is often not a handful, but two people have a good feeling about each other after the slow approach, little by little to find each other is still really good, and finally hold each other's hands. In the circle of friends, those who start out particularly hot and strong love, 90% of the end to pull each other black, die more than anyone else. Zhang Xiaojian clearly perceived that he had a good feeling towards Yi Maju, only he didn't know that Yi Maju also felt the same way and said, he should be a little bit too, the same little bit as me. Such lovely words. When he arrived at Chuanfu, Zhang Xiaojian didn't get out of the car and saw the poplar behind the floor-to-ceiling windows. Bai Yang was smiling at this moment, and also smiled a mouthful of white teeth. The girl sitting across from him was smiling lightly, much better looking than Poplar, a pearly swirl surfacing on her cheeks. Not sure what interesting thing she was chatting about. I'm afraid it wasn't something as disgusting as peeing on live mud, was it? Picking up his cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian sent a WeChat to Bai Yang. I'm here, but I'm not going in. Bai Yang in the floor-to-ceiling window picked up his cell phone and looked around. Then he saw the SUV parked on the road outside the floor-to-ceiling window. He immediately replied back, don't ya, why don't you come in when you're all here? Zhang Xiaojian returned, because he doesn't want to be a light bulb. Bai Yang thought of how long this guy had been spying on him at the side of the road for who knows how long, and immediately typed, don't you think it's a shameless thing for you to spy on me like that? Zhang Xiaojian did not care about the word shameless at all, sent the last WeChat, and drove Chuanfu with a foot of gas. Poplar at the dinner table saw that the SUV had left and just looked at the message on his cell phone, unsure. The message was just 4 words, she likes you. No, big brother, how do you know? Did you snoop around outside and find some secret? You get back to me. If you don't answer me, I'll beat you to death tomorrow. After sending a dozen messages in a row, Bai Yang realized that Zhang Xiaojian did not have the slightest intention of replying. What's wrong? Is there an emergency? Kahaku asked. Bai Yang even said, it's fine. Try his drunken shrimp. It's really quite good. Xiaola blushed. She actually didn't like shrimp. Not that she didn't like the taste of shrimp. It was just, it's too much trouble to pick the shrimp. Bai Yang immediately put on disposable gloves. I'll stake it for you. I'm the best at staking shrimp. Grilled blind? Kahaku laughed out loud. You were really good at picking at blindness when you were a kid. Poplar. Picking a blind is the equivalent of bragging in northern speech. He's also picking blind with Kahaku right now. Since the Lamborghini isn't his and the manager title is really just a mop-up job. It was just that he couldn't talk to Xiaola about this now. Wouldn't that be a mistake? But how on earth could Zhang Xiaojian tell that Xiaola liked him? Really? He didn't know that Zhang Xiaojian was sure about this matter only because he noticed that the way Su Lele was looking at Bai Yang and smiling was a bit similar to the way Yi Maju looked at himself and smiled. Based on that alone, he concluded that Su Lele liked Bai Yang. It was actually affirming that Yi Maju liked himself. What a shameless person. The days after this night fell flat. Gao Qingxong complained about why Bai Yang was so busy lately and didn't accompany him to go out and make waves. Sure, Jean is like a chicken blood. Every day with a small yellow helmet command. After these 2 weeks of tossing, the person tanned not to mention, but also a big circle of thinness. The state of mind looks much better than before. Bai Yang, on the other hand, was busy dating, and every time Zhang Xiaojin teased, when are you going to bring it back to meet it? He would gag, but there was no way to hide the happiness on his face that only people in love had. Zhang Xiaojian reckoned that although the two had not finalized their relationship, the meaning of being in love was probably already obvious. Suyu and Wang Wan-er also had a meal with everyone during this period. Suyu was still indifferent to Gao Qingxong, and Gao Qingxong was still like a dog's skin. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju met again also at this meal, and both of them behaved as usual, talking no more or less than before. It just seems like they all get a little flustered when they occasionally look at each other. Chen Ning, on the other hand, has recently closed down and not come out, occasionally at night or go to the steps of the back of the mountain. Only the XO is replaced by a teapot, and will also open the voice, practicing the song, which is in preparation for her comeback special. Soon, August 10th arrived, and Wang Wan-er's birthday party arrived as promised. This day 10 Mile Tan has already begun to lay the square stone tiles. This day the sun shines brightly. This day Zhang Xiaojian came to pick up Yi Maju again. Still at the familiar intersection, Yi Maju playfully bathed in the sunlight. Today she wore a black dress with a ruffled hemline that fell short of her knees. Her legs were long and straight, and a pair of small black high heels accentuated the lines of her legs. She didn't tie a ponytail today, letting her long black hair fall over her shoulders, less youthful and more mature, looking good in the sunlight like a girl in a comic. It's just that. Why are you so sullen in your little face? Zhang Xiaojian's car drove up beside Yi Maju. Yi Maju naturally pulled open the passenger door and sat down. But after the series of actions her small face was still sunken, obviously having encountered something unhappy. Zhang Xiaojian casually picked up the snacks that were placed in the car and handed them to her. Yi Maju took it and tore open the bag with too much force. In Zhang Xiaojian's memory, Yi Maju had never looked as angry as she did now. The more I looked at it, the cuter and funnier I felt. So I smiled and asked, Maju, what's wrong with this? Who pissed you off? Yi Maju took out a chip and chewed it hard. I'm not angry. Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows and said, Not angry? Not angry, you this little face or almost fall on the ground. Who make you angry, you say? I give you out of anger to go. After saying that, Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and asked again with wide eyes. It's not me, is it? It's definitely not you. Yi Maju answered as a matter of course. That? Yi Maju's small mouth pouted. RNJ lost. Zhang Xiaojian blinked. A bit unresponsive. What J? J, you're too beautiful is a segment. Obviously nothing to do with RNJ. After Zhang Xiaojian froze, he quickly recalled that he had also cloaked himself in Summoner Canyon a few years ago. After work also from time to time and popular hacking, and then play less and less, because the work is more and more tired. Then later completely stopped playing. I'm afraid it's because that year's S-match, the Chinese team folded and lost. He had an impulse to smash the TV. That's why Zhang Xiaojian understood very well why Yi Maju was so angry. He was so angry back then that he didn't sleep much all night without a hint of exaggeration. Zhang Xiaojian smiled slightly. Gaming fan? Yi Maju looked at Zhang Xiaojian. You play too? The corner of Zhang Xiaojian's mouth lifted. I'm not going to hide it from you. 3 or 4 years ago, I was also a fierce player, mainly playing ADC, with the native hero Dark Knight Hunter VN. Yi Maju's eyes lit up. You're in that district. Ah, what segment? Zhang Xiaojian proudly said. District 1, Platinum. LOL, there is an unwritten chain of contempt, which simply means that one district despises all other districts and calls the other districts small country services. It's been rumored all over the internet that the Zone 1 segment is several notches above the level of the other zones, but actually it might be a little higher. Several not so much. That's why players in Zone 1 carry a bit of a sense of superiority all their own. And a Platinum segment player in Zone 1 is actually considered good enough to blow off a little steam in the general population. Zhang Xiaojian had the intention of blowing at this point. It was not uncommon for Yi Maju to play games, but to say how well a girl could play, Zhang Xiaojian felt sure that she could not play much better. So after blowing it off, he even raised an eyebrow. Take you some time. Yi Maju almost laughed out loud as she looked at Zhang Xiaojian's appearance. And she said, Brother, I'm afraid it's only right for sister to take you. Zhang Xiaojian, Yi Maju a cupped fist, dissatisfied small sword brother. In the next area master 800 points. To say ranked as if both of our accounts cannot be ranked. After all, you than I am lower than a full 2 paragraphs. Zhang Xiaojian. Yi Maju comfortingly patted Zhang Xiaojian's shoulder. And don't be discouraged. After all, the girl in front of you is the sure die esports demoness. The boys who can't beat me don't have 1,000 or 800. You're not the first, and definitely won't be the last. Zhang Xiaojian felt that he had suffered a violent attack. No, is a Zone 1 master so worthless now? A soft-looking girl like Yi Maju could beat a master? You're not hiring some kind of substitute trainer, are you? Looking at Zhang Xiaojian's puzzled eyes, Yi Maju raised his hand and glanced at his watch. It's 5 o'clock now. Party is 6 o'clock. We are now only 3 kilometers away from our destination. How about it? Zhang Xiaojian turned the steering wheel. Fine, but don't cry if you lose later. How could I lose to a little Platinum? Zhang Xiaojian had a disdainful face. In fact, his head hastened to think about the heroes he used to be more familiar with. He mustn't lose. Or else how could he hold his head up as a man in the future? In case if they do get together. The matter also seems to be about family status. For the sake of manhood. War. War. My ass. War. Sitting in the private room of the internet cafe, Zhang Xiaojian hastily took a sip of his drink. At this time the computer screen is in the line. 1v1 solo. The old rules. A blood. A tower. 100 knives to determine the winner. In the first set, of course, you have to take out your native hero. VN. After Zhang Xiaojian confirmed it, Yi Maju gave Zhang Xiaojian an extremely disgusted look, his eyes filled with disdain. She backhanded a pic of a Pittsburgh policewoman and smiled kindly. VN playing pit, that's being sky-kicked. Moreover, Zhang Xiaojian had been out of the battlefield for a long time, while Yi Maju had been in the battlefield for a long time. Pi City policewoman relying on the advantage of range, shot-by-shot point VN. Yi Maju implemented the guerrilla warfare center idea. The enemy into my retreat. The enemy retreats me into the line point of Zhang Xiaojian. Life cannot take care of themselves. So after the third time back to the city to add blood finished, Zhang Xiaojian understand can only fight a wave. Against the line is completely unable to beat. Looking for an opportunity, he opened a big flash, ready to ignite a wave to take away the life of the Pi City policewoman. However, Yi Maju had already gained insight into Zhang Xiaojian's thoughts of wanting to put up a fight, and at the same time as Zhang Xiaojian's controlled VN flashed, she accurately prejudiced to put down a clip. Then Zhang Xiaojian decisively staged the comical image of Flash stepping on the clip. In the moment of being fixed, Yi Maju first a flat A, hit the trap effect, another E, net pocket hit. Zhang Xiaojian was slowed down and pulled away, with the advantage of range and a flat A to hit the E skill storm, plus a Q, and a flat A set of operations in the clouds. Zhang Xiaojian's VN didn't touch a single hair on Yi Maju's head after he flashed, and he was directly beaten into a crippled blood. VN rolls back and stealthily prepares to vanish into the bushes to escape. However, Yi Maju did not panic at all, extremely detailed a blue eye, pointing out the grass vision, and then opened a big sniper. BIU. Zhang Xiaojian's screen turned gray. Yi Maju glanced at Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting beside him with a faint smile. Zhang Xiaojian's forehead rippled with a green vein. Again. Ninja versus Ninja. Aso versus Hijack. Level 7 was killed by a single. Warrior versus Warrior. Crocodile beats Northerner. 3 levels were killed by a single. Mage versus Mage. Wanderer versus Annie. Level 5 gets a single kill. After these 3 plates, Yi Maju yawned a bit bored. Time is almost up. Why don't we go? Last hand. Last hand. Like a lot of LOL players, the losing rush will always clamor for the last hand, which then turns into the last billion hands. There was no suspense in this one either. At the 3rd level, Yi Maju let Zhang Xiaojian's hands leave the keyboard. Zhang Xiaojian revealed a difficult, yet unconvincing expression, then said in an old-fashioned manner, "The main thing is that I haven't played for too long. The version has changed too quickly, and the thought process of outfitting has also changed. Old, the future is for you young people." Yi Maju was amused, and the depression from RNJ's previous loss had long since disappeared. She looked at Zhang Xiaojian and said, "Actually, you do operate. It's just that your awareness is too out of place. Many times I know what you are going to do. It's too obvious to show." Zhang Xiaojian blankly stared. "You're changing your mind to say I'm stupid. Yi Maju, that there? I only said you dish." But Zhang Xiaojian felt his heart was stabbed. He swore that after today he would go and spend 10 or 8 million to improve his agility and intelligence attributes. By then Yi Maju, "You little girl, is not the meat on the chopping block for me to fish and meat?" Yi Maju looked at Zhang Xiaojian as if he was about to spit out blood, smiled and patted his chest. "But the great gods are all dishes over. You're sitting right next to a good-looking, superbly skilled great god. If you're willing to bow down, the great god will surely be unstinting and teach you everything." Zhang Xiaojian looked at Yi Maju's little tilted neck and asked, "It means you want to teach me?" Yi Maju nodded. "This great god is going to teach a rookie like you, and the rookie is going to be touched with honor." Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath and felt that he had to fight back, or else he would really not be able to hold his head up in the future. So he raised his eyebrows, "Sure," and said firmly, "Can you handhold?" Yi Maju's cheeks flushed and her eyes drifted away. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju walked out of the internet cafe side by side. The 1v1 solo finished Yi Maju like a loser, as if the one who had just been bloodily abused was himself. Zhang Xiaojian, who had finished 1v1 solo, looked like a victor, as if it was himself who had just crushed the enemy. All in all, Zhang Xiaojian's sentence, "Can you teach by hand?" It was so powerful that Yi Maju directly wilted. Zhang Xiaojian is now high and mighty, like a cockerel that won a fight, opened the car door, sat on the driver's seat, and when Yi Maju over there also fastened his seatbelt, he said rather complacently, "Great God, in the end, teach or not teach?" Yi Maju made an effort to calm her mind and looked sideways at Zhang Xiaojian with watery eyes. "What kind of gift did you actually buy for Sister Warner?" Yi Maju's eyes were innocent. The sideways head looks great. There was no saber rattling in the tone. The long eyelashes were also blinking. The breeze blew in through the rolled-down car window. Her hair was lifted, but she still kept her innocent eyes perfectly sideways while blinking again. The complacency on Zhang Xiaojian's face gradually converged, and then he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to answer. It's a sin. How can one's own mouth be so indebted in hand? Now well, this little girl's counterattack is actually so fierce. How do you call yourself to answer? Do we have to hurt each other? Looking at Zhang Xiujian's expression, Yi Maju did not pursue the question and turned his head back, saying, "Alright, this great god will take the time to teach you in the future." Saying that, she glanced at Zhang Xiaojian with her afterglow and noticed that Zhang Xiaojian revealed a look of relief. This time, Zhang Xiaojian didn't dare to say anything about handholding, and hastened to change the topic with a false sense of humor. "Alright, then I'll reluctantly accept some of your instructions," said relaxed Zhang Xiaojian stepped on the gas. "Your aso is too good. I'm actually not much of a fighter, but you've got at least 3 chances to one-shot me." "No. That's because you won't wait for a full wind. Minion Q flash me into the air and then take the big one." Zhang Xiaojian. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that myself? And your wandering is too much of a vegetable. If you were steady, you could totally beat me with 100 slashes, but you're always trying to kill me, and instead you're giving a lot of alignment breaks. Tot. The best thing about you is the alligator. Crocodile level 3 is the strongest pre-existing hero, yet you don't have full rage to fight me again." Well, watching Yimaju gushing about the game, the corners of Zhang Xiaojian's mouth gradually turned up. Every LOL player are eager to have a beautiful female companion to play the game together. Dish gouge when the biggest dream is of course a beautiful master, and all at once he had a female companion and a master. Comfort. It's so cozy. Oh, is it time to get yourself 2 top-of-the-line computers to keep at home? This also makes it easier for Yimaju to come over to the house and play games together. If you're tired of playing, you can still eat her cooking. Comfort. It's so cozy. Wangwan Air's birthday party location was in an upscale villa area. Nowadays, young people are popular to play this. This kind of villa is designed at the beginning is specially used for activities. Not only have all kinds of entertainment facilities, everything, and birthday party activities, professional planning, drinks and snacks, everything do not have to worry about. And even a variety of processes will be arranged in a well-organized manner. Arriving at the venue early to prepare, Wang Wanair was rubbing her temples. Suyu sat beside her. Didn't they say there would only be 20 people? Now it seems like there are more than 30. This is the reason why Wang Wanair headache. Birthday party, this thing is supposed to be confidential. She just want to invite their good friends. Together with a birthday. Everyone a piece of happy. Have some fun. Who would have thought that the news would leak? The location would leak. And then someone would actually show up uninvited. As a stewardess, it is not uncommon to have people around to pursue, and as a beautiful stewardess, it is even less uncommon to have a large number of people around to pursue. In fact, both Wang Wanair and Suyu never lacked suitors around them. It's just that there aren't really 2 of these suitors who are single, and most of them are married, and with a little bit of money, they think they can take on the world. They are also extremely tacky in the way they pursue it. It's just gifts plus stalking. "I love you and I love you" can come out of these people's mouths like they don't need money. Suyu spoke straight. Sometimes after hearing these 3 words, she would hastily raise her hand. "Don't be, uncle. This is only the first few times you meet and fall in love. Your wife and children who have lived with you for more than 20 years don't love you." The average person usually grimaces, and a few stinkers will say, "I like your directness." Bah! These people are usually blackballed afterward. But there are a handful of people who are related to each other. Either they have a working relationship where they look up, or they are friends of friends, and it's never good to turn the tables directly. The uninvited ones today are from this wave. Wang Wanair couldn't stop being annoyed when she looked out the window at all these people treating her birthday party as a social dinner altogether. One of them was even at the top of the annoyance list, called Hong Xinshu, who had just dropped out of school at the age of 14 in less than a year, and had already made a huge name for himself. Girlfriend after girlfriend. The age range from middle school to adult is breathtaking. Of course he himself was oblivious to the fact that he was here to pick up a girl. Of course, targeting a stewardess he had met at the airport not too long ago, tall in stature and cold in temperament. Suyu is also. Such a girl is a bit difficult, but Hong Xin Shu likes this difficulty. He thinks he has to start with Suyu's friends, so he came to today's Wang Wanair birthday party. Not many people knew who he was at first, but he had a reputation, after all, and soon one of the air bouncers recognized him, and then rightly so the whole room knew him. The feeling of being the center of attention was already a bit numb, not to mention that such a low party didn't require him to deliberately make friends with some people. So he was all about casual perfunctory. After a few perfunctory moments, he caught sight of the bar and was intrigued to find that it was reasonably well stocked with tools and equipment for bartending as well as a variety of drinks. Hong Xinshu recently playing bartending, specializing in mixing the kind of hard-to-drink wine, for the girl who posted up to drink. The girl drink, biting her teeth and praising the good drink. Look at the fun. The girl hadn't arrived yet. Of course he couldn't play this set of bad jokes. He wanted to leave a good impression. So after briefly mixing a few cocktails he scanned to see if there were any pretty girls and then went to deliver a glass and make some small talk in the meantime. So he was just in time to see a Mercedes SUV pull up to the door and walk down to a girl in a black dress. Struck almost instantly, Hong Xinshu's eyes widened, realizing that he hadn't seen such a youthful and innocent girl in what seemed like forever. Rightfully so, he greeted the girl with his glass of cocktail, and what did he care as far as the man beside the girl was concerned? Hong Xinshu came in front of Yi Maju and bowed slightly in a very gentlemanly manner, then handed over the tray, and the wine on the tray, and said, "This glass of wine is for you." Yi Maju took the tall glass, thinking that the boy in vest and suit pants and shoes in front of him was a waiter. He said, "Thank you, may I ask if this bathroom of yours is inside?" Then naturally, he handed the tall glass to Zhang Xiaojian. Hong Xinshu, seeing that he didn't reply, Zhang Xiaojian, who had taken the wine glass, said, "There must be something in it. I've told you to drink less water. I've been talking to you too much. Of course I need water when I'm thirsty." The two walked and talked at the same time, completely failing to perceive that behind them Hong Xinshu, whom they had thought was a waiter, had been petrified. Hong Xinshu didn't feel like she was dressed like a waitress. Armani shirt, suit pants with a pair of shiny shoes, and his haircut were all styled by a stylist. He was very happy with it, except for one thing he overlooked. Wang Wan'er's birthday party was not a high-end party. No one would come in a suit because that would be too formal, mostly casual and sporty. And it's really not surprising that someone in a suit carrying a tray is generally mistaken for a waiter in such a relatively loose and upbeat setting. Hong Xinshu was well dressed to show that he was important enough. However, he was too small, and to Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju who did not know him, the tender boy in front of them who looked ordinary, had an average temperament, and had to dress up like an adult should be the waiter. The corner of Hong Xinshu's mouth, who was carrying the tray, twitched a little, and he was extremely upset as he watched a man and a woman, who had completely ignored him, walk away laughing and joking. So he beckoned, and the first airbender who recognized him came over with a lurch. Hong Xinshu covered it with his hand and whispered confidentially. The flight attendant listened sideways and nods his head with an "I get it" look on his face. Then the two looked at each other and smiled. The two men hadn't noticed in the slightest that in the distance a man shaking a goblet was silently watching them. After shaking it, Gao Qingsong took a sip of red wine and recited, "Hong Xinshu who, Poplar, standing behind him, asked." Gao Qingsong smiled. "The big businessman his family runs." Bai Yang's eyes widened. "That's pretty rich." "It's okay, it's just a local business, and not top tier enough in second generation circles." "So you're top notch?" Gao Qingsong gave Bai Yang the look. "The top are all entitled. Our kind is enough for a second class at most, but no one in the second class circle is willing to play with him." "For what?" "Afraid something will happen. Every circle has stinky shit, and he's the stinky shit in this circle." Bai Yang thought it was interesting. For the first time he knew what second generation circle there were these sayings, and asked again, "What exactly has he done?" Gao Qingsong thought for a moment. "Anyway, if it weren't for the protection of minors law, in addition to the fact that the family does have a little bit of backbone, this little brat would already have enough to be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Just now, Little Sword and Maju seemed to have ignored him, and this bee has found someone to rant about for half a day, so he won't cause any trouble, right? Gao Qingsong thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, it's not like he can beat Little Sword." Bai Yang was still a bit worried, but, Gao Qingsong laughed. "Don't worry, Little Sword is richer than his father." Is it? Bai Yang was not sure. After all, he was from a commoner's background and did not have a deep understanding of the concept of wealth, and Zhang Xiaojian had never said how much money he had, so he did not understand how Gao Qingsong could be sure that Xiaojian was richer than the boss of the big business. Gao Qingsong's reason is simple. This was because he knew that Zhang Xiaojian was going to buy a private jet today, and although the owner of Dishan was very rich, he was not at the point where he could buy a private jet. Zhang Xiaojian had planned to buy a private airplane a long time ago, because private jets are expensive, and keeping one is even more expensive. Lying on the burning money thing he really has no reason not to do. If not to buy two will certainly be judged by the system as improper consumption. Zhang Xiaojian hate to buy a row, put in the airport, turn on the lights at night as the scenery to see, and how to buy it. He couldn't go to Baidu, and it just so happened that Wang Weiner and Suyu both worked at the airline, so this matter was naturally given to them. It was just that Wang Wanair and Suyu's tiers were also really low, so they could only ask their captains. Mr. Captain initially thought it was just a casual question and didn't take it seriously, but when he was pressed again, he repeated the question to make sure, and only then did he really contact the airline's private jet sales staff, which took quite a bit of time in the meantime. But this is not to blame the captain. After all, Jiangqing, this shitty place, can afford to buy a private plane. Very few people, There are so many land bosses although they did buy, but in the captain of this professional vision, the few priced at 3 or 4 million US dollars of private aircraft and gliders are no difference. Not only is small, the long-distance flights are also not at all. So he was looking forward to seeing what kind of airplane today's customer was going to buy. Preferably not one of those gliders he had seen. Mr. Captain didn't know that Zhang Xiaojian really didn't take the purchase of the plane seriously because he didn't take the money seriously either. So much so that with Wang Wan and Suyu coincidentally encountered in the hall on the first floor, Wang Wan immediately introduced the captain, as well as a beautiful woman to Zhang Xiaojin to recognize. Zhang Xiaojin smilingly said, "Hello, hello, hello." His head was still full of the LOL hero skills that Yi Maju had just talked to him about right now. Zhang Xiaojian didn't mention it, so the sales had to say it themselves. "Hello, I'm the sales consultant of Avion Pacific Limited. May I ask if Mr. Zhang is interested in buying a private jet?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaojian came to a realization and realized that both Wang Wanner and Suyu had given him a blank stare as he scratched his head. Right. I almost forgot about this. Called Shenling sales consultant heart a burst of. She is a plane specially come here. If it is not, the general environment is not good. Mr. Captain, and she said the oath of faith. She will not be so equipped with sincerity. So of course she looked at Mr. Captain. The two looked at each other and felt that this is too unreliable. In front of this young man can really buy a private jet? It's not like he's playing with a coughing fit, is it? The one who had the same question as them was Hong Xinshu, who had already come into the hall. The plan he had prepared was to come in and find Yi Maju to snowball. He had to tell Yi Maju that he was not a waiter. But of course the words could not come from his mouth. But he had to tell her his identity through a friend of a friend. Preferably a friend who also knew Yi Maju. He happened to be on the sidelines and heard a few people talking. So the corner of his mouth quirked and his eyes were filled with disdain. Zhang Xiaojian, this kind of person he has seen a lot. If expected well, this private aircraft sales process, the end will inevitably be Zhang Xiaojian to find a reason to delay a little bit, without any problems at the same time, so that many people know the fact that he has money. But at this time, a somewhat familiar-looking male suddenly appeared beside Zhang Xiaojian. Gao Qingsong? Hong Xinshu, who remembered the name, frowned a bit, so he seriously looked at Zhang Xiaojian's face and kept searching in his memory. The final conclusion was of course that there was no such person in Jiang Cheng's previous circle. It was also at this time that Gao Qingsong took another sip of red wine after sitting next to Zhang Xiaojian, but did not open his mouth. Shen Ling introduced. Private airplanes are roughly divided into two categories. One is a personal helicopter at $500, $000-$20 million, and the other is a personal business jet at $600, $000-$60 million. You probably want to buy that category? Men such as Gao Qingsong Bai Yang grew up with a greater affinity for helicopters, probably because they are more handsome in police movies. Bai Yang first said, "Xiao Jian, the helicopter is good, propellers together, and then our brothers and sisters cover the hat on the head." Zhang Xiaojian said, "Do we still have to wear bulletproof vests and carry an M16 in our hands?" Gao Qingsong teased, "More than that, you have to parachute in and land to search for equipment." Looking at these three young big boys in front of him happily and easily joking around, Xinling felt that his trip was bound to be in vain again. But as a sales consultant for Avion Pacific, she was a professional after all, so there was no displeasure on her face. Instead, Mr. Captain listened to the three of them joking and glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wanner understood what the captain's eyes meant, and she blankly glanced at the three men. Talking about business, want to play real-life chicken to Syria? Zhang Xiaojian laughed as he pondered for a moment. "I don't think helicopters will work." Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong asked in unison. Painfully, "Why not?" The two of them really thought the helicopter was handsome. Zhang Xiaojian frowned and said, "Think about it, I'm buying a private jet. It's not like I'm sitting by myself every day. In case we go out to play, it's too crowded to sit in. This is not a problem." Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong pinched their fingers. Their group is estimated to be less than 7 or 8. Really want to go out together in the future. Really can not sit. Zhang Xiaojian added in a serious manner. "And I definitely want to take my second aunt out for a trip. The helicopter is handsome, but it's also narrow. My second aunt is so old. It's going to be so hard for her not to be able to stretch her legs." A silence fell over the scene. Zhang Xiaojian felt that what he said made sense and praised himself. "Am I not thinking quite carefully?" Gao Qingsong nodded. "Fine, or you are the most fine." Shenling's feelings were now extremely complicated. She wanted to say that helicopters were able to stretch their legs, but it was true that they weren't as spacious and comfortable as business jets, so she had to keep it to herself. The most important thing was that she was even more confused now, whether Zhang Xiaojian was really teasing about the cough, or if he was indeed trying to buy a private jet. The captain with the sharp beard looked at Zhang Xiaojian with a slight stare. He was on the older side and had been through a lot, but it was rare to see children who would actually think empathetically for their elders. Zhang Xiaojian said, "My second aunt is so old, it's hard for her not to be able to stretch her legs." Indeed, he put himself in the elder's shoes. He likes children like that, children who are filial. Naturally, his expression quickly changed to a smile, the kind of smile his aunt smiled with, especially kind and amiable, and he found the boy so interesting. And Hong Xinshu, who was peeping and snooping on the side, frowned. If it wasn't for Gao Qingsong sitting beside Zhang Xiaojian, he would still firmly believe that Zhang Xiaojian was the type of person he often encountered. However, Gao Qingsong did sit beside Zhang Xiaojian, and from their words, one could hear that they were very good friends. Then side by side, it shows that Zhang Xiaojian is really likely to buy a private airplane. He just wondered when such a person had appeared in Jiangchang, and why he had never heard of him before. Who the hell is he? No one answered his question. At this time, Zhang Xiaojian also said, "Helicopters are not considered direct business aircraft. We also omit some steps. Just directly show me the most expensive kinds." I see that one has the eye. Shenling's eyes really lit up this time. She had a hunch that Zhang Xiaojian might actually buy it until now, and it was still the pricey kind, so she couldn't help but feel her heartbeat speed up a bit. In fact, there are not many private airplanes in China. One, because of air traffic control, often have to arrange the trip 4 to 5 days in advance, is not as convenient as imagined. Secondly, because the traditional culture of China is concerned about introverted, do not publicize, so even if many people have this strength, but also less to buy a private aircraft, not to mention that now China's unprecedented anti-corruption efforts, really is not particularly clean people, but also do not dare to buy. So as a sales consultant for private jets, the common phenomenon is that you either don't open, or you open and you get 3 years. If Zhang Xiaojian really bought a high-priced personal business machine, Shen age is estimated to be more than 3 years, or 3 years of good food, drink and fun. So much so that she actually got that little bit nervous because Zhang Xiaojian really might buy it, and it was about her good life for the next 3 years. Taking a deep breath, he took out the prepared IPD and released the pictures, saying, "The Falcon 2000 EX jet, with the reputation of being an airborne spirit, is comfortable and smooth, and the designers can help you create all the construction and decoration of the interior." Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up as he sniffed. How much? $230 million after conversion. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong looked at each other. What a valuable introduction. As a sales consultant, Xinling's most basic skill was to read people's words, and after she said the price, she saw Zhang Xiaojian's friends' pupils dilate, which meant that they couldn't afford it and were shocked by the figure. Zhang Xiaojian's pupils did not dilate, but he frowned. Xinling's heart sank, and he was about to introduce some slightly cheaper models when Zhang Xiaojian spoke up. "Is there anything more expensive? Are all private airplanes so cheap?" Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong rolled their eyes. Su Yu and Wang Wanair looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Mr. Captain showed a puzzled look. Is this really too cheap? Or is he pretending? Hong Xinshu, who was not far to the side, revealed a cold smile. It seemed that he had overthought himself. Shen Ling, on the other hand, was stunned. $200 million for a private jet. You're telling me it's cheap? Bombardier Challenger 850. Bombardier is the world's third largest civil aircraft manufacturer, especially specialized in business jets, of which the Challenger is the best-selling wide-body airliner series, and the Challenger 850 is the top of this series, with a maximum speed of 850 kilometers per hour, and a non-stop flight of 206 kilometers when carrying 8 passengers. Too small. Mr. Zhang, what about this one? The Gulfstream V, a twin-engine turbofan large ultra-long-range business jet based on the improved Gulfstream 4. The aircraft can reach speeds of Mach 0.9, has a lift of up to 16,000 meters, and has a range of 12,000 kilometers. The plane, which can carry 4 crew members and 14 passengers, is priced at $60 million, or $410 million when converted. And American comedy king Kim Carey is one of the users. Zhang Xiaojian looked at it. The styling is not bad, but at only $400 million, it is still cheap. Better yet? Xinling took a deep breath. Anyway, he had come here today. He had to make an effort, in case it worked out. Flipping over the picture, she said, the Legacy 650, a jet business jet, is the only model in its class that realizes a 3-cabin independent cabin layout, and is priced at. Zhang Xiaojian interrupted. No eye contact. Xinling knew she had to come up with something, and after flipping through half a dozen pictures, she handed the IPAD to Zhang Xiaojian. Bombardier Global Express, Bill Gates' private jet, the world's finest long-haul business jet, is the ultimate in cabin and performance, and the most luxurious and immaculately crafted business jet ever built. known as the luxury villa in the sky. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes lit up. This is a good one. Coincidentally, Yimazhu came from not far away and sat on the sofa after greeting everyone. Hearing that Zhang Xiaojian wanted to buy an airplane, she looked at him. No way, brother Xiaojian, really want to buy an airplane? Zhang Xiaojian responded. Yeah, how come you know about airplanes? Yimazhu quickly shook his head. I don't understand. I just know Boeing. Hearing the word Boeing too, Zhang Xiaojian, who was completely uninformed, remembered Boeing and asked, are there any private airplanes from Boeing? Shen Ling's eyes rounded. Yes, but the price may be much higher, because Boeing is usually a passenger plane converted into a private plane. So the space is maximum. Zhang Xiaojian asked blandly. That's fine too. Shen Ling's heart actually went half cold when she heard that, but she had her professionalism and still asked, Mr. Zhang, are you sure? I also need to ask if I'm sure. Zhang Xiaojian nodded solemnly as Shen Ling walked away with her cell phone. Not a moment later she walked back in, picked up her tablet, found the picture and said, Boeing is taking any reservations. There are 757 models available for sale valued at close to $100 million. And I'm not going to lie, Trump's private jet is this one. Except for Zhang Xiaojian. Everyone at the scene felt that this was too much bullshit. But looking at bland Zhang Xiaojian felt as if they were witnessing history. There is also the Boeing 787, a Dreamliner, which also offers deluxe suites for 32 honored guests, each with its own luxurious bathroom and double bedroom. To make it easier for business people to travel, the airliner is also equipped with a small conference room for meetings of up to 10 people, a games room and a luxury theater. Guests can also visit the in-flight deluxe bar room for a quick drink while they work and play. In short, it's a hotel in the sky. Zhang Xiaojian nodded his head with satisfaction and looked at the picture in the tablet. Right. The airliner transformed into a private plane is only handsome. Can only sit down 20 or 30 people and the business jet is still not spacious enough. After saying 787, Shen Ling's hand slipped and the last picture appeared in front of Zhang Xiaojian's eyes. There's another one that's not a Boeing. Do you think it would work? Airbus A380. Priced at $500 million, close to 3 billion RMB. I won't mention anything else. The last time this plane was purchased was by Prince Al-Walid of Saudi Arabia, the world's mega rich. After saying this, Shen Ling leaned back a bit. By now she was sure that Zhang Xiaojian was really teasing the cough. If sitting in front of her at this moment was a real estate tycoon or a business tycoon, perhaps she would still take it seriously. But Zhang Xiaojian is not. Zhang Xiaojian is a young man with no reputation. She could only console herself by saying that as a sales consultant, it was all about putting in all the effort, even if it didn't work out. Except that, hey, it was another wasted trip. Who knows? At this time holding the iPad, Zhang Xiaojian's a slap on the table. It's it. So everyone, including Shen Ling, stood still. Zhang Xiaojian, on the other hand, grinned and glanced at Yimazhu with such a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Yimazhu didn't understand what the look meant. No one in the room knew either. Only Zhang Xiaojian himself knew exactly why he had always resented the cheap price of airplanes. It's not good to spend money, and when you buy an airplane once, of course you want to buy the most expensive one. More importantly, the 3 billion points could help Zhang Xiaojian make great strides in his character attributes, especially in the area of esports. How else would he have solo'd Yimazhu in the League of Legends? A total of 8 people were seated around the couch in the villa's hall. Yimazhu, Wang Waner, Su Yu, Bai Yang, and Gao Qingsong were all friends of Zhang Xiaojian. Of course they all knew that Zhang Xiaojian was rich, and the music scene proved that Zhang Xiaojian was not generally rich, but that thing cost less than $100 million to buy the land, and then tens of millions to build it doesn't count. Today is different. Today Zhang Xiaojian buys an airplane. Not $1 billion or $2 billion, but $3 billion without blinking an eye. This figure was indeed shocking. And the richest of them all, Gao Qingsong, looked at Zhang Xiaojian with a mouth that could fit an egg. The others, not to mention the others, each watched with glazed eyes and some expression. Only Yimazhu's small face sank a bit for some reason, and there was some complexity in his eyes. The little girl's mind is hard to guess bystanders. Only she knows. The more she knows how rich Zhang Xiaojian is, the more she feels farther away from Zhang Xiaojian. This is the cause her parents planted in her. Rich, young, good-looking, great personality, hot bones and passion for people. Men like that are great, but they are also really dangerous. What she didn't know was that Zhang Xiaojian's mind was now filled with wanting to play games with her. And aside from those 5, Mr. Captain picked at his ears, thinking he was hallucinating. Sales consultant Shen Ling was sure she heard Zhang Xiaojian's words, but rationally she didn't allow herself to tell herself that she was sure she heard Zhang Xiaojian's words, so she asked again. Sir, what did you say? Zhang Xiaojian pointed at the Airbus A380 on the iPad and said, I say I want this airplane. Shenling took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Xiaojian's flat expression, feeling his blood pressure soar wildly and his heartbeat wildly, watching her face suddenly look a bit off, turning from white to red and then to ghastly white. Zhang Xiaojian immediately asked, "Are you alright?" Shenling hurriedly shook her head. "It's fine. It's fine." Her ears were now filled with the sound of her own heartbeat for some reason. Just like people don't understand how Zhang Xiaojian can plainly say that he'll just buy this airplane. Shenling, who sold the plane, is also now hard to be understood. Why his face suddenly changed and why it looked like he was about to have a heart attack. $3 billion for a plane that's actually for sale? That's an Airtran A380. And the last customer was an Arab prince. How much can one draw in it? Wait a minute. The bills didn't arrive. One couldn't afford to lose a minute. Shenling raised her eyes to look at Zhang Xiaojian, revealing a hint of murderous aura. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know that Shenling had now made herself an object that had to be attacked on the battlefield. In order to quickly complete this single, Shenling pretended to be calm, but inside the broken waves raging. "Mr. Zhang, I will contact the European Airbus sales representative to come to sign the ordering contract with you. Before that you need to pay a deposit. Deposit payment. You can immediately begin to customize all the arrangements in the cabin." Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "Okay, he's bland, but doesn't more bland mean more bottom?" Shenling could hardly suppress another heartbeat. She told herself it was true. It's really true. 10 minutes later, Shenling put down a fearful heart, only to feel that everything was like a dream, as if she was dreaming, because the deposit has already been wired to the company account. After delivering the deposit, Zhang Xiaojian asked, "Is there nothing better than this one?" Shenling subconsciously said, "I'm afraid that if it's a private airplane, only the American Empire's presidential plane, Air Force One, can be comparable." Zhang Xiaojian nodded with satisfaction, then clapped his hands. "All right, this matter has come to an end for the time being. Today is Wan Air's birthday. Don't stare at me all the time. Stare at her and watch her." Wang Waner blankly glanced at Zhang Xiaojian. "You have money. It's better to look at you." There was a burst of laughter from the crowd, and Gao Qingsong turned around to fetch the wine, just in time to see Hong Xinshu in a corner of the hall. It was always hard to pretend they didn't see each other when their eyes met, so Gao Qingsong said to Zhang Xiaojian and the others, "You guys chat first." Walking in the direction of Hong Xinshu, Gao Qingsong and Hong Xinshu were considered to have known each other for a long time. Gao Qingsong was 19 and Hong Xinshu was 14, 5 years older. Not long after Hong Xinshu dropped out of school, when Hong Xinshu was only 13, he even played with Gao Qingsong and Gao Qingsong's former friends for a while in a serious way. Later, Gao Qingsong found that this kid's brain circuit is not quite normal. What girls do not let go, down to junior high school to young women, only so young seems to have been a bit of a kidney, but also do not know how many things to get out of it, naturally away from. It's been a long time. Xinshu. Hong Xinshu looked at Gao Qingsong and smiled slightly. "Okay Qingsong, now this is hugging the big leg." Gao Qingsong sniffed and knew that just now Zhang Xiaojian's purchase of the airtrain was estimated to have been seen and heard by this kid. He smiled in the face of the slightly flirtatious, yet obviously somewhat sarcastic words. "To be honest, I didn't really know Thai was so rich when I met him." Turning the conversation around, Gao Qingsong asked, "On the contrary, who exactly are you looking at that girl?" Gao Qingsong understands Hong Xinshu. There was no reason at all for a teenager like Hong Xinshu, who had the X-bug in his head, to be here other than to look at a girl. Hong Xinshu didn't hide it and glanced at Suyu. "It's just her. High and cold iceberg." Saying that, his eyes turned to Yimaju again. "Actually, she's not bad, but it seems like she's the girl in your lap." Gao Qingsong followed his gaze to identify Hong Xinshu's target, then frowned. "I think it's best for you to not mess with either." Hong Xinshu raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? You're not you anymore after hugging your thigh?" Gao Qingsong didn't hide it and looked at Suyu. "The key, I also like her very much. It's not the same as your liking." Hong Xinshu smiled at his words. "Then we are considered love rivals, right? Don't be rivals. Why don't you be a bridge?" Hearing the word union bridge, Gao Qingsong's face sank for a moment. The word was originally used in the north to describe the relationship term between husbands of close sisters, but later it was used more socially as a relationship term between men who had played with the same girl, especially in the circle. This kind of good friends between the joint bridge relationship abounds, not to mention the place of Jiangcheng originally small, often play with so many people, so really want to open up, may be able to get involved. Gao Qingsong disliked this name and said in a deep voice, "And don't blame me for not reminding you. In fact, the thighs in your eyes and Suyu are hairy kids." Hong Xinshu raised his eyebrows again. "What, you really think you can bluff me by buying a $3 billion private jet? It's not like my family can't afford it." Gao Qingsong looked at Hong Xinshu with the eyes of an idiot. "You can pull back. Your family's small company is also the market value of 10 billion. your old man can take out of the family base is not more than 10. To say that can afford to buy, but also really can buy. But it is estimated that you have to sell the company. After saying this he patted Hong Xinshu's shoulder and looked at Hong Xinshu's ugly face and added, you are young. Learn to weigh yourself more. After saying this, Gao Qingsong turned around and left Hong Xinshu, returning to where Zhang Xiaojian and the others were talking and laughing. Standing in the corner, Hong Xinshu felt his eyebrows unconsciously start to jump. He was like this when he was angry. Just now Gao Qingsong's words did irritate him. After 14 years of living, his biggest asset was his family. In such a big place as Jiangchang, excluding the few top people who really couldn't afford to mess with him and couldn't get in touch with him, he felt that he could call the wind and the rain. Today came to the small broken party. First was treated as a waiter not to mention, but also witnessed an unknown young man a shot is 3 billion. And finally realized that the girl he was chasing most likely he could not afford to mess with. But also by Gao Qingsong smacked his face. It's not a good feeling. If this had been him a year ago, and Gao Qingsong had buried him like this, he would have already moved his hand. He had always been conceited. And he really couldn't put up with this kind of bad feeling. So he took a deep breath and wondered what was going on in his little head. After thinking about it for a while, Hong Xinshu seemed to be sure of what he wanted to do. He didn't think it was too much, and it wasn't a wasted trip to toss this around today. So smiled. I'm really mature after all. Hong Xinshu didn't feel the slightest bit childish like a retard. There are not many people like Hong Xinshu in this world, rich or poor. Every teenager seems to go through this phase, in which the common trait is that they all think that they are the most unique and awesome person in the world, that their opinion is the most correct opinion in the world, and that anyone who doesn't agree with their opinion is an SB, combined with a general lack of stimulation and major shock. These teens are often as fragile as a sheet of paper and feel deeply insulted by the slightest incident. That's why Hong Xinshu felt compelled to do something to fight back. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know about these things, but saw that Gao Qingsong and Hong Xinshu didn't seem to be talking that pleasantly, so he asked after Gao Qingsong sat down, who's that? Gao Qingsong thought for a moment and said, a little kid with a sick brain. Just now I didn't hold back and said a few words about him. Wang Wan'er and Suyu glanced at each other. Suyu could see the worry in Wang Wan'er's eyes and said, it's fine. He wouldn't dare to do anything excessive in public. Gao Qingsong turned his head to Suyu and asked, how do you know him? Suyu helplessly said, talk about not know. Just one day the same group of Miao Miao said there is a person who wants to know me. Nan drawn me to meet aside. After meeting he did not introduce himself. Small Miao Miao is introduced to the whole. I just know that he is the son of the big business owner's family. Just how old is he? Learn people to start picking up girls? And then what? And then I haven't seen him since. Tweeted me and I didn't reply. Too much of a kid. When he talks he's all social that way. I don't know where he learned it. So this is Miao Miao today? Wang Wan'er said. I didn't even tell Miao Miao. But there were other friends in the same group who came. So I guess word got out to Miao Miao. And then that's what caused this trouble. Zhang Xiaojian took it as a joke and didn't care. This is not a big deal. That is to say, what is the next program? We are not sitting here to chat all night. Wang Wan'er rolled her eyes again and said, don't tell me. I want to cut the cake now and get it over with. This bunch of messy people are really annoying. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and said, not so much. People are at least here to celebrate your birthday. What should we do? What's the next process? Wang Wan'er thought for a moment. It seems like dancing. Zhang Xiaojian, To be honest, Zhang Xiaojian had not participated in this kind of slightly petty birthday party. In his mind, a birthday is a bunch of good friends having dinner, blowing out candles, and then going to a bar or KTV to have some more fun. So when the DJ hired by the event planner showed up to play on the lawn of the villa, for a moment he wondered why it was so awkward. He seemed to be the only one in the room who was embarrassed. When the spotlight shot out neon beams of light at the beginning of the lights and made the lawn look like a dream, the whole crowd began to twist their bodies to the rhythm of the music. Zhang Xiaojian's body was stiff and his limbs weren't really coordinated, so in order to make himself appear not so different, he used the never-ending head nodding technique. Do not say. Point. For a while Zhang Xiaojian gradually found the feeling that he not only found the trick of nodding, so nodding should also be quite a cure for cervical spondylosis. He did have a bit of whiplash from being on the computer every day for 2 years at his previous job. Nodding along with him was Yi Maju. The two stuck in a rhythm. Occasionally the music shifted gears and dropped beats altogether. You can't dance? Yeah. What a coincidence. I wouldn't either. The two made small talk as they looked to the center of the dance floor. Suyu went in, both hands raised, waist moving, stuck into the rhythm of the music. Light and nice and natural. Sister Suyu dances so beautifully. Yi Maju said enviously. Zhang Xiaojian of course knew about the fact that Suyu could dance, and returned, it's not unusual. After all, I've learned to dance in elementary school. I learned that when I was a kid, too. Then why won't you? I took folk dancing. This side of Yi Maju's words did not fall. Bai Yang nodded his head and came to Su Yu's side. Yi Maju had thought that the old Bai was a nodding type of player like himself and Zhang Xiaojian, but who knew that Bai Yang stretched out and opened his arms after a musical interlude, and did a perfect piece of machine dance, causing a burst of screams. Yi Maju was dumbfounded. Old Bai cannot. Zhang Xiaojian wasn't surprised. Old Bai played street dance decently well in junior high school. Then why haven't you learned a couple of tricks from Old White? Learned it? A one-handed brace didn't hold up and hurt me when I fell, and I haven't played since. Stupid. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Gao Qingsong with a smile. This guy shouldn't be too bad. After all, he has been mixing with major nightclubs for years. Yi Maju heard this with a bit of anticipation in her eyes. Gao Qingsong entered, came between Su Yu and Bai Yang, and began to dance while nodding and waving his arms. After dancing wildly for a while, the music turned, and Gao Qingsong stood still with his arms wrapped around him. Zhang Xiaojian couldn't take his eyes off the ground and said, "This is going to be a model. The dancing must not be bad." Yi Maju sniffed with even more anticipation as the music in his ears turned from low to high, the deafeningly heavy drums and music forming a wave of sound that swept across the room once again. By the time the first accent came down, everyone on the dance floor had practically changed their dance moves. Only Gao Qingsong didn't. Gao Qingsong jumped up again, nodding his head while waving his hand, repeating what he had just done. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju looked at each other and both figured it out. Just now, Gao Qingsong picked up his arms and stood still, that is not to get up and wait for the music. It was purely because he was tired of dancing, vastly criticizing Gao Qingsong for failing to live up to his expectations. Zhang Xiaojian's afterglow coincidentally glanced at Hong Xinshu, who happened to enter the bartending table behind him. Then Zhang Xiaojian saw him waving at Su Yu with a smile on his face that was a little bit bad. There weren't many people on the scene. There were only about 20 people on the dance floor. Su Yu of course saw Hong Xinshu waving at her, but she pretended not to see it. Soon Wang Wan'er came into the lawn and entered the dance floor, and the riotous music became even more deafening as the whole room cheered. Since Su Yu didn't come over, Zhang Xiaojian of course didn't pay attention to the little kid behind him as he took a closer look at the people on the dance floor, beautiful women to be exact, and found that the quality was okay. "What are you looking at?" Yi Maju asked. Zhang Xiaojian couldn't say that he was looking at his legs and immediately returned. "Dancing. Is that one a good dancer? That short-haired one dances well. You see." Seemingly telepathic, the short-haired girl who was dancing hotly on the dance floor glanced at Zhang Xiaojian at that moment and gave him a wink while twisting her hips. "She winks you," Yi Maju exclaimed. "What is wink?" Elderly Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand at all. "It's just electric eyes." Coming from the Korean girl group side. "Oh, I told you who this girl looks like. When you put it that way, do all the Korean hole over look like this?" Yi Maju almost didn't laugh out loud. "You can't say that about Miss Sister. It's not good." Zhang Xiaojian narrowed his eyes for a moment and looked at the short-haired girl's face and said, "After you reminded me of this, I took a closer look and realized that this girl's chin is really sharp." Yi Maju said enviously, "The nose is also very arched." "Yeah, it's too warped. It seems to be the most popular style right now, and it's a big hit online." "Studied it." "That's right, who doesn't want to look good?" Zhang Xiaojian's face suddenly sank after hearing this, looking at Yi Maju with extremely serious eyes. Yi Maju also looked at Zhang Xiaojian and blinked her watery eyes, not knowing why the atmosphere suddenly became serious. Zhang Xiaojian said word for word, "You can't go for plastic surgery when you're so good looking." Yi Maju blinks again. A little sweetness flooded his heart. Why is it sweet? And why is the music not so loud? Looking at Zhang Xiaojian's, Yi Maju suddenly wanted to say, "You are also quite good looking." The words to the mouth were held back by her. She just looked at Zhang Xiaojian, and Zhang Xiaojian looked at her like that. Both of them simultaneously felt as if time stood still in this moment, until Bai Yang ran over and shouted, "Xiaojian, Mo Zhu, come and dance." In unison, the two raised their hands and shook them, revealing the same bitter smile and saying in unison, "I really won't." So the shouting by Yang froze. "Should we be so flush?" Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, "Chi?" The tone of voice, the speed of speech, and the tall one with the question mark were exactly the same. Bai Yang glared. "That's not all?" Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju both revealed a hint of panic, and after a moment's pause, they said together, "Not Chi." This time around, the downward tone of the word Chi was exactly the same. Bai Yang scratched his head, wondering, "Are you two in love?" Unfortunately, his words coincided with a falling special effects sound in the deafening music. Not to mention Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, even he himself did not hear what he said. He then saw Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju make almost the same expression and simultaneously gave a cry. In asking what they had said, Bai Yang gave the two of them a thumbs up, meaning you two can be really good. Lazy to talk again. turned his head and entered the dance floor again. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju looked at each other and once again said in unison, "Don't you learn from me? I didn't learn you. Look at you still learning from me." In order to break this same frequency, Zhang Xiaojian chose to shut up, and then he realized that Yi Maju was afraid to think the same way and chose to shut up as well. They were once again on the same frequency. So once again, four eyes met. The sound of the music in his ears was once again reduced to infinity. Zhang Xiaojian looked at her long eyelashes. Yi Maju looked at his somewhat dull eyes. Another one of those moments when Gao Qingsong bounced, nodding his head and swinging his arm as he came to flank the two. "What are you two doing? Come dance." Zhang Xiaojian slanted his eyes. "Get lost." Gao Qingsong heard the tone was not kind, as if he seemed to have disturbed them, so he had to bounce and nod his head while shaking his arms and disappearing from the sight of the two men. "What are you being so fierce for?" Yi Maju sidestepped and looked away, her eyes revealing panic despite her extreme efforts to hide it. Zhang Xiaojian coughed and raised his hand to point. "Look at how bright the stars are tonight." Yi Maju will look up not to mention the stars and even the moon did not see, and then pursed up the lower lip as difficult to suppress a smile. It turns out that he and his own same are very flustered it. The song high will eventually break up. As the DJ steps off the stage and the beams of light converge, the most important part of this birthday party, which has been a good atmosphere so far, will come. Zhang Xiaojian was appointed as a waiter, and together with Gao Qingsong Baiyang, he pushed a large cake with 4 tiers into the venue. Someone clamored, "Turn off the lights, turn off the lights." Then someone put out all the lights. The heavens were beautiful. The sky, which had been somewhat cloudy, changed its face in an instant, and starlight and moonlight poured down at the same time, enveloping the people in them. Gao Qingsong's hands were busy inserting the candles, and over there, Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang were holding a lighter each, waiting for Gao Qingsong to finish arranging all 23 candles. The timely, yet centuries-old, happy birthday song plays at this time. "I don't know that Wang Wan'er's friend," sang extraordinarily excited. A simple happy birthday song let him or almost sung into the mountain road 18 bends, caused the scene a burst of laughter. Wang Wan'er, who was clustered at the front of the birthday cake, smiled the most happily, and was even happier to see Zhang Xiaojian and Bai Yang holding lighted candles, slanting their lighters to always blaze their hands. A short while later, the candlelight came on. "The wishing session is here." Wang Wan'er smiled and put her hands together, but made a wish with her eyes open. "My wish is that everyone present, including me, can make a wish with their eyes closed. Pai, but you're the biggest on your birthday." After she closed her eyes, all of them closed theirs as well. While Zhang Xiaojian was closing his eyes, he really thought about what else he wished for. There doesn't seem to be much desire. If you want to talk about money, I guess you can't spend it all in this lifetime. Second auntie, her old man, is also in good health. The friends he cared about were doing well, too. Such a simple rich and happy life might be his wish, but it's not really a wish, is it? After all, it's all been realized. Wishful thinking is something that doesn't come true. After another thought, Zhang Xiaojian, who had his eyes closed, subconsciously sneaked an eye open and looked towards Yi Maju, who should be standing across from him at this moment. However, without realizing it, Yi Maju also peeked an eye open at that moment to look at Zhang Xiaojian. They peeked in and saw each other during this wishing session. Does that mean they are each other's heart's desire? Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, who had turned a blind eye, saw each other at the same time. Then the eyes touched and quickly closed with an open eye mentality, pretending not to see each other. But at this point, with the stars shining brightly and the candles faintly glowing, it wasn't a matter of treating the glance as if you hadn't seen it, it was a matter of looking at it and never forgetting it. Zhang Xiaojian felt his heartbeat accelerating. Yi Maju felt her little face rolling a little. It was an amazing feeling for a moment. Fantastic beyond description. All in all, 3 seconds later, everything was back to normal. They didn't dare to look at each other again either. Puffing out her cheeks, Wang Wan'er blew out all the candles with all her strength, and the whole room rang out. Happy birthday. The chance. If you take out some of the people that Wang Wan'er really didn't want to see, the atmosphere at this birthday party was actually really good. There were still people she didn't want to see, after all, so it stands to reason that something she really didn't want to see happened. A middle-aged man with a shy stomach stood out at that moment and took out a gift box with an extremely expensive-looking wrapping, which caused a gasp of surprise when it was opened. Wan'er, there's nothing I can give you. This Mikimoto pearl necklace is for you. Uncle Lu, you can't have it. Uncle Lu, the head of the ground crew of Zhonghang, who was just divorced for the 4th time a while ago, had known Wang Weiner for quite a long time, and recently did not know what kind of madness he was pumping. That is, he wanted to chase Wang Weiner. He bought Mikimoto's pearl necklace is indeed worth a lot of money. Just Nima. Send people things also report the brand. Zhang Xiaojian do not need to think also know that this box is estimated to have invoices. The price above is very important to him. This big brother wasn't done yet. On the other side, a young handsome guy came out and took out a letter and a ceramic pot. Feelings can't be measured by numbers and brands. Wan Air, this is a ceramic pot I made with my own hands for you. Wang Wan Air froze. You are? The guy ruffled his bangs. I'm the new flight attendant, and ever since the first time I saw you, I've been captivated by you. Your eyes, your nose, So you came to him and took the clay pot, looking left and right, interrupting him. So the guy suddenly realized that Suyu wasn't bad looking. This sister, what's your name? Are you interested in pinching clay pots together? Suyu returned the clay pot to him. Keep it for your mom to go back and pickle. The boy sniffed in anger, and Gao Qingsong appeared beside Suyu in time, his big eyes glaring. The boy wilted and disappeared into the crowd. Gray, that's not all. The guy withdrew. A Mediterranean middle-aged man walked out, clicked a half-kneeling, and took out a modest locket. Wan Air, DR's diamond ring is for you, with your initials set inside the ring. Not to mention, the diamond ring did attract a lot of attention when it was shown. DR is a brand where a man can only buy one ring in a lifetime with his ID, which is considered thoughtful. The large diamonds on the diamond ring were also enough to represent his sincerity. It's just that Mr. Wang, your children are 3. The youngest is only 2 years old. Once in a lifetime diamond ring. You want to use it to wrap the girl. Is it that there are too many such brands now? Of course, Wang Waner could not accept their gifts, and after the eyes of the entire audience focused on her, her little brain turned sharply and suddenly looked at Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian, you haven't given me your gift yet. It was actually directly leaving the middle-aged brother and sister out to dry in the field. Zhang Xiaojian realized that there were more than 30 people in the room, and more than 60 pairs of eyes were all looking at him. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong and the others certainly weren't worried about Zhang Xiaojian losing his face, as the guy had just bought a $3 billion airplane here not too long ago. Even if Zhang Xiaojian couldn't buy any gifts with new ideas, he thought that they should be extremely expensive. But others don't know this. Wang Waner's words not only focused attention on Zhang Xiaojian, but also let everyone know that Zhang Xiaojian might be the rightful owner that Wang Waner was looking at. The two brothers who had given the gift in particular now had fire spewing from their eyes. Zhang Xiaojian was nothing. The gift had been bought long ago and was in his pants pocket, so he dug around, pulled out a small gift box, and threw it straight up in a nice arc. Wang Waner reached out to receive it and opened the gift box, and a bracelet came into everyone's eyes. The bracelet is silver in color with fine diamonds. It doesn't look particularly eye-catching, but it has texture and the shape is really sort of original, especially like two long studs that have been bent and put together. The fine diamonds on the bracelet weren't particularly sparkling. I'm afraid this thing wasn't a diamond, but a little $3 piece of glass, right? Zhang Xiaojian, because he didn't want Wang Waner to know how much the bracelet cost, threw away the box as well as the invoice after buying it, and asked the waiter for a small, inconspicuous box. Seeing Wang Waner receiving the bracelet with a smile, Zhang Xiaojian then smiled as well. I won't buy it, just buy it casually. If you don't like it, you don't need to bring it, just put it at home. Wang Waner blankly glanced at Zhang Xiaojian and put on the bracelet. It seems to be telling the brother and sister of this pearl necklace and DR diamond ring that Sis is in charge. So it is inevitable that some do not know where to mix, and the so-called friends whispered, Waner can be really stupid. DR diamond ring and Mikimoto pearl necklace do not actually want a brandless broken bracelet. That diamond is too cheap to hold at first glance? And that shape, it's like a broken nail breaking a bend, but it's ugly. This side is not finished. Originally came here already, do not want the old face of Uncle Lu and one total look. Wang Waner with bracelet. Dead to the gift to Wang Waner with their gifts. Wang Waner of course not where. Actually formed a pulling situation. Suyu and Gao Qingsong's side rushed to block, and Bai Yang also joined the fray. Zhang Xiaojian had also wanted to pull back in time, when Gao Qingsong shouted, stop! As soon as the chaos stagnated, Gao Qingsong turned to Uncle Lu and Mr. Wang and said, can you guys stop pulling and tugging? Wang Waner doesn't want your gifts, and secondly, in case the bracelet is touched between the tugging and tugging, it would cost quite a bit of money to pay for it. Uncle Lu and Mr. Wang immediately disdain. This bracelet at first glance is also in the small commodity store to buy. Is not sterling silver or not unknown. Can be worth a few dollars? Mr. Wang smiled. This bracelet can be worth 300? Gao Qingsong glared for a moment and said, I really let you get it right. Almost 300. There was a burst of laughter in the room, and after laughing, he looked at Zhang Xiaojian, who realized that the emotions in these people's eyes were quite complicated. There was sympathy, contempt, gloating, and there was also a kind of look called pity. Without having time to observe the eyes of a few more people, Siyu smiled to help Gao Qingsong. 3 million for 300. The crowd thought they were both joking. Wang Waner was also stunned. Her knowledge of luxury goods was obviously far inferior to Wang Wan'er and Su Yu. In fact, regardless of whether this bracelet was valuable or not, she would cherish it. After all, this was the first gift that Zhang Xiaojian had given her. Gao Qingsong looked at the group of ignorant people in front of him, gently picked up Wang Wan'er's wrist, so that Wang Wan'er's bracelet appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You don't know the goods. Don't come out to disgrace yourselves in the future. Cartier Justin Clou bracelet, model H6004717. Su Yu thought for a moment. 18K white gold, set with 352 round brilliant cut diamonds totaling 26.73 carats, priced at $2,660,000 if I remember correctly. Gao Qingsong and Su Yu had quite a tacit understanding when they sang together. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the two for the first time and thought that they might actually have a relationship. Just as quickly he realized that he was once again the center of attention in the room. And unlike a few seconds ago, the girl's sympathetic pitying eyes changed to shock and admiration, while this admiration should only be for monetary love. And the men's eyes changed from gloating and watching to shock and admiration. An admiration that wanted to make acquaintances. Zhang Xiaojian felt a bit annoyed. When he bought a gift for Wang Wan'er, he definitely did not count on careful selection. Just slipped in the Cartier store, was asked by the salesman, and then bought this bracelet. He felt that buying necklaces and rings had their own special meanings, and that this bracelet-like bracelet was more suitable for a friend. Picked and picked and picked and picked this one. Listen to the salesman said. This bracelet Jiangcheng originally few Cartier stores also only one. Zhang Xiaojian saw the uniqueness and bought it. I didn't realize until after I bought it that it seemed a bit expensive. It's not that it's expensive for him, but Wang Wan'er would definitely find it expensive if she learns the value of this bracelet. So he purposely removed the packaging, tore off the invoice, and replaced it with a small gift box worth $15. But who had thought that Gao Qingsong and Su Yu actually knew so much about this stuff? Chance upon another. So Zhang Xiaojian, who didn't want to show off his wealth, was distressed, and even more distressed. He stole a glance at Yi Maju, noticing that Yi Maju's expression was as usual. He was actually smiling at himself. Why does that smile look a little familiar? It seems like this is the kind of smile Yi Maju had when he was abusing himself in the internet cafe. Uncle Lu and Mr. Wang's gift ended up with nothing. They looked at Zhang Xiaojian and felt convinced that they had lost. Sensei Zhang Xiaojian was younger than them, better looking than them, and estimated that his worth had to be more than 10 times that of theirs. Whether it's Mikimoto's pearl necklace or DR's diamond ring, they bought close to $100,000 for both. It is reasonable to say that in order to pick up a girl is a gift of about $100,000. It is also considered to be a blood money, but compared to Zhang Xiaojian's Cartier bracelet, it was really a big witch. And what kind of family does Zhang Xiaojian come from to be able to give away nearly $3 million in top luxury bracelets at the drop of a hat? Where on earth did this kid come from? This was the question of many. Uncle Lu hung his head and took a glass of wine, sat down next to Mr. Captain, also asked, "Who on earth is he?" Mr. Captain showed his aunt's smile. "I don't know, but having just bought a $3 billion private jet from Airbus, this little bracelet of less than $3 million is probably the same concept to him as if we were buying knickknacks from the wholesale market of small commodities." Uncle Lu's hand on the wine glass he was holding froze and asked incredulously, "What did you say? $3 billion for the airplane?" Mr. Captain nodded. "Well, the Airbus A380. Uncle Lu fell silent, looked at the people in the field, and said, "I said how One Air can't see me. So this is to climb the branch and become a phoenix." Mr. Captain and Uncle Lu have known each other for many years. He smiled. "Not really. I guess you can't catch up with One Air without Zhang Xiaojian." Uncle Lu revealed a disdainful look, clearly believing that the main cause lay in the young, rich and handsome Zhang Xiaojian. Mr. Captain asked, "Any idea why?" Uncle Lu casually responded, "Why?" Mr. Captain shook his red wine and said, "Little girls are mostly emotional. One Air is different. She is a relatively sensible girl, so she sees clearly. Just your few pretty words can cover up the nasty thoughts in her head." Oh, Uncle Lu was silent. Mr. Captain patted his shoulder and his words were cold. "Old Lu, forget about this time, and don't chase after the girls in my group in the future." Uncle Lu felt the strength of Mr. Captain's hand, and suddenly remembered that the middle-aged man with the ever-neat beard in front of him was from the 1st Aviation Academy of the People's Liberation Army Air Force, which seemed like a warning. Gao Qingsong also warned Hong Xinshu. Just how would a child like Hong Xinshu care about such a warning? Although he did have questions about where on earth someone like Zhang Xiaojian came from, but this did not conflict with what he was about to do, because he didn't think this was too much to ask. He thought he needed an answer for coming all the way over here and standing in this ungodly party. So at the end of the birthday party, he pulled Su Yu to the bartending table without a second thought. Following Suyu was Gao Qingsong, who was followed by Bai Yang, who was followed by Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, and they were followed by another group of people who clearly sensed there was a buzz going on. Aside from Wang Wan who was busy in the villa, the outdoor venues all looked over, and the bartending table became the center of attention. Gao Qingsong's thoughts were simple. He couldn't let Suyu be bullied. He had to follow. Bai Yang's idea was also simple. In case of a real fight, he had more experience than Gao Qingsong. Zhang Xiaojian's thoughts were even simpler. Those two tricks of yours are really not as good as one of mine. Yi Maju's thoughts were even simpler than Zhang Xiaojian's. Since everyone walked over, of course she had to follow. So Hong Xinshu, who was about to put on an X, was a bit embarrassed. But once all eyes were focused on him, this embarrassment disappeared again. How could he, Hong Xinshu, care about other people's eyes when he wanted to do something? So he opened his mouth like a retard and said, "Are we out of luck?" Suyu looked at him with eyes like he was looking at a retard. Of course there's no chance, although he had already expected this answer. Hong Xinshu's heart was still on fire when he heard it. After all, he and his brother, that is, the male son of some dumpling chain and the young master of the supermarket in the urban and rural collection department hadn't been rejected by a woman for a long time. Although he didn't have his brother behind him today for courage, he nodded heavily and then began to mix the drinks as he did so. 4 ice cubes, a pinch of black pepper, 2 ounces of vodka, a pinch of dried paprika, 5 ounces of tomato juice, 1 slice of lemon, a pinch of celery salt, a pinch of chili oil, and with that, a Bloody Mary is ready. A group of people led by Zhang Xiaojian looked dumbfounded. This is the middle-aged teenager from there. What is the meaning of bartending? Pushing the Bloody Mary cocktail, which looked a bit thick, in front of Suyu. Hong Xinshu's socially learned routine was once again brought to the forefront. Drink this cup of wine. From now on, you and I will be strangers. After saying this, Hong Xinshu raised his head, feeling that he was really exemplary, not realizing that in the eyes of the others he was no different from an idiot. So you looked at the fart-sized kid in front of him with eyes like looking at an idiot who hadn't learned anything but a little bit of pretending to be X and still pretending not to understand, and slowly said, "This set of yours should be used on your junior high school classmates." Zhang Xiaojian would pass by the 3rd middle school in Jiangcheng every day when he went home after work. The 3rd middle school in Jiangcheng is a notoriously bad school, always gathered at the entrance of a group of children with cigarettes in their mouths, and there is a fury between their eyes, not only looking at anyone, as if they look at the world are not good. Once when I happened to be passing by, an older man in his 50s took one look at these kids and let them have a beating, without any reasoning at all. Hong Xinshu was clearly one of these kids. Moving forward in time, Zhang Xiaojian had seen similar things he had all done. It's just that later on, after more lessons, he realized that there are still some things he can't do. What if I can't do it? Hong Xinshu and seniors learned to swing the road. To put it bluntly, the pendulum path is to take the high ground and let those who are on the bottom make the choice. Hong Xinshu also does have the capital of condescension. On the basis of his family's money, on the basis of the side of all his friends, cannot be said to be no evil, anyway, is no less bad things. In his logical mind, it's your honor that I'm chasing you. Now that I've decided not to chase you, it's not too much to ask for a Bloody Mary, is it? Even though he knew that the bloody he had made was a very unpleasant cocktail to be precise, it really wasn't too much to ask, and no one could pick their own reasoning, could they? This kind of thinking, in his little world, the coterie does have no problem with it. He was also used to forcing the pendulum to swing the way with this kind of thinking to satisfy some kind of bad taste within him. It's just that today is Wang Wanner's birthday party, and although most people have heard of him, after all, they are not in the same circle as him, nor are they those fox friends of his. More importantly, Suyu wasn't a brat who was scared to death of him. That's why Suyu uttered, "This set of yours should be used on your middle school classmates." This sentence. It's just that there's never a lack of lickspittles around people like Hong Xinshu. Without waiting for him to speak, the airbender who first recognized him said with a traitorous look on his face, "Suyu, a cup of Bloody Mary isn't too much to ask. Give Xinshu a face." So Suyu's eyebrows raised and Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang stood next to her on the left and right. Zhang Xiaojian asked from the back, "Who the hell are you to give you a face?" Hong Xinshu looked towards Zhang Xiaojian, his pupils shrinking slightly. The licking dog airbale immediately wilted. Of course he recognizes Zhang Xiaojian. To say that the only person in the whole field who can call the shots with Hong Xinshu is probably Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian laughed back in anger, thinking that this was just too childish. Hong Xinshu condescendingly spoke at this point. "You should have inquired about who I am first." Zhang Xiaojian froze and said, "You should have said that it would be more accurate for me to inquire about who your father is first." The whole room didn't hold back their laughter after that comment. Hong Xinshu tensed her small face. Listening to the sound of laughter in her heart had been furious. Zhang Xiaojian walked into the bartending station. Come on, I'll make you a drink as well. With that, he grabbed a bottle of Fanta, then a bottle of Sarnia juice, and finally a can of Sprite. Gao Qingsong and the others were stunned. Zhang Xiaojian could still mix drinks? At this time, Zhang Xiaojian placed 3 paper cups on the table and poured the 3 kinds of drinks into them respectively. While mixing, he was also rousing. Mix the 3 kinds of drinks in the ratio of 1 to 1 to 1. Stir and then leave it to stand for 1 second. Finally pouring the mixed drink into a tall glass. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu and said, "This way, a glass of dasabi will be fine." With that he pushed dasabi in front of Hong Xinshu. "You drink this first, and I'll let Suyu drink from you." Uncontrollable laughter erupted across the lawn. Someone in the villa asked, "Why are you laughing so much? Acting in a skit outside?" In fact, what happened on the lawn was much more exciting than the skit. Zhang Xiaojian's concoction of dasabi was still bubbling because he had stirred it, and Hong Xianshu's face was as ugly as it could be right now. "You," without waiting for Hong Xinshu to say the second word, Zhang Xiaojian interrupted and said in a deep voice, "Don't you and me, drink or not? Who am I to drink?" Hong Xinshu raised an eyebrow, his face reddening. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and asked in return, "And what makes Suyu drink your wine?" "Indeed, that's the point. Why should I drink?" The little face is suffocating red Hong Xinshu, knowing that he cannot drink Zhang Xiaojian's cup of dasabi, but Suyu must drink his Bloody Mary. But why does Suyu have to drink? It's a question of logic, and it's the ultimate question that can collapse a child's worldview. Zhang Xiaojian smiled. "Have you figured it out?" Hong Xinshu took a deep breath and pointed at Zhang Xiaojian's nose. "Don't mind your own business." Zhang Xiaojian pinched his wrist and with a slight force, Hong Xinshu screamed miserably and his body involuntarily crawled on the bar. "One thing your father and your mother probably didn't teach you is that no one out there in the world is your own father and mother, and no one is going to treat you like their own son. You let go of me." Zhang Xiaojian slightly exerted force. Hong Xianshu let out an ouch. His face hit the cup of dasabi squarely. The dasabi tipped over. The drink inside flowed down, wetting his cheeks. The unprecedented feeling of humiliation and the sharp pain in his wrist made him, for crying out loud, "Wow!" Zhang Xiaojian was startled and quickly let go of his hand. Hong Xinshu held his unsightly pose, shedding tears that mingled with dasabi's. So Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded. He looked left and right and realized that everyone was looking at him. When Zhang Xiaojian walked into the bartender's station, he thought about the conflict, thought that Hong Xinshu would definitely be bad and difficult to deal with like a little kid afterward, and also thought that he would still harass Suyu non-stop. But it never occurred to me that the imperious Hong Xinshu was crying. He was rightfully at a loss for words, and a sense of guilt actually grew in his heart. Was he being an adult bullying a child? It does seem to be. Only a child would choose to cry when they can't say no to a fight, right? How is this going to end? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Suyu helpfully, and Suyu was also looking at him with wide eyes, obviously not expecting this to happen either. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Gao Qingsong helpfully, and Gao Qingsong was also looking at him, but his pupils were a bit out of focus. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Bai Yang for help, and Bai Yang's expression was a bit stunned, and he didn't even notice that the cigarette in his hand was already about to burn into his hand. Zhang Xiaojian finally looked at Yi Maju in a pleading style. Yi Maju gave Zhang Xiaojian a response as she quickly walked up, pulling Hong Xinshu up with one hand, took out a tissue and wiped the tears of Hong Xinshu who was sobbing, and said in a rush, "Tell your sister who bullied you, and my sister will help you to avenge." Hong Xinshu, who was crying as if he had lost his mind, even really pointed a finger, pointing at Zhang Xiaojian, while his eyes were filled with resentment, as if he had finally found a backer. Yi Maju snapped, "Zhang Xiaojian, why don't you come over and apologize?" Zhang Xiaojian tensed his body and said to Hong Xinshu, "Brother, I'm sorry, it's me who pinched you." Yi Maju thought about the matter has come to this point, that have to go through the process. Had to say, shake a hand. Shake a hand, you guys are still good friends in the future. Zhang Xiaojian's body stiffened. Yi Maju, it's fine for you to treat Hong Xinshu as a kindergarten kid. Can you not treat me as a kindergarten kid too? Shaking hands, shaking shit. Hong Xinshu pointed at Zhang Xiaojian's somewhat wretched appearance. His previously done hairstyle looked messy. His face was dripping with the dasabi drink that Zhang Xiaojian had made earlier. His eyes were red, and his nose was dangling. In the 3 seconds leading up to this, he was really feeling scared. No one would ever talk to him like that since he was a kid, much less do it directly. Not in 14 years of life. Even his father had never touched a hair on his head. His doting mother chooses to take his side in every conflict, giving him the strongest support and help. Yi Maju was afraid that he had just suddenly appeared to assume this role, so much so that Hong Xinshu almost subconsciously reacted in an extremely humiliating manner. Hong Xinshu, who had reacted to the taste, blushed and also finally realized how humiliated he was now. Only, with the aftermath of the pain in his arm still lingering and Zhang Xiaojian's ruthless side already imprinted into his mind, he actually did not dare to say or do anything for a while, letting his face burn like it was on fire. Zhang Xiaojian of course could not really shake hands. He looked at Hong Xinshu and just felt as if he thought too highly of him. Highly overrated indeed. Hong Xinshu definitely has the ruthlessness of those brats who stand in front of the school every day and don't know what to do with their hands. But he didn't really get beat up like these little kids. He had the bullying of these brats, but he was definitely more afraid of hardness than the brats. Therefore, Hong Xinshu really wasn't as good as the brats. And for a brat who wasn't even as good as the brats, Zhang Xiaojian really didn't have much of a sense of accomplishment in cleaning him up. It's just that Yi Maju, what camp are you in? Seeing the look in Zhang Xiaojian's eyes, Yi Maju suddenly realized that she had seemingly, as if, moved that business of coaxing her sister-in-law's 2 children. So he hurriedly threw away the paper towel that still had Hong Xinshu's tears on it and jogged all the way to Zhang Xiaojian's side. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Yi Maju who was standing beside him and smiled. Yi Maju looked at Zhang Xiaojian who was standing beside him and returned a smile. That's right. We're the ones in the same camp. Zhang Xiaojian's camp certainly wouldn't go after Hong Xinshu, because the child is too small, too childish. When the adult that can and children general understanding. If not for the fact that Hong Xinshu's previous fingers were all fastened to Zhang Xiaojian's nose, Zhang Xiaojian wouldn't have been able to try his hand in a small way. All the farce came to an end after a turnaround. And with Zhang Xiaojian as the leader, all the people returned to the villa. Hong Xinshu was still standing in the bartending table. His face was burning hot and painful from the gaze. He wanted to leave but felt too ashamed. He wanted to stay but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't fight. So he sent a few text messages and then actually followed him into the villa as well in full view of everyone. I do not know what happened. Wang Weiner just happened to see him. Found his eyes red, hairstyle messy, there are tear stains on the face looked extremely obvious. Could not help but be surprised to ask the voice, I have a birthday. You are touched by this crying? Zhang Xiaojian and the others behind Wan Air really couldn't hold back. And their suppressed laughter rang out even more harshly. Hong Xinshu became angry again and pointed again. No laughing. So the laughter got a little louder. Bai Yang almost burst into tears of laughter, wiping the tears that weren't really tears from the corners of his own eyes as he said, how did this kid grow up so big without being killed? Gao Qingsong thought about it and said, surrounding licking dogs around, using money to hit people, forcing people by force, nesting is estimated to be a good hand. It should be so grown up. Zhang Xiaojian listened to these words but instead collected his laughter. He looked towards Hong Xinshu who looked like a furious puppy. No matter who he encountered, he didn't dare to take the initiative to bite but only dared to yelp from the side. He even said, that's still strange and pitiful. As the saying goes, the poor must be hated. Hong Xinshu, who had been taught a lesson, did not have the ability to accept the lesson, listening to the laughter and sneering words in his ears. He blocked the doorway in extra silence, glaring and not speaking. It was like that for almost 10 minutes of staring. At this time, one of Wang Wanner's fellow flight attendants, the short-haired beauty who had given Zhang Xiaojian a wink on the dance floor earlier, had just said goodbye to Wang Wanner, and was now walking to the lawn to prepare to leave. But a van suddenly stopped in front of the villa. The sliding door pulled open. 7 or 8 people who looked like gangsters walked down, holding long sticks and short clubs. The short-haired beauty panicked, turned around and rushed back to the cottage as fast as she could in her life. There was a clamor outside the door and the sound of smashing came. The group of Zhang Xiaojian who were chatting idly looked over and did not see what kind of people were coming from outside, but instead saw Hong Xinshu's confidence returning to his face, crooking the corners of his mouth with an expression of your days are over. Immediately afterward, the short-haired beauty rushed in, coming up for air to this side of the extremely fast speech said, you guys quickly go. Hong Xinshu called people. Zhang Xiaojian a blank stare. Really is a child. Can't fight or say no to find a backer. Flatly asked, if there are many people, you two protect Suyuan Air and Emoju to go. This let me come. Zhang Xiaojian was certainly qualified to say this, because everyone had seen his Wing Chun actual combat video and understood how tough he was in combat. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong's nerves tightened at this point, only to quickly relax again and roll their eyes at each other, because the people Hong Xinshu called entered the villa, and although they looked aggressive, there were only 8 of them by one count. It's just that the short-haired beauty is really nice and anxious. You guys run, Gao Qingsong softly said. The fight against blackness and evil has been going on for quite a long time, and the so-called top figures in the society have been arrested and shut down, and the rest of the ones who are still playing this game are all stinky fish and shrimp. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and responded, and Hong Xinshu's friends who can a WeChat less than 10 minutes to get here are bound to be a group of so-called social figures who are very capable of coaxing children, and this kind of social figure who even cheats children out of their money can be powerful to wear. The two men spoke a logic. The short-haired beauty didn't understand too much, but inexplicably calmed down quite a bit. But this calmness mainly stemmed from the extremely calm Wang Weiner, Suyu and Yi Maju who were sitting over here. She also noticed that they looked at the menacing men at the door with some pity in their eyes. Why was that? She doesn't get it. There were still at least a dozen people in the villa right now aside from Zhang Xiaojin's group. Among them were Uncle Lu and Mr. Captain. A mature person like Uncle Lu of course had to hide for a while when he encountered this kind of thing. But it was Mr. Captain who was very calm, and he didn't mind moving his muscles if necessary. And besides the two of them, among the remaining people were the event planners of this birthday party, as well as some of Wang Waner's friends. Some people came to Wang Waner's side at the first opportunity, while others watched from afar not daring to approach. The 8 men who lined up as soon as they entered the villa tilted their heads, their eyes full of disdain. One of the leaders, a big, burly bald guy, asked, "Who?" Hong Xinshu this time pointed at Zhang Xiaojian with great vigor. "Sixth brother. It's him." Completely gone was the previous snotty, tearful pungency. Zhang Xiaojin, who had been named, stood up, and in the tense atmosphere of the entire room he stepped forward with his pockets inserted and asked, "Sixth brother?" The big bald six frowned. "Recognize me? Don't know. You want to know you their six?" This was certainly a provocative remark, on top of the fact that Zhang Xiaojin's step had almost arrived in front of the 8 people, and one of them, a young man who was still young in grade, was probably indulging in the world of the grouchy boys. "How the hell are you going to talk to sixth brother?" With that, he struck Zhang Xiaojian with a hard blow. Too slow. Zhang Xiaojian dodged with a sidestep and smothered this youngster's chest with a kick purely with strength before he shot out. The word projectile was used with extreme accuracy, like a fight scene in a cartoon, and the lad flew, his feet off the ground, like a bullet hitting the wall behind him with a muffled thud. So everyone was dumbfounded. At least 5 of the reinforcements, who had been imposing just a moment ago and were led by sixth brother, had their pupils dilated and their faces terrified. It's fine for them to bully the weak with the strong, but if they were capable of doing so, they wouldn't have to follow brother six and cheat children's money every day. However, sixth brother is still a little stronger than them. Otherwise they cannot be their boss. Sixth brother has not been in many fights since childhood. One look at Zhang Xiaojian out of the hand he knew that it is a practitioner. He was also a little scared in his heart, but he knew that fighting can lose anything. Most cannot lose the momentum. With a clench of his teeth, he rushed up, aiming a stick at Zhang Xiaojian's head. His strength was good and the stick he swung out made a cracking sound. Just, at this time everyone saw Zhang Xiaojian's feet turn into small inner eights, barely looked at. Just an instant, the picture shifted. Sixth brother's stick wheel was empty, and he was tackled by Zhang Xiaojian with an arm, his whole body kneeling on the ground, and as soon as Zhang Xiaojian slammed his arm, he let out a pig-killing howl of misery, his mouth shouting, "Brother, brother, brother." Zhang Xiaojian loosened up a bit, and sixth brother's suffocating red face finally eased. "Six, you that's six you tell me, are you a fighting six, a cursing six, or a game-playing six? Brother, it hurts, so it's a pretty good six for shouting at your brother." Zhang Xiaojian's friends over there let out bursts of laughter, and the tense atmosphere instantly disappeared. It was a bit of a comical scene. The punks who had been so aggressive just a moment ago were now all wilted. Hong Xinshu's face was as white as a piece of paper. He didn't understand why his big brother, who was very powerful in his eyes, was just tackled by Zhang Xiaojian as if he was tackling a chicken cub. He still remembered that the glorious deeds that sixth brother had once told him about, the grandiose words he had spoken, had they all been blown out of proportion? While Hong Xinshu over here felt that his worldview had collapsed again, sixth brother was begging for mercy, as if as long as Zhang Xiaojian let go of his arm that felt like it was about to be broken, he would be able to call his father, not to mention his brother. And Zhang Xiaojian, who was boarding his arm, happened to see a large tattoo on the back of his head attached to the back of his neck. Taking a closer look, without being able to distinguish exactly what it was, Zhang Xiaojian asked, "What are you tattooing on the back of your head along with the back of your neck?" Six, who was now as good as dead, bared his teeth and grinned back. "Tiger, tiger." Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. "Sixth brother, just your 2 tricks. You don't want to be a tiger. So tomorrow, wash this tattoo and replace it with Pikachu." Every spoiled child uses out a cry for what he wants. The thing that Hong Xinshu wanted today was face. So a Weibo called the 8 brothers led by the 6th brother. "It's just, are you guys here to be funny?" Hong Xinshu realized that he didn't seem to be the most humiliated person tonight. The most humiliated person tonight should be 6th brother, who was now half kneeling in front of Zhang Xiaojian. 6th brother's appearance at this time was completely devoid of the majestic look he had when he arrived here. And when Zhang Xiaojian asked him to get a Pikachu tattoo, he actually nodded his head immediately. "Brother, the tattoo. Must. Pikachu. I also want." On my stomach, tattoo a small fire dragon. The whole room burst out laughing. They were really here for the laughs. The few companions behind sixth brother were in no mood to laugh. They only felt that they had been humiliated today. Their only thought now was to escape from here quickly, and they no longer had the courage to make a move against Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingson were right in their estimation. A bunch of punks who cajole and surround themselves with brats every day. What kind of success can they have and what kind of backbone can they have? To put it mildly, these guys can immediately kneel down and eat shit when they get into a tough fight. And if you're any more powerful, they can still eat thin. Listening to sixth brother's words, Zhang Xiaojian's words changed and his tone sank. You guys were quite loud just now. What did you smash outside? Six gave an ugly smile. Didn't smash anything. Just stepped on. Broken. A little flower. Grass. Zhang Xiaojian exerted a little force, and sixth brother's body was bent down, and he screamed in pain with another zip. Settle the score. Pay up. And get the hell out. Reality is often more absurd than drama. Six, who had been menacing and tattooed and carrying a weapon a few minutes ago, was now nodding his head. Standing across from him was the subjective who had taken over the setup as well as the planning of this birthday party event, a young girl of modest age. 115 for the goblets. You have broken the wine tower. Won 999 goblets, for a total of 2,985. What a tall glass for $15 apiece. It's $5 apiece at the grocery store in front of my house. The little girl ignored him. You guys broke the cake truck. 350. For that car, welding one won't cost more than $100. Aren't you a little too black, little girl? 2 broken chairs, 1 broken table, $200 a chair, 400 for the table. No, what kind of tables and chairs do you have? Gold trimmed? As he was arguing with reason, Six noticed Zhang Xiaojian, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, glancing at him. His right arm until now cannot lift up, a wave of pain and soreness difficult to die. After this glance, he that also dared to bargain, raised his left hand and pointed to Hong Xinshu, find him to ask for money to go. With that, he turned around and was about to lead his brothers away. Only then the police arrived. Zhang Xiaojian and the others didn't call the police because they didn't have time. But more than one person called the police when Six and his brother showed up at the villa with their weapons. As soon as the police comrade came in, his eyes locked on brother Six and said, "Little Six, you're good you dare to cause trouble even at the tip of the wind. Come. Obviously, Laolu should be the punk who hangs out at the nearby institute." Seeing the police comrades immediately revealed a naive smile. The tattooed tiger head on the back of his skull that is a bit of a tiger. The back of the neck folds a wrinkle. It's just fucking kittens. The activity supervisor, the young girl who was not too old, came to the police uncle in a flash and began to colorfully tell what had just happened. Zhang Xiaojian's few people had already walked out of the villa at this point, and what happened behind them had nothing to do with them anymore. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, plus a small orange traveling in a line on a cold street. Car windows fully open. Zhang Xiaojian casually opened the stereo. FM in due course actually played a grouchy interlude. The most widely known friendship years. The vanishing light is scattered on the wind, as if it can't think of facing it again. Wandering days, you are accompanied by a destiny to meet again. Come to forget what's wrong and right. Come to miss the past. It's always fun to have spent time together. The 3 men and 3 women sitting in the car unconsciously sang along. The song came out of the windows of 3 cars, pooling and dissipating in mid-air as they traveled. The bright streetlights seeming to be the only audience for this chorus. The singing was so high that I was surprised that I couldn't get enough at the end of the song. Wang Wanair sat in the car and said, "This birthday party has caused so much trouble. If I had known, we would have been 6 people driving around singing and finding a place to have some fun." Suyu smiled and leaned over the car window to look at the stars outside tonight. "Have fun on your birthday." Just as this was said, Suyu slapped her head. "It's over. You didn't even eat your longevity noodles." Gao Qingsong picked up the walkie-talkie that had long ago been dispensed in the 3 cars. "It's over. One Air's longevity noodles weren't eaten. Bai Yang, is there a noodle shop at this late hour?" Zhang Xiaojian, look on the app. There should be one. The most fun you can have when you're young is to think of one thing to do with your friends. Zhang Xiaojian's 6 were all at a young age, so they just really thought one thing at a time. It's just that Jiangcheng is only a second-tier city after all. Unlike the provincial capitals and first-tier big cities where 24-hour noodle shops are all over the place. So in order to let Wang Wanair eat this bite of long life, 3 cars in the middle of the night around the Jiangcheng, a big circle, finally close to the highway next to find a noodle shop. And the reason this noodle shop is open so late is presumably for long-distance drivers. There weren't many people when they arrived, and the 6 sat in a circle around a table. Zhang Xiaojian ran to the kitchen and instructed. Said to be the kind of one down can be piled into a bowl of longevity noodles. The noodle master back, "Good Lu. You look good. Not long after 6 bowls of noodles on the table, Zhang Xiaojian took the chopsticks to mention found that everyone's bowl is longevity noodles. But since the noodles were already on the table, of course they wouldn't count on it. And the 6 people who hadn't really eaten anything tonight immediately downed their chopsticks. Bai Yang shouted at this point, "Since it's all one route, why don't we have a competition?" Zhang Xiaojian gave Bai Yang a blank stare. "Childish." The 4 Gaoqing songs also said back at the same time, "Childish." Since Bai Yang had already been scolded for being childish, he simply said childishly, "Let's see who can finish a bowl of noodles in one bite. Who loses?" And then truth or dare later. With that, he picked up his chopsticks, found the noodle head, and put it in his mouth with a giggling sound. The mouths all scolded Bai Yang for being childish, but the bodies of Zhang Xiaojian's 5 people were very honest, and they sucked in the rough surface, and no one bit off. They were all looking at each other with puffed up cheeks, looking funny but serious, and if any of them lost right now, they would immediately eat their noodles normally. This scene is very childish, but only the old driver sitting at the neighboring table is watching with a smile on his face, as if remembering a childish scene with his friends when he was young. Listening to the giggle sound rising and falling in his ears, the old driver sighed in his heart. It's good to be young. Young people at the right age don't feel like they are in the best phase of their lives. When you look back when you're older, you may be able to say that it's good to be young, like the older driver in the next seat. The childish game of Zhang Xiaojian 6 ended in the most childish way. Wang Wan lost, but she was dead set on not accepting the punishment and said, "It's not even past 12. I'm the biggest today." So the other 5 asked in unison, "Where are you, big?" Wang Wan blushed, and in a hurry she didn't even say the words. The 5 of them made a laughing mess. And the not-so-lively noodle shop had some energy. "The best person in the world for you is always your mom." Only Hong Xinshu, who had just been fished out of the police station by his own mother, didn't feel that way. He was just calm, listening to the scolding in his ears. He surprisingly didn't talk back. "Look at you. What lowlifes you're hanging out with. Do you really think this group is powerful? Or do you think you didn't cause enough trouble before? Do you realize that if I hadn't cried and begged her mom and added a lot of money to that thing with Kay, you'd be in a juvenile detention center right now? Undisputed stuff. How did I give birth to you?" This kind of scolding was commonplace for Hong Xinshu. Had been waiting until Hong mother cursed, panting to say no more. Sitting on the co-pilot, Hong Xinshu suddenly asked, "Mom, am I too childish?" Hong's mother froze. The gas pedal under her foot that was about to step down loosened, looked at the side of her indomitable son's face, and fell into silence. Hong Xinshu is indeed childish, and in internet terms is called brain dead. But he's only 14. Shouldn't he be childish? Guilt inexplicably surged through Hong's mother's heart at this point, because she knew that it wasn't like she could blame Hong Xinshu for all of this. The good family background did not give Hong Xinshu a good education, and the incessant marital quarrels and various family problems in his early years led to problems in Hong Xinshu's character. Then his parents, who only knew how to give him money, didn't give him good company, and Hong Xinshu, who dropped out of school more than a year ago, spent more than a year hanging out with playmates and people who were interested in getting close to him. A year of constant trouble and conflict. Hong's mother and her ex-husband's father, who is now divorced, are anxious about this, and know that Hong Xinshu will get into big trouble one day, trouble that her parents can't afford to get out of. Parents know this all too well, and they have tried to find Hong Xinshu to communicate, and this communication often leads to greater quarrels and family conflicts. Perhaps these conflicts can only be slowly resolved when time creeps by and the children grow up. But Hong Xinshu is only 14. When will he grow up? So when Hong Xinshu asked if I was too childish, Hong's mother had the illusion that her child seemed to have grown up a little and asked rhetorically, "Why would you ask that?" Hong Xinshu thought about it, probably stemming from the fact that his own face was completely swept away tonight, which made him wake up and realize that he was just a kid after all, and that those around him such as sixth brother were just unimpressive punks. And it's not that he doesn't have the capital to reach out to the higher levels, it's just that none of those people are willing to take the uninitiated to play with him. They all think he's too low to play before, or has too much of a reputation. Having been poked and prodded by the false world created by those so-called dog-licking friends around him, Hong Xinshu realized that he was naive, which wasn't too late, but indeed it wasn't too early either. Some people are just like flowers in a greenhouse. They have never suffered a loss since they were young, and when they do, they always reflect on it. Wang Wan was reflecting on whether she should eat more papaya, only she was not too young now. Was it too late to eat papaya? I'm flat-chested, I'm proud, and I'm saving fabric for my country. Wang Wan encouraged herself like this in her mind, just sneaking a look at Su Yu. What makes you so big? Su Yu, who had just stepped out of the bathroom, saw Wang Wan's eyes and smiled. Is this being laughed out of your psyche? Wang Wan rolled her eyes, then said seriously, however, it seems like I've discovered something. What is it? Wang Wan'er pouted her own little mouth and said, I realized that the look between Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju tonight was a bit. So you thought back for a moment and said, Sparks is it? Yes, I actually found out. What can be done about that? So you sat down and rubbed her still wet hair with a towel, seemingly casually but seriously asking, have you separated yourself from how you feel about Zhang Xiaojian? Wang Wan'er certainly understood what Suyu was talking about separating, and the key was that she was still unable to do so. Silent night, empty streets. Zhang Xiaojian's Mercedes SUV was traveling somewhat slowly. There was no Orange or Land Rover behind him, and there was only Yi Maju in the car. The acoustics of the pop songs have been minimal, more like background music. Yi Maju did not mind the car slow. Just to look at the time has been 12 o'clock. Want to open the mouth to say should drive faster. Want to say but then stop. Zhang Xiaojian seemed to be driving very seriously, while in reality, he who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol tonight was actually a bit drunk. It's an indescribably marvelous feeling. Indescribable. Zhang Xiaojian felt that he could drive the Mercedes-Benz slower than a bicycle ride, and he wanted it to be slow, so it was getting slower and slower, as if it was at turtle speed. Looking out the window, Yi Maju realized that it was really too slow, because the tree on the side of the road he had been staring at for a while, but the car hadn't driven over yet. She had to speak up. It's late, and I'm afraid my mom won't sleep waiting for me to come home. Zhang Xiaojian felt a bit lost. Did this mean that he didn't want to stay alone with himself for too long? But he also finally realized that he'd been a little too obvious as well. So he slammed on the gas and the SUV finally regained its proper speed and vigor. A sense of pushing back came, and Yi Maju hurriedly said, it doesn't have to be so fast. Zhang Xiaojian felt a little happy. Did this mean that it was actually okay to stay with himself for a little longer? Wait, is he or she having a bit of a mental problem right now? Yi Maju's home downstairs there is a big acacia tree. SUV parked under the acacia tree. The light of the street lamps disappeared. The car is a little dark. Zhang Xiaojian, who suspected that he had a mental problem, first clicked on the light, then looked at Yi Maju and said, I'm going to go to the computer city tomorrow to match 2 computers. Yi Maju laughed. Is this an intention to practice your skills diligently and seek revenge on me? Yeah, Chant, you beat me up too much at the internet cafe today, but I'm not very computer savvy. You still need to know. Matching the best is not enough. Zhang Xiaojian paused for a moment, holding back all of his prepared words. Having money became the biggest bug in his previously prepared set of sayings. There is what is not computer savvy. Just want to find an excuse to ask Yi Maju. Just at this point, he had to take a deep breath and simply and directly said, you accompany me? Yi Maju looked at the somewhat nervous Zhang Xiaojian and smiled. Good. Zhang Xiaojian was satisfied and said, when we move back to the new computer, let's see how I can make a clean break. Yi Maju confidently returned, but I think you're looking for abuse. Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow and said, then do you want to abuse me? Yi Maju didn't think deeply about it. Think? Why is it weird there? Early morning, 8 o'clock. Zhang Xiaojian woke up on time and rushed into the restroom after a cart push-up. Pick up your toothbrush and squeeze out the toothpaste and start brushing your teeth. Brushing extra carefully and taking extra time. After brushing his teeth, he began to wash his face, and after washing his face, he realized that he had a bit of stubble. So he rummaged through the box and searched for a long time, but actually did not find a razor. And didn't know what Zhang Xiaojian was tossing about this early in the morning. And after preparing breakfast downstairs and waiting for half a day without seeing Zhang Xiaojian come down, she shouted, what are you looking for? Razor. You have a razor? Zhang Xiaojian shouted. There is. Why can't I find it? Second aunt thumped upstairs and looked at Zhang Xiaojian's face and said, you don't need to shave this point of your beard. Zhang Xiaojian shook his head and said with certainty as well as certainty, I'll use it. Second aunt looked at Zhang Xiaojian and said with certainty as well as certainty, Zhang Xiaojian, there's something not quite right about you. Early morning, 8 o'clock. Yi Maju woke up on time and bounced into the restroom. After washing up, she looked at her veiled self in the mirror and realized that her skin was a little dry, so she rummaged around for a mask for a long time. Yi Mother didn't know what Yi Maju was tossing about this early in the morning. After getting breakfast ready she saw that Yi Maju was still looking for something, so she asked, what are you looking for? Mom, have you seen my mask? You have a mask? Didn't my roommate give me a couple of these the other day? Where did you put them? Yi Mother came to Yi Maju, looked at her daughter and said, daughter, you don't need to put on a mask for this skin. Yi Maju shook his head and said with certainty as well as certainty, I'll use it. Yi Mother looked at Yi Maju and said with certainty as well as certainty, daughter, there's something not quite right about you. 9 o'clock. Same familiar intersection. 2 people, both a bit off, sat in the car unsatisfied. Zhang Xiaojian looked at himself in the reverse mirror and asked, isn't my beard a bit long? Yi Maju looked at it. It's not long. Then she looked in the reverse mirror and asked, "Isn't my skin a little dry?" Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. No. So the two who were supposed to go to the computer city, respectively, decided in their hearts that they must buy a razor in a while when they have time, and must buy some face masks in a while when they have time. Didn't wait to buy a razor and a face mask. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, who had parked their car at the computer city, first bought 2 egg roll ice creams at the roadside. The two walked and ate as they leisurely pressed on, eating at about the same rate. They simultaneously ate their ice cream down to their egg rolls and then simultaneously searched for trash cans around them. When they came to the trash can, together they threw away the wrapper that was wrapped around the outside of the egg roll, and ate the egg roll in 2 or 3 more bites as they walked. Then Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju realized that not only were they eating ice cream at the same speed and with the same idea of movement, but even the steps they were taking were now in the same frequency. Zhang Xiaojian said as he walked, "I realized that we really do have a tacit understanding." Yi Maju smoothed her sideburns behind her ear and asked a completely irrelevant question. "Do you lick the lid when you drink yogurt?" Zhang Xiaojian immediately nodded, and Yi Maju smiled like a flower. What a boring question this is. What a boring too. The fact is, however, that the whole dating thing does seem boring to outsiders, except for the psychological feelings of the people involved. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju didn't wait to walk into the computer city, bought 2 more cups of coffee, said something absolutely irrelevant, and walked forward slowly with a pace that was too slow even for a turtle. Finally walked into the computer city. The major stores are slightly cold. Coming to the second floor loading area was much better, at least with some noise ringing in your ears. It's just that Zhang Xiaojian realized that this place really isn't suitable for dating because every step you take, someone will ask you, "Dude with a computer?" One more step, and the brother follows, "We've been installing machines for 10 years. Another step came and he wouldn't give up. "What price point would you like to match?" It was hard to shake him off, but the employee at the nearby installation store came back again and again. "Dude with a computer? Our 15-year-old store. What price point would you like to match?" Zhang Xiaojian can fully understand the heart of the shopkeeper who wants to sell goods during the off-season. It's just that this kind of sales pitch with verbal pulling and pulling just doesn't give him the idea to walk into the store. Yi Maju could understand what Zhang Xiaojian was thinking. Anyway, there was no hurry. It was fine to slowly sneak around, but wandering around the computer city is really not stop. And not 2 steps. A dry and skinny salesman came again. "Dude with a computer? Our 20-year-old store." Unlike in the past, this time Zhang Xiaojian did not continue walking, but stood still looking at the skinny guy in front of him and asked, "Fan Yi?" The boy also froze and looked at Zhang Xiaojian's face and said, "Xiaojian?" Yi Maju on the side knew that this was running into an acquaintance and smiled faintly. Fan Yi revealed a smile, looked at Zhang Xiaojian and then looked at Yi Maju, and did not point it out, but only thought in his heart that Zhang Xiaojian's girlfriend is also too good-looking. What he said on his mouth is, of course, "Are you here to buy a computer?" Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "I really didn't know that you were working here. I should have known to look for you. It's not too late to bump into it." After saying a few words, Zhang Xiaojian introduced, "My friend Yi Maju." Yi Maju nodded politely, and Zhang Xiaojian added, "My elementary school classmate Fan Yi." As a matter of course, Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju entered the computer installation store where Fan Yi worked. Childhood classmates meet, more or less affectionate, talking about whoever in elementary school, now how, always endless. The two chatted for a while. Fan Yi then opened his mouth. "Xiaojian, intend to match a what kind of computer? What price in the store have?" Zhang Xiaojian on the computer, really what special requirements? LOL, configuration requirements are not high, and in front of the old classmates said to be the most expensive is always a little bad. "Just about," Zhang Xiaojian said. Fan Yi said, "Mainstream configuration chanting, anything can play on the line, is not it?" "Right." Fan Yi lifted his pen, took an empty configuration sheet, and brushed it. In a short while, the configuration sheet was written and handed over to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian actually understands a little bit of computer configuration, just now really lazy to see. Yi Maju looked at it instead. Then for some reason her eyebrows clustered and she looked down and picked up her cell phone. Zhang Xiaojian was just about to say yes when his cell phone rang over here. Tap it to see that it's a video sent by Yi Maju, already hung up, with a message on it. 2 words, Zai ripe. Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow when he saw these 2 words and looked towards Fan Yi, his elementary school classmate in front of him, and realized that his smile was extremely natural and carried a slight cordiality. "It's true that my brother isn't poor, but he can't make a fool out of people." Yi Maju swiped his cell phone for a full hour when he got home last night, even though it was already early in the morning. She knew that today she was going to come with Zhang Xiaojian to buy a computer, and she had done enough strategy to know the major brands and the prices of various models of hardware by heart. Although Yi Maju knew that Zhang Xiaojian had money, but it's always right to buy things that are more cost-effective. and it's also right to save a little when you can. So after seeing that configuration sheet, it only took Imaju 2 seconds to discover the problem. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with how big of a setup list Fani opens up, but the 1070 Ti graphics card is from some small brand that never even came out with a Ti, and only has a model called 1070 Ti that actually performs as just a 1050 Ti card. From that point alone, it's a common ruse in Computer Town, taking model names and passing them off as performance. It is estimated that Fani can earn $1,000 from this one video card. Imaju understands why Fani dares to do this, because this is indeed hidden enough, and if she didn't see that deceived post yesterday, accusing the small brand of always using the model name as the performance name, she wouldn't have found out. In fact, the computer industry is now very bad at ripping off people, with near-transparent prices on major shopping sites, so much so that it takes a deeper set to slaughter the familiar. And on the other hardware, Fani did report all the official prices, only this video card has been tampered with, so this may also be the reason why he is smiling so naturally now. Zhang Xiaojian's expression, on the other hand, was already very unnatural. Slaughter the ripe. This is something that should be happening all the time in the modern world, especially after the micro-business boom. Zhang Xiaojian's social circle was originally narrow, and never buy things from his friends in the circle of micro-merchants, so this is the first time he has encountered this thing. The heart justifiably rose up in flames. Fan Yi and he were elementary school classmates, although later for many years no contact, but that friendship of classmates is not worth a little money in Zai? Maybe it really isn't worth it. Looking at the smile on Fan Yi's face, Zhang Xiaojian is sure that not to mention his own elementary school classmates, it is estimated that today as a relative of his family he will not hesitate to slaughter a knife. Zhang Xiaojian is never a spoiled child parent. Since you do not take me seriously, there is no need for me to still smile and pretend to know nothing. Just as Zhang Xiaojian was getting angrier and angrier, and was about to throw the configuration sheet on the ground to have a good chat with Fan Yi, Yimaju suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiaojian's hand. Zhang Xiaojian's hand that was about to throw away the configuration sheet froze in the air. Turning his head sideways, he saw Yimaju frowning her eyebrows and said in a glutinous manner, "Little sword, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Can you accompany me to the restroom?" Zhang Xiaojian felt the temperature of Yimaju's small hand and looked at her pitiful expression, that still remembered what Zai Shu, what Fan Yi, immediately said. Good. Fan Yi watched Zhang Xiaojian put the configuration sheet on the table and immediately sent the two to the door, and at the end of the day, he even joked in a small voice, "It's not a happy event, right?" Zhang Xiaojian ignored him and walked away holding Yimaju's hand. Leaving the loading store, Yimaju still had a trace of a difficult expression there? Zhang Xiaojian held her small hand and smiled, understanding that just now Yimaju was just finding an excuse to pull herself away, not wanting to get herself into trouble. Yimaju looked at Zhang Xiaojian's smile and said, "Not angry anymore? Looking at your expression just now, I was afraid that you had smacked that old classmate of yours in the face." Zhang Xiaojian shook his head. "That's not so much, but I'll definitely slam that what's-his-name configuration sheet on the ground to make him understand." Yimaju returned. "There's no need. We won't see each other again in the future anyway." Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself, "This girl of yours? You are quite capable of pressing things. You are a good material to be a girlfriend." On his lips, he asked, "Then you really don't have that hard time, do you?" Yimaju guffawed and looked at the hand she was holding with Zhang Xiaojian. "You're holding it too tightly." Zhang Xiaojian subconsciously loosened a little, but didn't completely let go, giving himself an excuse, "It's crowded." "Hold it." Yimaju raised her eyes and looked around, realizing that there were only occasional pedestrians walking through the mall in front of her. The salespersons at the counters were idly fast asleep, and it looked cold all around. So she said, "Well, there are quite a lot of people." What, two people with their eyes wide open? Not wanting to waste time here, Zhang Xiaojian and Yimaju found an installation store with a fairly good face, and were introduced by an ordinary-looking girl with a frothy mouth. "My family's 25-year-old installation store." Under the introduction of a common-looking girl, she sat down. Then Zhang Xiaojian realized that Yimaju was really quite professional. "Don't want a small board with an M, want a big motherboard with an S suffix. Will this one from Ashrock work?" "No, the motherboard is still going to be Asus." "Right, Gigabyte is fine. What about solid state? What kind of solid state is intended?" "Not the old solid state, the M2. Got it." Zhang Xiaojian found that the computer this thing is really fast changing. Their last with the computer really studied 1 or 2, but once I heard these configuration figures now, or confused. By this time Yimaju and the clerk had proceeded to determine the various hardware, but there was still a little disagreement on the price. "CPU is expensive. The online quote is 50 less than what you have here. Sister, this you spot is low. Okay, then I'll give you 50 off." Yimaju shook his head and said, Shouldn't your brick-and-mortar store be a little cheaper than online? Or else I'll go online and buy one of the same and come back and plug it in. Isn't it the same? Why don't you give it another $100 cheaper? Store clerk. Looking at Yi Maju's serious bargaining appearance, Zhang Xiaojian's expression was a bit infatuated. Not long after, the price was also negotiated. The clerk was busy to get the hardware for assembly. Yi Maju followed meticulously, felt that there was no problem after it turned back. Not only saw Zhang Xiaojian who was still drinking tea, but also saw Fan Yi who was holding 2 boxes outside the store. Fan Yi was passing by to make a delivery and happened to see Zhang Xiaojian and his pretty girlfriend inside in front of the store. He obviously didn't feel that his catnip would be discovered, and was planning to go in and ask Zhang Xiaojian why he had foolishly left him waiting in the store for more than half an hour without saying goodbye. Without waiting for him to walk in, Yi Maju walked out and came in front of Fan Yi. Yi Maju looked up at him and said, 1070 Ti is the model number. Fanny. Yi Maju, little sword has a bad temper. Fanny. Yi Maju, you should go. After saying these 3 words, she didn't care if Fanny walked or not. She walked back and stopped Zhang Xiaojian who was walking out to go back to the loading store to sit down again. Zhang Xiaojian turned around and exchanged a glance with Fan Yi, who panicked and turned his head to walk away. Zhang Xiaojian turned his head sideways and looked at this Yi Maju in a puzzled manner and asked, I have a bad temper then? Yi Maju asked back in surprise, when have you ever had a good temper? Zhang Xiaojian, thinking of the time he put down Li Mingji with a single punch at Shifu University, thinking of the group beating, thinking of the party. It seems as if he has a really bad temper. August brought the first rain to the river city. From light to medium, the rain gradually changed to pea-sized and seemed to be getting heavier. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju, who had just finished buying peripherals, stood at the entrance of the computer city and decided to rush to the parking space. If it had been any bigger, they wouldn't have been able to leave. Dividing the 5 keyboards he bought into one for Yi Maju, Zhang Xiaojin pointed to his head, meaning that he could get less wet by blocking it with this. Yi Maju immediately shook her head. She would rather be doused than block the rain with a vintage steam engine keyboard worth nearly $10,000 of Tran. So she took the lead and rushed out. Zhang Xiaojian carried his keyboard and followed closely behind. Suddenly realizing that the picture in front of him was a bit beautiful, Yi Maju in the rain covered her head with one small hand, running slightly awkwardly like many girls. Her raised hair met the raindrops in the air and brought up a piece of crystal. It's just, why does it feel a little weird? Zhang Xiaojian quickly discovered the problem that was ruining the beauty of the image in front of him. Yi Maju followed the abduction, and every time his left leg rose, his left hand followed suit. So the beauty of this image is all but gone, replaced with something a little funny. In the rain, Zhang Xiaojian laughed out a pig while running. Yi Maju sensed his problem and switched to his left hand to block the rain. Only when he ran again, his right hand and right leg still swung at the same time. Zhang Xiaojian, who saw the scene, naturally laughed a little louder. Yi Maju had to stop and turned back to say seriously, what are you laughing at? No laughing. It was raining harder and harder outside when I got home. Fortunately, the garage of the small villa led straight to the interior, so Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju didn't need to be in the rain. Second Aunt Side saw that Zhang Xiaojian was back with Yi Maju's eyes glowing brightly as she immediately took out a dry towel. Looking at Second Aunt coming face to face, Zhang Xiaojian's hand was already outstretched, only to find that Second Aunt directly skipped over him and came in front of Yi Maju. Maju, come and wipe it off. You can't catch a cold. Zhang Xiaojian's hand froze in midair as he turned back to watch Yi Maju result in a towel and smile as he wiped up his hair as he asked, Second Aunt, are you my real mom? Second Aunt replied decisively, no. Then the conversation turned. Moju, were you the one who went out with little sword this morning? I said that this kid was actually clamoring for a shave this morning. Zhang Xiaojian coughed and hurriedly dug into the bathroom. It didn't take long for the computer delivery to arrive. Watching the stevedores bring in a full 5 computers, Aunt Air asked, Zhang Xiaojian, are you planning to open an internet cafe? Zhang Xiaojian, who had walked out from the bathroom, said, it's convenient to hack, in case Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong want to play as well. Looking at Yi Maju sitting on the sofa with some constraints, Zhang Xiaojian said, come on, let's go up and set up the computer. Yi Maju was relieved and immediately rushed up to the second floor with Zhang Xiaojian. At the same time, construction at the music venue was forced to stop due to heavy rain. Sitting in his office, Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang were staring wide-eyed. After a moment of silence, Gao Qingsong took out a cigarette, took 2 puffs and asked, in other words, that Lele of yours thinks you're a rich man? Poplar nodded. Well, because I drive a Lamborghini after all. How did you two meet again? Met downstairs at home. You're sitting in the car? Yes. Gao Qingsong raised an eyebrow. It's hard not to attract attention while driving this car. Bai Yang nodded. More than 10 years of old neighbors and relatives and friends at home thought I was rich. I said I was just a handyman. They still do not believe it. At the same time the heart is also a little complicated. To the point that now they are not willing to go to poke that lie. Normal people do. Aren't we talking about Joy's problems? Do you think it's about money for her? Gao Qingsong returned. It's hard to say, but I know you should have fallen. Bai Yang immediately feigned disdain. How did I fall? Gao Qingsong returned his disdain and said, the only reason you're asking me this question is because you've fallen. Otherwise there's no need to ask me at all if you're doing it for fun. Poplar wilted and picked up a cigarette as well. Gao Qingsong watched as Bai Yang lit up, inhaled deeply, and shook his head as he said, you yourself don't dare to tell her the real situation because you're afraid that if you do, she'll just ignore you, right? Poplar nodded. So now it's torn. Gao Qingsong said, there's actually no need to dwell on it. You'll definitely be rich in the future. Because of Little Sword? Bai Yang was calm. Gao Qingsong nodded. You and Zhang Xiaojian grew up as children. It's your encounter. This thing is fate. He can still treat you poorly in the future? This thing of men's dignity should be let go when it's time to let go. Bai Yang said, that's true. But men? Surely they still have to have some pride. Gao Qingsong smiled and looked at the basic management book that was on Bai Yang's desk and said, it's useless to look at this stuff. Why don't I enroll you in a class? What class? Management. Ah. You have to study, okay? And then enroll in MBA. You are not too old to learn anything anyway. Bai Yang nodded solemnly. This seems fine to me. Gao Qingsong snuffed out the cigarette. With Xiaojian's tossing strength is not likely to be tossed later. How big the stall? More and more places may need you to help out. Poplar frowned. Why do I hear a smell of last words? Gao Qingsong looked at the heavy rain outside without answering positively. This rain is really heavy. Backstage at the singing bar Gu Jihan was holding a drumstick and giggling as he. Dong Dong looked at her holding her own drumsticks but occupying a latrine and said, Jia Han, if you have nothing to do, you stay away from my drum set. Is not it that Hua Ting's side has said that the Platter concert will allow us to record an album? Gu Jiahan froze and said, right, there are not many days left in this count. Should we call Brother Little Sword to rehearse? Winter rolled her eyes and said, just go for a song. With his current quality it's not a handful, just rehearse it live on the day. That's true. Oh. Gu Jiahan returned the drumsticks to Dong Dong, then went to the window to look at the heavy rain outside and said, it looks like there won't be many people tonight. At this time, Zhang Xiaojian, who had long forgotten about the concert to the back of his head, pressed the Transsteamer vintage mechanical keyboard and maneuvered the 3D connections mouse shouting, give a shield, blow a breeze, follow me. Yimaju was also sliding the mouse. Can fight. Charge. 5 kills 5 kills. Second aunt stood behind the two of them, showing a bright smile, although her old man could not understand, but she always felt that the eldest grandson should have landed this time. Time rolled on for another almost week. It's been a week where the music scene could almost be described as changing from day to day. The stone tiles on the ground of the square have already begun to be paved, and the stage has been built with a skeleton. As for Zhang Xiaojian's commitment to Lao Sun's small villa, it has also been almost built. Shijin plus Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong have been busy lately, because there are so many things to buy, besides office supplies, desks, chairs, benches, all kinds of setups, and even hiring staff. But Zhang Xiaojian, the shameless one, had recently been negatively absent from work, the reason being that he and Yimo Zhu had formed a lower road combination that was reigning supreme in Summoner Canyon. Once Gao Qingsong was busy and ran to the cottage and saw a picture that made him hate his guts. Zhang Xiaojian and Yimaju were sitting side by side in a double row. The second aunt over there was serving fruits and drinks to the table, and asked the two if they were tired. I'm busy like this, and you, a big boss, are actually playing a game here with your eyebrows raised? Gao Qingsong wanted to reprimand Zhang Xiaojian and tell him to pay attention to the music scene, but before he could say anything, second aunt came to him. Qingsong, if you're not doing anything you should go and get busy. Don't delay Xiaojian and Maju from enhancing their relationship. Caught off guard, Gao Qingsong was also fed a mouthful of dog food. Who can say this? So when the time came, Gao Qingsong stood behind the two and said, I think you guys should have a name for this group. Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju glanced at each other and asked, what's the name? Gao Qingsong said in a serious manner, how about taking a word from your names? Jianzhu? At first glance it seems okay, kinda quaint, but on second thought, bitchy pig? The two were about to turn back and hit Gao Qingsong, and realized that the kid had already almost run to the stairway, so they had to throw a few pieces of watermelon rinds in their hands. Another day has passed and the Platter concert will start tonight. Zhang Xiaojian had to temporarily put down his big job of traversing the Summoner Canyon and rush to the stadium before noon to prepare for the rehearsal. Posters of celebrities have been hanging around the convention for the past few days, and since they're all second-tier celebrities, ticket sales seem to be mediocre and unsatisfactory. Just standing underneath the poster of himself and Gu Jiahan's band, Zhang Xiaojian had the illusion that the handsome man on this poster was himself? Unfortunately, this could be his own stage swan song and fans will never see him again. Stinky thought as he walked into the stadium with his bandmates. They came kind of early and were the first to be put into a bright and spacious dressing room with room number labeled A1. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know that this dressing room was the best dressing room backstage at the concert. He sat on a chair and let the makeup artist apply it. And over there he heard Gu Jiahan say, "Can't I just do this?" The makeup artist was adamant. No. Gu Jiahan had no choice but to nod his head. The makeup artist who wanted to put makeup on Gu Jiahan had to remove her makeup first, and after half a day of wiping with cotton cloth and water, Gu Jiahan, who has always shown her smoky makeup, revealed her true face. Zhang Xiaojian took a sideways glance at Gu Jiahan in the mirror and realized that he was actually a bit unrecognizable. With big eyes and white skin, and a clear face like a neighboring girl, he couldn't help but say, "You'd better not wear makeup in the future." Gu Jiahan looked at her clean-cut self in the mirror, frowned, and said with an awkward look anyway, "But this is very un-rock and roll." The dress rehearsal went extremely well, and even the crew on stage gave the little-known band some applause. Among them was also Zhang Xiaojian's old acquaintance, Li Feng. When Li Feng saw his future boss, of course he had to be more attentive. Not only did he go back to the dressing room with Zhang Xiaojian and the others, but he also made small talk. This was some time before the official start of the concert at 6 p.m., and the small talk couldn't get away from the concert. There are many stars who have also entered the rehearsal, not only by Yang and Gao Qingsong, but also Wang Wanner and Su Yu have sent WeChat to ask if they can blend into the backstage to ask for 2 autographs. It just so happened that the person sitting in front of him was Li Feng, so Zhang Xiaojian asked if this was okay. Li Feng nodded his head as a matter of course. He thought to himself that Mr. Zhang, you are the future big boss of Huading. Half of the artists in this small platter concert are from your family. If you say yes, who dares to say no? Of course, because Zhang Xiaojian had not officially taken over Huading. Many of Huading's artists did not realize that the young handsome man who had just stood on the stage and performed was their future boss, but it was enough for Li Feng to know. He farted outside the arena and picked up Zhang Xiaojian's friends into the backstage dressing room, and the atmosphere was instantly buzzing. Although the ones who came were second-tier stars, they were still stars after all. Zhang Xiaojian can clearly see in Su Yu, Wang Weiner, Yi Maju's face is difficult to suppress the excitement of the color. As for Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong, it came in did not look at the stars. Standing in the corridor also do not mind getting in the way of watching the girls who will be accompanied by the dance tonight. That's a long leg, but it's a little dark. Look at that. It's white and long. No, it's not as long as it should be, or this one is better. Hey, look at this girl walking by. She's pretty clean. Yeah, it kinda looks familiar. Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong couldn't take their eyes off the road and realized that the Qingxiu girl was standing in front of them both. As if she was familiar with them, she said, "What are you two doing standing here? Go in." The two froze and said in unison, "Do we know each other?" The clean-cut girl also froze and said angrily, "I, Gu Jiahan, poplar and high green pine." On the subject of whether or not makeup is an evil art, the answer is yes. It's just that people put on makeup to become beautiful, but Gu Jiahan's smoky makeup is obviously playing ugly. Not only Zhang Xiaojian, Gao Qingsong and Bai Yang, but Gu Jiahan saw that after walking into the dressing room she found that Ji Maju, Su Yu and Wang Wanner didn't recognize her either. She had to introduce herself. "I Gu Jiahan." So all 3 women froze and looked at her. Su Yu and Wang Wanner had only seen Gu Jiahan in the bar, and it wasn't unusual for them not to recognize him, but it was just that Yi Maju had eaten with Gu Jiahan after all, and looked over, uncertain. "You're Jihan?" Gu Jiahan nodded. Yi Maju struggled to remember that smoky makeup face. Just how to compare it didn't match the clear girl in front of her. She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xiaojian. "Really?" Zhang Xiaojian nodded, causing a burst of laughter in the dressing room. Gu Jiahan angrily scolded the band members. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny?" Zhang Xiaojian finished laughing. "I've figured out what your albums do." Winter asked. "Think of anything?" Zhang Xiaojian said with certainty. "The name of the album will be New Life, and the cover will use half of Gu Jiahan's current appearance and half of her smoky makeup." Gu Jiahan was resistant. "Don't." Li Feng, however, slapped his thigh on one side. "Good idea. I've been listening to the songs you guys wrote these days. Some of the songs from the early years are very different from now. Take half of each. It's kinda divisive, and the name New Life is even better, signifying farewell to the underground and new life in the music scene. So good, so good." Bai Yang looked at Li Feng and said in surprise, "Oldly, it's only been a few days. You've progressed so much in this horse's ass?" Li Feng's old face blushed. "Absolutely no horse's ass. It's really good." Li Feng was one of the few Huading who knew that Zhang Xiaojian was the future Huading big boss. He had stayed in Jiangcheng instead of going back to the company, And apart from having to help Zhang Xiaojian arrange for this platter concert, the rest of the things he had to do was to help Gu Jihan and her band produce their new album. As the saying goes, nearer the water is nearer the moon, and Li Feng, even as an eccentric music producer, wants to take a step further in his middle age, a step that may depend entirely on Zhang Xiaojian's mood. The A1 dressing room in front of us also came from his arrangement. Otherwise a local band, even if they had their own dressing room, would probably be the smallest one on the fringe, but it seemed that Zhang Xiaojian and Gu Jihan, as well as the members of the band, had little experience performing on a big stage, and they didn't know certain rules backstage, so naturally they didn't appreciate Li Feng's favor. Li Feng was very depressed, and at this time, when he heard that Zhang Xiaojian had set the direction of the album and tasted it indeed had some flavor, he naturally clapped his hands. Just like, his behavior was a little too obvious. Zhang Xiaojian was actually speaking completely off the cuff as he asked curiously, "Old Li, have you ever participated in a variety show? The kind with music critics?" Li Feng shook his head. "No. I can see that you really need to learn from your predecessors. No matter what the song is, no matter if it's good or not, people can blow it out of the water and word it magnificently." Li Feng coughed twice in embarrassment and pretended to take out his cell phone and said, "That, my friend called me. I'll go out to take a look." Seeing the way he fled, Zhang Xiaojian found it interesting and asked in passing, "Jia Han, how many songs have been selected for the album?" Gu Jihan, who seemed to have lost his confidence without his smoky makeup, said disheveledly, "Less than 10 songs. By the way, little sword brother, what have you been busy with lately? You don't even come when I ask you to help choose songs." So Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Maju looked at each other. Everyone noticed that the two of them exchanged this glance, and the atmosphere in the dressing room suddenly became a bit subtle. Zhang Xiaojian wanted to muddle through, so he said, "Just fooling around, not blindly busy." The deeply resentful Gao Qingsong looked at Gu Jihan and said seriously, "Not to mention helping you choose a song. With so many things going on in the music scene, this master is already sitting firmly in Summoner Canyon." Bai Yang immediately chimed in, "Qingsong, you're going too far when you say that. How come you're sitting firmly in Summoner's Canyon? Isn't scoring points the right thing to do?" Gao Qingsong laughed. "Scoring is the right thing to do. After all, in the League of Legends ladder, every point represents supreme honor." Listening to the two singing together, Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly interrupted, "Where is Luo Tengfei? I always feel that you two this comic almost interesting. He is the professional comic ah." Yi Maju returned. "He's outside the arena. Today they're here in a group. There has to be more than 100 people. Saying that they're going to give you an atmosphere of 10,000 people." Zhang Xiaojian's face darkened, remembering the humiliating scene under the hospital, and asked, "It's not another banner, is it?" Before the words fell, the door to the dressing room was pushed open and a group of people came in, the leader of which wore large black sunglasses, and after scanning the circle and realizing that there didn't seem to be any acquaintances, he said, "This is it." The backstage field agent following him looked embarrassed, but in the end, he didn't dare to say that it wouldn't work here. A1's dressing room is very large. Big sunglasses with a not-so-friendly face sat on the side. The agent following behind him hurriedly handed over a cup of coffee. The other side of the exclusive stylist immediately unwrapped the package, ready to help him put on the makeup. Chen Yu, Wang Wanair was the first to recognize the true identity of the big sunglasses, with stars in her eyes. Chen Yu once upon a time was a top-tier singer who released 10 albums, several of which screamed in the marketplace. If Brother J is a memory of an era, then Chan Wu can be counted as an episode of an era that was positively on fire. In this platter concert, Chen Yu is undoubtedly the biggest player. Buy tickets to the audience. Afraid of 80% are rushing to him. He will be the finale of a series of 4 classic songs. Rightfully so, the man with the most fans and the strongest appeal needs the best treatment from the organizers. There is no excuse for this. Only today he and his team got off the plane and arrived backstage at the concert only to find that the A1 dressing room was actually occupied. "This is nothing. Are all people in the music industry? Look up and see." Chen Yu asked, "Is that brother? If you are an acquaintance and have a similar curiosity, you can still chat for a few moments." Who knew that the dojo service answered him with the name of a band he hadn't heard of at all? Something called Orange Juice? Where did they come from? Chen Yu entered A1 as a matter of course, and the groundskeeper didn't dare to stop him. Then he realized that sure enough this Orange Juice band was full of kids with no names. As a long-established old-timer, he certainly didn't care that kids were occupying the A1 dressing room, but he had to make his displeasure known to the organizers. Otherwise the next time there's a concert like this, is it possible that he'll have to put on makeup with the backup dancers? Zhang Xiaojian and the others certainly wouldn't understand these so-called backstage rules. Wang Wanair saw that it was Chen Yu after the idea is also very simple. Drummed up enough courage to take out a pen and paper, came to the back of Chen Yu, smiled and said, "Chen Yu brother, I'm a fan of yours. can you help me to sign an autograph? Chen Yu, who didn't take off his big sunglasses, turned his head to look at the pretty girl in front of him and shook his head. No, now I need to put on my makeup. If you want to sign it in a while when the concert is over, I will help the fans to sign it on my way out. And by then I hope that you will stand forward a little bit. Chen Yu couldn't talk about arrogance when he said these words, but he also had his own aura of rejecting others. The originally joyful atmosphere just now instantly froze. Wang Wana reddened her face and eventually retreated. Sign or not sign, this thing of course depends on the star's personal will. Of course Wang Wan is not so bad as to turn around and go online to hack Chen Yu because of this, but it is inevitable that her heart is a little lost. After all, Chen Yu's songs have been accompanying her for a certain period of time. Seeing Wang Wan's expression, Su Yu and Yi Maju hurriedly comforted her with a few words. In order to ease the atmosphere, Zhang Xiaojian jokingly said, "Do you want me to sign one for you? After all, this may be the end of my singing career. I shouldn't be singing on the stage in the future." The 10,000 feet of light is curtains. A generation of god of songs is about to vanish into obscurity. Wang Wan was amused and returned, "Just you are poor." So the crowd resumed talking and laughing. Chen Yu's age and how you listen to the voice in the year a face of displeasure. Tone with a reprimanding meaning of, do you have some quality? This room is not the only you. Take care of everyone's feelings can. At this she tilted her face up and said in a single word, "Can you keep your voice down for jokes please?" The crowd was silenced by what was said, but after hearing that the person did have a point, Zhang Xiaojian immediately said with an apology, Sorry, we'll try to keep our voices down." The atmosphere in the A1 dressing room became uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaojian's sincere attitude, admitting his mistake makes how you can't continue to be unhappy. After all, stretching his hand can't beat a smiling person is not. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaojian and the others were the hot band for this concert. That is, the first band to go on stage, and it looked like it was already time to prepare the stage. So the uncomfortable atmosphere didn't last long. Under the reminder of the venue management, Zhang Xiaojian and the others went forward to prepare the venue. And Yimaju and Wang Wan'er and the girls naturally had to enter the audience and wait to see the concert performance. Li Feng did not know this. He came out purely because he knew that he really could not be counted as a friend of Zhang Xiaojian, and he could not rely on A1 to kiss ass. And that was even worse. After casually skulking around backstage for a few laps, chatting with a few old acquaintances artists for a while, a lift of the eyes has been close to already 5:30. The big boss seems to be going to the waiting room. He decided to go back to see if there is anything he can help. Pushing open the door of the A1 dressing room, he hit his eyes and didn't see Zhang Xiaojian, but saw his old friend Chen Yu. "Yo, old Li, why are you here?" Hao Yu was the first to speak. She and Li Feng are also old acquaintances. 10 years ago when she first brought Chen Yu's first few albums, Li Feng participated in the production. Li Feng laughed, "This Jiangcheng, my hometown, why can't I be here?" Chen Yu also lost his dead fish face just now, greeted Li Feng and sat beside him, tilting his head to match the makeup artist's makeup while asking, "Old Li, I wrote a few new songs a while ago, would you take the time to help listen to them?" As a producer, Li Feng was certainly qualified to listen to songs written by Chen Yu. It's just that since he's been friends with Chen Yu for many years, he also knows what level this old friend's songwriting is at, and he can almost conclude that it's definitely not good. Now the Chinese music industry is no longer a decade or two ago to buy songs can be hit. The era of young musicians are mostly creators. Not only can write and sing, and even production are difficult to defeat them. Coupled with the rise of online platforms, creativity has become even more of the sharpest weapon to kill off the pack. And with every good musician wanting to use their voice to sing their best work, it's naturally a little more difficult to buy a good song. Li Feng completely understands Chen Yu's anxiety. It is not a bad thing for him to want to create. It's just that after being a star for some years, and a star who has been a big hit, he has basically detached himself from the life of the normal public. So it is indeed a bit difficult for him to write good songs that can resonate with the public now. Even with many great songwriters, listeners will think his music is great when he first starts out, but then it becomes less and less appealing. It's not a question of their songwriting ability. It's just that becoming a star basically takes away from their lives, and art comes from life experiences. So how can they write good songs without that? Not to mention that Chen Yu wasn't exactly known for his songwriting when he debuted, and it's kind of hard for him to try to turn over a hit and use his mind on songwriting. Just knowing this, Li Feng was not in a good position to irritate him and nodded. Listening to the songs is of course no problem. But the market is in a slump right now. If you want to release a movie, it needs to be of high quality to work. Chen Yu understood what he meant and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Young people nowadays are really fierce. In a few years, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to eat. The older generation of artists have such concerns. Li Feng understands and is open-minded. There's nothing wrong with almost enjoying a good time. Isn't that what the show business is all about? Chen Yu wanted to express his approval, but the trace of unwillingness in his heart prevented him from doing so. Knowing that old friend's heart of the matter, the relationship is still good. Li Feng pondering, do not say. Now in front of you really have a chance. Chen Yu understands what kind of person Li Feng is. He will not believe in nonsense. Usually in the company the least slippery is him. Immediately stopped the makeup artist to apply makeup first. Seriously asked, what chance? As soon as Li Feng swept the empty A1 dressing room, he suddenly realized a problem. He was sidetracked by Hao Yu from the time he entered the door, and couldn't help but ask, no, why are you in A1? Wasn't it arranged for you guys to get into A2? Hao Yu rightfully said, old Chen again. How the status is also placed here. The small platter concert finale is also him. How can go A2? This time to go. Next time the organizers are not see persimmons soft, directly to the arrangement into the A9 off? That's true. Li Feng thousands of calculations, but also did not calculate that he is a producer. On the backstage doorway, even if you know a little, but also in the arrangement of the time cannot be thought of. So he tapped his head, you and the previous A1 people took care of. There is no contradiction, right? How you didn't understand why Li Feng asked this and said, nothing, it's just that they were talking and laughing too loudly, and old Chen likes to be quiet. So I said a few words to them. Li Feng. Chen Yu could see that Li Feng's face didn't look quite right and asked, what's coming? Are you as good as this? Li Feng looked at Chen Yu and asked seriously, Hao Yu is your agent. It's within the scope of duty to help the artist to say a few words. You didn't have a direct conflict with them, did you? Chen Yu frowned. Just a little girl asked for an autograph towards me, making me reject it. Little girl. Yi Moju, Wang Wan Air, or Suyu. Suyu was fine, but if Yi Maju and Wang Waner, it seemed like they were both girls who had a chance to become Huading's boss's wife in the future. The boss's wife asked for your autograph because she thinks highly of you. How dare you refuse? Li Feng now feels that he has one head and too big, but Chen Yu is after all his friend. After so many years, cannot stand by and watch him fall into the water without a hand. He asked carefully, how did you refuse? Tell me word for word. Don't miss a single detail. Li Feng's reaction as if he was an enemy made not only Chen Yu and his manager Hao Yu, but even the stylist and some other people in the team tense up. Chen Yu had to say word for word. I was, like, saying this, no, now I need to put on my makeup. And if you want to sign it a little while after the concert is over, I'll help the fans sign it on my way out. And then I hope you'll stand a little further forward. Li Feng. After half a minute of silence, he asked again, did the face stink at that time? Talk about stinky. With sunglasses. It's good to wear sunglasses. It's good to wear sunglasses. How you followed Chen Yu for so many years is considered to have experienced a lot of things. Looking at Li Feng actually even with sunglasses good such words out, could not help but ask, what in the world are those kids? Not so nervous. Li Feng rubbed his temples in deep thought, and the touch told them that you guys have caused a big problem. A little confused how you added, and I finished them. There is a young lad and we apologized. And then the voice is also much smaller. Quite understand unlike the children who will cause trouble. After Li Feng heard this, his eyes almost didn't stare out of their sockets as he shouted, what? And apologized? Wadding is more than just a record label. The reason it's been able to stand all these years is the financial contracts. In addition to the large number of rights in hand, holding an artist's financial contract, even if the singer is already second tier, or only has one hit song, as long as they are willing to run commercial shows, they can still bring a lot of benefits to the company. Huating's commercial performances have cooperated with people all over the country, and after years of accumulation, the relationship network is extremely large. Many emerging entertainment companies want to let their artists go to commercial shows to make money and even have to rely on Huating's connections, which shows that Huating is still strong in this area. This is the reason why Huating is immortal, and why Huating controls the lives and deaths of most of the over-the-top artists under his command. Li Feng understood all of this, so he knew more than anyone else that if Zhang Xiaojian said a word, Chen Yu would most likely never be able to receive any more commercial shows in the future, and there is no place to talk about it. If you dare to personally take private work, the brokerage contract in the hands of a lawsuit yes. Hiding you. Sorry, you are not allowed to have a half-temper. Don't look at Chen Yu as now bright and shiny. When the star earns more, spends more, really no more commercials, and then be snowed in for 2 years. It is estimated that the career of the show business is at an end, not to mention that it is estimated that life will not be too good. Most importantly, he knew that Zhang Xiaojian did not know that Chen Yu was Huading. Once you know that you are Huading, he is not underestimating Zhang Xiaojian's heart, but Zhang Xiaojian's age. And not bad you Chen Yu to the company to earn this money. Really for the refuse to sign the girl to do anything is justified. This is the reason why Li Feng is nervous. He is now looking at the old Huating agent Hao Yu, who has been living quite a nourishing life all these years. His face is very ugly. And he did not say a word for half a day. How you more and more feel that the big thing is not good, urged, old Li. In the end what happened? You say Li Feng was just about to say, when cheers rang out from outside. Zhang Xiaojian was about to start singing. Time was running out and Li Feng knew that he had to quickly explain all the situations in a bid to make Hao Yu and Chen Yu try to make up for it. The orange juice band was an old name given by Gu Jiahan, back when she still loved orange juice. It was then forgotten for a long time because a bar residency didn't require any name either. Before attending the Platter concert, the organizers asked for the name, which led to the activation of the name again, both familiar and unfamiliar. So before they even got on stage, a neat voice from off stage chanted, "Orange juice, orange juice." When they did, Gu Jiahan was inexplicably a little moved. She had fantasized about such an image countless times, but today it had suddenly become a reality. Without the smoky makeup, restoring her clean look, she looked at Zhang Xiaojian and said, "Thank you." Zhang Xiaojian froze, a bit confused, and asked, "Thank you for what?" Gu Jiahan said seriously, "Thank you for finding so many TOs." Zhang Xiaojian revealed a smile and returned, "It's not a trust, it's something they volunteered for." Saying that, Zhang Xiaojian looked towards the group of people screaming orange juice, orange juice. The most fierce and very aggressive college students saw Luo Tingfei, who was leading the group with a red headband, and inexplicably sighed. This world is really marvelous. When he finished he began to take deep breaths. Nervous? Gu Jiahan asked. Zhang Xiaojian turned back and pointed at his face. Isn't it a bit ugly? Gu Jiahan shook his head. It's a little whiter than you usually are. Zhang Xiaojian, it's called misery white. I tell you, before was not nervous, but now one stop to the bottom of this. A look at the whole audience, so many, is really nervous. Actually, I'm nervous too. Gu Jiahan returned. A small show and a concert are two completely different things. Even before the start, the noise of the audience is loud and clear. As long as a cheer is as if a mountain roar. This scene, this formation, for inexperienced people, will cause insurmountable tension. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Gu Jiahan and asked, "How can I ease it? I feel like my hands are shaking a bit right now." Gu Jiahan extended his hand and held Zhang Xiaojian's. Zhang Xiaojian felt that she was actually shaking, so both hands shook together with no relief. And as the time to go on stage got closer, both hands shook even more. The dressing room. Li Feng asked what he felt was a crucial question. What did the young man who apologized to you look like? Is it a pair of sword eyebrows? Hao Yu nodded her head like a chicken eating rice. Zhang Xiaojian was not bad looking and looked sincere when he apologized, and it had just happened not long ago, so she remembered it clearly. Li Feng leaned back and held his forehead. Chen Yu was made nervous by Li Feng's look and couldn't help but say, "Not so much, even if they are a local band with a background. What can they do? Do they still dare to cause any trouble?" Hao Yu agreed. Yeah, it's not like we're the boss of Huating. Do you have to be so scared?" Li Feng covered his forehead and said, "I really let you say it. The person who apologized to you is the future boss of Huating." The words fell, and a pin dropped in the A1 dressing room. Every single person looked at Li Feng dumbfounded. If that young man was really the boss of Huating, then whether it was Chen Yu or Hao Yu or even everyone on the team, they were all employees of that young man just now. What about a friend of the boss who managed to get an employee's autograph and was refused? Then an employee rebukes the boss and says, "Can you guys keep your voices down on the..." Then there are bosses who will apologize and say sorry. None of these things seem like a big deal, but they're all unlikely to happen in the workplace. Once it happens, the boss broad-minded are not necessarily not a little thorns do not stay. In case the narrow so little, there are small shoes for you to wear. Shen Yu finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He broke the absolute silence and asked, "Old Li, what's going on? Tell me clearly." Li Feng said briefly, "Mr. Sun came to Jiangcheng just half a month ago, and signed a contract with the young man you saw. The two of them had a good talk, and old Sun even let $100 million, just to sell Huating to him. This matter has already been settled in the contract, but because of certain reasons delayed to take over just. The reason why I have not returned to Huating, but stayed here, is because Mr. Zhang is going to be on today's stage performance, and Mr. Sun explained that he wants me to make proper arrangements. Moreover, this is something that none of the artists and staff in this concert today know about besides me. Not that I want to keep it a secret or anything, it's just that since there's no official handover, I can't drag Mr. Zhang from person to introduce him to his future employees." After finishing in one breath, Li Feng looked at Chen Yu and Hao Yu and found that both of their faces were now poor to the extreme. Especially Chen Yu, who couldn't hide his pale undertone even after smearing several layers of foundation. Chen Yu asked, "Then the girl I just refused to sign?" Li Feng said, "I don't know exactly who you're talking about, but it's likely to be Hua Ting's future boss lady, and if the unfortunate words are true, She's a fan of yours, and you refused her request for an autograph. All the staff members turned their heads as soon as they did, looking sympathetically at the previously high and mighty Chen Yu. Then what can I do? I even ferocious them. Ferocious boss. Hao Yu's eyes were red with anxiety, and she was about to shed tears. Li Feng calmed down and said, according to my observation, Mr. Zhang should not be a narrow-minded person. Don't be anxious, there is still room to save this matter. How to save? Chen Yu and Hao Yu spoke in unison, the pitiful meaning of sharing the same illness spreading out in their tone. Previously, Yi Maju helped Luo Tingfei with a message, saying that more than 100 people should let you feel the atmosphere of 10,000 people. Zhang Xiaojian certainly felt that Luo Tengfei was blowing it, but now that he was preparing the stage, he felt what Luo Tengfei had said before as if he hadn't really blown it. Led by him, 100 or so college students who seemed as if they wouldn't stop until they had broken their own throats chanted in great rhythm, orange juice. Inexplicably, they were driven by the fact that most of the audience in the venue didn't know what orange juice was, but they shouted along and just felt high. Such a thing, to use the scientific explanation, is called the flock effect. Simply put, the flock is a very loose organization. Usually together is also blindly left and right, but once a head sheep move up, the other sheep will also unthinkingly flock. As the saying goes, follow the trend, follow the crowd. Everyone thinks it's good, that's good. Everyone says it's bad, that's bad. Everyone shouts orange juice, you don't shout two voices orange juice at the scene, it's like you feel like an anomaly. Zhang Xiaojian could even hear the front row audience talking from this position. What's orange juice? I don't know. Then why shout for orange juice? Don't you think it's fun to have all these 10,000 people together no matter what they're shouting? Okay. Orange juice. Orange juice. This made the already nervous Zhang Xiaojian and Gu Jihan even more nervous. Those who didn't know thought that orange juice was some kind of funny terrain. And then we all asked each other about it and realized that orange juice was the hot band for tonight's concert. All in all, for whatever reason people shouted orange juice. Orange juice did accomplish the task of warming up the crowd before they even hit the stage. And many were beginning to expect something from the unheralded band. At exactly 6 o'clock, the stage lights came up and orange juice took the stage to much anticipation. The students led by Luo Tengfei rightfully let out a horse cheer, and the entire room followed them as they inexplicably cheered once again. Zhang Xiaojian stood in front of the mic stand holding the microphone with one hand and saw a familiar face. They were all smiling at themselves. What are you laughing at? Have you noticed that my legs are a little shaky right now? Zhang Xiaojian took control and waited for the band to finish getting ready before nodding to Gu Jihan. A heavy drum beat from Tanto kicks in, followed by guitar and bass at the same time, and the music spreads through the stadium through the stereo. By this point, the band, including Zhang Xiaojian, had forgotten that they were supposed to say something at the opening, especially since as a local band, it's always important to stir up the crowd's emotions. It didn't matter though. The song Orange Juice in Zhang Xiaojian brought today was one of the grumpiest songs Gu Jiahan had ever written, called Radical. As soon as the intro started, the front row audience immediately got into it as if they were watching a music festival. Zhang Xiaojian took a deep breath and opened his mouth perfectly at the end of the intro, a high-pitched trailing tone that directly penetrated everyone's eardrums. The audience in the front row exclaimed, seemingly feeling the sound waves coming to their faces. All gave birth to a sense of scalp numbness. The media was a bit drowsy, but Zhang Xiaojian woke up with a high note, taking photos and videos, while wondering when such a manic band appeared in the local scene. The concert, which didn't seem to make people look forward to it as much as they should have, seemed to become a little different because of Orange Juice's opening. No one was buying tickets with any Orange Juice band in mind before coming. By the time the Orange Juice band was halfway through the song they were playing, Zhang Xiaojian's nerves were gone and he was recklessly showing off his near-perfect vocals. The atmosphere in the room seemed to go straight to the top of the clouds. The organizing staff backstage couldn't help but wave their arms and nod their heads along with the crowd. A lot of them had seen Orange Juice rehearsals before and were feeling very manic at the time. Now with the added atmosphere of an audience of 10,000 people, even if they are still singing the exact same songs as they did in rehearsal, it sounds completely different and elevated by more than one notch. And that's the charm of the scene. The many stars backstage could also hear the song. And of course everyone in the A1 dressing room. Li Feng's way to save the day is simple, is to wait for Zhang Xiaojian and Orange Juice to act backstage when introduced, and then Chen Yu and Hao Yu show a sign of goodwill, to see what the reaction of the young big boss is, though that doesn't seem like it would help, but it's better to take a stand than to pretend to know nothing. Really want to wait for Zhang Xiaojian to take over Huading in the company only to find out that the original big shot Chen Yu, and the agent who let himself keep his voice down is actually his own employees. Then I'm afraid it's too late to say anything else. So none of them bothered to listen to the song, only to stand up nervously after hearing the music end and the room erupt in thunderous applause and screams. Soon, Orange Juice returned to the dressing room with their instruments. Only there was no sign of Zhang Xiaojian. Li Feng hurriedly greeted Gu Jihan and asked, "Where is Mr. Zhang?" Gu Jihan and the band members not only saw the anxiety on Li Feng's face, they also saw the unbeatable Chen Yu from a moment ago as well as the fierce manager, Hao Yu, who was smiling awkwardly at himself. In the dressing room, the staff of Team Chen Yu all stood up and stood as if they were greeting some leader. "No, what's going on here?" Gu Jihan froze and said. "Of course Brother Little Sword went to the stage to listen to the concert. In a moment we'll pack up our instruments and go too." "No, what's this about old Li?" Saying that, Gu Jihan probed her head and looked at the group behind her, including Chen Yu, who were smiling awkwardly, so she could only smile awkwardly as well. Li Feng coughed and said, "It's nothing, then I'll go to the scene." Oh, Li Feng left the dressing room before he did, and Gu Jihan and his band members were suddenly surrounded by a group of people. "You guys sang really well just now. The drums are pretty heavy, aren't they? Here, let me hold them for you. Boy, I just listened to your guitar solo. Awesome, girl, especially you. The harmony pads are so good, it's so nice to hear." Not to mention that Gu Jihan was confused. The several heads of garlic in the band behind him were all confused. Was he really going to become a star? Are they really going to become stars? However, this is not the end. Just now the fierce broker Hao Yu widow face is no longer there, replaced by an aunt's smiling face with a smile like a spring breeze. She said to the staff, "Didn't you buy quite a lot of coffee before? Bring it up. I need something to wet my throat after just singing." Turning his head to Gu Jihan, he said, "It's really a new force in the Chinese music scene. The scene just now was particularly explosive as we listened here. Little girl, did you guys write this song?" Confused, Gu Jihan nodded, and Chen Yu came to Gu Jihan with an arrow step. "Can I invite 2 songs from you? At your price." Gu Jihan, who was addressed with a "you," looking at the smiles on the faces of each and every one of the group of people in front of her, she felt that the picture was not right. It's so damn wrong. The stadium in River City is a bit old. So much so that when 10,000 people chant in unison, a little dust falls off the edges. When the last note of the Orange Juice band fell, Zhang Xiaojian felt that his ears were filled with the sound of mountains and seas. Brain, time-limited mission completed. Music General Skill Book *10. Reward points 100 million. Series of tasks, Childhood Dreams completed. Series of tasks, Reward General Skill Book *10. Mystery Reward Fruit Exchange Coupon *3. Zhang Xiaojian is satisfied. Although now standing on the stage is indeed a bit of fulfillment of childhood dreams, but he does not intend to continue. Not surprisingly, this will be his last stage. Without making a show of kissing the floor, Zhang Xiaojian, who had received the system reward, bumbled off the stage. Except that the song appeared to be well received, with the sideline staff and the audience in the front row giving him and Orange Juice the warmest of rounds of applause. Zhang Xiaojian politely nodded his head one by one, and then circled around from the backstage into the audience, ready to watch the rest of the concert with his friends. But no one came here thinking that one song could really ignite a crowd of 10,000 people. Many people recognized Zhang Xiaojian when he circled into the front row of the audience, and he hadn't prepared his hat and sunglasses, so he actually caused a bit of a commotion. Many of the audience enthusiastically extended their hands and shouted Orange Juice. They didn't know what Zhang Xiaojian's name was, but they knew that the song just now was really great. Zhang Xiaojian had never seen this scene before, and coyly shook hands with a few people, and fled in a general rush to the front row. At this point, the second set of hot singers for the Platter concert took the stage, only for Zhang Xiaojian's appearance in the front row of the audience to cause a commotion. The not-so-young and not-so-famous singer looked a little embarrassed. With great difficulty, he found Bai Young, which had not yet sat down, and the enthusiastic audience in front of and behind him took turns to greet him again. Zhang Xiaojian could not do a one-by-one response and could only nod his head in all directions with a smile. "All right, buddy, that was a good song. Where does your band usually play? Come on, come on." Finally, the intro to the second hot singer's song played, and only then did the surroundings begin to calm down. When the dude opened his mouth, I don't know if it was because he was nervous or because the first band did so well that it put a huge amount of pressure on him, but the tune ran out of steam anyway. Zhang Xiaojian then heard a loud booing sound ring out, and it was also at this moment that he felt someone tapping his shoulder. As soon as he turned around, he saw a middle-aged back man with binoculars around his neck, and he asked at the top of his lungs, "Bro, I'm a board, interested in our that scene, money is good." Zhang Xiaojian didn't hear what he said at all, and the singer on the stage panicked a bit more after hearing the boos, so much so that the boos got a bit louder. The back-headed man hurriedly took out his cell phone and typed what he wanted to say before handing it to Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand at him after reading it, indicating that he didn't really have any interest in going to your bar to play live. Who knew that the back-headed man was persistent and typed another line and handed it to Zhang Xiaojian. 2 hours, $5, 000. Zhang Xiaojian froze. This was a boss who wanted to hit himself with money? Gao Qingsong and Bai Yong followed suit, one on each side, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Xiaojian politely turned back and waved his hand again, once again expressing his lack of interest. The man with the back took his cell phone and deleted the previous words and typed again. 2 hours, $10, 000. Zhang Xiaojian, not to mention 10,000. Give a billion, he is lazy to move. So he took the phone, deleted the previous words, typed, really not interested. The man with the back of his head took a look at these 4 words, and clenched his teeth and typed, brother, the price I'm giving is already very high. Your scene is indeed explosive. And after this performance, I guess all the venues in the whole city would like to invite you to sing a couple of songs, but you guys can't ask for a sky-high price, can you? Looking at the cell phone that was handed over again, Zhang Xiaojian frowned. Did he look so much like someone who was poor in money? Aside followed the look of half a day Gao Qingsong a hand to snatch the phone, typing, my brother is worth 10 billion. That field to find will not go. You good to see your concert. Seeing Gao Qingsong hand over his cell phone, Zhang Xiaojian didn't say anything. Gao Qingsong came to his ear and said, sometimes you have to learn to be more direct. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the side of Yi Maju's face that was separated by 2 body positions, and thought to himself, fart, I still don't know directly. This is not someone who dislikes the old man's bad temper. After the side saw the words on the cell phone, the middle-aged man with a big back hanging binoculars sat back to his position and poo-pooed it, thinking that he could really blow it up. Still worth $10 billion, and not yet famous, but drifted into such a state? What a young brat. When Li Feng found Zhang Xiaojian, the whole crowd was booing as the local hotshot singer grayed out and went down, and the whole crowd for some reason shouted again, orange juice, orange juice. Zhang Xiaojian also chipped in and shouted after him. Sure enough 10,000 people in one place seems to be a bit of a hot mess no matter what they shout. Li Feng squeezed in and shouted, boss, that there was a bit of a misunderstanding before. I must explain to you. Zhang Xiaojian looked at it and asked back, what misunderstanding? Li Feng sincerely said, a one dressing room is what I arranged for you. Chen Yu is from Huading. There are some backstage rule issues involved, so I hope you'll forgive me for any offense. Zhang Xiaojian was stunned. This matter was not on his mind at all, but it was Chen Yu who turned out to be Hua Tingza, so he's his boss? Through Li Feng, Chen Yu knew he was his boss and then got scared? This is too boring. Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand. This is as much as a trip for you? Li Feng couldn't figure out if Zhang Xiaojian was really generous or if he really felt that this was not worth mentioning, and added, boss, can you take the time to meet it? They also want to explain. Zhang Xiaojian wondered. Explain what? Didn't you explain? An unintelligible tone could easily be interpreted as impatience. And then Li Feng felt finished. He himself was not good at reading the minds of his superiors, nor was he good at slipping up. And once he misunderstood, he was out of control. Li Feng thought Zhang is likely to be really angry. Even C are not willing to see. Their own at least in Chen Yu is also a friend for many years. This is ultimately because he Li Feng did not arrange to understand. Did not think of what the backstage rules? If Chen Yu after this fall a large part of the reason is because of him that even though the chances of this thing happening were actually not great, he absolutely could not let such a thing happen. So he added, boss, why don't we wait for you to meet after the concert? In fact, 2/5 of the artists in this concert are all from Huating. You'll have to meet them sooner or later, so why don't you make contact with them earlier? Li Feng said this because he wanted to frame everyone to find an excuse so that Chen Yu could meet Zhang Xiaojian. Who knew that once Zhang Xiaojian heard that so many of the singers in this concert were actually from Huating, then if they were to let this group of people see themselves, would they not be annoyed to death? He immediately said, I won't see anyone. Li Feng immediately disheveled, with a face of weakness and helplessness. Music live is definitely something to experience. It's like there's a huge difference between going to a movie theater and watching a movie at home. After the hot show, singers who were already second tier, or even past their prime, took the stage, but each one of them was able to bring a listening pleasure to the audience, especially when some of the familiar songs came on. The chorus of 10,000 people was amazing. This is still the first time Zhang Xiaojian listened to a concert. Naturally enjoy it. Just until now he did not understand why this guy Li Feng walked away with a weak and helpless expression. Also, why haven't Gu Jiahan and the band members come yet? The A1 dressing room is totally a rainbow fart scene right now. Another coffee. Another drink. Chen Yu became amiable, without a trace of a star frame. That Huating veteran agent Hao Yu is like a caring elder, chatting to reveal a variety of small concern. Gu Jiahan didn't understand now why their attitudes had shifted so dramatically, but sipping her drink and listening to the nice words, almost as if someone behind her was giving her shoulders a squeeze, she had a hard time telling herself that the feeling was uncomfortable. Anyone who has worn 1,000 horses' asses understands that. But who doesn't like to listen to the good stuff and picks up the bad stuff? Just as Gu Jihan was being photographed, Chen Yu said, "Jihan, did you guys sign Hua Ting as well, and will be releasing a new album soon?" "Yes," Gu Jiahan replied. "Then it will be my senior sister from now on." Gu Jiahan. Zhang Xiaojian became the big boss of Huating, but she was witnessing the whole thing. Before you all dragged with the 285 million and now the attitude changed so quickly because of this. So of course Gu Jiahan wouldn't open his mouth to call out affectionately as a senior brother. She looked at Chen Yu and then Hao Yu, looking slightly embarrassed at both of them. Luckily, Li Feng walked back at this time, and without waiting for Chen Yu and Hao Yu to ask how things were going, he came in front of Gu Jihan, and said as if grasping the only life-saving straw, "Jihan, you're the only one who can help." Gu Jiahan was completely confused. So Li Feng explained, Chen Yu explained, and Hao Yu explained. All in all, the meaning is that a misunderstanding. Can you help to invite the boss here? Or let them explain to make a statement. Gu Jiahan understood and laughed. "No, do you guys think that brother Little Sword's heart is only as big as the eye of a needle?" The three were dumbfounded. Gu Jiahan said, "He definitely didn't take it seriously at all. And I don't know what you're all so nervous about here." At this time, the door to the dressing room of A1 was pushed open again, and a few singers who belonged to the same Hua Ting walked in after singing. "Old Chen, I knew you had to be in A1, but it was soon realized that it seemed to have come at a bit of a bad time." The concert came to a close without realizing it. The mesmerized Zhang Xiaojian was quite happy to watch. Only after the finale appearance of Chen Yu on stage, he frowned, not because he was unhappy, but there were some changes in his heart. It's an amazing feeling. In fact, after Zhang Xiaojian got rich, apart from going crazy so many times, he really didn't feel any change in social status. But upon seeing Chen Yu pick up the microphone and start singing, and thinking that he was actually his own employee, this change began to show. A star who was once a big hit is now actually his own employee, and can't wait to explain himself over a little thing. Zhang Xiaojian did not feel that he was special cattle, but felt a little panic. He bought Huating purely on a whim. From a personal point of view, the future of Huating lost money to lose, the more the better, so that you can spend more, and not make money. But it seems like when you become their boss, you always have to take some responsibility for your subordinate employees, which is kinda a dilemma. Thinking about these messy things, the cell phone suddenly came to vibrate. Opening it was a Weibo message from Gu Jiahan. She didn't say what the reason was, she just sent a mischievous emoji and wrote, "A1 dressing room. Boss, save me. Zhang Xiaojian." Although he had predicted that Gu Jiahan's late return was presumably being held at A1, but now that he has seen this message, he also understands that what he says tonight is inevitably going to be patted on the back by a group of stars. Celebrities are common people too. The 3-hour concert ended with Chen Yu's last familiar song. The entire audience, not to say they couldn't get enough of it, but they were uproariously shouting, "Return, return." Of course no one returned. It's not like it was a solo concert where the singer would sing more songs out of camaraderie with the fans. Platter concerts have singers who leave in the middle of the song and return. Are you kidding me? Who pays for that? On the contrary, none of Hua Ting's contracted artists had left and gathered in the A1 dressing room, because they knew a strong news, the future boss of Huating, not to mention in Jiangcheng, but also in this concert, is the young male lead singer of the opening band. This, more or less, they were a little overwhelmed. For one thing, Zhang Xiaojian was indeed too young, and for another, why would the big boss be interested in fronting a hot band at a platter concert? A total of 6 of Huating's artists were veterans who had been in the jungle for many years, and it was hard not to associate this with one of the big boss's inspections of them. As for what exactly is being inspected, the content can be many. All in all, the A1 dressing room became a gathering place for Hua Ting's artists, and even though most of them had private schedules after the concert, the incident was so sudden that they had to put it all off. Second-tier and over-the-top artists don't mix well, and of course they have to look at the company if they want to make money. Moreover, this was a rare contact that could be made before Zhang Xiaojian even took over Hua Ting, and it might be an opportunity as well. These curves and twists of the psyche are hardly known to outsiders. Although Zhang Xiaojian was somewhat aware of what he might be facing soon, his awareness was not too high, and instead of exiting the stage with the audience, he took his friends backstage. Push open the A1 dressing room and a group of people are in it. Zhang Xiaojian recognized a few stars when he glanced at them, 2 of which he didn't know before, but he also knew the names through this concert. As soon as the crowd saw him appear, they all showed respect and stood up. rather like greeting a great leader. Those who still didn't know what was happening were Bai Yang, Gao Qingsong, Yi Mozhu, Wang Waner, and Su Yu. They looked at each other with 5 confused faces. Then they looked at the stars in the A1 dressing room and realized that they all had humble smiles on their faces. Their backs weren't as straight as they were when they were on the stage, and their eyes revealed softness. In short, they were completely different from the stars they remembered. This demeanor and stance is familiar and is often seen in hotels. The same thought popped into the minds of all 5. When did celebrities become greeters? The welcome usually has several characteristics, like a fake smile with 8 teeth that looks polite, or a look that looks right at you as if we know each other well, or a humble stance. The 6 stars standing in A1's dressing room all now possess these characteristics, the only difference being that they don't say the familiar welcome line. Shen Yu is one of the most conspicuous one. Now he big sunglasses also took off. No previous refused to sign the imposing face makeup because just off the field cannot be organized. Sweat stains in the sideburns is very conspicuous. Ju Ji-hoon stood beside him, not very old, small, handsome in appearance, came out from the talent show a few years ago, and was only able to shine for less than half a year before he could only rely on his small fame to run commercial shows. On the other hand, there are 4 people in the acting circle status is considered good called Zhang Koying, not only singing but also as an actor. Said the fire is not hot, said the cool is not cool, always brush face familiar. Touch has been some half-aged woman, smile but full of charm. The remaining 3, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men are in their early 40s, and when they were young, they sang 2 songs that were played on the streets, purely eating old money. The last girl called Xiao Shi, creative ability, in the past 2 years really have a few songs on the internet fire up, just because the looks are too ordinary. In the song Fire People Not Fire State, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the 6 stars in front of him. Together with the assistant and the team of 20 to 30 people really do not know what to say. Do something. So the atmosphere was awkward for a while. Li Feng stepped forward at this time and played the role of a bridge between the 2 sides, introducing them one by one. Zhang Xiaojian could only respond politely, not seeing a hint of a boss-like appearance in him. There was only a slight shyness that a teenager should have, as well as being at a loss for words. It's not on Zhang Xiaojian. In his past life, he was never the boss. No matter when he was in school, or after work. This kind of scene with the leaders to visit, he must be the most inconspicuous one standing in the corner. Today, everything was reversed, and Zhang Xiaojian became the boss. Not only was he the center of attention in the room, but also the object that a large portion of the people present wanted to flatter and flatter. This made Zhang Xiaojian very uncomfortable. So, he felt he had to end this situation quickly. I have some things to do in the evening. That's enough for today. Jihan, let's go. Gu Jiahan smiled at her words and immediately stood up, and the band members behind her followed behind her with their respective instruments. The crowd looked at this and saw that it wouldn't work. It's hard to learn such heavy news, meet your future big boss, and purposely put off the trip. How can you not have a little bonding with tonight? Especially Chen Yu and Hao Yu. The 2 of them pushed Li Feng out with 1 left and 1 right. Li Feng had no choice but to come to Zhang Xiaojian's side and said, Mr. Zhang, the restaurant is all set for the night, and Kuling and the girls have put off tomorrow's notice. Why don't you give me a favor? If you put aside before, said to have dinner with a bunch of stars, Zhang Xiaojian said anything to get together. Now it was a completely different story. Zhang Xiaojian still preferred to eat with friends rather than a group of strangers, especially since he was the boss and they were all subordinates, really sitting together for dinner. Zhang Xiaojian could imagine what they would say. It was just too boring. It was just that Li Feng's mouth had already opened, so if he refused directly, wouldn't it be the same as putting everyone's face on the ground and stepping on it? This is also really not good. Zhang Xiaojian could only say, okay, where did you order? The concert has broken up, but not yet for some fans. They stood guard at the entrance of the VIP passageway, waiting for their idols to come out, and although the process might only take less than a minute, they were willing to wait for many hours just to have that one look. Zhang Xiaojian didn't follow stars, so it was hard to understand this kind of behavior. When he appeared at the exit of the passageway with the 6 artists from Hua Ting, he was really shocked by the black crowd in front of him and regretted why he didn't walk separately from Hua Ting's stars. Someone chanted, Chun Yu, Chun Yu. Someone shouted, Qing, I love you. There are also those who are jealous. What love is blind love? Ko-ing is mine. Xiao Shi, you're the best. Ju Ji-hoon, you're so handsome. Looking at the security guards stopping the fans, various local media with long guns and short cannons, and flashbulbs flashing wildly, Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly gave way. After all, he is not a star. And then a scene that puzzled fans as well as the media appeared. Zhang Xiaojian took a step back, and the Hua Ting stars around him followed suit. Zhang Xiaojian moved to the left, and all the stars of Huating moved to the left as well. Anyway, no matter how Zhang Xiaojian tried to dodge the countless cameras and camcorders in front of him, because of the cooperation of the others, his position was always firmly in the C position. I don't know which media reporter, who seemed to recognize Zhang Xiaojian, took the microphone and asked, "May I ask if Orange and you have signed up for Huating?" After this question was asked, no one answered, and the reporter realized that the 6 stars of Huating, as well as the assistant brokers and other staff around them, all revealed eyes like looking at idiots while looking at themselves. Is one's own question that idiotic? The reporter was puzzled. The big-backed barman standing behind the reporter was even more puzzled. He had come to scout for prey, handing out a small business card before the starlet got on the bus. And the price of such contacts not through an economic company was often much cheaper. Then he saw Zhang Xiaojian leading the stars of Huating appearing at the entrance of the passageway. And what puzzled him even more was why even such a player as Chen Yu only stood beside Zhang Xiaojian and not in the center of the crowd. The answer to that is a big one. Is it possible that your little lead singer is really a 10 billionaire? As he was thinking about it, the security officer took the lead and opened the way. Zhang Xiaojian's 6 people were taken by Li Feng to a business car 9-seater car. This was the car that Hua Ting had transferred to Chen Yu. So Chen Yu and Hao Yu rightfully sat in it as well. Exactly 9 seats were filled. The doors were closed. And the business was started. Those fan chants faded away in his ears as bright streetlights and the sound of the engine filled the car. Finally entering the normal lane. Everything around them returned to calm. So the atmosphere was a bit strange. Because only Gu Jiahan and the members of the Orange Juice Band were missing. And these were the same people who were in the dressing room before. Chen Yu took out a prepared signature CD at this time and handed it to Wang Wanner with a smile. There was some misunderstanding before. This is the limited edition of my last album. The name I signed. Just looking at the CD that was handed over, Wang Wanner's expression was a bit strange. Because the memories of not too long ago were too clear. She not only remembers Chen Yu's previous appearance with big sunglasses, but even remembers the icy tone. And the sentence "No, now I need to put on makeup. If you want to sign, I will help fans sign on my way out when the concert is over. And I hope that you will stand forward a bit then. A little bit forward? A little bit forward with the same group of fans who probably don't give a shit about that were just waiting for you at the entrance to the aisle, and watch you walk quickly into the commercial vehicle? And you didn't sign any autographs for those fans just now. You just licked your boss good, didn't you?" Wang Wanner shook her head. "I'm sorry, I don't want it now." Wang Wanner was very polite when she said that. Not only did he say "I'm sorry," but his tone was very sincere. Chen Yudui's hand holding the CD was a bit stiff, and the facial expression on his face was even more stiff. He had never in his life been refused a signed CD, so much so that he didn't know how to round it off. Because the car speeds up, the wind blowing in through the window is a bit cool. Chen Yu's hair is raised, and time seems to be frozen in this instant. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Mozhu opened her mouth and broke the odd atmosphere. She frowned as she held her cell phone and said, "Little sword. Something happened to Tingfei." Ha, Zhang Xiaojian, Bai Yang, and Gao Qingsong's reactions were almost unanimous. Yi Mozhu added, "It seems that when the concert came out it was rubbed by a car, and is now in the hospital. People are okay. It should be fine." That hospital? Second hospital. Why is this land again? Luo Tingfei exited with his classmates just when the crowd was at its peak. The roads around the old Jiangchen convention and exhibition were naturally a bit clogged, so it was reasonable that no accident should have occurred. Just dormitory brother a few fights up. Crossing the road without paying attention, Luo Tingfei grabbed a step. Coincidentally, there is a car also grabbed a step, resulting in an accident. It didn't directly hit, and because of the slow speed of the car, it didn't have much power, just scraping the side of Luo Tingfei's right leg at the knee. A large area of skin was rubbed off and looked bloody. The owner of the car, a girl in her 20s, and her friend rushed down and were shocked to see the injury. Luo Tingfei is still poor. Nothing. It's me who robbed. Rely on me to rely on me. The girl quickly said, "This won't work. Get in my car. Let's go to the hospital." Luo Tingfei stood up and bounced twice. "There's really no need. Look, it's fine." The girl is kind-hearted. Hurriedly pulled Luo Tingfei. Said nothing, dead or alive, to pull Luo Tingfei to the hospital. How to be bandaged. Luo Tingfei had no choice but to get into the car. It was only when he came to the recent second hospital that Luo Tingfei felt the pain in his legs. While he understood that it didn't hurt, it did look pretty scary. Pushing the cart into the surgical emergency room nurse is familiar. A look as Luo Tingfei actually joked, "Yo, this is not Xiao Luo. That hurt?" Luo Tingfei stretched his right leg and said, "Nurse sister, why aren't you in the inpatient department this day, running to the surgical emergency room?" The little nurse is a period of time ago in the hospitalization department. To help Bai Yang and Gao Qingsong change the nurse, Luo Tingfei that period of time every day to go. No less, and the little nurse bragged. Don't be poor, come let me see. A touch of the wound. Luo Tingfei grimaced. Agu screamed up. Asked, nurse sister, you cannot do not end up getting me an amputation. Amused, the owner girl and friends laughed. The little nurse said, the wound needs to be cleaned and bandaged, and another tetanus shot for safety. Tetanus? No sis, we know each other well, right? The little nurse said. As for that, to prevent infection, amputation. Rottenfeld. After cleaning the wound and bandaging it, the little nurse finished dispensing the tetanus injection medicine in no time and said to Luo Tingfei, go in, pants off. Luo Tingfei's old face blushed. Missy, are you sure it's not a personal vendetta? The little nurse shook her head. Hurry up. Something else like a girl. So not long after, the curtain came behind a scream. After bandaging originally not limp Luo Tingfei because of an ass needle limp, a ghostly face. It was just that Luo Tingfei was Luo Tingfei after all. And after the pain eased a bit, he was poor with the nurse and the owner girl. Talking about why the accident happened naturally brought up the concert. I'm telling you guys, the band that's opening today is my buddy's band. And I heard he bought out a record label a while back. The little nurse knew Luo Tingfei's temperament and naturally skimmed her lips. What? Don't believe me. True story. Seems to be called Hua Ting. Quite a few artists under its banner. The owner girl's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was also supposed to go to the concert and was a hardcore fan of Xiaoshi. She immediately said, really? My idol is in Huading. Who do you idolize? Xiaoshi. Luo Tingfei remembered the girl who sang while holding a guitar and groped quite a civilian. Is that so? Then there is a chance that I'll get you a signature. Yes. Let's add a WeChat first. So Luo Tingfei and the owner girl added WeChat. The heart is proud. The little nurse hurriedly bristled. Girl, don't believe him. He's full of shit. Luo Tingfei was not happy to hear this. How am I full of shit? I'm telling the truth. Luo Tingfei's roommate on the bottom bunk said. Ma Zhu said in the group that she and brother Xiao Jian will be here soon. Luo Tingfei slapped his thigh. The main man will be here in a while. Not to mention Xiaoshi's signature. As long as Hua Ting's artist's signatures, anyone's can be obtained for you. But don't blow it off. The butt doesn't hurt anymore, does it? If it doesn't, it's not painful. Go with me to take an x-ray. The little nurse disliked Luo Tingfei again. Luo Tingfei felt the soreness of the butt pin and hurriedly said, no, slow down again. Slow down. As he was talking, the door was pushed open. Zhang Xiaojian walked in with a large group of people. Luo Tingfei hit the eye. More than a few old acquaintances are in. How there are still several people with big sunglasses? The more he looked, the more familiar he looked. Luo Tingfei didn't recognize it for the first time, but it was the girl who owned the car who recognized it first, pointing to Xiaoshi who was standing in the far corner. Are you Xiaoshi? Xiaoshi was originally a niche star, followed into the hospital as nothing. There will not be a few people really recognize her. I did not expect that this just came in actually the first to be recognized. She didn't even have her sunglasses on, so she had to smile and nod. The little nurse over there who had madly despised Luo Tingfei before froze. It was really a star? So she looked at the guys with the sunglasses again and realized that they all looked a little familiar. Were these all stars? All of them indeed. Luo Tingfei and his bunkmates had been dumbfounded. They recognized Shen Yu. They recognized Zhang Qing. They recognized Zhu Jihuan. No. Are all these stars here to see themselves? Luo Tingfei only felt that he was deep in the clouds and the scene in front of him was unreal. What is this? A real bowl that one has just bragged about and then realizes it in the next second? But why did brother Little Sword bring so many stars here to see himself? Luo Tingfei heart panicked. Thought. Small sword brother I Luo Tingfei, what virtue and ability? Just a little skin broken on the leg. You why make such a big row? However, looking at the expressions on the faces of the little nurse and the owner girl, Luo Tingfei still felt very cool. This fact is too facetious. After hearing the news of Luo Tingfei's injury, Zhang Xiaojian immediately had the commercial vehicle drive to the second hospital. Although he heard Yi Maju say that the person is not a big deal, but of course he has his own little mind. He wants to take advantage of Luo Tingfei's injury to put off the meal that is not good to put off tonight. So when he came to the entrance of the second hospital, Zhang Xiaojian said to Chen Yu, you guys are public figures, so don't go in. Forget about it if it doesn't work tonight. Who knew that? How you actually said. The concert fan had a traffic accident. Hua Ting's artists heard about it and went to the hospital to visit. This thing spreads out, but also good for the company. Zhang Xiaojian was surprisingly speechless for a moment. And so the current scene of Zhang Xiaojian showing up to visit Luo Tingfei at the surgery clinic with a bunch of Hua Ting artists happened. When Luo Tingfei was lamenting about how virtuous he was, Zhang Xiaojian held Luo Tingfei's hand and asked earnestly, Tongfei, how is it? It's quite a serious injury, isn't it? What? Luo Tengfei had a head full of question marks. How could he directly characterize his injury? Then he saw Zhang Xiaojian squeezing his eyes, although Luo Tengfei didn't know what was going on. As the best comic, if he couldn't read Zhang Xiaojian's eyes, he really wouldn't need to mix. He said, "Brother, I won't lie to you. This leg, does it need to be amputated?" Luo Tengfei coughed. "That's not true. It's just that I really can't stand up now." Zhang Xiaojian signaled with his eyes that he did a good job. Who knew that the little nurse over here was the first to demolish Luo Tengfei's stage, but injection. It's all like this. It'll be fine in a while. Luo Tengfei noticed that Zhang Xiaojian's eyes had changed again. "No, sister nurse. Why do I feel like this part of my ass is swollen, and I feel a little dizzy too? Come let me see," said the little nurse to the crowd. "Make way." The crowd stepped back and the curtain was drawn again. The little nurse's brittle voice then came. "Pants off." Luo Tengfei's expression was extremely embarrassed. Thinking, "Miss, are you sent by God to kill me?" Seeing Luo Tengfei squirming, the little nurse frowned. "It's not like I haven't seen your big white butt before." Luo Tengfei clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Thinking, "Little sword brother, I can do it all for you. You have to remember my good ah." The little nurse over there bent down and took a closer look near the needle hole, wondering. "It's not swollen. It's true that it's not swollen and it's not a big deal." The plan to have Luo Tengfei dead or alive in the hospital for a night was completely ruined by the little nurse. So Zhang Xiaojian finally could only follow Li Feng's crowd to go to the hotel together. But it was by Yang Gao Qingsong who hastened to say that they wanted to stay in the hospital to accompany Luo Tengfei to take the film, so that we wouldn't all suffer together. There's nothing so much that goes on at the table. After a few bottles, the stars are not so formal, are mixed in the society of the old oil, inch this time to pinpoint a more than one in place, so it wasn't as painful as imagined. Just because the time was already late and the drink was almost done, Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly excused himself. When it was time to go, they added each other on WeChat. Zhang Xiaojian got into the commercial car under the respectful escort of Chuanqing and ran to his home in a puff of smoke. Sitting in the car, Zhang Xiaojian looked at the neon outside the window for a time, feeling very unreal. As a salted fish, after having money, Zhang Xiaojian had no ideal ambition. He just wanted to spend money to live a good life and enjoy the good days. It's just that at this rate, it seems like he's not salty anymore. It seems like he needs to be careful about spending money in the future. And he can't just buy a company like Huading when his head is hot, or else he'll be in even more trouble. Thinking about all this mess, the commercial car had already driven into the neighborhood. Zhang Xiaojian looked up and realized that the lights were on in every house in the small area. Returning to the door of his home and seeing that the lights were also on at home, Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly pushed open the door with quick steps. Second aunt is sitting on the sofa watching TV. See, Zhang Xiaojian came back and said, "Xiaojian, just now the property of the police and the police came. Said that there are people have been thieves. It seems that the thief is still in the neighborhood. It seems to be looking around. Told us to take precautions." "So it is." Zhang Xiaojian changed into his slippers. "It's mostly a waste of time to catch on there. I guess. It's a lot of work for nothing. All the windows will be open in this summer in a single house. How dangerous it is if you hide in anyone's house." Zhang Xiaojian nodded and said, "That too." While saying that, he sat down on the sofa before jerking up again. Auntie too wondered. "What's wrong, a shock?" Zhang Xiaojian said, "I have to go to Chen Ning's place." Second aunt slapped her head. "Right. Why did I forget about this? So hurry up." Hurrying to change his shoes, Zhang Xiaojian ran all the way to Chen Ning's cottage, fearing no evil. Chen Ning's house and Zhang Xiaojian's house are not far from each other, and not close to each other. Jogging all the way to the door of Chen Ning's house, he found that the lights in her house were all dark, and the windows on the second floor were actually still open. Pressing the doorbell for half a day and no one responded. Zhang Xiaojian shouted two voices. No one responded to even hastily made a phone call. The phone stayed busy, and Zhang Xiaojian became anxious. Looking at the open window, he was studying how he could climb up to it when the door in front of it suddenly opened. Wearing only black muslin pajamas, Chen Ning stood in front of the door, tying a pill head, not applying a bit of rouge on her goose egg face, but she was naturally beautiful to look at. Zhang Xiaojian stayed for a split second, his gaze unconsciously shifting down a bit. Chen Ning realized that he wore as if a little exposed. With a hand subconsciously a cover said, "The middle of the night shouting what it is, calling for souls?" Zhang Xiaojian, the neighborhood was burglarized. "I was afraid something had happened to you and came to check." Chen Ning's heart warmed at the words, and seeing the beads of sweat on Zhang Xiaojian's forehead, she knew that he should have been the first to learn the message and run all the way over to see himself. So her words softened. "Come in and say it again." Zhang Xiaojian watched as he turned around and went into the house to follow. Locking the door with his hand, Chen Ning opened the lights in the living room, sat on the sofa, due to the pajamas a little short this sat down, a pair of slender legs exposed in the air. Zhang Xiaojian had just finished drinking wine. His throat was a little dry, and at this time he was looking at the living color of the beautiful women sitting in front of him, but also closed space. But also lonely men and women inevitably feel more dry throat. Is there any water? Chen Ning pointed to the transparent cool cup placed in the open kitchen, and Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly went to pick up a cup full of gulps and drank it. Looking at his appearance, Chen Ning asked, "Little sword, have you been drinking?" "Well, just got back from drinking. Come back and hear about this and come running to me?" "Yeah, afraid something might happen to you." Chen Ning revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. "You still know to care about me?" Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly nodded. "That's for sure." Chen Ning pursed her lips and asked in a tone with a little bit of pout and dissatisfaction, "Which step have you and little sister Ma Zhu progressed to recently?" Zhang Xiaojian looked at Chen Ning's expression and listened to the tone of her words, and obviously froze a bit as he felt as if Chen Ning was jealous. There are many types of vinegar. Friends get jealous of each other too. For Chen Ning, the only interesting thing that had happened recently was getting to know Zhang Xiaojian. During this period of time, she and Zhang Xiaojian drank many times, and each time they would talk about irrelevant topics, but for some reason they just chatted extraordinarily well, extraordinarily relaxed. Perhaps this was because Zhang Xiaojian had never looked at Chen Ning as a big star. Even after learning of Chen Ning's true identity later, Zhang Xiaojian was still as casual as ever. There is no pressure to get along like this. No distance. Easy and natural. That's why Chen Ning cherished Zhang Xiaojian as a friend. And that's why she chose to put her comeback first show on the music scene to help Zhang Xiaojian out. But recently, Chen Ning realized that her life was getting boring again. Zhang Xiaojian was either busy with the music scene or playing games with Yi Maju. The music scene is serious business. You can't ask him to come and drink tea with you. Playing games with Yi Maju is also a serious matter. Young people are in love. She can't interrupt. After giving up alcohol and doing some boring recovery training every day, Chen Ning, who had been working for many years and was ready to start again after a hard break, realized that work was really still so boring. That was why she spoke somewhat jealous words like a little girl, so much so that it caused Zhang Xiaojian to look at himself with wide eyes. A woman of Chen Ning's character certainly wouldn't blush and bow her head in shyness as she looked straight into Zhang Xiaojian's eyes in a domineering manner. Zhang Xiaojian. He didn't think twice about it either. He wasn't exactly a man of extreme emotional acuity, but he wasn't always the wooden hero of an idol drama acting like a fool. There was absolutely nothing lovey-dovey about his relationship with Chen Ning. If it had, there were a couple of drinks when it probably should have happened a long time ago and would never have been put off until now. What's the matter? Is it that I haven't had tea with you lately? Chen Ning nodded and gave Zhang Xiaojian a count on you having some numbers in your heart look. Zhang Xiaojian smiled and filled up a cup of water and returned to the sofa and sat down. It's not a good idea to always drink tea. Why don't we find a day to go out together? Chen Ning's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Where can I go? This is indeed a problem. With Chen Ning's curiosity, no matter where she appeared would cause congestion, and some well-concealed upscale clubs and the like were estimated to be places she was tired of going to. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly felt some pity for Chen Ning, thinking that she had become famous at a young age, and with the constant announcements over the years, the life of an ordinary person was perhaps her greatest extravagance. Of course, from an objective point of view, this is the price you have to pay for fame and there is nothing to pity. But from a friend's perspective, Zhang Xiaojian still said, "You don't have to care. Just tell me, where do you want to go the most?" Chen Ning thought about it and said very seriously, "I've never been to a playground in my life." Zhang Xiaojian didn't dare to reply, knowing that it would be so. Chen Ning did not show any disappointment, but rather gossiped, "Not to talk about this. You and Ma Zhu's sister in the end progressed to which step?" Zhang Xiaojian rolled his eyes. "Didn't you fork over? Why did you turn back again?" Chen Ning righteously said, "Gossiping is a woman's nature." Zhang Xiaojian, "Can I refuse to answer that question?" Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. "Then don't go back tonight." Zhang Xiaojian felt that there was some ambiguity in the words, and as a man he could hardly restrain himself from looking at Chen Ning's long, white and straight legs. Chen Ning didn't look shy in any way. Instead, she straightened her legs and asked rhetorically, "Do sisters' legs look good?" Zhang Xiaojian. His face was a little red. No man in this world can escape the manipulation of his lower body, a thing that can only be controlled, not suppressed. There are times when hormonal reactions can lead men to mistake this for love. However, most of the time it's really just male instinct. Zhang Xiaojian understood this, only that he had never experienced any big waves in his life, and he was speechless for a while in the face of Chen Ning's blunt rhetorical question, as well as that dazzling pair of legs. Looking at his appearance, Chen Ning giggled, and even if she laughed, she scoffed, still really shy. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly had a feeling that he was a sheep in a tiger's mouth tonight. He barely managed to maintain his composure and coughed lightly. "No fooling around." Chen Ning seemed to have discovered a new continent. She suddenly felt that teasing Zhang Xiaojian and watching his embarrassed groping was a very interesting thing, so she decided to say something even more interesting. Actually, I had an immature idea before. Zhang Xiaojian had a bad premonition. So he said, I don't want to hear it. Chen Ning ignored him as she said, it's to have a child with you. Not long ago at the dinner party, Lao San asked Chen Ning, you help Xiaojian so much, do you fancy him? Chen Ning's answer was that not only did he look at it, but he also wanted to have a child with him. At that time, everyone thought it was a joke, including Zhang Xiaojian himself. Only Chen Ning knew that she really wasn't joking. This matter was thought of, although the idea was a bit childish. It's not about love, it's only about passing on. Looking at Zhang Xiaojian's stunned expression, Chen Ning smiled and said, when I was more autistic in the previous period, I kept thinking, what other wishes do I have in my life? After deep thought, I realized that I really am an ordinary woman. And the answer was that I actually wanted a child. And watching him grow up might be the happiest thing in the rest of my life. Zhang Xiaojian didn't open his mouth, suddenly realizing that Chen Ning's complexion had an indescribable solemnity and holiness to it. And the contrast with this topic was somewhat huge. Speaking of this, Chen Ning said with some depression, it's just that the matter of having a child requires a man and a woman. And I can't give birth to one. I'm not short of money, and it's hard to find love again, let alone marriage. So, Zhang Xiaojian looked at Chen Ning and felt heartbroken. It seems a bit ambiguous at first, but it doesn't stand up to deeper thought. When I first met Chen Ning, she was sitting alone in the backcountry wearing pajamas and drinking XO, her head full of questions like life and death. Changes in public opinion caused by the huge pressure pressed her breathless. Life and rebirth of the choice may be just a thought. As a woman she has wanted to give birth to a child is not surprising, because the child can best bring a woman's sense of security. Zhang Xiaojian knew that he couldn't feel empathy for what Chen Ning was going through, but he could try to understand. Only that once he understood a little, this matter was no longer half as ambiguous or interesting, so his expression was also a little serious. Chen Ning looked at him and said, no, I'm telling you a joke is a joke. Why are you so serious? Zhang Xiaojian said, because it's not funny. Chen Ning said, I haven't finished yet. Zhang Xiaojian took a sip of water, and Chen Ning smiled and said, isn't it true that I met you later? And you looked quite pleasant. Better than the sperm taken out of the cold storage. Z is stronger. Zhang Xiaojian drank water halfway, almost didn't spray it out, hurriedly made a pause gesture, swallowed the saliva and said, no, how come the more I listen to this matter, the more it looks like the rich woman cheating segment circulating on the internet. When Chen Ning thought about it, it was quite similar. She said, the difference is that I'm a really rich woman, and I'm really planning on drugging you or something. Zhang Xiaojian laughed out loud this time. Chen Ning smiled and added, throw $10,000 at your bedside after you're done. Write that the young man worked pretty hard last night. Buy some tonic to make up for it. Zhang Xiaojian added, and then I became the child's father, only to be mercilessly abandoned by you? Chen Ning smiled and nodded. Yes. Zhang Xiaojian couldn't help but raise the bug in this story. But it's not reasonable. You may not be able to get pregnant at one time. In case you don't get pregnant, won't you lose your wife and your army? Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. Then come a few more times. Zhang Xiaojian, immediately digressing. Why did you give up later? Chen Ning thought for a moment. First, this is illegal. Second, it's too unethical. And third, I won't be able to be friends with you in the future. Zhang Xiaojian smiled. I'm actually quite happy that you're able to say these words to me today. It's a joke, told for pleasure. Of course. Zhang Xiaojian shook his head and said, not really, I'm the only one who has seen your state before. And your current state is completely different from that time. Chen Ning smiled in relief at the words and gave Zhang Xiaojian a you-know-me look before asking once again, digressing far again. Just how far have you and Sister Ma Zhu progressed? Zhang Xiaojian rolled his eyes. Are you done? Chen Ning said decisively, don't go out today if you don't explain this clearly to your sister. Zhang Xiaojian and Chen Ning's relationship was somewhat marvelous to say the least. Chen Ning was able to openly and honestly tell his previous ridiculous thoughts as a joke, and Zhang Xiaojian was certainly able to share his heart. Therefore, under Chen Ning's pursuit, Zhang Xiaojian knew that he might not really be able to leave if he didn't say anything, so he could only honestly say, I don't know what stage it is, I've only just been able to determine the next bit of something. What is it? Like, I can be sure I have feelings for her. Chen Ning's eyes widened as she sniffed. Zhang Xiaojian, do you know that you were as innocent as an elementary school student when you said that? Zhang Xiaojian, I'm sorry for insulting the elementary school kids. Zhang Xiaojian, is this considered a personal attack? Doesn't count. Chen Ning wondered and added, what era is this? A blind man can see that you two like each other. You are here to tell me that you can only be sure that you have feelings for her? Zhang Xiaojian, no. Miss Chen Ning, I haven't fallen in love a few times in my life, and I've even suffered a major injury once, so it's reasonable to be careful, right? Chen Ning shook her head and said, unreasonable? You're quite unreasonable as a person. Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand. How am I being unreasonable? Chen Ning said with conviction, you're so young, not bad looking, and rich, it's reasonable to say that there are definitely more than just two girls around you like Wang Wan'er and Yi Maju, and what's even more unreasonable is the lack of self-confidence you're showing towards falling in love. Zhang Xiaojian. Chen Ning's eyes were as discerning as a torch, so of course Zhang Xiaojian knew why he was in this state, because he hadn't been rich for very long, and his social circle was narrow. Without the system, he would probably still be living an ordinary life. At most, because Zhao Linlin gave a hard hit after trying to be more diligent. The result is most likely to realize that he is still so crap after trying to be diligent. Even after he got rich, he had no intention of expanding his social circle to meet more pretty girls and have more flings, because he thought it would be better to have less playfulness in the relationship thing, because there were indeed 3 months when he had a bad, hard time. Experiences and environments shape people's character. Zhang Xiaojian's experience destined him to be careful with his feelings or go to the other extreme of revenge playing up. His choice was the former, so much so that he needed to be sure of a lot of things before falling in love, besides his own, and sure of hers. And this process of confirmation comes across as particularly disarming and particularly incompatible with his current objective conditions. Looking at Zhang Xiaojian's slightly embarrassed appearance, Chen Ning asked, how many times have you been in love? Zhang Xiaojian honestly said, twice. Only twice? Chen Ning was a bit confused. Zhang Xiaojian was a bit unsure what all the fuss was about twice. Chen Ning aggravated her tone and asked, how can you have only fallen in love twice? It's not Chen Ning's fault. After all, in her perception, a child with a bit of money, not bad looking, and not autistic in character was at Zhang Xiaojian's age, the age of play, not to mention 2, but 20 or 30 love experiences have been there. Especially once you step into this realistic society, a large number of girls will be attached to the body. How many can withstand the temptation? Zhang Xiaojian nodded with conviction, just twice indeed. Chen Ning sighed and said, well, you're the most innocent. Why does that sound like cursing to me? Chen Ning smiled in a flamboyant manner. The pleasant and relaxed atmosphere of the chat tends to make it feel like no time has passed. Chen Ning was still gossiping, probably because this period of time was indeed too boring, and she realized that she seemed to be gossiping more than before. What about Wan Er? Don't you like it? Zhang Xiaojian. After a half-long silence, he said, to say that I like it is also like it. Chen Ning, bah, man. Zhang Xiaojian added, but this kind of like is missing something. What's missing? Opportunity. Or destiny. In short, there is no heartfelt moment. Chen Ning looked at Zhang Xiaojian. You're quite demanding. So when was the moment when your heart fluttered with Yi Maju? Zhang Xiaojian thought back carefully and finally said, confidential. Chen Ning revealed a meaningful smile and suddenly asked, didn't it ever occur to you to take both? Zhang Xiaojian. Chen Ning thought for a moment and said like a devil, actually, this world originally had no rules, and then people invented rules for this world. Zhang Xiaojian blinked. No, what are you trying to say? Chen Ning slowly said, in matriarchal society, men were subordinate to women, and when men came to power, women became subordinate to men. The rules we grew up hearing, seeing, and learning are really shackles given by people who came after us. Growing up in this yoke, we innately believe that monogamy is moral, growing old together is beautiful, and interfering with someone else's woman and calling her a mistress is an abomination. But you have to look at it from a macro point of view. Aren't these things rules invented by the people in charge in order to maintain the stability of human society? Assuming that we don't grow up in such an environment, that we're not brainwashed by these so-called morals, these so-called rules, purely on the basis of freedom. Is it possible that any kind of love affair is okay as long as it's accepted by both parties? By 3 parties? Or even by n parties? Zhang Xiaojian firmly shook his head. This is called civilization. Without rules and morals that one follows inwardly, what is the difference between humans and beasts? Chen Ning poofed out a laugh. No, we are not conditionate, and I'm giving you a reason to persuade you to accept both. What are you so serious? Zhang Xiaojian. Are you the devil? Why would you advise such a thing? Chen Ning thought for a moment and said, actually, there are quite a few polygamous countries nowadays, and many so-called upper-class people and rich people may be following the moral rules of not harming their families, but they have more women than polygamists. This is the reality. Zhang Xiaojian, you didn't answer my question positively. Chen Ning thought again and said, maybe one day after you have 2 wives, you'll be okay with having a child with me while we're still simply friends? Zhang Xiaojian. It turns out to be waiting for me here. Chen Ning laughed lightly and tried to imagine it. but I guess there really is that day. You can accept it, and I can't accept it. Once there is a relationship, how can it still be just a simple friend? Zhang Xiaojian said helplessly. It seems like I need to take you out more. All day long I don't know what kind of things are messing around in this little brain of yours. It really shows how bored you are with idleness. The late night breeze blew into the house, occasionally lifting the curtains to make a rustling sound. The 2 glasses of white water on the coffee table in the living room were filled and refilled, and the conversation that the two always managed to pull from east to west went on uninterrupted. Chen Ning enjoyed the process of chatting with Zhang Xiaojian, as there was absolutely no scruples, saying whatever she wanted to say. Only the occasional whimsical rebellion would be rebuked by Zhang Xiaojian squarely. After chatting until almost 3 o'clock, Zhang Xiaojian took a look at the time and hurriedly excused himself. It's too late. I'm going back. Chen Ning didn't seem to have any intention of letting Zhang Xiaojian go home, revealing a little girl's look as she said, "What if a thief comes in?" Zhang Xiaojian thought for a moment and said, "Can't we just unlock all the windows and doors?" Chen Ning gave him a blank stare. Big straight man's mindset. Zhang Xiaojian ignored him and first unlocked all the windows in the living room. Chen Ning struggled. "We've had such a good chat today. Shouldn't we get under one blanket and talk until dawn like girlfriends?" Zhang Xiaojian rebuked her bitterly. "Don't try to trick me into sleeping with you to have a child." Chen Ning giggled. "Alright, then you check it properly before you go." Zhang Xiaojian nodded and not only unlocked all the doors and windows within the house, he also looked at the edges and corners, as well as any place where he could hide someone, and finally went downstairs and pushed the door to tell Chen Ning, "Unlock it." Chen Ning, who came to the door, smiled flirtatiously. "Don't worry, I won't let any man in except you." Zhang Xiaojian hated his teeth and viciously pinched Chen Ning's small face. "Teasing me is addictive, isn't it?" Chen Ning rubbed her small face and laughed. "It hurts." After getting his way, Zhang Xiaojian walked away in large strides. When she returned home, second aunt was still watching TV, and when she saw Zhang Xiaojian finally walking back, she couldn't help but look up and down for half a day. Zhang Xiaojian noticed that second aunt's gaze was different and asked, "What's wrong with this?" Second aunt asked with slight hesitation. "You and Chen Ning are nothing, right?" Zhang Xiaojian, second aunt worriedly said. "Chen Ning is such a big star after all, and will definitely be very busy with work in the future. I think it's better to have Maju, and one heir is not bad either." Zhang Xiaojian hurriedly said, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and go to sleep." "No, so you've been gone that long and nothing happened?" Zhang Xiaojian, be honest. Second aunt is very open-minded. Of course Zhang Xiaojian couldn't be truthful. Could he tell his second aunt Chen Ning that she wanted to have a child with him, and that he wasn't responsible for it? Hurriedly sending second aunt back to her bedroom, Zhang Xiaojian casually washed his face and also laid down on the bed. Except the imagined sleepiness didn't hit him. He was extraordinarily awake instead, tossing and turning. "It's a little hard to sleep tonight." Zhang Xiaojian was not the only one who had trouble sleeping. Bai Yang was sitting in his car and was tweeting downstairs at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Recently, his relationship had been progressing somewhat rapidly, and he could feel that Zhang Xiaojian hadn't lied to him that day, and Xiao Lu did seem to like himself. And of course he liked Kahaku. But that's how people are. The more they like it, the more they get tied up. If it was the Bai Yang of the past, without mentioning his left hand, he would have come and gone, but now he seemed to have lost that spontaneity. Looking at the window where the lights had gone out long ago, Bai Yang sent the last WeChat good night. Then he stepped out of the car, moving slowly step by step through the old building, came to the door of his house, opened the door of his room with the key, afraid of disturbing his old mother's sleep, and carefully got under the covers. Lying on his bed, he flipped through his previous chats with Kahaku. No lights, just moonlight. Looking out the window at the only light, after half a day of rummaging, Bai Yang muttered, "Do you like me, or do you like money?" No one answered him. Wang Wan Air, who had woken up from a nap, got up. Wearing her favorite white bunny slippers, she went to the bathroom and then instead of going back to sleep, she actually sat on the toilet and started to stare. The thing about relationships is that it always sinks young people to the point where they can't get out of it. And that's not pretentious, it's just the way it is. "So you had asked her once before, do you know the difference?" Wang Wan Air didn't answer, but in her heart, she knew she hadn't made a distinction. It's just that money and people must be looked at separately. Would Zhang Xiaojian dislike himself if he didn't have any money? She knew she wouldn't be able to come up with that answer tonight. She feared. It just seems like it's all too late if you can't come up with an answer before it's too late. With her mood suddenly extraordinarily low, Wang Wan Air finally left the toilet and returned to her room. Lying on the bed and turning on the table lamp, there was a letter sitting next to the lamp, and she picked it up casually. This is a letter from Kahang Air. She could jump ship tomorrow if she wanted to, and her salary would more than double and her route would change from domestic to foreign. The only downside is that you may need to leave River City. Isn't it something to aspire to when a young person chooses to leave home to struggle? Thinking this way, Wan Air pinched the envelope and felt that leaving should perhaps not be a bad thing. If it's meant to be, we'll see each other again sooner or later, right? Gao Qingsong had a nightmare and woke up with a head full of cold sweat. He first found a towel and wiped his face, then returned to bed and lay there for half a day unable to sleep again. Had no choice but to sit up. Open the notebook. The spirited Gao Qingsong began to do some work plans. These are things he's only recently learned, and he's working on them for the music scene. What started out as fun, of course, turned into a responsibility after all those days of work. First, I opened the form and listed the things I needed to do tomorrow first, prioritizing them. When a company is born, it always faces various problems that need to be solved one by one. Fortunately, most of these problems could be solved with money, and the last thing that Zhang Xiaojian lacked was money. Tomorrow. No, that's today. He needed to meet with a few corporate publicity companies in the morning and pick the best one from them to do the publicity planning for Chen Ning's comeback special, as well as the recruitment copywriting. Then at noon, he's meeting with the head of the ticketing app to discuss online ticketing for the music scene. In the afternoon, there was also an appointment with. All in all, it was another busy day, writing various plans. In a flash the sky was already almost bright. Gao Qingsong stretched a lazy waist and out of habit sent a Weibo to Suyu. Good morning, come to eat noodles together? As expected, Suyu did not reply to the letter. I do not know if he did not get up or did not want to reply, but this is not important. Has been accustomed to Gao Qingsong decided to go downstairs to eat noodles by himself, was ready to change into a half sleeve, but found that his closet was empty. Taking a look at the two large suitcases that had been prepared earlier in the living room quietly leaning against the wall, Gao Qingsong felt that opening them would be weirdly troublesome again, so he hurriedly went downstairs. When he went downstairs, his cell phone came vibrating, and Gao Qingsong opened it to see that it was actually Suyu's reply. Where to eat? Gao Qingsong's hand froze. The phone almost fell in the hallway. After standing still he thought about it and replied in the hallway. You replied too late. I finished eating. Then he went downstairs alone, sat downstairs in the noodle store and called out, beef ramen, big bowl wide. Not long after, the large bowl full of coriander leaves and beef slices spread on the table. He ate by himself one. Only it seems that because of poor appetite, did not make giggle sound. After a few mouthfuls he put down the chopsticks, and shouted again, check. Since the first day I met Suyu, Gao Qingsong would then send a WeChat every morning with the same content, good morning, do you want to have breakfast together? Suyu had never replied to these kinds of boring inquiries, but any ordinary thing will produce some change when you have stuck to it for 100 days. Suyu wrote back this morning, it's just that Gao Qingsong said he finished eating. So, looking at the text on the WeChat screen, Suyu threw her phone on the bed. Her chest began to rise and fall in anger, and she bit her lower lip in anger. She decided to meet with Gao Qingsong today no matter what, and ask him face to face. What kind of meal do you eat so fast? Finished in 5 minutes? Gao Qingsong, who had finished a bowl of noodles in 5 minutes, sat in the noodle shop and fumed. The waiter came over and asked if he was done eating, and when he didn't answer, he didn't dare clean up. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Qingsong picked up the phone and dialed, but not to Suyu. Gao Qingsong, where have you been lately? Still no to call me? Gao Qingsong coughed. Just play blindly. You always play extreme sports. We can't play together. Why can't you play together? Didn't you used to play quite well? Gao Qingsong hurriedly said. Okay, down to business. What business? Let's have dinner tonight and introduce you to a friend. Why are you introducing me to friends? Because he's a good friend of mine. Can't you just not want to get acquainted? No. Gao Qingsong said these two words in a decisive manner before adding, don't bring your sister, but she's already heard it. Gao Qingsong, time and place I'll tweet you later. Good. Putting down the phone, Gao Qingsong first sent a WeChat to Zhang Xiaojian, let's have dinner together in the evening, and I'll bring you to meet two new friends. Zhang Xiaojian, who was in the middle of a deep sleep, would of course not reply, so Gao Qingsong launched himself in the noodle shop again. The waiter finally mustered up the courage. Are you done eating? Gao Qingsong heard him this time and nodded, standing up and making another call. Hello, Mr. Wang, Green Pine? Gao Qingsong smiled and said, It's me. I want to ask you something. You don't have to be polite to talk to me. Gao Qingsong said bluntly. I have a friend who wants to study management. Is there a class at the night college now? Can you arrange it? Minor thing. You have him call me tomorrow night when he comes to University City. Okay, Mr. Wang. Thank you. Zhang Xiaojian woke up at sunrise. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at his cell phone first. Gao Qingsong sent a WeChat saying that he wanted to introduce himself to two new friends. What? Zhang Xiaojian didn't feel like he needed any new friends, but the reply was of course, good. There was no way to dismiss Qing Song's face, it just felt weird. Then he sent a Weibo message to Yi Maju and got the reply. I'm going to help deliver food at home today. Zhang Xiaojian pondered for a while, took a bite of the lunch made by his second aunt, and then directly took a taxi to the convention, and then drove in the parking lot and ran to the corner intersection of Yi Maju's family's small restaurant. Sent another WeChat and turned on the radio. Zhang Xiaojian sunbathing, listening to a small song in the car waiting peacefully. Not long after, carrying a packing bag lunchbox with a baseball cap, Yi Maju sat on the co-pilot, sat up and asked, not all said to help the family to send food? Zhang Xiaojian smiled. I'll walk you to the food delivery. Yi Maju thought for a moment and said, drive forward and turn left at the first intersection. It was another busy day, and when the sun went down, Gao Qingsong sent off I don't know how many waves of people and finally finished the day's work. Since the office building for the music scene had not yet been built, Gao Qingsong could only make do with the cafe. Grabbing a cup of cold coffee, he gulped it down, which made him feel somewhat quenched. It so happened that Zhang Xiaojian, who had rushed to his appointment at this time, pushed open the door of the cafe and saw the scene, so he sat down and ordered a latte before asking, so thirsty? You are unaware of how many words I have said and how many people I have met this day. Gao Qingsong replied with deep resentment. Zhang Xiaojian indeed didn't know, but felt that he did need to be on top of the music scene, so he said, I'll go and help tomorrow, alright. Gao Qingsong asked, then what did you go do this afternoon? I called you to come and you didn't come, so I had to come and shoot. Zhang Xiaojian quickly digressed. If he knew that he had sent Yi Maju to deliver food for the whole afternoon, this kid in front of him would not be able to strangle himself. Packed up the documents and contracts on the table. This time Gao Qingsong table's cell phone came vibration. Zhang Xiaojian is not intentional to see the WeChat reminder, but really sees Suyu WeChat avatar. Gao Qingsong, however, directly put the cell phone into his pocket and said, let's go. Let's eat. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes widened as he looked at him. Alright, Qingsong, what's wrong? Suyu tweets you and you don't even reply. Is this going to heaven? Gao Qingsong pretended to be disdainful and said, the little bitch is in a state of bliss and doesn't know the blessings. She should be hung out to dry. Zhang Xiaojian gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, yo, it's not the time for you to listen to songs and shed tears at the bar. Scram. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know what friends Gao Qingsong was going to introduce to him. With Gao Qingsong leading the way, they drove one after the other to an upscale Western restaurant. Zhang Xiaojian didn't memorize the tongue-twisting name, and went in and took his seat, before asking, no, why do I feel that you're a bit weird? Gao Qingsong, weird there? Introducing me to new friends again. Suyu tweets you and you don't reply. What kind of routine is this? Gao Qingsong didn't reply and flung the menu to Zhang Xiaojian. Your treat. Zhang Xiaojian took the menu to see the whole English, and immediately felt a head too big. Should he fill up his English skills? Or will it be a bit embarrassing to enter and exit the high-grade places in the future? Forget about it. It's not easy to spend money, and points don't come with the wind. Zhang Xiaojian flung the menu back to Gao Qingsong. You order. It's my treat. As the two were talking, a man and a woman walked inside the restaurant. The man is tall and handsome, with a straight body, like a gun, an inch head, and an angular face, like a soldier at first glance. The girl, on the other hand, was a stark contrast to him, wearing a baseball cap backwards, a big loose tee that covered her all the way down to the base of her thighs pointing downward, and her missing lower body revealing a pair of long legs that were extremely thin, with pale calves about as thick as her thighs. The girl is also good-looking, just chewing gum, looking forward to the time when the eyes always have a cynical flavor. The two of them took their seats after seeing Gao Qingsong, and then looked at Zhang Xiaojian in unison. Zhang Xiaojian saw the hint of strangeness in their eyes and turned his head to Gao Qingsong to ask, am I too handsome? The lights in the dining room are bright, and pedestrians rush by outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. After Zhang Xiaojian uttered these shameless words, the inch-haired man sitting across from him didn't laugh, but the girl dressed in extremely hip-hop smiled slightly. Gao Qingsong looked at Zhang Xiaojian and said seriously, it's really not bad, it's just that much worse than me. The inch man said, you guys sure are good friends. The girl said the second half of what he wanted to say, it's all the same shamelessness. Gao Qingsong ignored these two sentences and read casually while looking at the menu. Zhang Xiaojian, Zhang Jiakai, Zhang Jiaxuan, isn't that a little too hasty a way for you to introduce yourself? But it was logical to think about it. Zhang Xiaojian knew that apart from himself, the male was definitely called Zhang Jiakai and the female was called Zhang Jiaxian. And Zhang Jiakai and Zhang Jiaxian certainly knew that only Zhang Xiaojian could be called Zhang Xiaojian. So Gao Qingsong's way of introduction was not hasty, instead it was the easiest way for them to know each other's names. What do you want to eat, Kahan? This godly man beside me is buying today. Zhang Jiaxuan looked at Zhang Xiaojian, revealing a smile. A pearly swirl surfaced on her left cheek. She asked, "Brother Shenhao, how are you? This is more convenient for me to order." Zhang Xiaojian felt that it was better not to be too ostentatious when they met for the first time. So he said, "It's not much ho, but think of something." "Really?" Zhang Jiaxuan's eyes lit up. Zhang Xiaojian nodded. "Really?" Zhang Jiaxuan thought about it but said, "Or forget it. I won't rip you off if I just met you." Gao Qingsong glanced at Zhang Jiaxuan and suddenly felt that the little girl seemed to know a lot more than before. However, he looked at Zhang Xiaojian again. And I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Zhang Jiakai could understand what it meant for Gao Qingsong to look at him like that. Zhang Jiaxuan could also understand, and immediately glared fiercely at Gao Qingsong. "You say, why did you call this morning to ask my brother out for dinner and also specifically instruct not to bring me along?" Gao Qingsong was blunt. "Aren't I afraid that you will bring Zhang Xiaojian down in the future?" Zhang Xiaojian, huh? Over here. Zhang Jiaxuan fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaojian's face. "I brought him down? Just kidding. Just tell your friend to stop pestering me to hang out together every day in the future." Zhang Xiaojian. Over here. Zhang Jiakai spoke up on a rare occasion. "Alright you guys, why are you arguing so much that my head hurts when we meet? Brother, you can't keep favoring Gao Qingsong just because he's your comrade in arms. I'm still your own sister." Zhang Xiaojian looked at Gao Qingsong and asked, "You were also a soldier?" Gao Qingsong finished ordering the dishes first, waved his hand at the waiter, and then revealed a look of reminiscence. "Remembering the past, the great years. Okay, I don't want to hear it. But you guys sure are good friends. In fact, today's meal was a bit strange. Friends meet friends of friends, usually quite naturally at a friend's bureau. Few friends make a point of tweeting their friends to tell them that they're having dinner together tonight and that they're going to introduce you to their friends. It's not a tongue twister. It's just something that Gao Qingsong did today." Of course, since the few people sitting there except for Zhang Jiakai who had less to say, the other three were all very chatty and didn't seem particularly weird when they talked. Zhang Xiaojian learned that Zhang Jiakai was a firefighter, which was not unusual because the military aura on him was too strong. But when he heard that Zhang Jiaxuan was a police officer, Zhang Xiaojian was indeed shocked. Zhang Jiaxuan looked at Zhang Xiaojian's expression. "Why are you showing this expression? Don't I look like a police officer?" Zhang Xiaojian shook his head and looked at Zhang Jiaxuan, who was wearing a baseball cap backwards, and said, "Unlike when I hit my eyes just now, I thought that you were in the singing and dancing rep." This time Zhang Jiakai also smiled and said, "Don't say it. My sister's singing is rep. Her talent is especially outstanding." "Brother," Gao Qingsong said, "I've also heard Jiaxuan sing a pure rep version of Tibetan Plateau before, and it's a good one." "Gao Qingsong, do you want to die?" There was a lot of talking and laughing over here when a little boy came by. The waiter was just right. "Bring me another plate." Without waiting to finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaojian's gaze fixed on Hong Xinshu, who was wearing a small vest, and didn't open his mouth again. Hong Xinshu's appearance was unexpected. Zhang Xiaojian did not know it was an accident. He first looked at Gao Qingsong and saw the surprise in his eyes. He then looked at Zhang Jiakai and found him frowning. Finally he looked at Zhang Jiaxuan and found her eyes filled with disgust. "Then why are you here? And why are you dressed like a waiter again?" Hong Xinshu revealed a slightly awkward smile at this time. "Brother Jiakai, Sister Jiaxian, Brother Qingsong, Brother Xiaojian, how are you all?" Zhang Xiaojian's let out a slightly surprised sound that trailed off extremely long. Zhang Jiakai could tell that Hong Xinshu seemed to know Zhang Xiaojian as well. So he said, "Xinshu, you haven't caused any trouble recently, have you?" Hong Xinshu sniffed and glanced at Zhang Xiaojian, then didn't dare to say anything. One could tell that he was afraid of Zhang Jiakai. Although Zhang Xiaojian couldn't understand the exact relationship between these people, he really didn't have much goodwill towards Hong Xinshu. It was just that since he and Zhang Jiakai's siblings knew each other, he couldn't coax Hong Xinshu to leave. Who knows? After Hong Xinshu avoided answering, he actually said, "Can I sit down?" Confronted by a seemingly polite child who greeted the crowd in a very polite way, and another polite remark about wanting to sit down. If he wasn't Hong Xinshu, sure, it was just that he was Hong Xinshu. And Gao Qingsong raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Jiakai didn't realize how childish Hong Xinshu had done at the party before, and he felt that Qingsong had gone a bit too far. So he said, "Sit down." Hong Xinshu just sat down as a matter of course. He sat down and didn't open his mouth, and the originally good dining atmosphere suddenly froze a bit. Zhang Xiaojian realized at this time that Zhang Jiaxuan once again glanced at Hong Xinshu in disgust before opening his mouth to actually say to himself, "Xiaojian, you found out what we do for a living. So don't you have to declare yourself as well?" Zhang Xiaojian knew that Zhang Jiaxian was trying to stink Hong Xinshu like stinky shit. He disliked Hong Xinshu just as much as she did. so of course he had to ignore Hong Xinshu to answer. Just before he could say anything, Hong Xinshu actually answered for him, the owner of Huading Records, the shareholder of Shanghai Magic Energy Entertainment, and the big boss of swordwalk culture. Zhang Xiaojian wrinkled a pair of sword brows and narrowed a pair of eyes at Hong Xinshu. You've even touched me? It's true that you are a dog's skin, and it seems as if you can't make good on this meal today. Who knew that at this time? Hong Xinshu looked at Zhang Xiaojian with an extremely sincere gaze and added, Brother Xiaojian, can I hang out with you in the future? It's not difficult to check Zhang Xiaojian's background and past. It can be done with a little money. It was just that after looking into it, it was difficult to figure out Zhang Xiaojian's experience, which was a very difficult thing to do, because Zhang Xiaojian didn't have any process of making a fortune. Hong Xinshu was puzzled that as a local of Jiangchang, Zhang Xiaojian, who was working in a small company and living in the cheapest rental house a few months ago, why suddenly one day bought a Lamborghini and a villa in Villa Lake New Town. It's not something a lottery ticket can solve, and the chances of a person winning the lottery several times in a row, and all of them being jackpots, are infinitely close to zero. After removing this option, Hong Xinshu also knew that Zhang Xiaojian had spent $3 billion on an airplane without batting an eyelid, which was enough to show Zhang Xiaojian's unfathomable depth. Therefore, Hong Xinshu thought that everything he saw was fake, or at least the birth was definitely a forgery. Zhang Xiaojian most likely possessed an unfathomable background, as well as a shocking secret, and was probably the illegitimate son of those top tycoons in the country. It's just that those guys don't seem to have the surname Zhang, or maybe it's some kind of invisible mansion? All in all, the more the 14-year-old, fantasizing Hong Xinshu thought about it, the more he felt right. Not only was Zhang Xiaojian unfathomable, but he was also probably the most bullish person he had ever encountered in his life. And after the party incident, the fact that punks like Six or Paper Tigers Hong Xinshu finally sees through it. He was too lazy to hang out with the group anymore, but the circle rejected him, as evidenced by the look in Zhang Jiaxuan's eyes, so he's been bored out of his mind lately. So today, after eating an inexpensive meal alone and meeting Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong and the others, he made the decision to hang out with Zhang Xiaojian. It was only after he said, Brother Xiaojian, can I hang out with you in the future? After that, Zhang Xiaojian's answer was simple and sharp, no. Hong Xinshu, he thinks his attitude is already sincere enough, his posture is already low enough, and that you hit me in the face at the party, and I'll forget about it. So you actually have the nerve to reject me? Taking a deep breath, Hong Xinshu told himself that Zhang Xiaojian was probably the most mysterious and background person he had ever encountered in his 14 years of life, and he revealed an awkward smile. Brother Xiaojian, Gao Qingsong looked at Hong Xinshu and smiled. Don't say. The music scene is now short of handymen. Do you want to come? This was of course said in jest, humiliating Hong Xinshu in the process. Who knew that Hong Xinshu actually nodded his head once? Good. Ha! Hong Xinshu said with a serious face. It's a deal. Gao Qingsong felt as if he had caused trouble for Zhang Xiaojian and hurriedly said, just kidding, child laborers we can't hire. I don't want a salary. I don't want 5 insurance policies. I eat and drink on my own. So of course it doesn't count as an employment relationship. I'm just purely helping out. Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong stupid. This kid's head is not into the water. How a few days do not see. With a different person like. Of course, Zhang Xiaojian would not agree. A child like Hong Xinshu was a time bomb when put there. Just before he could refuse, there was another twist. Zhang Jiakai, who had been listening from the side for half a day, actually asked, Hong Xinshu, are you serious? Hong Xinshu immediately nodded. Zhang Jiakai actually said, let him go. Little sword sells me face. Talk to me if something happens in the future. Zhang Jiaxuan looked at his brother with are you sick written in his eyes? Zhang Jiakai ignored his sister's eyes and just looked at Zhang Xiaojian, adding, I'll cover for anything that goes wrong. Zhang Xiaojian may not understand Zhang Jiakai said sell me a face how much value this face has, but Gao Qingsong understood, so he glanced at Zhang Xiaojian. Things having come to this, Zhang Xiaojian nodded and said, okay, but not so much that you pay for everything yourself. Food and shelter are included. Brother Little Sword, you're also too stingy. Don't call me Little Sword brother in every mouthful. It's not like we know each other well. Because of Hong Xinshu's joining in, this meal too naturally hard to go on smoothly and naturally. Zhang Xiaojian and Gao Qingsong said goodbye to the Zhang family siblings, and all of them walked out of the restaurant and got into the car. And Hong Xinshu actually scurried up to the passenger side when Zhang Xiaojian pressed the lock on the car door. Helplessly, Zhang Xiaojian could only sit on the car and asked, no, you're still relying on me, aren't you? Hong Xinshu's eyes widened. You said you'd pay for food and lodging. If I don't follow you, who will I follow? Zhang Xiaojian. Now I really regret why I sold this face to Zhang Jiakai. Hong Xinshu looked at Zhang Xiaojian with incomprehensible eyes. Do you really not know how valuable brother Jiakai's face is? Or are you just pretending to be stupid here? Zhang Xiaojian was genuinely unaware of this and asked rhetorically. If it's worth a lot of money, why should I help you? Hong Xinshu said. It could be that my mom is close to his family. Zhang Xiaojian asked again in a puzzled manner. Then why is Zhang Jiashuan's eyes filled with hate when he looks at you? Hong Xinshu's expression darkened and he fell silent. Zhang Xiaojian became more and more confused about Gao Qingsong's messy relationship with their circle. He stepped on the gas and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. Qingsong will tell me anyway." Hearing this, Hong Xinshu finally resumed her previous social-looking appearance. Because she had grabbed me before. Thinking of the rather hipster-dressed Zhang Jiashuan's occupation as a police officer, Zhang Xiaojian had another bout of missteps as he said, "I guess you haven't been arrested since you were a kid. Is this something new?" Hong Xinshu bristled and said, "That time the reason for being arrested was rape." Rape. After Zhang Xiaojian sniffed, he subconsciously tapped the brakes, and the SUV slowly stopped at the side of the road. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu who had an indifferent face and said, "How old are you?" 14. Zhang Xiaojian's brows furrowed. There is a chain of contempt in any profession, including criminals, and the most downstream in the chain of contempt among criminals is the forcible ex-convicts. And it is rumored that in the prisons of the American Empire such criminals are subjected to some inhuman treatment. Zhang Xiaojian was a bit incomprehensible, a child whose hair had not even grown, now telling him that he had once been a forced ex-offender, and still had a look of indifference on his face. And even more incomprehensible, with the money in Hong Xinshu's pocket, why would he go and do such a thing? So he subconsciously, and somewhat incredulously, asked, "Did you really do it?" Hong Xinshu, who originally had an indifferent face, suddenly started to become extremely stiff in the face after hearing those 4 words. With great difficulty, he twisted his head to look at Zhang Xiaojian and saw the doubt on his face. No one could understand Hong Xinshu's feelings at this moment. So when his eyes reddened, Zhang Xiaojian's puzzled look intensified a bit more. Zhang Xiaojian didn't realize that his line of questioning had never been seriously asked of Hong Xinshu before, and his puzzled look was one of the greatest expressions of goodwill towards Hong Xinshu in his life. Zhang Xiaojian's increasingly intense look of doubt was because he had only asked a very simple question, and Hong Xinshu's look felt like he was about to cry. But in Hong Xinshu's eyes, Zhang Xiaojian was puzzled by the fact that he had actually done that thing that had absolutely broken the moral bottom line. So Hong Xinshu was touched because after that incident, including his parents, no one ever seriously asked him, "Did you do it or not?" Zhang Xiaojian asked. So he replied firmly, "I didn't." This time it was Zhang Xiaojian's turn to fall silent. He understood why Zhang Jiashuan looked at Hong Xinshu with disgust in his eyes, and seemed to understand why Hong Xinshu had become the current Hong Xinshu. Hong Xinshu also stopped speaking. He held back all the emotions in his heart, and those images in his mind began to flash back. 14-year-olds are actually really not that young in the modern world. There aren't many adults who think that a 14-year-old isn't a child, and in fact there aren't many 14-year-olds who would consider themselves a child. Hong Xinshu was the same way. Before the accident, he wasn't misbehaving either, but definitely not as out of line as he is now. Even, he really liked that girl. As usual, after an exhaustive pursuit, the girl became his girlfriend. It was also the same as always, room shy, except that this day there was so much drinking that the girl walked with him holding her up most of the time when she went into the hotel. The accident happened the next day. I don't know if it is the previous discovery of any traces. The female parent of this incident in the early morning of the next day, like catching adultery, broke open the hotel door. So the girl panicked. Hong Xinshu became the bad to the bone. No evil criminal in her mouth. And according to Hong Xinshu's past resume, it's really not uncommon for him to do something like this. The evidence also shows that Hong Xinshu did do everything, whether it's the hotel's hallway surveillance or the set Hong Xinshu left behind. No matter how much he argued, it seemed particularly futile, and everyone involved in the case was faced with a not-so-difficult choice. Should I trust the bad Hong Xinshu, or the little girl with tears in her eyes? What's the point of picking? Choose the little girl. Of course, even Hong Xinshu's parents heard Hong Xinshu's cry. "I didn't do it." All chose to ignore it. They feel that in this situation, it is better to settle the claim to solve the real problem. So things went on step by step. So the word spread about Hong Xinshu and he became a criminal in the eyes of the people. Then he realized too many people looked at him with disgust in their eyes. Then he began to live in a leisurely circle of dog lickers and punks, getting even more aggressive and really playing with women. These stories, Hong Xinshu did not tell Zhang Xiaojian, but after breaking free of the memories, he asked, "Do you believe me?" And he really needed to be believed. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu and nodded. "I believe it." The reason he chose to believe was simple. For one thing, whether he believed it or not would not help the outcome of this matter. And secondly, as he looked at Hong Xinshu's expression, he felt that what Hong Xinshu said should be true more and more. Hong Xinshu took a deep breath after hearing those 3 words. Whether or not the 14-year-old considered himself an adult, he was always mentally very immature indeed. The fact that someone said they believed in him when the world didn't believe in him and he didn't bother to make the world believe might not sound like much, but he was very touched indeed right now. So Hong Xinshu gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Xiaojian, from now on, you're my brother." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojian immediately rolled his eyes. Don't you know anything else besides that social routine? Hong Xinshu, what else do I need to know to be your brother? Zhang Xiaojian replied, "There must be at least some intelligence." The SUV starts up and the next stop for parking is the supermarket. On the topic of this matter of Hong Xinshu's, Zhang Xiaojian did not ask in depth because he sensed that this was Hong Xinshu's scar that he was not willing to reveal. But for some reason, Zhang Xiaojian felt that since he said "I believe," Hong Xinshu's attitude towards him had changed drastically. And unlike his previous stalking, Hong Xinshu seemed to treat himself as a friend that he could talk to without words. It's as if what I just said myself was not "I believe," but "I do" at the wedding. Hong Xinshu called little sword brother with an incomparably affectionate manner. A smile spread across his face as it should at his age of 14. Zhang Xiaojian had a moment where he really felt as if he was his own brother, but of course this thought was ruthlessly snuffed out by him as soon as it popped up. How to arrange Hong Xinshu was a problem. Hong Xinshu intended to befriend Zhang Xiaojian after that "I believe." Only Zhang Xiaojian had no intention to befriend him, because Zhang Xiaojian really didn't know how much he had touched Hong Xinshu with his one sentence "I believe." Therefore, after getting off the bus at the supermarket, Zhang Xiaojian took Hong Xinshu for a stroll. "Xinshu, just now you go get 2 packs of instant noodles." Hong Xinshu nodded his head and ran his ass off to the shelf containing instant noodles. Looking at his back, Zhang Xiaojian thought to himself, how can this IQ be my brother? Zhang Xiaojian immediately abandoned the cart that was loaded with many items, then rushed to the underground parking lot as fast as he could and drove his SUV straight to his home. In fact, Zhang Xiaojian developed a trace of guilt when he kicked the gas down, but quickly disappeared, because he and Hong Xinshu really do not know each other well, and this child's brain circuit does not seem to be too normal. Zhang Xiaojian of course will not take him back to his own home, in case something really happened in the home. Not Zhang Jiakai negative or not responsible for things. As for what he promised Zhang Jiakai, of course he would do it. When the time came, he would just let Ching Song make the arrangements, and it was estimated that this kid wouldn't be able to do 2 days in the music scene, and he would just disappear to go back to being his own young master. And while Zhang Xiaojian was driving, with 2 packs of the most expensive instant noodles, Hong Xinshu foolishly returned to where Zhang Xiaojian was just now. Then he saw the supermarket cart that Zhang Xiaojian had pushed earlier, but he didn't see Zhang Xiaojian's person. At first, he thought that Zhang Xiaojian had gone to get something and should be nearby, only that after strolling around a few times, he did not find any trace of Zhang Xiaojian. So Hong Xinshu finally realized that his little sword brother had run away and left him alone. A fire rose in his chest and he took deep breaths with the instant noodles. It just so happened that the supermarket had a big classic playing in the background. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Listening to the song, Hong Xinshu now did not believe in Zhang Xiaojian's belief, and he crushed the instant noodles in his hand, sending out a series of crunching sounds. His young mind was once again traumatized, and he decided to have no end with Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian, you're a real bitch. Zhang Xiaojian did not realize that he had hurt a young heart that had just been soothed. What he did, if he had to describe it, was to give Hong Xinshu the sweetest date in the world and then stab Hong Xinshu in the heart again with a knife. Of course, it wasn't Zhang Xiaojian's fault. He didn't know about Hong Xinshu's story, and his line about how I'm sure it would make Hong Xinshu really take him as a brother. The remaining bit of guilt in Zhang Xiaojian's heart disappeared without a trace when he turned on the stereo and sounded a song called Highway Song by the Painkiller Band. Listening to the continuous "Keep Driving South" lyrics, he kept driving south and drove back to his family's parking garage. From the ground floor to the first floor, aromas came from the kitchen. Zhang Xiaojian had just eaten a Western meal, which was quite expensive but extremely unmatched to his traditional Chinese stomach, so he sniffed the aroma and got hungry again, and immediately asked, "Second auntie, is it stewed pork ribs?" With a turn, Zhang Xiaojian was shocked to realize that it was not second aunt in the kitchen, but Chen Ning. Chen Ning was tying a small apron and pinching her earlobes with both hands. She should have burned her hands when she opened the lid of the pot just now. Today, she had tied a simple ponytail. Her skin was as fair as gelatin, and what Zhang Xiaojian saw from this angle happened to be her side face, so much so, that it particularly resembled her cooking appearance in the last urban drama. Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded. Chen Nings gave him a blank look and said, "What are you looking at? Come over and help." Oh, Zhang Xiaojian's front foot just entered the kitchen. The second aunt's voice came from the second floor, but don't let him enter the kitchen. It's not enough to add to the mess. I'll do it. Zhang Xiaojian simply exited the kitchen and sat on the sofa not far away and looked at Chen Ning. It seems that you are really idle enough. With second aunt present. Of course Chen Ning would not say anything that would make Zhang Xiaojian blush. She just gave Zhang Xiaojian a look that allowed him to comprehend on his own. It's just that this look is a little winky. Second aunt looked in her eyes, but could only pretend she didn't see it and asked, "Didn't you say you had a dinner party tonight?" Zhang Xiaojian replied, "It's done. So fast." Zhang Xiaojian sighed. "I was almost stuck by the dog's skin. Luckily I was resourceful." What ointment? Aunt Ernie didn't hear it, but heard the doorbell outside. Ring ring ring. Zhang Xiaojian sat on the sofa without getting up, because usually, his friends who come to have to find him don't come to ring the doorbell. The ones who came to ring the doorbell were all Auntie Tu's mahjong friends. Aunt Ernie had just tied on her apron and had to hurry to open the door. When she opened the door, instead of seeing those neighboring mahjongs, Auntie Tu saw a not-so-young child with 2 large packages of frilly instant noodles in his hand. The chasing Hong Xinshu also did not expect a middle-aged older woman to open the door. With his vision, he instantly recognized that the older woman dressed up should be a nanny, so he said without much politeness, "I'm looking for Zhang Xiaojian. Who are you, child?" Auntie Tu asked in wonder. As far as she could remember, there were no children this young among Zhang Xiaojian's friends. Hong Xinshu didn't answer second aunt's question, but took a step over second aunt and walked into the courtyard, then pushed the door. When she pushed the door in, Chen Ning was drumming up the dishes she had prepared. Zhang Xiaojian was on the sofa holding the remote control and constantly tuning the channel. Hong Xinshu swept a glance at the woman in the kitchen and realized that there was something familiar and pretty about her. This didn't surprise him, because in his impression, there weren't 1,000 or 100 women who were people like Zhang Xiaojian, and there definitely were. After all, he'd seen his dad cheat many times. Behind him, his second aunt shouted at this point, "Whose kid are you anyway?" Zhang Xiaojian turned back and Chen Ning turned her head. In that instant they saw Hong Xinshu, who had just pushed his way in. Hong Xinshu also looked at Zhang Xiaojian and threw 2 bags of instant noodles on the table not far away. "The instant noodles you asked for, Zhang Xiaojian. You're gonna chase me to my fucking house? Little brat, looks like I'll have to clean you up again today." Zhang Xiaojian stood up, took a deep breath and walked toward Hong Xinshu. His eyes showed fierce light and said, "You, just like a fight." Just before he finished his sentence, Chen Ning sensed something bad and hurriedly pulled Zhang Xiaojian back. "A child, Zhang Xiaojian." Second aunt looked left and right. "Recognize right. Then sit down first and take your time to say what's going on." The conflict that was about to erupt was extinguished at the words of the second aunt. Zhang Xiaojian was about to argue with reason when second aunt's eyes crossed. "You, shut up, Zhang Xiaojian." Hong Xinshu looked at the second aunt. "Is really a little stupid. Zhang Xiaojian, your family nanny so awesome? You calm down. Sit down first." Chen Ning hard pressed Zhang Xiaojian onto the sofa. Having just finished sighing about why the nanny was so overbearing, a sentence caused Zhang Xiaojian to honestly shut his mouth, and Hong Xinshu blared and took another look, realizing that Chen Ning looked extremely familiar. "It's not, is it? Is this Chen Ning? Zhang Xiaojian, who the hell are you? A golden house can hide such a big star?" Hong Xinshu blinked her own eyes rapidly, struggling to come to terms with the facts in front of her. In fact, in his opinion, the stars are all theater, especially female stars. Most of them run to cling to the mansion to make efforts. The small star that is not to mention. As long as the money is in place, it is a plaything. Of course, this also has a clean person. And in this to say that really do not have to look at any luxury. Rich businessmen, including investors' eye color of the actress. Chen Ning is definitely one of them. She is superb in the entertainment industry. She is the idol of a generation and she is still the dream girl of many. However, she was now tied up in an apron, standing beside Zhang Xiaojian, and like a wife was pacifying Zhang Xiaojian. Thinking of Chen Ning's sensational announcement of quitting acting, Hong Xinshu thought to herself, "Zhang Xiaojian, you're really good. You actually managed to get Chen Ning to quit acting and willingly be a yellow face for you." Thinking of this, Hong Xinshu couldn't help but bellyache again. It's true that even the biggest actresses are all the same, as this little brain of his turned 100 times in an instant. The nanny of his eyes, Auntie Tu, smiled and placed her hand on his head. Hong Xinshu's body stiffened a little for a moment, but he looked sideways to see the kind smile revealed by his second aunt. "The child is not big, but his temper is not small. What is between you two will be said later. First go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Zhang Xiaojian was just about to refute this proposal from his second aunt when Chen Ning frowned. "You're such an old man. Why are you still not done with children, Zhang Xiaojian?" At the same time, he saw second aunt rubbing Hong Xinshu's hair, and patting his shoulder, and pointing with one finger. The bathroom is over there. What are you doing in a daze? Although Hong Xinshu was extremely uncomfortable with second aunt's movements and tone, she still walked towards the bathroom, glancing back at Zhang Xiaojian as she pulled the door open, revealing a smile worthy of amusement. He had seen the family's position sorted. Nanny Max. Chen Ning followed. Zhang Xiaojian is nothing. But why is it so strange? By all rights, Zhang Xiaojian should be the biggest one, right? Walking into the bathroom, Hong Xinshu thought in wonder. Because in his family, whoever had the most money was the highest in status. The dinner at Zhang Xiaojian's house was not as ho-hum as Hong Xinshu had imagined, but instead was particularly homely, especially the braised pork ribs made by Chen Ning. Blackened. Is this thing sure it's for people to eat, and not for pigs? It's all thanks to you guys. It's mushy. Hee hee. Chen Ning looked at the dishes she had made and sighed sadly. Zhang Xiaojian used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of ribs that was obviously battered with soy sauce and put it into his mouth, eating it while saying, "Yummy, yummy." After saying that, he started to mmm. The look was enjoyable, and it looked like the chewing was extremely flavorful. Second aunt also followed and chucked a piece, and after eating it under Chen Ning's expectant eyes, she said, "It's really good. It doesn't look as bad as it looks." When she finished, she took another piece and looked like she was eating it with gusto. Then Chen Ning's eyes curved into a crescent moon, and the corners of her mouth couldn't suppress a smile. A beautiful, beautiful smile. Hong Xinshu believed in the evil of Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt, and he felt that Zhang Xiaojian and his second aunt both appreciated it. So this braised pork ribs should just look a little worse. Even though he wasn't hungry, he wanted to try it. So he picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and let out. Put. The sound was so loud that he almost spit it right out. The reason why he didn't spit it out was because at this instant, Aunt Air and Zhang Xiaojian looked at him. Zhang Xiaojian's eyes had some murderous aura in them, just like the murderous aura that showed in his eyes when he grabbed his wrist during the last time he was at the party. Auntie Tu's eyes were much gentler in comparison, but there was an admonishing note present. It was just that Hong Xinshu felt that the rib soup juice in his mouth was so salty that his brain ached, and after he choked on a mouthful of it, his face was already extremely pale, and even if he was warned again, it was useless, so he subconsciously spat it out. Chen Ning's expression was a bit disappointed, but the disappointment was still tinged with a smile as she looked at Zhang Xiaojian and then at second aunt. "I knew you guys were coaxing me." Zhang Xiaojian raised his eyebrows and picked up another piece of ribs. What does he know as a little kid? This dish is quite well made. Auntie Tu chimed in. Yeah. Hong Xinshu admired Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt's ability to talk nonsense with their eyes open. Just he does not understand. Chen Ning is not just a girl you adopted, although it is a star, although it is a big star. But you Zhang Xiaojian as far as this? Why? No one answered the question in his mind. Zhang Xiaojian quickly finished another piece of ribs, took 2 mouthfuls of rice, and said to Hong Xinshu, "After you finish your meal, you should get lost. The music scene will be arranged by Qingsong, and I estimate that you won't be able to do it for 2 days, so either don't go." Hong Xinshu raised his head stubbornly. "Who says I can't work for 2 days? Zhang Xiaojian said with certainty as well as certainty. "I said so." Okay. Eat first. What are you? An adult? Angry with a child? Although Aunt Air hadn't figured out the relationship between Zhang Xiaojian and Hong Xinshu up to now, in her conception, a visitor was a guest. What kind of person shouted at a guest at the dinner table? One look at Zhang Xiaojian wilted again. Although Hong Xinshu didn't understand why a nanny had such authority in Zhang Xiaojian's house, he turned his head and immediately said pitifully to second aunt, "Auntie, I don't have a place to stay." Zhang Xiaojian immediately scolded. "Bullshit. Does Xanadu is owned by your family? You don't have a place to live?" Chen Ning's chopsticks paused for a moment when she heard this, then she didn't say much. Second aunt, on the other hand, looked at Hong Xinshu. She didn't know what ridiculous things Hong Xinshu had done before. In her eyes Hong Xinshu was just a child and shouldn't be able to lie. Hong Xinshu also because of Zhang Xiaojian's sentence I believe, moved the true nature. Later on, he was still in the supermarket by Zhang Xiaojian, moved the real fire. Is going to die with Zhang Xiaojian in the end, actually took a deep breath and said, "My father and my mother divorced. My father raised several women. My mother followed her new lover. I am a place to live on my own. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night when I'm afraid." Okay. These words are true. So much so that after Hong Xinshu said it in one breath, he actually felt some sense of release himself. Zhang Xiaojian was dumbfounded after hearing this. Chen Ning put down her chopsticks, and second aunt once again placed her hand on Hong Xinshu's head and rubbed his hair. "Son, it's fine. Second aunt has plenty of rooms here. You can live in that one if you want." Zhang Xiaojian, Hong Xinshu, you're really something. After finishing the meal, Zhang Xiaojian cleared the table with his ass under Hong Xinshu's astonished eyes. Chen Ning made a pot of tea. Very expensive. Second aunt and Zhang Xiaojian drank it and tasted nothing. Especially Zhang Xiaojian. Why is this tea so light? On this point, Hong Xinshu was very tasteful. He pursed. Waiishan de Hongpo? Chen Ning smiled. Knowledgeable. Hong Xinshu smacked his lips a little in his heart and questioned. Of the mother tree? Aha. Chen Ning nodded. Hong Xinshu hurriedly picked up the teacup with both hands, because although his father could afford to drink this tea, it was estimated that a sip of it would hurt his flesh. Seeing him in this state, second aunt asked, "Child, you still know tea?" Young people always love to show off. Hong Xinshu nodded. There are only 3-6 plants of Dahongpo mother tree left in Jelong scenic area. The age of the tree has exceeded 350 years. This tea is tens of millions of kilograms, and this one cup is enough to buy a set of house. The key is that if you want to buy it, you can't buy it. Second aunt stingy in not a day or two. As soon as she heard this, also hastily hands up the cup. She thought that this to leak out a drop. Is not a bedroom lost? Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow. Tea leaves are still so expensive. It is true that poverty limits the imagination. This tea can also brush a wave of points. He looked at Chen Ning. This tea is good. Or you take the time to buy another 10 pounds of 8 pounds of it to put it here in reserve. Chen Ning, just now you did not say light? Besides, this kind of tea to buy also have to come by grams. Let you say with the market doors selling tobacco like. Zhang Xiaojian smothered the cup of Waiishan's Dahongpo in one gulp and tasted it. Don't say it. Now that I've tasted it, it's indeed a bit different from other teas. Anyway, how much can I buy is how much it is. Chen Ning smiled. Good. Oh yeah. Are the trees there in Wui Mountain for sale? And can I pay a big price for all 3 of those ancient trees? Chen Ning blankly stared and said, don't mention this without a score. The big hen of the day. Who can easily scatter their hands? Zhang Xiaojian thought about it and didn't mention it again. After listening to this conversation, Hong Xinshu was shocked enough. His father estimated that his stature alone was not comparable to Chen Ning, and Chen Ning could be wrapped up by Zhang Xiaojian. So, unable to hold back his curiosity, Hong Xinshu moved his buttocks and sat beside Zhang Xiaojian, putting up a hand and whispering, Brother Xiaojian, you and I put down the bottom line. Just how rich are you? You actually want to buy the mother tree of Wui Mountain? That's the kind of question that comes out of a child's mouth, and not usually asked by anyone with a little bit of sense. Zhang Xiaojian didn't answer in a small voice, but honestly said, I especially want to donate 10 or 8 aircraft carriers for Huaxia now. How rich do you think I am? Hong Xinshu sat back as soon as he heard this and picked up his teacup, thinking, you just blow it. Tea time is often the happiest time of the day. Although he had eaten at the Western restaurant before, Zhang Xiaojian, who still hadn't eaten less when he came back, leaned on the sofa. The TV was playing an ethical family drama that no one cared about, and a cup of Waiishan Dahongpo, which was worth a house, was steaming on the table. Chen Ning and her second aunt were talking about family matters, and Zhang Xiaojian would interject from time to time. The atmosphere was cordial. The only one who was out of place is Hong Xinshu. He couldn't interject and didn't know what to say or do, occasionally looking at Zhang Xiaojian and realizing that the guy wasn't looking at himself at all. In fact, Zhang Xiaojian's brain hurt right now. Hong Xinshu is a big trouble, and it's really not safe to keep it in your own house. What if this kid has a brain fart that day? He's not afraid of himself, but Auntie too is so old. No, one must find a way to oust Hong Xinshu. Zhang Xiaojian saw the 2 big packets of crushed instant noodles on the table when he thought of this, and suddenly felt a bit soft. At this time, Chen Ning glanced at the clock hanging in the living room and said, Second auntie, I'll go back then, and I'll come back to ask you for cooking lessons later when I have time. Auntie too smiled and said, Good. Zhang Xiaojian got up to see him off, while Hong Xinshu's eyes widened. What's going on? Go where? Without waiting for him to figure it out, Chen Ning, who had walked to the door, didn't forget to wave at Hong Xinshu. Sister will come back to see you tomorrow. Hong Xinshu, thinking who needs you to look, and I don't know you well. Wait a minute, why are you leaving? Isn't your relationship with Zhang Xiaojian? Sending Chen Ning away. Second aunt thumped up the stairs, shouting as she went up. Xinshu, there are many rooms on the 2nd floor. Which one do you want to stay in? Get you betting. Hong Xinshu froze. Second aunt's words were homely, words that revealed warmth and welcome. This would have been an unusual thing to do, but it had been a long time since Hong Xinshu had heard an elder who would speak to him like that. That's why he reacted in a wooden manner, not even knowing how to react until Zhang Xiaojian gave him a punch. Talking to you? What are you thinking about? Hong Xinshu was punched, but actually did not get angry, but a little happy. He let out an "oh" and rushed to follow. After choosing a bedroom on the 2nd floor, Hong Xinshu watched second aunt lay out the bedding and instructed him. The air conditioner remote control is here. It's best to open a window if it's hot at night. There are mountains behind you and the wind is quite cool. More comfortable than the air conditioner blowing. Hong Xinshu was dumbfounded, still not knowing how to answer the unassuming middle-aged woman in front of him. For her part, second aunt smiled and rubbed his little head again. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Second aunt will make it for you. Hong Xinshu, pasta. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Zhang Xiaojian appeared and said, okay, auntie too. You don't have to care about him. He's such a big man. Is there any reason for him to stay here? Little sword. Zhang Xiaojian looked embarrassed. Second aunt was clearly touched by Hong Xinshu's words earlier. At that time, Hong Xinshu's eyes were red and shouted out. His father raised a small 3 small 4 small 5. Her mother followed the new lover. No one cared about the fact that he, the second aunt, is already kind-hearted. How can hear these words indifferent? Zhang Xiaojian could understand second aunt's good intentions. It was just. Auntie Tu turned her head again at this point and asked, okay, Auntie Tu will make you spaghetti tomorrow. Finally, I got through until my second aunt went back to bed. Zhang Xiaojian gently pushed open the door to Hong Xinshu's room and waved at him. Hong Xinshu was also awake and was lying on the bed staring at the ceiling with wide eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiaojian's movements, he rolled over and got out of bed, following him to the large outdoor balcony on the second floor. Pulling out 2 recliners, Zhang Xiaojian laid down on them first. Hong Xinshu looked away, but just sat down. Zhang Xiaojian opened the door and said, I don't know what the hell that cramp is in your head. You have to stick to me like a dog's skin plaster. Second auntie is kind-hearted. I can't say anything if I keep you here, but you'd better leave by yourself tomorrow. As soon as Hong Xinshu heard this, he became angry, so he stood up and shouted out, 2. Zhang Xiaojian pulled him to sit down and said cross-eyed, Second Aunt Ju Light, you gave her a shout to wake up. I don't know when she can fall asleep. You damn have no conscience. Hong Xinshu sneered, thinking that he had finally found a way to fix you, and roguishly said, anyway, you said that food and shelter were included. Zhang Xiaojian sighed. It seemed that he had to find a chance to talk to second aunt about Hong Xinshu. It was useless to say anything to this brat now, so he stopped talking. The two looked at the stars tonight for a long silent moment. Hong Xinshu suddenly asked, who is Chen Ning to you? Friend, you didn't harbor her? Hong Xinshu was surprised. Zhang Xiaojian scolded, just fucking know the bag. What else do you know? Such a little kid. Is his head filled with shit? Hong Xinshu surprisingly actually did not counterattack, but asked again, then what is the relationship between the second aunt and you? Is it really your second aunt? Why do you want to live with your second aunt? Zhang Xiaojian raised an eyebrow and said, didn't you check my background? Hong Xinshu said, who would scrutinize family relationships? At most, they would look at how many companies you have actually opened. Zhang Xiaojian sat up straight at this time, looked straight into Hong Xinshu's eyes and said, I don't have a father or a mother. My second aunt raised me. To me, my second aunt is my own mother. If you live here and dare to make any harm to my second aunt, I'll beat you to death. The words were spoken at an extremely slow pace, but they were extraordinarily serious precisely because of that slowness. Hong Xinshu was momentarily speechless, a little afraid to look Zhang Xiaojian in the eyes. Zhang Xiaojian added, I'm not joking. Hong Xinshu felt a little panicked, and after giving an oh-so-quiet look, she looked up at the starry sky that was exceptionally not bright today. Zhang Xiaojian also stopped speaking. He knew that what he said Hong Xinshu had heard him. After an unknown amount of time again, Hong Xinshu asked again, I have another question. You are so rich. Why do you want to live with your old lady? How inconvenient. Inconvenient there? It's always inconvenient to play, or bring a woman back. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu's childish little face and despised. What the hell do you know? Am I making no sense? Zhang Xiaojian was too lazy to bother with him. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Go ahead. I'm sure I can hear you. Zhang Xiaojian asked rhetorically. Have you ever worked? Nope. So have you ever eaten instant noodles by yourself for half a month because you didn't have any money? Nope. Have you ever been alone in your room feeling lost and overwhelmed by your future? Hong Xinshu said. You're getting off topic. Zhang Xiaojian shook his head and said, when a person has been away from home for a long time and has experienced surviving on his own outside, he comes back home to realize the happiness of having his own mother by his side with clothes on his back and food on his table. After saying this, Zhang Xiaojian frowned again and looked at Hong Xinshu. You don't damn well want to bring a woman here, do you? Hong Xinshu smiled awkwardly. Isn't this big night quite boring? Zhang Xiaojian swung his arm up and hit a popping chestnut. Hong Xinshu covered his head with an ague. Finally the balcony resounded with Zhang Xiaojian's curses. Dogs can't change their ways. Upon waking up, Zhang Xiaojian realized that today's weather was cloudy. Without waiting for him to go and wash up, his second aunt downstairs, who seemed to possess a smooth ear, shouted, "Downstairs for dinner." Zhang Xiaojian rubbed his sleepy eyes and inexplicably thought of the line from the Master Star movie. "It's raining, come collect your clothes." Standing in front of the window, he looked again at the huge black clouds that seemed to be close at hand. It seemed like it was going to rain really hard today. Well, if Muju keeps delivering food, Zhang Xiaojian decided that it was better not to go to the company today, and walked into the long corridor with the intention of knocking on the door of Hong Xinshu's room. But just as his hand lifted up, he realized that the door had already been pushed open. Hong Xinshu stood in the doorway with a cocktail head. Yawning, the two entered the bathroom together while noticing a brand new set of toiletries on the sink. Zhang Xiaojian didn't need to think about it to know that it was prepared by second aunt for Hong Xinshu, and said without any good humor, "Yours." Hong Xinshu, who had yet to wake up, let out an "oh" sound, and watched as Zhang Xiaojian picked up a tube of toothpaste and squeezed a strip onto his own toothbrush and brushed his teeth self-consciously. Hong Xinshu didn't move and turned his eyes to look at the set of toiletries, feeling strange in his heart. Why would a set of toiletries that aren't worth anything at all make you a little bit happy? He was puzzled until Zhang Xiaojian gave him an elbow, glaring at him, his mouth full of toothpaste foam slurring. "Brush your teeth. What are you looking at?" "Oh." Hong Xinshu picked up the toothpaste and squeezed it onto his new toothbrush, also brushing out a mouthful of toothpaste foam. The two of them washed up and went downstairs to sit at the dinner table. Aunt Air brought a small pot of boiled noodles, a few small dishes on the table, and a bowl of meat foam. Simshu asked for spaghetti. "Try it." Zhang Xiaojian looked at second aunt and said, "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about pasta." Hong Xinshu, he doesn't understand why pasta is served in a pot. Aunt Air took off her apron and said, "The supermarket wasn't open, and the morning market didn't sell spaghetti, so I had to use hand-rolled pasta instead, and I even looked up tips online." Hong Xinshu wanted to say something. If he had known that the pasta was made in the current state, he would never have said, yesterday, that he wanted to eat pasta in the morning. Zhang Xiaojian picked up a chopstick of noodles and placed it in his bowl, then dug in 2 spoons of meat filling and stirred it well before eating it. Hong Xinshu could only do so much, and after one taste, he was sure it wasn't spaghetti. The flavor, I can't say, but it's definitely not up to the point of being delicious. But, as he ate, he found himself serving another bowl, then another, and finally he realized the pot was empty of noodles. Second aunt looked at the scene with a smile on her face and said to Hong Xinshu, "How is it?" "Second aunt's spaghetti is delicious, isn't it?" Zhang Xiaojian, who wiped his mouth, said, "Second aunt, you are the meat-stuffed marinated noodles, which is the same as the Italian." Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Hong Xinshu interrupted, "Yummy." After saying those 2 words, he seemed to suddenly understand why Zhang Xiaojian and second aunt said it was delicious as they ate Chen Ning's blackened ribs yesterday. Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu with a surprised look. "You little bee even learned to kiss ass?" He didn't know that Hong Xinshu wasn't kissing ass. Hong Xinshu just hadn't had a home-cooked meal with a human touch in a long time. Why does the family ignore the cook? Why do you want Auntie Two to cook every day? Why doesn't the family care about the nanny workers? Why did Auntie Two start sweeping and scrubbing the floor just now when we left? Why? Zhang Xiaojian, who was driving the car, crossed his eyes. "Are you 100,000 fucking reasons? Every day why? Hong Xinshu frowned, still trying to ask why. Because in his opinion, since Auntie Two is your Zhang Xiaojian's own mother, you should not let Auntie Two work so hard. And you're not short of money. Is it so hard to hire someone?" Zhang Xiaojian turned the steering wheel, glanced at Hong Xinshu's puzzled touch in the reverse mirror and sighed. "In order for you to have fewer problems, I'll explain it to you once more. So listen to me, and don't be endless with the whys in the future." "Good," Zhang Xiaojian said with rare patience. Second auntie came from poverty. After hearing these few short words, Hong Xinshu waited for half a day and realized that Zhang Xiaojian had no intention of opening his mouth, so he couldn't help but ask, "No more?" "Nope." "What do you mean?" Zhang Xiaojian sighed again. Carrying 100,000 reasons is really annoying, and do not feel comfortable to leave him at home, he had to say under his breath. When you are poor, who can afford to hire a chef nanny? Everything needs to be done personally. I'm so used to being hands-on, I can't stand to see someone else do the work. If she really cares for the cook, Auntie Two will definitely think that the cook's cooking is not as clean as hers. If she did hire a nanny, I guess the nanny cleaned up the house once and Auntie Two would clean it up again herself because she couldn't be trusted. Most importantly, without these things, what would Auntie Two do every day? It's not that she enjoys these things, but they make her time go by faster, more fulfilling, and it's good exercise. So why not? Hong Xinshu was even more difficult to understand after hearing this. Zhang Xiaojian said, "Can't understand it. Your IQ is estimated to be only 2 tails on the scale." Hong Xinshu blocked out Zhang Xiaojian's mean words to himself as he looked out the car window at the rain. Where are we going? Zhang Xiaojian replied. Go deliver the food. Ha! 15 minutes later, Hong Xinshu was blown off the passenger side by Zhang Xiaojian. Hong Xinshu, who was sitting in the back row, soon saw Yi Mozhu, who was wearing a small raincoat, getting into the car. After discovering Hong Xinshu, Yi Mozhu looked at Zhang Xiaojian in a puzzled manner. Zhang Xiaojian's reply was, just think of him as heir. Don't say. Yi Mozhu was really obedient, really treating Hong Xinshu as heir, listening to the two people in front of him talking and laughing. Hong Xinshu was angry with his teeth only itching. Just another question quickly popped into his head. Why is this? He did wonder why that was. Why did Zhang Xiaojian drive here early in the morning? Why did you drive Yi Mozhu to deliver the food? The gas money wasn't even enough. Okay? More importantly, how was Zhang Xiaojian able to trot up in the rain with an umbrella over Yi Mozhu, who was wearing a raincoat, while he was half drenched? So when Yi Mozhu went back to the restaurant to pick up the food and only Zhang Xiaojian and Hong Xinshu were left in the car, Hong Xinshu looked at Zhang Xiaojian, who was full of smiles, and asked very solemnly, Brother Xiaojian, even though I know that you're very annoyed to hear me ask why, I still want to ask, why is this ah? Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand the question. What why? Hong Xinshu coughed. Okay, let me be blunt. May I ask if you're picking up girls? Zhang Xiaojian frowned once and said, Yi Mozhu is not a chick to me, but a favorite girl. Hong Xinshu, does make any difference? Yi Mozhu is not a chick to me, but a favorite girl. Zhang Xiaojian was extraordinarily serious when he said this, his speech slow and firm. The reason he made it so clear was because sitting in the back seat of the SUV was Hong Xinshu. Zhang Xiaojian had clearly told Hong Xinshu before that his second aunt was important to him, and now he was telling him the same thing about Yi Mozhu's importance, with some warning in it. Hong Xinshu didn't understand the warning and wondered, what's the difference? Zhang Xiaojian looked at Hong Xinshu's questioning face in the inverted mirror like an idiot and simply replied, the girl you like is for loving. Your girl is for banging. Hong Xinshu. For a moment he was speechless. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the rain outside the car window and said, little brat, have you ever had a favorite girl? Hong Xinshu remembered the girl who had once almost destroyed him, the girl who was full of lies, and then fell silent. Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand the original circumstances of that case of Hong Xinshu and said, you shouldn't have. Hong Xinshu raised his head at this time, once again turning into 100,000 reasons as he asked, what does it mean to like it? Zhang Xiaojian held the steering wheel without answering Hong Xinshu's words. Yi Mozhu, wearing a small orange raincoat, was carrying a lunchbox from directly in front of him, and he hurriedly pushed open the passenger door for her. Yi Mozhu wrapped her arms around her raincoat and sat up. Wetting a few strands of her bangs, she turned her head and smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaojian. Zhang Xiaojian took out a dry towel from somewhere and handed it to her. Wipe it off first. Oh. Yi Mozhu wiped it. Thirsty. There's water here. Zhang Xiaojian handed out another bottle of mineral water and unscrewed the cap in his hand. Oh. Yi Mozhu took it and took a sip. Hong Xinshu, who was sitting in the back row, inexplicably felt as if he had been fed a big mouthful of dog food and felt a little snoozy. Where are we going this time? Go ahead and turn right at the second block. Zhang Xiaojian stepped on the gas, and the SUV slowly moved forward in the rain. For some reason, the two didn't speak again either, and the car was quiet. Hong Xinshu now tilted his head to the left. He would be able to see the expression of Yi Mozhu sitting in the passenger side in the reverse mirror in the center of the car, and by tilting his head to the right, he would be able to see Zhang Xiaojian in the left driving position. He looked left and right and realized that these two seemed like fools because they would always steal glances at each other from time to time. Childish Hong Xinshu was full of doubts, thinking about liking turns out to be such a childish thing. The whole day, the SUV shuttles no more than 3 kilometers around here. When Yi Mozhu gets out of the car to deliver food, Zhang Xiaojian follows with an umbrella, leaving Hong Xinshu sitting alone in the car. After seeing this kind of image too many times, Hong Xinshu was no longer feeling novelty, but just felt that this was too boring. But it seemed that Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Mozhu did not feel bored. The two will naturally hold hands, especially when they encounter puddles and need to step over them. Occasionally, when they didn't step over and stepped in a puddle and splashed, they would giggle at each other. Hong Xinshu confused, what the hell is going on? Why don't you guys go to a hotel and get a room comfortably? It was just that whether he understood it or not, Zhang Xiaojian and Yi Mozhu were still enjoying themselves. Until it was dark, Yi Mozhu finally returned home, and Zhang Xiaojian, with a smile on his face and humming a little song, stepped on the gas to go home. Happiness needs to be felt. If you can't feel it, you get bored. After this boring day, Hong Xinshu, who got off the bus, hurriedly stretched his muscles. Walking back to the villa from the garage with Zhang Xiaojian, the wafting toward smell of the meal came. Extremely similar to yesterday. Chen Ning had come back to dabble in the name of asking for cooking lessons. Second auntie made 3 dishes in one soup, which tasted average. But Hong Xianshu just ate an extra bowl of rice. After tea, Chen Ning again brewed tea. Only this time it was not the mother tree of Wui Mountain Dahompo, but the Biluokan of Dongting Lake, which is still worth a lot of money. There's the homie conversation that doesn't seem much different from yesterday, and the conversation is always so sleepy. Hong Xinshu yawned, went up to the second floor, was going to lie down and play with his cell phone, but found a piece of open house with 5 computers. He opened one with great interest, and found that there was nothing in the computer, only a game called League of Legends. Hong Xinshu played the League of Legends, but also just before the 30 level full of novices, but the King of Glory since I asked to play is not bad. Anyway, with nothing to do, he opened the League of Legends client and used his QQ to enter the game. Zhang Xiaojian came behind him at this time and asked, "That district?" "District 1. Zhang Xiaojian sat down, opened his computer, and quickly logged into his account. Hong Xinshu glanced at Zhang Xiaojian and laughed. "1-on-1. Zhang Xiaojian immediately shook his head and said, "It's no fun to abuse children." "Abuse me? Oh, I'm afraid to beat the crap out of you." Zhang Xiaojian took a look. Hong Xinshu's account was only level 30. About 2 or 3 years ago the full level of League of Legends was 30, and then the level cap had been opened up, and this looked like an account that hadn't been played with for a long time, and he laughed and said, "Your account has already sufficiently exposed you as a rookie." "I'm a vegetable?" Zhang Xiaojian. "To say that I can convince you elsewhere, but in the realm of gaming, I, Hong Xinshu, have never lost anyone. It's no fun abusing you." An evil fire surged to his heart. Hong Xinshu stared with round eyes. 1,000 a handful. "Dare you?" Zhang Xiaojian yawned and glanced at him. "How much pocket money do you have? How about 10,000 a handful?" The sound of mice and keyboards resounded through the second floor. Auntie 2 was always downstairs and could hear the occasional scream. Zhang Xiaojian was no longer the Zhang Xiaojian who had been abused by Yi Maju. After buying an Airbus airplane, he possessed 3 billion points. Skill books are constant price commodities in the system, unlike fruits where buying one and the next one goes up in value tenfold. Generalized books for skills in large categories require 100 million points. For example, the attribute of gaming is a large category because it involves all types of games, and after clicking on the game, the League of Legends minor category skill books cost but 10 million points, although there were more than 20 items in the various attributes. For the current Zhang Xiaojian, it was still a breeze to point them all up, not to mention Hong Xinshu. Even if a real professional player was called in now, Zhang Xiaojian would be even stronger than the professional player in all other aspects except for a gap in reaction speed, as that was a physical attribute. So, Hong Xinshu lost everything. Zhang Xiaojian looked at the WeChat transfer on his cell phone with satisfaction. Looking at Hong Xinshu biting his lip, his eyes were about to spit out fire, and said, "Don't be unconvinced. Don't talk about me. Even my homie Maju, you can't beat it, believe it or not." As he was getting complacent, there was a ding in his head. Hong Xinshu saw Zhang Xiaojian's originally complacent expression dramatically transform as if it were a pig's liver. Ding! Trigger hidden achievement, out of no boil, income $10. 000. Gain buff weakness for 24 hours, removing the weakened state requires spending more than 10 times the amount of money earned. Out does not boil into? System brother. May I ask, you have learned the language? Is it for you to earn a penny is equivalent to losing 10 billion? Zhang Xiaojian couldn't understand the system. How winning $10,000 triggered the achievement of out of not simmering in. And what was even more incomprehensible was the feeling that his whole body was suddenly soft and weak at this instant. Hong Xinshu thought that Zhang Xiaojian had committed some kind of heart attack or something like that, so he hurriedly asked, "Are you alright?" Zhang Xiaojian tried to swing his hand, but found that he did not have the strength to raise his arm, and this realization of his movement of trying to raise his arm caused him to cough tiredly. Cough, cough. Hong Xinshu was a bit dumbfounded. Where's the ability you had when you cleaned me up? Where's your arrogance when you beat up 6? When you transfer me to Deshavi? Could it be that? Because his LOL level was so high, Zhang Xiaojian's seemingly easy win had actually injured his heart chakra with his emaciated heart? It was a moment that went through his little head in 100 different ways. Zhang Xiaojian realized that this damn buff shouldn't be called weakness, it should be called paralysis. He watched Hong Xianshu panting and thought to himself, cheating a child's money is really a heavenly thing to do. But it was good to know that things could be remedied. So he opened his mouth and used his whole body. "Get my cell phone." Hong Xinshu let out an ah and took out his cell phone. "I'll call 120 now." Zhang Xiaojian shook his head slightly with the smallest amplitude. My! After saying those 2 words, his face had changed from pig's liver to pale as paper. Hong Xinshu sniffed and picked up Zhang Xiaojian's cell phone. Zhang Xiaojian said, "Go on a random mall and buy me $100,000. Hong Xinshu blinked and touched Zhang Xiaojian's head again. Could buying something be a cure? Shouldn't this time be? So he shouted, "Second aunt, little sword brother seems to be sick." Zhang Xiaojin. When Hong Xinshu alarmed his second aunt and listened to the thumping sound of going upstairs, Zhang Xiaojin exerted all his strength, took the cell phone in Hong Xinshu's hand, and purchased a bag of an unknown brand but with a unit price of more than 100,000 yuan. Hong Xinshu watched as Zhang Xiaojin finished operating all of this in a cold sweat, and when the screen showed that the payment was successful, his face suddenly recovered as it was before, and then he stood up, and there was no longer any sense of weakness in his eyes from before. Nanny, why is this? Ever since getting the system, Zhang Xiaojian had never had an income. In other words, this LOL solo win with Hong Sin-su was his first income after quitting his job. The taste of making money can be really bad. Zhang Xiaojian now sat on the gaming chair and drank a mouthful of Warhorse functional drink, facing the inquiries of second aunt and Chen Ning with a smile on his face. It's fine. Second aunt and Chen Ning hadn't seen Zhang Xiaojian's previous state, and now that they saw that he didn't look any different from his usual self, their gazes naturally went to Hong Xinshu. Hong Xinshu had an innocent face. He really wasn't lying, but the thought of Zhang Xiaojian buying a bag was like a relief, and his entire body was now a bit confused. Is this the legendary cure for all diseases? Zhang Xiaojian, you're not a girl. Does this really work? It does work. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with Zhang Xiaojian, Chen Ning went back home. Second aunt went back to her room to sleep, and Zhang Xiaojian and Hong Xinshu started to 1v1 solo again, just without playing for money. Hong Xinshu, who said that the last hand and came with 10 more, looked at his gray screen and almost smashed 3 connections mouse, only to weakly put it down again after a look from Zhang Xiaojian. It was not even 9 o'clock yet, and seeing that Zhang Xiaojian was already preparing to go back to bed, Hong Xinshu lamented, "So boring, want another hand?" Zhang Xiaojian shook his head when a ring came from his cell phone. When I opened it, it was actually a WeChat from my new friend, Zhang Jiaxuan, a smiley face and a sentence of "Do you want to come out to play?" Hong Xinshu was immediately energized. Go ah. Zhang Xiaojian, on the other hand, frowned. Let's not go. Hong Xinshu's little brain turned and said, you guys also just met not long ago, and the first time you were asked to go out. It's not good for you not to go, right? Zhang Xiaojian. It does make some sense. To be honest, Zhang Xiaojian didn't understand why Gao Qingsong had introduced himself to the Zhang siblings as friends until now, but he did have a good impression of the Zhang siblings. So back came, where to? Zhang Jiaxuan quickly wrote back, Sumei, Cardinal 3. Zhang Xiaojian turned around and asked, what is Sumei? Hong Xinshu looked at Zhang Xiaojian like a fool. You've never been there? Zhang Xiaojian slipped his cell phone into his pocket and did not answer the question. Hong Xinshu couldn't help but laugh and asked, true or false? You haven't been to the best nightclub in Zhangchun? Fuck off. You're not going. Don't. Getting into the SUV, Hong Xinshu, who had been bored for 2 days, felt like he could finally let himself go tonight. The only thing that made him a bit upset was that he had no money in his pocket, and because he might have to meet Zhang Jiaxuan, who was very upset with himself. Hong Xinshu spoke up. Little sword brother, can you lend me some money? I'll play by myself in a while. You guys play yourselves. Zhang Xiaojian also finally thought of Zhang Jiaxuan's extreme dislike for Hong Xinshu, and rightfully nodded his head, only to still open his mouth and ask, no, why does the second generation like you have so little money? Hong Xinshu, who had no money after losing 10 hands in solo earlier, blushed bitterly and said, it's not the end of the month soon. Zhang Xiaojian began to focus on driving and soon arrived in front of the nightclub called Sumei, looking at the brilliant facade in front of him, as well as the security guards dressed in suits. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly thought as if he wanted to go to the biggest and best nightclubs in Jiangqing to see the world after he had money. Today was an accident, but it was finally here. Pulling into the parking space outside the door of the nightclub, Zhang Xiaojian and Hong Xinshu got out of the car. Under the bright street lamps, there are beautiful women in cool clothes everywhere, setting off the night this evening. Why didn't I know about such places before? The uneducated Zhang Xiaojian looked left and right, and Hong Xinshu pulled him with some disgust. Let's go. Going in is better than this. Walking into the nightclub, the security guard at the door seemed to be familiar with Hong Xinshu, and actually nodded when he saw him, and also gave Zhang Xiaojian a polite smile. Without having time to respond, the deafening music had already reached Zhang Xiaojian's ears. As if the door to another world had been pushed open, Zhang Xiaojian not only saw the bright and brilliant lights, but also the group of demons on the center dance floor. Under the rhythm of powerful music, people of all professions and ages were twisting their bodies with their own different dancing styles. Zhang Xiaojian saw many slim little waists and many long snow-white legs with just one glance. And it was true that as Hong Xinshu had said, it did look better inside than outside. So much better to look at. There's always a strange magic in the nightclub. No matter what kind of person comes here, they seem to be quickly assimilated into a class of people who become somewhat insane. When Zhang Xiaojian looked at it, he felt that this was indeed the best nightclub in Jiangcheng, because the quality of the girl is genuinely high. Whether it's the normal attire, it's obviously an innocent student with a ponytail for the first time in such an occasion, or a mature woman in a small suit and high heels, who at first glance is known to be an elite in the workplace, or the girl who has been hanging out in nightclubs for years. This place seems to have it all. There are girls, and then there are guys. It would have been an innate attraction like a magnet. So there were more than just girls in the venue. There were more than just men. Again, all kinds of people. They were swaying on the dance floor, some of them seeking prey, some of them enjoying the alcohol, and some of them just pure catharsis. Zhang Xiaojian didn't get into such an atmosphere in the first place. He only felt that there were a bit too many people in the venue. The music was a bit too loud, and apart from the beautiful women who were eye candy, he developed a bit of discomfort. It's normal that every young person who doesn't play a lot gets the same feeling when they come here. If the anticipation is right, I guess a few drinks will immediately make you one of a kind with the others. Card table number 3. Not far from the center dance floor, there were already a couple of pretty girls talking and laughing on the circular soft-seated couch. Zhang Jiaxuan was among them. Today she wore 2 twisted braids, a black waistless tank top that lined her skin with snow, and a pair of hot dance shorts that revealed a pair of long legs. Even if they were only placed sideways, there was still some dazzle. Zhang Xiaojian saw Zhang Jiaxuan at a glance, and found that although this girl is not very tall, but the proportion of the body is really good, with a pair of long legs against the sky. Not to mention, but why can you still have? Zhang Jiaxuan stood up after seeing Zhang Xiaojian, and took Zhang Xiaojian's hand as soon as he was watched by the other pretty girls. Introducing, my friend Zhang Xiaojian. This is Nini. This is Liang Shui. And she is Si Rong. Because the music was extremely loud, she first shouted and introduced Zhang Xiaojian, and then her red lips were close to Zhang Xiaojian's ear, introducing her friend. The heat was a bit ticklish, and Zhang Xiaojian would be lying if he said he didn't have an apoplectic mind, but he still immediately nodded with them as a sign of politeness. The 3 girls were also very enthusiastic and immediately stood up, allowing Zhang Xiaojian and Zhang Jiaxuan to sit in the center. It so happened that the music ended at this time, and the venue quieted down quite a bit. So Zhang Xiaojian immediately asked, "Where are Qingsong and your brother?" Zhang Jiaxuan smiled, revealing the dimple on his left cheek. "There weren't supposed to be any of them today. It's just that I asked you out alone." Zhang Xiaojian, over here, Nini, who looked exactly like Netflix and looked quite delicate, but the more she looked at her, the more fake she felt, said, "Yo, Miss Jiaxuan has rarely been this attached to a boy." Liang Shui, a workplace outfit, pushed the black mirror frame, smooth hand and unlocked a white shirt button, laughed. "Yes, Miss High Eyes, every day here do not know how many gentlemen pursue, but even a seat are not worthy of having. Handsome, where did you come out of?" Zhang Xiaojian didn't have time to answer. The Si Rong, who wore extremely heavy makeup and whose eyeliner seemed to fly above her eyebrows, jumped ahead and said, "I'm afraid you're not going to be a boyfriend soon, are you?" Zhang Jiaxuan picked up the wine and poured it for the 3 of you, saying back, "Drinking can't even plug your mouths." In fact, these 3 girls weren't technically friends of Zhang Jiaxuan. Just stay in the nightclub for a long time. Always meet everyone is familiar. So after a few drinks, they all excused themselves. After all, they all have their own real sense of friends in the field. When Zhang Xiaojian and Zhang Jiaxuan were alone, Zhang Jiaxuan started to laugh, smiling with pearly swirls. "Why are you laughing? Do you rarely come to nightclubs?" Zhang Xiaojian asked. "How can you tell?" Zhang Jiaxuan replied back. "Usually people who don't come here often have a kind of constraint hanging on their faces, wanting to let go but not daring to do so, feeling as if it's very difficult." In a nutshell, Zhang Xiaojian took a sip of wine and said, "Indeed, since I'm here to play, of course I have to let go to play to have fun. It's just that I kind of don't know how to let go." Saying that, he happened to see Hong Xinshu on the dance floor, and realized that Hong Xinshu, who had been holding back for 2 days, came to assist her with a beautiful figure and started to show off her dance moves, and couldn't help but feel a pang. He himself is indeed not as good as Hong Xinshu, a 14-year-old. In this aspect, Zhang Jiaxuan still couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes after seeing Hong Xinshu. "He really got mixed up with you?" Zhang Xiaojian nodded and said, "I plan to dump him at night." Zhang Jiaxuan praised. "Good idea. I have another good idea. Do you want to hear it?" "What? Let's go dancing." "Ha, I won't." Zhang Xiaojian immediately wimped out a bit. "What's so hard about it?" Zhang Xiaojian frowned and said, "It's still quite difficult, isn't it?" Who would have thought that Zhang Jiaxuan directly pulled Zhang Xiaojian's arm, and once he turned around, He was about to run straight into the middle of the dance floor. Zhang Xiaojian had no choice but to be led over. Coming into the crowd, Zhang Xiaojian became a little tight for a moment, surrounded by people dancing, or bouncing, to their heart's content to the accompaniment of powerful music. He entered the dance floor and stood there like a stake. Zhang Jiaxuan put her hands on Zhang Xiaojian's shoulders with a smile on her face and shouted, "Move a little." Zhang Xiaojian stiffly attempted to nod his head, realizing that his movements seemed to have made himself even more embarrassed. So he asked, "How do I move?" Zhang Jiaxuan pointed to his ears, signaling for him to listen to the rhythm. Zhang Xiaojian frowned. "Let's just go back and drink." Zhang Jiaxuan did not accept Zhang Xiaojian's offer. Instead, he took a step close to Zhang Xiaojian's body, yet still maintained a certain subtle distance. With the music, she moved and danced beautifully. Her slim waist and long legs coupled with her excellent dance posture attracted many people's attention. So some people recognized Zhang Jiaxuan and couldn't help but make strange noises when they realized that she was actually dancing to a stake. Zhang Xiaojian didn't know if this was considered a close and hot dance, but he had to admit that the Zhang Jiaxuan in front of him did have a complete attraction to him. He finally understood why Gao Qingsong said that day that he said to Zhang Jiaxuan, "Aren't I afraid that you'll bring Zhang Xiaojian down in the future?" Sniffing the faint body fragrance and looking at Zhang Jiaxuan and the psychedelic lights in front of him, Zhang Xiaojian could perceive that she had no distractions or other meanings, but was simply dancing and wanted to let herself dance with her. However, it was true that he couldn't dance, and he didn't want to waste points on the dancing attribute. He just felt like he had some distractions that were hard to avoid as a man. It was also at this moment that Zhang Xiaojian heard a subtle sound of crackling in the midst of the grumpy music.